Beijing, at the foot of the Forbidden City. The wind bit with icy ferocity. Above a hospital, the sky blazed with rosy dawnlight. Purple chi coiled like dragons, forming a celestial canopy. An aura of immense fortune was gathering. A child of destiny was about to be born. If this baby were born in ancient times, as long as he survived to adulthood, had either become crown prince or at the very least, a royal prince. In that moment, I felt every second of waiting, every ounce of loneliness and agony I endured across the river of time, was worth it. The excruciating pain of spatial tearing I suffered while drifting through the void. Mere child's play now. I finally arrived at the perfect moment. As long as I successfully reincarnated, my life would soar to unimaginable heights. But what if such a child of fortune grew up twisted? How low would he sink? How many moral boundaries would he trample? No, I couldn't let that happen. I had to ensure he didn't become a calamity to the nation and its people. Brimming with confidence, I sped toward the hospital, eager to claim this hard-won opportunity, only to be intercepted just before reaching it. Or rather, intercepted by a ghost. Technically, I was a ghost too. And ghosts don't scare other ghosts that much, I firmly believed. I could unscrew my head and kick it like a soccer ball, pluck out my eyeballs and stomp on them like firecrackers, yank my intestines out and wrap them around my neck while sticking my tongue down to my navel, pretending I'd been strangled to death. Classic ghost tricks make yourself look horrifyingly grotesque and ask, are you scared? But I was a dignified ghost, too refined for such childish theatrics. Besides, this other spirit was clearly a newbie. He hadn't even grasped the fundamentals of haunting yet. Skill-wise, I utterly dominated him. Still never forget. When you're overjoyed, you're prone to arrogance, and arrogance always bites back. Hey, race, how it happened. I was rushing toward my rebirth when I noticed this freshly deceased soul pacing the ground below, muttering in despair. Why? What did I do wrong? Why betray me like this? I worked myself to the bone for this family, yet you took my hard-earned money to feed some predaboy gigolo. Damn heavens. Are you blind on the job? Clearly, this poor guy had been cheated on, thoroughly, devastatingly cuckolded. Now, I'm not heartless. I may lack abundant virtue, but am no opportunist who kicks someone when they're down. I intended to offer him some sympathy, but I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. The moment my laughter shattered the night's silence, he snapped his head toward me, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Then shock. You can see me? His face was tinged with the ashen pallor of death, but even so, his handsomeness shone through. Straightforward brows, honest features, clearly a bold, forthright Beijing native, the kind who speaks his mind and acts decisively. Brother, I said gently, nodding, some people aren't worth your tears. Learn to care for yourself. Rest easy next life, live brilliantly. Of course I could see him. Go see ghosts. We're kin. Ever since the underworld collapsed, most souls vanish upon death. Only a rare few retain their consciousness, even then, only briefly. I, however, have lingered for decades. Whether that's luck or curse, I've never decided. Being a ghost isn't great, but it's not the worst. What if I reincarnate as a dog? Not terrible. Modern dogs eat well. But what if that dog develops a taste for feces? Good food reflects societal progress, but habits die hard. Even for dogs. What if it mistakes eating shit for gourmet living? Human vices often go unnoticed by humans themselves. How could a dog possibly know better? Rebirth demands caution, yet fate always has the final say. Perhaps out of selfishness, heaven grants special treatment to certain souls, but to me, that's not favoritism. It's prolonged torment. Don't mistake lingering as a blessing. To die as a human, yet have your soul denied peace, that's the cruelest punishment imaginable. Surviving ghosts are dragged into the river of time, torn apart by spatial rifts. Only 1 in 100 survives long enough to slip through a cosmic fissure, stealing a chance to reverse fate and reincarnate. As an old saying goes, you must strive, because without effort, you'll never know how utterly useless you can become. For ghosts, that truth cuts even deeper. We fight desperately only to plop into rebirth and find ourselves not human, but a cockroach. Awkward. So we endure. Humans suffer. Ghosts suffer worse. Torn by space-time fractures until our souls fragment, dodging chaotic currents. Fearing vortexes that devour the weak, running out of spiritual energy, dissolving into nothing. Humans have many ways to die: suffocation in 5 minutes, decapitation, boiling oil, being crushed flat. But for ghosts, those are gentle, soul-rending agony, spirit-piercing needles, eternal suppression under soul seals, deaths that drag on for months, even years. No clean end. Compared to fragile humans, ghosts endure hellish existence. Imagine being decapitated not with one swing, but with a dull axe hacking for half a month, forbidden from dying. Crueler than Lingxi. Over the years, the ghosts I've met in the slums of the River of Time were all tragic losers yet still clung to hope. Like joining a secret society. For the poor, wealth is the ultimate dream. For ghosts, it's simple. Reincarnate. Reincarnate well. Train relentlessly. Wait for the opening. Most never get that chance. Bad luck follows them, their faces frozen in eternal gloom. How could fortune ever smile on them? It's cruel. Give hope. Demand effort, then crush it anyway. Maybe hope never existed at all. I've watched countless souls waste away along the river's banks. Their last flicker of essence, fading, most accepted their dissolution with quiet resignation. After Alenduring is exhausting. Others screamed silently. After all I sacrificed, all I suffered to vanish like this? Unfair. But what could they do? No rebellion possible. Not even a door to knock on. Ancient soul inscriptions whisper. Only through rebirth can fate be overturned. Though perhaps a few cunning old ghosts found loopholes vanished quietly, enjoying early reincarnation without telling anyone. Like they never existed. Speaking of which, I might be one of those sneaky old foxes myself. When I discovered a stable spatial rift in the River of Time, I faked near dissolution to avoid rivals stealing my chance, just like in life. Hide your secrets. Act normal. The more secrets you keep, the better you survive. Even in death, old habits die hard. The joy of hogging fortune? Only those who've tasted it understand. I was in a hurry, no time for distractions. But old habits die hard, and Chinese love a good spectacle. So I paused, offering a bland consolation. Big mistake. He lunged at me. Eyes wide. You can see me? You really can. So what? Go seeing ghost swats, so shocking? Do you think humans can see us? Ghost, I become a ghost. He blocked my path. Despite middle-aged weight, traces of his former handsomeness remained. Good foundation, shame he died, so naive. Dude, I sighed, when humans die, they become ghosts. Hence dead ghost. I cracked a dark joke, trapping myself in irony. But I didn't. Karimi rebirth was moments away. That celestial canopy, in ancient times, had be a prince for sure. Back in my old life, I'd have been rotten to the core if given power. I'd never play hero. But my explanation only fueled his panic. He grabbed me, pleading, "Brother, you have to help me. I can't die. What'll happen to my parents? My daughter? I'm busy." I snapped. "Just wait for the river's call. Float upward. Hope for rebirth. Or better yet, haunt your cheating wife till she goes insane." I wasn't against mentoring new ghosts, but not when it delayed my destiny. No, that won't work. Please, I can't die. Middle-aged men can't afford to fall ill or die. But why should I care? Annoyed and regretting stopping the gawk, I growled. "Face it, you're dead. Look at your body, it's stiffening. Beyond saving. And I got urgent business. So farewell. Actually never meet again." Chapter 2. The regret of the pitiful. You gotta pity me. I can't just die like this. My parents, my child, if I don't settle things for them, they'll never rest in peace. In his desperation, he grabbed my arm. Ghosts are fragile. A grip like that could cause birth defects in my next life. Panic surged, I dare not yank free. All right. I placated him. Let go first. 2 heads are better than 1. Well, figure something out. What solution? He still wouldn't release me. Stuck with a stubborn newbie. If I didn't invent a miracle, he'd never let go. I was trapped. Help him? Impossible. Sacrifice my golden future for a stranger? Even if he revived, what then? Live as a cuckold. Mocked by the world? I'd rather stay dead. Brother, you must have a way. You do. Dead is dead. Why cling to the living? Rebirth's a fresh star, why not take it? But I can't let go. Please help me. His grip tightened amid sobs. Regret flooded me. Why did I stop to watch the drama? I should have sneaked into that womb and become a prince. Now, stuck between a rock and a hard place, gut-wrenchingly regretful. But I couldn't struggle. What if I was born missing limbs? A lifetime of remorse. Seeing his manic desperation, I made a split-second decision. Siphon a bit of his soul energy. Not to kill him, karma would annihilate my butt, just enough to weaken his hold, so I could escape. Yet, as his essence faded, his obsession intensified. He dragged me toward his cooling corpse. "No, stop," I yelled. "You idiot, I'll destroy us both. If we merge within 3 months, your soul will absorb mine completely." He ignored me. Perhaps he saw this as his only chance to fulfill his unfinished wish. Before I could react, we plunged in his body together. I watched in horror as his soul swallowed me, precious rebirth opportunity gone. Worse, after decades of hiding, as a veteran ghost, ID been hijacked by a rookie. The moment we merged, he realized a stranger now shared his body, and worse, controlled it better than he did. His plan collapsed. We were both losers. "I swear I'll kill you," I snarled, baring phantom fangs. "I didn't know you could enter too." He stammered. Like how I wanted to. I raged. You dragged me in. Without the soul seed I carried, you couldn't have re-entered your corpse. My Destiny Prince's life, childhood romance, blissful youth all ruined because of you. He stared at me like I was mad terrified head invited a lunatic into his home. I pointed furiously at the hospital, where purple clouds still swirled. Tell me you don't see that. That's my fortune. A billionaire heir or a central government scion. And you turned me from a crown prince into a cuckold king. Would you stay sane? He gulped. Maybe after you help me, you can still catch the next rebirth? Are you dense? I exploded. Rebirth isn't a bus you hop on late. The soul sea gone. Used up when you yanked me into your corpse. Now I've got nothing to reincarnate with. And don't think merging souls brings you back to life. Yes, your body might revive, but your soul? It's already thinning. In 3 months, you'll dissolve completely. He paled. But, by heaven's law, once your soul leaves your body, you're dead. Lingering on Earth only lets earthly energies erode you until nothing remains. Sure, I could absorb scraps, but looking at your miserable fate, I'd rather be anyone's grandson than continue your life. Damn it, of all the ghosts in the cosmos, I get stuck with a clueless newbie. From destined prince to green-hatted loserwold that you snap, and he was clueless, freshly dead, no ghostly instincts whatsoever. I mourn for myself, after enduring eons of torment undone by a rookie's blunder. Truly, the worst luck imaginable. Chapter 3. Chen Feng's monologue cursing has been done, yet I remain untouched by blows. However, 2 souls are crammed within a single body, akin to 2 dogs confined in a diminutive kennel. As long as they do not engage in conflict, all is well. Yet, should a quarrel ensue, it would undoubtedly result in a chaotic scene. I elucidated extensively on the principles governing the resentful spirits born of posthumous obsessions, explaining how they ascend to the heavens, liberating themselves from earthly constraints. Thereafter, they await their fortunes by the banks of the river of time and space. I have awaited such an opportunity for decades, only to have it dashed by the presence of this dismal specter before me. Frustration. Yet, what purpose does anger serve? The situation is irretrievable, leaving both of us disheartened. My dear brother, I apologize. It was my miscalculation that brought you such distress. However, fret not, for I possess wealth. Upon our divorce, half of it shall be yours. Furthermore, my life is quite prosperous, with companies in both the capital and Guangzhou. The profits from these enterprises are more than sufficient to ensure your comfortable living, rest assured. The other party seemed somewhat apprehensive, fearing that my profound disappointment might lead me to harbor resentment towards him, thereby directing my ire at those he holds dear. Additionally, there was a lingering doubt regarding my reliability. After all, who would linger by the roadside to observe the spectacle of life when they are on the brink of reincarnation? Yet, how could he remain inactive? A solitary being for decades, upon encountering a conversable entity, could he resist the urge to engage in dialogue? It was inevitable. The pent-up emotions demanded release. As for my assertion that he had only 3 months of consciousness left, he certainly perceived its truth. I spoke no falsehood. There was no need to deceive one destined for the dissolution of their very essence. We exchanged glances, wide-eyed, locked in mutual observation. After a prolonged silence, I finally broke it. Alas, what misdeeds have led me to encounter you? Very well, since fate has brought us together, let us converse. What circumstances have compelled you to manifest in such a wretched state? I know of your wife's infidelity. She has taken a young paramour, younger and more vigorous than you, a fact I am well aware of. Do you wish to silence me further? Under the pressure of my words, his composure began to falter, his face clouded with gloom, his eyes resembling those of dead fish, fixated upon me with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour me whole. He appeared much like a diminutive, introverted student cornered by bullies in a dead-end alley, powerless to express his outrage. My intent was not to provoke him, but rather the prolonged solitude had ignited an impulse to converse, compelling me to interject. This was not characteristic of me. Rather, it was the culmination of suppressed emotions yearning for expression. Consequently, the other party became an unwitting victim of my misfire. I raised my hands in a gesture of apology. I was in the wrong, truly, so let us start with your name. What trials have you endured that have driven you to seek death upon a bench in the frigid winter? I am not seeking death. I was merely inebriated. With a long, drawn-out sigh, the other party began to recount their story, not merely a tale, but a personal experience marked by misfortune and helplessness. My name is Chen Feng, and my wife is Wang Lin. We have been married for nearly a decade, approaching 10 years. We met during our university years, as classmates from the same department, but different classes. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her amidst a bustling crowd, I was captivated by her striking beauty. However, it was not solely her physical allure that ensnared me. It was her grace, her gentle demeanor, and a smile that could melt the coldest snow of winter. I embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affections. During our university days, I was a key player on the basketball team, admired for my looks and stature, often receiving declarations of affection from various girls. Yet, I turned them all down, as if I had already decided that Wang Lin was to be my lifelong companion. By the second semester of our freshman year, we established our romantic relationship, which blossomed into a fruitful love over 3 years. After graduation, I secured a position at a foreign company, enjoying a lucrative salary and a relatively relaxed workload, while my wife, Wang Lin, took a job at a major state-owned bank. Following discussions between our families, we married shortly after starting our careers. Before long, we welcomed the cherished fruit of our love, a beautiful and understanding daughter. Life was sweet and filled with love. However, after our daughter was born, I came to realize the significance of financial stability. I resolutely resigned from my position at the foreign company, relinquishing a substantial income to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Wang Lin wholeheartedly supported my decision, remaining at the bank while also managing our household and caring for our child. The path of entrepreneurship was fraught with challenges, but with Wang Lin's unwavering support and her management of our family, I eventually earned my first substantial profit after 2 years, approximately over 1 million yuan. Some may scoff at such an amount, but I had witnessed the era of internet celebrities earning billions through livestream sales. It was not that I looked down upon 1 million. Rather, it seemed to me that the business at hand was not particularly large. This appeared inconsistent with the previous claims of wealth. Yet my words seemed to provoke a reaction from him, as he retorted, "Brother, over 1 million is not insignificant." Back then, the property prices near the second ring road were only 3,000 yuan per square meter. 1 million could buy 3 well-located houses. I was taken aback. When had property prices in the capital ever dipped to 3,000? Surely, that must have been in the early 2000s? Sensing something amiss, I pressed on, "What year is it now?" "January 4th, 2006. Why do you ask?" The revelation ignited a surge of emotions within me that I could not conceal. He noticed my excitement, but did not inquire further. Everyone harbors secrets buried deep within, and even if he asked, I might not have revealed mine. As he continued, he shared that once our company in the capital found its footing, profits dramatically improved, from 1 million in the first year to 4 million 3 years later. This brought me immense satisfaction, yet it also instilled a sense of impending crisis. The commercial landscape of the capital is predominantly ruled by state-owned enterprises and central enterprises. For companies like mine, which engage in trade services, there exists a modicum of opportunity, albeit a mere sip from the broth of success. To truly expand and thrive, one must venture to the more open coastal cities in the south. Thus, 2 years ago, I made the decision to relocate to Guangzhou. From the inception of my company in Guangzhou, I encountered numerous challenges, being an outsider, unfamiliar with the local business culture, and lacking connections across various departments necessitated my prolonged residence in the city. During that period, I rarely returned home, spending only a few days each month with my family. It was not until nearly a year later, when my business began to flourish, that I finally found the opportunity to catch my breath and visit home more frequently. Nevertheless, my company in Guangzhou still demanded my presence, with roughly half of my month spent working there. The time I could dedicate to my family rarely exceeded 2 weeks, often amounting to just 10 days. During this time, my wife, Wang Lin, managed our household remarkably well. When my mother fell ill, it was Wang Lin who took care of her, earning admiration not only from me, but also from my mother's fellow patients, who envied her for being such a devoted daughter-in-law, treating my mother as her own. I have always been deeply grateful to Wang Lin. I was fortunate to have a happy family, a virtuous and beautiful wife, a lively daughter, and a thriving career with 2 flourishing companies. For a time, I believed I was the happiest person in the world. However, 2 months ago, a change in my flight plans plunged me into the anguish of discovering my wife's infidelity. I could scarcely fathom that the woman I had trusted implicitly had been unfaithful with a colleague from her workplace, although I lacked concrete evidence of her betrayal that day. After Wang Lin dropped me off at the airport, my flight was unexpectedly canceled due to torrential rain in Guangzhou. Instead of opting for a hotel at the airport, I chose to take a taxi back home, only to find the house empty upon my arrival. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, I called Wang Lin when the flight from Guangzhou was due to land. She claimed to be at home, yet I found no trace of her. Intentionally mentioning our daughter to coax her into letting the child speak, I was met with the excuse that our daughter was asleep and it would be unkind to wake her. However, I had previously spoken to my mother-in-law, who confirmed that our daughter was indeed at her house, while Wang Lin was nowhere to be found. That day marked a pivotal moment in my life. I felt ensnared like a wild beast trapped within iron bars, with no escape in sight. I was engulfed in darkness, my soul seemingly devoured by an overwhelming void. My resentment towards her, and the man who had shattered my family, grew insurmountable. I vowed to confront them and ensure they would not find peace. Chapter 4. Suffering can be comprehended. I purchased a DSLR camera, disguising my intentions under the pretense of visiting Guangzhou, while secretly residing in a hotel in the capital. I took one of the vehicles from my company and abandoned all work to stake out near the bank where Wang Lin was employed. For nearly half a month, there was no sign of her. She continued her routine of caring for our child, going to work, grocery shopping, and preparing meals at home. Life was exceedingly regular, seemingly devoid of any signs of deviation. I once believed I had wronged her in my suspicions, until that fateful day when she appeared at the entrance of her workplace, waiting expectantly long after her shift had ended. Shortly thereafter, I beheld her car emerge from the bank's parking garage, with a man, whose features I could not clearly discern, occupying the driver's seat. Their intimate exchange as she entered the vehicle ignited a tempest of rage within me. I felt an overwhelming urge to accelerate and collide with them, to bring about a mutual demise for this treacherous couple. Yet I could not. I had a daughter and elderly parents to consider. What would become of them if I were to perish? Chen Feng's visage contorted with fury, a storm of pent-up negativity and despair swirling within, leaving me in a state of profound anguish. I pursued their vehicle, but amidst the evening rush hour, I quickly lost sight of them, failing to catch them in the act. It dawned on me that I was ill-prepared. Thus, I procured an electronic tracker, the sort typically employed by car rental companies. Seizing an opportunity while Wang Lin was home, I discreetly installed the tracker in her vehicle. Unbeknownst to her, the subsequent days were steeped in torment and hopelessness for me. I recall that weekend vividly. I remained at home while she too was present, our daughter attending a tutoring session, a task Wang Lin routinely managed. Suddenly, her phone rang, and her demeanor shifted to one of unease as she excused herself to the balcony for a clandestine conversation. Upon her return, she announced her intention to work overtime and instructed me to pick up our daughter from the tutoring center. This deceitful woman, right before my eyes, was preparing to rendezvous with her lover. My anger surged to the point where I wished I could strike her dead. Did she not realize her roles as a mother and a wife? Had she completely forgotten them? Yet, I remained a fool, blindly trusting her and deluding myself into believing I had been favored by fate in marrying the most wonderful woman in the world. However, all of that was an illusion. Once she departed, I immediately called my father to ask for his assistance in picking up our child. Following the location indicated by the tracker, I made my way to the rendezvous point. Not far from home, at an intersection, I finally spotted the man. I captured his photograph, feeling an odd familiarity about him, though I couldn't quite place where I had encountered him before. He appeared younger and, in comparison to my current self, more handsome. The years had not been kind to my physique due to my erratic lifestyle. In my youth, I had been the school heartthrob, a key player on the basketball team, and not lacking in height or looks. I could not fathom why she chose to treat me this way, even if her affections had waned. Could she not have conveyed her feelings openly instead of resorting to infidelity, thereby shattering our once happy family? She unveiled the most despicable aspect of herself, revealing her true nature. This time, I did not lose sight of her. Wang Lin's Mazda remained firmly within my line of vision. However, after passing several traffic lights, I lost sight of that car. Ultimately, the electronic tracker indicated a parking lot. I alighted and circled the vehicles several times, yet I found no trace of them. Surrounding me were residential complexes, and I was uncertain of which one they had entered. This pursuit left me utterly exhausted, and yet upon returning home, I had to feign a close relationship with my daughter, maintaining a gentle demeanor to avoid revealing any hint of my distress. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if the most trusted person in my life had plunged a knife into my chest, leaving me gasping for breath. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. To catch infidelity, one must catch the act. I agreed with Chen Feng's approach, yet I feared the absence of evidence. Confronting the woman could lead to her vehement denial, complicating matters further. As for Mazda, it was indeed favored among women in the 2005 to 2006 period. Despite being a budget brand, it was marketed as a mid-range vehicle. However, a certain film misrepresented the brand, leading to its complete loss of market presence in China. Back then, Brother Hui famously quipped, "If you drive a Mazda, of course, you'll be stuck in traffic. I drive a Mercedes, and I won't." At that time, Mazda vehicles were not cheap. The total cost was upwards of 200,000, nearly 300,000. Other luxury brands, such as Mercedes and BMW, had already made their entry into the domestic market, with Audi preceding them. Moreover, The automotive landscape of that era was rather monotonous, with mainstream models like the Volkswagen Santana and the Peugeot 405 dominating the streets. Other brands were scarce and rarely seen on the roads. I must admit, Chen Feng's experiences evoked a tinge of sympathy within me, but this sentiment quickly dissipated due to his reckless demeanor. Consequently, I must now navigate society while adopting his identity. Although he seems to have achieved considerable success, with assets likely in the tens of millions, the reality is that this scoundrel has shattered my dreams of a life of ease. As for his unfaithful wife, I shall not spare her either. After all, much of my misfortune can be attributed to her actions. Had she remained faithful, Chen Feng would not have succumbed to drunkenness on the streets, and I would not have lost my chance at a better life. The repercussions of this entire scenario appear to stem from her. Regarding the man who disrupted Chen Feng's marriage, I will ensure he faces consequences as well. I will assume Chen Feng's identity and allow this man to live comfortably, which would be my disgrace. On this matter, I could temporarily align with Chen Feng. Though not united against a common enemy, we share a mutual adversary. Revenge for a father's death, hatred for a wife's betrayal. Chen Feng's wife may bear more blame. Yet in Eastern tradition, when a wife strays, the fault lies not only with her, but also with the paramour, who deserves punishment. They should meet their fate in a pig cage. I offered Chen Feng a few words of comfort, encouraging him to continue his tale. At last, for the fourth time, he successfully caught his wife in the act, albeit only partially. On that occasion, Chen Feng tracked her to a restaurant and then to a hotel, waiting for Wang Lin and her lover to ascend to their room before he finally erupted. The hotel front desk was unable to provide any information about the other party, and he had no right to compel them to disclose it. Thus, he could only call Wang Lin from the lobby, unleashing a torrent of fury and scathing insults, which finally prompted her to descend from the upper floors. However, this also afforded her lover the opportunity to exit the hotel, and the ensuing events were easily surmised. The couple's relationship plummeted to an all-time low, and the following day, Chen Feng demanded a divorce from Wang Lin. He insisted that she reveal her lover's identity, but Wang Lin was reluctant to part ways. She agreed to sever ties with her paramour. Yet how could a man in such a rage possibly heed her words? Wang Lin's attempts to reconcile only deepened Chen Feng's anguish. He had invested far too much into their marriage, and the sunk cost was immense. Yet, the thought of this shameless woman sharing a bed with another man ignited a murderous fury within him. Chapter 5. You truly are ignorant of the law. Are you saying that the next day you found your childhood friend, and through his position as a police officer, uncovered the identity of Wang Lin's lover? And then you went directly to his rented accommodation, breaking in? Indeed. Are you utterly ignorant of the law? That constitutes a legal entry, a criminal offense. Furthermore, your friend is a police officer. Is he also ignorant of the law? How did he become an officer? To this inquiry, Chen Feng responded with unwavering confidence. Junzi has strong connections and substantial backing. He can handle such trivial matters. Besides, even if we corner that brat and give him a sound thrashing, he wouldn't dare report it. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. I seem to have forgotten that this was still early in 2006, when law enforcement was often quite brutal in many regions. Does your friend blindly follow your reckless pursuits? I remained deeply concerned. My own background was far more tenuous than Chen Feng's, and I dared not provoke those with deep-rooted connections. Chen Feng asserted firmly, "What is a friend? A friend is someone who, even when I am in the wrong and embroiled in conflict, will rush to support me. That is what friendship is. If someone comes to lecture me on morality, that is the role of a teacher or a judge, not a friend." When Chen Feng uttered these words, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for this unfortunate soul. For a man, having a friend like Junzi is a rare treasure. Even one such companion is sufficient. I found myself irresistibly curious about this friend named Junzi, for he could prove to be a valuable ally in the future. Of course, he might also be a source of trouble, particularly since this fellow was oblivious to right and wrong. What kind of friend aids another in committing crimes? Isn't that akin to both plunging into the flames? Originally, a 3-year sentence was the starting point. Now, with the nature of the crime altered, if apprehended, even 6 years would not suffice to shield them. My thoughts were shaped by my background and environment. From having nothing to establishing a foothold in the city and eventually achieving success, this journey compelled me to tread carefully, leaving no room for error. However, individuals like Chen Feng, born into privilege and endowed with ample resources, need not concern themselves with the struggles of urban survival. Those accustomed to arrogance from a young age are hardly inclined to endure indignities. What transpired afterward? Tell me everything. Later? Chen Feng pondered for a moment, caught in a dilemma between the desire to confide in me and the apprehension of my potential overreaction. The initial intrusion had already instilled fear within me. Yet what followed seemed even more reprehensible. Speak up, for I may soon have to navigate society under your guise. If you wish to spare your daughter the absence of a father's affection and your parents the filial piety of a son, then conceal the truth. I would rather perish than remain in ignorance. Subsequently, we sought evidence in that youth's abode, commencing our investigation on his computer. As for passwords and such trivialities, they posed no challenge to us. Before long, I unearthed a plethora of videos on his device, featuring Wang Lin and others, perhaps a dozen folders in total. Meanwhile, Junzi discovered hidden cameras in the room, capturing numerous unsavory moments. There is no need for explanation. I am an adult capable of comprehension. I nodded for him to proceed, aware that some circles are exceedingly disordered, their moral standards seemingly non-existent. I could hardly fathom the thoughts occupying that individual's mind, as the entire rental space was replete with such indecency. Upon opening the videos, I realized they were filmed in this very room, featuring various women alongside him, surpassing even the most salacious films. Why not simply disclose which set it was? That set? After elucidating to Chen Feng, his countenance darkened. Indeed, it is as distasteful as that. I failed to grasp why she chose to inflict such harm upon me, especially when I had committed no wrongdoing throughout our marriage. Let us refrain from discussing that matter. We are all men, and it leads to no clarity. Please, continue with what transpired next. I cannot provide him with clarity. After all, we are merely men. Subsequently, the young man's girlfriend arrived, presumably searching for him. Upon seeing me, she seemed to intuit my identity and began to berate me, disparaging Wang Lin while feigning virtue before me, yet presenting herself as licentious before others. In my fury, considering that her boyfriend had entangled with my wife, I felt compelled to retaliate against her, and thus, in that room, I acted upon her. Initially, she was reluctant, and after delivering a couple of slaps, fear overcame her, and it transpired in the bedroom. Enough explanation. I have come to see through you. Your wife is a calamity, and you are not far removed from that. A throbbing pain enveloped my head. This is a crime, a serious offense. A minimum of 3 years. I have been thoroughly ensnared by this wretched Chen Feng. Are you mad? This is a crime, one that leads to imprisonment. I am aware it is a crime, yet in that moment of rage, I lost control of my emotions. Perhaps you should hear what happened next. After Junzi had stepped out for a while, he returned, having also acted upon that woman. Bastard, you two imbeciles have brought about my ruin. I have only just been reborn, and you are eager to send me straight to prison. By the way, what became of that woman? Did she report it? Were any incriminating traces left behind? The situation has escalated to this point, and resorting to insults will no longer resolve the issues at hand. We must seek remedial measures. Chen Feng, however, remarked nonchalantly that the woman initially attempted to resist, but later seemed to relish the experience. The subsequent matters have already been handled by my brother. She will have no evidence. Furthermore, she shows no inclination to report the incident. Instead, she harbors considerable dissatisfaction and resentment towards her boyfriend, with even greater animosity directed at Wang Lin. It appears that after the young man became involved with Wang Lin, he intended to cast her aside. Thus, I believe she might be a target worth pursuing. Foolish. Do you truly believe that a woman will open her heart to you simply because you have shared her bed? What gives you such misplaced confidence? Are you not aware that many women are indifferent to their own bodies and possess no sense of shame? Their thoughts are often more convoluted than a beehive. With your limited intellect, how can you presume that she is undoubtedly on your side? I genuinely question how you managed to achieve success in your entrepreneurial endeavors. Did you charm your clients with sheer foolishness? I am at a loss for words when it comes to you. You, a native of the capital, possess both lineage and connections. Even without these advantages, you have a fortune of several million. Meanwhile, your counterpart likely resides in a rented accommodation and is probably not from the capital. They may not even have the means to purchase property there. One can surmise that their background is quite ordinary. With your wealth, you could easily outmaneuver them. If they have caused you familial strife, you could ensure they experience utter ruin. Once you identify who has betrayed you, you could sow discord, compelling this individual to incur debts of hundreds of thousands, thereby leading to their complete downfall, perhaps even rendering them miserable. Why resort to such extreme measures that not only jeopardize yourself, but also endanger your friends? What is it that occupies your mind, filth? I am not as devious as you. Chen Feng was rendered speechless by my retort, stammering as he attempted to deflect blame onto me. Yet, he dared not entirely offend me. For I am the one who will fulfill the paternal duties he shirks. His actions have consistently been questionable. I found myself devoid of the desire to continue conversing with Chen Feng, as my mind was ensnared by the impending predicament. Unlike Chen Feng, who acts impulsively, I prefer to ponder before taking action. Of course, This stems from my own lack of confidence and an inherent disposition. Is it not preferable to play the role of the cunning strategist, striking from the shadows without incurring personal harm? Must it always devolve into violence, staining oneself with blood? Is that not sordid and foul? While I was contemplating a solution, Chen Feng quietly inquired, "Brother, are we to remain here like this? The ground is rather cold. Am I unaware that the ground is cold? The condition is contingent upon my ability to control your body, enabling us to rise. Alas, I cannot exert such control. I am utterly immobilized. What then shall we do? Shall we wait until dawn, when we are discovered? Or perhaps you might try to call for help. Although I share a soul with Chen Feng within his body, we lack the capacity for action. Mastering control over the body will require time. Approximately a day, I estimate. During this interval, we may very well succumb to the cold." Chapter 6. Salvation in less than half an hour of conversation. I was nearly driven to the brink of despair by Chen Feng, that insufferable scoundrel. This fellow possesses an uncanny talent for digging pits, one after another, without a moment's respite, leaving me with the arduous task of filling them in. It's truly maddening. By the way, what was your profession before? I was involved in the financial sector. How did you meet your demise? Betrayal. Perhaps it was the silence that enveloped us, a profound stillness reminiscent of an eerie corridor, devoid of any sound, inducing a sense of trepidation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Feng inquired further. It is indeed peculiar for two individuals who have known each other for merely half an hour, whether ghost or mortal, to establish a sense of trust. Such notions are futile. I have no faith in Chen Feng, nor does he have any in me. Yet, circumstance compelled us to divulge our respective stories to one another in hopes of fostering trust and revealing more substantive information. Of course, it was primarily Chen Feng's revelations that mattered, as sharing my own merely served to provide him with a semblance of emotional relief while unburdening his soul. In truth, I hail from a time frame spanning 3 to 4 decades after 2006. Upon hearing that I too had been a victim of betrayal, Chen Feng's expression bore a semblance of kinship, a resonance of souls adrift in the vastness of the world. Little did he realize that I had never experienced the infidelity of a spouse. In fact, I do not even possess a wife. "Stop right there," I interjected. "My betrayal differs from yours. I am not married. My betrayal came from within my own team. Subordinates sold evidence of capital manipulation in the stock market, leaving me as the sole scapegoat, facing an inevitable fate of imprisonment. I had no desire to bond with Chen Feng over our shared grievances, nor to engage in brotherly camaraderie. Our acquaintance had not yet reached such depths, nor would it ever. I would not even disclose that my consciousness originated from 30 years hence. As long as my memories remain intact, I can manipulate the global stock markets as if they were my own personal treasure chest, withdrawing any amount I desire. The manipulation of capital should not lead to death. Indeed, on the surface, death is not a consequence, merely imprisonment. Upon release, one could still emerge as a formidable individual. Yet, would the shadowy figures behind me allow me the opportunity to exist in this world? In truth, I had already prepared for escape. I had earned enough wealth, but one must also possess the means to enjoy it. Should I be sentenced to prison, it would be a fate worse than death. What could I do? All resources and conditions were negotiated by me. The plans were crafted by me. The execution was solely in my hands. At this juncture, I found myself enveloped in melancholy, sighing, "If I do not perish, who will?" This is the resolve of a scapegoat. In reality, there are numerous truths left unspoken. It is indeed true that I was betrayed by my subordinates, and that I was made a scapegoat. However, this merely scratches the surface of the truth. The real revelation is that my subordinates were not traitors. Rather, they were clandestine agents placed by my benefactor, executing orders rather than betraying me for monetary gain. The true motivation behind it all was that as long as the blame could be placed squarely on my shoulders, the funds in my benefactor's possession would be rendered clean. He sought to launder his money, shedding the taint of his past, and I unwittingly became the ideal vessel for his cleansing. I was forsaken for such an inexplicable reason. Otherwise, I would not have borne such deep resentment at the time of my demise. How much does one have to pay for a life? Chen Feng found this a trivial matter, even believing that my character was lacking, devoid of responsibility, leading me to choose suicide as an escape from existence. Yet at times, is not death the most favorable conclusion? 3 billion. 3 billion? Chen Feng exclaimed, for such an amount in this era would undoubtedly cause anyone's complexion to change dramatically. After all, even the assets of the wealthiest individuals in this time barely reach 100 billion. Of course, the Forbes list of billionaires cannot be deemed false. However, many of the country's top tycoons remain unlisted. either due to their identities forbidding ostentation or the fact that not everyone possesses the courage to expose their wealth to public scrutiny. A misstep could lead to imprisonment. It is not merely a matter of modesty, but rather a means of self-preservation. In dollars, still in dollars, I regarded Chen Feng with disdain, as if he were a person unacquainted with the ways of the world, and derided, "This money is not mine. I am but an executor. Do you think it is stashed in my pocket? How naive. That is more like it. After years of toil, my fortune barely amounts to a few tens of millions. Converting that 30 billion to our domestic currency amounts to 240 billion. Wealth stirs the heart, and you might consider yourself unfortunate. It is not yours, yet you find yourself in a quagmire. By the way, how much did you receive?" The exchange rate in 06 was still quite favorable. The dollar was a robust presence. "I am entitled to merely 10%, 300 million. Let us not discuss that." It seemed I had provoked him. Chen Feng's enthusiasm for conversation diminished, and he fell into a state of self-doubt. It appeared as though earning money was an effortless endeavor, while he had endured countless hardships for it, ultimately resulting in a fractured family. He could not comprehend what it was all for. It seemed utterly not worth it. I perceived Chen Feng's despondency and reassured him. "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Resources, funds, and connections are not mine. I am merely a puppet orchestrating on the surface." "A puppet can claim 300 million? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, seemingly convinced that I was deceiving him, viewing me as a heartless capitalist. "Very well, you are correct. Without a certain degree of capability, who would dare ascend to the heights? My skills are commendable, at least considered exceptional within the financial sector. Otherwise, such an opportunity would not have befallen me. In truth, I am not entirely mistaken. My ability is my most significant asset in earning this wealth. Yet, other factors are also at play, though it is not prudent to divulge them. The deeper truth is that the money I earned is not merely a surface-level profit. It also encompasses the risk of exposure, the burden of blame. Otherwise, what employer would be so generous? My bitterness and death does not stem from its worthlessness. Rather, it is the realization that I have been ensnared in a trap all along. I believe myself to be significant, only to find that my death is more consequential than my life. Nevertheless, I would not allow them to escape unscathed. I may choose to depart this world, but I will not accept deliberate malice and abandonment. Upon learning the situation, I disseminated the evidence I held. I may perish, and I should indeed perish. Yet, if I perceive my demise as utterly devoid of value, I shall fight with all my might. These pieces of evidence were, after all, merely the last bargaining chips for my survival between my benefactor and me, only to be revealed in the throes of life and death. I am acutely aware that once these evidences are disclosed, my benefactor and I shall become bitter enemies. Should I wish to live, I must lead a life of constant evasion. If discovered by the adversary's subordinates, I would face a dire choice between life and death. Chen Feng grimaced and said, "Although you excel at making money, finance is entirely unrelated to my company. I genuinely worry if you can adapt to the management of the firm. If the company shuts down and you venture into finance, it would certainly be advantageous to earn money. However, what if, and I do not doubt your capabilities, but what if something goes awry? Wouldn't the livelihood of my entire family be jeopardized? Do your parents have a pension?" "Yes, indeed. They are both civil servants. Their retirement benefits are hardly less than their salaries." "Is it sufficient to support your daughter?" "Certainly, it is sufficient. My mother has yet to retire. She works at the City Education Bureau, holding a significant position. Upon retirement, her salary will remain unchanged, likely exceeding 10,000, combined with my father's. Their pensions are around 16 to 17,000, not to mention some additional allowances, totaling over 20,000. Then why worry at all? If your entrepreneurial endeavor fails, relying on your parents is merely standard practice." "Surely not. Isn't it about starting over?" I said, "Brother, you embarked on this venture to attain a better life. Should your entrepreneurial pursuit falter, your family's circumstances will worsen, and what right do you have to shamelessly claim that failure is the mother of success? Forget it. Let us discuss something else. I sense you may have moved slightly. Can you stand?" "Not yet. Someone is approaching. Let us remain silent." I sensed footsteps nearing and promptly cautioned Chen Feng. In truth, speaking would not matter, for the manner in which we communicate transcends mere sound. "It's late at night. Wake up, wake up." Pretending to be dead may not be easy for me, yet feigning the demeanor of a drunken man, reeking of alcohol, requires nothing more than keeping my eyes closed and ignoring others. There is hardly any space for my acting skills to come into play. Feeling my body being lifted, accompanied by the sound of someone making a phone call, I finally exhaled in relief. In this era, society is tumultuous, yet there are positive aspects. There are no activities that could lead to a broken back. There is no need to fear waking up to find a scar on my waist. tears of despair streaming down my cheeks. Gradually, I lost consciousness and slipped into slumber. Since my death and transformation into a ghost, I had not slept. The sudden onset of drowsiness allowed me to truly relish the joy of becoming human once more. I soon drifted into a dream, only to awaken to the warmth of light illuminating my eyes, a simultaneous sensation of aching and comfort coursing through me. I gradually regained consciousness, realizing that I was no longer a ghost, but had truly become a tangible being. Until that moment, I had forgotten the myriad of troubles associated with the identity of Chen Feng, experiencing the world anew through my body after 30 long years. This feeling, it is truly delightful. Chapter 7. The young nurse. The spicy pepper, are you awake? This fellow, could he have been drunk? Upon regaining consciousness, the nurse approached me, conducting a thorough examination. She retrieved a thermometer and placed it beneath my armpit, then scrutinized me for a moment before inquiring. The person who brought you here did not leave a contact number. Your emergency fees were paid from the money in your wallet, yet your phone is turned off, and we have not been able to locate a contact. Do you have a charger? I fished out my phone and raised it slightly for her to see. In 2006, Apple was still exploring designs for devices that resembled mobile phones, while the prevalent brands of the time included Samsung, Nokia, and numerous domestic names such as Bird, Panda, and Omwa. Many phones could maintain a charge for over a week, and astonishingly, some boasted standby times of a month. The nurse cast a glance at me and promptly departed, returning shortly with a charger. As I powered on the device, I found myself at a loss. Whom should I call? Junzi. He is reliable, but perhaps too much so. I feared he might overstep. My wife. No. Even though Chen Feng has persistently harbored thoughts of me continuing to wear a green hat for him, he has never voiced it. Of course, even if he did, I would not acquiesce. After all, we are on the brink of divorce. Calling her to the hospital would surely lead to an argument. Others? My parents would undoubtedly not be of assistance. My conversations with Chen Feng have been brief, and I am woefully unfamiliar with his past, especially his habits. Being with someone too familiar would surely reveal my predicament. Gazing at my phone filled with messages and hundreds of contacts, I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and helplessness in this world. There was not a single person I could trust, nor anyone to confide my troubles to. Perhaps it is best not to reach out at all. I withdrew my card from my wallet and said to the nurse, "Let us settle the payment for 3 days in advance. You must be out of your mind. You are merely intoxicated, not suffering from alcohol poisoning. Lying down. You do not even require medication, just a couple of bags of saline, yet you insist on staying in the hospital for 3 days. Why didn't you mention moving in? The women of the capital are known for their temperamental nature. I have yet to encounter one with a gentle demeanor and delicate beauty. Perhaps my experiences are too limited. Jijia Hui, who are you angry with? Feng Ge?" I turned in surprise to the woman who had unexpectedly entered. She was quite lovely, with an oval face and finely sculpted features. Her porcelain skin bore no makeup, yet exuded an air of purity. Though not particularly tall, standing around 165 centimeters, she radiated a certain charm in her nurse's attire, reminiscent of a campus goddess. Her presence as luminous as the moonlight in my memories. While purity may pale in comparison to sensuality, I must admit that a great deal of beauty shares a common thread. What baffled me further was that this woman seemed to know me. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Where have you gone? Encountering an unrecognized acquaintance, I could temporarily feign intoxication, allowing my mind to drift. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. I could only hope for the principal party to emerge and clarify my confusion. Chen Feng arrived belatedly. Although he possessed a vibrant spirit, I could not comprehend why. When I was in a ghostly state, I never felt weary. Chen Feng, however, was entirely different from me, having fallen into a deep slumber for quite a while. Bai Jing. Bai Jing? Who is Bai Jing? She is Zhang Zi's girlfriend. And who is Zhang Zi? Wang Lin's lover. Chen Feng has never possessed a courteous demeanor, leaving me utterly perplexed. Suddenly, I was struck by a thought. Could this woman be? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Chen Feng also appeared somewhat daunted. Bai Jing was not to be trifled with, as her temperament could shift like the weather in June. Moreover, she was significantly younger. Being a fledgling nurse fresh to the workforce, a professional nurse with a university degree in nursing, thus holding greater promise than those graduating from vocational schools. However, this was not the time to discuss prospects. My concern lay in whether this woman would seize the opportunity to retaliate against me. Bai Jing, do you know this person? He was brought in last night, a drunken fool, and I suspect he is currently oblivious to his own identity. Take my advice. It's best not to associate with such individuals, for you may come to regret it. Being labeled a drunkard did not bother me, but being cast as a villain was indeed quite hurtful. Who have I wronged? It's all right, Sister Hui. I will take care of him. He is my friend. I will request a leave from the department, as he has been in a poor state of mind lately, resorting to alcohol for solace, which is uncharacteristic of him. Bai Jing offered some explanations that left me bewildered. It seemed she harbored no profound animosity towards Chen Feng. Had it been someone else, faced with such an inexplicable forcefulness, a knife might have been drawn upon their next encounter. For me, this was somewhat good news. Although Bai Jing was acquainted with Chen Feng, their relationship was quite delicate. Fortunately, Chen Feng stepped in to clarify. Ever since that day when he was forcibly involved, this woman had left her contact number with him. Typically, she would initiate calls to arrange meetings with Chen Feng, primarily at the rendezvous spots of Wang Lin and her lover, where she would verbally assault Chen Feng, inciting him to a boiling rage, which would then be quelled by a barrage of blows. Well, this could be deemed a rather unstable friends with benefits arrangement, characterized by mutual harm, akin to a coalition of the betrayed. The fortunate aspect of this was that amidst such a relationship, we remained largely unfamiliar with each other. I would not divulge my past or experiences to her. Conversely, she could share, albeit sparingly, mostly to provoke me. It cannot be claimed that this woman bore all the wounds. It is equally plausible that she derived some satisfaction from it. Who can truly say? In the realm of adulthood, self-interest reigns supreme. When lacking personal gain, mutual amusement is not out of the question. Upon absorbing the narrative of Chen Feng and Bai Jing's relationship, I finally exhaled in relief. Should I have encountered an intimate acquaintance, I fear I would have been utterly overwhelmed. After all, I knew nothing of Chen Feng's past, save for the fact that he had been wronged and the details of his infidelity discovery. Yet these details held no utility for me. Brother Feng, would you like me to call Wang Lin to come and attend to you? Let her see the depths to which this woman has dragged you. It is indeed a pitiable sight. How utterly spineless you are. Cannot you bring the whole sordid affair to light, exposing her disgraceful past for all the world to witness, thereby tarnishing her family's name? By the way, I have purchased century egg and lean meat congee. I shall come to feed you shortly. Bai Jing possesses a venomous tongue, and it is fortunate that I am merely an outsider. Were Chen Feng to confront her, he would surely be driven to fury. Even though I know she is not speaking of me, I cannot help but feel discomfort. After all, my future identity is intertwined with Chen Feng's. We temporarily share this body, and his time is limited. He is destined to depart from this world, leaving me to bear the weight of it all. I forced a smile, feigning weakness as I spoke. I have become this way, and you still come to provoke me? By the way, prepare me a private room. One I will pay for myself. I wish to transfer to another room and stay for 3 days. All right, understood. As for your irritation, who can blame you when you are so utterly useless? Bai Jing rolled her eyes and gracefully departed. Just as Chen Feng had remarked, Bai Jing possesses a knack for inciting frustration. Even with my temper far more placid than his, I found myself greatly vexed. After finishing breakfast, I succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening, I hastily roused Chen Feng, and we began to delve into the intricacies of his past. Before the truth of his wife's infidelity was unveiled, Chen Feng's marriage was the envy of many. At least, it appeared so until he discovered Wang Lin's betrayal. Wang Lin was virtuous, kind, beautiful, and exuded an unparalleled grace. A woman of 30, she embodied the calmness of autumn, the passion of summer, and the allure of spring. A woman of many charms, the kind that easily evokes a man's protective instincts. Alas, a single misstep led to a cascade of errors. Through the most disgraceful actions, she transformed herself from a treasure into mere refuse. Chapter 8. Such women are easily deceived. This may well be the source of Chen Feng's enduring pain and inability to let go. In his mind, his wife was a paragon of perfection, only to be shattered into irreparable fragments overnight. She not only crushed Chen Feng's heart, but also left behind a myriad of shards that pierced his very soul. The decade-spanning relationship now appeared as a meticulously orchestrated deception, one he found impossible to bear. My curiosity about Wang Lin intensified. Since my acquaintance with Chen Feng, I had assumed her to be a frivolous, promiscuous woman. Yet through the eyes of a heartbroken man, her virtues were also plentiful. It seemed Wang Lin possessed but a single flaw, her betrayal of marital fidelity. In our society, the moral standards imposed upon men and women, while seemingly equivalent, are, in fact, disparate. In cases of infidelity, men may find forgiveness more readily granted, often accompanied by a myriad of justifications, such as overwhelming pressure, mere dalliance, or excessive temptation. Conversely, for women, the ramifications are profoundly different. A woman's infidelity not only devastates her own life, but also dismantles the very fabric of family and children, affecting even the lives of 3 generations across 2 families. Parents often feel embarrassed due to their daughters' indiscretions, facing the stigma of inadequate upbringing. This alone places women in a rather unfavorable position. To illustrate, one might liken a family to an antiquated brick and wood structure, where the man serves as the central pillar. If this pillar falters, the roof is bound to collapse. Conversely, women represent the foundation, the most fundamental aspect of a home, often overlooked. Yet, if the foundation crumbles, the entire edifice is destined to fall. It can be asserted that when a woman strays, the burden she bears is significantly greater than that of a man. Moreover, it can be inferred that most women who engage in infidelity tend to do so with greater resolve, as they often find themselves with no retreat. While this precarious situation may seem decidedly unfair to women, it reflects the foundational structure of families worldwide, which undoubtedly carries its own significance. A woman's role within the family transcends mere lineage. She also establishes rules and serves as a model for her children, a responsibility of great importance that is all too easily overlooked. In fact, this role can be far more critical than the financial contributions of men. However, without a man, a woman struggles to uphold a household. This delineates the division of labor within the smallest societal unit, the family. The moral standards imposed upon women in familial settings are considerably more stringent. Should a woman falter morally, the repercussions extend beyond herself, impacting her parents and children alike, affecting 3 generations. This phenomenon is unrelated to the notions of male superiority, as the division of responsibilities within the family assigns the majority of child-rearing duties to women, while men are expected to provide for the household. Thus, if a woman strays, the ramifications can be devastating for her family, unless, of course, the woman is uncommitted to marriage and seeks only to indulge in fleeting pleasures. Married women must remind themselves that any lapse in their moral compass can easily lead their offspring down a similar path, which is the unfortunate consequence of familial legacy. In this regard, men play a considerably lesser role within the family dynamic. In the hospital room, I lay with my eyes closed, appearing to be asleep on the bed. Yet I engaged in a wide-ranging conversation with Chen Feng. Through our exchange, I discovered that this individual was, in fact, my senior. He graduated over a decade before I entered the same university. By that logic, Wang Lin could also be considered my senior. This tangled web of identities was something I preferred not to disclose. Interestingly, even Wang Lin's lover hailed from our university, yet I had no recollection of him. I often wondered if establishing our school on a graveyard was a grave mistake, considering the caliber of students it produced. Do you still harbor resentment towards Wang Lin? I suddenly inquired of Chen Feng, sensing from his demeanor that he was still emotionally tethered. After a moment's hesitation, he attempted to grasp my hand, likely seeking reassurance, but ultimately relinquished the notion, replying, "I can't say I hate her, nor can I say I don't. I simply cannot comprehend how a once harmonious family could devolve into this chaos. What went wrong?" It is worth noting that Wang Lin and Guogang, her lover, were acquainted and worked at the same place, a fact that also contributed to my understanding of the situation. 2 years ago, I contemplated establishing a branch in Yangqing. Initially, Wang Lin vehemently opposed the idea. Her gentle demeanor seldom led her to engage in disputes, whether in romance or after marriage. She rarely argued with me. However, to my astonishment, she confronted me this time, leading to an extended period of silence between us. Ultimately, I yielded, relinquishing my plans for the Yangqing branch. Yet, upon witnessing my sullen demeanor day after day, Wang Lin's heart softened unexpectedly one day, and she consented to my venture in Yangqing. Upon my arrival in Yangqing, I had to start afresh. However, the opportunities there far exceeded those in the capital. In less than 3 months, I encountered a remarkable opportunity, one that could swiftly propel my business forward. Yet, to realize this deal, I required a turnover of 10 million yuan. My family and the company in the capital managed to gather only 5 million in cash, leaving the other half unaccounted for. The urgency of this sum was palpable, as it pertained to my first business transaction and the potential to break new ground. A loan was out of the question due to time constraints, and borrowing such a substantial amount from relatives or friends was implausible, as business partners would not lend me money without clear reason. Consequently, Wang Lin appropriated 5 million yuan from a bank fund, informing me it was a short-term loan arranged for exceptional circumstances. This misappropriation caught the attention of Guogang, who discovered it during an audit at the bank. However, rather than reporting the incident, he chose to conceal it. This incident inadvertently facilitated a closer relationship between Wang Lin and him. She frequently mentioned him in my presence, seemingly relishing discussions about him. Then, one day, she abruptly ceased to speak of him, never mentioning him again in front of me, until I eventually discovered their involvement. I nodded, Recognizing that a woman who consistently speaks of another man's virtues in front of her husband presents a perilous signal. While it cannot be definitively said that these two harbored any wrongdoing, it was evident that Wang Lin had developed a fondness for Guogang, and not a trivial one at that. At this point, she began to harbor feelings for him. If he were a shrewd individual, he would undoubtedly inch closer to my wife, eventually seducing her. Did you not notice anything amiss at that time? I initially believed it was merely a colleague relationship and paid little heed to it. Furthermore, they had graduated from the same university. Although Guogang was 7 years younger than Wang Lin, they shared ample common ground, and referring to each other as siblings was merely a jest. I attempted to counter Chen Feng's assertions, yet he understood how futile such arguments were. Chen Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim, ultimately transforming into vitriol. That scoundrel is truly despicable. If my suspicions were accurate, the relationship between Wang Lin and Guogang was not the mere 6 months Chen Feng claimed, but likely extended even further, perhaps beginning shortly after my arrival in Yanqing. It is plausible that Guogang flirted with Wang Lin, who, enjoying the attention, did not refuse him. Of course, they may have truly become lovers only for about half a year. I posed a question: is there such a thing as pure friendship between men and women? I suddenly interrupted Chen Feng, demanding a swift response. Taken aback, he hesitated, struggling to articulate an affirmative. How could a man with ample social experience be so naive as to not comprehend the complexities of this situation? Any attempts at justification are merely self-deception, leading him to shake his head with a wry smile. The notion of a pure relationship between a man and a woman, when they draw too close, is utterly implausible. As long as one party harbors feelings, their relationship is destined to transform into that of lovers. Whether they are superiors and subordinates, colleagues, friends, or even close siblings, the outcome remains the same. Frequent interaction inevitably culminates in a romantic entanglement, almost without exception. He must have realized that this individual is deliberately trying to get close to Wang Lin, and if she were to lower her guard, it would be difficult for her to escape such advances. This revelation prompted Chen Feng to feel a pang of guilt. Had he not been so insistent, perhaps Wang Lin would not have misappropriated the funds. Although he would return the money in 2 months, he had unwittingly sown the seeds of disaster. I waved my hand dismissively at Chen Feng, asserting that the root of the problem lay with his wife, not an outsider. Her inability or unwillingness to reject advances would lead to the same inevitable conclusion. For Guogang, the situation would merely be more complicated. The outcome would remain unchanged. How can one be assured that without Guogang, Lu Gang or Li Gang would not emerge? Furthermore, if your wife is at work and becomes the target of a scheming male colleague, even without this opportunity, he would find a way to approach her. After all, during your absence, the isolation she feels cannot be suppressed. Unless your wife possesses an exceptionally strong character and sense of responsibility, the result would be the same. Alas, how could this be? Chen Feng agonized over the question. I smiled and remarked that women, particularly beautiful ones, can be categorized into several types. The first type is strikingly beautiful and highly capable, yet possesses a dreadful temperament that frightens men away. The second type is lovely and gentle, but rather foolish, lacking in ability and discernment, making them easily deceived. But what of the third type? What third type? According to your perspective, there should exist women who are not only beautiful and capable, but also kind-hearted. Such women do not exist. At that moment, as Chen Feng absorbed the answer, I could almost hear the unspoken expletives. This guy is not a good person. Is he not subtly implying that although Wang Lin is beautiful, she lacks capability, discernment, and is rather foolish? Indeed, Chen Feng harbored thoughts of entrusting me with caring for Wang Lin, as he faced the unbearable pressure of his unfaithful wife, while I, as an outsider in their marriage, would bear little burden. He was even prepared for the possibility of me betraying him after he departed. Wang Lin's allure is potent. It is difficult for any man to resist. Although her physical form remains unchanged, her essence has shifted. Yet, as I alluded to the fact that he had chosen a foolish woman for a wife, he grasped my insinuation. I do not seek a foolish woman. Chapter 9. The era of the sycophant. A woman's infidelity does not inherently signify her moral failing. After all, there are many nefarious individuals. Infidelity is merely a matter of ethics. Yet, this woman must possess a fragile heart and an insufficiently robust soul. Belonging to the category of those who appear conservative on the outside, yet harbor little conviction within, a foolish woman, indeed. Furthermore, it is likely that this woman harbors her own issues, which have concurrently affected her marriage, though Chen Feng remains oblivious to these dynamics. I perceive it clearly, yet I choose not to articulate it. Wang Lin's inner desires should lean more towards familial reunions and the companionship of her beloved, rather than mere material wealth. In truth, both Wang Lin and Chen Feng hail from relatively stable familial backgrounds. At the very least, when compared to the countless young individuals migrating from rural areas to urban centers, striving to establish themselves through hard work, their lives commenced with a dreamlike advantage. However, I must assert that Wang Lin embodies folly. Even if a woman possesses a compelling reason to stray, captivated by another's brilliance, and finds herself unable to suppress her emotions, she ought to retreat if the potential outcome is one she cannot control, for she cannot bear the devastating consequences of being discovered. A woman who cannot withstand the repercussions of infidelity yet plunges headlong into it is, indeed, foolish. She is destined to emerge from this affair battered and bruised, as family, reputation, and wealth will undoubtedly flee from her due to this untenable relationship. Moreover, she risks sacrificing her future happiness. The exorbitant price she pays ultimately reduces her to another's plaything. Such a lack of discernment transcends mere foolishness. It borders on naivety. My perception of Wang Lin has only deteriorated further. In my view, a woman of her intellect should not exhibit such folly. Of course, some may argue that matters of the heart are driven by uncontrollable impulses, devoid of rationality. Yet, in reality, there is indeed a measure of rational thought involved. Does a woman not contemplate the consequences before straying? She should, and must, weigh the potential fallout. If she has not considered the repercussions, how does she differ from a 3-year-old child easily swayed by a lollipop? After years of education and exposure to a myriad of individuals in society, has she truly arrived at such a superficial understanding and ignorant intellect? This cannot simply be a lack of insight. What else could it be? In my estimation, Wang Lin's gravest error lies in her choice of lover, compounded by her insufficiently formidable standing within her household, one that would render Chen Feng reluctant to lose her. Were Wang Lin to have a father prominent enough to occupy the front rows of a meeting at Chang'an Street, would Chen Feng dare to voice his discontent upon discovering her infidelity? He might even find himself complicit in concealing the truth and accepting the existence of another man in his wife's life outside their marriage. While such an outcome would be cruel for Chen Feng, humiliation in the face of overwhelming power is merely a consequence of one's own weakness. To be oppressed is, in some sense, deserved. I have witnessed couples engaging in their own affairs within a household. If Wang Lin's family owned a company, and Chen Feng's business relied solely on her connections to survive, earning a few $100,000 each year, would he dare to object to her infidelity? The tragedies that arise from active decisions in this world primarily stem from a lack of comprehensive control over one's circumstances, yet individuals foolishly initiate conflicts. Much like the so-called third brother of Ur, who prided himself on being the third strongest in the world, if not the foremost in Asia, he rallied the nation's elite to launch a formidable campaign of territorial aggression. Yet, a month later, the finest forces of this third brother were decisively routed by 3 elite battalions of the Rabbit Army, suffering catastrophic losses. 3 months hence, the capital's defense came under siege, leaving no recourse but to beseech assistance from the Eagle Nation. This scenario epitomizes the misfortune of those who, when faced with defeat, resort to tears. As for Wang Lin, her extramarital dalliance foreshadowed the tragedy of her existence, a notion I hold with little doubt. Although she currently finds herself in a dire predicament after her infidelity was unveiled by her husband, this is merely the prelude to her nightmare. In reality, it has scarcely begun. A woman of innocent disposition ensnared by a man of dubious motives, patient yet unscrupulous, will soon discover that her transgressions will only mark the commencement of her torment. Until he tires of her, he shall not relinquish his grasp. She is destined to endure a harrowing period of entrapment, unable to escape the vortex of her circumstances. I cannot help but suspect that the fellow named Guigang is not solely captivated by Wang Lin's beauty, but also by her wealth, specifically the fortune amassed by Chen Feng's enterprise. This complicates matters further, rendering them perilous. After all, who would be content to expend such effort for fleeting moments of pleasure? In the meantime, her husband, children, elderly relatives, and even the reputation she has painstakingly built throughout the years will fade away. She remains blissfully unaware that a tempest is approaching. Her husband's initial reaction to her betrayal is merely the precursor to a more ferocious storm yet to come, one that will plunge her into despair. My conversations with Chen Feng are sporadic, not out of a desire to conceal, but rather to avoid provoking the last vestige of pride in a man wounded like a cornered beast. In the face of betrayal, a man's self-esteem is often trampled into the mud, leaving only a sliver intact as his sole reason for survival. Should he be utterly humiliated, I fear the consequences could be dire. Though he may exist in a spectral state, he still has many obligations to fulfill. My presence, in this context, serves as a means for him to fulfill responsibilities he can no longer manage. I am the dutiful son before his parents and the devoted father to his daughter, while simultaneously obtaining what I desire. Chen Feng's past and identity. I dread the possibility of him lashing out in frustration. Our discussions tend to revolve around his marriage and family dynamics, particularly recent events and the networks he has cultivated in the business arenas of the capital and the southern city. These insights are vital for my continued existence in this era. I must remain vigilant for any sudden departures on his part, particularly concerning the company. Where my managerial abilities fall short, it is not a matter of capability, but rather a recognition that I would not perform as adeptly as he. After all, different fields can feel as distant as different mountains. Chen Feng presents himself as a forthright individual, lacking the art of subtlety, yet possessing a remarkable candor. Such a persona often garners the trust of others, yet I find myself incapable of embodying this trait. Although I have had experiences in team leadership, the nature of his business diverges entirely from mine. Despite sharing a background in finance, he remains a novice, having never ventured into the industry. Similarly, I find myself utterly unversed in import and export affairs, which makes sustaining the company a daunting task. After all, I cannot assure that my insights into the stock market and economic trends will unfold in accordance with the patterns I recall. What if things go awry? I must rely on the foundation that Chen Feng has established in the business realm to maintain a dignified and prosperous life. An urgency has begun to envelop me. I must swiftly familiarize myself with Chen Feng's company. Should I fail to keep it afloat, I will need to devise a means of survival in this world. Moreover, I have the responsibility of caring for his parents and his child. Speaking of which, Chen Feng has a daughter. Ultimately, it is said that spirits do not deceive one another, only people do. This is the fundamental principle we adhere to. At most, we refrain from divulging the deepest truths harbored within our hearts, or we speak partially, leaving room for interpretation. Whether or not you misinterpret is not our concern. Chen Feng began reminiscing about his student days, but time was short, so he provided only a brief overview. We had agreed to recount everything from his childhood, starting from the moment he stopped wetting his bed, but clearly, time constraints required brevity. My first encounter with Wang Lin occurred on the basketball court. She was there accompanying a roommate to watch a game while I was engaged in a competitive match. Amidst the crowd, I was captivated by her beauty and poise, and I instantly resolved that she would be my lifelong beloved. At that time, she was the belle of our department, perhaps even the entire university. You were an athlete? The university basketball teams, especially those of prestigious institutions in the 1990s, were formidable. If one was a starter, they likely met the standards of a first-class athlete. Chen Feng found my thought process rather perplexing. My leaps in logic posed significant barriers to our communication. As we conversed, the discussion took unexpected turns. Indeed, I was a key player on the varsity team, a first-class basketball athlete. In university, with a commendable background and striking looks, Chen Feng epitomized the ideal boyfriend of campus lore, the object of admiration for many young women. Yet what was he doing? Subsequently, Chen Feng recounted his sweet moments. After fervently pursuing Wang Lin, he eventually won her over after half a semester, officially making her his girlfriend. You established your relationship in your freshman year, and only towards graduation did you visit a hotel? Is there an issue with that? The issue is substantial, my friend. You've been dating for 3 years. For goodness sake, you could have had 2 children by now. What if someone else swoops in and steals your partner? You would be left with nothing, do you understand? I expressed my bewilderment. After all, he entered university nearly 2 decades before I did, a graduate of the late 1990s. Chen Feng harbored a slight misgiving about my character and, with a stern expression, demanded, "Are you even listening? If not, I shall cease my words." "I am listening. I am listening. Please continue, my friend." During my university years, I was required not only to train but also to attend to my studies. You are aware of the formidable academic pressure at the prestigious university I attended. He cast a skeptical glance my way. I immediately understood and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I comprehend." When I applied for a full scholarship to Princeton's mathematics department, I was unsuccessful. My family lacked the means for self-funding, and thus I enrolled in a domestic 985 university, majoring in mathematics for my undergraduate degree, followed by 2 master's degrees, one in finance and the other in law. I am proficient in 3 foreign languages, English, French, and Spanish, and I can also manage Latin well enough to read original legal documents. Otherwise, top-tier investment banks would hardly consider us, the resourceless male candidates. Conversely, recruitment for female employees has been considerably relaxed. As long as they meet the educational threshold and possess sufficient beauty or resources, they gain entry into leading investment banks. Chen Feng appeared utterly crushed, his expression peculiar, as if he wished to curse but hesitated, fearing that I might retaliate with a language beyond his comprehension, further diminishing his confidence. Little did Chen Feng know that I had applied to Princeton. To say I was merely denied a full scholarship would be an understatement. I did not even receive an offer. During my application to Princeton, they had only 2 slots available for all of Asia, so not being selected was quite normal. I was merely participating in the excitement of the process. In nearly every esteemed university, there exists a brutal hierarchy of intellectual snobbery. Those engaged in theoretical research look down upon those in technology. Technologists disdain applied researchers. Applied researchers scorn economists. Economists sneer at literary scholars, and literary scholars belittle artists. Ultimately, all are trampled upon by the mathematicians, who regard the rest as intellectually inferior. After all, when pushed to the brink, one can commit any act, except for solving mathematical problems. I held Chen Feng's academic pride in utter contempt. However, his identity as an athlete pleasantly surprised me. Only adult men understand the significance of possessing a robust physique. Just as wealth can bring happiness, possessing both wealth and a formidable body can multiply a man's joy tenfold. It is said that extraordinary talent is the most formidable existence. I then spoke to him in Spanish. Eres una buena persona. Chen Feng's expression was a mixture of emotions. He seemed ready to erupt in anger but hesitated due to his ignorance, which was somewhat amusing. Despite being quite fluent in English, he suddenly felt so uninformed and feeble that he attempted to retaliate in English, fearing I might counter him in an English dialect. The result was that he could not comprehend, amplifying his distress. "Did you insult me?" "I did not," I retorted. "What I just said was in Spanish." "Meaning you are a good person, a damned good person? You still insulted me." Chen Feng sputtered in frustration, struggling to refute my claim, but ultimately resorting to self-deprecation. "I did not even know I was a good person. You say I am a good person. Is that not an insult? What else could it be?" He continued, "I always strive to consider my girlfriend's feelings. I understand her reluctance to do certain things. And I know this respect may seem foolish, but she is my first love, and I cannot bear to compel her to do anything against her will, even if I deeply desire it. I find myself at a loss for words and can only guide the other person. My dear brother, let us delve into your past experiences with academia and love, for these hold immense significance in shaping your future relationship with your wife." Chen Feng relished being addressed as brother, as it seemed to affirm his sense of dominance in this transaction. Yet, I remained unfazed. Calling him brother bore no consequence, and even addressing him as father would not pose a challenge. After all, the openness of future generations presents a stark contrast to the moral decay perceived by those living at the dawn of the century. Dignity has been utterly eclipsed by self-interest. Chen Feng resolved not to dwell on his grievances, for he realized it was futile. His very being lay within my grasp, rendering any resentment pointless. He then recounted his romantic endeavors during his university years, which he regarded as the epitome of an idealized, devoted affection. He was utterly submissive to Wang Lin, attending to her every need, and she reciprocated in kind. On the eve of their graduation, Wang Lin took him to a hotel, bestowing upon him her innocence and declaring him irreplaceable in her life. It was astonishing that the final barrier in their relationship necessitated the girlfriend's initiative. Chen Feng's past left me astounded. Fortunately, the goddess ultimately succumbed. Otherwise, he would have remained a woeful devotee. Of course, I do not imply that such devotion is inherently negative. The 1990s represented a golden age for devoted admirers, as it was a time when such individuals could indeed win the affection of their deities, particularly the campus goddesses, who, crucially, had no competing suitors. Chapter 10. The first step ashore. The sword cuts through the wall of marriage. From Chen Feng's depiction, it appears that Wang Lin was indeed a commendable woman. Since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, she had been his unwavering support. When the funds for his venture fell short, she would solicit assistance from her parents and even relatives and friends. She managed their child while also caring for the elderly at home. Those raised in urban settings enjoy the advantage of familial support for childcare. However, when Chen Feng wed, neither of their parents had retired, making daily caregiving burdensome, especially as Wang Lin had her own job and could not remain at home indefinitely. Thus, she endured hardships, supplemented by the help of a nanny, to navigate those challenging times. Perhaps Chen Feng's greatest anguish lay in the question, why could they endure hardships together yet not share in prosperity? The pain of having his self-esteem trampled left him restless. He did not seek out a mistress. Why then did his wife succumb to temptation first? Logically, as the primary breadwinner, he should have had the greater opportunity. Wang Lin not only had to work, but also manage their child. In the early days of my own venture, all our resources were poured into the project, leaving us financially strained. Wang Lin not only had to tend to the home, but also frequently cared for me after I returned home intoxicated from social gatherings. A task that was far from easy. After 2 arduous years, we finally emerged from those trying times. With the successful operation of my company, I earned my first substantial profits. Our lives transformed dramatically. We spent over $1 million to purchase a spacious 200 square meter home and a car. And the triumph in business brought me immense satisfaction. Simultaneously, it fostered my greater ambitions. When I ventured into the entrepreneurial realm of Yangcheng, our children were already in elementary school, which alleviated her burdens considerably. Furthermore, both my mother-in-law and father had retired in succession, providing assistance in caring for the children. I believed her life had become significantly easier, devoid of excessive fatigue, and I never anticipated encountering such distressing circumstances. The incident transpired in October of last year. As I have recounted before, after the flight rescheduling due to the torrential rains in Yangcheng, I returned home only to find that Wang Lin was absent. She deceived me over the phone, claiming she was at home with our daughter, yet our daughter was at her grandmother's house, and I had no knowledge of her whereabouts. It was then that I realized the home had ceased to be the warm haven it once was. It had soured. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating I had heard it all before, and there was no need for repetition. After years in business, have you never developed any clandestine connections? What do you mean by that? Seeking a mistress? Before Chen Feng could utter the thought, he immediately sensed something amiss and fervently clarified, "That's not what I meant. I have no intention of seeking a mistress. To me, a happy and harmonious family embodies a man's greatest fortune. Pursuing an affair only serves to dismantle a once thriving household. Plunging familial relationships into chaos, that is sheer folly." Upon finishing, he glared at me in frustration, as I often led him into conversational traps with a certain relish. "But having been away for so long, do you not have any needs?" I inquired. "Brother, I do not question your capabilities. Rather, I am concerned for your well-being." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am in excellent health. Like iron, how could I possibly falter?" It seemed he realized he had overreacted slightly, acknowledging that I had uncovered his many secrets, and I had cleverly ensnared him in my words. "Fine, I concede. Ask whatever you wish. Is there no intimate confidant in your life?" "None. If there were, I wouldn't be drinking alone, and I wouldn't have ended up meeting you." "What aspects are satisfactory?" "That is rather blunt." "Brother, what is there to fear in a private conversation between 2 men? Moreover, I will need to embody your identity in society moving forward, caring for our parents and our daughter. Should your health falter, we must address it. If it cannot be remedied, we should prepare ourselves psychologically. Don't you agree?" I did not voice this out of sympathy for Chen Feng. His health would no longer be of use to him, but I still required mine. At over 30, I felt a twinge of resentment. Had I been in my 20s, I might have been merely frustrated. At 30, the most fervent years of a man's life have passed. Those were the days of youthful promise, now slipping away from me, which contributed to my discontent with Chen Feng. I could have had a more favorable destiny, yet this fellow had marred it. Fortunately, I am not one to complain excessively. I primarily advocate for a philosophy of acceptance. This stems from my past experiences of adversity, which have encased my soul in a resilient armor, rendering me indifferent to external adversities. I too have known youth and have endured repeated setbacks. Like every young person stepping into society, I discovered that navigating the world often begins with a lack of shame, shattering one's worldview in the process. Seeing that Chen Feng was on the verge of collapse, I thought to myself, enough, let us not provoke him further. After all, he is but a pitiable soul. Why add to his anguish? Should I continue? Were it not for the pressing time constraints, I would not wish to pour salt into Chen Feng's wounds. Yet, a multitude of pressing matters lay before me, demanding resolution to restore some semblance of order to life. How should I navigate my relationship with Wang Lin? How do I contest for custody? How can I gain the understanding of Chen Feng's parents? Moreover, would the memories of nearly 30 years past come to fruition? These questions loomed large before me, each demanding meticulous attention and resolution, for only then could I untangle the chaotic threads of Chen Feng's existence and embark upon a new life of renewal. Otherwise, I would not permit Chen Feng to continue in this state, as time was of the essence. Chen Feng, like a lifeless fish, stared vacantly at me, his eyes dull and lifeless. Finally, he sighed, "Let us continue. Where had I left off? Yes, last October, after the flight was rescheduled, I discovered that Wang Lin had been deceiving you all along." "Very well, let us begin from that juncture." "No need," he interjected. "I am already aware of the subsequent surveillance and infidelity. What I require is to ascertain the evidence you hold. Can it secure you advantageous terms in the divorce proceedings, thereby aiding in the pursuit of custody?" "Divorce?" Chen Feng gazed at me with an expression laden with profound sorrow. I quickly intervened to prevent him from becoming agitated. Stop. My friend, you must understand that your wife has betrayed you. Her heart is no longer with you, nor with the home, nor with the children. Our objective is to mitigate the damage wrought by her infidelity to the utmost degree, and then to sever all ties with her, rather than to forgive a woman who does not merit forgiveness. But she has already apologized, even assuring me that she would cease all contact with the other party. Chen Feng lamented. Does she work? I inquired. Yes, she does. After 7 or 8 years, she has finally ascended to a position of minor leadership. It would be a pity to relinquish it. I chuckled softly. It appears she may very well be deceiving you. Everything she does is likely a mere ploy to placate you. Each time she leaves for work, it could be an assignation with her lover, increasingly clandestine and more difficult to uncover. I posed a question. If you were to call her later and she did not answer while out, what would you think? Divorce. It must be done. Chen Feng finally grasped the reality. Thankfully, my guidance had taken effect, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was truly apprehensive that in his moment of despair, he might develop an unhealthy fixation. That was the true source of my concern. As for Wang Lin, she is not my wife. Why should I care for her feelings? Now, my friend, recount for me your actions upon discovering her betrayal. I wish to hear every detail. Recounted in full. I first drank heavily, and in my drunken stupor, if my parents hadn't called, I would have had no desire to return home. Wang Lin searched for me everywhere, but I wished to avoid her and did not want to speak with her. I ended up in an inconspicuous tavern, utterly intoxicated. It was 3 days before I returned home, at which point I brought forth the divorce agreement, intending to have her sign. At that moment, I was filled with anger and sensed that this marriage was on the brink of collapse. Why would my thoughts shift? What thoughts? The notion of divorce? Primarily, I was concerned about my parents. My father, in poor health, had frequently ventured into the wilderness for construction projects during his youth. Although he had recently retired, he now suffers from numerous chronic ailments. My mother's heart condition is also troubling, as she had previously been hospitalized. I could not allow my fleeting desires to burden them with worries about my family and children in their twilight years. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it is indeed a filial duty to act in such a manner. However, I wish to inquire, what role does Wang Lin play within your household? She tends to the elderly and children, and during my time at home, she also looks after my meals and other necessities, as well as my clothing and the children's educational needs. Enough of that, my friend. There is no need to elaborate. If I may interpret this correctly, you require a woman who can nurture your children, possesses emotional intelligence, cares for the elderly, manages daily meals, and has a sense of style, beyond love and familial bonds. Your wife Wang Lin, in certain respects, resembles a high-end housekeeper. Am I correct in my understanding? Although such a statement may seem harsh and devoid of compassion, these are indeed the daily responsibilities Wang Lin fulfills within the home, and I do not intend to belittle her contributions. Of course, this perspective may appear callous. After all, the identities of mother, wife, and daughter-in-law cannot be reduced to mere household duties. Such a viewpoint is irresponsible. In an ideal marriage, such questions would be inappropriate. But given the circumstances of infidelity, it is not wrong to adopt a more pragmatic approach, is it? Discussing emotions at this juncture would be the utmost disrespect to both oneself and one's family. Although Chen Feng was reluctant to acknowledge this, he ultimately nodded in agreement. What is the current cost of hiring a housekeeper? Approximately 3,000 a month, I believe, but I am not entirely certain. If one were to offer 30,000, could an ideal candidate be found? Certainly. A tenfold salary? Offer 10,000, and she would treat my parents as her own. However, I must clarify that my parents already have a housekeeper who has been with them for several years and is quite dedicated, albeit she does not live in. Why are you even hesitating when you could save on the cost of a housekeeper? Now, let us discuss the expenses incurred by your wife Wang Lin. I am not entirely aware. Most of her expenditures are charged to my supplementary credit card, which I repay. Generally, her expenses for clothing, cosmetics, dining out, tutoring for the children, beauty treatments, and household costs amount to approximately 40 to 50,000. By replacing her, not only could you secure a more suitable individual to manage your household, but you would also save an additional 30 to 40,000, resulting in a profit for you. Of course, one must also consider everyday expenses. In short, replacing her would not result in any financial loss for you. Chen Feng was taken aback by my argument, as he seemed never to have contemplated these issues. Yet, he sensed something was amiss and found himself unable to counter my points. He was not foolish. Had we ventured into the realm of emotions, I would have countered with his wife's infidelity, which would not only infuriate him, but leave him without a rebuttal. Can a woman who has already betrayed her marriage and family still be deemed trustworthy? Chapter 11: The betrayal of the perfect wife. To replace a wife with a high-class live-in maid would, in a conventional household, represent a profound moral degradation. After all, the role a wife fulfills within a family is far beyond what a mere housekeeper could offer, particularly in terms of emotional harmony. It is an endeavor that outsiders are seldom able to achieve. However, when a wife strays and the marriage teeters on the brink of collapse, such considerations become unavoidable. For who can ascertain whether retaining her in the home might lead to even greater turmoil? As the adage goes, from ancient times, infidelity has led to fatal consequences. Thus, in the interest of safeguarding the family, it may become necessary to isolate the unfaithful wife from the household. No one can predict which side these women will ultimately align with, often favoring their lovers. Brother, take it easy. It is not that emotions cannot be discussed. The crux of the matter is that she is unworthy. The tragic tale of Wu Dalong serves as a stark reminder to posterity. Forgiving a wayward spouse may cost one their very life. Moreover, divorce does not signify an irrevocable end, but rather offers both parties a chance for renewal. If Wang Lin truly cherishes this family and you, she will not lack for care in your absence post-divorce. To put it somewhat crudely, after exploring the world, she may ultimately realize she cannot live without you. Therefore, even post-divorce, your former wife remains a part of your life. Yet, should she choose to liberate herself entirely after the divorce, there is no need to harbor resentment. This reflects her true inner self. The presence of such a person in one's life leaves the outcome uncertain. Indeed, you speak the truth. Even if Chen Feng desperately wishes to deny that keeping his unfaithful wife around serves only to exacerbate his distress, he understands that my analysis presents the simplest solution to the dilemma. It is a far cry from his previous indecision, caught in the tumult of emotional turmoil, oscillating between despair and suffering, yielding no resolution. Pondering why his wife, Wang Lin, chose betrayal serves little purpose, in my view. Yet, after much inner turmoil, Chen Feng still feels a sense of injustice and unease. After all, humans are creatures of emotion. His profound pain upon discovering his wife's infidelity stems not only from a deep sense of wounded pride, but also from the deep-seated affection he harbors for her. Their romance blossomed during college, both experiencing their first love, swiftly transitioning into family life post-graduation, and after over a decade of shared experiences, separating is far from simple. The love of the 1990s was notably pure. Many graduates retained their innocence, even after years of courtship, with countless couples never having ventured beyond the confines of modest rendezvous. Sweet first love, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, lingers sweetly in memory, even after more than a decade. Such a foundation is nearly indestructible for a man. Furthermore, Wang Lin embodies the archetype of the ideal wife, gracious, gentle, kind, and beautiful, an image yearned for by countless men. Consequently, the prospect of divorcing Wang Lin becomes exceedingly challenging. There exists a principle. The more beautiful and virtuous a wife is, the deeper the husband's anguish when she betrays him. Chen Feng found himself ensnared in such torment. Unable to extricate himself, were Wang Lin to possess an unseemly appearance, a disheveled lifestyle, and a tempestuous temperament, should such a wife stray, Chen Feng might well express gratitude towards the paramour, yearning to offer homage at a temple to ensure their eternal union. In the event that the lover were to perish and the woman remained, she would likely return to him, not to rekindle their past, but rather to cling to him. Thus, the darkest hour of his life would descend. Yet reality is harsh. Wang Lin's impeccable image stirs wavering thoughts in any man faced with the specter of divorce. Chen Feng was no exception, grappling with anguish and unable to find a way out. On one hand, divorce would mean yielding his wife to her lover, which felt like a boon to the rival. On the other hand, post-divorce, he would be irrevocably bereft of Wang Lin. Despite the pain she had inflicted upon him, he could not bear to harm her in return. Caught in this intricate emotional tug-of-war, Chen Feng's sole escape lay in self-sabotage. Excessive drinking, nights spent away from home, even wandering the streets like a soulless zombie under the cover of night. After a prolonged silence, Chen Feng spoke, "But we have a lovely daughter. Is she truly yours?" My retort was swift, so much so that Chen Feng had not a hint of defense, and I pierced his heart with the blade of my words, delivering a fatal blow. A matter he had never doubted now became a source of uncertainty. She should be mine, right? How can you prove it? Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He even harbored regrets about resurrecting me, who had hastened to take on life again. The cost was his soul, which would only endure for a few months, or perhaps longer. My coldness and acerbic tongue instilled a sense of fear in him. Was it wise to entrust his daughter and the elderly in his family to me? Yet, with matters having reached this juncture, he found himself devoid of options. Alarmingly, doubts began to fester within him. As I had stated, you cannot guarantee that your wife is truly your wife, nor can you assure that your daughter is genuinely your daughter. In such a predicament, the only recourse was to let evidence speak. Evidence. A paternity test. In 2006, obtaining such a test was not a straightforward endeavor, as most hospitals lacked the means. However, I recalled Chen Feng's friend Junzi, who was a police officer. Why not approach the police station? A remarkably simple solution. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng chose to acquiesce. He recognized that, ensnared in this web, making effective decisions proved arduous. Perhaps my indifference and ruthlessness were the best means to navigate this situation. As an outsider, devoid of emotional entanglements, I could handle matters with greater ease, rationality, and in a manner most advantageous to him. Brother Feng, your phone is fully charged. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Bai Jing entered with the phone in hand, accompanied by a woman whose serene and composed beauty radiated tranquility. Her features were soft and exquisitely refined, her tall, curvaceous figure accentuated by a fullness that exuded a maternal sweetness. Her attire was equally striking, the interplay of black and white enhancing her graceful aura. A mere glance suffices to ascertain her beauty, an extraordinary beauty indeed. She belongs to that rare category of women who can be effortlessly distinguished in a crowd, even if she does not reach the pinnacle of stunning allure. She is certainly not far from it. As Chen Feng aptly put it, she embodies the essence of a campus belle. Particularly, the maternal radiance she exudes, having nurtured life, adds an exquisite depth to her charm. Regrettably, this enchanting woman appears pallid and haggard. Upon entering, she immediately approached the hospital bed, bending down to kneel beside it. Softly weeping, with a cold voice, I remarked, I am not dead yet. Your tears are premature. Wang Lin turned to me in astonishment, striving to suppress the sorrow swelling within her. I confirmed her identity, Chen Feng's wife, Wang Lin. Meeting Wang Lin was an unavoidable encounter, marking our first confrontation, or perhaps a tentative exploration of each other's intentions. My knowledge of Wang Lin is solely anchored in her betrayal of Chen Feng, her impending misfortune. Intertwined with Chen Feng's identity, equally signifies her betrayal of me. Although I am an innocent party, victimized by Chen Feng's treachery, it is evident that this woman will inevitably remain linked to my future. Refusal, relentless refusal, this will be my course of action. Once Wang Lin's disappointment accumulates sufficiently, and she can no longer feign deep affection, that will be the opportune moment to extricate myself from her grasp. What does her beauty matter? This world is not bereft of beautiful women. Rather, it lacks the wealthy and the powerful. After all, there are only so few individuals, and even the most exceptional woman among them would hardly suffice to occupy their attention. I remained silent, listening to Wang Lin's solitary sobs. Her cries were soft, reminiscent of a mewing kitten, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, what does pity amount to? There are countless unfortunate souls in this world. Yet one particular kind of misfortune is not worthy of sympathy. Those who, due to their own inner void and ignorance, have transformed their lives into a series of tragedies. In my view, a woman's infidelity within marriage epitomizes such a plight. Admittedly, the burdens of marriage may have drained much of their fervor, leading them to seek emotional sustenance elsewhere. However, when love fades, it simply fades. Seeking a new partner post-divorce is certainly not out of the question. In fact, upon finding emotional security, if they choose to express their inner turmoil to their partners and confront the underlying issues, even if they subsequently divorce and unite with their new love, I would commend their integrity. Yet, infidelity within marriage is base, on one hand. They relish the benefits of matrimony, its reputation, wealth, and even a safety net, while on the other hand, they bestow the tenderness and consideration that should be reserved for their husbands upon men outside their unions, often even more generously. Simultaneously, they harbor disdain for their husbands, who provide them with financial support and care, simply because they do not measure up to the attentiveness of their lovers. Such individuals are difficult to admire. Moreover, they seldom reflect upon the reality that their lovers, fully aware of their marital status and family, still encroach upon their lives, dismantling their households and shattering their tranquil existence, only to cast them aside once they grow weary. One should never entertain questions about marrying a lover. To do so is folly. In this world, no man is inclined to marry a woman who has betrayed her husband. Even if he does, it is likely because she possesses something he desires, be it beauty, wealth, power, or connections. Once he has acquired these attributes, he will inevitably condemn her for her moral decay, as if he has suffered a grave injustice. Feng, I am truly sorry. I realize the immense pain I have caused you. I have erred. You may treat me as you wish, but please do not harm yourself. Leave. I do not wish to see you, I said. Feng. Wang Lin's countenance darkened, and she removed her long coat, placing it on the bedside. She soon busied herself, bringing hot water, purchasing fresh towels and a basin, and diligently tending to my bedside. First, she washed my face, for I reeked of alcohol, and my appearance was far from pristine. Lying on the ground in a drunken stupor had left me indifferent to cleanliness. At that moment, the only consideration was pleasure. Next, she washed my body. Lacking the strength to resist, I could only close my eyes and endure her ministrations. After she had tended to me, I gazed at Wang Lin. It must be said that a woman of such extraordinary grace and striking beauty is hard for any man to regard without impure thoughts. Yet, in my eyes, such a woman, if devoid of a powerful inner strength, is destined for a life of tragedy. Her virtues, grace, tenderness, and even beauty are often the very sources of her misfortune. History shows that beautiful women often meet untimely ends. The fragility lies not in a woman's exterior, but in her inability to master it and shape her own destiny with a formidable spirit. This, indeed, is the greatest sorrow leading a woman toward tragedy, acquiring what does not belong to her, all the while blissfully unaware. Infidelity may not necessarily herald the onset of misfortune, but if the object of infidelity is worthless, the ensuing misfortune is magnified. After completing her tasks, Wang Lin, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, gently grasped my hand, resting her palm against her face as if seeking solace. Feng, everything is my fault. I have hurt you. You may strike or scold me, but please do not harm yourself. I am not worth such sacrifice. Feng, I have been searching for you these past days. I went to the company, but you were not there. I could not reach you through friends, nor did you appear at your parents' home. I know you are in pain and sorrow, but please, do not continue to hurt yourself. Feng, I understand your revulsion toward me and your desire to avoid my presence. However, our daughter needs you. She needs you to be healthy to accompany her as she grows. Typically, I refrain from drawing conclusions on matters I cannot fully comprehend. Just as now, I am uncertain whether Wang Lin speaks truth or falsehood. Yet, such distinctions hold little significance to me. Divorce is merely the beginning of my acceptance of the identity of Chen Feng. As for Wang Lin, I shall leave that to time to fade away, not for me to forget her, but for her to forget Chen Feng. I calmly opened my eyes and looked at Wang Lin, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Do you have anything compromising that he holds over you? Has he ever threatened you? This is of utmost importance. What holds significance is not forgiveness, but rather the leverage Wang Lin holds, which could easily become a tool for Guogang to continue threatening her. Of course, this is merely my most pessimistic assumption. Wang Lin hesitated, lifting her gaze towards me, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head despondently, insisting, No. All right, I understand. You may leave now. There's no need to return tonight. We shall meet again in 3 days. No, Feng, please listen to me. I do not wish to protect him. I am merely afraid you might act rashly. You must trust me. I have truly severed ties with him. I have already applied for a logistics position at the headquarters, and I will be transferred in a month or 2. After that, I will never see him again. Feng, you must believe me. Her urgency left me feeling as though I had swallowed a fly. What did her extramarital affairs have to do with me? Moreover, betrayal is betrayal, deliberate harm, so there is no need for her to weep as if she were coerced by a man. Wang Lin regarded my resolute expression, her demeanor forlorn. Slowly rising, she said, I will take Tong Tong to her grandmother's house and come back to accompany you later. Feng, you must believe me. I cannot be without you. Nor can I be without this family. I beg you, please do not ignore me. I will tell you everything you wish to know. Please, I am frightened. Once Wang Lin left the hospital room, I did not immediately rise. Instead, I closed my eyes for a moment, awaiting full recovery. During this time, Bai Jing entered my room, prepared to administer a therapeutic massage, lifting my blanket to begin her work. Chapter 12. Daughter, I am sorry. As Bai Jing performed the massage, her incessant chatter filled the air. Brother Feng, you wouldn't be unable to perform, would you? Your wife has already given me the hat. Is there any significance in this? Although Bai Jing possessed an irritating demeanor, I discovered that she was not inherently malevolent. Having encountered numerous individuals, predominantly ill-natured, I had developed a discerning eye. However, I remained uneasy about her, particularly due to the circumstances of her acquaintance with Chen Feng, which were suspicious and left me doubting her intentions. The hammer of fate rested in Bai Jing's hands, causing me to grow anxious as I inquired of Chen Feng. She wouldn't do anything extreme, would she? She should not. What do you mean by should not? Previously, she had no opportunity to resist, except with her words. Chen Feng smiled slyly, seemingly relishing my apprehensive state. Having just been reborn, my body was still cold and unresponsive, requiring time to regain mobility. Every part of me ached, and I felt an overwhelming fatigue. Standing was manageable, yet walking proved to be a considerable effort. With the prospect of Wang Lin's visit looming, I found myself reluctant to see her, thus contemplating the idea of discharge. Bai Jing, how does Feng treat you? Humph, when have you ever cared about me? How do you think he treats me? Bai Jing rolled her eyes and spat at me, saying, I say, Feng Ge, how have you become so heartless? Wang Lin is quite the actress, portraying a pitiful image before other men, yet behind the scenes, she is shockingly promiscuous. But hasn't she treated you reasonably well? Are you not afraid that by provoking her intentionally, she might leave you? I silently muttered to myself that perhaps it would be for the best if she did. After all, Wang Lin had been married to Chen Feng for nearly a decade, alongside more than 3 years of courtship, making her arguably the person who understood him the most in this world. If I were to interact with her more frequently, I would inevitably reveal my true self. It wasn't the fear of her questioning my identity that troubled me, but the potential for unnecessary complications. I am averse to trouble, and the most effective ways to resolve it are undoubtedly twofold: to distance oneself from the trouble and to steer clear of those who create it. Clearly, Wang Lin embodied the latter. It seemed that besides her parents, no one truly loved her. Even her husband had fallen victim to her machinations. If their daughter were to discover the truth, that her mother's infidelity and betrayal led to her father's demise, she would never forgive her mother in this lifetime. Bai Jing's massage skills were rather mediocre, primarily due to her lack of strength, yet it did indeed restore some vitality to my body. Seizing the moment, I said, Bai Jing, please assist me in completing the discharge paperwork. I wish to leave. Are you out of your mind? You were fortunate this time to have encountered a kind soul who brought you to the hospital, but what about next time? Moreover, is your body fit for this? Bai Jing reacted strongly, appearing genuinely concerned. However, I did not trust her. Her presence was also a potential risk, albeit one where I did not have to pretend, as she was equally oblivious to Chen Feng. Once she turned away, I struggled to prop myself up from the bed, leaning awkwardly against the headboard, my legs dangling over the edge as I groped around for my shoes. Hey, why are you getting up? Bai Jing hurried over and squatted down to help me with my shoes, then assisted me toward the bathroom. I do not wish to go to the toilet. Then where are you headed? To find a doctor to handle the discharge paperwork. My stubbornness ignited a flare of frustration in Bai Jing, but as a nurse, she could not afford to lose her temper with me. I leaned against the wall, attempting to take a few steps. There seemed to be no sign of impending collapse. Rather, I breathed a sigh of relief and told Bai Jing, I can manage it myself. All right, I concede to your stubbornness. I will handle it for you. Putting on my clothes, or rather, Chen Feng's soiled garments, I couldn't help but wrinkle my nose at the odor. This man not only reeked of alcohol, but it also seemed he hadn't bathed in quite some time. After leaving the hospital, I found a hotel to stay in. I then sank into a bathtub filled with warm water, feeling enveloped in warmth. As my body gradually heated up, I regained all my senses. When I eventually dozed off in the tub, I left the hot water tap running. This nap was brief, lasting only about 10 minutes. Upon waking, I felt revitalized and full of energy. I went to the mall and purchased winter clothing, both inner and outer layers, and even replaced my shoes with a more comfortable pair. I had the new garments sent to the hotel laundry for cleaning and returned to indulge in a long, restful slumber. During this period, I sensed my phone vibrating. Undoubtedly, someone was calling, and it was none other than Wang Lin. I chose not to answer the call. In the dead of night, I awoke and roused Chen Feng to delve deeper into his relationship with Wang Lin, as well as his past. As I absorbed more details, a coherent narrative began to emerge, clarifying the connections among the individuals involved. The reasons behind Wang Lin's infidelity were straightforward: a yearning for emotional fulfillment born from loneliness and emptiness. She would never willingly abandon her seemingly blissful family for a man 7 years her junior who possessed nothing of substance. The root of the matter lay in Chen Feng's business endeavors in Yanqing, leaving his wife and children behind in Beijing, which led to Wang Lin feeling a profound sense of void in her heart due to her husband's prolonged absence. It was during this time that Guo Gang's presence filled the emotional void left by her husband. Initially, she likely believed she could manage her affair, only to realize that she had lost control. The affair became the very source of her descent into despair. Upon reflection, she discovered that her path back was irrevocably severed. Since Chen Feng uncovered her betrayal, she had been engulfed in guilt, wrestling with her anguish, yearning to return to her family, yet unable to even face her husband. As for her lover, although divorce might render her financially secure, Guo Gang was hardly a man of substance. What security could a man devoid of responsibility, moral integrity, and commitment offer her? Moreover, the weight of societal judgment, familial expectations, and concerns for her children's future plunged her into a state of near despair. Regret? Perhaps. Yet, Wang Lin is hardly deserving of sympathy. Following the revelation of her infidelity, Chen Feng engaged in a conversation with Wang Lin, during which she briefly disclosed Guo Gang's identity and the timeline of their acquaintance, culminating in their first encounter by the lake, a place where Chen Feng and Wang Lin had often visited together. Guo Gang had coerced her to revisit a location once cherished with her husband, only to be subjected to coercion, was nothing more than a feeble attempt to obscure her own culpability through manipulation. To claim coercion was but a jest. This conversation swiftly ended in an eruption of Chen Feng's emotions, leading him to propose divorce in a moment of despair. Wang Lin recognized that their marriage had reached a critical juncture. In the aftermath, she dared not provoke Chen Feng, fearing he might resort to extreme measures. Despite this, Chen Feng resembled a wounded beast, howling in anguish as he searched for the scoundrel who had humiliated him, even flirting with the fringes of criminality. The desire for revenge against the man who had wronged him and the betrayal of his wife consumed him. Even if murder was forbidden, the urge to confront his rival physically seemed a satisfactory outlet for his pent-up rage. A new day dawned. The sun shone warmer than the previous day, and the hotel attendant delivered my laundered clothes to my room. Donning fresh attire, I felt an invigorating sense of renewal. I picked up my phone to peruse the latest messages. Almost all were from Wang Lin to Chen Feng, uniformly expressing apologies, guilt, and even a humbling plea for him to return home. If betrayal could truly be so easily forgiven, Chen Feng would not have succumbed to intoxication on the roadside in the dead of night. After thoroughly reviewing all the information, I called the hotel to arrange for room service before preparing for the day's itinerary. In Chen Feng's office, I finally encountered the evidence he had gathered regarding Wang Lin's infidelity. Several discs, approximately 6 or 7, bore dates, featuring footage captured by that scoundrel in a hotel room. If you wish to view them, it would be prudent to close the door. I felt no urgency to watch. Following this were several photographs, including images of Chen Feng surveilling the couple, who appeared quite intimate on the streets. I must concede that Guo Gang's appearance is indeed captivating. His youthful, handsome visage undoubtedly wins the affections of many women. Just as men can be lustful, so too can women. The other photographs were considerably more explicit, even exuding a lascivious aura, depicting various scenes, both in the office and elsewhere. However, Wang Lin was the sole focus in these images, except for one photograph that caught my attention, featuring 3 individuals engaged in a compromising act, 2 men and 1 woman, along with the photographer, suggesting there were 4 people present. The images were somewhat blurred, yet it was easy to identify Wang Lin. The identities of the other 2, however, remained elusive. Who are these 2? I inquired of Chen Feng. Guo Gang's 2 dubious companions, he replied. I found it incomprehensible that such friends existed in the world, who could so casually swap girlfriends and indulge in affairs together. If I ever encountered that scoundrel, I would be compelled to confront him. Murder is a crime, my brother. One must remain calm. I scoffed. If I were in Chen Feng's shoes, my reaction would likely be no less intense. While I would not seek to wreak havoc on society, my desire to eliminate the male paramour would certainly rival Chen Feng's. They have committed a crime, and once the authenticity of this photograph is established, a report can be filed. In a month, I assure you I will secure a divorce and gain custody of your daughter. Criminal? Impossible. They are all consenting adults. How could it be a crime? Chen Feng appeared somewhat perplexed, recalling that during the stringent crackdowns of the 1980s, engaging in extramarital affairs was deemed unlawful. I have self-studied law, particularly the criminal code. Shall I recite Article 300 for you? Upon my utterance, Chen Feng displayed a bewildered expression, akin to being struck by a sudden realization. Quite pitiful as his once proud scholarly identity crumbled before me. He was likely beginning to question his own intellect. After organizing the evidence, my gaze fell upon a voice recorder. What is this? It contained the testimony of one of the men involved with Wang Lin, a companion of Guo Gang. His information had been relayed to me by Bai Jing. I had tracked him for 2 days before locating his residence, where I restrained him and interrogated him. You bound him. You scoundrel. Just how many reckless deeds have you committed? You would rather die than face the consequences. I have suffered greatly because of you. Surely you Haven T resorted to murder. Impossible. How could I ever break the law? Chen Feng's vehement defense ignited my fury, making me wish to deliver a swift kick to him. This fool's understanding of the law seemed limited to one principle. Murder is a crime. Damn the privileged offspring. Do they act without any sense of propriety? As the voice recorder, perfectly charged, began to play, it revealed a conversation about a colleague of Gongzi at the bank. A woman of extraordinary beauty, unlike anything I or Daniu had ever encountered. Gongzi claimed he was on the verge of seduction, promising to let us indulge once he succeeded. It was during a visit to a farm that we, having drugged her, engaged in a 2-day escapade. However, when the woman regained her senses, she turned against us. Both Dainyu and I later visited her workplace, hoping to take her out, yet she rebuffed our advances. Gongzi even scolded us for harassing her, insisting that we should not disturb her facade of innocence, which was merely a veil for her husband's ignorance. Ultimately, I was startled by a scream. I glanced at Chen Feng, suspicion clouding my expression, pondering if he had committed murder. Chen Feng, feigning innocence, insisted I merely wielded a stick, intending to break his leg. Besides, Bai Jing informed me that his leg is intact. This cannot be classified as a crime, can it? Even if he suspected me, would he dare to report it? If he did, the matters involving them would far outweigh my own. I contemplated the situation and concluded that he truly would not dare to alert the authorities. I was certain of this. A minor injury, combined with a good attitude towards confession and proper compensation, could lead to a likelihood of education rather than punishment. In the worst-case scenario, he might receive probation. If he dared to report me, the transgressions committed by those individuals would undoubtedly result in consequences far harsher than anything Chen Feng might face. They could very well incur a maximum sentence of 10 years for their heinous actions. Have you concealed any of my illegal activities from me? Are you determined to imprison me? I glared at Chen Feng with clenched teeth, seething with resentment. He recoiled slightly, saying innocently, if murder were without consequence, those scoundrels would have perished long ago. What can I do? Who can comprehend such torment? My chest burned with a fiery intensity, leaving me restless and longing to annihilate those rascals. Observing Chen Feng's pitiable demeanor, I found myself sighing, unable to fathom the depth of his despair and desolation. I questioned myself. If I found myself in a similar predicament, would I fare any better? What else? I inquired. What else? Kidnapping, intentional harm, unlawful entry. That is all. You genuinely have nothing else? Truly, nothing more. Chen Feng glanced at me anxiously, then forced a laugh. Let us discuss your daughter. Once you secure custody, do you possess any experience with children? Children? How old is yours? 8. I have experience mentoring apprentices, but no, absolutely not. That would constitute illegal child labor. Upon hearing that my experience was limited to apprentices, Chen Feng was overtaken by a profound despair, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Oh, my daughter. Forgive me. Chapter 13. The old goes to outsiders. Chen Feng and I appeared as one, yet we were, in truth, two souls temporarily inhabiting a single body. After spending half a day at Chen Feng's company, I grasped the intricacies of its operations. Aside from pursuing business, the other aspects were exceedingly simple, requiring minimal investment of energy. The business itself is rather straightforward. One merely needs to maintain customer relations during festive seasons. On ordinary days, it seems that Chen Feng has little to do at his company in the capital. It is then that I comprehend his desire to establish a company in Guangzhou, thereby expanding his operations to southern China. The limitations of business in the capital are evident, as growth is stunted by the entrenched connections of state-owned enterprises. Private firms can survive, but they find little room for expansion. Aside from the realms of the internet and real estate, other industries struggle to find substantial development within the capital's commercial landscape. These enterprises, while the former requires connections for financing and attention from the investment community, the latter thrives on resources and networks, face intricate challenges. For instance, a residential development project necessitates over 30 critical approvals, each demanding considerable effort and connections to navigate successfully. Any misstep during this process could lead to disastrous consequences, resulting in wasted investments. Such ventures are beyond the reach of Chen Feng's network. Cultural industries, such as advertising or film production, belong to entirely different circles, involving entities like press offices and television stations. The capital does not appear to provide a nurturing environment for trade companies to flourish. Furthermore, the scale of Chen Feng's operations in the capital is modest, resembling more of a liaison office for maintaining client relationships. With a limited workforce and business dealings, he manages to secure an annual profit of several million, which is commendable. After much contemplation, I concluded that this company may not warrant its existence. I might sell the company in the future. Is that acceptable? As for the future, I may not have the capacity to manage it, so you may do as you please, just ensure my daughter does not suffer. If you truly find it challenging to care for the child, let my parents take over. My father is retired, and my mother will retire this summer, affording them ample time to look after the child. I pondered further. What grade is Tong Tong in? 8 years old, in the 3rd grade. Wait, isn't 8 the age for 1st grade? How could she possibly be in school at such a tender age? Surely, she cannot be a prodigy? She performs well academically, but she is far from being a genius. She simply started school early, enrolling in first grade at the age of 5. My mother and Wang Lin believed that an early start would lead to early graduation and thus provide greater advantages. I did not oppose this notion and facilitated her admission through connections. I found myself lost in thought and casually inquired, does Wang Lin's situation affect Tong Tong? Undoubtedly. The atmosphere at home is rather desolate. Even if she wishes to avoid conflict, I cannot pretend that nothing has transpired. My daughter must sense the discord between us. However, this child harbors deep thoughts and remains silent about her true feelings. Chen Feng, for his part, feels helpless. He is inherently a carefree individual, often neglecting the finer details of life's trivialities. Despite his laid-back demeanor, he is quite devoted to his wife. Emotionally, he yearns to pour his heart and soul into his relationship with her, remembering every significant occasion for Wang Lin, showering her with gifts, and striving to provide her with the best material comforts in life. In truth, such love often results in the one who has consistently invested their emotions becoming the most wounded. The reason is quite simple. Women, as well as many individuals, possess a common flaw. Things that are too easily obtained are seldom cherished. While I cannot ascertain Wang Lin's motives for her infidelity, it is undeniable that she has openly flirted with and shown interest in men outside her marriage. This behavior undoubtedly conveys a message. This woman harbors feelings for him and is receptive to advances. After all, in the realm of emotions, not rejecting is tantamount to granting consent. Once such a woman becomes ensnared, the eventual outcome is seldom favorable, even if she awakens to her folly in time. She may very well sacrifice her future happiness, a shattered marriage, the loss of her parents' dignity, and the resentment and disrespect from her children all suggest that she will spend the latter half of her life atoning for a brief moment of indulgence and joy, with no guarantee that those she has hurt will show her any gratitude. My discussions with Chen Feng extended beyond his business dealings in the capital. We also delved into his connections. Most of them were of little use to me and thus overlooked. However, a few individuals caught my attention. One was a former senior colleague, a benefactor in Chen Feng's business pursuits, possessing valuable banking resources that I deemed significant. Another individual, as described by Chen Feng, is somewhat perilous, not in the sense of outright danger, but rather as a person who navigates the murky waters between legality and crime, seemingly serving as the accountant for an underworld figure known as Brother Xiong, who engages in loan sharking. The society of 2006 was intricate and diverse, though the safety in the capital was relatively stable. While nefarious individuals certainly existed, those who banded together for malicious purposes were few and far between, and their operations were modest in scale. After all, in a city where simply taking the subway can attract the attention of several men in black at the sight of an ambiguous object, it is rather inhospitable for those aspiring to establish themselves as leaders of the underworld. Is old Gue reliable? I inquired. What issues could arise? Is his credibility trustworthy? Rest assured on that front. You know that in business, one will inevitably encounter those who disregard the rules. When others strike, one must face them head on, even if it requires a steely resolve. Old Gue is skilled, while he may not handle the most sophisticated operations. No one excels in following and unearthing dirt on others within this realm quite like he does. I then retrieved my phone and dialed old Gue. When did you acquire his number? I previously organized your contacts, specifically from that blue notebook on your desk. Old Gue left a strong impression on me, so I took note. If his reputation is solid, I may consider employing him in the future. Are you not concerned? Concerned about him holding leverage over me? Why should I? What could he possibly hold against me? I do not commit murder, nor do I engage in kidnapping, and certainly, I would never assault anyone. Even physical confrontation is not my modus operandi. What could he possibly have on me? You previously mentioned wanting to avenge me, who stated that vengeance must be executed through physical means to bring ruin and despair upon the adversary, forcing them to regret their existence. Chen Feng was taken aback by my tone. Ruin and despair? Isn't that a bit too extreme? And isn't that still taking matters into one's own hands? The gaze directed towards me grew increasingly peculiar, a blend of trepidation and a hint of concern. He merely needed to ensure that Guigang, the man who had disrupted his marriage, paid a substantial price to alleviate the pent-up frustration in his heart. Suddenly, in a moment of unexpected empathy, I presented him with a grand package of vengeance, which left Chen Feng feeling somewhat guilty and hesitant to accept. Remember, you must also look after my daughter and my parents. You can't just throw yourself into prison, can you? At this moment, the information was asymmetric, and I had no viable options. Never mind, I would wait until I had a clearer understanding of the situation. As for the notion of imprisonment, I thanked him. The fact that he had not yet landed himself in such a predicament was already a stroke of fortune. I sighed and remarked, in truth, avenging oneself is quite simple. If your enemy happens to be standing on the edge of a cliff, all you need to do is shout, and perhaps your adversary will be startled into a misstep, tumbling off the precipice, and you would bear no responsibility. Why not seize such an opportunity? The identity of the old ghost was straightforward, a man in his 40s. A former soldier who had wandered into the capital after his discharge. He had once served as a reconnaissance soldier, experienced in the battlefield, skilled, and possessed of a courageous yet meticulous nature. He was judicious in his actions, while he was not averse to illegal activities. He only engaged in those that skirted the law, and only for a price. However, should it come to intentional wrongdoing, no amount of money would persuade him. Moreover, he had a band of brothers. Although their backgrounds were untainted, their methods were quite effective. They excelled at digging up dirt and leveraging secrets. The only downside was their rates, which were somewhat steep. Costly as it may be, the crucial factor was their ability to get things done. At the Orlando Cafe, the winter sun in the afternoon cast a warm glow, making one feel lethargic. Dressed in a thick down jacket and wearing a hat, I settled at an outdoor table, awaiting my appointment. No sooner had I taken my seat than a seemingly capable middle-aged man at the adjacent table caught my eye. He did not possess a towering physique, certainly not as robust as mine, yet he exuded a unique energy, his eyes sharp and fierce, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Upon noticing me, he rose, newspaper in hand, and approached, taking a seat after I had concluded my exchange with the waiter. "A cappuccino, please," he requested. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" "A chilling wind," I replied. "Do not frighten me. I am but an old soul, ill-equipped to endure such scares." From my pocket, I retrieved several photographs, printed in color from an office printer, each on an A4 sheet. Though not exceptionally clear, they were sufficient for identification. Beneath the images lay the pertinent details of the subjects. "There are 3 individuals. I require all available information on them, whatever you can procure. Please name your price." As the old ghost regarded me with a questioning gaze, I forced a smile. "None of them are particularly well connected. I am the aggrieved party, especially against this scoundrel, whom I long to see eliminated. However, 2 of them are from out of town, necessitating a visit to their residences. I have one stipulation. I do not wish for you to alert them in any way that might raise suspicions." Only then did the old ghost place his hand over the photographs, glancing briefly at the information, and seemed to comprehend. 100,000. Having lived in this era for a couple of days, I was somewhat acquainted with the cost of living. At least I had an idea of the taxi fare and the price of a pack of cigarettes. Curiously, a pack of soft cigarettes remained at the same price 30 years later. What a rip-off. However, I find myself rather unclear about the current market rates for business intelligence expenses. Nevertheless, one must maintain a sense of gravitas. With a casual flick, I light a cigarette and exhale slowly, remarking, "That's rather steep. 100,000 for 3 individuals does seem excessive, especially considering the necessity of dispatching additional personnel across 3 locations." Old Gue, shrewd as a seasoned businessman, engages in a spirited negotiation with me. I silently reflect on how fortunate I am, having initially misunderstood the cost as 100,000 per person. I nearly fell prey to being perceived as a naive fool. "Very well, 100,000 it shall be, but I am in urgent need." Old Gue nods in agreement. Watching my departing figure, he shakes his head and sighs. Throughout history, illicit affairs have led to calamity, alas. I truly cannot fathom why these scoundrels cannot allow for a moment of peace. Chapter 14. The Heartless Ones. Old Gue's lamentations reached me not. Upon returning home, I seized the opportunity while Wang Lin was absent to retrieve the family's bank card, the electronic transfer U-Shield, and several legal documents from the safe. I logged in online to review the transaction history and printed the records. These items no longer seemed safe within the confines of my home. As for the division of assets in the divorce, I must adhere to Chen Feng's wishes, a fair split, each taking half, which I find completely understandable. Although he harbors a deep resentment towards Wang Lin, over a decade of shared history renders him incapable of delivering a decisive blow to the one he once cherished. Furthermore, despite Wang Lin's shortcomings, the law affords her protection regarding her marital assets. After all, a significant portion of Chen Feng's initial capital was borrowed from her parents, and he was not required to repay it. Wang Lin was also quite favored by Chen Feng's family, at least in his narration. It seems she was held in higher esteem than he. It must be said that had it not been for Wang Lin's infidelity, both families, including Chen Feng's modest household, would have basked in happiness, becoming the envy of those around them. Next, I visited the bank, followed by a real estate agency. and finally met with the iron-willed Junzi at a quaint tavern. Old Feng, to be honest, Sister Lin has had her fair share of struggles. While you toil away, often departing for business trips lasting 10 days to half a month, she is left to manage the household alone. She bears the responsibility of caring for the young and elderly while worrying about your life beyond home. Just as Tong Tong is about to start elementary school, providing her a moment of respite, you rush off to Guangzhou to establish a company. The days spent at home are scarce, often amounting to just a few. It was merely a lapse that allowed that banker's son to take advantage of her, and without even drinking, she ends up intoxicated? As I poured a glass of erguotu for Junzi, I inquired, what would you do if your wife sought solace in the arms of another? Instantly, a pallor crossed Junzi's face as he shook his head with a rueful smile. Fortunately, I am without a wife. I dread the day that may come. Alas, I knew I should not have acquiesced. My sister-in-law wept in the reception area of my office for an entire afternoon, leaving me utterly bewildered, and I foolishly agreed. She, too, is at her wit's end, frantically seeking a remedy for her predicament. Unless we ultimately confide in our uncle and aunt, as well as her parents, the situation will only grow more convoluted. Thus, I find myself in a state of distress. Do you believe you possess a solution? I held chopsticks in my hand, savoring the delectable braised beef, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The texture was truly exquisite. The establishment sourced its beef shank from premium yellow cattle, imbued with the unique flavor of its proprietary marinade. Unlike the modern eateries that rely heavily on pre-prepared dishes, this culinary experience was on an entirely different level in terms of taste and texture. With a satisfying slurp, I took a sip of wine, the lingering flavor a sheer delight. Junzi, I find myself in a position of helplessness. Do you think I desire a divorce? Zhang Lijun set down his chopsticks abruptly, confusion etched upon his face. Old Feng, if you do not wish to divorce, why then do you so resolutely convey an attitude of separation? The torment of wishing not to part ways, yet feeling compelled to do so was palpable. Regrettably, tears would not flow. While I could comprehend Chen Feng's anguish, I could not empathize with it. Nonetheless, our discourse had reached a significant point. Through my interaction with Chen Feng, I discerned that Junzi, his close confidant, possessed a propensity for loose lips. Although he could exercise some restraint, once news of Chen Feng and Wang Lin's impending divorce circulated, he would undoubtedly divulge it to his family. Having grown up together, these childhood friends and classmates would likely ensure that no scandalous rumors about wealthy individuals keeping mistresses would tarnish my reputation. This was a preventive measure we had discussed. I could lend Wang Lin assistance once, but should she choose to spiral downward thereafter, I would not extend my hand again. After all, one who is determined to perish cannot be stopped. However, my purpose in seeking Junzi was not to spread rumors of divorce. The dissolution between Chen Feng and Wang Lin posed no challenge, and Wang Lin would hardly have an opportunity to resist. My primary intention was to enlist a bodyguard and driver. Bodyguard? Your business has grown so substantial that you require one? Junzi inquired. His uncle held a significant position within the municipal bureau, soon to ascend to the top role, a transition that seemed assured. The true challenge lay in whether he could secure the position of Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Attaining that title would elevate him to a member of the Standing Committee, a vice-ministerial rank. Without it, he would remain merely a typical departmental official. Although seemingly a minor distinction, the difference in power and influence was monumental. The former would oversee the city's security efforts, while the latter would merely follow orders. Moreover, Junzi's family had connections within the military, enabling access to retired special forces personnel. Even if they were not special forces, they would still be exemplary candidates from the armed forces. What was crucial was their unblemished backgrounds and trustworthy character. Such individuals may not always be easy to work with, but they would be reliable and not bring me trouble. This wretched paranoia gnawed at me. I could not shake the feeling that someone sought to harm me. With a wry smile, I remarked, for the sake of divorce. It is merely a divorce, not an abduction. Must such a fuss be made? The emotional toll was substantial, and financial burdens were also significant. Do you have any idea how much I will have to part with in cold, hard cash for this divorce? My feigned distress piqued Junzi's curiosity. How much? I haven't calculated the total, but it exceeds 30 million in actual currency. Junzi gasped, my goodness. Is business truly that lucrative? His eyes grew wide with envy upon learning of the substantial assets at stake in my divorce. Previously, he had sympathized with Wang Lin at the workplace, but in the end, she turned out to be a millionaire while he was left with nothing. What was there to sympathize about? In an instant, even Junzi's fondness for Wang Lin plummeted. She was the one who strayed. The division of assets was still in her favor. What right did Wang Lin have to elicit pity from others? Everything she had acquired in the past 2 years made it clear why I had not returned home. This was the reason. If one day you had the opportunity to earn 100,000 or 200,000, would you think about staying at home to amuse your wife? I then despondently picked up a peanut and tossed it into my mouth, downing a good portion of white liquor in one gulp. The fiery sting of the liquor nearly brought tears to my eyes. Here I was, earning barely 7,000 a month. How could I fathom the experience of making tens of thousands in a single day? It became evident to me that this was all a matter of money, far too much to be contained. I must say, Junzi's initial confusion about me transformed into sympathy, and ultimately into a shared animosity, culminating in jealousy. His reaction was quite amusing. The crucial point was that all his thoughts were laid bare before me. It is indeed delightful to have a friend with such straightforward intentions. However, it seemed that the bodyguard would not be able to assist in the short term due to time constraints. Additionally, I instructed him to keep an eye out for properties near the second hospital, not large ones, just around 60 to 70 square meters would suffice. I provided him with the rationale. It was to settle matters concerning Bai Jing. Chen Feng and Junzi had indeed forced a relationship with Bai Jing in Guogang's rental apartment. Although Bai Jing chose not to pursue the matter, should she decide to report it, they would be facing years of hardship. Providing her with a home in the capital would allow her to fully move on from the harm inflicted by Chen Feng and Junzi, serving as a form of compensation. It would also signify a farewell to Chen Feng's past. This made Junzi somewhat melancholic. My words felt like a final testament, as if I were preparing to leave Beijing forever. Zhang Lijun had few friends, and those from humble backgrounds who approached him for favors were looked down upon. Those from affluent families were scarce, and finding someone of a similar age was even more challenging. I might be Zhang Lijun's sole friend in times of adversity. Nevertheless, he agreed to the property arrangement, for he had acted impulsively concerning Bai Jing, and if it were pursued further, he would have to face the consequences alongside me. Settling the matter, even at a cost, was acceptable, especially since it wasn't his money. One by one, matters were addressed. Even Chen Feng, as an observer, was left in awe. The issues concerning the company, the divorce proceedings, contingency preparations, and even investigations for revenge. Within 3 days, I managed to resolve them all. Even if not entirely settled, they were at least in motion. I also took the initiative to prepare a banner of gratitude for the kind soul who had escorted me to the hospital, accompanied by a generous gift. Particularly, my discussions with the law firm and the lawyers astonished Chen Feng. My professional acumen rivaled that of seasoned lawyers, with a firm grasp of legal texts and a clear understanding of litigation processes that left the lawyers somewhat embarrassed. Here I was a client, yet I was treated as a peer, which was undeniably awkward. Divorcing Wang Lin was a straightforward affair. Once the court accepted the case, there would be no need for a trial. At the mediation stage, the process would undoubtedly reach completion, involving the division of assets. The litigation funds amount to over 100,000, while other expenses are minimal. Legal fees are equally modest, only around 100,000, payable only after signing the litigation authorization documents. This sum seems somewhat incongruous with the overall distribution of marital assets. However, my sole requirement was for a lawyer to navigate the court proceedings, and with the necessary evidence, that was achievable. The attorney seemed increasingly despondent, for my oratory skills were not inferior to his own, and it appeared that I could effectively conduct my own defense at trial. As I departed, he stood bewildered in the biting wind outside the law firm, lamenting, "With your capabilities, is it truly so difficult to obtain a professional qualification certificate?" The answer is no. However, due to Chen Feng's status, he is ineligible to take the examination. The ensuing events left Chen Feng in a state of mental disarray and fear. The efficiency displayed by a person of absolute rationality instilled a sense of despair in this seemingly ambitious, successful businessman. Is this truly the efficiency one should possess? Each day comprised at least 5 significant tasks interspersed with trivial arrangements. Seizing the opportunity, I opened an account at a nearby securities firm under Chen Feng's name, swiftly purchasing nearly 50 stocks on the very first day. This impulsive buying led Chen Feng to mistakenly regard me as foolish. Yet, to my astonishment, I made a profit the following day. It was utterly inconceivable. I continued to earn on the third day as well. Even more perplexing was the fact that, despite the numerous stocks I acquired, my capital remained a mere 1 million. Thus, with 1 million, I constructed a remarkably compact fund portfolio. My seemingly arbitrary adjustments each day ensured that the account consistently remained in profit, transcending mere horror and venturing into the realm of the bizarre, an absolute fantasy. Yet, I reveled in this pursuit. What Chen Feng failed to notice was that each subsequent day, I purchased 4 to 5 stocks fewer than the previous day. This was my true intention, selecting stocks and testing the market. The results were promising. As I discovered my instinct for the market had reached a level of precision that left me astounded. Almost every anticipated possibility led to the correct choice. Coupled with my memory of stock trend lines, this signified that the stock market would henceforth become my personal treasure trove. I also attended a theatrical performance, a veritable paradise for audiences in this era. The number of actors exceeded that of the audience, and even a patron's trip to the restroom could evoke expressions of sorrow and conflict from those on stage. Pondering whether to continue the performance in the absence of a spectator, for losing one could represent a significant portion of the audience. There was no need to queue for tickets or make reservations, simply arriving guaranteed seating, with the first 3 rows available for selection, a standard practice. On the 3rd day, at the appointed hour, I drove Chen Feng's car to the residence he shared with Wang Lin, which could also be considered my home. The property is situated in a prime location, near the 2nd Ring Road and close to the East City, destined to become the CBD of the capital. The 200-plus square meter apartment, purchased 3 years ago for merely $1 million, felt almost like a fortuitous windfall, truly astonishing. The floors gleamed under soft lighting, exuding the scent of wealth. This is the capital's largest luxury goods mall, having long been the hub of high consumption before the emergence of other commercial centers like China World. A myriad of individuals, with an air of haughtiness, saunter into the shopping mall, availing themselves of the services provided by the exquisite saleswomen. The international luxury brands on display are nothing short of dazzling. Their price is enough to leave ordinary consumers astounded. Wang Lin, as radiant as ever, bears a hint of sorrow and anxiety in her demeanor. We have arranged to meet in 3 days, and she can already surmise the nature of our conversation. She yearns to salvage her marriage, which she is on the verge of destroying. Aware of the formidable challenge that lies ahead, she is unprepared for the hellish difficulty it presents. My unwavering stance pushes her to the brink of despair. My silence could be construed as a form of emotional neglect. Yet, can 2 individuals devoid of love truly possess an abundance of words to exchange? Is that not a form of self-deception? Women, particularly those of striking beauty, often resort to their physical allure when faced with insurmountable challenges. While using one's charm is not the sole weapon in a woman's arsenal, it may well be her last resort. Wang Lin selected several pieces that Chen Feng once adored, such as Balenciaga stockings, Valentino heels, and a Chanel gown that perfectly complemented her grace. Adorned in these garments, she resembled an ethereal fairy. Upon her selection, she approached the payment counter, presenting her frequently used credit card. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The cashier, bowing slightly, accepted the card and processed the transaction, awaiting Wang Lin to input her PIN. Yet, after entering the code, the register remained unresponsive, failing to print a receipt. "Madam, could you please enter your PIN once more?" Still, there was no response. "Madam, do you perhaps recall your password incorrectly?" At that moment, Wang Lin comprehended the situation, her body involuntarily swaying as she struggled to maintain her composure. Deep down, she realized that Chen Feng had deactivated the supplementary card linked to her daily expenses. With great reluctance, she retrieved another debit card from her wallet, and this time, the transaction succeeded. Exhausted, she made her way to the underground garage, laden with shopping bags. Upon returning to her residential complex, she spotted Chen Feng's car parked in a nearby space, her eyes betraying an unwarranted sense of hope and anxiety. It seemed that their impending meeting would be the most significant encounter of her life. Chapter 15. The knife falls swiftly, inflicting no pain. "Feng, you're here." "Yes. I arrived a bit earlier than you." Wang Lin stifled her tears, covering her mouth as she choked back emotion for a moment before regaining her composure. She placed the ingredients purchased from the supermarket into the kitchen and changed into cooking attire. Lowering her gaze as she addressed me, "I didn't realize you would come so early. Cooking will take a little while. Please, have a seat." "No need. I won't be dining at home." "You're leaving?" Hearing my intention to depart struck Wang Lin like a hammer blow, draining the color from her face. She understood that her actions had profoundly wounded a man who once cherished her deeply. Divorce might be the only liberation for Chen Feng. Yet, when that day truly arrives, she finds herself in such agony that it renders her breathless. For the fleeting pleasure of a moment, she ultimately sacrifices her own happiness, that of her child, and even the well-being of her entire family for a lifetime. She longs to proclaim to the world that she was wrong, that she can never forgive herself for her mistakes, and she hopes her husband will grant her the opportunity for redemption. I did not intend to humiliate Wang Lin, for such an act is devoid of meaning. Before she returned home, I washed a set of tea utensils and brewed tea, awaiting her arrival. "You must be thirsty. Have a sip of tea to soothe your throat." Wang Lin, like a specter, collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes filled with despair as tears streamed down her face. "Feng, I know it is my fault, Entirely my fault. I have destroyed this family. Do not set a burden of guilt upon yourself the moment you speak. It is inappropriate. You have valid reasons for your discontent with life, the right to pursue love, and the audacity to seek thrill regardless of consequences. All of this is your freedom, for it is your life. I have no authority to interfere, nor the means to do so. After all, some actions may be deemed morally unacceptable, yet are not prohibited by law. Infidelity is merely a trivial matter, barely qualifying as a fault. I recognize that within this marriage, I too have faltered. I became too preoccupied with my career, neglecting your feelings. I failed to perceive your need for companionship, and by the time I realized it, I was powerless to effect change. These are the exact words of Chen Feng. I merely recount them. However, I do not concur. By Chen Feng's standards, he is quite adept, yet that young man is both lacking in stature and duration. His inadequacies compelled him to resort to props, a blatant violation of decorum. Following the revelation of her infidelity, Wang Lin has lived in a state of perpetual fear, each day stretching into an eternity. Meanwhile, Chen Feng has also reflected upon his own suffering after the betrayal of their relationship. As he articulated, once the event transpired, he found himself unable to alter the course of events. To be precise, he lacked the courage to endure the pain wrought by betrayal and to forgive his wife for her transgressions. He had previously broached the subject of divorce, but Wang Lin's fervent pleas for forgiveness led him to refrain from pursuing that option. This predicament plunged Chen Feng deeper into despair. He faced not only the betrayal of his wife, but also had to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, concealing the humiliation of his cuckoldry from the outside world. I hold a different perspective. A man's focus on his career is not inherently flawed. In fact, it may be the wisest choice. It is not that family holds no significance, but rather that a man, provided he possesses the capability and achieves success in his career, will have a plethora of opportunities to shape his life. If Chen Feng were merely a low-level employee, a minor supervisor, with a significant portion of his income consumed by mortgage payments, and after accounting for his child's tutoring expenses and household costs, he would be left with scant resources. Upon discovering his wife's infidelity, faced with a shattered marriage, dependent parents, young children, and the pressures of familial reputation, the outcome may not be his desire for divorce, but rather a desperate plea for his unfaithful wife to remain, for he cannot afford to lose this marriage. Thus, the reality of betrayal manifests in two starkly different scenarios, underscoring the paramount importance of financial stability. Lacking resources, one is left with no choice but to endure humiliation in pursuit of preservation. This epitomizes a man's greatest tragedy, to swallow the most bitter poison while still beseeching the poisoner for mercy, pleading for compassion despite having committed no transgression. Wang Lin appeared to be in profound anguish, shaking her head incessantly, weeping, "No, it is my fault, all my fault. I detest myself for having become what I am today." I withdrew a wad of tissue from the coffee table and offered it to Wang Lin. She delicately accepted it and gradually compressed the large mass of tissue in her hands until it transformed into a solid, white sphere. This vividly illustrated her inner turmoil and suffering. However, a woman who engages in infidelity must surely comprehend the repercussions of her actions and has likely wrestled with her conscience for an extended period, weighing the pros and cons before ultimately choosing to betray her husband, who has shown her nothing but unwavering devotion, to please the man who lusts after her body. Throughout this ordeal, she had countless opportunities to extricate herself from this extramarital involvement, yet she chose not to. It was only when her husband discovered the truth that she was overcome with tears. These were not tears of remorse, but rather crocodile tears. Perhaps some may inquire whether one who errs is beyond redemption. It depends on the nature of the transgression. Knowing full well that her actions would inflict harm upon an innocent person, should that innocent party then be expected to exhibit magnanimity after suffering such wounds? What a farcical notion of generosity. If society's moral compass is calibrated to such an extravagant leniency, I would prefer to be a villain beyond redemption. For in a world awash with saints, a good person is scarcely afforded even a dignified end. Why then strive to be virtuous? I sighed, not wishing to further provoke her. Wang Lin, whether you were right or wrong is now irrelevant. It serves no purpose to dwell on it. The deed has been done. We must seek a resolution. As I spoke these words, I distinctly sensed an involuntary shiver run through Wang Lin's body, akin to the moment of judgment when all hope is extinguished. Yet, she did not surrender. She yearned for reconciliation and had severed all ties with her lover. Of course, an unexpected complication arose later, but she had ceased all meetings and daily communications with him. She was prepared to return to her family, even ready to endure all that might be disadvantageous or humiliating. However, My stance abruptly plunged her into despair. All her preparations were rendered futile in my eyes. I no longer desired her as a person, so why would I seek her contrition and restitution? In a moment of desperation, she reached for my arm, but I evaded her grasp. With a gaze full of sorrow, Wang Lin implored, "Feng, I truly erred. Please, do not divorce me. Do not let this family disintegrate. I still love you. Truly, I cannot bear to be without you." Love me? I am not Chen Feng. Wang Lin's affections for Chen Feng are of no concern to me. To be candid, even if I were Chen Feng, my character would not allow me to become ensnared in the question of whether Wang Lin loved me. Regardless of the truth of her words, they stirred no tumult within my heart. Love me? Is it love when one engages in flirtation with another man? Is it love when one shares a bed with another man? Have you misconstrued the essence of love, or do we inhabit entirely different realms? You profess your love for me, yet how do you intend to substantiate that affection? At a loss for words, aren't you? However, I can unequivocally demonstrate your lack of love for me. I paused, my emotions surging, undoubtedly influenced by the essence of Chen Feng lurking in the recesses of my being. Yet, I shall not relinquish control of my body to him. This is not a matter of cold-heartedness, but rather a question of safety. I cannot entrust my very existence to another's whims. Having faced death once, I have come to grasp a fundamental truth. To live, one must live for oneself. For only then can one radiate a more resplendent light. This is not selfishness, it is a necessity. If one cannot even govern their own life and death, how can they illuminate the lives of those around them? Wang Lin, I recall a conversation we had, precisely 3 days after our encounter at the hotel. When I cornered you, I once stated that I respect your freedom to choose your way of life and the path you wish to tread. Yet, I did not clarify then, and it is imperative to state now, your freedom encompasses the liberty to depart, but not the privilege of returning after leaving. For most, home is a sanctuary, a source of support, a place where one can truly relax. However, this does not extend to traitors. I can accept the reality that you do not love me, yet I cannot condone your infidelity, which serves only to humiliate me. Love is not merely a matter of words. It is pure and does not permit the existence of any impurities. The bonds forged between two individuals, characterized by attachment and solace, fearless mutual giving, and adaptation, constitute true love. Is a relationship involving three individuals truly love? Love is exclusive, disallowing the intrusion of any third party. I interrupted Wang Lin's attempt to explain, continuing, the presence of a third party between us is something you have permitted. I cannot prevent others from approaching you, expressing their admiration, for you are youthful, beautiful, and possess an extraordinary intellect. I can only ensure that I remain absent from your vicinity. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. If that individual knowingly encroaches upon your marriage, seeking to dismantle your family and tarnish your reputation, it reflects poorly upon their character, yet you feign ignorance. Do not forget, you are married, my wife, Chen Feng's wife. A married woman, and that is an undeniable fact. The moment you accepted the presence of a third party, the dissolution of your marriage became inevitable, devoid of any sentimentality. I recall you once mentioning that your prior interactions were minimal, and your first encounter with him was merely a walk by the lake at your alma mater, where he forced himself upon you when you were unguarded. How utterly laughable. I could not help but chuckle, while Wang Lin's face turned pale with fear, her facade crumbling, revealing the sordid truth beneath. The lake at our alma mater is modest in size, surrounded by numerous trees, serving as a haven for students in love, even to the point where some couples might seek refuge in the bushes to escape the cost of a hotel for the night. Is it fitting for a married woman to visit such a place with a colleague at night? Furthermore, do not claim that you resisted. There was no one to rescue you. With a single shout, one could instantly summon numerous pairs of wild mandarin ducks from the thickets and groves. Do you believe it? Wang Lin could not help but silently lament, recognizing the truth in my words. I cast a cold, disdainful glance at her, arms crossed, and remarked icily, I recall you once casually justified your indiscretions with a flippant remark. Shall I articulate it for you? Forced, yet silent, withholding the truth from your husband. You merely claimed it was a matter of repaying a favor. Indeed, I was genuinely grateful for your misappropriation of 5 million from the bank to support my business endeavors in Guangzhou. Perhaps your lover aided in concealing it during the audit. But do not forget, you graduated in finance, as did I. I have interacted with numerous bankers. Surely, I am aware that such violations are commonplace in the industry. What could have been resolved with a mere sum of money turned into an emotional entanglement? Yet, you dare not acknowledge it. I find myself perplexed. Have you always been this hypocritical, or did your infidelity amplify your duplicity? I struggle to comprehend why you have descended to the depths of commodifying your own body as a currency of goodwill. What purpose does marriage serve? What value does family hold? In this world, which husband permits his wife to behave in such a manner? At this juncture, Wang Lin could no longer remain seated. Feng, please stop. I know it is my fault, entirely my fault. I abruptly rose, raising my voice in interrogation. You cannot suggest that my frequent absences and your loneliness justified seeking companionship, can you? Wang Lin gazed at me, her heart crumbling. Why? Why? The once easily soothed husband now wielded his words like daggers, striking at her most vulnerable points, leaving her no opportunity to retort. Chapter 16. No turning back. I paused for a moment, sighing. My words today may be harsh. If you wish to refrain from hearing them, I shall cease, and we can proceed. Wang Lin stared blankly at me. Even when she was cornered by Chen Feng at the hotel, she had never encountered such callousness. It felt akin to a courtroom accusation, condemning the actions of a morally corrupt individual. I yearned to halt, yet found no justification. She understood my need for catharsis, but was unaware that it was merely Chen Feng's body speaking, while his soul had long since departed. My objective was simple, to distance myself from toxic individuals and situations. I wished to neither see them nor maintain any connection. The mere sight of them repulsed me. Wang Lin, we have reached this juncture. I cannot believe you were unprepared. As for divorce, I cannot accept the beloved one treating my genuine affection with deceit and betrayal. You must realize that when a man places his utmost trust in a woman, his love for her has reached its zenith. Yet, once the lies are unveiled and the illusions shattered, that love will gradually retract. You may find this process unfamiliar and painful, but do not entertain thoughts of reconciliation, for you will discover the futility of such endeavors. Just as I cannot endure continuing a life with you, I feel powerless to resist. I have considered the possibility of letting go, of allowing everything to fade into oblivion. However, reason reminds me that such forgiveness is merely a temporary self-deception. Whenever I reflect upon the fact that you have bestowed your affection and betrayal upon other men, I am compelled to endure the anguish of betrayal once more. This torment shall afflict not only me but also you, and in turn, it shall cast a shadow over our entire family. Ultimately, it is not merely I who shall be devastated. You, Tong Tong, and countless others will also suffer. No man can genuinely forgive a wife who has betrayed him. Even if one claims to do so, it is but a facade of insincerity. I hope you grasp this truth. It is not that I am incapable of love, but rather that I can no longer continue to love you. As for the divorce, feel free to articulate your desires regarding property, whether it be the house or savings. I am open to discussion. However, I must caution you regarding the company. My business lacks a production base, and as a lightweight enterprise. Even if you were to obtain it, I could effortlessly commence anew and relocate the operations. It is inconceivable for me to share ownership of the company with you. If I were to toil endlessly, only to distribute my earnings to support your lover, I see little worth in such a life. Do not compel me towards extremities, especially not a wounded man, for you could scarcely withstand the consequences. I hope you can empathize with my predicament and refrain from extinguishing the last vestiges of a man's kindness. Should we reach that point, you would find yourself living in a state of humiliation even in death. The household's substantial savings amount to 55 million. 2 weeks ago, you transferred 500,000. I do not inquire into the rationale. As long as you are content, I shall withdraw 30 million. The remaining funds will stay in their original account. Once you confirm, please sign the list. This is money reserved for you, which I shall not touch. The house is yours. It holds no significance for me. I shall not reside there in the future. Initially purchased for over 1 million, it has since appreciated to a value of 4 to 5 million, which is not insignificant. As for the vehicles, let us each take our own. The stock account, registered in your name, contains approximately 2 million. Although I have been trading, the account remains yours, and it shall be left for you. But without the house, where will you reside? Wang Lin, sluggish in her response, gazed at me as I began to delineate the division of assets, her inner turmoil palpable, filled with regret. My resoluteness surpassed her expectations. The house bears no significance to me. My parents possess ample housing. Their residence is sufficiently spacious. Moreover, with the 30 million I am allocating, I could procure a considerable property in the capital, so there is no need for concern about my living arrangements. Besides, who knows if you have entertained other men in our home? I find it distasteful. I have not. Feng, you must believe me. I have never brought outsiders into our home. I detest the sight of a woman weeping, particularly in my presence. Chen Feng, unable to bear the weight of his suppressed emotions, felt a pang of sympathy. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to offer comfort. I continued to lay out my terms. The final and sole condition is that custody of our daughter must be granted to me. This is non-negotiable. Wang Lin was thoroughly distraught, throwing herself at me, kneeling on the ground, clutching my leg, and pleading, "Feng, I beg you, please do not treat me this way. You may hit me or scold me, but please do not deprive me of seeing Tong Tong. She is my daughter, a part of me. Now that you think of her as your daughter, why do you not consider your role as a mother when you grovel before Guogang, like a dog seeking favor? A mere colleague, who uttered a few flattering words in your presence, has bewitched you to the point where you believe he genuinely cares for you? I truly cannot fathom whether your folly is inherent or merely a momentary lapse. Do you genuinely believe that if you remain undiscovered, all will be well? I wish to ask you, what do you intend to do with your daughter? Do you wish for her to witness your degradation, begging and pleading before unfamiliar men for the exploitation of your body? If such a day were to come, I am convinced that not only would you ruin your life, but also hers. At a mere 8 years of age, if she were to see her mother, like a wretched creature, groveling before strange men, her life would be irrevocably marred. Before investigating your infidelity, I could scarcely imagine that in modern society, there were still individuals who could be so utterly tamed. Yet, in you, I have witnessed such shamefulness and degradation. Perhaps you and your accomplices find it thrilling and enjoyable, but do not forget that a soul that is truly free does not rejoice at finding a master. Only a dog does. With you as her guide, your daughter's life is doomed. In fact, I can assert that from the moment she began to follow you, her future became devoid of hope. No, Feng, listen to me. Wang Lin implored. I only acted this way because I could not bear Guogang's pleas. I never contemplated divorce or leaving you or our daughter. Overwhelmed by guilt and despair, Wang Lin crumbled, unable to comprehend how I could be so aware of the details of her infidelity. Yet, I felt no compassion. I coldly replied, perhaps it is the thrill. Infidelity alone is not enough. You must also play the role of a submissive. How clever of you to conceive such a notion. Thus, cease uttering declarations of love. I will not accept such insults and deceit. Furthermore, Wang Lin, I must caution you. Guogang is not a trustworthy man. What more can I say? Take heed of your actions. Once you sign the documents, we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to obtain the divorce certificate. This way, you shall be free, and I shall find my own liberation. My feigned nonchalance did not ease Wang Lin's turmoil. Instead, she sought to explain, Feng, I truly did not mean it that way. I was merely afraid of the chaos he might cause, which is why I acquiesced to him. I loathe myself for becoming this way. I do not know what has come over me. It is as if I am possessed, even though I know I do not love him. I did not prevent him from encroaching upon my life. In your absence from the capital, I merely regarded him as a substitute for you. I believed her words. And Chen Feng did too. After all, Chen Feng possessed footage of Wang Lin taken from Guogang's apartment, likely surreptitiously recorded and edited by Guogang himself. This young man, if only he had focused his thoughts on earning money, he would have already made a fortune. Although the situation appears intense, Wang Lin has never uttered a word of affection for Guogang, even when Guogang tested her limits several times. She became irate and insisted that if his presence posed a threat to her family with Chen Feng, she would leave immediately. Whether true or not, this woman truly lives foolishly in her own world. One must ask, if a family were genuinely threatened, could it still be preserved? Which man would accept a wife who had shared a bed with another during their marriage? As the old saying goes, better to marry a virtuous woman than a wayward wife. Do not offer explanations. A woman seeking a man is akin to choosing attire. If she dislikes the garment, she would not even spare it a glance. Thus, do not speak of not loving Guogang. If she truly did not like him, she would not allow him even the slightest touch. Such statements should remain unvoiced, and I cannot be persuaded by them. In the study, there exists a file folder containing videos of you and Guogang, which perplexes me. Do you not fear he might use them to threaten you? Video? Wang Lin stood there, dumbfounded, her gaze vacant. I scoffed disdainfully and remarked, did you not recall what you did in his apartment? I refuse to believe that you are entirely unaware of these matters. A woman who can lay bare her body and all her secrets before a man, can you truly claim she does not love him? No, Feng. I have not filmed any videos with him. I swear, I truly haven't. Only photographs, which I insisted he delete afterward. It must be said that even women entangled in ill-fated love can be remarkably foolish. They seem to possess an aura that diminishes their intellect, believing every word spoken by the other. Wang Lin dashed into the study, where the file folder was conspicuous. Upon opening it, a stack of photographs tumbled to the floor. Some were taken by Chen Feng, a bit disheveled, yet many were bold artistic shots of Wang Lin, capturing moments of passion, often taken without her notice. Particularly glaring were several discs, their dates revealing everything. Wang Lin, so lost, collapsed onto the floor, sobbing silently. How could this happen? How could this happen? Meanwhile, I had donned my coat and shoes, preparing to leave. By the time Wang Lin realized what was happening and rushed out to grasp my back, I was almost at the door. I had no desire to continue facing Wang Lin. Such a woman, even if she were to return sincerely, would find few men willing to accept her. Many might be drawn to her youthful beauty, but marrying her would be another matter entirely. She is merely a shameless harlot. Feng, I truly do not understand why he would do this. I was wrong. Please, do not divorce me. For Tong Tong's sake, grant me a chance to atone at home. I beg you, give me another opportunity. As long as we do not divorce, I will agree to anything you wish. Feng, I truly cannot live without you. In my view, Wang Lin's desperate pleas stem from her realization that the cost of her loss is unbearable. More accurately, she is unprepared for the prospect of divorce. I am acutely aware of this, and I am far more indifferent than she imagines. Wang Lin, I cannot accept your perverse inclinations, nor will I forgive you for the sake of our daughter. As for Guogang, I shall not let him off the hook. This is a consequence of his own making. No, Feng, do not act rashly. If you seek revenge, it will only lead you to prison. You have already harmed someone. What if you truly end up incarcerated? What will become of me? What will happen to our daughter? If you are angry, unleash it upon me. You may strike me if it eases your burden. I implore you, do not commit a crime out of rage. It is not worth it. If your heart is truly heavy with indignation, allow me to bear it. Wang Lin wailed in despair, trying to dissuade me from thoughts of vengeance against Guogang. Suddenly, I laughed, breaking free from Wang Lin's grasp. Her substantial allure indeed stirs restlessness, and one must admit, she possesses a charisma and assets that transcend those of ordinary women. Yet, this does not provide grounds for my capitulation. This woman will not intertwine her fate with mine. My eagerness to confront her is solely to liberate myself from her grasp. Regarding Guogang, I fully comprehend Chen Feng's demands. It is a matter of avenging familial betrayal and the theft of love. Guogang has irreparably damaged Chen Feng's marriage. Even if Wang Lin pleads for forgiveness, how much credence can one place in the words of an unfaithful woman? The most unfortunate aspect is that this scoundrel has faced no repercussions for his despicable actions. I have promised Chen Feng to exact revenge upon Guogang, and I shall follow through. However, I will not resort to Chen Feng's extreme measures. To take matters into my own hands is beneath my dignity. Besides, does one truly need to commit a crime to avenge a wretch devoid of connections, capital, and experience? Very well, I said with a calm smile. If Guogang is capable of concealing his embezzlement, then his dealings must be equally unscrupulous. In affairs of the heart, trust is scarce. You must possess leverage against him to report him, file a complaint under your name. Should he find himself imprisoned, I will cease my pursuit of retribution for the destruction of my family. What do you think? Wang Lin looked at me in terror. She possessed evidence, yet feared that reporting it would be futile. In the banking sector, when misconduct is discovered, the first instinct is often to cover it up. As long as the issue can be resolved and the funds recovered, it is likely that the perpetrator will face dismissal rather than criminal charges. Once law enforcement is involved, the situation escalates. Therefore, do not attempt to save anyone. You are not a deity, and you cannot even save yourself. I never imagined that someone I once loved wholeheartedly could evoke such revulsion in me that even my past kindness towards her now feels repugnant. As I turned to leave, Wang Lin's cries echoed heartbreakingly down the corridor. In that moment, she appeared pitiable, yet worthy of no sympathy. Chapter 17. The parents of this lifetime upon leaving home. I returned to my car. It was then that Chen Feng seized the opportunity to emerge and lament. You were too brutal just now. Lickspittle, what did you say? She treated you that way, and you still wish to coddle her? What else could you possibly be but a lickspittle? Even though the term lickspittle had yet to gain traction in this era, Chen Feng was thoroughly incensed by my words. Due to my acerbic nature, he has certainly experienced my words, particularly when it comes to newly coined terms, which are far from flattering. I can empathize with Chen Feng's anguish. One who has genuinely loved cannot bear to witness the tears of the one they once cherished, even if the love has faded. However, the reality is that in 2 or perhaps 3 months, Chen Feng will be utterly desolate. To put it bluntly, he will simply walk away. And should I still extend an opportunity to Wang Lin? Even if I have no connection with Chen Feng, I am even less entangled with Wang Lin. What does it matter if I take advantage of her? The truth is, even if such a woman were offered to me freely, I would decline. I find her repugnant. With 30 million in hand, coupled with foresight regarding the global economy for the next 3 decades, I possess ample choices. Choices for women who are clean, pure, and devoid of any hidden dangers. Why must I settle for a woman who has been thoroughly used? Even if she is stunningly beautiful, youthful, and possesses remarkable grace and charm, what difference does that make? I am not so desperate as to accept just anyone. When one has options, the desire for something better emerges. At this moment, the power of choice lies with me. As for Wang Lin, let her remain a leftover for someone else. I warned Chen Feng with an irritable tone. I have promised to care for your parents and your daughter, but I will not extend that care to your wife. What if she improves? What if she never falters again? Chen Feng seemed reluctant. He appeared to believe that my looking after Wang Lin would be far preferable to Guogang, whose behavior is so primitive it resembles that of a beast. Such a person is devoid of genuine emotions, ruled solely by desire, rendering them nothing more than animals in human form. If Wang Lin continues her association with him, it is destined to end in tragedy, financial ruin, and disgrace. But why should I shield Wang Lin? Observing Chen Feng's pain, I sighed and said, I promise you, I will resolve matters with Guogang swiftly, and I will lend a hand when Wang Lin finds herself in dire straits. After a deep sigh, I noticed Chen Feng curled in a corner, trying to shield himself from the surrounding chill, and he murmured, Thank you. I have seen Chen Feng weep more than once. A ghost's tears are unseen, yet, like humans, sorrowful emotions can be contagious. I felt deeply the turmoil and struggle within Chen Feng, and I empathized with his plight. However, sympathy does not equate to self-sacrifice to fulfill another's desires. After much difficulty in regaining his composure, Chen Feng looked up and asked, Where to next? To your parents' home? No, absolutely not. I refrained from telling them about Wang Lin because I am worried about my mother's health. What if she fell ill upon hearing the news? Chen Feng's emotions flared as he waved his arms, attempting to stop me. You don't understand. 2 years ago, my mother was hospitalized for a heart condition. She adores Wang Lin, and if she learns that her beloved daughter-in-law has committed such a disgraceful act, it would be catastrophic. Not informing your parents is the greatest act of filial piety. Do you believe that if you conceal Wang Lin's infidelity from your parents, it will prevent the marriage from dissolving? My gaze was calm yet frigid, devoid of even the slightest warmth, fixated on Chen Feng. We are but souls, untroubled by the presence of outsiders in our communion. However, I held dominion over Chen Feng's body, orchestrating everything according to my will. 1 minute passed, then 2. As time elapsed, it seemed that Chen Feng began to yield, not from a desire to retreat, but rather from his inability to withstand my resolute stance. Once I sensed a modicum of stability in his emotions, I began to elucidate. Chen Feng, you must comprehend that your marriage with Wang Lin has already become a mere facade. Continuing this charade will not only impact you, but will also cast an endless shadow over your family. Your parents and children will suffer the consequences. If the videos unearthed from Guogang's rental apartment were to surface online, your entire family would become the subject of ridicule. Though you claim to have secured all the recordings and computer hard drives, can you truly guarantee that Guogang's dubious acquaintances are devoid of such material? What shall we do? We must act decisively, tackling matters one by one, and the most pressing issue at hand is your divorce. Do not take offense at this truth. Wang Lin will likely remain ensnared by Guogang for an extended period. Should her situation be exposed unexpectedly, your parents and daughter will face significant turmoil without any preparation. The optimal course of action now is to lay everything bare to your parents and seek their understanding. While some details may be concealed, the image of Wang Lin as the ideal wife can no longer be upheld. Chen Feng, succumbing to despair, murmured, All right, perhaps you are indeed right. I have been too concerned with appearances and emotions, which has rendered me ineffective, leaving me to drown my sorrows in drink. As we traveled in the car, Chen Feng suddenly expressed surprise. This is not the route to my parents' home. I am merely going to get a haircut, and perhaps a new style, I replied. You still have the presence of mind to get a haircut? Chen Feng appeared incredulous, struggling to understand my actions. To him, a matter of such urgency seemed trivial in my eyes, as I pondered hairstyles while contemplating divorce. Yet, once seated before the hairstylist and unabashedly articulating my request, Chen Feng sat in the chair, grinning foolishly, while the stylist appeared somewhat flummoxed. In 2006, society was still quite conservative. If a stylist named Tony were to flamboyantly tend to a rugged northern man, he might very well face repercussions. I settled into the salon chair, with a tall, youthful woman of delicate features and impeccable attire standing behind me. Money was not an obstacle. The moment I spoke, I elicited laughter from the stylist, which only served to deepen Chen Feng's dissatisfaction. My fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. After a year in business, not only have I failed to earn, but I have incurred losses. With the new year approaching, creditors are incessantly knocking at my door, and I am left with no choice but to enlist the assistance of a beautiful stylist for a look that embodies my current plight. Brother, you truly have a knack for humor. You're driving an Audi that has already been surrendered to my creditors. In 2 days, it will no longer be mine. In this day and age, many male clients frequent hair salons, yet it was undoubtedly a first for someone to make such an unusual request. The young woman seemed somewhat at a loss, uncertain of where to begin. I found myself in the position of instructing her meticulously to apply a touch of hair dye to her temples, transforming them into a shade of white, not entirely pure, but rather a salt and pepper appearance. It was reminiscent of the father and elder brother you recall from your memories. I was merely a humble hairdresser, not one to claim familial ties. The hairdresser squinted her eyes, grinning like a cunning fox that had just pilfered a hen. She presumed I was merely jesting with her. I had not asked her to acknowledge any kinship, and besides, I had no red envelopes to offer. I was simply conveying a theme, akin to an aging farmer who, after a year of toil, sold his harvest only to find that the money left in his pocket was insufficient to celebrate the new year. A bittersweet realization, do you comprehend? Under my guidance, the girl laughed heartily, eager to leave me her phone number. For often, it is not wealth that attracts men, but rather their wit that captivates the attention of charming young women. I surmised that the hairdresser might be experiencing a lull in her romantic endeavors and would not mind a private encounter with an intriguing elder brother. I couldn't help but reflect on how easily deceivable the girls of this era are. In another 15 years, with WeChat red envelopes flowing and gifts aplenty, those without homes or cars, regardless of their good looks, would find themselves reliant on others. Those lacking both appearance and fortune would be reduced to mere sycophants, an authentic nightmare for men. Once the hairstyle was perfected, I stood before the mirror, satisfied, assessing my reflection from side to side. Indeed, I appeared at least a decade older. Alas, the art of makeup still falls short of excellence in this era. Otherwise, I could have achieved an even more convincing effect. Primarily, Chen Feng was still quite young, merely 31. His complexion was commendable, and he was rather handsome. Such features made it difficult to appear older. Merely dyeing the temples white was insufficient. Yet, it would have to suffice. I settled the bill, left a gratuity, and made my way to Chen Feng's parents' residence. On the journey, Chen Feng acquainted me with his family background. His father, Chen Wenyuan, served at the Geological Research Institute, frequently venturing into the wild during his youth. A senior engineer, he later transitioned to a mining company as chief engineer, holding a respectable position. Now retired, his health has waned, primarily due to the harsh conditions endured in the field. Nevertheless, since retirement, he has remained committed to exercise, experiencing noticeable improvements in his health. His mother, Lu Ying, was once a teacher and school principal, currently the director of the Basic Education Division at the Municipal Education Bureau, and has yet to retire. She suffers from heart issues, which, according to Chen Feng, stem from the stresses of her teaching career. The Chen family is well educated, especially when compared to the Wang family, whose father is a powerful official in the construction department and mother a cadre in the Women's Federation. The two families are considered well-matched. The Chens possess a spacious four-bedroom home that Chen's father acquired before retirement. Despite the elderly couple living somewhat solitary lives, even with their granddaughter's presence, the space remains ample. When the door opened, Chen Feng's parents were taken aback, but upon seeing my appearance, their surprise morphed into anxiety. "Xiaofeng, what has happened to you?" "Mom, this is a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Please take 2 to calm your nerves." Lu Ying was startled by her son's actions, anxiously accepting the pills he offered, instinctively placing them in her mouth without even sipping water, and immediately began to inquire, "Xiaofeng, what illness do you have?" It is customary for a son to suggest such emergency medication to his parents before revealing the truth, which typically indicates a grave condition. It is no wonder that Lu Ying was considerably frightened. With my assistance, she sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. "You are not ill? Then why has your hair turned white? Your father is 62, yet he is less gray than you. Xiaofeng, if you are unwell, we shall seek treatment. Our family is not lacking in resources. We have connections at Xiahe and 301 hospitals. Release your burdens and focus on your health. By the way, does Wang Lin know about your condition?" Lu Ying was resolute in her disbelief, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at her son. She had already foreseen the possibility of her son's imminent demise and was even prepared to raise her granddaughter alone. Such a tragedy. A parent mourning for their child. I felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if I were playing a role that had become too intense. Chapter 18. My daughter Tong Tong, mother, I am sorry. Xiaofeng. My poor son. Lu Ying held my head in a painful embrace. To be honest, I felt a twinge of emotion, having lived a solitary existence for so long. The sudden arrival of familial affection was profoundly touching. As for my own family, I must admit I did not possess a strong desire to reconnect. An adult who has longed to escape the suffocating confines of their family since childhood would hardly harbor deep feelings for that home. In a household devoid of love and warmth, filled only with conflict and violence. How could one cultivate affection? Perhaps one day I might pay a visit. Yet reconciliation would be impossible. It is best to preserve our peace and avoid unnecessary turmoil. Furthermore, I was merely a child in 2006. It is best to let bygones be bygones. For a fleeting moment, I envisioned Lu Ying as my mother. The tears glistening in her eyes spoke of a genuine emotion, pure and untainted by any impurities. Chen Feng and Wang Lin were both only children, a reflection of their familial circumstances. In fact, the policy of family planning had already emerged in China during the 1970s, not as a mandate, but as a governmental encouragement. As the population had reached a level unsustainable for the nation, the movement of educated youth to rural areas, along with policies promoting late marriage and childbearing, were all preparatory steps for the inclusion of family planning into the Constitution in 1982. Chen Feng, born in 1975, was the first child of the Chen family. With busy parents, by the 1980s, they could no longer consider having a second child. In that era, public servants who violated the family planning policy faced not only fines, but also the loss of their jobs. Consequently, both the Chen and Wang families were comprised of only children. This rendered Chen Feng the sole emotional anchor for his elderly parents. Although a portion of that love was now directed toward his daughter, he remained the most significant part of their lives, even at the age of 30. That love had not diminished significantly. What did the doctor say about the child? Please, do tell. Mother, I want a divorce. What cancer? Lu Ying seemed not to have heard clearly, overwhelmed by thoughts of her son's grave illness and the sorrow of a parent burying a child. She was momentarily shocked by the sudden declaration of divorce, thinking she must have misheard. Mother, I said I want a divorce from Wang Lin. You reckless child. You just frightened me to death. Lu Ying disdainfully pushed me away, collapsing onto the sofa, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes upon me. Reminiscent of a teacher interrogating a wayward student. I want a divorce. Wang Lin has betrayed me, and I find myself at an impasse. No way, Lu Ying retorted sharply, her tone resolute, allowing no room for negotiation. I felt at a loss. Logically, this tactic should have been effective. Why was the impact so diminished? Choosing between a wayward son and expelling a morally corrupt daughter-in-law seemed straightforward. I couldn't help but question Chen Feng's lineage, challenging him. Are you adopted? This jest is one that many slightly older individuals have encountered, primarily due to children's insatiable curiosity, relentlessly asking, Mom, where do I come from? In these times, mothers find it challenging to broach the subject of biology with their children, often resorting to evasive remarks about being found in a trash bin. So do not laugh. During that era, at least half of the children in the country were born from refuse. Some children, timid and frightened, would cry out loud, while others, filled with ambition, would contemplate running away from home in search of their imaginary mother from the trash bin after being scolded. Teacher Lu, please do not rush to conclusions. Allow Xiao Feng to explain himself first. After all, being from an intellectual family, democracy prevailed, permitting Chen Feng a chance to elucidate his position. The appellations between Chen's parents are rather amusing. One is referred to as Old Chen, and the other as Teacher Lu, judging by Chen's mother's demeanor. If it were to be said that Wang Lin had strayed, it might not pass muster. It is not merely about one's marriage being beyond personal control. Family opinions hold significant weight. Surely, I cannot be the only one obstinately pursuing my own path against the collective dissent. Even if I were justified, it would render my stance untenable, a case of losing support due to a loss of virtue. I am adept at lodging complaints, standing on the moral high ground, clutching my chest, and saying, Mom, I feel so oppressed and miserable. If I could only muster tears, the effect would be even more compelling. By employing this approach, even if I am right, I could garner sympathy. Moreover, in this instance, I am indeed justified in seeking a divorce. Mom, as you know, I am straightforward and intolerant of deceit. However, I have remained steadfast in my affections, much like my father. Since the inception of my relationship with Wang Lin in college, I have removed any potential threats to our bond. Over the years, I have lavished her with care, even during her menstrual cycle, without digressing from the point. Lu Ying appeared somewhat exasperated, pondering how, after donning the green hat of betrayal, her son had transformed into a blabbermouth. I feigned a sorrowful sigh, recounting, while I was away on a business trip to Yangcheng, Wang Lin became involved with a colleague, engaging in both appropriate and inappropriate acts. I only discovered this in October of last year, and it was not until early December that I caught them at a hotel. I cannot fathom why she would treat me in such a manner. For these past years, I have labored tirelessly, fearing that she and her mother would struggle, all to secure a brighter future for them. Ever since our relationship began, regardless of the weather, I have never missed a significant occasion that holds meaning for her. Every time, I meticulously prepare gifts in advance. She adores flowers, so I acquire bouquets. She has a penchant for jewelry, hence I purchase her favorite adornments. As a husband, I believe I have done sufficiently well, yet to my astonishment, no sooner had I departed from home than she began an affair with a colleague. Lu Ying rubbed her aching forehead, struggling to believe the information I had just imparted. The daughter-in-law had always appeared to her as the epitome of perfection, often even closer than her own son. With a gaze full of skepticism, she turned to me, prompting me to resort to a desperate measure. I possess footage and photographs of their encounters in my car. Should you wish to see, I can retrieve them immediately. What photographs? The compromising images and videos that have been compiled onto a disc. Lu Ying's doubts vanished instantly, her exasperation evident as she rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. I refused to watch. How could a mother-in-law bear to witness such disgraceful footage of her daughter-in-law with another man? It was simply unthinkable, especially with Chen Feng's father present. Regardless of whether it was genuine or fabricated, one must accept it as truth. Moreover, with the evidence laid bare, what further room for doubt remained? Subsequently, Chen's mother glared at me with indignation, seemingly intent on persuading me to abandon my plans for divorce. If it were Chen Feng, he might indeed be intimidated, succumbing to pressure to tell his mother that Wang Lin had made a mistake. What if, in a moment of impulsive clarity, Chen's mother urged me to swallow my grievances and grant Wang Lin another chance? Was I to endure such turmoil in vain? Xiao Feng, you are no longer a child. Be silent. Let Xiao Feng speak for himself. Chen's father stood silently by, his expression darkened by the family scandal, rendering even his stature as a father diminished. Particularly, as a man, he comprehended the profound implications of betrayal. Xiao Feng, a month ago, your quarrel with Wang Lin, was your reluctance to return home tied to this incident? Yes. I was taken aback by Chen's father's unexpected support. The sorrow etched upon my face tugged at the hearts of both parents. Look at the distress he has endured. Wang Lin is an only child, and in her household, she too is singular. After a month of contemplation, I still struggle to forgive her for the pain she has inflicted upon me. Throughout this month, I have drowned my sorrows in alcohol, alternating between inebriation and slumber. Just days ago, I collapsed on the street. Had it not been for a stranger who took me to the hospital, you might never have seen me again. My dear child, Wang Lin has wronged you. Why must you inflict harm upon yourself? Father, I have come to a realization. To reclaim my life, I must part ways with Wang Lin. I need to extricate myself from the anguish she has caused. In truth, I managed to cope, yet I fear that her continued behavior will inflict grave harm upon our child. After all, should her lover disseminate those photographs and videos, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Wang Lin is an adult. She may endure the shame, but what of Tong Tong? She is merely 8 years old. Must she bear the burden of such disgrace at school? How could Wang Lin have descended to such depths? Grandparents often hold a special bond with their grandchildren, and upon learning that her granddaughter was threatened, Lu Ying's demeanor softened considerably, particularly as Chen's father's resolve hardened. Chen Feng, come with me. Chen Wenyuan led me to the balcony, offering me a cigarette. After inhaling and exhaling the smoke, he softly inquired, do her parents know? I was uncertain. Yet, even if they did, what difference would it make? Would a beating help? I gazed into the vast sky, a sense of sorrow enveloping me. Chen's father pondered for a moment and advised me, although your tumultuous divorce is attributed to Wang Lin, she has contributed significantly to our family over the years. You must not only focus on her shortcomings, but also acknowledge her sacrifices. Concerning your marriage, as parents, we cannot make that decision for you. The fit of a shoe can only be assessed by the one who wears it. If it truly cannot continue, I, as your father, will respect your choice. However, remember, our family does not engage in malicious acts. Regarding the division of assets in the divorce, refrain from any underhanded actions. Can you manage to act with benevolence and righteousness? I am not that kind of person, I replied. Strive to secure custody of Tong Tong. Do not hesitate to spend money. I understand. All right, you seem quite busy. You should leave now. Do not provoke your mother while she is upset. I will go and speak with her. Women tend to be indecisive and hesitant when faced with significant matters. If you genuinely feel your marriage cannot endure, it is better to conclude it sooner. Our family may not be of high standing, but we are not to be trifled with. Proceed with confidence. Yet, remember not to act impulsively, especially when it concerns a man's dignity. Don't seek immediate gratification. Consider your family and children. The marriage may falter, but life must go on. Thank you, Dad. I sighed. How did it come to this? Chen Wenyuan shook his head in confusion. After all, in his era, divorce was a significant social stigma. Moreover, society lacked the temptations that exist today, and few dared to pursue such paths. However, as someone who has experienced it, he understood that the calamities of a family can manifest in numerous forms, yet the most detrimental is when one spouse exhibits poor character. Such families, regardless of their living standards or educational attainments, inevitably face catastrophic endings, almost without exception. Furthermore, the resentment and incessant quarrels between parents not only strip the home of warmth, but also cast shadows on the children, leaving them with lasting scars. After departing from the Chen household, Chen Feng reflected, I never anticipated my father would agree. Having been away from home often, he craves a harmonious family. He is a man, and no man can tolerate a wife's infidelity. Next, I would take on Chen Feng's identity to meet his daughter Tong Tong, waiting at the school gate alongside other parents for their children to emerge. Daddy, in the sunlight, her voice rang like a silver bell, gradually melting the frost that had encased my heart. Perhaps having a daughter in life is not so bad after all. Chapter 19. The meaning of marriage. Oh dear. That's enough. She is my daughter, I exclaimed. This is excessive. My daughter is only 8. I warned, if this continues, I will be angry. I am truly upset. Before Chen Feng could roar, I decisively pulled my daughter from my embrace, gently massaging her shoulders. Her cherubic face resembled that of a delicate doll, adorned with long eyelashes and large, twinkling eyes that sparkled with an enchanting allure, as if they could speak to one's heart. Indeed, she is my daughter, a true beauty. Nearby parents exchanged knowing smiles, some intrigued by the charming sight of Tong Tong, contemplating the prospect of familial connections. Where shall we go to play? Daddy will take you. Daddy has an exam. All right, let us first indulge in some delicious food, then return home. At 8 years old, formerly named Chen Mu Tong, she is a naturally beautiful little girl. Despite her young age, she is burdened by the complexities of life, bewildered by my sudden shift in demeanor. After all, she started school at 5, and the challenges of academia weigh heavily on her. Now in the 3rd grade, she is one of the youngest in her class. Thankfully, her grandmother works at the Education Bureau, for in this day and age, schools are reluctant to admit such young students. The future may prove even more daunting. In the 1990s, and even earlier in the 1980s, it was not uncommon for children to begin their education at 5. That was an era that revered child prodigies. And while such talents are still admired today, there is no longer the pressure to force children into unrealistic aspirations. To win over an 8-year-old, one need only present a meal of fried chicken. If that fails, a slice of cream cake will surely do the trick. Wang Lin is exceptionally strict with her child, to the point of being excessively harsh. I have heard Chen Feng mention this. It seems that Wang Lin's mother adopted a similar approach. This reflects a transference of childhood misfortunes onto her own daughter. Chen Feng has shared these insights with me, and he appears to endorse Wang Lin's method of education, as he spends little time at home, leaving Tong Tong's upbringing largely in her hands. Regrettably, I dismantled this educational philosophy with ease. In my view, a child deprived of a joyful childhood will lack the capacity to experience happiness in adulthood. This represents a fundamental deficiency in life, which may evolve into a significant flaw. I analyzed Wang Lin's approach, noting that she largely perpetuates the strict method she experienced in her own upbringing, imposing her beliefs and ideals upon her daughter. Chen Feng's initial attraction to Wang Lin may have stemmed from superficial desires. Yet his wish to marry her likely arose from her virtuous and conservative nature, traits that offer reassurance to a man. However, if childhood is stifled for too long, even animals learn to disguise themselves. How much more so for a child? Daddy, why didn't Mommy come? Do you miss her? I casually responded to her inquiry, maintaining a neutral expression. The recent confrontation with Wang Lin had rendered her arguments utterly insignificant, almost trampled into the dust. Meeting Wang Lin at this juncture would undoubtedly be unwise. Chen Mu Tong paused in silence before shaking her head, stating, Mommy has been in a bad mood lately and often cries. Daddy, please don't make Mommy angry, okay? Her mother's anger and tears are not a consequence of my actions. They stem from the overwhelming pressures of her work. If you don't believe me, just ask her why someday. Moreover, with father absent from home, how could I possibly provoke mother's ire? Father is entirely innocent, wouldn't you agree? I shrugged my shoulders, earnestly expressing my helplessness. Yet upon witnessing my daughter's disbelief, I silently pondered. Are today's children so difficult to deceive? Something feels amiss. This child, having heard from Chen Feng, is perceptive and astute, likely not merely advising Chen Feng and Wang Lin, but harboring her own concerns. However, for a primary school student, such concerns typically revolve around 2 realms, home and school. I contemplated the oddity. Children often deflect issues. Suddenly, I fixed my gaze on Tong Tong, placing both hands on the table, and solemnly asked, You haven't caused any trouble at school, have you? Chen Mutong nervously recoiled, her eyes darting away. No, no. That is more like it. I truly did not believe that Chen Mutong would be bullied by her classmates. The Basic Education Department of the Municipal Education Bureau oversees all primary and secondary schools in the city. Although her grandmother holds a modest position, she governs all schools. If oversight is inadequate, would the principals still enjoy their positions? At this age, children are easily deceived, and their clandestine thoughts seldom remain hidden. Just then, my phone rang. I glanced at it, showing no intention of answering. Chen Mutong reminded me, "Dad, your phone is ringing." I held the phone in my hand, not immediately answering, but rather furrowing my brow slightly. This made Chen Mutong even more anxious. I lowered my head, and after the call was terminated on the other end, I pretended to place the phone to my ear, mumbling polite phrases. An 8-year-old has never witnessed such a scene. Upon hearing words like teacher in school, she was already too frightened to breathe. When I finally set the phone down, the child hung her head, unable to meet my gaze. A knowing smile crept onto my face. Can I not deal with you? In reality, it was Wang Lin who had called. During this period, I had refrained from answering any calls from her. Wang Lin understood this. After the phone rang several times, she hung up. However, shortly thereafter, she sent me a text message. "Peek, I acknowledge my mistakes and deeply understand the immense harm I have caused you. I do not expect your forgiveness. Yet, our family must not fall apart. I genuinely do not wish for us to be separated. I know that saying this now will earn your disbelief, but I must tell you that I still love you and have only ever loved you. I realize this may come off as shameless, yet these are my heartfelt words. Please, do not let us part ways. I will agree to whatever you ask of me. However, to report Gua Gang with the evidence is not something I can do, not because I am unwilling, but because the evidence has become ineffective. At the end of last month, the bank conducted its year-end reconciliation and all accounts have been settled. The original evidence can no longer be used against him. You hate him, and so do I, but nothing can be done now. I am not saying this to protect him, but rather because I lack the evidence to see him imprisoned. Peek, as long as you do not seek a divorce, I can forsake everything. Just return to me. I implore you, for the sake of our child, to preserve this family, and I will agree to anything you desire. Lastly, I must express my sincerest apologies. Upon finishing my reflections, I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. I responded to a message on my phone. Not every apology can elicit a reassuring "it's all right." Wang Lin, I am not someone who values money above all else. Otherwise, I would not have chosen this path to divorce you. Do not forget to meet me at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. In truth, there was another sentiment I withheld. Forgiveness is a divine matter, and I am merely a mortal, incapable of such grace. Wang Lin's desire to return to our home was fervent, exceeding my expectations. However, this was not my wish. I yearned to liberate myself from her, to extricate myself from everything that tied me to her. Wang Lin was the source of Chen Feng's torment, not mine. I possess neither the right nor the obligation to forgive her. Moreover, for the affluent, divorce often heralds the beginning of a new happiness. Earning substantial wealth only to endure infidelity feels utterly pointless. What is the significance of accumulating wealth if it leads to such despair? Even if my wife were to reintegrate into the household, vowing never to err again and to treat me better, the subsequent decades would still be filled with silent suffering as she tended to me and our home. Yet, in such a scenario, what purpose does wealth serve? It becomes meaningless if one cannot enjoy it or live freely. The toil of earning money, then, seems futile. When faced with betrayal in relationships, the impoverished confront stark realities. Young children require care, and the elderly in the household demand attention as they age. Divorce remains a distant dream, an unaffordable luxury, with only one home. The division of assets leaves one without even a place to reside. Do not be misled by the notion that homes from previous years were inexpensive. The wages during those years were equally disheartening. The average income stands at $800, while housing prices soar to $4,000. This is the harsh truth of the capital. Do you still perceive housing prices in the capital as affordable? With the elderly and children requiring care, yet unable to afford help, one finds oneself in desperate need of a free caretaker. When love encounters betrayal, the halo of affection dissipates. Without the glow of love and kinship, a wife bears little distinction from a maid, perhaps even less. Enduring such anguish does not stem from a lack of resolve, but rather from the constraints of reality, compelling one to suffer in silence. As one perseveres, life resembles a grim prison, devoid of hope. Regarding love, the moment infidelity occurs, the bond between spouses shatters. Regardless of how harmonious or deeply connected they once were, once betrayal enters the equation, that love is rendered false, a mere illusion, a complete deception. In the days that follow, both parties don masks of civility, but after betrayal, the facade becomes increasingly difficult to maintain. Many men endure their wives' infidelity, swallowing their grievances and enduring inner turmoil, primarily because they cannot afford to separate. Indeed, divorcing is an unaffordable proposition. Who will care for the children? Who will look after the elderly? In a home devoid of nurturing hands, life becomes a chaotic mess, especially if one has purchased a home and is burdened with a mortgage. A stable family environment becomes even more essential. At this juncture, a woman might lament her sacrifices, as if she were born to toil endlessly. However, the crux of the matter lies in the necessity of earning a living before one can assert such sentiments with confidence. When it comes to enduring hardship, the resilience of a man with a family to care for often surpasses that of a beast of burden. These men may subsist on sustenance not much better than that afforded to livestock. Yet they grit their teeth and usurp the labor of these creatures in exchange for meager earnings to support their households. Even when life reaches its nadir, a woman might resort to degradation, provided her looks are not excessively lacking, and may barter her body for the means to survive. But who would want to pay a man for his body? Of course, it is not entirely impossible. The issue lies in the exceedingly low success rate and the scarcity of clients, coupled with the doubled humiliation. Thus, men find themselves compelled to sell their blood, a plight that is 100-fold more tragic than that endured by women. Can women truly comprehend this? As for those men who fail to earn enough to support their families, yet continue to complain, they remain but children. No one is born willing to shoulder such immense responsibilities and the weight of life as pressures. It is a burden thrust upon them by circumstance. The joy of being single is a desire shared by many. If one were to halt a group of men married for over 20 years and pose the question, what is the meaning of marriage? Almost all would struggle to provide an answer, for it seems one could very well live without marrying. Money can procure companionship, and if enough is offered, a woman might even assist in bearing children, fearful that her fortunate benefactor might slip away. So, what then is the significance of marriage? No one knows, and no one can articulate an answer without hesitation. It appears we are ensnared in a peculiar loop. Upon reaching a certain age, marriage is expected, as friends wed. Remaining single feels isolating. A life devoid of children is perceived as incomplete. But are these answers truly valid? Yet, should one inquire of a man married for 30 or 40 years about the most reckless decision of his life, many would readily declare it was marriage. Reflecting on those days, they might wonder why they engaged in such folly, selecting such a woman to share their life with. There are times, in the stillness of the night, when one may awaken and glance at the woman beside them, filled with a desire to strangle her. Such thoughts are not exclusive to men. Women harbor similar sentiments. Perhaps this is the paradox of love giving rise to hatred. Chapter 20. The varied sorrows and joys of humanity. While Chun Motong remained paralyzed by fear of betrayal from the teacher, I found my thoughts drifting far beyond. Even arranging matters of divorce with her mother, the little one no longer found joy in fried chicken and pouted, saying, "Dad, let us go home." Yet returning home was impossible, as it would mean encountering Wang Lin. Furthermore, I needed to conduct a paternity test on Chun Motong to ascertain whether this charming little beauty was indeed Chen Feng's biological daughter. Undoubtedly, I intended to leverage Chen Feng's identity in the future, and I had once contemplated relinquishing this cruel resolve. Ultimately, however, I discreetly preserved the napkin used by Chun Motong, gathered her hair while styling it, and collected various forms of evidence for testing. It is not that I doubt her connection to Chen Feng. It is merely the uncertainty that looms. What if I am mistaken? I cannot afford to engage in the folly of raising another's daughter. Waiting for the day when the truth is revealed could lead to a genuine tragedy. For by then, emotional bonds will have formed, and even the knowledge of deception may render one reluctant to part ways. One must endure the feelings of injustice and anger while maintaining a facade of familial harmony, a situation that can drive one to madness. Are we going to grandmother's house? Yes, mother is busy today and cannot take you. While in the car, my phone rang again. After allowing my daughter to answer, I switched to speaker mode. Hello. May I ask who is calling? You are Chun Mudong's father, correct? I am Wang, Chen Mudong's homeroom teacher. Teacher, what can I do for you? Could we arrange a time for you to visit the school? I would like to discuss Chen Mudong's academic performance. Any day in the coming days works for me. Please let me know when is convenient for you, and I will come to see you. Is now a possibility? Are you at school? Yes. I am in the school office. I will need an hour to arrive. Is that acceptable? Oh no. This is quite troublesome. I had just fabricated a story about a teacher calling, and now the real teacher is at my doorstep. Chen Mudong, frightened, dared not utter a word. After the call ended, I glanced at Chen Mudong and, seeing her pitiful expression, I chuckled, saying, "What are you feeling wronged about? I am the one who should feel wronged, having to rush to school to face your teacher's reprimand. Daddy, I have been working hard on my studies recently." Chen Mudong seemed to sense the precariousness of her situation and attempted to justify her academic shortcomings by emphasizing her efforts. However, I was not particularly concerned. Chen Mudong's future will undoubtedly be bright. After this period of stock market practice, wealth has lost much of its significance for me. In the past few days of experimentation, the market has unfolded entirely as I anticipated. A flood of memories surged forth, and in the near future, money may merely represent a number for my daughter and me. Chen Mudong's future will certainly not be burdened by financial worries. Perhaps there will be concerns, such as what to do with an excess of wealth. Yet, aside from money, there would be nothing else to possess. However, she will never be troubled by poor academic performance hindering her chances of securing a good job. The essence of wealth does not breed laziness. Rather, it affords the freedom to choose the life one desires. If that choice is not available, it simply means there is insufficient wealth. The greatest significance of money lies in its ability to buy time for one to enjoy life and happiness, without sacrificing precious moments for mere survival. Enough of this. You have tried hard, but your abilities do not permit you to succeed just yet. I bluntly exposed Chen Mudong's pretense, yet the little one has indeed faced considerable challenges. Starting school at 5, her childhood has been robbed, and she bears the burdens of an 8-year-old. I must empathize with her struggles. After dropping the child off at home, I drove to the school. On the way, I conveniently purchased a mid-range set of L'Oreal cosmetics, costing over 3,000, neither extravagant nor meager. It is suitable for teachers and presents a respectable appearance. Upon arriving at the school, I was taken aback to see Wang Lin there as well. She stood on the playground, gazing blankly at the school building. In the capital, many prestigious elementary schools are housed in dilapidated buildings. Their campuses are often cramped. This is a consequence of historical factors, with many schools converted from temples and government buildings. Yet, it is precisely such schools that families strive desperately to gain admission to. "What brings you here?" Teacher Wang reached out to me as well. "Very well, let us proceed together." As I took 2 steps forward, I realized I was alone. Turning around, I saw Wang Lin gazing hesitantly at my back, finally managing to utter, "Can we talk?" I suggested we wait until after my discussion with the teacher. In the school office, Teacher Wang initially hesitated, but ultimately accepted the gift I presented. What surprised her, however, was that Wang Lin had also prepared a gift. This dual surprise felt somewhat peculiar. I then recalled Chen Mudong's essay, and it all became clear. Typically, presenting gifts to a child's homeroom teacher can garner more attention and care for the child at school. Of course, this practice may be seen as morally dubious. Yet it is also a reflection of societal norms. Neither Wang Lin nor I would be overly concerned about such trivial expenses, and the teacher was delighted to receive items she would normally refrain from purchasing. "Your child, Chen Mudong, is the youngest in the class. She is quite intelligent and has previously excelled academically. However, she has encountered some difficulties recently." Teacher Wang seemed somewhat distressed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. As for her remarks about Chen Mudong's intelligence, one should not take them at face value. This is a common tactic employed by teachers, often leading to a subsequent but or a similar word indicating a reversal. For instance, despite being clever, a child may become mischievous, playful, or restless, ultimately failing to meet the teacher's expectations, necessitating extra efforts to catch up. After all, the educational methods employed worldwide tend to be rooted in encouragement, implying that if a child does not succeed, the teacher bears no responsibility. Few educators dare to reveal the harsh realities of society to their students, for doing so would compromise their nurturing image. Consequently, the disconnect between schools and society has led to an increasing number of students ill-prepared for the world, bewilderedly confronting the unfamiliar complexities of life, embarking on a despairing journey of relentless scrutiny during interviews. This transition from encouragement-based education to a punitive form of motivation often strikes young individuals unexpectedly on the day of graduation, leaving many from average backgrounds powerless to resist. Moreover, the societal experience of most teachers is often questionable, and their life insights are rarely profound. It appears that those who graduate from teacher training institutions do not achieve particularly high academic standings. Who would envision a group of individuals, initially not excelling academically, returning to educate young, impressionable children about the importance of learning? This notion itself is a grand deception. After all, no average teacher would candidly admit to their students, "I was once a poor student who attended a teacher training school, and now I am here to misguide your children." Nonetheless, the teaching profession is indeed a remarkable field. It encompasses both the most despicable and the most noble individuals in equal measure. Much like doctors, The most esteemed educators possess a profound moral integrity and an extraordinary charisma that evokes a sense of awe, akin to the vastness of the night sky, reminding us of our own insignificance and the greatness of their character. As for the majority of ordinary teachers, they are simply individuals who have chosen this profession, and it is unreasonable to hold excessive expectations of them. In my view, the criteria for a good teacher are not solely based on their academic prowess or profound insights into life. A truly commendable educator treats each student with equality. Given the circumstances of our nation, it is evident that, after 2 millennia of education and cultural inheritance, the most exceptional and insightful individuals are unlikely to emerge from schools. Rather, they more commonly occupy positions in government, followed by the business realm. This is not a sensationalist claim, but an undeniable reality. Once an individual graduates and steps into society, if they remain ensconced in the school environment, their encounters with adversity and the treacheries of human nature are exceedingly limited. It is not essential for one to face hardships to achieve growth. However, it must be acknowledged that personal development through adversity is one of the most significant pathways to progress. To a considerable extent, many teachers themselves are victims of the educational system, perpetuating this vicious cycle upon entering their roles. My daughter's homeroom teacher is undoubtedly responsible, a fact I discern from the concern etched on her face regarding my daughter. After a moment's hesitation, Teacher Wang presented the composition written by Chen Mudo, handing it to me and Wang Lin. This is Chen Mudo's essay. Perhaps you should take a look. An essay? For this? I found the teacher's concern somewhat excessive. Surely, for a mere piece of writing, even if poorly composed, it should not warrant a visit from the parents? Could it be that some antisocial tendencies have been revealed? The essay of a third-grade student typically comprises around 100 to 300 words. I perused it quickly. The content was straightforward. Chen Mudo had observed an increase in quarrels between Wang Lin and me, particularly noting Wang Lin's frequent tears, leading her to speculate that her parents might be on the verge of divorce, thus shattering their once harmonious family. The anxiety within her prompted a torrent of tragic imaginings under the title My Home. Setting down the composition, I remained silent for a prolonged moment, while Wang Lin's tears flowed uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. Beside us was my delicate wife, who, in terms of appearance, indeed possessed a striking beauty. In my memory, even considering all my past lives, she would rank among the top 5 most attractive women I have encountered. This is particularly true in a social circle where beauty abounds. Had our social circles been less glamorous, Wang Lin might well have been the epitome of beauty for many men, with my wife weeping like a sorrowful figure. The average observer would undoubtedly attribute the issue to the man. Teacher Wang's gaze towards me shifted unfavorably, and she muttered, "What a scoundrel," as if it were a reflex. Could I endure such indignation? In a tone nearly academic, I inquired of Teacher Wang, "Do you think Chen Mudo might possess literary talent and could potentially be nurtured into a writer?" A surge of frustration nearly choked me. Teacher Wang, not particularly young and having encountered countless parents, had never before met one as wretched as I. My chest swelled with indignation, as if ready to burst. I hastily clarified, "Teacher Wang, that is not my intention. Chen Mudo's essay is merely a figment of her imagination. She conjured it up. It is not a reflection of reality. You have been deceived by her." "Well," Teacher Wang retorted, visibly hurt. She took it seriously, fooled by a child not yet 10. "It seems that Chen Mudong's family is on the brink of divorce, affecting the child's development. This is why I was subtly summoned to the school alongside Wang Lin. Little did I know that it was merely the mischief of a troublesome child. It was akin to a defender in an own goal celebration, uncertain whether to rejoice for fear of retribution or to lament the blunder. As the ball had already crossed the line, it might even be the sole goal scored this season, leaving one with a perplexing mix of emotions. I explained, "This is the situation. I am a businessman, and a few months ago, I suffered a tremendous loss due to a betrayal by a partner, which resulted in the forfeiture of half of my family's assets. The child's mother could not bear the blow, spending her days in tears, and I found myself powerless to console her. Life, after all, is a gamble. One must accept both victories and defeats as part of the human experience. It is nothing insurmountable. We can always start anew. Besides, even with the loss of half our assets, we still retain the other half. Life must go on. Wouldn't you agree?" Teacher Wang gaped in astonishment, aware of my family's affluence. She knew that Chen Mudong had the finest of everything, making her ponder the magnitude of my investment misfortune. Curiosity and a wretched thirst for knowledge compelled her to ask, was it a significant amount? The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized the impropriety of her inquiry and hastily added, "Mr. Mutong, please disregard my thoughtless question. I did not intend to pry into your private matters." I waved her off. "It's quite all right. Curiosity is natural, and I bear no ill will. It's not a secret. The amount is in the tens of millions, approximately 30 to 40 million. I would have been devastated. Upon hearing of my loss, Teacher Wang appeared nearly bereft of composure, and she finally grasped a profound truth. The joys and sorrows of individuals seldom resonate with one another. Of course, I was not deceiving her. A marriage marred by betrayal is akin to being swindled. One feels robbed by a partner in matrimony. For the affluent, such betrayals amount to a profound plunder of one's life. If one were to be robbed on the street, it would merely entail losing the cash in their pocket. Yet, in a divorce proceeding, one can genuinely lose half of their fortune. Every word I spoke was true. It was merely the narrative style that varied. The same events, articulated differently, yield entirely disparate outcomes. Similarly, Teacher Wang, who once harbored a desire to chastise me as a scoundrel, found herself enamored by my seemingly nonchalant demeanor. She fervently sought to ingratiate herself, saying, "Mr. Mutong, your partner is utterly despicable. Why would he betray you? He is unworthy of being called human. Your composure is truly admirable. If it were me, I would feel utterly hopeless." 30 to 40 million. What a staggering sum. A bag capable of holding 100 yuan bills could contain about 8 million in cash, akin to a sack meant for carrying 100 pounds of rice. 5 bags of money may seem like a fortune, yet ultimately, one cannot take it with them in death. It is mere external possession. In comparison to health and inner joy, it amounts to little. You truly possess great insight. Teacher Wang trembled as she posed a profound question. Is my life really worth so much? Do I have the right to pity their misfortunes? The answer was unequivocal. I am unworthy. I am only entitled to weep. This world is far too cruel. Chapter 21. The plan for suspension. I turned to Wang Lin. My expression calm and my smile gentle, yet it carried an air of distance. Wang Lin, you seem troubled. Please wait for me in the car while I inquire about Tong Tong's academic situation. By the way, the vehicle is parked in the lot at the alley's entrance. In the second row, many schools in the city are nestled within narrow lanes, making parking quite inconvenient. Numerous institutions were converted from Qing dynasty government offices, boasting an imposing presence. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood up and took the car keys from me. Once she departed, I addressed Teacher Wang. May I ask if Chen Mudong has many friends in class? Not particularly. She is quite reserved. Of course, she is considerably younger, being 4 years junior to the oldest child in the class, who is a repeat student, so there is no real comparison. The youngest regular students are at least 2 years older than her. Your child started school too early. While her academic performance is commendable, both she and you, as parents, bear the burden. It's a matter of age, which inevitably creates a gap. Certainly, a difference of 2 or 3 years is not a vast chasm, but in terms of learning, it requires substantial effort. After all, being too young can lead to difficulties in keeping pace. I pondered this for a moment, then suddenly proposed. What if I let her take a year off from school? That seems unnecessary. It's merely a composition assignment. Besides, it was just a misunderstanding, which has now been resolved. Teacher Wang perceived my reaction as somewhat excessive, as if I were not simply lamenting a business setback, but genuinely contemplating a divorce. Why else would you consider having your child suspend her studies? I gestured to clarify. My spouse and I married quite young, right after graduating from university. At that time, our child was primarily cared for by a nanny. When she turned 5, both sets of grandparents were employed in government jobs, making it impractical for them to leave early. My spouse was also pressed for time due to work commitments, which led us to enroll her in elementary school earlier than usual. Although there are regulations against early admission, her grandmother, an educator, facilitated this process. I have regretted allowing her to start school too soon, as it stifled her playful spirit. In the past, I was often away on business trips and could not spend time with her. Now that my work has lightened considerably, I find myself with the opportunity to accompany her more. I am contemplating whether to let her take a year off to be by her side. This matter is still under consideration and requires discussion at home, which is why I asked my spouse to leave. You must not divulge this, teacher. Of course not. Teacher Wang chuckled awkwardly, though her expression revealed concern. However, a suspension, especially for a student in my class, is something I cannot authorize unilaterally, unless for health reasons. It truly complicates matters and requires the principal's approval. Moreover, your child's grandmother was once a principal at this school 2 decades ago. Luing, do you know her? She is the former principal, Director Liu from the Education Bureau. I nodded and smiled, affirming, yes, that is indeed her. She is nearing retirement. But arranging a leave of absence for her granddaughter should not pose much difficulty. Teacher Wang was taken aback. The Bureau of Basic Education oversees all educational affairs for the city's primary and secondary schools. This individual holds significant authority over the educational landscape. Teacher Wang is subordinate to a grade director, who in turn reports to the instructional director, above whom is the principal, followed by the District Education Bureau. She felt a slight sense of despair, eager to delve into my smile, pondering whether we were in discussion or if I was merely informing her. Tong Tong's grandmother. The former principal had just received a gift from the former principal's son. Should it be returned? Would current principal Zhou take offense if he found out? No wonder Principal Zhou has been particularly attentive to Tong Tong. Teacher Wang had initially assumed a familial connection, unaware that the relationship was far more significant. Moreover, she recalled the voice of someone who had been deceived. Tong Tong was quite the talkative one at school. To share such a crucial secret with me, expecting me to keep it silent, seemed rather cruel. Teacher Wang gazed at me with a look of deep lament, seemingly wishing to confront me. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What difference does it make between this school and your family? But how could Teacher Wang dare to voice such thoughts? Instead, she nervously assured me, I will report this matter to the principal in person tomorrow. And once you have made a decision, feel free to inform me. Tong Tong is the granddaughter of the former principal. Why haven't you and your partner mentioned this? It would enable the school to give Tong Tong more attention. Principal Zhou is aware of this situation. Teacher Wang felt utterly despondent, as if she were unworthy of such considerations. I apologized for taking up her time and insisted we share a meal together, urging her not to decline. I knew Teacher Wang would certainly refuse. After all, Chen Feng's mother was the former principal of this prestigious elementary school and now held a leadership position over the current principal. Teacher Wang lacked the courage to confront a parent, regardless of the circumstances, and thus, after some feigned politeness, she escorted me to the school gate. Her enthusiastic demeanor resembled that of a proprietress encountering a benefactor. On the way, Chen Feng could no longer contain himself, complaining to me, "You are quite the talker. You can turn the dead into the living with your words." I shrugged innocently, replying, "This is all your family matter. Do you think I wish to meddle? I cannot simply seize someone and declare, Chen Feng has been betrayed by his wife, and the mother of his child is entertaining an affair in his absence. If that were the case, what purpose would my existence serve? I might as well procure a knife and eliminate Wang Lin and her lover. At worst, it would be a life for a life. Are you truly resolved to divorce?" I asked. "Yes, I must," Chen Feng replied, his voice tinged with concern. His daughter Chen Mutong's composition could not deceive. She had already perceived the strain in her parents' relationship. He was more worried that divorce would inflict irreparable damage on their child. In truth, it was Chen Feng who was most tormented. He felt as though he had died, yet his spirit lingered, though he had survived. He had not lived well for many months. His body was still occupied by me, even if he bore responsibility for this situation. I had never desired to inhabit the body of someone 30 years old, especially when he comprehended my utterance. Earning money is the simplest endeavor. Subsequently, it felt as though I had bitten into half a lemon, leaving a sour taste from my mouth to my toes. Initially, he presumed I was merely posturing. However, once I opened a stock trading account, he finally grasped the essence of my words. To me, money was but a numeral, devoid of significant meaning. He did not wish to witness the dissolution of my marriage with Wang Lin, yet he could not obstruct my decision, for in no more than 3 months, or even sooner, Chen Feng's spirit would falter, dissipating into nothingness. Furthermore, my connection with Wang Lin was tenuous. The continuation of this marriage inherently required my consent. Had Wang Lin been virtuous and enchanting, possessing an exquisite demeanor and beauty, I might have reluctantly accepted this union. This is not mere sentimentality. Rather, a reborn individual harbors too many secrets to comfortably coexist with someone intimately familiar. Such a situation would render me perpetually anxious, fearing the exposure of my most profound secrets. Yet, Chen Feng ardently desired to provide his daughter with a complete home and a wholesome childhood, wishing to avert the end of this marriage. Consequently, I would be compelled to live with Wang Lin, who might have reconsidered and resolved to return to family life, which was profoundly discomforting. Particularly, during moments of intimacy between spouses, he would be forced to witness from the sidelines, an agony worse than death itself. This was an insurmountable dilemma, one that could never achieve perfection. But who could blame him for succumbing to the cold on the streets after a night of drunkenness? Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived at the parking lot, where the early hour left it relatively deserted. A quick glance revealed no sign of Wang Lin's vehicle, prompting me to proceed directly to my own car. Upon opening the door and settling in, fastening my seatbelt, I turned to the contemplative Wang Lin and casually inquired, "Did you not drive?" "No, I didn't. I disposed of my car," she replied, her eyes filled with apprehension as she spoke of the vehicle, clearly fearful of igniting my displeasure. In truth, She was overly concerned. I would not intentionally target her over a mere car. Emotional grievances are invariably directed at individuals, while material possessions are merely excuses. Evidently, she had yet to grasp this fundamental truth. As for Wang Lin's Mazda, I cared little whether she had shared moments with that scoundrel Guigang within it. Wang Lin was not my woman. It's fine. That car was purchased just over 2 years ago. You liked it, did you not? You needn't worry about my preferences. They no longer hold significance. I did not dwell on the matter, nor would I. The previous gossip regarding Wang Lin and Guigang in the car was merely hearsay from Beijing, which had enraged Chen Feng. However, to me, they were ultimately inconsequential. Why should I torment myself unnecessarily? No, I do care. Wang Lin suddenly became agitated, exclaiming, I realize my actions were gravely erroneous, rendering your forgiveness impossible. Yet, Chen Feng, I implore you, consider our daughter. You may treat me however you wish. I am willing to relinquish all assets, property, stocks. I would even sign a marital agreement, allowing you to divorce me in the future if you so desire. However, Feng, would it be acceptable to wait until Tong Tong is a few years older before we consider divorce? I implore you, grant me another chance, an opportunity for atonement. Wang Lin's emotions suddenly became unstable as I started the car and navigated the road. With a heart full of trepidation, I stole a glance at Wang Lin. My proficiency in driving an automatic vehicle was already rather limited, especially since in the future, electric cars reign supreme, where merely pressing the accelerator suffices, making driving exceedingly simpler. Moreover, I frequently relied on autonomous driving technology, which had reached a level of sophistication in the future, yet now I was faced with the need to engage the clutch, press the accelerator, and attentively observe the crowded streets that resembled a can of sardines. This rendered my already meager driving skills even more precarious. Fortunately, this was an automatic transmission, not a manual, or else I would have surely floundered. I proceeded cautiously along the road, choosing not to speak. Wang Lin closed her eyes in despair. She likely never contemplated the true cost of infidelity, a burden she could not bear. Perhaps, Wang Lin had never intended to stray. She merely sought companionship, a brother figure devoid of blood ties, naively believing that nothing untoward would occur while basking in the warmth of her life. After all, from Chen Feng's perspective, I gathered that Wang Lin possessed a rather conservative disposition, and her traditional upbringing would make it difficult for her to take such a step. Yet, are not affairs between men and women often initiated through idle chatter and the forging of false kinships? She thought she had found solace and ease in life. But what were the intentions of the man who drew near? Was Guigang truly so invested merely to share a bed with her? Human beings, alas, are often prone to self-deception. After conversing, the desire for intimacy ensues. After embracing, the desire for physical union follows. The friendship between men and women invariably tends to gravitate in this direction, unless one party, primarily the woman, awakens in time to extricate herself from the situation. Once physical intimacy is established, severing ties becomes a formidable challenge. After much effort, I returned the car to the vicinity of Wang Lin and Chen Feng's apartment complex, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang Lin, have you severed ties with Guigang? Yes, she replied, I will no longer associate with him. He has not been in the capital recently. Previously, you were searching for him, and he feared your scrutiny. The leadership at his workplace issued a notice due to his absenteeism, resulting in his dismissal. I shall not encounter him again. Wang Lin looked at me with joy, believing I had genuinely reconsidered. However, my subsequent words drained the color from her face. What if he refuses to let go? What if he demands that you spend more nights with him as a condition? What if he threatens to confront you at your workplace, at home, or even before our child, uttering words that would strip you of your dignity? Do you think we could continue to feign affection at that point? How would you choose then? To clandestinely accompany him to a hotel, or to discreetly transfer money to him? Feng, I never anticipated it would come to this. But please believe me, I will never betray you again. I am willing to do anything you ask, just do not make me leave this home. I can resign from my job, truly. Wang Lin's humble pleas went unanswered. Instead, I chuckled softly. Since the day I learned of your infidelity, our trust has been irrevocably shattered. Please refrain from using terms like believe. I refuse to deceive myself. Moreover, I pose a question to you. How can one coexist with a person who clearly does not love you, yet insists on living together while subjecting you to humiliation, and pretend to be content? I can unequivocally assert that continuing to sustain this superfluous marriage would undoubtedly be worse than divorce. For I would no longer perceive home as a sanctuary, but rather as a prison, confining my inner freedom and housing all my anguish. Unlike before, when I would yearn to return home whenever I had the chance, I would no longer regard home as such. In fact, I may even come to loathe the very term. I might prefer residing in a hotel rather than returning home. Our communication would dwindle, the children would be estranged. And when necessary, I would turn my back without a glance. At that juncture, the pain inflicted upon you and the children would only intensify. Of course, perhaps you would seek your own happiness elsewhere and engage in infidelity, with both parties neglecting the sanctity of home. In such an environment, what future awaits the children? Will they hold any attachment to home? They would inevitably grow up in the illusion of parental harmony, gradually sealing off their innermost selves until they come to detest everything and long to escape the place that marred their childhood. I share these thoughts not to cast blame, but to elucidate a reality. Your fear of the future arises from the realization that you are ill-equipped to bear the consequences of your actions. However, I must inform you that human resilience is formidable. Your current sense of incapacity stems from concerns over reputation, children, and the myriad trivialities of life. Yet once you acclimate to the situation, you will be able to view it with equanimity. Every action possesses both positive and negative facets. My departure cannot be reversed by mere pleas. It is an inevitable outcome. Furthermore, a wife's betrayal constitutes a catastrophic disaster for any family. Even if I were to swallow all my grievances and pain, do you truly believe we could return to our former state? No. A family that forgives after betrayal can only reconcile, but never regain its original form. It may even become infinitely more oppressive and painful than before the betrayal, as the anguish within will not foster goodwill, but rather incite malevolence. Prolonged suppression of pain risks transforming me into a stranger to myself, leading to domestic violence. Alcoholism. Such occurrences are possible. Do you think a child emerging from such a household would harbor any sunlight in their heart? No. They would spend their lifetime healing from the darkness encountered in their childhood. When an outcome is predestined, it is futile to strive against it. Having said this, I instructed Wang Lin to exit the vehicle and drove away. In the rearview mirror, I saw Wang Lin helplessly collapse, covering her face and weeping silently. In the realm of adulthood, lies are not terrifying. Rather, true despair arises from the fact that every word spoken is the truth, yet we find ourselves ensnared, powerless to effect change. Of course, there exists another possibility, that lies may be more absurd than reality. This is one of the reasons we despise the adult world. Chapter 22. Is voyeurism truly addictive? A marriage held hostage by children only serves to harm all involved. This truth has long been apparent to me, for I have endured that kind of suffering. Having a father plagued by alcoholism is already a profound suffering, and when combined with a mother ensnared in gambling, the warmth of family life vanishes, replaced only by quarrels that resemble battles. Children emerging from such households seldom wish to look back. Each glance reveals the shattered remnants of their childhood. A marriage marred by betrayal may present somewhat lesser issues, but not by much. Chen Feng, how can you be so capricious? Suggesting that Chen Mudong take a break from school to adjust her mindset is an explanation that might easily persuade Chen Feng, especially given the child's tender age. Unable to fathom how her once-cherished mother could suddenly become a figure of scorn. This transformation subjects her to unwarranted scrutiny as well. However, persuading Chen's mother is far more challenging. My rationale is twofold. First, I believe Guigang will not relinquish his hold on the woman he has finally won over. He will not accept such a sudden severance lightly. Secondly, the situation with Wang Lin will undoubtedly impact the child. These 2 points alone are sufficient to sway Chen Feng. Yet, Chen's mother is different. As an educator, how could she agree to her child's withdrawal from school for leisure? To claim that restoring a lost childhood is a reasonable request from a father is absurd. Enraged, she brandished a broom, and under the hopeful gaze of her daughter, Chen Mudong, I was left with no choice but to explain. The child is too young and struggling to keep up. I have decided to hire a full-time tutor for her, not to indulge in play, but to allow her the time to grow physically and to enhance her intellectual reservoir. Lu Ying is a woman of reason, having spent her life advocating for rational discourse. Though her temper is fiery, she refrains from losing control if the argument holds merit. Fortunately, my explanation contained enough validity to prompt her to reconsider the drawbacks of sending Chen Mudong to school too early. Lu Ying turned towards her granddaughter, who was trembling in fear from her grandmother's scolding. Upon reaching her, she realized that the broom in her hand was inappropriate, and she casually placed it beside the sofa. Tong Tong, is this true? Grandma, my classmates are all older than me. The oldest is 3 years my senior, and they want to play with me. Besides, they are much taller than I am, and I am pretty. The daughter certainly possesses a talent, especially in her performance. Children speak without inhibition, making it easy for them to be believed. To some extent, 100 of my words cannot equate to a single utterance from Chen Mudong. Lu Ying's resolve began to waver, though she concealed this on her face. She promptly brandished the broom, leading her daughter to believe she was in trouble. But to her surprise, the broom was hurled in my direction. Get out, go back. Just seeing you angers me. My eyes reddened with frustration. I invest my heart and soul into your family. And for whom am I doing this? To find myself in such a position, neither here nor there, is utterly disheartening. The feeling of being cast out is unbearable. As I stepped outside, Chen's father followed me, taking the passenger seat beside me in the car. After lighting a cigarette, he spoke. Do not blame your mother. This is an unavoidable solution. Still, let us at least finish the year. You've already completed a semester. By the way, have you informed Tong about the divorce? Not yet. It was only then that I comprehended the intentions of Chen's mother. She deliberately stirred up discord to compel me to leave home, concealing the truth of her separation from Tong. Chen's father sighed heavily. You cannot possibly intend to remain silent indefinitely. Your mother can employ this tactic once or twice, but its efficacy wanes with repetition. I contemplated taking Tong to Guangzhou for a year, with the assurance of returning intermittently. Do not concern yourselves with matters at home. Yet you must consider that your mother will strike you each time she sees you. Is she truly that volatile? I was taken aback by Chen's father's words. Do you not know what kind of person your mother is? She has been fierce since childhood, he added, dismissing the topic. Despite his own burdens, there seemed to be a perverse satisfaction in witnessing his son's distress. This perplexed me. After Chen's father finished his cigarette and exited the vehicle, I called out to Chen Feng, demanding, tell me truthfully, are you really your parents' biological child? How would I know? Chen Feng displayed a reluctance that I had anticipated. After all, he was not foolish. According to my plans, his household would soon descend into chaos, an uproarious yet melodramatic affair. As I prepared to start the car, pondering which hotel to stay at for the night, my phone rang. Upon seeing it was old Gui, my interest piqued. Old Gui, do you bring good news or bad? Good news, but the original price is insufficient. I can offer you an additional 100,000. Are you satisfied? 100,000 was not merely news, it was evidence. Rest assured. Old Gui's dealings are always above board, he continued, chuckling as he began to elaborate. Chen, you cannot fathom the depths of that scoundrel Guigang you mentioned. My people visited his hometown and stumbled upon a significant revelation. Can you guess what it is? I waited, but silence ensued on the other end. I could vividly envision old Gui's mischievous face, gleefully clutching his phone, his exaggerated grin and gleaming teeth betraying his excitement. I shall not guess. Come on, take a wild guess. I lack the inclination. Very well. Chen, it seems you have uncovered something. Guigang has a romantic involvement back home. And it turns out to be his sister. Old Gui's raucous laughter drew a frown from me. It was almost surreal. Sister? Surely, there cannot be a blood relation? Indeed, they are siblings. My associates unearthed their birth records at the county hospital. They share the same mother. There is no mistake. Brother, this is monumental news. The younger brother clandestinely visits the sister's home in the dead of night, and the brother-in-law was absent. What do you suppose occurs in the hours of darkness? With the household cloaked in shadows? Perhaps nothing at all, I responded nonchalantly. And yet, he is also heading to the county's guest house. I could not help but gasp in horror. This man was a beast. I felt a pang of anxiety for Wang Lin. For why must she entangle herself with such a creature? This individual lacked any moral compass, devoid of decency or shame, utterly self-serving. To be ensnared by such a person could only lead to a dire conclusion. In this world, there exist two types of villains. The first type of villain is malevolent towards everyone. Such individuals are a source of calamity while they exist. The second type is harmful to a select few. These individuals are numerous and prevalent around us. Guigang evidently belongs to the former category. As for evidence, I have dispatched someone to install equipment at the county guest house. And I assure you it will be ready before the new year. There will be no issues, correct? None at all. You are aware of my reputation in the industry. Chen, I would never resort to using counterfeit items to deceive others. After pondering for a few seconds, I casually inquired, Old Gui, does Guigang's sister have children? Yes. She has one, around 6 or 7 years old, but he was born with a disability and seems rather dim-witted. We must seize the opportunity to obtain a DNA sample from them. Choose a reliable testing agency. I will cover the costs, and if the expenses exceed the budget, I can supplement them. It was now Old Gui's turn to be astonished. Logically speaking, Guigang, being a university student, should understand that offspring from close relatives are unlikely to be disabled, right? Could it be that this scoundrel got his sister pregnant while still in high school? Is he even human? Old Gui's voice resonated with incredulousness through my earphones, quickly followed by an overwhelming curiosity. Rest assured, I will secure their test results. When the time comes, I will ensure this scoundrel has no place to rest. After hanging up, I rubbed my temples. unable to shake the suspicion that old Gui was more exhilarated than I, the client. Could it be that the thrill of surveillance is indeed addictive? Or is it simply a matter of loving one's craft? I could not ascertain. Chapter 23. Only after losing do we learn to cherish. My disposition is rather aloof, which prevents me from easily trusting others. This is not due to misanthropy, but rather the treacherous environment that has forged my current character. Among a crowd, there is always one person whom everyone can offend. When the need arises to sacrifice someone, that individual is often cast aside to serve as a scapegoat. In my previous life, I was frequently that person, someone who could be wronged and sacrificed, likely a consequence of my origins. Like a frog that has expended all its energy to reach the mouth of a well, witnessing the vast sky and boundless land, yet still confined to a small pond. As one strives to ascend, they often encounter obstacles and distrust. Yet if I do not endeavor to climb, I would not even qualify to catch a glimpse of the grand world beyond. Weakness is the original sin. Hence, when one is weak, they should not harbor excessive fear. For after all, the worst fate is certainly preferable to living in utter emptiness. Conversely, when one is powerful, they should refrain from bullying others, for the person being oppressed may very well be a reflection of their former self. My acquaintance with old Gui stems from my connection to Chen Feng. Chen is neither a friend nor even an acquaintance in the conventional sense. Our relationship appears to be one of collaboration, yet it is riddled with ulterior motives. As both of us seek to achieve our respective objectives through mutual calculation, it is akin to me. If I were to be reborn, the brain of a young child would be incapable of accommodating the vast knowledge I carry, leading to either forgetfulness or abandonment of that information. However, Chen Feng's body is different. He is entirely capable of harboring all the knowledge I possess, his memory reflecting signs of surpassing my prior understanding. Much like my instinctive grasp of the stock market, this is a fortunate circumstance I would have never dared to imagine in my previous life. As a financial professional, discerning my adversary's strategy is not particularly challenging. However, understanding how and when they engage in the market requires not only the accumulation of knowledge, but also an innate perceptiveness. The ability to instantly penetrate the opponent's plans is the greatest gift a financial practitioner can possess. To put it plainly, it resembles a divine perspective. Regardless of the myriad of deceptive tactics employed by my opponent, I observe their performance from a distance. Then, when they lower their guard, preparing to indulge, I strike decisively. It must be acknowledged that embodying Chen Feng presents significant advantages, which I cannot overlook. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy, at times. I contemplate the benefits of reincarnating as a newborn. What if I were endowed with even greater talents? Childhood has its own advantages, allowing a fresh start under favorable circumstances and enabling a more profound realization of potential growth. A 30-year-old body bears not only familial and professional responsibilities, but also the burden of time consumed. The notion of a first love at this age is virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, for someone of considerable age, I still find myself secretly reminiscing about the bittersweet taste of first love, intoxicating and entrancing. Of course, as one ages, the pleasures of manhood tend to diminish gradually. In summary, age presents a considerable dilemma. Gaining control over Chen Feng's body is merely a matter of time. Without the ability to seize this control, he languishes in a state of despair. Yet, even with control, I must remain vigilant against unforeseen complications. This is one of the reasons I harbor disdain for Chen Feng. His existence poses a considerable risk to me, even in a disembodied state. Who among us could genuinely relinquish the chance to live again, let alone the temptation of reliving past experiences? Until Chen Feng is entirely lost to oblivion, I must remain ever cautious. I do not kill Bo Run. The causal connection between his demise and my existence is indeed real. Therefore, my distrust of Chen Feng is entirely justified. His presence is a perpetual threat. Even any individual he introduces may be a trap laid for me. I harbor no trust for Chen Feng, nor for Lao Gui, and certainly not for Wang Lin. Since assuming control of Chen Feng's body, I have not even spared the words of 8-year-old Chen Mudong my belief, let alone those of adults. Lao Gui spoke with exuberance over the phone, yet for prudence's sake, I chose to invest further resources into hiring a completely unconnected private investigator to verify the authenticity of his claims regarding Gua Gang's background. Yet, these matters are mere trifles. The most pressing issue at hand is singular: divorce. Only by divorcing Wang Lin can I embark on my new life. This was the strategy one recognized from the very beginning. Thus, regardless of whether Wang Lin has strayed, I shall not draw too close, avoiding unnecessary complications. The following day, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the clock had already passed 9. In 2006, there were not many divorces, yet the number of marriages was quite substantial. Particularly during significant holidays, marriage is a cherished tradition among our people. As I observed the sparse crowd waiting at the divorce office, I picked up my phone and exited the hall. The moment the call connected with a series of beeps, Wang Lin's anxious and fearful voice came through. Phone. I have matters to attend to at work this morning and cannot leave. I'll come to your workplace this afternoon to pick you up. I did not offer Wang Lin an option. Instead, I firmly insisted that I would go to her office in the afternoon to collect her for the divorce. A wave of nostalgia washed over me as I recalled the society 30 years hence, when giving birth hardly necessitated obtaining a marriage certificate. A flimsy piece of paper, worth just a few coins, shackled two individuals. In her office, Wang Lin nervously closed the door and whispered into the phone, "Phone. I won't be at the office this afternoon." Wang Lin, is this really amusing to you? My initial impression of her wasn't entirely negative. After all, there are all kinds of unfaithful women, some so ruthless they would even assist their lovers in committing murder. Many women, fully aware of their outrageous wrongdoings, when confronted with the truth, accuse their husbands of negligence, claiming he only knows how to earn a living and has never tended to her emotions, which led her to stray. People often react this way, instinctively seeking to evade the enormity of their mistakes rather than confronting them with composure. Regardless of her circumstances, Wang Lin remained at home and offered apologies. She seemed earnest in her desire to salvage our family and was willing to accept all of Chen Feng's negative emotions with utmost humility. Yet, unbeknownst to her, I was no longer Chen Feng. The affection built over more than a decade had dissipated. How could I be swayed by her remorse? Moreover, the sincerity of her apology, how much was genuine or merely a facade, only heaven knows. Feng, that's not what I meant. Can I have just one more chance? I will accept anything you wish, even if you bring another woman home, as long as our daughter doesn't TC. Feng, I truly do not want to lose this family, you, or Tong Tong. Considering our years together, grant me one opportunity, just one. I will agree to anything you desire. With nowhere left to retreat, Wang Lin's pleading tone only intensified my disdain rather than softened my heart. I scoffed coldly. Woman, what other women do I have? Bai Jing told me about you, but I am not trying to pry into your affairs. I understand you were upset and unable to control your emotions at that time. However, you must know that I have never contemplated separation from you. You once promised we would never part. I want to interfere in your life. Let this be my atonement, a form of restitution to you, if you will. Wang Lin's words made me feel an overwhelming sense of revulsion. What kind of woman could frame a debased existence as compensation? Wang Lin, there can never be a future with Bai Jing, nor will there be any further interactions. As for other women, I did not entertain them before, but I certainly will after our divorce. I will ask you one final time. Do you wish to end this marriage or not? If we cannot reach an agreement, I will take this to court. I could imagine the frigid tone of my voice reaching Wang Lin, plunging her into a state of fear and despair. Do you truly believe that I would still be moved by your insincere affections? Wang Lin, stop deceiving yourself. Love is something I can find in others, but it will never manifest in you again. Feng, you are being utterly irrational at this moment. Grant me a little time and a chance. Our marriage has not come easily, and after so many years of shared affection, I cannot bear to let it go. If you cannot bear to lose it, then do not squander it. After witnessing the videos of you and your lover, do you think you still resemble the first love who captivated my very soul? Are you still that beloved who gazed at me with adoration as we approached the altar? Will you still be that wife, radiant with maternal essence as she cradles our newborn? Wang Lin, do not be foolish. It is over between us. I cannot fathom why you persistently refuse my request for divorce. Perhaps there is a more sinister plot at play against me. I have offered you financial support. You claim not to love money. Does that imply I am one who values wealth above all? My laborious efforts to earn a living, do you think they are solely for my own benefit? Do not be greedy, for it harms both you and me. I can endure a loveless marriage, but I will not accept a relationship tainted by betrayal. If you do not arrive by 3 in the afternoon, do not regret it. Wang Lin fell despondently into the office swivel chair, her eyes filled with trepidation for the uncertain future. At that moment, her phone rang once more, instinctively. She assumed it was me. Phone, do not hang up, let me explain. We need to talk. I truly cannot live without you. Sister, it's me, Guogang. Wang Lin was taken aback, her expression morphing into one of disgust as she muttered angrily, "You scoundrel, why don't you just die?" "No, sister. You are my dear sister. How could I bear to see you suffer alone? Your husband does not comprehend your solitude. He is solely focused on his career. I am different. I genuinely love you. The things I have done stem from my overwhelming love for you." Guogang spoke in a frivolous tone, his youthful, wickedly handsome visage looming in her mind. The affection she once felt has now transformed into profound aversion. Guogang, you truly deserve to go to hell. It can be said that this man has single-handedly destroyed her marriage, her family, her very existence. Wang Lin is not naive. She understands Guogang's motives for approaching her, born from loneliness, a mundane existence, and a yearning for fulfillment, which gradually led her into the quagmire of infidelity. The sweetness of their flirtation was as deceptive as poison cloaked in sugar. It was only when she found herself ensnared in the whirlpool of an extramarital affair that she realized destruction could occur in the blink of an eye. She has also surmised that Chen Feng's resolute demeanor is undoubtedly linked to the photographs and videos taken by Guogang. She comprehends the extent of her mistakes and recognizes that had it not been for those images and recordings, Chen Feng would not be so heartless. She has knelt, pleaded, compromised, and even humbly begged, yet Chen Feng's stance shows no signs of wavering. This is the despair that has drained Wang Lin of all strength. She has come to realize that she cannot withstand the repercussions of her infidelity. The sweet words of Guogang, once alluring, now resemble maggots in food, repulsive and nauseating. For a fleeting moment of joy, she paid a price so steep that it would require a lifetime to repay. Though she possessed the resolve and determination to bear this burden, even her humble pleas were met with rejection by Chen Feng. Once, their love had been profound. Thus, the hatred that followed was equally absolute. With gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Why did you secretly film the videos of us at your home? Why are there so many photographs left behind? Did you not assure me that everything would be destroyed? What a shame it would be to destroy them. Sister, this is the most beautiful moment of your life, a cherished memory. How could a brother bear to obliterate it? Moreover, if Chen Feng does not want you, I do. In a few days, I shall travel to the capital to accompany you and help you unwind. While you are still young, do not let your life pass in vain." In the past, Guogang had used such words to uplift Wang Lin, always igniting a flicker of longing within her. Yet now, she found herself overwhelmed by revulsion, not only for her entanglement with Guogang, but also for her own indiscretions. That which we truly cherish yet fail to value is often destined for loss. Such is the nature of love, and similarly, marriage. You scoundrel! Wang Lin was so enraged that she nearly hurled her phone away. After ending the call, she collapsed weakly into her swivel chair, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The allure of a woman often lies in the combination of her grace and poise, particularly for someone like Wang Lin, who exuded a mature yet enticing sweetness. With flawless skin, an attractive face, exquisite features, and long limbs that rendered her outstanding even in a bank teeming with beauties. Though she was still youthful, she felt the chilling specter of a lonely old age looming. Why engage in such despicable acts? She found herself ensnared in reflection and torment, struggling painfully. After making a phone call to request leave, she exited her workplace, wandering the streets like a lost soul. As the new year approached, while others reveled in laughter, her home remained eerily silent, resembling a somber funeral parlor that devoured all surrounding joy. Regarding Wang Lin's petty tactics, I held no concern. Such escapism revealed her cowardice and pitiable state, which she rightly deserved. I would not show mercy, nor would I act against my own principles. Unable to locate Wang Lin at her workplace and encountering a dead phone line, I turned towards the law firm. After signing the legal authorization agreement, the lawyer, eager to curry favor, informed me of his connections in the court, offering to expedite the process for an additional fee. In the subsequent days, I conducted a thorough examination of the company in the capital and, after discussions with Chen Feng, decided to divest. Selling was not a feasible option. If the company were to be sold, especially outside of a capital-intensive industry, the price fluctuations would be significant. Ultimately, the ups and downs would dissolve into mere illusions of goodwill. Whether one offered more or less would depend solely on the whims of others, leaving one indebted to their generosity. After all, what was sought was not a transaction, but a beggar's plea for charity. However, time was not on my side. I could not afford to wait too long, and securing a fair price proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, I resolved to give it away. What was termed as a gift was, in reality, a resource exchange. The essence of a company lies in its business. Beyond that, aside from the office space, a few vehicles, and some computers and printers, there is little of value. After attending several social gatherings, I finally identified a few targets. Lao Xingwanli is a senior of Chen Feng from university, a year his elder, and both were captains of the basketball team during their college days. He is known for his amiable nature, and their relationship was once quite close. He is also the mentor who introduced Chen Feng into the industry. During our casual chats, Chen Feng spoke highly of him, noting his considerable capabilities and distinguished background, albeit with a remarkable humility. The two families have had connections, though they date back to their grandfather's generation, and interactions have diminished significantly by the time of Chen Feng's parents. In the capital, social meetings often take place in clubs, upscale restaurants, or hotels. However, Lao Xing prefers the basketball court. Engaging in business discussions with him requires no convoluted approaches. It is best to be straightforward. For someone like him, meeting you is tantamount to agreeing to assist you. Yet, prior to that, I must first play a game with him. This does not pertain to a physical altercation, but rather a basketball match. 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or 5-on-5. This is indeed the era when basketball is most cherished in our country. It is not to say that basketball in the past was inferior. The standards of the 1990s were significantly higher than those post-2000. However, during that time, due to widespread poverty, few could afford to play basketball after work, leading to a lower prevalence of the sport compared to later years, despite its popularity among students. As for the athletes representing the national team, they carry an immense sense of honor, stepping onto the court with an aura akin to that of warriors. Such fervor is rarely observed in contemporary basketball courts. If a particular era is remembered and yearned for, it is not merely its environment that captivates us, but the spirit and vigor of that time, radiating warmth like sunshine upon every face. Unlike today, where basketball culture is promoted across various regions, with street basketball and a push for a healthy lifestyle. One cannot deny that while the number of places to play has increased, the overall skill level has not improved significantly. I found myself exhausted, gasping like an old man, lungs laboring as if stoking a furnace, drenched in sweat, with a faint dizziness clouding my mind. I remarked to Chen Feng, after just a year or two apart, "How have you become so frail? Yet, if I had a wife like yours, I too would surely feel the strain. Take it easy, brother, life is long, and true enjoyment lies in savoring it slowly." Lao Xing, resembling an older brother, attempted to counsel me, though I would not concede. This fellow, tall and robust, with a face akin to granite, exudes an indefinable toughness, earning him the nickname Granite in his youth. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he towers over me by more than 10 centimeters and outweighs me by over 50 pounds. Playing basketball against him is akin to seeking punishment. Yet, how could a man admit to being frail? I held my head high, my calves trembling, refusing to collapse, defiantly asserting, "It's just that there's no one around. If there were a team, I could easily play the whole game." This was my final act of stubbornness. Unfortunately, a group of youngsters resembling high school students approached the court, creating a ruckus. "Brother, are you going to let off some steam?" I cast a fearful glance at the exuberant young man and jested, "I'm off to fetch some water." "Oh no, let us continue," he retorted. "Old Xing, that fellow, seems to possess the spirit of a beast, relishing in physically tormenting others. Even at over 30, he remains unchanged from his college days." He boldly approached a group of high school students, chuckling as he addressed the tallest among them. "Brother, help an old guy out, and let me treat you to some water." With that, he produced 3 bills from his wallet, and the initially reluctant young man's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. With an air of arrogance, he raised his chin and proclaimed, "We're all fans of the game here, brothers. Don't worry, when I get on the court, I'll pass you some good shots to hone your skills." He added, "I've got a buddy too." The lad, observing my disheveled state, looked down on me a bit, but the money was sufficient. He readily agreed. "All right, let us do this together." "Fine, I'll contribute my share for the water," I offered. "No need, 300 is ample. Truly, it's unnecessary, uncle. In this day and age, spending 300 on water seems extravagant. It could cover a hot pot meal for everyone. In an era where lamb costs 15 a plate, devouring 300 is simply unfeasible with a small crowd. Not to mention 600, which could suffice for their collective pocket money for an entire week." "Uncle?" The moment Old Xing turned around, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. If Old Xing refuses to acknowledge his age, why should I? I am even less inclined to submit to the passage of time. The thought of a group of youngsters foolishly calling me uncle ignited my sense of dignity, fueling my competitive spirit. My feelings mirrored those of Old Xing. These young rascals were oblivious to the vastness of the world, their singular thought being to challenge us. While I could never match Old Xing, whose physique resembled that of a power forward, I, as a shooting guard, had no chance against him. However, as for the high school students, I felt compelled to impart a lesson, helping these youngsters comprehend the harsh realities of life. Old Xing barreled through the largest of the opposing players and effortlessly executed a slam dunk. Upon returning to defense, he shot me a knowing glance, clearly reveling in his triumph. The high school students were left utterly dumbfounded. A dunk? None among them could achieve such a feat. How were they to compete? I brusquely reminded old Xing. Take it easy. The youth still possess abundant stamina. Yet, when my turn came, I charged through, tearing apart their defense with ease. Executing jump shots, three-pointers, and layups, showing no mercy. Though my accuracy paled in comparison to my college days, against opponents with almost no defensive capabilities, it felt as effortless as shooting free throws from a distance. When my rhythm flowed, I could maintain over 50% accuracy. I must admit, Chen Feng's physique is exceptional, with remarkable athletic prowess. Clearly, the title of uncle spurred two 30-something men into action, both eager to impart a lesson to the youth. Respect your elders. Especially when faced with evidently weaker opponents. The young man's headstrong resolve ignited a fiery determination, granting us two middle-aged men the chance to relish the thrill of competition. In the end, whether the one inflicting punishment or the one receiving it, we all collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, devoid of any semblance of dignity. After much effort to regain my composure, I turned to the leading young man and said, "Uncle Xing will buy you water, and Uncle Chen will treat you to a meal. Speak up, where would you like to dine?" "Big brother, let us go for hot pot," he replied. In this world, no one is foolish. Even high school students understand that their use of uncle managed to disarm the two middle-aged men. However, they also grasp the age-old wisdom that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Besides, calling someone big brother feels quite natural. At the very least, on the basketball court, both old Xing and I could certainly elevate their game. Although we may appear aged when compared to high school students a decade ago, we were undoubtedly of semi-professional caliber. Even after years of not playing, the fundamentals remain intact. After our meal, we would find a place to clean ourselves up. Standing at the entrance of the entertainment complex, I hesitated. Old Xing is much like me, family-oriented and previously avoided such places unless business was involved, fearing the discontent of his wife at home. It is crucial for businessmen to maintain discipline. They often frequent entertainment venues for business discussions and social engagements. If one cannot exercise self-control, domestic tranquility is jeopardized, and this is a considerable headache for those of us who cherish family life. On one hand, the temptations are overwhelming, and it is indeed challenging for men to rein in their desires. This struggle is not exclusive to men. Everyone finds it difficult to manage their urges. On the other hand, temptation can be toxic. Remarkably, old Xing and I share a similar perspective on this matter. Furthermore, these establishments are not clean, not merely in terms of conduct, but genuinely unclean. Therefore, unless necessary, I tend to avoid such places, and old Xing feels similarly. If one were to contract an illness, who would one turn to for solace? With a chuckle, old Xing pulled me into the club. The moment we settled into the sauna, with sweat cascading down our skin, an indescribable comfort enveloped us. Old Xing, like me, closed his eyes in enjoyment, occasionally reminiscing about joyful moments from our university days. After rinsing off, we summoned two attendants for massages. The tension in Chen Feng's under-exercised muscles finally began to ease, and old Xing let out contented hums. He would occasionally turn to me, winking and joking. "Chen Feng, shall we call for another?" A thorough massage is essential. The lactic acid buildup will not be kind tomorrow. No need for another, one is sufficient. Careful now, the lady should avoid certain areas. I found myself both pained and pleased. Chapter 25. Tears in my eyes, pain in my heart. Old Xing's laughter was infectious, sly like a fox caught in mischief, exclaiming, "Dear lady, add some time for my brother, and make it a full service." "Old Xing, I remember you weren't like this before. People do change." It was all in jest. We would never conduct ourselves in such establishments. It simply isn't worth it, nor do we hold them in high regard. After the massage, the attendants departed. Old Xing lit a cigarette, reclining comfortably on the chaise lounge, sipping tea with a contentment that suggested he had no intention of returning home. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, "Doesn't your wife urge you to come back?" "I've been divorced for nearly 2 years now. Women can be quite troublesome. When in love, they talk of the future, but once life is comfortable, emotions stir. After 6 or 7 years of marriage, who truly has the inclination for such matters? Is it not preferable to nurture children and show filial piety towards our elders, creating a harmonious and blissful household? Why must one stir the pot so unnecessarily?" After venting his frustrations, Lao Xing, with a hint of remorse, explained to me, "Chen Feng did not speak of you. I was merely reflecting on my own life. How did it come to this? I cannot even fathom why I chose to marry back then. I must have been out of my mind." Lao Xing subtly alluded to his wife's infidelity. No wonder he was so elated at my invitation to play basketball. It seemed he was lost in the complexities of life. The greatest joy for a middle-aged man often does not stem from women, but rather from camaraderie with friends. where even playful banter can elevate one's spirits. Yet, as we age, we discover that our circle of friends dwindles. At times, when I reach for my phone, I hesitate, struggling to find someone to contact, ultimately failing to dial even a single number. It is not that men have changed. Rather, the once ambitious man has had his fervor extinguished by life's relentless grind, becoming increasingly silent and lethargic within the confines of family life. Women desire their partners to be romantically present, yearning for a relationship reminiscent of passionate love. And such domestic bliss is certainly attainable. However, this requires the man to possess neither ambition nor a sense of familial responsibility, particularly in terms of financial obligations. To put it bluntly, if he is unable to earn a living or lacks social resources, all that remains is affection. Such a man will undoubtedly be looked down upon by his wife. Do not question the reasons. Those with answers are already queuing at the divorce office. Conversely, a successful man's heart has often been battered by the trials of society, yearning to experience love, yet desiring more to be cherished rather than endlessly appeasing his wife. It is often said that once a man achieves success, he grows disillusioned with his plain Jane at home. This sentiment, however, is misguided. The plain Jane was once youthful and beautiful, and not all men are devoid of compassion. Their disdain does not arise from their wife's advancing age or diminishing beauty, but from the combination of her declining allure, the emergence of wrinkles, and an increasingly irritable temperament that becomes unbearable. Many women fail to comprehend that a man's life necessitates space. Denying him this freedom only breeds discomfort. Instead of being overly protective, it is far more beneficial to extend ample trust, ensuring emotional connections remain strong, which in turn fosters a stable and harmonious family environment. Is your company still operational? I inquired cautiously. Lao Xing turned to me, puzzled. He was not suspicious, but rather sensed an underlying implication in my words. Something feels off, Chen Feng. Your company is thriving. Why ask such a question? If you were still running your original business, mine would be on the verge of expansion, as our operations are quite similar. If you're interested, perhaps you could visit my company someday. My words were straightforward. I saw no need for subterfuge. With Lao Xing, visiting the company was possible at any time, and there was little to reveal. Lao Xing understood my intent was to transfer the business. In an intermediary company, the core resource lies in its operations. Everything else is mere facade. He extinguished his cigarette and questioned, if all is well, why not keep it running? Though your company in the capital may not boast a vast enterprise, its income remains steady, and the business generated by the mine guarantees profit, making it a regrettable decision to abandon it. While your company in the southern city shows promising growth, maintaining both ventures requires constant travel. However, the income here is almost effortlessly acquired, so enticing that even I find myself coveting it. Yet, I cannot blame old Xing for hesitating. If he were to consider the past, reminiscing about our youthful days at university, we were indeed good friends and brothers. Yet when it comes to business, matters become complicated. Should he offer insufficient funds, it would offend me. Conversely, a generous sum would be hard for him to part with. Money does not grow on trees. And even among friends, one must avoid excessive emotional entanglements. Affection cannot be quantified in monetary terms. If everything could be measured by money, a person would be doomed. I refuse to sell. I deliberately keep him in suspense. You say you want to sell, what is that supposed to mean? Old Xing's newfound interest was promptly extinguished by my cold splash of reality. I chuckled softly, but I can give it away. Give it away? Have you lost your mind? Old Xing sprang up from his chaise, disbelief etched on his face. He then earnestly admonished me, Chen Feng, you cannot engage in such unscrupulous acts. We are men of dignity. Even if our wives are lacking, we must not betray our families. He presumed I was attempting to shift my assets for malicious intent. If a businessman truly wished to harm their spouse during a divorce, there are countless methods to do so. With family fortunes in the millions, it would be effortless to leave the partner burdened with debts in the same range. However, such actions are reprehensible. Despite any shortcomings, a wife is still the mother of one's children, and to stab at their humanity is to cross a moral line. I sighed. You misunderstand. My situation is quite similar to yours. I am on the verge of divorce as well. I can part with my company, but only under the condition that I secure a loan. Divorce settlements require financial transparency. This loan would certainly not be disclosed to Wang Lin, as I would never reveal my family's financial standing. Such is the fundamental principle of friendship, to avoid sowing discontent and jealousy among friends. Nevertheless, I genuinely seek this loan, and the sooner, the better. After a prolonged silence, old Xing seemed to have struck a nerve, expressing his distress. Why is that? Like you, my situation is dire. My wife. Old Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a long, weary sigh, lamenting why life must be so exasperating. The personalities of Chen Feng and old Xing mirror one another. Both harbor an intolerance for deceit and dishonesty, unable to endure the indignity of such situations. Neither would intentionally prolong a relationship for the sake of money. They lead their separate lives. This humiliation is intolerable to both. It is no wonder old Xing has refrained from attending gatherings in recent years, even distancing himself from old friends. It appears that when a man has been deeply wounded, he loses all interest in venturing out, let alone pretending to be joyful among acquaintances. Alas, old Xing, do not mind me. I need a moment. Old Xing closed his eyes in anguish, collapsing onto the couch, and after a long while, began to speak to himself. I once believed I was the only unfortunate soul in this world, while others flaunted their success in business, receiving adulation both publicly and privately. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately fail to preserve even my own home. Chen Feng, I have always envied your marriage. It is so blissful, devoid of any flaws. Do not misunderstand me. I harbor no feelings for Wang Lin. Your wife is beyond my reach. Rather, I admire the atmosphere of warmth and tranquility in your home, where the passage of time is serene amidst simplicity. I have always believed that you two would grow old together. This is the marital state I have longed for. Yet I have found myself unfortunate in love. Unexpectedly, we share a similar fate. Witnessing your outcome has shattered my romantic illusions. After a moment of artistic contemplation, Lao Xing wiped his face and sat up, inquiring about the child. I replied, I will take her to Guangzhou and plan to take a year off from school to accompany her. He lifted his thumb towards me and asked, what about your parents? Will they accompany you to Guangzhou? I chuckled, you must be joking. My mother and your aunt are colleagues and have yet to retire. She would never go to Guangzhou with me. As for my father, should he follow, it would only complicate matters. I shook my head in a wry smile. Two disheartened men lamenting together. Curiously, Lao Xing asked, Lu's temper is quite fierce. Won't she strike you after your divorce? I replied, oh, she would love to. Unfortunately, the old lady couldn't catch up. Lao Xing laughed. As long as you have your wits about you, let me think this over, and I'll get back to you within 3 days. Lao Xing is a straightforward person. When he says he's considering it, he is indeed inclined to agree. If he had no interest, he would have outright declined. I breathed a sigh of relief. This loan is substantial and pivotal for my new beginning. Come to my company tomorrow, assess the situation, and then we can decide. I cannot simply ask for your assistance without justification. Besides, it would be a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with the business, especially as the new year approaches, when connections can be vital. If the divorce can indeed be finalized, it should be feasible by March, at which point I will transfer the company to you. I articulated this to reassure Lao Xing while simultaneously establishing a timeline for the loan. Are you not concerned that I might poach your business and leave you in the lurch? Lao Xing jested. I pondered somberly for a moment and replied, with my family fractured, money has become inconsequential. Very well, I shall see you at the company tomorrow. Once you're divorced, I will introduce you to a university student, a dancer from the arts college, young and beautiful, who would cost merely 20 to 30,000 a month. Her figure and grace are tantalizing. I would be reluctant to let her go if not for my brother's plight. I have come to realize that we earn money for our own happiness. It makes no sense that the more one has, the less joyful one becomes. Do not stifle your feelings. Hoarding wealth without enjoyment is truly foolish. As I watched Lao Xing drive away, he waved goodbye. At that moment, Chen Feng appeared and remarked, he has changed as well. He remains the same at heart, yet genuine sentiments are often betrayed. Perhaps it is a means of self-preservation. Both Chen Feng and Lao Xing are individuals who sincerely wish to elevate their families, yet they find themselves unable to even maintain their homes. After enduring such melancholy in life, how could Lao Xing's nature remain unchanged? As I turned away, I found myself reluctantly residing in a hotel. Despite having a household registration in the capital, one finds oneself back in their hometown, living in a state devoid of a true home. What purpose does such a marriage serve? Chapter 26. The art of misconduct without instruction. Old Xing is a straightforward man. His temperament resembles the capricious weather of the north. When he says it will cool down, it does. When he predicts snow, snow falls, leaving no time for preparation. The following day, the head of my company, Su Bin, called to inform me, Mr. Chen, Mr. Xing has come to the office. Would you be able to stop by? I had old Xing remain at the company to review 3 years' worth of financial reports, revealing a business growth of 20 million, with profits hovering around 4 to 5 million, this being pure profit. The business had essentially plateaued. Despite Chen Feng's focus shifting to his company in Guangzhou over the past 2 years, the performance of the capital's branch remained unaffected. This stability in profit was akin to a pension, guaranteed returns, regardless of the circumstances. Old Xing, feeling somewhat hesitant, remarked, Chen Feng, you should reconsider. Letting this go would indeed be a pity. Once the business is relinquished, reclaiming it will prove challenging. Moreover, in our industry, every opportunity is fiercely contested. If relinquished, it will be swiftly seized by others. If you wish to pursue this, I can arrange a visit to key clients today. Once clients are let go, the business follows suit. A mere change in the legal entity and business scope will mean it no longer belongs to me. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, enveloped in a haze of smoke, he resolutely made a decision. This lucrative opportunity would be his. But do not agree so readily, I cautioned, gesturing towards the employees outside my office. These individuals have been with me for 6 or 7 years. You must retain them. Su Bin is someone I will need in the future, but for now, he must stay with you. The compensation need not be extravagant. Match what I currently provide. Not a problem. I shall ensure it, he replied. All right, then you must oversee them closely. Additionally, after visiting the clients, let us proceed with the change of the legal entity and add you to the board of directors. Starting this month, the company's revenue and profits will remain within the company. The rest is at your discretion. You rascal, this feels like quite the windfall for you. It makes me uneasy. Enough of that. I will keep it in mind, he chuckled. A business deal worth tens of millions was thus settled. While the arrangement was straightforward, given that old Xing required individuals familiar with my company's operations to assist him, it was not as reassuring as having those I had personally trained. Nevertheless, the employees were competent. One should not expect them to serve their employer with unwavering loyalty. After all, they toil for income, aiming to support their families. Who among them is not motivated by the allure of a modest wage? Moreover, it is not that I do not wish to take them with me. Some of the veteran employees have indeed become quite essential. Unfortunately, those willing to accompany me to Guangzhou had already made that move 2 years prior. The remaining staff at the capital branch are bound by various compelling reasons, some due to their household registrations, others due to family commitments. It is simply impractical to expect them to follow. Old Xing readily agreed, but then shook his head and said, I have a meeting tonight with someone from the bank, someone you know, my uncle by marriage. He should be able to secure an 8 million loan for you. It will be processed by next month, at the latest by early March. However, you are well aware of the bank's regulations. To secure an 80 million loan, one must maintain 20 million in the bank account, allowing only 60 million to be transferred out upon completion of the loan process. After a month of regulatory oversight, the funds can be withdrawn as needed. This sum is substantial, but your personal connections are of no concern to me. The bank's records in Guangzhou will reveal everything. They have reviewed the 80 million loan with a 3-year term. It poses no issues for you. While the interest is not insignificant, you must be prepared for that. I did not anticipate that your silent enterprises would have surpassed mine in scale. Old Xing is not envious, but rather acknowledges Chen Feng's past business acumen. As for me, can I truly say that Chen Feng's company generates revenue too slowly? With an investment of 1 million, I have garnered over 500,000 in just 7 or 8 trading days within the stock market. This is roughly equivalent to more than a month's profit in the capital. What significance does running a company hold if it were 10 million? A trading company is not a factory. It cannot aspire to evolve into a century-old enterprise. The lifespan of a trading company is relatively short, merely capitalizing on a few years of booming profits. The gains from the stock market are merely the beginning, and that is under conditions of minimal investment. Old Xing soon became captivated by my trading strategies. As soon as the market opened, I would engage in stock transactions daily. By analyzing market trends and individual stock performances, I developed an intuitive grasp of the market through extensive reading, enabling me to predict stock trajectories with greater precision. I found that my intuitive sense for trading became increasingly remarkable in practice. I could almost pinpoint the direction to trade. And though I could not predict the final selling price set by the major players, I could discern signs of their movements a day in advance through daily market observation. Is this trading? Old Xing, using his finger like a rolling pin, navigated the screen in astonishment, exclaiming in wonder, how rare it is. Old Xing, do not pretend you have never traded stocks. His tone resembled that of Zhu Beiji questioning Sha Sung about the taste of life, feigning innocence despite having tasted it already. Who is he trying to fool? My schedule is tightly packed, leaving me to engage in many tasks only during fragmented moments. Such is the nature of stock trading. My eye-rolling reaction made Old Xing retract his neck in embarrassment, admitting, I traded for fun, but I have been losing money. At the beginning of the year, my account saw some growth, yet I still owe half of my principal. After saying this, he opened the stock trading software on my desktop, hoping I could assist him. To my astonishment, he was ensnared by stocks that had been stagnant for 3 to 4 years. Last year, the Shanghai Composite Index plummeted to 990 points. Do not be surprised. This is not 9,000 points, but rather 900 points. What does this signify? It implies that most stocks have fallen below their initial offering prices. A glance around reveals stocks trading at merely over $1, a pitiful sight. Old Xing had invested significantly to average down his position, but still faced considerable losses. With a sheepish demeanor, he explained, "I have been hoping to break even. Over the years, I have only invested more money to lower the average cost, yet I still incur losses. My main mistake was entering the market too recklessly during the late stages of a bull market, which left me trapped. It is no wonder he is losing money. Yet such outcomes are within reason. In the realm of domestic stock trading, profits can be realized, yet they are not the fortune of the majority, but rather a select few." I glanced at the total market value of my account, around 10 million. It seems that Old Xing has incurred similar losses in the stock market. This year marks the inception of a bull market. As long as these stocks remain untouched, by year-end, Old Xing shall reap substantial rewards. Given my relationship with Chen Feng and Old Xing, I must contemplate the future of my rapport with him. Old Xing is a decent man, grounded and genuine. Our mutual interests align, coupled with our prior camaraderie, naturally fostering a comfortable atmosphere. I accessed my trading software backend and conveyed a rather disheartening reality to Old Xing. My foray into stock trading has not exceeded 10 days. As a veteran investor of 5 years, I exuded an innate sense of superiority when faced with a novice of merely 10 days. Old Xing seemed to be grasping at straws. However, upon witnessing the volume of my transactions and the profits therein, his demeanor shifted. I had long envied those who studied finance. Not only were they surrounded by attractive women, but they also possessed an uncanny ability to generate wealth. Old Xing gazed at my seemingly exaggerated transaction flow and profits, his eyes reddening with emotion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that your previous account belonged to a wealthy family? It would be odd for affluent individuals not to engage in stock trading. Is a divorce imminent, would you say? I replied nonchalantly, yet previously, my accounts had not yielded significant earnings. You are aware of my circumstances. The company had been financially strained, and cash flow was often insufficient. How could one possibly allocate funds for stock trading? Upon hearing this, Old Xing promptly immersed himself in analyzing my back-end transactions, soon arriving at a staggering conclusion. Almost daily, my profits exceeded 5%, with some days surpassing 8%, and one exceptional day even reaching 12%. This was no longer mere stock trading. It was akin to a money heist, more lucrative than robbing a bank. Were my capital greater, my daily earnings could eclipse what he makes in an entire year, all while compounding exponentially. A stock market prodigy. Old Xing found himself startled by this burgeoning thought. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired curiously, "Chen Feng, you initially purchased nearly 40 to 50 stocks on your first day, but in the following days, the number dwindled to around 10. What accounts for this change?" Stock selection, I explained, serves two purposes: refining one's market instincts and interpreting overarching market trends. Could you articulate something more comprehensible? I am a student of human resources, and your abstract notions are hardly practical, he retorted. Distill the essence, I suggested, evoking a sense of sophistication. Old Xing, albeit begrudgingly, complimented my prowess in trading and questioned why I did not scale up my endeavors. Am I mad? To expand my portfolio and then let others benefit? With a divorce looming, my current focus is merely to hone my skills. Trading effectively in the open market requires finesse. If I were to earn billions, would I not have to part with half, allowing another man to squander my fortune? I replied with a hint of irritation, and Old Xing, feeling a kinship in our shared predicament, chastised himself with a resounding slap to his face, acknowledging his straightforward nature. I misspoke, he conceded, suddenly grasping my intention to secure a loan, especially post-divorce. Yet, he hesitated, aware that seeking counsel on stock trading was a delicate matter to broach. It would be best to clarify which stocks to purchase. Otherwise, it seems one is merely soliciting assistance in amassing wealth. Such enterprises are typically not shared even among close kin. Perhaps only a father might guide his son towards prosperity, but one would hardly expect an uncle to do so. Old Xing considers it rather dubious to assume the role of Chen Feng's son, primarily because he appears more akin to Chen Feng's uncle, his age etched upon his skin. Individuals of a certain caliber understand that warmth must be tempered, especially concerning matters of profit and finance. One must deliberate meticulously. Frequently, even the closest relationships can dissolve over trivial disputes, leaving one devoid of friendship. When issues arise, I pondered inviting you to partake in some merriment. Did I not mention it yesterday? To visit the university, seek out those aged 18. I have experience in such matters. Do refrain. I am in the midst of a divorce. Indeed, let us dispense with pretense. I merely seek your assistance in selecting a few stocks, whether they yield loss or profit. I shall harbor no grievances, for I am aware of the rules. Over the years, I have been swayed by those clever brokers, promising a bull market at 2,200 points, forecasting at least 5,000, at 1,500 points, declaring that the market had dipped below expectations, presenting an opportune moment to increase holdings, and at 1,000 points, asserting that such a decline could not be permitted by the state, for if it continued, the market would undoubtedly close, having plummeted beyond measure. Now, with your expertise, why should I seek distant counsel? Old Xing is precisely this type of individual. When conversing with friends, he finds it impossible to keep secrets. After some consideration, I deemed it plausible and nodded in agreement. Here are a few stocks that have recently performed admirably. I selected leading stocks in securities and wine. The former is quite straightforward. With the bull market just beginning to show signs, securities will undoubtedly surge first. This sector will be the focal point of attention. The latter is even simpler. With the festive season approaching, sales will peak. In truth, the stock market of 2006 required little technical knowledge. One merely needed to follow the upward trend. Of course, some may have found themselves at the peak, a stroke of misfortune for them. With merely 1,000 stocks listed across both exchanges, supplemented by a handful of small and medium enterprises, this constituted the entirety of the domestic stock market landscape in 2006. Steel, coal, non-ferrous metals, real estate, and pharmaceuticals reigned supreme within the market. Indeed, many sectors that later became inundated with underperforming stocks are now highly sought after. In this era, the notion of junk stocks is virtually non-existent, and the operational conditions are surprisingly robust. Before long, I sensed something amiss. Old Xing sat behind my desk at the computer while I was on the coffee table, adjusting the trading on my laptop. Occasionally, I could hear his foolish laughter emanating from behind me, leaving me perplexed as to what could have elicited such joy. Upon glancing over, I was taken aback. He was nearing the completion of a purchase amounting to 30 million. Are you out of your mind? Such recklessness. Old Xing, bewildered by my incredulity and inquiry, looked at me with confusion, asking, "Did you not instruct me to do so?" I was astounded. "You are buying stocks in this manner?" I was nearly driven to madness. The current market is painfully small, with many companies valued at merely a few hundred million to several billion, while stocks worth 100 billion are considered substantial. 30 million is a considerable sum. Among professional traders, it could secure multiple stocks with limits on growth. As for this fellow, he recklessly invested 30 million, diving headfirst into the fray, leaving no time for others to react. Old Xing, shaking his finger, mockingly gestured in a manner reminiscent of Mutombo. "These fools think they can crash the market. 1,000 shares at a lower price? I'll absorb that. 5,000 shares? Still, I'll take it." Then these imbeciles were left flabbergasted. "I have lost faith in my own stock trading abilities, yet I trust you. Look, it has already reached the daily limit." Old Xing, who had never before experienced a stock soaring on the very first day of holding, was as joyous as a child. He leapt up in delight, and I couldn't help but worry about my office ceiling. Fortunately, this company would belong to Old Xing from now on, so if it faltered, I wouldn't have to mend it. My eyelid twitched involuntarily. With merely 10 billion in play, anyone investing 20 million could trigger a limit up. Such a brazen tactic would surely incite the nerves of the major players. Reluctantly, I conveyed the mindset of the stock manipulators to Old Xing. It dawned on him that his concern about someone else reaping the rewards had led to this artificial inflation, preventing him from acquiring shares. However, the crux of the matter was that he had run out of funds, making his ability to buy irrelevant. The stock manipulators were indeed unfortunate to encounter a simpleton like Old Xing. Nonetheless, I shared my assessment. There would be a few limit ups, perhaps 3 or 4, as the major players would seek to wash out the shares. If this stock continued to be tossed about in such a manner, it would surely be ruined. Old Xing, with exaggerated astonishment, exclaimed, "Does this mean I could earn 10 million in a week? Perhaps even more." I rubbed my temples and informed Old Xing, "I will keep a close watch on this stock over the next few days. When it's time to sell, I will call you. With a stroke of luck, it could double. However, we cannot be reckless when selling, unless it's at the limit. We should let the manipulators absorb it all at once. But such an action would surely offend someone." Old Xing then realized that this endeavor was even more perilous than gambling. Those who can manipulate the market are undoubtedly individuals of considerable influence. Although he was unafraid, given his substantial connections, it is still unwise to make unnecessary enemies. To deprive someone of their wealth is akin to murdering their parents. It is best to avoid such actions. He nodded seriously and said, "Chen Feng, rest assured, I understand." Yet, when he considered the prospect of turning 10 million into 20 million, or even more, his composure faltered. He then recalled that he had not just purchased one stock, but two. Would the other also pose a problem? Chen Feng, what about the other one, Citic? I retorted, stop pondering. With a market cap of hundreds of billions, do you think your little sum can make a difference? I chastised old Xing, reminding him that despite being an experienced investor, he was still quite naive. Indeed, the stock market these days is reckless to an alarming degree. Stocks classified as ST can surge for 2 consecutive months, racking up 40 limit ups without a pause, with no oversight whatsoever. Many manipulators have met their demise amidst the fervor of retail investors. It is not uncommon for manipulators to wash out their own positions, a practice that has become routine. By the way, this afternoon, I will take you to meet my new girlfriend. The arrangement is already made. I asked her to bring a classmate along. We won't discuss finances, just getting to know each other first. In 2 months, once you are divorced, it would be perfect timing for a romance, a little indulgence. We are not talking about keeping someone, just providing a living allowance. The esteemed director once said, engage more with the youth. We are both in our 30s. How many more years can we still frolic about? Engaging with young women in their late teens can rejuvenate our youthful spirit. Old Xing has taken it upon himself to monopolize my time at the company, even meticulously planning my daily itinerary. This situation places me in a rather awkward position, as my schedule is quite constrained. The reason I remain in the capital is to secure the paternity test results before departing. Although I have no doubt regarding my daughter's identity, nor has Chen Feng ever questioned it, I adhere to a principle of letting facts speak for themselves. I do not trust merely what I hear or see. I rely solely on evidence. This may be the greatest sorrow inherent in my character. Fortunately, I have finally managed to extricate myself from old Xing's clutches. A phone call arrived, prompting a change in my itinerary, and that very evening, I boarded a flight to Guangzhou. Chapter 27. Dangerous Woman. The scale of the Yangqing Company is several times larger than that of the capital, boasting around 60 to 70 employees. I was greeted by Mina, the business manager who has been loyal to Chen Feng for nearly 7 years. Within the airport terminal, there existed an unusual magnetic aura surrounding Mina. Travelers, previously moving with ease, instinctively slowed as they approached her vicinity. The onlookers, predominantly men, displayed unmistakable, suggestive intentions. Their gazes seemed to be ensnared by Mina, their expressions vacant, their necks unconsciously following her every movement. Old Chen. The mere utterance of this name has likely shattered the hearts of countless men. There she stood, her cascading waves of hair framing a captivating figure. The sound of her high heels striking the marble floor resonating like the cadence of a battle drum, stirring the blood within those who heard it. Her delicate, oval face, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and alluring silhouette exuded an irresistible charm with every smile and frown. Between her elegantly arched brows and delicate nose, there lay an aura of formidable arrogance that compelled one to submit without hesitation. With playful sunglasses perched atop her head, she emanated a chilling, formidable presence. When confronted with such a woman, men instinctively think of one word: queen. Old Chen. I could not suppress my curiosity and pressed Chen Feng. Something is amiss. What do you mean? Chen Feng was taken aback by my sudden tone, seemingly at a loss for words, yet he felt an inner calm. They had nothing to hide. You must be involved with her. Do not deceive me. My eyes do not deceive me. Her gaze toward you is undeniably different from how she regards other men. My ability to discern infidelity, despite my otherwise critical nature, remained intact. We are innocent. There are no personal entanglements between us. Even though Chen Feng had long since been stripped of his temper by my incessant probing, my words struck a chord, igniting a sense of unwarranted grievance and indignation within him. Do you think I am a fool? The way she looks at you is not that of an employee toward her boss, nor a disciple toward her master. Her eyes reflect a yearning and tenderness. When a woman gazes at a man with such affection, I would not be surprised by anything they do, even if she were to bear your child. I already have a child. I would never betray my family. As he spoke, Chen Feng fell silent. He no longer had a family, nor a life to speak of. It seemed that he felt impervious to moral condemnation in any of his actions. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Feng shuddered and resolutely declared, "It is impossible. She and I could never be." He then regarded me with a peculiar expression and timidly inquired, "You haven't developed an interest in her, have you?" I shook my head in mild irritation, responding, "I was speaking of you. Why drag me into this?" Chen Feng's rationale appeared feeble and unconvincing to me, not because I doubted his words, but because I had greater faith in my own judgment. He had no reason to deceive me. Yet I understood that should a woman like her take the initiative, few men would be able to resist. Indeed, even if Chen Feng's marriage faced turmoil due to Wang Lin's betrayal, It was clear that his own union would also fracture should he engage with Mina. Wang Lin possessed an admirable demeanor and striking looks, yet Mina was equally endowed in both grace and beauty. Furthermore, in terms of age, Mina held a distinct advantage. As Chen Feng had revealed, she was merely 25. A woman who had been supporting herself since the age of 16, even assuming the responsibility of her education, undoubtedly possessed a formidable inner strength. It was only in her sophomore year that she encountered Chen Feng, who, through persuasion and charm, integrated Mina into his team. Over the years, she flourished and achieved a level of independence. Such a woman, with her powerful resolve and clear intentions, would not easily develop feelings for anyone. However, should she truly fall for someone, she would remain steadfast for a lifetime, willingly accompanying him without reservation. She represented the pinnacle of desirability among women. Men often find themselves irresistibly drawn to those who seem unattainable or exude strength, as the thrill of conquest fuels their spirits, emboldening them to face any adversity. Old Chen, you've been in the capital for nearly a month now. Why are you so reluctant to return to your beloved wife? Mina's words shattered the hearts of the men around us, revealing the irony that such a woman could be a mistress, leaving them to ponder where they had faltered. Yet, upon observing my composure, they felt a twinge of inadequacy. My efforts in physique management had begun to bear fruit, standing tall and handsome. I emanated a mature aura tinged with a poignant understanding of life's hardships, rendering me a potent allure for women. The frustration lay in the fact that I could not compete with Mina's physique and face. What a shameless man living off others. Following the betrayal he faced, Chen Feng had almost ceased to eat or drink, relying solely on alcohol and sleepless nights, which had led to the reduction of his beer belly. Although he appeared somewhat haggard, his spirit had been rejuvenated. Chen Feng had a strong foundation. Once the campus heartthrob, his life experiences only served to amplify his magnetism, captivating even those who might oppose him, as they believed he was merely relying on his looks to win over women. Boss, I wish to accompany you home, Mina said, her tone demanding a more respectful dialogue. As she drew closer, I caught a whiff of a luxurious fragrance, rich yet not overwhelming, akin to the fervor of a blazing fire. Particularly, when Mina wrapped her arms around mine, that soft, tingling sensation ignited a spark within me, making it increasingly difficult to restrain my fervor. She is a woman who deeply understands the hearts of men. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, as ripples stirred within my otherwise tranquil heart. After finally exiting the airport terminal, beads of fine sweat adorned my forehead, glistening under the sun, which only intensified the heat. I inadvertently freed myself from Mina's entanglement, allowing me to regain my composure. I need you to find me a nanny, one who can cook exquisitely, maintain cleanliness, and possesses an unblemished background, preferably a local from Yanqing. Let us set the salary at 10,000. A month? Surely not a year? Back in 2006, wages were modest. Many workers in electronics earned just over 1,000, and only with overtime could they reach above 2,000. Salaries in office buildings averaged around 3,000 to 4,000. A monthly salary of 10,000 for a cook is indeed a rarity. It's not that finding someone is difficult, but rather that finding someone who meets these standards is the challenge. This is the trouble that comes with offering too generous a salary. Once in the car, Mina seemed to settle down considerably. It was as if all her previous actions had merely been a playful performance among the crowd. At that moment, Chen Feng appeared with an innocent expression. He needn't worry about Mina not seeing him, nor about our conversation being overheard. He simply smiled wryly and said, "Now you understand why I advised against contacting her, right? What kind of woman is most fearsome? The kind that shines brilliantly, possesses a strong personality, and whose thoughts are inscrutable. Undoubtedly, Mina embodies such a being. Why refuse?" I chuckled dismissively. To me, Mina posed no real threat. While she might challenge Chen Feng's previous marriage, even potentially wreaking havoc, for me, it was inconsequential. Chen Feng, taken aback, opened his mouth in astonishment, then sighed. "Do as you wish, but I hope you won't harm her." "I won't. I am not the kind of person who is rendered immobile by the sight of a beautiful woman. My life philosophy is simple, neither proactive nor rejecting, and certainly not responsible." Chen Feng was completely taken aback by my disposition, his frustration palpable, yet upon seeing my amused expression, he began to doubt his initial impression of me. I chuckled. "Enough of the banter. Introduce me to this woman. I suspect the reason you chose to bring her to Yanqing to start a company was to avoid affecting your family, right?" Chapter 28. Mina, alas, nothing escapes your notice. Chen Feng nodded in resignation. He then recounted the moment he met Mina. Mina had a relatively happy childhood. Her family's misfortunes began when her father, a miner, fell ill, causing the pillar of their household to falter, resulting in a severe decline in their economic standing. Her mother, unable to endure the crushing weight of poverty, ailing husband, and the burdens of the household resting solely on her frail shoulders, found it nearly suffocating. Moreover, she was a woman of considerable beauty. Thus, on a sunny day, she ran away with someone. A child is unfortunate when faced with an irresponsible mother. The weight of familial responsibilities suddenly fell upon the shoulders of 16-year-old Mina. Through a hodgepodge of efforts, coupled with part-time jobs during summer and winter breaks, she barely managed to complete high school. Upon gaining admission to university, she faced a monumental decision: to sell her ancestral home and venture into the bustling metropolis, or to pursue her studies locally, eventually marrying and settling down. In a moment of fervor, she chose to sell the house and everything else of value in her family. With unwavering resolve, she embarked on a train to the capital with her father, driven by the hope of accessing the finest medical care for his ailment. Unfortunately, her father's condition was a chronic occupational illness, requiring long-term care, and his prognosis was grim. During her second year of university, circumstances took a turn for the worse. Her father's health deteriorated, necessitating a staggering sum of 20,000 yuan for medical expenses. Yet, how could a young woman still in her studies possibly procure such a substantial amount? It was the late 1990s, and even an ordinary worker struggled to earn that much in a year. The proceeds from selling her family home had dwindled, exhausted by medical bills and living expenses. Reality forced her into a harrowing choice: to sacrifice her most cherished possession to save her father, or to helplessly watch him succumb to suffering. This was an excruciating decision for anyone, and she chose self-sacrifice. I had a significant client with whom I had been negotiating for an extended period, but to no avail. By chance, I discovered a weakness of his, not exactly a weakness, but rather a typical male inclination. He had a particular fondness for innocence, and with assistance, I managed to find 2 university students, one of whom was Mina. At that time, I offered 10,000 yuan per person, already a premium. Yet, Mina approached me to negotiate, insisting on 20,000. Unfamiliar with her and aware only that she was still a student, I noted her natural beauty devoid of makeup. However, it hardly justified double the price. I had alternatives. If not her, I could utilize others. Yet, Mina intercepted me as I attempted to leave, earnestly asserting that her first experience was invaluable, though the market might not recognize its worth. She proposed alternative means of compensation, but remained adamant about the 20,000. Did you agree? No, how could I? I had very little money. I might have been the owner of a company, but business was stagnating. For a stranger to demand 20,000 was equivalent to 2 months' parole for my small firm. Even in a moment of madness, I could not commit such folly. Chen Feng paused before continuing. However, Mina persuaded me. She explained that every woman feels shy during her first experience. In a transactional context, the girl would be even more apprehensive and anxious. She could help ease the girl's nerves while ensuring the man's satisfaction. Did you believe her? She assured me that if it did not succeed, she would take nothing. However, if the business thrived, she would require the full 20,000, with a deposit of 10,000. Her earnestness convinced me, and I handed over the money. And then, she failed. The moment she appeared, my client dismissed her outright. At that time, she was far too young, and her makeup skills were woefully inadequate, resulting in a rather disheveled appearance that rendered her even less attractive than before. My client was on the verge of losing his temper. He desired a youthful beauty, not a mere fledgling. Had it not been for the timely arrival of another girl, this business deal might have fallen through. I had foolishly believed her words. She was all talk and no action. Subsequently, my curiosity about Mina grew. She was a woman of audacious spirit, a boldness that bordered on recklessness. Yet, her courage was also a product of life's harsh demands, as any misstep could lead her to irrevocable downfall. Eventually, I approached her to demand repayment. She claimed she had none, yet continued to suggest that since she had already incurred a loss of 10,000, why not add another 10,000 for a complimentary lover? Would you not fall into the same trap again? No, but one day at the hospital, I witnessed her and her father's plight and felt a pang of compassion. At that time, my business had flourished and my financial situation improved, allowing me to offer her a sum of money, totaling several tens of thousands. She then came to work for my company, and I took her under my wing as a mentor. Chen Feng closed his eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Before finally speaking, a woman who does not regard her own life can grow at an alarming rate. Within 2 years, she became the most outstanding employee in the company and earned my trust. However, I noticed a peculiar glint in her eyes when she looked at me, prompting me to deliberately distance myself. Later, when the Guangzhou branch was established, she was transferred there. Chen Feng recounted succinctly. Yet, this was sufficient for me. I casually inquired about her father. Is he still alive? He passed away. He could not endure until her graduation, succumbing to a chronic illness that could not be cured, slowly draining the last vestiges of life from him. Primarily, it was his lack of will to survive that made living so difficult. Some individuals' suffering cannot attain redemption. Much like Mina's father, he departed this world burdened by pain. Yet, perhaps he found solace in knowing that his daughter could finally stand on her own, not wanting to be a burden on her journey. But for Mina, her emotional anchor in this world had vanished. I could surmise when Mina's fondness for Chen Feng began. Soon, Chen Feng confirmed my suspicion. This left me somewhat apprehensive that Mina might become emotionally entangled in the future. My perspective aligned with Chen Feng's. Mina could indeed make a passionate lover, but would undoubtedly falter as a wife. A woman with a formidable inner strength and commanding presence may captivate a man in an extramarital affair, yet within the confines of family life. She could be a veritable disaster for him. Almost all men perceive home as a sanctuary, a refuge, a safe haven. Once home transforms into a storm's epicenter, escape becomes their sole option. Men require a gentle, nurturing, and understanding woman as a spouse, for such an environment ensures stability, provided no chaos is introduced. The emotional bond among family members, particularly between husband and wife, should resemble wine rather than fire. Wine, the longer it is stored, the more profound its flavor becomes. However, fire is a different matter altogether, destined to create a scene of chaos and excitement. After disembarking from the vehicle, Mina once again inquired, "Old Chun, are you truly not going to meet with that Indian client? They have come with sincerity." "Absolutely not. Doing business with Indians drives me mad." Chapter 29. The logic of San Go. My arrival in Yanqing was not merely due to Mina's repeated urgings. With the new year approaching, the company required my presence as the owner to resolve some lingering issues from the previous year. I even contemplated shutting down the business, acquiring sufficient funds through the stock market, and then purchasing a reputable investment firm to return to my original profession. Although I would inherit Chen Feng's identity and navigate life in society, I could never fully adopt Chen Feng's lifestyle. Aside from the commitments I made to Chen Feng, I would not follow his path in life. After all, I am I, and Chen Feng is Chen Feng. Just as I promised Chen Feng to care for his parents and daughter, I could never agree to forgive his wife, Wang Lin. Even if she had never wronged Chen Feng, I could not feign a blissful existence with someone I do not love. Thus, unlike Chen Feng, I felt a tinge of gratitude towards Wang Lin, as she provided me with ample justification to leave her behind. The same can be said for the company. I suddenly realized that while Chen Feng viewed the business as his career, I did not share that perspective. I held little confidence in such operations and lacked significant interest in pursuing them. Unless there was a trustworthy individual who could replace my presence and transition the company to a professional management model. Although Chen Feng's company appeared to generate decent annual profits, it was merely temporary and did not warrant the need for a professional manager, as it was not worth the trouble. The reason for my visit to Yanqing was to consider the possibility of shutting down the company. However, upon my arrival, I was somewhat overwhelmed by the atmosphere within the workplace. It was not that it was unfavorable. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The employees exuded vitality and enthusiasm, with the only drawback being that, with the new year approaching, business operations were nearly at a standstill. Knock, knock, knock. Mina entered my office without waiting for permission, which I found rather off-putting, indicating her close relationship with Chen Feng, something I needed to remain cautious about. Even if she sensed my discomfort, there was no need for concern, as she was merely a mid-level manager at Chen Feng's company. What could it matter if she noticed? Yet, this lack of boundaries heightened my vigilance. "What is it?" I asked. "Mr. Chen, that Indian client has unexpectedly arrived at the company and is currently at the front desk. Weren't we not planning to entertain the Indian clients? Have they not yet given up?" Mina responded innocently. "Although our company may not be the largest in Yanqing, we engage with major corporations, expanding our cooperative reach into developed countries in Europe and America. It is hardly surprising that they have come to us, given our strong reputation among clients." The essence of Mina's request was merely for me to step out and greet a visitor. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I simply lack the desire to move. My ambivalence regarding my position at the company leaves me with little motivation to engage in business discussions. I suggested that he come to my office instead. Mina looked at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Aren't you going to greet him?" It seemed inconsequential to me, and I nonchalantly replied before rising and approaching the tea table on the sofa, occupied with arranging the tea set. In my previous life, I had no habit of handling tea utensils, yet after a few days of learning from Chen Feng, I found the process quite enjoyable and had grown accustomed to the ritual of tea consumption. "I must admit, your arrogance has taken me aback." Observing the visitor's dark complexion, my assessment of him diminished significantly. I remained seated, which only served to further irritate him. A sense of humiliation coupled with a fierce pride sparked an impulse within him to lash out. I was aware that had he been a client from a different country, he would have already reacted in such a manner, but Indian clients tend to maintain composure. Chen Feng is the owner of this company. I had no intention of extending my hand for a handshake. Instead, I gestured for him to take a seat and inquired in English, "What is your surname?" "Gupta." He replied, "Vaishya?" After a brief moment of surprise, the anger on his face appeared to diminish considerably. The once aggressive demeanor gave way to a calm as he settled into his seat. This peculiar negotiation style left the Indian man named Gupta feeling quite out of sorts, as though he were in the presence of a revered superior. For several minutes, I remained silent, quietly preparing the tea. Once the first infusion was ready, I gestured for him to partake. Then began my elaborate performance. My surname is Chun, a lineage derived from the most ancient and noble 8 sovereigns of Huaxia, a descendant of Emperor Shun. He was the legendary ruler who triumphed over devastating floods that plagued Huaxia for centuries, commanding the divine to cleave mountains and pacify the relentless torrents. This assertion was undoubtedly accurate, for the Qin surname indeed traces back to Shun, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Is it not impressive? After all, who among our people does not boast of a grand ancestry? Even those without can fabricate connections. For instance, during the compilation of genealogies, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty included his forefather, while Zhu Yuanzhang incorporated Zhu Shi into his lineage. This emperor, known for his ruthless treatment of scholars, certainly faced scrutiny for venerating an intellectual as an ancestor. With each segment of my discourse, I elicited expressions of astonishment from my counterpart. Even Gupta began to recognize the familiarity of my rhetoric, akin to a noble kshatriya addressing a lowly Vaishya. Though the Vaishya is not inherently lowly, the hierarchical divide between Brahmins and kshatriyas cannot be overlooked. Regrettably, I must inform you that our employees have matters of greater significance to attend to than mere business transactions, matters far more important than profits. The Lunar New Year approaches. In Huaxia, the celebration of the New Year transcends festivities. It is a time to report our year's spiritual cultivation to the deities. As one favored by the divine, I trust you can comprehend my rationale for declining your company's commercial requests during this period. While it may seem unreasonable, it is, in fact, profoundly reasonable, for it is the will of the gods. As I spoke, I pointed heavenward with my index finger, embodying the essence of a divine envoy among mortals. Gajita was utterly taken aback. A grand drama unfolded in his mind. This was a wretched kshatriya. After a lengthy pause, Gajita, parched and at a loss for words, began to explain. Noble as the son of the divine. Chun, I understand my abruptness may have caught you off guard, and for my reckless behavior, I sincerely apologize. Furthermore, I wish to convey that while the surname of a Vaishya may not bear the same nobility as that of a kshatriya or a Brahmin, we too have received the blessings of the divine. Just like Gandhi, I raised an eyebrow, my seemingly frivolous expression alleviating the tension in my counterpart, who appeared almost tearfully grateful. Indeed, just like Gandhi. As a foreigner, I hesitate to comment on Gandhi's contributions, yet, as per your choices, you require Gandhi for the sake of dignity. The ensuing conversation ensnared him completely within my rhetoric. Had he been an elite Indian, steeped in Western cultural values, my theories would have been utterly lost on him. After all, elite Indians, from the onset of their education, have been distanced from the common Indian society. The knowledge imparted in schools is entirely based on a Western cultural framework, and even when it comes time for university, they first opt for institutions like Yale and Oxford, only settling for local Indian universities if they are ultimately rejected. But this individual was different. Thus, he was left helplessly led by my discourse. Until the very end, he did not dare to show his teeth in my presence. Even in the face of my repeated refusals to collaborate, he maintained a demeanor of sincere gratitude, leaving Mina, who had been observing, utterly perplexed. It was clear that I had humiliated him, yet he appeared more joyous than if he had consumed the fruit of enlightenment. What was this? Was there truly someone with such an innate inclination to debase themselves? Once the client departed, Mina stealthily made her way to my office. After I dodged her attempt to touch my forehead, she reluctantly settled onto the sofa opposite me. While my gaze lingered on the tea set I had used to entertain our guest, contemplating whether it should be discarded, for it had lost its purity. Old Chen, what kind of enchantment did you cast on that Indian? He arrived with such an imposing presence, as if he would dismantle our company out of spite. Who would have thought that after sharing a mere cup of tea, he could be so easily placated? Mina gazed at me with almost reverential admiration, for in that moment, had I wished to negotiate a contract, he would surely have rushed to sign. According to standard international practices, Once a contract is signed and a deposit received, both parties are considered collaborators, solidifying the business deal. This is the essence of commercial rules, a covenant among merchants. However, in the realm of business, Indians are notoriously peculiar. They are infamous for their disregard for norms and lack of regulations. Throughout the entire encounter, I exhibited no intention of signing a contract, rather arrogantly failing to even bid farewell as the guest departed. Instead, it was the guest who politely extended courtesy, leaving Mina, an outsider, somewhat bewildered. It was not an enchantment that swayed me, but rather a simple reluctance to engage in this business transaction. I picked up the used teacup from our guest and casually tossed it into the trash bin before washing my hands. Turning back, I chuckled. What? Unable to comprehend? Do you no longer wish to run a company? Abandoning a profitable venture would indeed result in an annual profit increase of 10 million or more for our company. Mina, viewing the matter from a profit perspective, refrained from countering my argument. However, I had my own considerations. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. The Indian market is vast and is poised to surpass Japan, potentially becoming the second largest market in Asia in the future. You are also aware that the identity of the counterpart has been verified, the business is genuine, and the individuals involved are authentic. Yet, this opportunity seems almost too convenient. Do you find it credible? What is there to doubt? Mina perceived my caution as somewhat inexplicable. Engaging in business is akin to navigating relationships. One principle suffices. What is it? I believe that while fortunes may fall from the sky, I hold no conviction that such serendipity is destined to grace my path. What nonsense. You are being prejudiced. I chuckled softly, asserting that it was certainly not prejudice. However, deep down, I recognized that I harbored biases. Much like numerous multinational corporations that have faced harrowing lessons in India, I first asked myself how critical this business is to our company. Would its absence jeopardize our operations? This was the first inquiry. Upon hearing my thoughts, Mina attempted to interject, but I halted her with a gentle gesture. Next, I considered the financial implications of this venture. How much capital would it require, and is that capital absolutely secure? If the Indian partners were to retract their commitment at a crucial moment, would it place our cash flow at risk of strain or even rupture? This was the second question. The third question arose. Why would they not approach companies with greater strength than ours? We have several state-owned enterprises above us, and companies of much larger scale. Why us? Are we truly deserving of this seemingly fortuitous opportunity? Ultimately, as the owner, I bear the responsibility for the company's survival, not merely its growth, but its very existence. For the company to continue operating, employees must receive their wages. Management must attain their anticipated bonuses, and I must secure sufficient profits. As a trade company primarily focused on mediation and services, we must prioritize the company's sustainability, with growth being a secondary concern. Mina, visibly frustrated, puffed up her chest and replied, "You simply do not trust the other party. No, something seems amiss with you lately. It appears you are indifferent to all company affairs. What has transpired? Have you quarreled with your sister-in-law? If you hadn't retained that air of nonchalance while sipping tea, I would have thought you were a different person." "It is nothing. I remain unchanged, though my perspective has shifted." I averted my gaze, wary of meeting Mina's eyes. Her intuition was formidable, and she nearly discerned my thoughts. Affecting an air of profundity, I remarked, "In mundane terms, I have attained a certain enlightenment. I now have a more extensive vision and preparation for the future. The immediate gains may seem substantial, but have you considered who would be willing to work in India?" Before Mina could retort, I interjected decisively. "Do not assert that you would. However, you must understand that Indians do not use toilet paper. They utilize their fingers. Indeed, it is as you suspect. Then they would pick vegetables with their fingers and cook for you. Could you accept that? Especially considering the formidable microbial community present in the food. I have heard of a Japanese consortium that ventured to India, a group of over 100 individuals, nearly perishing there. After I terrified Mina, leaving her pale as a ghost, I softened my tone somewhat and explained that doing business in India is notoriously challenging, arguably the most difficult market in the world. They do not pay much heed to rules, often altering business regulations according to their whims and moods. While it may seem possible to earn money, actually retrieving those funds proves to be exceedingly arduous. For merchants, the most lucrative business in India revolves around arms trading, rather than civilian equipment. Yet, we are not in a position to engage in the arms trade. In this era, our compatriots possess a rather limited understanding of the world. The distant land of India, one of the 4 ancient civilizations, is merely a subject confined to the pages of history books, often epitomized by Xuanzang's pilgrimage. The true essence of India remains a mystery to all. Those who have visited choose to remain silent, for the experience is far from pleasant. By the way, I must take my leave now. Feel free to call me if anything arises. Tomorrow, I require all department heads to convene at the office to deliberate on matters concerning the upcoming new year. Chapter 30, a rare talent during the new year. Do you still find the spirit to celebrate? Mina was nearly infuriated. My demeanor was starkly different from that of Chen Feng. I did not intentionally mimic Chen Feng's habits or working style, as that would not be true to myself, but rather a mere reflection of him. Even if Chen Feng were to depart entirely or vanish, I would merely be an individual resembling him, assuming his identity and bearing the responsibilities he left in this world as an outsider. I remain unchanged, steadfast in my essence. Just as Chen Feng might hesitate, become agitated, or even lose his mind when dealing with Wang Lin, I would not. Firstly, I lack the capacity to empathize. Secondly, Chen Feng and I are fundamentally different in temperament. While appearances may alter, one's working style, habits, and character remain immutable. I may seek to avenge those who disrupt Chen Feng's marriage. Yet I would never employ his methods. Such actions are too irrational and crude. The following day, under a radiant sun, in the company office, I cast a sidelong glance at the impeccably seated management team. Thanks to Chen Feng's private introductions, I could discern these individuals. As for the employees, it suffices to say that Chen Feng could not possibly recognize them all. After all, in a company of 70 to 80 people, the frequent turnover ensures a constant influx of new faces. Standing at the head of the table, I began with gratitude. I appreciate everyone's hard work over the past year, which has led to significant progress and development for the company. As the new year approaches, I shall refrain from uttering any demoralizing remarks. Financially, how much do we have left in the accounts? Mr. Chen, there are still over 5 million. Today, there are 3 matters to address. With the new year approaching, we must arrange for personnel to be on duty during the holiday period. Many of our employees hail from other cities and need to have their work scheduled in advance to return home. Upon hearing this, Mina immediately grew anxious. Mr. Chen, in the vastness of the world, nothing holds greater significance than the filial duty of returning to one's parents during the new year. After a year of dedicated toil for the company, it is essential to take a moment to unwind, shedding the burdens accumulated over the months. It is a time for balance, allowing one to rejuvenate for the endeavors that lie ahead. This new year must be celebrated with joy. For those who choose to work during the holiday, compensation will be in accordance with national standards, at triple the usual wage. Should the resulting earnings fall below 800, they will be adjusted to that figure. Mina, despite her futile attempts at persuasion, remained stubbornly seated, scribbling aimlessly in her notebook. I paid little attention, merely offering a gentle smile. Next on the agenda was the company's annual gathering. As a modest firm, hosting an extravagant event seemed excessive. Thus, I proposed an elevated dining standard for our pre-New Year banquet, 5,000 per table, with a reservation for 8 tables. As for the subsequent entertainment, including singing, it would depend on everyone's preference, with the company graciously covering the expenses. However, I cautioned against any unruly behavior post-celebration, emphasizing that such decorum was for their own benefit, not solely for the company's integrity. Lastly, regarding bonuses, last year's bonus was equivalent to 1 month's salary. This year, owing to improved company performance, it would be increased to 3 months. Once the HR department finalizes the payroll, I instructed for my signature, ensuring that the funds would be transferred to the employees' accounts by afternoon. Are there any questions? If not, I encouraged everyone to resume their tasks. Old Chen, you seem unexpectedly generous this time. I chuckled lightly, replying, a generous boss might not please every employee. Your class stance appears to waver, comrade. After pouring Mina a cup of tea, I indulged in the simple pleasure of brewing, casually inviting her to voice any concerns. If there's nothing to say, I may take my leave. There are 2 matters, she began. Your landlord just called, informing that he intends to sell the property. You must vacate before returning to your homeland after the new year. Old Chen, you might soon find yourself without a home. Would you like me, your humble assistant, to offer you refuge? Mina, now a homeowner, seemed inclined to pull me into her abode. After the new year, please provide me with his contact number. I prefer to keep my decisions private from Mina. What is the second matter? I inquired. The company is expanding, and our current office space is insufficient for our growing team. What are your thoughts on my earlier suggestion regarding seeking a new office location? I rubbed my temples. Managing such affairs had not been my intention. On the surface, Chen Feng's company appeared prosperous, boasting impressive profits. Yet, I foresaw that within 2 years, competition in this industry would intensify, rife with conflict, rendering excessive investment unwise. I had never envisioned expanding the company and had even contemplated shutting it down at one point. However, the emergence of a certain individual shifted my perspective. I refrained from providing Mina with an immediate answer, instead instructing her to notify an employee slated for dismissal, Du Min. I was familiar with Du Min, though not personally. I had only heard of him. I was aware of some details from his past, albeit from many years ago, when he had already achieved significant success and earned the title of a labor tycoon. Over 2 decades, he transformed an ordinary factory of a few hundred employees into a powerhouse with over 100,000 staff, elevating it to the ranks of the Fortune Global 500. From any perspective, this individual possesses the most admirable qualities and talents among professional managers, particularly in the manufacturing sector, which encompasses processing, trade, and self-design. His evident technical reserves mark him as an exceptional talent, arguably a genius in management. A university graduate without any foreign educational background, he fortuitously emerged as a manager in a struggling factory with meager profits after a few years in the workforce. Employing a set of ideas that starkly contrast with those of domestic managers, he has successfully upheld a vast corporate group. Du Min's philosophies diverge significantly from those of other enterprise managers in the country, verging on the unconventional. His approach to expanding the enterprise does not align with local management styles, but rather reflects the methodologies of foreign multinational corporations, emphasizing research and development, technological advancement, and market share, even at the expense of traditional factory significance in his management paradigm. While complete deindustrialization akin to that of the United States is unfeasible in the domestic environment, he has adeptly reduced the proportion of heavy assets controlled by the group, allowing for a leaner operation. Consequently, the enterprise has flourished and expanded, which is the secret of his success. One cannot overlook that Du Min's achievements stem from his visionary insight, unwavering conviction, and a stroke of good fortune. The latter is relatively simple. Many small enterprises collapse suddenly for a singular reason: miscalculated investments. Du Min's initial choice mirrored this notion, his gamble on research and development. Should the RD have faltered, he would have faced professional ruin and the factory's demise. Yet, upon successfully placing his bet, the small company took flight, entering a period of rapid growth. Such fortunate gambles, for capable enterprises, are hardly daunting. A misstep merely necessitates a change in direction. After a few trials and errors, one ultimately strikes gold, soaring to new heights. As long as sufficient capital is available, such gambles are merely minor detours on the path to success. Conversely, the other 2 traits embodied by Du Min, perseverance and vision, are what I hold in highest regard. These are the rarest qualities and talents in a manager. Other skills pale in comparison. However, the most compelling reason to invest in this individual lies in his unwavering loyalty. While absolute loyalty is a myth, he has dedicated decades of his life to a single company, holding a modest equity stake yet contributing to the creation of a conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. Such a person is undoubtedly not driven by greed. Moreover, the convergence of favorable circumstances has granted him significant influence from the outset. I am untroubled by whether the future authority of this company remains in my hands, nor am I hesitant to share equity. My sole requirement is to entrust this intricate enterprise to a relatively reliable individual. Du Min is precisely that person. I encountered him while confirming the signatures of some former employees. Initially, I did not believe that this Du Min was the one I had heard of, considering the prevalence of namesakes in Huaxia. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on his photograph, my heart was stirred. He appeared somewhat younger than the Du Min I remembered, but the determination and earnestness in his gaze were unmistakable. His features mirrored those of the Du Min etched in my memory, a perfect alignment. Thus, I confirmed that this Du Min was indeed the individual I had heard of. Such talent, yet engaged in business at my company. Was it not a waste of potential? The crux of the matter was that Du Min's performance was rather lackluster, placing him at the bottom tier of the company. Otherwise, he would not have found himself at risk of dismissal. His professional journey was quite disheartening, compounded by the looming threat of termination. Holding the resume I had obtained from human resources, I initially struggled to believe it, relying solely on a name and appearance. It was challenging to recall that he was indeed the person I had in mind. After all, there are countless individuals who share the same name. However, upon reviewing his previous experiences, my unease dissipated. I could affirm with absolute certainty that this Du Min was the one I knew, a man standing at the pinnacle of managerial proficiency. Du Min, having prepared for the dismissal process with human resources, was unexpectedly summoned to the office by the top executive, leaving him somewhat baffled. Within the team, his performance was the poorest, and due to familial obligations, his time was severely constrained. This dual burden hindered his ability to excel in both family and career, resulting in increasingly dismal results. Upon encountering Du Min once more, I scrutinized him closely before inviting him to take a seat for tea. Du Min, you have been with the company for nearly 6 months. Could you share your thoughts on your experience here? Du Min pondered for a moment, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. As the lowest-ranked employee with neither the ability to work overtime nor participate in any company gatherings, he was destined for elimination. What could he possibly say about his experience? Should he lament the low salary that failed to meet his immediate needs? A more brazen individual might have voiced such grievances, but he lacked the audacity to do so, with a large family depending on him. His inability to achieve success in his role was the primary reason for his impending departure. After all, life encompasses not only mere existence, but also responsibilities and obligations. A man working in society, if he fails to earn a living wage to support his family, is bound to be deemed a failure. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps my sincere tone calmed his anxious heart. Mr. Chen, the atmosphere in the company is quite pleasant, and the camaraderie among colleagues is commendable. The leadership is also supportive. Perhaps due to my personality, I am not well suited for business. Additionally, I cannot commit to the factory as my colleagues do, as my family situation does not permit it. I had previously heard of Du Min's remarkable strategic insight and his ability to turn dire circumstances into opportunities. What was even more appealing was his admirable character and reputation. A talented individual is not necessarily a valuable one, particularly in the eyes of those in power. The greater the talent, the more detrimental poor character can be. Conversely, those of impeccable character, albeit with average abilities, are often the most trusted by entrepreneurs. It is not that one does not desire better. It is simply that such individuals are exceedingly rare to find. Talented individuals with commendable character are exceedingly rare. Encountering one is indeed a stroke of fortune. It is with great reluctance that I consider letting Du Min go. His predicament is not uncommon. At his previous workplace, misguided decisions led to him, a technical expert, bearing the brunt of the blame. Not only did he face unemployment, but also the prospect of compensation that he could not afford due to his impoverished circumstances. Following his dismissal, Du Min's life underwent a dramatic upheaval as his wife, unable to endure the harsh realities of their financial plight, chose to divorce him, leaving behind their young children and elderly parents, all in dire straits. Any single hardship could topple a person, and the onslaught of difficulties he faced was overwhelming. I find myself intrigued by how Du Min, starting from such a challenging position, ultimately achieved remarkable success. With my less than pure thoughts, I ponder if his path was aided by affluent women, yet his appearance is rather ordinary. Could it be an extraordinary talent? I resolve to extend my utmost sincerity in an attempt to recruit him. Chapter 31. An unconventional approach. Mr. Chen, I truly appreciate the atmosphere of the company. However, I fear I may never fully integrate. Perhaps it is due to my technical background, as I lack expertise in trade and negotiation, rendering me somewhat unhelpful, and I feel quite guilty for drawing a salary these past months. Upon opening up, Du Min's emotional state began to stabilize. Since I have decided to leave, I will speak my mind. Please do not take offense. As long as it is not an outright insult, I assure you, I will not be angry. Even if you wish to criticize me, do so behind my back. As long as I do not hear it, I have no objections. After sharing a trivial jest, Du Min seemed to relax entirely. He harbored a deep envy towards me, which was evident in his gaze. After all, we are of similar age. Yet I have attained success, owning a company with an annual profit nearing 20 million, and my wife is renowned for her beauty within the company. My life is fulfilling and joyous. What more could a 30-year-old man desire? Yet what of him? His reality is filled with the burdens of a family of 5. Elderly parents requiring constant care due to chronic illnesses, and children too young to contribute, who demand considerable resources and often fall ill, exacerbating his struggles. His existence is a cacophony of chaos from the moment he awakens in the morning. Du Min retrieved a cigarette, opting for the inexpensive brand favored among laborers, which is seldom seen in office environments. After I lit it for him, I took one as well, only to cough violently, tears nearly spilling from my eyes. Mr. Chen, this cigarette is harsh. You should stick to mine. I offered him a soft Zhonghua, which he tucked behind his ear before asking, Mr. Chen, what do you believe is the reason for the current prosperity in trade? Differentiation, I replied, confident that this question posed no challenge to me, though my answer was merely a reflection of popular consensus. Having recognized Du Min's potential, I sought to engage with him on a deeper level, aiming not for mere conversation, but to win over this promising individual. A simple truth lies in the fact that since China's accession to the WTO, domestic trade, particularly exports, has witnessed an explosive growth, flourishing remarkably. However, this prosperity is founded upon a specific basis, the availability of inexpensive raw materials and labor, alongside outdated technologies that suffice for the fundamental functionality of common goods, allowing them to be offered at prices several times lower than their Western counterparts. This competitive edge stems from a price advantage. For instance, consider fans, due to material costs. Our fans may last for 10 years while those from Japan can endure for 15. Yet our prices are merely a third or even a quarter of those similar products from Japan. Why not opt for ours? This exemplifies a price advantage, albeit lacking the differentiation that comes with technological enhancement. Even abroad, the impoverished outnumber the affluent, leading to a greater preference for utilitarian options over quality. Such dynamics afford domestic products a unique advantage in the international marketplace. Furthermore, there is the aspect of reducing material costs. Beyond processing incoming materials, products have explicit requirements regarding quality, materials, and craftsmanship. Local products, especially ordinary items, often see shrewd merchants opting for cheaper materials to substitute for pricier alternatives, thereby securing a more pronounced price advantage. For instance, with fans, one could utilize iron, aluminum, or even copper casings, yet the price disparities are significant. However, our entrepreneurs typically choose plastic casings, which are more economical. This analogy, while simplistic, underscores a reality. The reduction in material costs can yield a competitive price advantage without compromising usability. Moreover, there exists a deficiency in brand recognition that compels us to make such distinctions and choices, forcing us to compete solely on price rather than brand value. After all, the notoriety of foreign products, bolstered by substantial advertising investments and years of established reputation, cannot be swiftly overturned through quality alone. Thus, selecting a target consumer demographic becomes an unavoidable reality for domestic trade. I have articulated numerous viewpoints, some my own, others echoing Chen Feng's insights, which are more pronounced given his role as the founder who has nurtured this company from inception and has labored in this industry for nearly 7 or 8 years, endowing him with a wealth of experience and understanding. Observing my articulate and confident discourse, Du Min could not help but feel a sense of despair. Chen Feng, a self-made entrepreneur, possesses unique perspectives and judgments. Du Min could only smile wryly at his own arrogance, recognizing that no one's success is arbitrary. Those who achieve success are seldom ordinary individuals. I have conveyed ample thoughts, my insights sufficiently profound, yet they merely reflect the status quo, an exposition of the current trade environment, evident to any discerning observer. At this juncture, I feel it is appropriate to pose a question to Du Min, challenging him to provide solutions and identify breakthroughs in trade. Having discussed all these trivial realities, Du Min, what remedies do you propose? Initially, Du Min believed he had no opportunity, yet he suddenly realized his misjudgment. Here I am, a business owner, lowering my stature and identity to engage in tea and conversation with him. Could this truly be mere idle chatter? It is inconceivable for me to be so idle, nor would I ever find myself in such a state. The nature of this conversation may stem from my newfound ambitions, or perhaps it is simply that I have not relinquished my regard for this individual, dismissed, departing from the company with my tail between my legs, or remaining and achieving noteworthy success. This choice is hardly daunting. He is unwilling to exit the company as a failure, bearing the identity of a defeated individual. After a prolonged contemplation, Du Min spoke. General Manager Chen, allow me to share some personal insights. In the realm of international trade, our company has consistently engaged in business with Europe and America, selecting products and manufacturers of commendable repute. The aesthetics and quality of our offerings are assured. However, I have observed that the markets in Europe and America are now saturated, and future competition is bound to intensify. Should we wish to retain our foothold in these markets, we must pursue superior products and those with guaranteed quality. Regrettably, our current company lacks the capacity to achieve this. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the predicament faced by trade companies. Without involvement in production, we cannot ultimately oversee quality and standards. Du Min continued, I once contemplated collaborating with factories. Yet after engaging with several, I discovered that many proprietors are averse to technological upgrades. With the plethora of current orders, factories are overwhelmed with production schedules, leaving little room for consideration of change. However, one who fails to plan for the future is sure to encounter imminent troubles. Once international competitors emerge, our products will lose their competitive edge. After all, prices can only decrease, never reach a nadir. You are referring to populous nations like India, Indonesia, and Vietnam, are you not? Factories lacking technological advantages must compete by focusing on labor costs, and material expenses. Yet, even with meticulous efforts, when faced with similar competitors, no advantage is to be found. Ultimately, the immutable economic principle that wages can only rise, never fall, cannot be altered. Once the potential for wage increases is stifled, and the possibility of wage reductions is breached, societal unrest will ensue. These are challenges beyond our control. Du Min nodded enthusiastically. Precisely. From an economic standpoint, future trade will inevitably pivot towards technological competition. Even if not in the realm of luxury brands, the competition among mid-range quality goods is an unavoidable trend. Moreover, the domestic market is sufficiently vast. Once our quality aligns with international standards, the domestic market share will represent an even larger pie. Suddenly, Du Min fell silent. For the notion of a trade company establishing a research and development department seemed either a folly of his own or of mine. I regarded him with amusement and inquired, "What is wrong? Are you hesitant to speak?" "General Manager, please do not mock me. I merely spoke impulsively." "A mere scholar's perspective," Du Min replied. His humility and self-doubt notwithstanding, were of little consequence. Even if Du Min were a little-known failure, in my eyes, he is a successful individual who has proven his capabilities. His only current shortcoming is the lack of space to exercise his talents and a deficit of confidence. However, this is inconsequential, for I shall provide him with both. Indeed, I will offer him ample room for growth. With him aboard, the necessity for the trade company's existence in the future would be rendered moot. The entire company's strategy will evolve towards the path of a technology-driven, research and development-oriented conglomerate. If the choice is astute and the direction is correct, the outcomes should not deviate significantly from expectations. Du Min gazed at me in astonishment as I poured tea into a cup and handed it to him, subsequently savoring the warmth of the brew myself. Then, with a smile, I remarked, "I appreciate your perspective and concur with your choice. However, I possess an alternative proposition. Would you care to hear it?" Du Min, somewhat apprehensive, replied, "I would be eager to learn more." Establishing a research and development team is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Given the current domestic circumstances, the focus largely lies in mastering foreign technologies, bridging the gap between domestic and international advancements, while simultaneously striving for excellence in certain fields. The efficiency of factories is woefully inadequate. Why not consider an alternative model? We could design the products ourselves, have the factories produce them, and then take them to compete on the international stage. To be even more audacious, we could tailor our designs to the specifications of our target clientele and require the factories to meet these design standards. Our role would be to oversee and enforce quality control. Do you believe such a company holds promise? That is exceedingly audacious, Du Min exclaimed, his blood racing. This approach closely mirrors the strategies employed by multinational corporations, perhaps even more audacious. Lean assets, heavy emphasis on design and research, controlling both technology and sales channels, distinctly setting us apart from domestic competitors. It is akin to a dimensional assault. I extended my right hand towards Du Min and asked, "Are you willing to give it a try?" Me? Du Min was taken aback. He had assumed I was merely indulging in whimsical banter, unaware that I was contemplating such grand ambitions. Chapter 32. Attracting great talent. Mr. Chen. With such a layout, the funding might pose a challenge, he noted, voicing my concerns. Please estimate, from among various industries, how long it would take to select one or two sectors and identify suitable companies. Half a year, perhaps even longer. Du Min could not help but elaborate, Mr. Chen. Technology cannot be developed overnight, and many enterprises are reluctant to entrust their channels, technology, and quality control to others. This effectively places the lifeblood of the enterprise in someone else's hands. Therefore, cultivating specialized talent and investing considerable time in vetting appropriate factories is crucial. You should understand that finding the first partner is particularly challenging, requiring immense effort and the patience to wait for the right opportunity. Such as when the other party faces financial difficulties, that would be the moment to enter. My demands are modest. A 25 stake for control is sufficient, as long as we maintain oversight of technology and channels. Of course, one cannot reveal everything during negotiations, as that would be akin to thrusting a knife into someone's heart. However, we can certainly strive towards this objective. Du Min, I hope this plan has an executor. Currently, no one else in the company is suitable. Are you willing to embrace this challenge? When I earnestly inquired of Du Min for the second time, his expression transformed. There was a mix of emotions, gratitude for recognition, and a sense of being valued amidst the mundane. The feelings were complex, so intricate that he found himself tempted to accept the offer. However, considering his family circumstances, Du Min hesitated, wavering in his decision. He accepted the job, which necessitated frequent overtime and constant business trips. However, what about his family? Are there difficulties? I discerned Du Min's hesitation. It was not a reluctance to embrace this challenge, but rather familial concerns that rendered him apprehensive. I could not extend unreserved trust and boundless tolerance to someone who had yet to demonstrate his capabilities and strengths. Such an act would not be magnanimous, but rather foolish. In other words, the salary and authority I granted Du Min were limited until he further proved himself. His status within the company would not undergo significant alteration. With a resigned sigh, Du Min spoke of his family situation, a rather grim and pragmatic reality. His wife could no longer endure the poverty of their household, nor the burdens of a family beset by illness, and thus she left. Consequently, all responsibilities fell upon Du Min's shoulders. During his silence fraught with uncertainty, I ventured to ask, "May I offer you some advice?" "Please, go ahead," he replied. As he extinguished a cigarette that was perilously close to burning his fingers, he sat up straight, directing his attention towards me. I began. "You must tackle matters one by one, unraveling the complexities of your problems. If you cannot even resolve your family issues, how can you expect to make progress in your career? A man burdened by family woes and stagnating professionally finds himself ensnared in a vicious cycle, a predicament that may shadow him throughout his life. Let us first consider caring for the elderly. Do you have any relatives nearby? A sister, or perhaps a cousin, or even a former classmate who once harbored feelings for you? Your first love?" Du Min's face flushed awkwardly, and I stared at him, taken aback. "Is that all?" An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Could this fellow also have someone interested in him? Judging by his appearance, Du Min was rather unremarkable, sporting thick black glasses that lent him a somewhat daft demeanor. He lacked acumen, and his conversational skills seemed rather ordinary, suggesting a deficiency in social savvy. Otherwise, his performance would not have languished at the bottom. Regarding financial conditions, well, his wife left him precisely due to their poverty. To mention financial matters felt like an insult. After some prodding, Du Min finally spoke up. "I have a high school classmate who recently divorced. You do not have any aversion towards her?" I inquired. Du Min nodded vigorously, "Yes. Go after her, especially during the new year. Make your move." Du Min stared at me in disbelief, having previously viewed me as a lifelong confidant and mentor. Yet, in a heartbeat, I had transformed into a rogue in his eyes, a notion he found hard to accept. I brusquely interrupted his excuses, posing 3 questions. "Did you ever have feelings for her?" "We were each other's first loves, but that was a long time ago." "Then pursue her and bring her home to care for your parents and your child." "Does she have children?" "1 daughter. That makes a household of 7. Consider this. If she does not work, how much monthly living expenses are necessary to avoid hardship?" "At least 3,000. Your position is that of a supervisor, with a fixed salary of 5,000 at hand each month, which should suffice for your immediate needs. Then, extend her a promise, just 3 years. Tell her that this is an opportunity for you as well as for her, a chance to achieve mutual success. Is that too difficult? But what if I fail? Here is a wife offered to you without any financial burden, caring for your family, and even sharing intimate moments at night. What more could you desire? If, after 3 years, things do not progress, and she chooses to leave, then let her go. What else can be done? Is that not a form of manipulation? Manipulation is to demand her body without providing any promises or identity. That is true deceit. Du Min, I must candidly say, you lack the qualities and capabilities to become a rogue. Furthermore, do you think being a small-time rogue is easy? The attractive girls in school gravitate towards such individuals who, apart from being shameless, must possess decent looks, ample courage, and a bit of money in their pockets. These admirable traits are conspicuously absent in you. Enough. Mr. Chen, I have agreed to give it a try. I wish to seize this opportunity for myself. Du Min's modesty cannot withstand my fierce words. This is the right attitude. I nodded in satisfaction and remarked, one need not overly indulge a woman. Simply learn to create a vision. When she contemplates giving up, a little motivation will suffice. If she chooses to leave, you will not be too heartbroken, will you? Mr. Chen, I was mistaken. Let us not discuss this further, shall we? I can see that Du Min is an honest man, a good man. If he encounters a caring woman, he will undoubtedly find happiness in his life. However, should he meet a discontented woman from a questionable social circle, it could lead him to question his very existence. After Du Min departed, Mina hurried into my office. Old Chen, what do you mean? The person I intended to recruit has been treasured by you instead? He will not join your team. I plan to establish a new technology department, and he will attempt to take on the role of supervisor. Whether he succeeds remains uncertain. But I am preparing to enter the manufacturing sector, and he is undoubtedly a commendable choice. After all, there is not a single individual in the entire company with experience in factory management and research and development. My explanation did not satisfy Mina. Rather, it ignited her opposition. Hiring someone is better than keeping him. I gently pressed Mina's shoulders onto the sofa, poured her a cup of tea, and then spoke earnestly. Recruiting is easy, but have you considered that new hires may or may not fit the company's needs? Furthermore, their salaries will likely exceed those of internally selected candidates. After all, there are issues related to poaching. If the compensation is too low, they will not come. If it is too high, the cost of mistakes will be greater and not worthwhile. Mina, you're a manager. You must view issues from a managerial perspective rather than that of an HR representative. Personnel matters are merely the most superficial aspect of management. Selecting and utilizing talent should place greater emphasis on the latter. Relatively speaking, selecting individuals is simple. Educational background, experience, and communication skills can all serve as criteria. However, utilizing people requires a manager's keen insight to position them appropriately. At the moment I lightly pressed my hand on her shoulder, Mina appeared dazed. As if enveloped in a soft surrender, resembling a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, emanating a pitiable compliance. Her gaze was so entranced that it seemed malleable to my whims. If I could not discern this girl's intentions, it would be a waste of my existence. The palm waved back and forth before Mina's eyes a few times, finally redirecting her thoughts. She cast a charming glance at me, her expression laced with playful shyness, and exclaimed, "How annoying." If I hadn't learned from Chen Feng's introduction who Mina truly was, I might have believed her. Yet the reality is, this woman is formidable enough to down a case of beer in one go, besting an entire table of men. In Yangcheng, being able to consume a case of beer is akin to being a deity, especially considering her capacity for liquor, which exceeds 2 Jin of Baijiu, truly terrifying. For someone like me, who finds 2 Liang overwhelming, 2 Jin of Baijiu is almost godlike. It is reminiscent of mealtime inquiries regarding one's drinking capacity. In the north, one might refer to a bottle of high-proof Baijiu, while in the south, it would be a bottle of beer. This confounds the beer-loving merchants of the north, who may ponder in disbelief. Is beer really considered alcohol? Isn't it merely a beverage consumed to quench thirst? After a shiver, I reflected on how most bosses, when faced with a captivating subordinate like Mina, would find it challenging to maintain their composure. This woman is quite the distraction. Over time, one could easily be deceived by her appearance and fall into a euphoric state. Once I managed to steady my emotions, I spoke. As a manager, one must view employees from a managerial perspective. If capable employees are not utilized, it indicates flaws in the company's system. If verbose employees are favored, then the company's culture is at fault. And if incompetent employees are assigned significant responsibilities, it reflects poorly on the management. Returning to the issue concerning Du Min, his experience and areas of expertise do not lie within business. We initially hired him precisely because of his familiarity with the factory, yet placed him in a business role. This is akin to expecting success in an area where he is not proficient, which is unreasonable. The correct approach is to assign him to a suitable position. However, when has the company ever had a technical department? Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it won't in the future. After I shared my thoughts and plans with Mina, she seemed to radiate enthusiasm and drive, as if the control of the future group would rest in her hands. In her enchanting gaze, visions appeared, suggesting that through hard work and perseverance, she could help me establish a conglomerate. Regrettably, I wish to convey that my focus lies more on Du Min than on her. However, when dealing with women, especially when delivering potentially hurtful truths, one must tread carefully. For a woman might easily become defensive, lose control of her emotions, and transform into a fierce feline, extending her long, fair fingers to scratch. Chapter 33. Court summons. Having resided in Yangcheng for a week now, Wang Lin frequently reached out, knowing full well that I have no intention of answering calls. Having grown accustomed to this mode of communication, during this week, the company completed its pre-holiday gathering, while those from distant homes have already secured their tickets to return for the new year. In this time, I also found a suitable cook, Aunt Zhuang. Aunt Zhuang is a middle-aged woman of slightly darker complexion, not particularly tall, yet possessing a notable weight. Her culinary skills are exceptional, particularly in the preparation of northern dishes. Naturally, she is a local native of Guangzhou, residing in close proximity to my rented villa. Given the spaciousness of the villa, it is rather challenging for her to manage the cleaning single-handedly, so I have opted to have her solely prepare meals. For other cleaning duties, I have engaged a professional cleaning service that comes once a week, ensuring the upkeep of the home without compromising its tidiness. Additionally, I have communicated with the landlord, who intends to sell the property to me at market value in the coming years. I am fond of the minimalist decor of the house, which is financially advantageous for the landlord as well. After all, this is not his primary residence. Excessive embellishments in a villa's decor could exceed the cost of purchasing the property itself. Renovations for a villa can easily run into hundreds of thousands, and even millions may fall short. To me, a simpler abode is far more appealing. I am not inclined towards ornate designs or opulent decor. Styles like Baroque or Rococo do not resonate with my taste. Instead, I am drawn to Nordic simplicity and American country aesthetics, where minimalistic designs, with a focus on lines and light, truly captivate me. Once my daughter arrives in Guangzhou, she too will require a home, so it feels prudent to secure this property. When the time comes for the transfer of ownership, I can avoid the hassle of relocating, saving considerable effort. Moreover, I harbor reservations regarding safety in newly renovated homes. As the days pass, just before the Lunar New Year, I received a call from Chen Feng's mother, who also serves as a maternal figure to me. After Chen Feng's complete departure, she remains one of the few individuals in this world from whom I feel a sense of apprehension. Chen Feng, the new year is approaching. Why are you not returning home? I will return after the new year. You scoundrel, do you have any idea how much Tong Tong misses you? She will be utterly disappointed if she cannot see you during the festivities. Teacher Lu's voice was as robust as ever, even over the phone, and I found myself resisting the urge to voice a complaint. I am not your student. Yet, the words remained unspoken. As Chen Feng would say, the authority of the old lady has been built over 50 years. Her disposition, with his grandfather's insights, holds substantial weight. Should I dare express any form of defiance, she could easily summon me back to Guangzhou. I could only respond with a wry smile. Mother, you are aware that my situation with Wang Lin is yet unresolved. Returning to Beijing now would be exceedingly awkward during family visits over the new year. It would be easier for you to say that I have gone abroad and will return in a few months. So after decades of being an educator, I must now assist my son in fabricating lies. What do you suggest I do? After managing to placate Chen Feng's mother and exchanging a few words with his father, I finally turned my attention to my daughter. The effort left me so weary that I hardly felt like speaking further. As for Wang Lin, that is her own affair. I have no control over her choices. After conducting a round of inspections at the company and offering a few words of encouragement to Mina, I departed from Guangzhou. The familiar city and streets were steeped in the growing ambience of the new year. As I walked through the streets, not a soul recognized me. Yet my polished appearance sparked considerable curiosity among passers-by. Turning the corner, I finally caught sight of that familiar courtyard. Standing at a distance, I observed the relentless waves of debt collectors entering the yard, only to leave after venting their frustrations by smashing a few objects. Chen Feng, who had succumbed to slumber, was roused from his dreams. During this period, he had shared all that he could recount from his life with me, allowing me to form a comprehensive understanding of his experiences from childhood to the present. As our exchanges grew more frequent, Chen Feng's spiritual essence began to wane, and I feared that it would not be long before he completely dissipated into the ether. Is this your home? Chen Feng's spirit was undeniably frail, yet his mind remained astute. My gaze fixated on the dilapidated yard, making it difficult for him to dismiss the significance of this place to me. I sighed, expressing, I harbor no fondness for this home. Most of my unpleasant memories are rooted in that very yard. Yet, as you know, there exists a deep-seated connection within one's heart, the original sanctuary of our memories. I refrained from explicitly stating whether the yard was indeed my home. Yet it was evident to any discerning eye that this was where I belonged. Divorce or not, it's futile. Life here is unbearable. With no children and no valuable possessions, it would be best to sever ties completely. The figure storming out was likely my future father, appearing youthful yet flushed, possibly from anger, a beating, or too much drink. Trailing behind him was my future mother, her face contorted in rage from the argument. The intensity of their presence was palpable. To my astonishment, they had no children. Where had I vanished to? It wasn't until I followed them from the Civil Affairs Bureau that I regained my composure. Their silhouettes faded from view long before I snapped back to reality. A bitter smile crept onto my lips. Did my presence in this world truly matter? My inner voice mused, perhaps this is for the best. I am free from the burden of emotional guilt, untroubled by the prospect of encountering treachery. It felt as though my heart, once burdened, had finally found respite. Human nature is perplexing. That original home, devoid of warmth, love, or the tranquility of a safe haven, nevertheless evoked a twinge of reluctance within me as I turned to depart. I can assert with conviction that I am not a masochist. I have no desire to relive the tempestuous environment of that household. The reasons for my despondency are known only to me, for I find myself without a place to belong. Everyone in this world has an origin and a sanctuary to return to. Yet I possess neither. My solitary silhouette stretched long beneath the cold, even somewhat bleak, winter sunset. Are these your parents? Chen Feng's ethereal presence emerged unexpectedly, failing to stir any emotional upheaval within me. Instead, I calmly acknowledged, indeed, a pair of wretched parents. Yet, I wondered, but where are you? I could not say. I genuinely did not know, and it was not a matter of concealment. My interactions with Chen Feng had always felt effortless, akin to conversing with an old friend, where emotions flowed freely. Although we maintained a facade, neither of us dared to pierce through the other's defenses. After leaving my ancestral home, Chen Feng refrained from asking further questions. Every individual harbors their own burdensome past. He has his, and I have mine. We are but weary souls, hiding in the corners, nursing our wounds amidst the tumult of life. Yet it appears that such souls seldom receive genuine affection. Where to go? At the airport. Confronted by the inquiries of the ticketing staff, I found myself at a loss, uncertain of where to venture during this festive season. Returning home was not an option. Chen Feng's residence in the capital held no allure for me, fraught as it was with a myriad of troubles that I had neither the courage nor the desire to confront. As for other destinations, the vastness of the world felt as though it were meant only for me, leaving me utterly bewildered about where to head next. I posed a rather peculiar question to the attendant. Pray tell, where might one spend the new year alone? Alone, indeed. Yes, just one solitary soul. I apologize, sir. My inquiry seems to have stirred unwelcome memories within you. I must confess, the ticket agent's mechanical smile lacked any warmth. The joys and sorrows of individuals seldom resonate with one another, and I do not dare to hope for understanding in this world. In Guangzhou, the weather at this time is just right, not too hot nor too cold, with a humid climate that resonates with the spirit of the new year. Hainan, during this season, may indeed be the most delightful retreat, offering tropical charm without the oppressive heat of summer. The attendant appeared eager to recommend long-distance flights, predominantly to southern cities. I smiled wryly and shook my head. I have just come from Guangzhou. I wish to avoid it. Perhaps Shanghai then, a bustling metropolis. While it may feel somewhat desolate during the new year, the city will soon come alive. Going alone, I would not feel so isolated among the throngs. Very well, then. To Shanghai. Procure for me the earliest business class ticket available. In the capital, at the branch of XX Bank, two young individuals clad in court uniforms entered the office area, directed by the bank staff to Wang Lin's office. Please come in. Supervisor Wang greeted. These two are from the court, specifically requesting you. Upon entering the office, the two were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Wang Lin, but soon regained their composure. Are you Wang Lin? After verifying her credentials, one produced an official letter and addressed her. Wang Lin, your husband submitted a divorce petition to this court 10 days ago. Upon verification, we must inform you that you are required to attend mediation at our court on March 20th, 2 months hence. Should mediation fail, further notice will be given for a court hearing. Your presence is mandatory. Here is the acknowledgement receipt. Please sign. Divorce proceedings? At the sound of this news, Wang Lin trembled. She had no desire for divorce, nor had she ever contemplated it. She could not bear to part with her children, her family, or her husband. She endeavored with all her humble pleas to seek Chen Feng's forgiveness, even postponing the scheduled divorce date with various excuses, avoiding the Civil Affairs Bureau. Desperate to keep her family intact, it seems somewhat absurd, a wayward wife reluctant to let go of the fractured home she had caused. Yet this was the reality. Wang Lin had awakened, repented, but it seemed that the hour was already too late. After signing her name, Wang Lin walked to the president's office like a soulless automaton, compelled to provide an explanation. After all, the arrival of individuals from the court would certainly draw the president's attention. As she made her way back, whispers filled her ears. Manager Wang was reportedly getting a divorce. Her husband was quite handsome, owned a company, and was affluent. It was said that wealth could corrupt a man. Could it be that the issue lay with manager Wang herself? The very thing Wang Lin dreaded most had come to pass. Despite the mere few meters separating her from her office, she expended all her physical strength and collapsed at her office door, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Who doesn't harbor a white moonlight in their heart? Wang Lin. Leadership. Manager Wang. Amidst her colleagues' inquiries, Wang Lin gradually regained consciousness. The president stood nearby, anxiously advising her, your health is paramount. Set aside work for now. The organization will send someone to accompany you to the hospital. We can discuss everything else after your examination. Thus, in a state of daze, she was arranged to be taken by ambulance. In the hospital ward, resting her head on the pillow, tears streamed down her face in helplessness. Thousands of words swirled in her mind, yet all manifested as tears. She had never anticipated that the once joyful hues in her life would lead to such a dismal state. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never ventured down that path. But what good are such reflections? The die was cast, and all was beyond retrieval. She had contemplated pleading with Chen Feng's parents after his departure from the capital, yet fear held her back. She could not bear to face the mother-in-law who had once treated her like a daughter, only to be met with disappointment in her gaze upon seeing her again. As for her father-in-law, his wrath would surely be immense, deeming her an affront to the family's dignity. The Chen family was distinguished and held integrity in high regard. Her own moral failings rendered any plea for forgiveness utterly futile. Humans are creatures of emotion. Upon realizing that all the affection they had invested had been a deception, even the most temperate individuals would succumb to rage and emotional turmoil. Wang Lin could scarcely imagine the fury and disappointment that would engulf her in-laws upon discovering her infidelity. The despair of being betrayed by one's loved ones was a confrontation she dreaded. Not only her in-laws, but also her own parents and children were implicated. In pursuit of her selfish desires, she had inflicted profound pain on those who mattered most in her life. The thought of facing such a scene was unbearable. She had successfully transformed herself into an isolated outcast, a sinner, the source of misfortune for both families. As for Gangzi, her lover who was 7 years her junior, she knew she could never truly love him. At best, she merely found him attractive and youthful, relishing the care and companionship he provided amidst her husband's frequent absences. This loneliness had begun to alter her heart. She longed for someone to confide in, to nurture her, to shower her with attention. This explained why she had not decisively maintained distance from Gangzi, but instead welcomed his approach, thinking that having a friend with whom to share her thoughts could be quite pleasant, especially since this individual is her junior. The relationship initially leaned more towards a sibling dynamic in her heart. Little did she know, as time progressed, the nature of this relationship transformed. The events that followed left her with a sense of regret too late to amend. She even contemplated freeing herself from the entanglements with Gangzi, yet at that moment, opportunities for escape were elusive. As for the novelty, it truly existed at first, captivating her deeply. Particularly, the thrill of infidelity and the fresh experiences ensnared her, rendering her unable to extricate herself. However, it was not long before anxiety and panic engulfed every corner of her heart. She could scarcely imagine how her household would transform upon Chen Feng discovering her betrayal. The emotional fulfillment was fleeting, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, while what awaited her was a protracted night of darkness, seemingly without end. Before losing consciousness, she had contemplated that perhaps death was the ultimate form of liberation for her. However, upon awakening, she realized that she could not die, not for lack of ability, but due to an inability to choose such a path. There were too many attachments in this world preventing her from recklessly opting for death as an escape. A fractured family, a wounded child, a husband deeply scarred by misplaced trust. Too many souls required her atonement, and she could not abandon this mess nor evade it through death. Surely, she could not burden her elderly parents with the humiliation and solitude of a lingering demise, could she? What frightened her even more was the approaching new year. Wang Lin had contemplated countless ways to salvage her relationship with Chen Feng, even deciding that during the festivities, she would reveal all her inner turmoil to him and accept any punishment with composure. As long as they did not divorce and the family remained intact, she would agree to anything and endure all, even if it meant living her life devoid of male companionship. As long as the household persisted, she would retain the will to continue. Yet, when the moment of reckoning arrived, she understood that she could not bear the consequences of her betrayal. Furthermore, harm is harm, and betrayal is betrayal. No amount of atonement can erase the wounds inflicted. There is no balancing of merits and demerits, only those impractical daydreams. In that moment, she lay feebly on the hospital bed, yearning to see someone yet afraid to voice it. She could only weep silently. She recognized that all of this was self-inflicted. She had a blissful family, a harmonious relationship with her in-laws, akin to that of mother and daughter. Her parents regarded her as their prized jewel. Yet all of this had been irrevocably altered by her selfishness and folly. Both families lavished affection upon their beloved, beautiful daughter. She loathed Guigang, the one who had led her into this abyss. More so, she despised herself for having single-handedly destroyed the happiness and tranquility of her husband, daughter, parents, and in-laws. Her self-serving pursuit of fleeting pleasure had plunged both families into despair. The feeling of being scorned by the world weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. She could not even muster a painful cry. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, in a presidential suite, the hotel costing 18,000 a night astonished Chen Feng. He has been in business for quite some time, yet he has never been willing to stay in such an extravagant room. The presidential suite, originating from Europe a century ago, gained its fame primarily from the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York. 8 decades ago, This esteemed establishment introduced an opulent suite capable of accommodating not only the president, but also their family, entourage, and security personnel, featuring a grand and luxurious master bedroom. The suite gained remarkable notoriety when President Hoover stayed there, leading it to become the preferred choice for world leaders such as de Gaulle, Kennedy, Churchill, and Queen Elizabeth II during their visits to New York. Interestingly, during the late Qing dynasty, Li Hongzhang also stayed at this hotel while visiting America, albeit without the presidential suite at the time. Thus, the presidential suite is not merely a single room, but rather an expansive super suite composed of several rooms. In such a grand suite, I found myself alone in one of the 3 rooms. Standing behind the vast glass curtain wall, I gazed down upon the Huangpu River, the mother river of this magical city. In that moment, I felt a profound emptiness within, as if I were in command of the universe itself. Chen Feng was still marveling at the existence of such a perfect woman in the world. The beauty of Gu Qingqiu in autumn resembled that of the imperial capital's fall, splendid, serene, and imbued with an ineffable quietude, yet rich with untold stories. However, do not overthink it. There is nothing between us. It is impossible. You must have had an affair. I find it perplexing that Chen Feng harbors such strong prejudices against a woman he has only encountered once. I stubbornly believe this is his retaliation for my rumored involvement with Mina. Such a petty man. The woman whom he has falsely accused of being involved with me is none other than the personal concierge of the Shangri-La presidential suite, Gu Qingqiu. True to her name, her beauty is not the exuberance of spring or the brilliance of summer, but rather the understated elegance and tranquility of autumn. The serene and breathtaking scenery she embodies is a perfect interpretation of such qualities. While there are many beautiful women in the world, truly exceptional beauties are rare. Often, beauty merely signifies a pleasing appearance. Many women possess flaws in their looks, physique, or skin, which are overshadowed by their attractive features. A true beauty, however, is one who lacks significant shortcomings. Only when there are no major flaws in appearance, physique, or skin can one be deemed a true beauty. Yet possessing these attributes alone is insufficient. It is the unique charm and grace that elevate a super beauty above the rest. Take Wang Lin, for instance. Her gentle and refined demeanor invokes a desire to take her home as a spouse. She embodies the essence of the perfect wife, standing quietly beside a man, not vying for attention, yet exuding a distinctive allure. True beauty resides in the essence rather than mere appearance, as genuine super beauties possess an inherent grace that subtly radiates. In comparison to Gu Qingqiu, Wang Lin may appear somewhat lacking. Of course, this could merely be a matter of personal taste and subjective interpretation. This is simply my impression of her. Chen Feng's hostility towards Gu Qingqiu strikes me as utterly baffling. I could not help but exclaim, Chen Feng, this is your first encounter with Gu Qingqiu. How can you harbor such animosity towards her? I do not. How could I possibly harbor animosity towards her? Chen Feng vehemently refuted, yet I observed the way she gazed at you, and the tone in which you spoke to her. It was truly perplexing. It was as if you both shared an intimacy born of long acquaintance. Surely, you cannot be so indifferent to such a stunning beauty? Furthermore, while I am not well versed in the ways of the Magic City, your choice to stay at the Shangri-La, particularly in the presidential suite, seems rather excessive. The price of such accommodation for a single night could suffice to purchase 2 square meters of real estate in the city's core. You cannot possibly assert that this is a frequent lodging for you. Such a claim is untenable. Chen Feng's words flowed abundantly, so much so that he failed to recognize his own loss of composure. Amused, I inquired, is that all? Is it not sufficient? Gu Qingqiu holds significant importance to me, yet she is not my beloved, neither in the past nor in the uncertain future. What I can assure you is my commitment to take care of your parents and your children. As for your wife, did you not already wish to divorce her? In a marriage devoid of trust, relinquishment is the wisest course. Rest assured, I shall not impose harsh terms upon Wang Lin regarding the divorce settlement. That is a matter of my personal integrity. I shall not seek retribution against her, for her betrayal was directed at you, not me. I will refrain from disclosing the nature of my relationship with Gu Qingqiu. In truth, I have only known her for over 20 years, during which she retained her remarkable poise, though the passage of time is inescapable. In a certain sense, she has become my steward, looking after my daily affairs. I had previously wondered why I experienced a sense of familiarity with her. It is likely due to the remnants of my recollections. However, the reason behind her gaze, reminiscent of an old friend, eludes my understanding. It must be acknowledged that some individuals, when encountered amidst the vast sea of humanity, evoke an innate sense of closeness. Perhaps the bond between Gu Qingqiu and myself is of this nature. Seeing her in her youth, despite my familiarity with her, I found it impossible to develop any deeper feelings, akin to the fleeting illumination of a darkened heart upon catching a glimpse of a familiar visage. Yet, considering that I met her when she was nearing 50, the sensation became quite disconcerting. It felt like a love transcending time, where, despite her undeniable beauty, I was acutely aware of her fading charm, creating an emotional dissonance that was difficult to bear. At that time, I was in New York, and my reasons for employing her were straightforward. We both shared the customs of the East, from dietary preferences to various lifestyle habits. I firmly believe that only a native-born Eastern individual could truly comprehend another's way of life. Indeed, this proved true once Gu Qingxiu entered my life. My previously chaotic existence became significantly more ordered. Regarding our dietary differences, she is from the South, while I hail from the North. Yet, this does not detract from our shared identity as Chinese. It is merely a divergence, preferable to the stark contrasts often seen between Eastern and Western cuisines. I felt immense joy at the prospect of having met Gu Qingxiu over 20 years earlier. This unexpected encounter was, for me, the most delightful surprise of my new life. In that initial moment, I experienced an overwhelming impulse to bring her home, to have her assume the role of my household steward immediately. Admittedly, such sentiments felt rather peculiar. No psychologically sound man would encounter a stunning beauty and have thoughts of anything other than a room, a bed, or bringing her home to assume the role of a caretaker. If you were to become involved, what would happen to Wang Lin? Upon Chen Feng's utterance, a sense of disarray enveloped him. It dawned on me that his anxiety regarding my interactions with Gu Qingxiu stemmed from a fear of my potential indifference towards Wang Lin. When faced with a superior option, who would cling to a flawed one? For women, a woman who has betrayed her husband is deemed defective. The same applies to men. Perhaps this notion contradicts feminist beliefs. However, within the realm of matrimony, betrayal transcends mere boundaries, reflecting a profound loss of one's moral compass. A person with a tarnished character lacks trustworthiness, regardless of their intentions. Much like an ex-convict, who may genuinely strive to reform upon release, society remains skeptical of their transformation. Chen Feng's emotional turmoil was entirely rooted in his apprehension. He resented Wang Lin's betrayal, but remained uneasy about my intentions. In a matter of months, he would vanish from this world, utterly fragmented. At that juncture, he could scarcely fathom the extent to which Wang Lin might suffer at my hands. Unlike him, I bore no emotional attachment to Wang Lin. Should I wish to sever ties, I would do so with ruthless resolve. Wang Lin's beauty had long been Chen Feng's source of confidence. He possessed an enigmatic self-assurance, believing any man would be ensnared by a woman of Wang Lin's caliber. Yet, many possessed the ability to restrain their desires, myself included. When given the opportunity to choose, one would never select something flawed to carry forth. Gu Qingxiu's emergence revealed to him that beauty could not sway my heart, and in that moment, he was thoroughly unsettled. To me, Gu Qingxiu epitomized perfection. At least for now, while Wang Lin's shortcomings were glaringly apparent. The choice was evident, requiring no deliberation on my part. He seemed to be at a loss, casting about in desperation, assuming that I would be swayed by beauty. After all, women like Wang Lin are a rarity. Deep down, he yearned for me to uphold my commitments, to care for his parents, his children, and Wang Lin, even enduring revulsion in the hope that I could forgive Wang Lin and provide their daughter with a complete family. After many years of shared affection, even though Wang Lin had inflicted deep wounds upon him, Chen Feng found it challenging to let go entirely. Furthermore, Wang Lin had been apologizing for months, her internal repentance unwavering despite my silence. Chen Feng feared that, over time, Wang Lin might succumb to more profound psychological issues. I bore no guilt regarding Wang Lin's betrayal of marriage. It was peculiar how Chen Feng sought to unite me with Wang Lin. Such thoughts, once manifested, resembled a dying man entrusting his wife and daughter to another. Yet, he suddenly realized that Wang Lin's beauty paled in comparison to my indifference, and fear gripped him. He dreaded the prospect of his former beloved enduring further pain. Humanity is an intricately complex and ineffable existence. Much like Wang Lin, who was reluctant to disrupt her family, she nonetheless engaged in actions that shattered the very foundation of a once happy home, leaving it in tatters. By the time she came to her senses, it was far too late. This predicament cannot simply be attributed to a state of confusion, a term that seems nebulous at best. Rather, it reflects a profound disconnection within Wang Lin's value system, where the constraints of responsibility have been entirely forsaken. This signifies a cognitive void, a deficiency rooted in a lack of proper education from a young age. Those who are fortunate may navigate life without encountering such calamities, leading to a tranquil existence. Conversely, The less fortunate must endure lessons steeped in blood and tears to bridge this cognitive deficit. Thus, a sense of bewilderment arises, ultimately culminating in Wang Lin's infidelity. Upon discovering Wang Lin's betrayal, Chen Feng was initially consumed with a desire to escape both the marriage and the humiliation it entailed. Yet he found himself oscillating within the tumult of their decade-long relationship. However, as he contemplated departing from this world, an unexpected affection for the woman who had caused him the deepest pain began to blossom within him. She was, after all, the woman he loved most profoundly, despite the scars she had inflicted upon him. Chapter 35. The most precious relationship on the eve of the Lunar New Year. A day filled with the glow of countless homes. I found myself standing by the banks of the Huangpu River at 5 in the evening. As darkness began to envelop the sky, feeling the biting chill of the river's wind. Mr. Chen, I turned to see Gu Qingxiu approaching briskly, clad in a down jacket, her arm draped with a dark trench coat. The river breeze is quite cold. I brought you a coat. Gu Qingxiu stood on tiptoe to drape the trench coat over my shoulders, and I willingly reveled in her nurturing care. Reminiscent of the way she would stand a mere distance away, a gentle smile gracing her lips, ready to appear whenever I needed her, even after more than 20 years. Thank you, I responded. You may find it hard to believe, but when I first met you, your gaze felt oddly familiar. Yet I have no recollection of where we might have crossed paths. I replied with a smile. Isn't that a good thing? A hint of melancholy crossed Gu Qingxiu's exquisite visage as she replied with a bittersweet smile. It's somewhat troubling. Then let us consider ourselves as long-lost friends reunited. Surely you don't have ulterior motives towards me? Upon hearing my response, Gu Qingxiu stepped back, evidently unsettled. Her striking beauty often elicited fervent enthusiasm from clients, particularly male clients, upon their first encounter. Yet, this enthusiasm did not alleviate her workload. Rather, it subtly intensified the psychological pressure she bore. Are you heading out? I inquired. On New Year's Eve, one should be with family, Gu Qingxiu remarked, her mood slightly dampened. Her cold elegance only served to amplify the profound sense of desolation, invoking an irresistible urge to embrace her and offer warmth. I refrained, instead nodding and wishing Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Gu Qingxiu retreated a step, preparing to leave, but then curiously asked, Mr. Chen, will you be celebrating alone? Alone, I nodded in response. Gu Qingxiu has served as the butler of the presidential suite for nearly a year. Although the price of the suite is exorbitantly high, there are always guests who occupy it. Typically, the clientele consists of business attendees, making the suite nearly deserted during the day, and at night, it is only briefly inhabited, often by those who hastily spend a single night. Much like successful individuals, their busyness is a testament to their achievements. In contrast, I am an eccentric soul, idling by the window throughout the day, a rarity indeed. Initially, Gu Qingxiu was quite apprehensive, suspecting I might be a deranged individual contemplating a leap from the rooftop after depleting my pockets. The apprehension in her gaze was palpable, tinged with a hint of wariness. However, upon learning that I would be residing in the presidential suite for a fortnight, her confusion deepened. Clearly, I possessed wealth. Yet my eccentricity rivaled that of a mental patient. During this festive season, not everyone revels in joy and happiness. I stand as the most unique figure in the eyes of others, a solitary wanderer devoid of a home even amidst grand celebrations. The image of a wealthy yet isolated individual often evokes thoughts of tragic circumstances. The impoverished may not grasp the joy of the affluent, yet they can easily empathize with their suffering, for pain is universal. Even Bill Gates, if struck, would cry out in agony, curled up on the sofa, cursing vehemently. Humanity is a curious creature. Despite our distinct sorrows, we often subconsciously intertwine our grief, seeking companionship in shared despair. In Gu Qingxiu's perspective, I appear to be more unfortunate than she, despite her own considerable misfortunes. See you tomorrow. A commonplace greeting, a banal exchange, yet in another's eyes, it transforms into a harbinger of danger. Chen Feng embodies this trepidation. He is anxious and concerned, entrusting me with a task that I merely acquiesce to without much thought. Once he departs, I will live as I please, a notion he finds utterly unacceptable. Within a few days, Chen Feng's tone has become increasingly sardonic. You harbor ill intentions towards her, deliberately shrouding yourself in mystery. You have a home, yet choose not to return, intentionally inflicting pain to elicit sympathy from the young lady. How base. I chuckle lightly. She is no longer a child. After the new year, she will be 26, correct? Do you truly know her? Chen Feng inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. I am fully aware of his concerns, yet I cannot alleviate his fears. For instance, there is no emotional foundation between Wang Lin and me. should she provoke me further with her infidelity. I might act in a manner that would leave her regretting her actions. Furthermore, my relationship with Chen Feng's daughter, Tong Tong, is strictly that of blood ties to him, not to me. I cannot care for her as a father would. Lastly, Chen Feng's parents have sensed my somewhat distant demeanor towards them. Primarily, I am unwilling and unaccustomed to feigning the role of their ideal son, for it is simply beyond my capabilities. This compels me to pledge my care for Chen Feng's daughter, yet he perceives no guarantees in the conditions set forth by his parents. I am aware of a means to alleviate all of Chen Feng's apprehensions, but it is the very course of action I am most reluctant to undertake. He also comprehends that I cannot acquiesce to such terms. This involves forgiving Wang Lin, imposing restrictions upon her freedom, and elucidating the detrimental effects of infidelity on the family. Given Wang Lin's sincere admission of her faults, achieving reconciliation would not prove insurmountable. However, this is a condition I would categorically refuse to accept from Chen Feng. He understands that someone who treats the stock market as their personal treasure trove, possessing an extraordinary ability to amass wealth, would find it utterly impossible to admit to being cuckolded. A formidable individual destined to soon ascend to prominence would never accept a woman who has betrayed her family, regardless of her beauty, youth, or potential future compliance. I shall not grant Wang Lin even the slightest opportunity. The rationale behind my acceptance of Wang Lin, which would ease Chen Feng's mind, is quite simple. Once I embrace Wang Lin, I would not pursue divorce, thus sparing the child from the trauma of a broken home and alleviating familial concerns, rendering the household seemingly complete. This, however, would require me to swallow all my grievances in silence. Such a choice may appeal to some. After all, a beautiful married woman does possess an alluring charm. Yet, I am resolute that I will not be among them. After all, Wang Lin is already 32 years old, even a year older than Chen Feng. Though they were classmates, there exists a distinction in their ages due to her having attended school earlier. Thus, even Chen Feng's childhood acquaintances refer to Wang Lin as Sister Lin or sister-in-law. Accepting a 32-year-old woman, regardless of her current beauty, is fraught with uncertainty. How long can such beauty endure? How long can a relationship founded solely on physical allure last? To maintain the facade of stability for Chen Feng's family and safeguard the child's mental well-being, I would be sacrificing my own future. I already harbor considerable resentment towards Chen Feng for the loss of my own youth. Had I been fortunate enough to be reborn, I would have experienced the joys of adolescent love and the exuberance of university life, yet those vibrant years seem to have slipped away from me. Although the age of 3, when one might wet the bed, holds little nostalgia, what about the vitality of one's 20s? A life devoid of youthful exuberance resembles one stripped of wings, forever imperfect. A 20-year-old body, with a focus on fitness, could engage in passionate endeavors multiple times in a single night and continue the next day. Yet, what of the body at 30? Perhaps it could still engage thrice or more, but it would require rest, a few days for recuperation. This sense of loss and dissatisfaction exists within me, though I choose to remain silent about it. Certainly, being reborn is a stroke of fortune, and I ought not to complain excessively. Life is inherently filled with uncertainties. Who dares claim to have never faced adversity in their lifetime? As for Gu Qingqiu, I have no intention of engaging in any emotional connection with her, at least. Such thoughts are utterly absent for now. In my memory, she has always been a meticulous woman in her 40s, nearing 50, exuding an enduring charm. Even in my previous life, we never delved deeply into romantic sentiments. Our relationship was characterized by a profound comfort. She comprehended all my preferences while I refrained from inquiring into her past. It resembled the warmth shared among family rather than that of lovers. Even though I am destined to be a solitary figure in this world, I still hope to return home to a considerate presence by my side. This, indeed, embodies the essence of family. Yet, fundamentally, I remain that solitary wolf, traversing the world alone. All my emotions are encapsulated within, and I find my most comfortable state when untouched by others. It is impossible for anyone to breach this barrier, as I extend trust to no one. In my previous life, this was the case. In this life, I am uncertain whether someone may intrude upon my heart. However, I am acutely aware that those who can enter my inner sanctum are exceedingly rare. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Qingqiu brought me homemade wontons. For a person from the north, this dish, resembling dumplings floating in soup, might seem rather peculiar. Yet, I did not decline. Instead, I relished her thoughtful gift with delight. Admittedly, the hotel kitchen could prepare such fare, but Gu Qingqiu insisted on bringing it herself, stubbornly declaring that the food from the hotel lacks the essence of home. The New Year in the magical city is uniquely enchanting. Unlike the raucous celebrations of the north, Shanghai possesses a charm distinctly its own, setting it apart from other cities. No other metropolis clings to such seemingly ethereal tastes with such pride, and yet, being immersed in its allure proves utterly irresistible. In 2006, the Shanghai Book City was destined to become one of the liveliest shopping venues during the New Year festivities. It is a curious phenomenon, hard to fathom, that such a vibrant literary atmosphere would abruptly cease to exist years later, becoming a mere memory for many. Following the crowd, I purchased several books in Gu Qingqiu's company, encompassing philosophy, art, and wellness, even including a mathematics book among them, a rather advanced text on the subject of functional analysis. Such a tome would hardly find its place in a general bookstore, as it would likely remain untouched for years, let alone sold. It ought to reside in a store dedicated to academic textbooks. Strangely, however, it appeared right before me. Unbeknownst to me, my eccentric book-buying habits piqued Gu Qingqiu's curiosity further. A 30-year-old successful man, bearing the weight of life's tribulations, yet not unattractive enough to be devoid of female companionship, found himself purchasing a mathematics book in a bookstore on the first day of the new year. Would he truly comprehend it? Or rather, could he even grasp its contents? Gu Qingqiu had perused that book and found it filled with symbols and equations. She could hardly claim to understand it, let alone recognize all the mathematical symbols. My enigmatic nature held a magnetic allure for her, compelling her to draw closer to me. Like a stewardess of the presidential suite in a hotel, she accompanied me, aimlessly wandering the streets on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Tomorrow, I must depart. As the hotel's chauffeur delivered her to an aging community, Gu Qingqiu gracefully stepped out of the car. Standing by the door, I watched her leave, a sight that rendered parting bittersweet. What was initially intended as a half-month stay transformed into a full month. One can only imagine how substantial her bonus would be after the new year. Yet, I do not belong here. I shall leave tomorrow, departing from the bustling metropolis to the capital, preparing for my divorce proceedings with Wang Lin. Standing before the expansive windows of the opulent hotel suite, I confided in Gu Qingqiu. Thank you for your companionship during this time. I must leave tomorrow, and I look forward to our next meeting. Gu Qingqiu gazed at me with a hint of reluctance, her lips pressed tightly, as if struggling to articulate her farewells. Ultimately, her myriad unspoken words coalesced into a singular sentiment. I feel a bit reluctant. I gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, caressing her porcelain-like cheek. My heart stirred. Being with you brings me immense comfort, as though we were always family. Such words easily lead a sensitive woman to misinterpret intentions, and indeed, Gu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with confusion. I apologized. Forgive me. I may have misspoken. What I meant is that there seems to be a mystical synergy between us, making our time together effortlessly pleasant, akin to family. I then proposed, I have a position available. It is for a personal steward. Would you consider accepting such a role? Miss Gu? Gu Qingqiu stared at me, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a dramatic declaration of love from a domineering CEO? Why then did my words transform into an invitation for her to become a steward? Surely, something was amiss. Gu Qingqiu was no fool. She understood that a man of my means would not seek her hand in marriage. I could effortlessly expend over $1 million on accommodations within a month, unperturbed. For one does not squander wealth without substantial resources. With my spending habits, even a millionaire's fortune might not suffice for a year's expenses. Without a net worth in the billions, who would dare spend so lavishly? Moreover, apart from her beauty, her experiences and education paled in comparison to mine. Confused women often believe themselves to have numerous admirers, thinking they deserve the finest partners because of their ethereal beauty. Yet, wealth, appearance, and social standing are merely components. The essential factor is kindness. Many affluent individuals encountering such women may find themselves perplexed, pondering the three words, why should I? Why should one risk half of their fortune for something that could be acquired with a small expenditure? This notion is absurd. The chasm of identity and status is insurmountable. Furthermore, through our interactions, it became evident that I am not merely a second-generation heir. The aura I exude is formidable. Even the hotel's general manager appears somewhat apprehensive in my presence. Coupled with my record of reserving a presidential suite for over a month, I have proven to be an exceptionally rare client in the history of Shangri-La. From a new client, I ascended to become one of the most esteemed and significant patrons of Shangri-La. In merely a month, I expended a sum equivalent to the price of an apartment in the metropolis for lodging. Truly outrageous. One must ponder, how could someone like me possibly develop feelings for a hotel staff member? What intrinsic value does she possess that would compel me to transcend societal norms and approach her, expressing profound affection? As adults, we ought not to dwell in fantasies. Gu Qingxiu swiftly recalibrated her mindset, nodding earnestly. I am willing, but... A flicker of emotion had ignited within her, a secret that would remain unspoken if our relationship were merely one of employer and employee. Chapter 36. Rebirth, all your concerns. If they stem from financial constraints, allow me to alleviate them. I gently enveloped Gu Qingxiu in my embrace, tenderly patting her back as if cradling an infant with utmost care. Her troubles could indeed be resolved with monetary support. Providing Gu Qingxiu with a substantial sum was a task easily within my means. Chen Feng's fortune was still considerable, placing him among the upper echelons of society in this era. An annual income of 20 million may seem distant from that of super-rich individuals. However, such earnings afford one a quality of life that is truly enjoyable. The more wealth one accumulates, the more burdensome life becomes. The vastness of the company, coupled with the intricacies of human relationships, breeds exhaustion. Alliances must be maintained, and one can easily become overwhelmed. Furthermore, the weight of career expectations and reputation adds to the strain, necessitating a cautious approach to every endeavor. An annual income of 20 million is sufficient for one to enjoy the freedoms of home and automobile ownership, as well as the indulgence of romantic liaisons. Love, once one attains a certain social and economic standing, transforms into an ornamental accessory, often rendered superfluous. Those who truly stand atop the pyramid seldom encounter love again, for the heights are fraught with loneliness. They may reach the pinnacle, yet the ascent remains elusive for women. Gu Qingxiu's predicament was straightforward. A debt of over 1 million, remnants of her father's failed business ventures following the liquidation of family assets, which she bore as a heavy burden. The despair of her father's failure led to his untimely demise, which in turn deteriorated her mother's health. Just recently, she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. The loss of loved ones, the weight of life's tribulations, and the dual assault on her emotional and physical well-being, compounded by illness and the specter of limited time, approximately 6 months, left her yearning to accompany her dearest family member through their final moments together. Moreover, the extensive training period for a 5-star hotel butler requires a long-term contract, accompanied by significant penalties for breach, not to mention living expenses. 2 million would suffice to meet Gu Qingxiu's needs. I wholeheartedly agreed, as I have always admired her character and found her integrity to be commendable. Even in the face of risk, I was willing to embrace it. 2 million, neither excessive nor insufficient, was a price I was prepared to pay for clarity regarding someone I hold in high regard. This marks both my rebirth and Gu Qingxiu's. I eagerly anticipate the kind of life where every detail is meticulously attended to. The absence of a woman to provide thoughtful care can sometimes render a man's existence a trial. My choice, without a doubt, is Gu Qingxiu, not Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin could certainly achieve it if I so desired. After Gu Qingxiu departed, Chen Feng reappeared. His spirit was exceedingly frail, almost ethereal, as if he might dissipate into nothingness at any moment. I feared that he might not endure the journey to the capital, destined to vanish completely. In truth, his significance to me had diminished considerably. The past of Chen Feng, which I yearned to understand, he had already divulged. The remaining matters he chose not to share. I refrained from probing. In my perspective, every individual harbors secrets deep within their hearts, destined to accompany them to the grave. Chen Feng's arrival did not startle me. Rather, I had been anticipating it. For this day was inevitable. The moment of a soul's departure is marked by an acute awareness. As one reflects upon the attachments to this world, whether joyful or regretful, it encapsulates a lifetime. Deep within Chen Feng, there lingered concerns. As my rapport with Gu Qingxiu deepened, his worries for those he cared about intensified. By all indications, I am not easily manipulated, and my methods are far more astute than he might presume. The true nature of a person's heart may not be immediately discernible, yet proximity reveals the truth in an instant. Chen Feng's opening words were, "I must depart." I understood. My tone bore a certain gravity. Chen Feng is not a bad person. Indeed, one might even say he is quite decent. His misfortunes cannot be laid at his feet, for they are the consequences wrought by others. Chen Feng's inquiry was peculiar, beginning with, "Will you marry Miss Gu? Her?" A smile graced my lips as I recalled Gu Qingxiu. In her youth, she was undoubtedly a celestial beauty, her serene demeanor and exquisite countenance unforgettable. To be captivated by beauty is no shame. Men and women are alike in this regard. What is truly disgraceful is to harbor base thoughts while feigning nobility. Yet to desire possession of someone solely for their beauty is a depth of shamelessness I cannot descend to. This is not a mere transaction. A transaction carries no emotional debt, whereas a relationship forged by possession demands responsibility and emotional investment. Such a decision cannot be made lightly. After a moment of contemplation, I slowly replied, I find great comfort in her company, as if I am unaware of anyone's presence, yet she stands by me when I am in need. But this is not love, thus I cannot guarantee her the happiness she deserves. However, you have enticed her, a woman of icy demeanor who, beneath her chilly exterior, harbors a blazing heart. You have stirred her affections yet refuse to take responsibility. Are you truly willing to witness her suffer in anguish due to unrequited love? Chen Feng regarded me with a gaze laden with wariness. This vigilance had been present since our initial acquaintance, and his sudden shift unsettled me. I recognized this caution, yet chose to dismiss it. After a brief pause, I spoke. Chen Feng, you must understand, I am an adult, guided by my own standards and principles of conduct. It is impossible for me to embody the expectations you hold, nor can I masquerade as your shadow, living on your behalf. This is not who I am, but rather a manifestation of your own desires. Chen Feng hung his head in despair, and after a prolonged silence, he lifted it and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I understand. The care I can provide for your family may differ greatly from what you envision. I can attend to their daily needs and the inevitable passage of life, but when it comes to emotional investment, you are aware that your parents are not my own. I cannot treat them with the same affection I would my own. The same applies to the child. I shall do my utmost to safeguard her growth. Yet I cannot bestow upon her the entirety of a father's love. As for Wang Lin, I know you've been torn. Even after the pain she inflicted upon you, you still grapple with the question of whether to forgive her. Will you look down upon me? Chen Feng asked with a hint of sarcasm. I shook my head, replying, it is not as severe as that. In life, it is often the case that emotions are the easiest to relinquish, yet paradoxically, also the most challenging to let go. Wang Lin is a chapter of your past, but not mine. I cannot bear the weight of her misfortunes as my own. I can only offer you this promise. When she finds herself in dire straits, I shall extend a helping hand, but such an opportunity will be singular. Moreover, during the divorce proceedings, I shall not neglect her. I understand all of this, Chen Feng said, not having received the answers he sought, his demeanor somewhat dejected. The shared marital assets between Chen Feng and Wang Lin amounted to several tens of millions, not exceeding 80 million. Dividing it in half poses no significant challenge for me. The significance of money pales in comparison to emotional bonds and responsibilities. This is largely because I find wealth easily within reach. Had I never encountered money in my life, I might have revealed the basest aspects of humanity at the moment of my divorce from Wang Lin, consigning her and her family to despair until I claimed all the riches. Fortunately, none of this transpired, and I harbor no greed for Chen Feng's inheritance. Yet, should another be placed in the same circumstances, who can predict their actions? If money could delineate family ties, love and hatred would cease to exist. Yet, it is precisely money that enables couples to separate with clarity, for every cent is accounted for. Chen Feng began recounting his journey with Wang Lin, the trials and tribulations they had navigated over the years. Humans are inherently emotional, and he is no exception. Even after the profound hurt she caused him, he still cannot bear to part with her. First love, wife, mother of his daughter. Each identity elevates Wang Lin in Chen Feng's eyes, particularly as she excels in many aspects. Her beauty, her unwavering dedication to the family, and her ability to care for everyone so well all signify a woman with a kind heart. In Chen Feng's mind, Wang Lin merely strayed down the wrong path. I listened for the better part of the night. To be honest, hearing others' love stories rarely stirs deep emotions within me, because behind moments of profound emotion often lies a tragedy, and yet I find myself unable to weep, particularly on a late night, listening to a man, overcome with tears, recounting his past without the solace of alcohol feels exceedingly peculiar. It appears that the deepest resonance among people is found in tragedy rather than in love. For sweetness tends to be commonplace. However, the bitterness of life's experiences can only be understood through direct experience. Until fatigue finally overcame me and I succumbed to slumber. Chen Feng continued his narration without pause. Upon awakening the next day, invigorated by the sunlight streaming through the window, I found myself reminiscing about the fragments of Chen Feng's life with Wang Lin after their marriage, each cherished memory seemingly etched into the depths of my mind. His wife's virtuous nature alleviated all his worries, and her sacrifices for their family were vivid in my thoughts. Yet, he often indulged in drinking sessions with clients to the point of oblivion, returning home where Wang Lin would tend to him, washing his face, his feet, and his body, just to ensure he could rest peacefully. I imagined that, at that time, Chen Feng was enveloped in a honeyed embrace, filled with the sweetness of happiness. Even amidst his professional setbacks and inner turmoil, he must have felt a profound sense of joy. After all, Every entrepreneur starting from scratch must endure moments of obscurity and disillusionment. Moreover, such investments of effort do not always yield returns. Indeed, entrepreneurship is not a matter of mere grasping and holding. If that were the case, there would not be so many individuals who, after failing in their ventures, find their marriages shattered. I resonate deeply with this struggle. In a certain sense, I consider myself a failed entrepreneur, which is why I later chose to become a mere glove puppet, an endeavor not born out of resignation, for who would willingly become a seemingly glamorous marionette devoid of freedom? Later on, Chen Feng revealed many untold stories. For instance, how Wang Lin entrusted him with her innocence before their graduation, a moment that solidified his lifelong obsession with her. Yet, this obsession, once wounded, plunged him into an abyss of endless suffering. He then recounted the sweetness of their married life. Within just 2 years at a foreign-funded company, he ascended to a middle management position with a substantial income. Yet, the ease of his success, combined with the birth of their daughter and the desire for a better living environment, ignited a spark of entrepreneurial ambition within him, a yearning to challenge his own capabilities and to create a more favorable existence for his family. He succeeded, but not without the cost of being robbed in that very moment of triumph. Fragments of memories began to surface in my mind, leaving me in a state of bewilderment and fear. For I am not of the same essence as Chen Feng. How could I possibly share in his memories? I frantically searched within my being for his soul, yet after a prolonged quest, I found no traces. It was not until I beheld a droplet within my heart, seemingly crystalline, that I realized I had been ensnared. Chen Feng, how audacious of you to ensnare me. Chapter 37. A man remains a boy until death. I watched as that tear-shaped entity lodged in my heart grew increasingly transparent, ultimately transforming into a radiant glow that uncontrollably surged towards me, merging with my very soul. In an instant, I became acutely aware of the myriad of bonds weighing heavily upon my heart. Indeed, these are bonds, specifically, those tethered to Chen Feng. What he has left within me is a profound obsession. I cannot bear to part with my beloved wife, Wang Lin, for she is my heart's desire. I cannot relinquish my children, for they are my flesh and blood. I cannot forsake my parents, for they are the ones who brought me into this world and nurtured me. Yet, these entanglements should not be mine to bear. They rightfully belong to Chen Feng. This fellow, without uttering a word, has thrust all his anguish and memories into the depths of my mind. Anyone else in my position would undoubtedly be enraged by such a predicament. After all, I had promised to care for his parents and children. What more could he want? This is a profound betrayal of trust. Yet, the die has been cast, and the outcome is already determined. What purpose does anger serve now? I can only surmise the immense cost that Chen Feng has endured, so great, indeed, that it surpasses the pain of being ground to dust in life. I find myself pitying this man, who, despite his earnest efforts to succeed and nurture his family, has ultimately found his life in disarray. It compels me to reflect. How crucial is it to choose the right partner? A wrong choice can result in a lifetime of calamity. As a soul from 30 years hence, I find myself born in this era, yet my understanding of it was limited to my tender years of around 10 in 2006. How much wisdom and insight could I truly glean from such a brief existence? Rather, I am more familiar with the societal norms of 30 years into the future. By the time we reach the 40th year, marriage has lost its significance. One can have children whether married or not. Indeed, as long as the other husbands remain oblivious or indifferent, one might even bear children with another's wife, an accepted reality in the eyes of the state. What grounds do people have to oppose such arrangements? As for infidelity and betrayal, if marriage holds no value, then what is mine is yours, and yours is mine. A shared joy and freedom. Does that not sound appealing? Why force two starkly different personalities together, only to end in mutual disdain? The obsession that Chen Feng has instilled in me is not without its merits. Alongside this fixation, he has also entrusted me with over 30 years of memories. Though I had previously gleaned a fair amount from listening to his past, my understanding was superficially shallow compared to the depth of his lived experience. The entirety of his memories evokes profound sorrow regarding the upheaval in his marriage. His wife, embodying the virtues of grace, warmth, and kindness, represents the quintessential ideal cherished by all men. The fact that such a woman was led astray is enough to drive a man to madness. Moreover, the betrayal was recorded on video. Irrespective of whether it was voluntary or coerced, it remains an indelible wound. To compound his misfortune, Chen Feng even managed to acquire the footage of his wife's infidelity, and he watched it in its entirety. I cannot help but admire Chen Feng. It is nothing short of miraculous that he has not succumbed to violent rage. especially considering the solid foundation of affection between Chen Feng and Wang Lin. Their love blossomed from a sweet campus romance, flourishing for over a decade. A harmonious family, a prosperous background, and substantial income, with obedient children, seemingly showcased the perfect marriage of Chen Feng and Wang Lin. However, where in this world exists absolute perfection, had it not been for the emergence of a certain individual named Guigang, I believe they would have been a couple destined for lifelong happiness. Even if they feigned affection, as long as they could deceive each other until death, they would embody the essence of a flawless partnership. Alas, beneath this facade of perfection lies an abundance of illusions. Everything changed with the intrusion of a third party into their union. I know Chen Feng genuinely loves Wang Lin, yet I am uncertain whether Wang Lin feigns her affection for him. If she never loved Chen Feng from the outset, it reveals the most despicable aspect of human nature. She deceived a man who loves her profoundly for a decade. How could she bear such a burden? Despite my significant grievances with Chen Feng, one conviction remains steadfast: I will seek vengeance for him. The grudge of a father slain and the resentment of a wife stolen cannot be reconciled. It is intolerable for any man to endure such betrayal. In the relatively conservative year of 2006, enacting the most extreme retaliation is not excessive. Fueled by resentment and fury, I departed the hotel and boarded a flight to the capital. On the plane, my countenance was grim. The flight attendants in business class, noticing my ominous demeanor, dared not approach me. Even though they could easily discern my affluence from my attire, I exited the terminal with a stern expression. Yet, after taking just a few steps, I spotted two individuals at the exit, and an instinctive desire to flee overtook me. It was then I realized that Xing Wanli had instructed his driver to hold up a cardboard sign nearly half a meter square, boldly emblazoned with the words, "Brother Chen Feng, the king returns." Ever since Xing emerged from the anguish of marital betrayal and divorce, he has embraced a self-destructive mode with delight. Following our last basketball game, he has completely elevated our bond to that of brothers, despite our differing parentage. In fact, to help me acclimate to my new life post-divorce, he even encouraged me to indulge in debauchery, such as maintaining relationships with university students, to swiftly plunge into a hedonistic lifestyle. Both he and I are well qualified to embark on this new chapter as wayward souls. Xing Wanli's company enjoys considerable renown in the capital's industry, boasting an annual income exceeding 20 million from his trading enterprise alone, with total earnings potentially reaching 30 to 40 million, considering other ventures. I heard he was planning to establish an automobile sales company, akin to a 4S dealership, which promises to be a lucrative sector, likely to soar in the coming years. Should he succeed, an annual profit of 50 million would not be out of reach, and that is a conservative estimate. My own income from the Yangqing company hovers around 20 million annually, if the capital company's transfer is not considered. A revenue of 25 million per year is attainable. If one refrains from emotional entanglements and focuses solely on finances, what kind of woman could one not attract? For men like us, divorce is not a source of anguish, but rather the moment our dreams take flight. 30 years old. Oh no, I must be 31. For many men establishing families and careers, it is a time of immense pressure. Yet for us, life is just beginning. Upon resolving this matter, Xing Wanli immediately transformed into a lively socialite, eagerly pursuing romantic conquests, sparing no one, not even those fresh-faced university students barely out of their teens. However, in his own words, he maintained a certain moral threshold, never seeking to prey upon high school students. He often frequented dance academies, film schools, and sports colleges. As for the presence of a sports college, it was simply because the young women there were truly remarkable. The high jumpers possessed legs that could rival even the finest models, while the gymnasts exhibited bodies as pliable as soft candy. As the weather turned chilly, old Xing donned his frog-eyed sunglasses, clad in an aviator leather jacket and pants, completing his ensemble with a pair of military-style boots. One could hardly expect high fashion from this fellow. As long as he believed an outfit made him appear youthful, he cared little for its eccentricity or flamboyance. After all, being a former athlete, even with his sunglasses obscuring much of his gaze, the predatory glint of his eagle-like eyes remained palpable, casting a chilling aura around him. After swiftly scanning the airport terminal, his gaze fell upon me. "Chen Feng, your brother has come to fetch you," he exclaimed. My gratitude was laced with barely concealed resentment. The gaze of half the hall was upon us, fixated on me and old Xing. His large hand seized my shoulder, and he chuckled. "Don't be shy. Soon enough, you'll relish this vibrant lifestyle. Youth is meant for wildness. We are already 30. If we do not indulge now, we shall grow old. Why not say that rockers remain youthful until death?" Xing Wanli's face, larger than that of the average man, lit up with delight. You understand me well. I have always dreamed of being like Cui Jian, performing on the grand stage of the workers' stadium, singing nothing to my name. All I could do was roll my eyes. Powerless against his enthusiasm, it seemed he had become besotted with this notion. With no escape in sight, my internal resistance crumbled under Xing Wanli's fervor. I began to regret having called him before arriving in the capital, inadvertently revealing my whereabouts. He practically dragged me to the parking lot, where his driver, also serving as a bodyguard, bore a sheen of perspiration on his forehead, perhaps feeling a twinge of shame at the sign he held. Alas, the generous compensation from Mr. Xing left him with little choice but to comply. Mr. Xing, where to? The uncertainty began to cloud old Xing's features, as the plethora of entertainment options overwhelmed him, leaving him in a quandary. First, let us dine. Then, we shall sing. Invite more young ladies and indulge in fine spirits. Afterward, a sauna. As night descends, we'll head to a bar. I've already arranged for 20 or so lively young women to ensure a lively atmosphere. They must be attractive, youthful, and, most importantly, compliant and understanding, allowing my brother to unwind and successfully navigate his divorce proceedings. The absurdity of unwinding to win a divorce case was not lost on me. This fellow had ingeniously woven his libertine lifestyle into a convenient rationale. In his heart, he steadfastly believed that this was the ultimate truth of life, resolutely overcoming all obstacles to pursue his convictions. Suddenly, Xing Wanli yanked my head towards the back of the car, pointing at a minibus trailing behind us, exclaiming, "There are over 20 lovely ladies aboard. Choose one and keep her." He then fell into a deep, philosophical contemplation, before finally uttering, "It can be a bit taxing on the body, and I wouldn't recommend it, dear brother. Yet, life is all about rare indulgences. If you feel compelled, then do it without any shame." Initially, I too felt quite embarrassed and shameless. Oddly enough, once I truly cast aside my inhibitions, I found it impossible to stop. The driver, Xiao Zhao, was nearly dizzy with envy, casting glances at me through the rearview mirror, his eyes revealing a longing that spoke volumes. He seemed ready to shout, "Count me in, Mr. Chen." I found it increasingly difficult to endure the extraordinary enthusiasm of old Xing. I forcefully broke free from his grip and leaned against the window of the minibus, exclaiming, "Brother, you do realize I am here to handle a divorce case, right? Is it not a tad premature to celebrate?" "We're not celebrating yet." Old Xing's rapport with me escalated rapidly, evident from his unpretentious demeanor. Particularly, the way he let go of pretense and embraced authenticity was not something typically seen in casual acquaintances. In truth, this fellow was quite nostalgic, a fact readily apparent from his choice of vehicle. The Mercedes-Benz, known colloquially as the Tiger Head, had ceased production in the mid-1990s. The vehicle old Xing drove was a second-hand model he had purchased for a considerable sum a few years back, having logged only a few thousand kilometers. In the 1990s, acquiring such a car would have cost around $100,000. The simplest way to procure one was through an embassy, such as that of foreign personnel stationed in Beijing, who possessed the privilege to bring tax-exempt vehicles into the country. Once the car entered, it could be traded. But foreigners would not accept domestic currency. Only dollars would suffice. This demand fostered a market where many cars existed in the country, yet their numbers were so scarce that they could be considered unique. Another reason for Mercedes-Benz's illustrious reputation in China was its status as a ministerial vehicle in the 1990s. Ordinary citizens had no opportunity to ride in one. The Tiger Head was even more exclusive, a luxury that ministers themselves were not entitled to. Driving such a car through the streets of Beijing exuded an undeniable aura of power. Old Xing's acquisition of this vehicle cost him at least $200,000. Logically, it might not have been worth it, yet it represented a dream from his youth, an invaluable treasure, a man's utmost tenderness beyond the realm of women. To put it succinctly, among the wealthy businessmen I know, he is the only one worth over 10 million who drives a second-hand car. Of course, this second-hand vehicle was far from inexpensive. However, it also underscored a reality. Old Xing was quite sentimental, his affections for cherished possessions remaining unchanged over time. Both he and I were businessmen, company executives, and even if we lived recklessly, we were compelled to maintain a facade of seriousness. I surmised that old Xing's liberated demeanor was perhaps a reflection of him viewing me as an ally in heartbreak. It is the camaraderie forged in the trenches, combined with the prior ties between our families and our shared experiences as teammates in the university basketball team, that solidified old Xing's resolve to stand by me through thick and thin. Furthermore, my recommendation of certain stocks had proven lucrative, yielding substantial profits. For over a month, without fail, he would call me before and after the market opened, seeking my guidance on stock recommendations. He even offered to share the capital, promising a 50-50 split on the earnings. However, I did not acquiesce to his requests. I had indeed provided recommendations, choosing only the most opportune moments to enter the market. At the beginning of 2006, the prolonged bull market in the A-share market began to gain momentum after a year and a half. During this time, the trading halls of securities firms were awash in red, with retirees who had once been despondent now revitalized, eagerly glued to their screens, engaging in animated discussions about their profound insights into the stock market boom. Yet, if one were to inquire whether they had recovered their losses, their demeanor would shift instantly. This pertains to a stockholder's faith in wealth, yet one must never question the monetary value of such faith. To do so would be sacrilege. Nevertheless, within a few months, most investors managed to recoup their losses, recovering the money previously lost in the stock market. However, the number of true winners remained surprisingly few. Even though everyone was profiting, many were too embarrassed to admit that their stocks had merely returned to a break-even point. In our culture, maintaining face is paramount. The pride of the Chinese people cannot be easily bruised. Thus, they must boast about having capitalized on a major market trend, claiming their investments had doubled, all while exhibiting an exuberance that seemed almost genuine. Undoubtedly, Old Xing emerged as one of the ultimate winners. Not only had he recovered his investments, but he had also tripled his initial capital. With an investment of $50 million, the market value of his stock account had soared to nearly $200 million. He certainly possessed the means to boast about his success to anyone willing to listen. Given this, it was hardly excessive for him to create a grand spectacle to welcome me, the harbinger of wealth. However, my inherent stubbornness compelled me to resist. Old Xing. Today simply isn't suitable. I thought to myself, am I incapable? Xing Wanli would never believe that I might have any physical limitations. After all, we were all elite athletes from prestigious universities, our bodies honed to the standards of high-level competitors. To put it plainly, we were all like beasts of burden. How could I possibly falter? Stealing a glance at the Toyota minibus following us in the rearview mirror, I mused internally, this guy Old Xing truly puts pressure on me. Ultimately, I could not withstand Old Xing's insistence and succumb to his whims. As the sun rose, I climbed the hillside, yearning to sing. Don't ask me. Even I don't know why the songs in KTV in 2006 were so cheesy. Yet, paradoxically, these almost primal folk tunes were remarkably easy to sing. After just a couple of lines, one could easily catch the rhythm, becoming increasingly entranced. It seemed to possess an inexplicable charm that defied comprehension. Watching Old Xing passionately embrace a girl while performing, I found myself at a loss for words. This fellow even claimed to be part of the rock scene? If he were to pursue rock music, he would likely be regarded as a madman. To be honest, I truly struggled to appreciate Old Xing's artistic talents, particularly in the realm of music. In the spacious private room, a throng of charming young women filled the air with the intoxicating scent of various high-end perfumes. Before I knew it, I found myself in a haze, primarily due to the girls' exceptional skill in pouring drinks, and soon I was frolicking with them. As businessmen, both Lao Xing and I were competent, capable of creating a lively atmosphere without concern for embarrassment. What could be more embarrassing than being challenged by a client at the dining table? I had once incessantly asked when she would join me, yet she always laughed at my lack of possessions. After singing nothing at all with Lao Xing, we completely let ourselves go. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and illuminated the room, I groggily opened my eyes. The previous night had left me with a dizzying sensation, enveloping me in its whirlwind. Upon awakening, I gently released the young woman curled beside me and adjusted the girl perched on my thigh. As I gazed at my own reflection in the bathroom mirror, my dark circles revealed the toll of the night. What had I done? Where was I? I had been led astray by Lao Xing. The emptiness that followed the indulgence left me with a fleeting sense of lightness, as though I had been drained of all substance. Settling onto the sofa in the room, I retrieved my handbag and extracted the cash within. It was not a substantial amount, perhaps around 20,000, which I tossed onto the coffee table. I then proceeded to rouse the drowsy girls one by one. Boss, we've already been paid. You can divide this money as tips, but please tell me, where is this place? Wasn't it Manager Xing who brought you here? You don't know? Where is Lao Xing? One of the girls, with a playful smile, covered her mouth and giggled sweetly, embodying the gentle obedience Lao Xing had described. He should be in one of the rooms in the villa. Half an hour later, I stood in the living room, my gaze vacant as I watched the 10 beautiful young women board their cars. They turned back in unison, cheerfully calling out, "Boss, contact us when you have time." "Certainly," I replied, before turning to Lao Xing with a stern tone. "Where's this place? You wanted a place to stay, right? I found you a villa. It belongs to a friend. Don't worry, it's been thoroughly cleaned. Yesterday served as a warm-up for you. You can move in today." The housekeeping is handled by a cleaning company that comes regularly. As for a cook, you'll have to find one yourself. I'm not sure what dishes you prefer. And I wouldn't want a medal. Lao Xing rambled on, then leaned in with a cheeky grin, asking, "Not feeling down, are you?" I wanted to express that I felt as though I had been hit by a freight truck, my spirit in disarray. Down? Absolutely impossible. My mind is a blank. How could I feel down? I had genuinely forgotten. Lost in the indulgence, my mind had no space for such thoughts. They were all good girls. At an age like blooming buds, leaving a lasting impression. Internally, I scolded myself. Shameful descent. I must resolutely maintain my distance from Lao Xing in the future. Yet outwardly, I feigned surprise at Lao Xing's transformation, asking, "Wasn't he your idol Michael Jordan back then? Why does a divorce transform you into the person you are today?" My current idol is also a basketball star. Who? Wilt Chamberlain. I have inherited all of Chen Feng's memories. So I am certainly aware that Chamberlain eclipses Jordan as the true basketball emperor. However, it is clear that Lao Xing's admiration for Chamberlain is not solely based on his athletic prowess. After all, both Lao Xing and I have found ourselves at a standstill in our basketball careers. Back in the University Basketball League, particularly among the leading teams, there existed opportunities to enter professional basketball, albeit with limited chances of securing a starting position. With our skill levels, entering professional basketball would likely relegate us to the bench, or even the second team, which holds little appeal. It is precisely due to our lack of prowess that I find Lao Xing's idolization somewhat absurd. Observing my bewilderment, Lao Xing was clearly frustrated by my ignorance and eagerly unveiled the riddle. Chamberlain, the basketball emperor, a man who scored over 20,000 points in his lifetime. Scoring? My understanding of many common notions from this era is rather superficial. This is a generational gap. After all, a soul from 30 years in the future hardly remembers even Jordan. Recently, I have been diligently striving to grasp the mainstream perceptions of this era with middling results, often failing to resonate with others. Scoring is trivial. It's about the women. I gasped in disbelief, silently cursing, "What a scoundrel." Yet, he is a scoundrel that every man envies. Xing wanly sank deeper into the plush leather sofa, exhausted yet refusing to complain. Perhaps embodying the notion of suffering and joy, he is indeed a true beast. As for the unspoken undertones, I could articulate them for him. I envy you greatly. As men, there are few who do not envy the golden legacy of the basketball emperor. After a lengthy tea session on the sofa, the two of us began to feel rejuvenated. Suddenly, Lao Xing slapped his forehead and hurried to fetch his bag, extracting the villa keys, car keys, and various documents. Additionally, he dumped a property certificate onto the coffee table, sliding it towards me. "The house you asked Junzi to find. He had no connections. I found one for you. It's a modest, collective housing unit from the Health Bureau, around 60 square meters. The decor is decent, and it has never been lived in. Let us not discuss the financial aspects. If you bring it up, I may lose my temper." Fine. I accepted it without pretense, opening the property certificate to find the name Bai Jing inscribed upon it. This is the house I intended as compensation for Bai Jing and a means to settle matters for Chen Feng. Although this fellow has completely lost his way, the consequences rest upon my shoulders, and I must settle the debts. The two property certificates have yet to be renamed. Consider this a gift from a friend. Including this villa. It is a duplex, 2 units combined and renovated. I have inspected it thoroughly, and it seems satisfactory. There are no ulterior motives. I merely wish to convey a message on your behalf, asking you to assist a brother. Even if you are reluctant to take him in, do not feel pressured. Rest assured, I will repay the favor. Once your divorce is finalized, I will purchase it and gift it to you. Don't even mention money. I might lose my temper. Lao Xing is a straightforward man, so much so that he often threatens to lose his temper. There is an A8 in the garage. If you are getting divorced, it will not be registered in your name, but under my company, for your use at will. The refrigerator is fully stocked with provisions, and I have instructed my secretary to procure athletic wear and comfortable loungewear for me. I remain uncertain about their suitability. Please feel free to make any necessary exchanges. The entire house has undergone a thorough water purification process, and there is no need to worry about formaldehyde levels. The renovations have been completed for some time, making it safe for the children to reside here. I will reach out after my divorce. I nodded in agreement. I have contemplated Chen Feng's connections, which appear somewhat tenuous. The older generation has passed, and many relationships have become difficult to maintain. Unlike the likes of old Xing, whose grandfather's legacy still holds sway, their network is undeniably robust. Coupled with the connections of my own uncles and parents, it is fair to say that they occupy the pinnacle of this social pyramid. Engaging with old Xing is something I had long prepared for. There is no room for pleasantries. Besides, if I had wished to avoid him, I would not have invited him to play basketball or assisted him with stock trading. After old Xing assertively concluded his arrangements, he leaned on his waist, slowly rising, and inhaled deeply, a pained expression crossing his face. These demons are exhausting me. Chapter 39. Bidding farewell to the past, I am oblivious to what transpired after old Xing left. I spent the entire day sleeping in my room, only roused the following day by a call from the cleaning staff, emerging from my slumber in a daze. Whether in this moment or in the years to come, I understand that a life steeped in excess is one that few can sustain. Indeed, it is about endurance rather than enjoyment. Eventually, one must succumb to fatigue. There is no logic in perpetually reveling in joy. Chen Feng is in good health, yet he is not invincible enough to manage 5 women with ease. Experiencing fatigue in the waist and legs is entirely normal. In the kitchen, I prepared a simple breakfast for myself, though I faltered and overcooked the eggs. The consequence of not having cooked for an extended period is that skills once familiar become as erratic as those of a novice. Fortunately, the food was still edible, albeit lacking in visual appeal. As dawn broke, I ventured outside for a run. At the entrance, I encountered 2 young women, though it would be more accurate to describe them as a mother and daughter. The mother appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps in her 30s, though her true age may well be in her 40s. Strikingly beautiful, she would undoubtedly be classified as a first-rate beauty, regardless of her age. As for her daughter, she bore an innocent expression, with a freshness so pure it seemed almost palpable. The pair were exceptionally attractive, a rare sight indeed. However, it was peculiar how they regarded me, their gazes tinged with a mix of disdain and a desire for closeness. Ultimately, all words were swallowed, morphing into a somewhat mechanical yet awkward smile and nod. I returned the greeting with a simple, "Good morning. Mom, is this the person that Godfather spoke of?" I have no idea. They had arrived with a group of young women the previous day, all clad in short skirts and stockings. Upon disembarking, they carried 2 men into the house, one of whom was likely him, undoubtedly not a man of good character, even though the mother exuded a strong and alluring presence. She was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's innocent remark, quickly admonishing her, "Don't speak nonsense. Those in his circle are not to be trifled with. We cannot afford to offend them, nor can your godfather." As the woman observed my running silhouette, she fell into a contemplative silence. This man appeared to possess an unremarkable gentleness, yet her instinctual sixth sense hinted at the presence of a ferocious beast lurking within him. Was it fair to label his private life as disreputable? Yet, the purity reflected in her gaze earlier was untouched by the dust of desire and vice. She understood the allure of her appearance to men, and as her daughter matured, she became acutely aware of the overwhelming possessiveness that she could incite in them. However, I perceived her eyes as clear and seemingly oblivious to our true identities. Regarding her daughter, she dismissed the troubling thoughts with a shake of her head. The girl had never struck her as particularly astute, and it seemed unrealistic to think she could suddenly gain insight as she matured. Anxiously, she cast a glance at her daughter, pondering, surely this child won't be deceived? She was well aware that a successful individual like myself, possessing a decent appearance and a wealth of experience, could effortlessly manipulate young girls. Her daughter's innocence would be no match for someone of my caliber. The most terrifying kind of person is the gentle, successful individual, outwardly placid, yet concealing a brilliance that, once revealed, is blinding. Her daughter, being such a young girl, would be utterly defenseless against such radiance. After completing a lap at a leisurely jog, I began to perspire, and once the sweat dampened my brow, I slowed my pace and approached the villa's entrance. On my way home, I almost took a wrong turn, only realizing my error upon spotting the mother and daughter. Fortunately, they exhibited no displeasure, allowing me to return to my residence, change my attire, and contact the bodyguard my friend Junzi had found for me. "Mr. Chen, this is Lu Haizi. I previously served in the XX group of the XX military district. No need for introductions. I trust my friend's judgment. I also have faith in you, and even in retirement, I believe you uphold the honor of a soldier. If you are satisfied with the work and remuneration, you may commence today. I plan to visit several locations, starting with lunch, followed by a series of visits. If there are no objections, please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the vehicle in the garage." Lu Haizi, somewhat at a loss for words, eventually decided to adhere to my directives. The individual should pose no issue, though the name carries a distinct rural essence. My expression of trust toward Lu Haizi was not born of unconditional faith. How could one extend complete trust upon first meeting, especially concerning a bodyguard, when one harbored an inherent lack of security? Such loyalty would naturally heighten my anxiety. Thankfully, I was merely an ordinary small businessman, at most a moderately affluent one, not yet a target for those seeking easy prey. In a bustling metropolis like Beijing, the risk of being targeted for one's wealth diminishes. In a small county, assets worth millions would attract unwanted attention. If one lacked the means to protect such wealth, being affluent could become a burden. In larger cities, the danger of being singled out is considerably reduced. As I arrived in the city, its vastness opened my horizons, preventing me from behaving like a naive soul unacquainted with the world. Moreover, the dynamics have shifted. In smaller locales, power often stems from sheer numbers, reminiscent of rural customs that favor sons over daughters. Even amidst dire poverty, the birth of a son ensures one is not forsaken. This is not merely feudalism. It is an understanding rooted in the rural consciousness that without a son, one faces a lifetime of subjugation. However, such notions, when transposed to the metropolis, hold little weight, as the multitude is hardly impactful. In fact, any attempt to incite unrest would likely provoke a swift and violent response from the authorities. In the grand tapestry of urban life, connections and networks are the true currency of survival. The sheer number of people, aside from fulfilling basic needs, serves little purpose. I engage bodyguards not due to a lack of safety, but to gradually assemble my entire team. Whether bodyguards or lawyers, it is a process that unfolds incrementally. As my first bodyguard, I raised the stakes with Black. There was no alternative. Thus, I chose to elevate him with flattering words. For a businessman, the roles of driver and bodyguard are paramount. Among a merchant's most trusted confidants, the secretary and driver may not hold high positions, yet they command the greatest trust. To intimidate a driver or bodyguard brings no advantage to a magnate. Rather, it poses a threat to one's very life. The notorious Zhang Xiaolin, once a titan of Shanghai's underworld, met his demise after withholding wages from his driver, inciting discontent that ultimately led to his assassination. At the Lycus Western restaurant, Bai Jing's eyes scanned the room before landing on me, seated in a corner, waiting. With a charming smile, she approached, clad in a flowing white dress with high straps, her raven tresses cascading over her alabaster shoulders, swaying gently as she walked. The lingering innocence of her campus days attracted many admiring glances. Undeniably, Bai Jing is a striking beauty. Had I not inherited Chen Feng's memories, I might have been deceived by her exterior. Yet, I am well aware of the temptations that lie beneath her seemingly pure facade. Shall I serve the dishes? A waiter inquired after pouring the aerated red wine into my glass. Having dined in such establishments before, I felt more entitled to make decisions than Bai Jing. I proceeded to order without engaging in any gentlemanly pleasantries, merely inquiring about her dietary preferences before making selections, not offering her a choice. From the moment Bai Jing entered the restaurant, it was clear this was her first experience in such a fine dining setting, and my intervention spared her any discomfort. The reason for inviting Bai Jing was to bid farewell to the past, specifically, to Chen Feng's past. I remain uncertain about the nature of their relationship. They had shared intimate moments, indulging in passionate escapades. Whenever this woman provokes Chen Feng to a furious rage, she entices him with her gaze, as if to say, "Brother Feng, if you are a man, come and bully me mercilessly." When Chen Feng remains unmoved, Bai Jing rolls her eyes and unleashes her taunting skills. "Your woman has already been taken by someone else, wearing a green hat. Are you incapable of doing anything?" In the face of such provocations, it is unbearable for any man, let alone Chen Feng. Time and again, he falls into her trap. Although they are referred to as lovers, their relationship lacks genuine affection. The first encounter between Chen Feng and Bai Jing occurred at Guogang's residence, where he intended to confront someone, only to discover that Bai Jing was not only stubborn, but also infuriatingly outspoken. Unable to contain his emotions, Chen Feng forcibly took her. And to be precise, he did so alongside Junzi. Had Bai Jing reported the incident to the authorities, both would have faced imprisonment. Chen Feng was entirely consumed by his emotions, seeking revenge against Guogang for his betrayal by using Bai Jing, Guogang's girlfriend, as an outlet for his pent-up frustration. As Guogang's girlfriend, she became an unwitting target for Chen Feng's retribution. More accurately, his actions were driven by a desire to retaliate against Wang Lin's betrayal. When one's emotions are dominated by anger, the consequences are often disregarded. Strangely, Bai Jing did not report the incident afterward, nor did she harbor any intentions of revenge against Chen Feng. Instead, they established a peculiar relationship, with Bai Jing frequently initiating meetings with Chen Feng, always provoking his ire with her words, seemingly reveling in the torment he inflicted upon her. Chen Feng has consistently avoided discussing the details of their past encounters, as there is little to elaborate on. It was merely a man and a woman enveloped in resentment and desire, engaging in acts that only a man and a woman could share. It was only after inheriting Chen Feng's memories that I recognized the eccentricity of Bai Jing. Her character is peculiar, her actions bizarre, and she exudes an air of something sinister. Are they merely friends with benefits? Not quite. I have no intention of continuing the ambiguous relationship between Chen Feng and Bai Jing. It is best to sever any ties. If it were not for Chen Feng's regrettable actions, I would not feel compelled to offer compensation. After all, if I were to seek a woman, it certainly would not be someone like her. In my view, a woman like Bai Jing must have a tumultuous private life. Given my nature, I would avoid her at all costs. How could I ever be her confidant? The primary reason for inviting Bai Jing out was rooted in a sense of guilt. I believe in distinguishing between gratitude and resentment, regardless of Bai Jing's character or her relationship with Guigang, as long as I can act with a clear conscience. That suffices. Turning myself in is out of the question. Facing imprisonment is no trivial matter. However, providing a sum for her silence is not difficult. Brother Feng, you are such a busy man. It's been nearly 2 months since you thought of me, your sister. Bai Jing lifted her wine glass, savoring a small sip of red wine, swirling it in her mouth with a gurgling sound. This was a wine tasting technique I had taught her. Yet when she employs it, she always gives off an impression of being rather flirtatious, her sultry gaze fixed upon me. As I found myself in a state of bewilderment, I felt a delicate foot, adorned in silk stockings, teasingly gliding up my calf. Were it not for the spaciousness of the table, I dare say her foot might have ventured dangerously close to my vulnerabilities. Glancing down, I beheld a petite foot clad in black stockings, inching its way up my leg in the restaurant, a setting that only served to ignite the flames of desire within me. I couldn't help but cover my forehead in exasperation, lamenting the audacity of this woman, who seemed blissfully unaware of decorum in such a public space. Fortunately, our table was nestled in a corner, with the tablecloth providing some semblance of concealment. Otherwise, I would surely have found myself the object of ridicule. I reached out and seized her ankle, adopting a serious tone. Bai Jing, we are here for business today. Refrain from causing a ruckus. Bai Jing rolled her eyes and scoffed softly. What are you pretending for? You're clearly aroused. Has no one satisfied you these days that you must venture out in search of pleasure? This woman possessed an uncanny ability to both corner me and drag all matters into the realm of carnal desire, as if a man's mind could harbor no thoughts beyond such base inclinations. Indeed, the act of lovemaking has a way of clouding one's judgment. If I did not put a stop to her advances, I had no doubt she would, in the midst of the crowd, crawl beneath the table. Seizing upon my moment of awkwardness, Bai Jing retracted her mischievous foot, leaning closer to whisper sultrily into my ear. Isn't the scent of wildflowers enticing? That is not the case, I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. I have been exercising lately, and prefer not to indulge too frequently. After all, it seemed just the other day I had been lost in a haze of hedonism, indulging with several women in one go. Men, after all, do not require much psychological preparation to lie. The words flow easily. My response astonished not only Bai Jing, but also myself. The old Chen Feng, despite his forthrightness, would have cared about appearances and pride. Such a sudden shift in character might raise Bai Jing's suspicions. After all, Chen Feng had previously been a vigorous man with robust appetites. Yet now, I spoke with a nonchalance that resembled discussing the mundane affairs of a neighbor. Beneath this calm facade, even while recounting the most embarrassing of matters, there was an undeniable charm that rendered the experience devoid of humiliation. Do you truly desire it? Bai Jing teased, her tongue tracing circles around her rosy lips, her intentions all too evident. I shook my head and replied, recently, I have come to understand that life is but a solitary journey. Some individuals enter our lives, seemingly enchanting, yet ultimately, they leave behind a mess once the tempest has passed. What appears to be genuine affection in attempts to retain may also be a form of liberation in letting go. With love faded, life must persist. I emerge from the storm and depart with the winds. Why cling desperately to transient pleasures, losing sight of reason in the process? Feigning a momentary bravado. In the end, it is all for naught. Navigating between the real and the illusory, the essence of life lies in the art of detachment. Bai Jing gazed at me with wide eyes, seemingly in awe, and after a long pause, as if she had discovered a new continent, she asked, Brother Feng, have you attained enlightenment? Chapter 40, Enlightenment. Perhaps so. I was uncertain, whether it be disappointment or profound affection. Even family constitutes but a small fragment of life. What then of love? If it is absent, so be it. In this world, no one is indispensable. The life I aspire to live is not confined to the present. Rather, I strive to transform my current self into the person I wish to become tomorrow. There are myriad ways to navigate life, whether through hatred or resentment, These emotions merely stem from humanity's selfish greed. The love that one yearns for yet cannot attain is perhaps better left unpursued. I express this with a carefree demeanor, a stark contrast to the neurotic individual I was a few months ago. Bai Jing gazes at me thoughtfully, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as she dons her high heels and sits upright. Feng, what brings you to me today? There are two matters at hand. As I transfer the side dishes from my plate to Bai Jing's, I continue speaking to myself. Consider this a farewell. Our encounter was fated to be marred by my misdeeds towards you. That incident has weighed heavily on my conscience, and I seize this opportunity to offer my sincerest apologies. I have never held any resentment towards you. Bai Jing murmurs softly, lowering her gaze, her demeanor a blend of reluctance and invitation, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness within me. The second matter pertains to my amends. I retrieve a property deed from my bag, placing it gently on the table and sliding it towards Bai Jing, speaking softly. I've heard you work at a hospital and reside in a dormitory. This house, although not particularly old, spans just over 60 square meters and is conveniently located merely 2 stops away from your workplace. It may be modest, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, but it's a welfare property from the Health Bureau, ensuring safety. I acquired it using your identity, as a form of restitution and compensation. Feng, are you implying you're preparing for your final arrangements? Bai Jing stares blankly at the property deed. Then, clutching it tightly, she smiles foolishly. The Health Bureau? Does that not mean I would frequently encounter our director visiting the bureau chief to curry favor? Wouldn't they be startled to see me? Feigning annoyance, I respond, I'm not done living yet, so stop with such talk. It's merely a gift. The house is not overly expensive, costing around 600,000 to 700,000. I hope you can forgive my and Junzi's reckless actions that day and put this matter to rest. Despite its modest size, acquiring such a property is no simple feat. As it requires connections, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Though it may appear unremarkable, it is undoubtedly secure, free from undesirable tenants. Are you contemplating a divorce from Linjia? I have long desired to part ways, but previously, I was burdened with too many concerns, unable to accept the betrayal from someone I once trusted implicitly. Recently, I've come to realize that it is unnecessary to cling to a facade of harmony when, behind the scenes, one must wear a mask in such a home. Life is exhausting enough with work. There is no need to continue this charade at home. What does Linjia say about this? That is not within her purview to decide. I sigh. As we traverse through life, people inevitably drift apart. It is pointless to expend one's emotions and life on those who do not cherish us. Why should I punish myself for the mistakes of others? That is not true love. It is folly. Feng, you have truly awakened. Bai Jing's eyes no longer bear that unruly spark. Instead, they shine with a clarity reminiscent of spring's melting snow. By the way, how did you know I lived in a collective dormitory? After inquiring through acquaintances, I learned that you have traveled from afar to the capital, yet upon entering the hospital, you find yourself without a place to stay and lacking family support. I offer you a residence, a gesture to help you settle in this city and diminish your sense of alienation from this land. Accepting this gift also serves as my apology. Perhaps we may never meet again, so let us bid farewell on this occasion. I raised my glass to Bai Jing in a silent toast. Gaining insight into Bai Jing's social connections was deceptively simple. With a few words from Junzi and Lao Gui, matters would be effortlessly resolved. Not only did Lao Gui lend his assistance, but I also utilized connections within the police department to track down the household registration information of several individuals through their identification numbers. Within a week, I had thoroughly uncovered the details of Guo Gang, Lu Ming, and Zhang Yingnan. I intended to leave no stone unturned concerning any man who had been associated with Wang Lin. It was a means of avenging Chen Feng's grievances. Surveillance was promptly arranged, leaving me in awe of Lao Gui's capabilities. As for the information regarding Bai Jing, that was merely an added bonus. However, her details were scarce. Her familial relations appeared to be strained, and after moving to the capital for her studies, she remained there, pursuing a medical degree. She was destined for local education and employment. Bai Jing's situation mirrored this sentiment. What surprised me was her demeanor. This woman, typically aloof, revealed a side to her that was as carefree as a courtesan in a club. Yet, Bai Jing stood frozen, her eyes glistening with moisture that quickly formed into tears. And she choked out, "Why are you being so kind to me? I only seek peace of mind." If one could resolve a potential prison sentence of 3 to 8 years with a sum of money, anyone in a position to do so would surely not hesitate. In alleviating troubles, one could simultaneously find solace. What could be more agreeable? Living one's life, kindness is not always a virtue. However, after extending goodwill, if it brings one peace of mind, it is an extraordinary boon that must be embraced. This is precisely what I am endeavoring to do. I wish to see the house. Bai Jing exclaimed, covering half her face and trying to stifle her sniffles. This was not an endeavor I wished to pursue. Bai Jing's character eluded my comprehension, and in truth, I had little desire to delve deeper. She was like the rain in August in the capital, unpredictable and whimsical. I held no feelings for her, nor did Chen Feng. From a certain perspective, her existence seemed quite tragic. My generosity stemmed partly from a desire to sever all ties with Chen Feng's past, and to eliminate any lingering complications. I want you to go? I insisted. I hope you are the first man to enter my new home in the capital. Bai Jing's resolve left me perplexed. Her willingness to accept this gift brought me some relief. Yet, unspoken words lingered in her heart, in the moment I turned away. She perhaps yearned for me to become the master of this dwelling, the male figure within. This was not about love, but rather her need for warmth, a role I inadvertently fit. Nonetheless, I did not wish to continue entangling myself with this woman. In my vision for the future, Wang Lin was destined to exit my life, and my focus would shift towards my daughter, my parents, and a select few endeavors. Perhaps one day, when I have had my fill of revelry and wanderlust, I will seek a woman who cherishes me profoundly to spend my life with. However, I remain skeptical about encountering love once more, for love has proven to be notoriously unreliable. After all, wealthy individuals who marry often face the dual risks of emotional turmoil and financial loss. The joys of remaining unmarried are plentiful, devoid of any complications. In summary, Bai Jing does not feature in my envisioned future. Yet, her fervent and obstinate nature, coupled with the latent dangers hidden within her calm demeanor, has caused me to hesitate. Perhaps it would be prudent to inspect the property arranged by old Shing. It might be inconsequential, and I can leave early thereafter. Brother Feng, is this your driver? Heisey, my driver. I refrained from engaging in excessive conversation, maintaining an air of casual indifference. Liu Heisey's identity details had previously been provided to me by Junzi. He indeed hails from a rural background. However, I was taken aback to learn that he was not a veteran, but rather had been dismissed. The circumstances surrounding his dismissal, though not particularly grave in my view, were nonetheless troubling. The demolition of his hometown had led to compensation disputes that were nothing short of infuriating. His father, unable to endure the injustice, had confronted the government, only to be assaulted by the demolition company's personnel. Following his father's hospitalization from the beating, he sought vengeance upon returning home. Fortunately, he did not resort to lethal force, merely inflicting injuries upon his adversaries. Nonetheless, such events rendered his military career untenable. Regarding my reluctance to accompany Bai Jing to view the property, my intention was to swiftly resolve any ancillary issues. I sought an opportunity for a decisive confrontation. It would not be long before that moment arrived. The Health Bureau's welfare community represented a significant achievement in Bai Jing's life, one worthy of pride. The notion that a nurse from the hospital could reside in a Health Bureau-funded community would surely provoke envy among her superiors. Could the hospital director still discreetly offer gifts? Upon locating the apartment number and opening the door, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I had steeled myself to encounter a dilapidated space, yet was pleasantly surprised by the exceptional condition. The decor was modern and minimalistic, with soft furnishings that exuded warmth and charm. The previous owner had sold the property to relocate abroad, and I had taken it over. Perhaps it was due to the former occupant's influence, as the simple design elements throughout the room harmonized to create a cozy and inviting atmosphere. The previous owner was likely a woman. Old Xing proved to be incredibly reliable. The kitchen was also impressive, showing no signs of previous cooking. The balcony was bright, and with the south-facing exposure, winter would not be too harsh. The bathroom featured a well-designed separation of wet and dry areas. However, the confines of the small bathroom made it somewhat cramped for two individuals. Suddenly, I felt a firm embrace from behind, and a husky voice gradually grew clearer. Brother Feng, no one has ever treated me this well. Are you touched? Yes. As we conversed, I sensed moisture on my back. Bai Jing, a woman who often provokes irritation with her sharp words, had been abandoned by Guogang due to Wang Lin's interference. Wang Lin's infidelity could be attributed to the long-standing monotony of life, leading her to seek the thrill of new love. As for the underlying reasons, Wang Lin chose not to divulge, and I had no desire to pry. If she wished to remain silent, I too wished to remain uninformed. In any case, understanding such matters held no significance for me at this juncture. Once the bed was involved, what purpose would be served in unraveling the details of this sordid affair between those two, other than to incite my own frustration? I gently reassured her. In life, when one feels wronged, reconciliation is essential. To reconcile with oneself, to forgive oneself, and to let go of the past. is to rediscover the beauty of the world. By distancing ourselves from those and that which brings us unhappiness, we can still bask in the warmth of the sun, the nourishing rain, and the breath of life, just like everyone else. When one encounters an unsuitable partner and bears the wounds they inflict, it is not fair to blame the other for their cruelty. Rather, it is one's own fixation on the location of the hurt that leads to a loss of heart. Bai Jing, you are nearly a decade my junior. At your age, I felt as though the world belonged to me. Embracing freedom is the key to owning the universe. As I spoke, the corners of my lips lifted slightly, and my mood seemed to brighten. However, I soon realized that Bai Jing, regardless of her emotions, always managed to steer the conversation towards a particular subject. My belt had been unfastened without my awareness, the buttons and zipper of my trousers had come undone, and her slender fingers, deft and unexpected, seized the very essence of my fate. I yearned to refuse. Bai Jing, we cannot. Feng Ge, I am pure. This past year, aside from you, no other man has touched me. Well, except for Junzi. Does he count? I am uncertain. This was all from 6 months ago. Yet, I was still taken aback by Bai Jing's words. How could a woman who appeared so carefree behind the scenes be so? Bai Jing murmured to herself. Feng Ge, you might find it hard to believe, but ever since Lin Jie and Guo Gang got together, I made him choose, and he chose Wang Lin. Although we frequently met thereafter, we never touched each other. I did not permit him to. Even when he threatened me via video, I remained unafraid. Alone, I, Bai Jing, would rather share the disgrace than succumb to fear. As for Lu Ming and Zhang Yingnan, I harbor a deep-seated desire to eliminate them. So how could I ever share a bed with them? Before encountering Guo Gang, I too was a naive girl dreaming of love, believing that true love would inevitably reach a beautiful conclusion. Who could have foreseen that Guo Gang was not only a scoundrel, but also a shameless one without any moral compass? My lingering presence in Guo Gang's life was an attempt to gather evidence against him, to send him to hell. Yet, opportunities were elusive. I contemplated giving up. This scoundrel was not worth my considerable effort to unearth his past. But I could not, for my hatred for him. For his shamelessness that stripped me of a woman's most vital dignity, burned fiercely within me. I despised how he treated me like a mere plaything. A trophy for his own amusement. He must pay for his sins, even if it cost me everything. This does not require discussion. I hesitated, my heart yearning to resist. Yet my body reacted. Bai Jing countered. No, Feng Ge, you are the best person in my life aside from my mother. The sense of security I feel with you is unmatched, outshining anyone else. Wang Lin's loss of you is her greatest regret. I do not aspire to possess you. I simply acknowledge that while my body bears stains, my soul remains untainted. I have often vexed you in the past, for I, too, am a woman with desires. In provoking you, I found my own fulfillment, which brought me joy. Why not seek a new boyfriend, you ask? Alas, it is not so simple. One cannot predict if I might find myself the subject of scandalous videos, leading to instant disgrace. Furthermore, having encountered a man like Guo Gang, how can I possibly place my faith in men again? Feng Ge, I am a woman, and you are a man. Why not find comfort in each other? I have no desire to be your mistress or your beloved. I merely wish for a mutual arrangement where we seek each other when in need, which would suffice for me. I am aware that you, too, have long been pent up. Unbeknownst to me, Bai Jing has already knelt before me. Hiss, what a temptress. Chapter 41. Leverage. Bai Jing is indeed an exhausting woman. I have promised Chen Feng to care for his daughter and his parents, but I will not take on the burden of his mistresses and unfaithful wife. This is not due to a romantic fastidiousness, but rather my inability to accept chaotic entanglements. It seems prudent to avoid encounters with Bai Jing in the future. A self-aware man recognizes his own limits, his stamina, his capacity for endurance, and his energy. To maintain several mistresses alongside a wife, a business, and social engagements is a formidable challenge. Even the strongest body can be overwhelmed. Particularly when faced with an emotionally unstable woman, a man's vitality can be exponentially drained. In my mind, Bai Jing embodies such a woman, a consequence of her youthful immaturity and underlying familial issues. These are matters I do not wish to delve into, for I understand how difficult it is to change a person. Even with a foundation of trust from Bai Jing, I do not intend to continue this relationship. Regardless of a man's strength, if all his energy is consumed by the women around him, his career will inevitably stagnate. This is an undeniable reality. Even so, such arrangements often fail to satisfy a woman's needs, particularly in intimate aspects. There are reports of certain officials maintaining dozens of mistresses, if not more. But can they truly manage it? Often, it is only after their downfall that they discover their mistresses also have their own lovers. The absurdity of mistresses using funds embezzled by officials to support their own lovers is astonishing, leading to the birth of illegitimate children who are not even theirs. The ultimate fate is to become a great fool. A typical man can only manage a handful of women. As one ages, even an additional partner becomes a burden. Unless the women in his life are frequently replaced, an arrangement fraught with instability and myriad troubles. In a stable romantic relationship, a man finds his strategies for dealing with women diminishing as he grows older. Indeed, many men struggle to manage even one partner, especially when faced with a formidable woman in her 40s, leaving them questioning their very existence. Moreover, women are adept at disguise. In their initial encounters, women may feel fulfilled while men bask in the triumph of victory, feeling triumphant and euphoric. On the second occasion, the woman melted into a puddle of softness, and the man reveled in the exhilarating experience, a sense of triumph coursing through him. By the third time, the woman feigned fragility, causing the man's resolve to waver slightly. On the fourth occasion, the man felt he was at the brink of despair, yet he did not succumb. By the fifth, existence seemed more unbearable than death itself. Yet, when one gazes upon the woman, her cheeks glowed with the vibrancy of blooming peach blossoms, and her eyes brimmed with an abundance of spring's essence, as she uttered words of encouragement. "You are incredible, dear brother. I nearly reached my end. I know you are still unsatisfied, so let us continue." This exemplifies the disparity, a chasm the man would never bridge in his lifetime. After departing from Beijing's new home, I descended the stairs and instructed Heisey as I entered the vehicle, "Proceed to the next destination." My itinerary for the following days was meticulously arranged, devoid of secretaries or assistants, leaving me to orchestrate my own affairs. A meeting with Old Gui had been prearranged. Upon arriving at Old Gui's boxing gym, his sole establishment in the capital, I noted its remote location, situated on the outskirts of the city, necessitating a considerable drive. Before disembarking, I retrieved a file folder from the vehicle. Inside were the documents for 2 cars, both utilized for my company in Beijing. After Old Xing had taken over the company's business, he left the vehicles behind. I could delegate their management to him. However, I resolved to simply give them away. Though the cars held little monetary value, cultivating a relationship with someone of significant assistance to me was undoubtedly worthwhile. Additionally, the need for transportation to track individuals was paramount. Yet Old Gui possessed only 2 dilapidated vehicles on the verge of retirement, one for personal use and the other for surveillance, hardly sufficient for daily needs. In society, individuals like Old Gui are few but undeniably essential. His social standing may be modest, yet he serves as an indispensable ally to numerous businessmen. Those engaged in legitimate enterprises often encounter competitors who disregard ethical standards. Fairness is not always a given, and more often than not, unscrupulous tactics are the norm in business dealings. It is in such instances that Old Gui's value is truly realized. He may not be involved in illicit activities, yet he operates within the gray areas of the law. Surveillance, clandestine photography, and extracting secrets from rivals may be deemed unsavory, yet when utilized, they prove remarkably effective. Stepping into Old Gui's office, reminiscent of a dog kennel, I tossed the file folder before him, adopting a rather dismissive tone. "It seems you are short on vehicles. Here are 2 cars from my company. If you are not averse to their age, I can arrange for the paperwork." As Old Gui prepared to take credit, he gazed at the file in confusion. Aware of the protocols, he promptly retrieved a substantial bag filled with evidence, photographs, various receipts, and even 2 CDs, preparing to negotiate with me. He presented the items before me and murmured, "Everything is contained within. Please take a look." Old Gui's enterprise is not insignificant, yielding considerable income. However, he must support a cadre of subordinates, effectively shouldering the responsibility of an entire household, often leading to financial strain. Presently, he drives a dilapidated Jeep 212 that is riddled with leaks. While the 212 was once a revered vehicle, it offers no heating in winter and is drafty. In summer, it lacks air conditioning, leaving one to endure both cold and heat, stripping away any semblance of prestige when venturing out in such a car. A modest automobile would surely elevate his status. In his dreams, the old ghost awoke with a smile. He cautiously opened the file bag, glanced inside, and took a deep breath. One vehicle was a Passat, the other a Jinbei van. The reputation of the Passat had significantly declined over the years, primarily due to the continuous downgrading by joint venture manufacturers. The first generation of the Passat, in terms of materials, craftsmanship, and features, was truly exceptional. Not to mention, the presence of a fully steel-clad chassis was a rarity even among luxury cars. Yet, all these premium features were present in this vehicle priced at $300,000. The first 3 generations of the Passat dominated the domestic B-segment market, decisively outclassing all competitors, thereby establishing its reign for over a decade in this category. The car I provided for the old ghost was merely 2 years old, in excellent condition, with commendable features. As for the Jinbei, it was once a remarkable vehicle before the rise of Wuling, frequently seen in numerous crime dramas as the default choice for criminals. Boasting quality and performance that set industry standards, adept at both transporting people and goods. With these two vehicles, the old ghost's endeavors were poised for significant expansion. He was eager to rush out and test drive the Passat, but unfortunately, half an hour had passed, and I remained motionless on the sofa, causing him some concern. Fearing my dissatisfaction, after putting down the documents, I rubbed my temples, feeling sorrow for Chen Feng and Wang Lin. What kind of people were they? Turning a basket into a dish? Regarding the source of the evidence, the old ghost composed himself before speaking. Mr. Chen, the matters we previously discussed have been substantiated. Within these documents, while the photographs are of little consequence, the significant aspect is your wife's interactions. I noticed no substantial change in my expression. So he continued, during this period, your wife has had no contact with anyone except for a nurse named Bai Jing, whom you should be acquainted with. During other times, she has either been escorting your daughter to and from school or at her workplace. There were a few occasions when Guo Gang sought her out, but she rebuffed him, as neither dared to act recklessly in public. By the way, Guo Gang arrived in the capital from his hometown at the end of last month, having previously stayed hidden there. I captured a video of him and his sister, Guo Xian, at a guest house in their county, though due to lighting issues, the quality was subpar. Nonetheless, a familiar I could easily recognize them. Siblings, this scoundrel is truly extravagant. The old ghost's demeanor was peculiar, and realizing my identity, he quickly recognized his slip of the tongue. The video was surreptitiously recorded and cannot serve as evidence. Mr. Chen, you must understand this point. Furthermore, I have also confirmed the identity of Guo Gang's sister. They are indeed biological siblings. In rural areas, the patriarchal norms persist, often leaving daughters less favored. However, Guo Xian fared relatively well at home, not subjected to excessive hardship, yet after failing to gain university admission, she married. Guo Gang, being the family's only son, was indulged in all his whims, with parents who, despite their limited means, consistently supported his desires, irrespective of right or wrong. His sister is no different. Despite her brother's numerous flaws, she indulges all his demands, even those that could lead their family to ruin. This has fostered a rather extreme personality in him. Yet his academic prowess earned him a place in a prestigious university in the capital, making him a source of pride in their community. Strangely, his extreme nature has turned into a perceived advantage. It has also been confirmed that the biological father of his sister's child is Guo Gang. The paternity test was conducted by a friend of mine within the bureau, ensuring its reliability. Furthermore, 2 copies of the test were made. As for the costs, Mr. Chen, I have no objections to deducting them from the expenses. In this day and age, there is no institution more trustworthy for paternity testing than the police department, as many hospitals have yet to offer such services. In fact, the police adopted this technology in the 1990s for collecting evidence in criminal investigations, and it has matured significantly over the years. In another 10 years, even some veterinary clinics might be able to conduct paternity tests. The technology itself is quite straightforward. While it appears sophisticated, it is not particularly challenging to execute. I rubbed my temples in contemplation. The evidence obtained from old Guo would not significantly influence my divorce proceedings. After all, the law does not impose severe penalties on third parties, let alone on a citizen like myself. However, this presents an opportunity for vengeance, a potential leverage to bring Guo Gang to his knees at a crucial moment. Currently, I have no concrete plans on how to deal with him. In truth, for the wealthy, hiring a hitman is not out of the question. If pushed to the brink, it is certainly feasible. Those in positions of power often resort to unconventional methods to retain their vast fortunes and influence. Yet, this approach carries substantial risks. Should it be exposed, the consequences could be dire. Whether to harm or to seek revenge, the most prudent course is to act covertly, allowing others to become instruments in my hands. This method may yield slower results, and there is a possibility of failure, with investments that do not produce immediate effects. As for Guo Gang's secrets, they are currently of little utility. I shall set them aside for now, awaiting the right moment to strike decisively and bring this scoundrel to ruin. The familial information of the other individuals involved is rather brief, primarily lacking the sordid details associated with Guo Gang. You may continue to assign personnel to surveil these individuals. Their family situations can be postponed. I wish to focus on monitoring their activities in the capital, specifically their addresses, any paramours, and additional rental arrangements. I must be informed of this data promptly. The rest is at your discretion. I handed old Guay a prepared check for 300,000. This is no trivial sum, especially for him. Old Guay rubbed his hands together, smiling awkwardly. Mr. Chen, you are always so gracious. I feel quite embarrassed. Yet, his hands moved swiftly, snatching the check and making it disappear in the blink of an eye. Before I left, I paused at the door, turning my back to old Guay. Please keep a close watch on my daughter's safety. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I have ample manpower. My team has been dedicated to your affairs these past few months. Old Guay's words were not unfounded. They reflected the genuine circumstances at hand. He cannot be labeled as timid. He shuns illegal dealings. Yet he often flirts with the margins of propriety. If he were truly willing to forsake his principles, the path to wealth would be far easier than it is now. However, should he prove to be a man devoid of scruples, I would hesitate to engage with him closely, let alone allow him to gather evidence on my behalf. Even a scoundrel, as long as he maintains some semblance of integrity, can be trusted. The greatest fear lies with those who possess no boundaries. They are the most uncontrollable. Old Guay is merely a bit avaricious, which is not a grave concern. Moreover, it is no small feat for him to support a large entourage. In recent months, without my business, his entire group might have struggled during the new year. Boss, have you returned home? Upon entering the vehicle, the driver, Lu Haizi, asked in a stiff manner. His demeanor is rather cold, yet such a temperament is fitting for a driver and bodyguard, as excessive exuberance would be inappropriate. I hesitated for a moment before dialing home. Mom. Chen Feng's mother, Teacher Lu, has always exerted considerable pressure on me, primarily due to her formidable presence. The seamless transition between her roles as a principal and a strict matriarch makes her quite daunting. Are you still aware that I am your mother? The sharp rebuke from the phone caused me to instinctively hold it at a near speakerphone position. After enduring a tirade of admonishments, she finally softened. Hearing the sound of water being poured, I quickly interjected, Mom, I'm driving. We can talk when I get home. After ending the call, I vacantly instructed Haizi. To the school. Chapter 42. The daughter's psychological struggles in the presence of the irate teacher Lu. My only hope for salvation lies with my daughter. Not returning home for the new year. I have been away for 2 months. It is only natural for a mother to harbor resentment. While she embodies the roles of mother, grandmother, and mother-in-law at home, being addressed by a professional title by her family members speaks to her complexity. Teacher Lu undoubtedly stands out among them. She is not merely an educator, but also a political and educational administrator. At the school gate, I was astonished to spot Wang Lin among the crowd. She seemed to be waiting for her daughter to finish school. Having not seen her for merely 2 months, I barely recognized the once radiant young woman before me. In her place stood a figure marked by fatigue and sorrow, as if all the misfortunes of the world had befallen her. Yet, despite the absence of joy on her face, Wang Lin's beauty still shone, setting her apart in the throng. In just 6 months, it seemed her life had plummeted from paradise to hell. But who can be blamed? Is it fair to hold Chen Feng accountable for his frequent business trips? To seek justification for a woman's infidelity is merely to provide oneself with a veil for moral decline. Infidelity arises from a singular cause, a deficiency in intelligence. Prior to being discovered, one often trivializes the matter, akin to a child playing with a light switch. It seems harmless until the moment of shock. Once that shock occurs, one is either struck dead or left with lasting consequences. Children may have the excuse of naivety, but what of adults? Do they too lack understanding? Since I began living under the guise of Chen Feng, my impression of Wang Lin has been decidedly unfavorable. However, it must be acknowledged that Chen Feng's admiration for Wang Lin is not without justification. She possesses an extraordinary grace and striking beauty. Particularly, her sartorial choices elevate her allure significantly. Even an ordinary woman can exude confidence when adorned in expensive attire, let alone a young matron hailing from a privileged background, whose serene demeanor radiates an aura of a virtuous wife and devoted mother at first glance. Yet, no matter how enchanting a woman may appear, if her character is flawed, it ultimately diminishes her worth. The moment I laid eyes on Wang Lin, my heart involuntarily convulsed, followed by a deep, sorrowful ache. Drawing a deep breath while seated in the back seat, I instructed He Zi to wait for my call at a nearby parking lot. I cursed Chen Feng vehemently. This meddlesome fellow, had he not infused his soul's essence into a lingering obsession within the depths of my being, I would not have to endure the pain of witnessing his wife. Fortunately, such obsessions tend to wane over time, their impact on one's spirit gradually diminishing until they fade away completely. Nevertheless, the sensation of being cuckolded is indeed a torment that leaves a man gasping for breath. Thankfully, it is merely an obsession and will not lead to an emotional upheaval. With time, I shall adapt until this fixation is entirely eradicated. After calming my emotions, I prepared to exit the vehicle. All right, boss, I said. I pushed open the car door and strolled towards the vicinity of the school gate, where my arrival immediately captured Wang Lin's attention. A woman of her beauty stands out effortlessly in a crowd, easily drawing the gaze of men. Even though everyone is aware she is a married mother, the fathers arriving to pick up their children seem almost entranced by her presence, with some bold enough to approach her for conversation. They all possess ample parenting experience, providing a ready-made topic for discussion. The more timid, recognizing that such a woman is beyond their reach, secretly fixate on her silhouette, their gazes filled with longing yet hollow, as an elaborate drama unfolds in their minds. What kind of drama remains a mystery. Feng, you're back? I nodded solemnly. You seem to be in a rather poor state. Wang Lin forced a semblance of a smile, attempting to feign happiness before being overwhelmed by the bitterness rising from within. She yearned to collapse into my embrace, yet feared inciting a violent reaction from me. We maintained a respectful distance, her head tilted back, tears brimming in her eyes. Feng, can we talk? About what? I replied, my expression cold as I scrutinized Wang Lin. I could discern the regret and anguish etched on her face, yet this was no justification for forgiveness. After inflicting such pain, she dared to approach me, seeking absolution. This was not repentance, but rather an act of insolence. Wang Lin's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she timidly pleaded. I do not wish for our family to disband. I know the fault lies with me, yet I truly regret my actions and have come to realize my mistakes. You may punish me in any manner you see fit. I bear no grievances. However, this family has endured for a decade, and I cannot bear to let it go. Wang Lin refrained from uttering declarations of love, seemingly aware that such words would fall on deaf ears. Late-found affection is worth less than the grass beneath our feet. Perhaps she has truly repented, or perhaps her love for Chen Feng is genuine. But does it matter now? I gaze up at the sky, shrouded in a dreary gray. The weather in the capital has deteriorated over the years. This entire winter has been dominated by such somber skies, weighing heavy on the heart. Wang Lin, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. We are all adults here. Some events transpire, and a smile may suffice to gloss over them. However, for certain occurrences, there is no turning back. The path has vanished. How could one possibly return? Life is a series of irrevocable choices, faced with a life from which one cannot retreat. We are left with only 3 options: to make a solemn choice, striving to leave no regrets; if regrets arise, to confront them rationally and seek change; and if change is unattainable, to accept it courageously, without remorse, and continue onward. I paused for a moment before continuing. This is my stance regarding our relationship, and it shall not waver. Feng, I am truly sorry. It was my fault. The last time I missed our appointment, I was simply too afraid, aware that my presence would only breed your annoyance. But what of Tong Tong? Wang Lin attempted to explain, yet I interrupted her mercilessly. Wang Lin, be realistic. Rather than pouring your energy into me, it would be wiser to consider your future. In youth, to fall in love is never a mistake. In maturity, to part ways is not a fault. This is life. You are still young, with many choices ahead. As for me, my attitude towards you has evidently solidified. Why continue to cling to that shattered vase, pondering its former beauty? It is broken now, much like a fractured marriage. It once existed, but cannot be pieced together again. Upon hearing my words, Wang Lin's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. I stood by, devoid of any intention to offer comfort. I understand that when dealing with matters of the heart, one must sever ties decisively, leaving no glimmer of hope. To show even a hint of reluctance or weakness ultimately leads to one's own suffering. This is not selfishness. Selfish individuals constantly seek to justify themselves and shift blame. My philosophy of life is simple. To find happiness, one must maintain a sufficient distance from toxic people and situations, as ignorance can indeed be bliss. I contacted Heisey to bring the car around, and then said to Wang Lin, you are too emotionally charged to drive. I will pick up our daughter from my mother's place today. I will have the driver take you home first. Feng Wei. Wang Lin remained engulfed in pain and regret, matters that were no longer my concern. The car arrived. I opened the door and assisted Wang Lin inside, then relayed the name of the neighborhood to Heisey before closing the door. The vehicle pulled away slowly as onlookers cast peculiar glances our way. I could discern the disdain and schadenfreude in their gazes. Witnessing the misfortunes of the affluent may be the greatest amusement for those less fortunate. The decision to send Wang Lin home first was primarily due to our daughter's imminent return from school. To have her witness her mother and me together, even in a calm discussion regarding our divorce, would be a devastating blow to a child. Though I may not be a person of tender sentiments, I am not so hard-hearted as to allow a child to endure the suffering that even adults find unbearable. Composure does not equate to cold-bloodedness. As for my relationship with Wang Lin, we must proceed according to the divorce litigation process. Our paths are irrevocably diverged. One could argue that on that fateful night, when Chen Feng succumbed to the cold and perished in the street, Wang Lin was destined to confront the shattering of our family, a conclusion that no one could alter. The man who cherished her above all else has already met his tragic end at her hands. As for me, I shall not remain entangled in a web of ambiguity with her. I am not Chen Feng, even though he left me with an obsession for Wang Lin. Such pain can be endured and will eventually fade. Why not rid myself of the metaphorical bomb that could explode at any moment? When the school bell rang, the children burst joyfully from the gates. Parents shifted their attention away from me, and I fixed my gaze upon the entrance. A good half-hour passed before I spotted Tong Tong, burdened by her heavy backpack, her head drooping and her steps lacking energy as she approached the gate. Upon stopping, she surveyed her surroundings. Tong Tong. Her eyes suddenly lit up as they fell upon me, her disheartened expression transforming into a radiant smile as she dashed towards me, exclaiming, "Daddy, come on, my dear, let us return home." Chapter 43. The little actress. As I moved forward, I felt an unexpected heaviness in my thighs. Looking down, I discovered that Chun Mu Tong was clinging to my leg, her large, dark eyes brimming with tears, filled with innocent hope and boundless trust in me. I glanced down and then around, quickly comprehending the situation. "Give the backpack to Daddy." I hoisted my daughter's third-grade backpack, surprised by its weight. Could it really weigh 10 pounds? Was school truly this arduous for such a small child? As a former academic achiever, I struggled to recall my own elementary school days, which seemed devoid of excessive homework, as the teachers were indifferent. After all, did it truly matter for a student who consistently ranked first to do their assignments? With my daughter's backpack slung over my shoulder, I noticed that Chun Mu Tong had yet to release her grip, still clinging to my leg. This was becoming excessive. Did she truly need to cling to me? I sighed and crouched down to her level, saying, "Come here, let Daddy hold you." "Daddy, do you not want me anymore?" Before I could lift her up, the spirited little girl began to weep uncontrollably, her small nose twitching in sorrow as she embraced my neck. My once cold heart felt as if it were melting. How could Daddy ever not want you? I was simply busy during the new year and could not celebrate with Tong Tong. But your mother, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all there with you. Didn't tea that make you happy? Without Daddy at home, how could Tong Tong be happy? Daddy, being alone out there is so lonely. Daddy, can Tong Tong stay with you from now on? I must admit, a daughter is a man's little sweetheart from a past life. Her words struck a chord within me, warming my heart and sparking a subconscious impulse to agree. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. If my daughter were to accompany me, would she not forfeit her education? Must I, once again, follow this little one around like a nanny? Furthermore, it seems that children generally harbor a reluctance toward school. Before I could ponder this further, the soft, tender voice of Chun Mu Tong echoed in my ears. "Daddy, are you going to divorce Mommy?" This question struck me like a heavy hammer, weighing down on my heart, leaving me with a lump in my throat that was difficult to articulate, yet I dared not let the silence linger. However, no matter how I tried to explain, the harm to Chen Mudong was unavoidable. Deception may be a common tactic employed by parents, but perhaps it is time to abandon the lies that are bound to be exposed. Tong Tong, how do you know that Daddy and Mommy are getting a divorce? Recently, there was a man who frequently appeared near our neighborhood, and every time Mommy saw him, she became exceedingly angry. That man would approach her, provoking her to shout and even cry. My heart ached for Wang Lin. Her infidelity had not escaped her daughter's notice. Such a mother, regardless of any guilt she may feel, is destined to be a failure in her role. I endeavored to speak gently to Chen Mudong. "Do you know who that man is?" "Mommy said he is a colleague, but he doesn't seem like Daddy. I don't want to go to school anymore, okay?" Chen Mudong clung to my neck, weeping like a little soul shattered by the harsh realities of life. This cruel experience had invaded her tender heart, and I found myself harboring anger towards Wang Lin. As a woman, must she truly expose her infidelity before her daughter? Of course, I understand that this cannot be entirely attributed to Wang Lin. She surely wished to conceal any signs of her disloyalty from her child. The only explanation lies in the fact that the man outside is unwilling to accept a unilateral separation from Wang Lin, and all of this has been witnessed by their daughter. A woman may be inherently fragile, yet becomes fiercely protective as a mother. However, Wang Lin's approach to safeguarding her daughter seems laughable to me. Many women, when faced with unfulfilling relationships, lament their poor judgment in choosing such a man. This sentiment applies equally to Wang Lin. She has not only been blind in her choice, but also blinded in heart. A man, no matter how adept he is at masquerading or weaving lies, cannot ultimately escape the discerning eyes of a rational, awakened, and wise woman who sees through the superficial charm to the ugliness beneath. The reasons many women are deceived boil down to one: they willingly accept the deception. As Lin Huyen once articulated, "If you embrace me, cherish me deeply, and protect me wholly, I would willingly close my eyes, not discerning whether you are human or ghost. Whether your affection is genuine or perfunctory, my heart is like a clear mirror. I feign ignorance for the sake of my own desires. I, like the spring breeze, am but a passerby, while you, with the autumn waters, gather the stars. To meet you in this lifetime is a bittersweet fortune." In the context of today's extramarital affairs, this translates to, "We are all flawed beings. Let us simply enjoy the moment." However, the realm of extramarital relationships is intricate, particularly when one party develops an inappropriate possessiveness. Such connections, destined for societal disapproval, will ultimately be tainted by the ugliness of human nature. What I did not anticipate was that Wang Lin's infidelity had already engendered a sense of aversion towards school in Chen Mudong. Her reluctance to attend school is quite understandable, primarily stemming from feelings of inferiority and a tendency to evade. When parents impose their will upon a child, the child, naturally, has no means to resist. However, as one matures, the dynamics shift. Reflecting on the 3 promises I made to Chen Feng, I let out a sigh. Grasping my daughter's shoulders and meeting her gaze earnestly, I inquired, "Tong Tong, do you truly not wish to attend school?" Being merely 8 years of age, even if she harbored a desire within, the moment she uttered the truth, she trembled with fear. An unspeakable ache lingered in my heart. After a prolonged silence, I nodded and addressed Chen Mudong. "But if you do not attend school, your peers will be acquiring new knowledge while you remain uninformed. What will you do? Can I learn by myself?" She queried. "Father can arrange for a tutor to come to our home, yet you must promise me that you will dedicate yourself to your studies." "All right, Tong Tong will certainly study diligently. If you agree to my 3 conditions, I will facilitate your leave from school." Without hesitation, she responded, "I will agree to 10 conditions. First, although you will not attend school, you must exercise. Maintaining good health is more vital than studying," I stated firmly. Chen Mudong nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Tong Tong agrees." The second condition is that you must manage your own affairs, such as tidying your room and acquiring life skills. Tong Tong agrees. Lastly, you should study whenever possible. Okay. The sight of Chen Mudong, who had wiped away her tears and now smiled brightly, radiated the innocence of a child, as if the complexities of her parents' relationship had momentarily dissipated from her heart. Yet, I understood that the situation was far from simple. Initially, I had planned for Chen Mudong to take a year off from school, primarily because she had started attending too early. Moreover, by that time, I had already divorced Wang Lin, and I wanted to provide the child with a period of adjustment. Now that she was aware of the rift between Wang Lin and me, continuing with the original plan seemed less appropriate. I took Chen Mudong's hand and bent down to ask, "Is Teacher Wang at school?" "Yes, she is." I dialed the phone, and Teacher Wang's cheerful voice answered, "Hello. Tong Tong's father. What can I assist you with?" "I would like to arrange for Tong Tong's leave from school. Is this a convenient time for you, Teacher Wang?" "This matter is beyond my authority. You'll need to consult the principal. However, Principal Zhou is currently in the school. If it is convenient for you, please come to the principal's office, and I will promptly report to him." Upon entering the principal's office, I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Principal Zhou. He welcomed me warmly, personally pouring me a glass of water while bustling about, though my daughter was inadvertently included in the tea service. Yet Teacher Wang's tea was notably absent. Teacher Wang appeared quite out of place, as even the act of serving tea eluded her grasp, which seemed quite unreasonable. "Chen Feng, it has been many years since we last met. How is the leadership's health?" "My mother is quite well, though she is quite busy, and does not spend much time at home. By the way, this is my daughter, Chen Mudong. Initially, she started school too early. Reflecting on it now, her young age at enrollment has been detrimental to her development. I wish to discuss with Principal Zhou whether it would be possible for her to pursue her studies at home. I invited a tutor to our home to assist my daughter with her studies, particularly for her midterm and final exams. While this is generally prohibited, considering that little Tong Tong is still quite young, perhaps we should try it for 1 semester, shall we?" "I am immensely grateful, Principal Zhou. It is the least I can do. It is our responsibility as educators to ensure that children do not feel wronged at school. It reflects our failure to meet parental expectations." Principal Zhou's demeanor was as gentle as a spring breeze, leaving the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, curled up on the sofa, trembling with unease. When did the principal become so accommodating? With a director from the Municipal Education Bureau overseeing all primary and secondary schools in the city, it would be impossible for Chen Mudong to avoid favoritism at school. Although Ms. Lu's authority may be limited, a county official still wields more power than one currently in office. After all, she is the granddaughter of Principal Zhou, and opposing her would be a daunting task. As we exited the school gates, my daughter tugged at my hand, incessantly calling out, "Daddy, let us hurry home, Tong Tong is hungry." Observing the joy radiating from her, I momentarily questioned whether I had been deceived by the 8-year-old Chen Mudo. Shaking off such thoughts, I couldn't help but smile wryly. My initial intention of bringing my daughter home was to save her. Yet now, it seemed my daughter had transformed into a formidable presence, and I pondered how I would explain this at home. Suddenly, I recalled a statement made by a successful businessman during a past social gathering. A man cannot resist the charm of 3 age groups of women throughout his life. The first is an 8-year-old daughter. The second is an 18-year-old maiden. The third is a 28-year-old matron. Women do not diminish their deceptive qualities with age. Even at just 8 years old, her innocence, clarity, and naivety serve as the finest disguise. Sure enough, upon returning home, I was met with a furious Lu teacher, her expression as leaden as a pot's bottom, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "I asked you to pick up the child from school, and instead, you arranged for her to be suspended. Is this how a father behaves? Rather than fetching her from school, you would deny her education altogether. Do you even deserve to be called a father?" Clearly, Principal Zhou's call had reached Ms. Lu's phone, prompting a sincere reprimand. Unfortunately, while Ms. Lu was lenient with her subordinates, her demeanor towards her son had transformed. The broomstick in her hand had now become a rolling pin, and her temper was increasingly volatile. Chapter 44. The intimidation of Ms. Lu. After enduring 2 heavy blows, my daughter Tong Tong and I made a hasty retreat, or rather, it was Tong Tong who shielded me as I fled. It is hard to fathom that Lu Ying, nearing retirement at over 50, could exude such formidable presence at home. Before I could fully grasp the situation, 2 strikes landed on my back. Once outside the apartment building, I cast a forlorn glance at my daughter, gently rubbing her head. I had to admit, it felt rather pleasant, although she seemed a bit stubborn in her desire to escape my grasp. Tong Tong softly reached for my back, but due to her short stature, she could not reach. "Daddy, does it hurt?" she asked. "Not at all. Indeed, it hardly pained me." The elderly lady did not strike with full force. After all, I was her own son, not an adversary. How could she possibly strike with lethal intent? It was merely a matter of frustration, an outlet for his emotions. Shortly thereafter, Chen Wenyuan arrived at the parking lot, leisurely pushing his daughter's suitcase while carrying her backpack. After handing the bag and suitcase to me, he fumbled for a moment, his gaze fixed on me with anticipation. It dawned on me that he was craving a cigarette, likely due to his wife's recent campaign against smoking at home. I handed him the cigarettes and a lighter. Curiosity piqued as I inquired. "I recall there were several cigarettes in my room during my last visit. You knew where they were. Why didn't you take them?" Supervising a 40-year veteran smoker in their attempt to quit is a thankless task. Perhaps it would be wiser to gently encourage him to reduce his intake at a more opportune moment. Yet, a smoker will seldom advise another to quit, fully aware of the futility in such counsel. Chen Wenyuan sighed. "Your mother is displeased. Smoking is prohibited in our home, and she has disposed of all the tobacco and alcohol. Now that I am retired, this is my only remaining passion, yet I am still being controlled. It is quite challenging." I chuckled, teasing him. "With such a fierce mother, how did you ever court her?" He replied, "At that time, my work made it difficult to find a partner. I often had to work in remote areas for months on end. Without a steadfast woman at home, marriage seemed pointless. As for whether your mother is fierce or not, I have little authority to comment. Your grandfather would know better. He fought countless battles, and many adversaries fell at his hands. Yet, when it came to your mother, he often found himself reprimanded as if he were a child. Poor man." The formidable presence of Teacher Lu was unmistakable. As Chen Wenyuan put it, "Your mother even argues with her own father, let alone me, her husband." Chen Wenyuan's brow furrowed in wistful reflection, his eyes betraying the burdensome plight of a man grappling with the challenges of his twilight years. Little did he realize that this same fate had befallen him, evoking a sense of melancholy and contemplation. In truth, my grandfather's later years were relatively content. However, with Lu Ying, his daughter, enforcing restrictions at every turn, he had to rely on his years of guerrilla warfare experience to sneak drinks and cigarettes when she was unaware, which only served to exacerbate her temper. I had not perceived the hardships of my father's life. At that moment, he appeared quite at ease, exhaling smoke with pleasure. With my daughter secured in the car, she could not overhear our conversation. I hesitated, puzzled. If a typical family is chaotic and fraught with tension due to life's demands, how could the Chen family, with both parents occupying respectable positions, be embroiled in similar turmoil? What was amiss with my mother? It was evident that her discontent was not solely due to Chen Wenyuan finishing the last of the cigarette. He shook his head, dispelling the dizziness, before stating, Chen Feng, be cautious of your mother. I was taken aback by this warning. Could a mother truly harm her own child? I chuckled dismissively. Is it possible that she would poison me? Throughout, I had been led to believe that Lu Ying, as a mother, would compel her son to undertake actions against his will. However, Chen Wenyuan sighed with a pallid expression and lamented, damn it, my occupational hazard has flared up. From a certain perspective, an occupational hazard is not an ailment in the conventional sense, yet it is far more insidious than ordinary maladies, as it represents a stubbornness of the spirit. Could she truly be forcing me into this? Surely not. It was merely after Wang Lin visited our home, kneeling before her, weeping profusely, looking quite pitiful. You know your mother's disposition. As a teacher, she possesses a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. After chastising her for a few moments, she would inevitably embark on a lecture. Had Wang Lin not committed that transgression, your mother would have held her in high regard, treating her as a daughter. Chen Wenyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. The solitude of having an only child left the lively elderly lady with no outlet for her energy. With her impending retirement and the transition from her leadership role, it is only natural for her to experience psychological imbalance. What does she intend? To salvage anyone who can be salvaged? In the grand words of a noble educator, to heal the sick, one must seek assistance and learn from past mistakes. Yet, the situation is far more complex than she perceives. The fundamental differences in perspective between men and women are stark, especially regarding the conflicts and issues within marriage. What a woman believes to be in the past may haunt a man for a lifetime. How could such intricacies be unraveled with mere words? Upon hearing my father mention my mother's occupational hazard, my expression shifted noticeably. From Chen Feng's memories, it is clear that my mother, Lu Ying, possesses a domineering character, a trait exacerbated by her profession. There exists a vocation known as a teacher, and a role termed the director of education. And Lu Ying is the formidable director who instills fear in the hearts of thousands of students. To her, every student is redeemable. How much more so, then, is her daughter-in-law? If Wang Lin's infidelity were to be regarded as a mere mistake, it could easily be forgiven. In fact, without Lu Ying's intervention, Chen Feng could pardon Wang Lin on the spot. But the crux of the matter is that infidelity transcends the realm of mere errors. I could not resist pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, consumed by worry. The prospect of divorce loomed near, and dealing with such a troublesome mother made it utterly impossible to remain unperturbed. I took a deep breath. Could she be preparing to inform Wang Lin's parents, leading to discussions between the two families? Surely not. She is unwell, but not senile. Would a mother-in-law truly involve herself in her daughter-in-law's infidelity? She cannot afford to lose face. As I spoke, Chen Wenyuan glanced at Chen Mudong, who sat in the car, lowering his voice significantly, fearful that his granddaughter might overhear. It must be said that Chen Wenyuan harbored significant discontent towards Wang Lin's actions. Our already chaotic family had become even more tumultuous. Yet, what difference does it make whether she hears or not? Eventually, the truth will surface, and I suspect Chen Mudong is already aware. After all, she would not have written about her parents' discord and imminent divorce in her essay otherwise. In contrast to Lu Ying, Chen Wenyuan, as a father, possesses a deeper understanding of his son's plight. A wife's infidelity and the humiliation of being cuckolded is a profound disgrace for any man. Divorce does not resolve the issues at hand. Rather, it marks the commencement of the resolution. After all, no one can guarantee that Wang Lin will adhere to every word she has spoken, severing all external ties and returning to the family fold. Upon returning home, a myriad of repercussions from infidelity necessitate a period of adjustment. It is not merely the attempts of parents to mediate or a few conversations between spouses that can entirely resolve the grievances and anguish harbored within. Otherwise, the ancients would not have uttered such phrases as the hatred of a father's murder, the resentment of a wife's abduction. Can the deeply rooted animosities, which elevate to the humiliation and pain of a father's murder, truly be alleviated through mere dialogue? Chen Wenyuan's lengthy discourse was not intended to convey Lu Ying's thoughts, but rather to gauge my disposition. Yet, my attitude did not align with Lu Ying's expectations, causing him to grow increasingly concerned about his domestic circumstances. Would the elderly matriarch unleash her final vestiges of ire upon him? In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of Chen Wenyuan standing at the intersection, gazing in the direction of the departing vehicle, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot. I spoke. Hey Z, take us to the previous address. Chapter 45. The Buddha's Wrath of Vajra. I do not perceive the domicile shared by Chen Feng and Wang Lin for several years as a true home, for the essence of home has long since dissipated. However, I must confront the trouble posed by Guogang, not for any other reason than my own peace of mind. The moment I laid eyes on Chen Motong, my long-frozen heart unwittingly warmed slightly. The trust reflected in her innocent gaze dismantled all my defenses, allowing me to regard this 8-year-old girl as my own child. Yet, at this moment, this child is wounded by a despicable individual. While it is evident that Guogang cannot be the source of her harm, with Wang Lin being the true perpetrator, it is Guogang's incessant presence that has rendered Chen Motong increasingly withdrawn at school, her demeanor growing ever more reclusive. The inferiority complex within her prevents her from holding her head high among her peers. All of this turmoil is a consequence of Guogang's actions. In my previous life, I encountered individuals far more repugnant than Guogang, exhibiting human nature's grotesque facets in their entirety. Yet, those individuals posed no conflict of interest with me, and thus I refrained from expressing any aversion, even forming acquaintances and partnerships without deep connections. As long as the benefits are substantial, one can endure the presence of those they detest most. However, Guogang is different. His reckless misconduct has infringed upon my interests and those I hold dear, and thus he must face consequences. I vowed to exact a more severe retribution than initially promised to Chen Feng, even willing to reveal my true emotions before outsiders. In the vehicle, I massaged my temples and, after careful contemplation, decided to dial a number, Old Xing. On the other end, the sounds of frivolity and revelry filled the air. I covered the receiver and glanced at my daughter, Chen Motong, whispering, "My daughter is beside me." A brief silence ensued before Old Xing's voice emerged, likely from a corridor. "Brother, speak. Starting tomorrow, I will manage your stock account, and all profits during this period will be yours. However, I must have operational rights over a specific stock, which may slightly reduce profits. But there is no further discussion. You are my brother. And how you operate is of no concern to me. I trust you, and that is sufficient. I will visit you tonight. Tomorrow then." Agreed. I set down the phone and promptly called Lao Gui. In stark contrast to Lao Xing's extravagant lifestyle, Lao Gui's existence could only be described as bleak. The muffled sounds of weary combat roars echoed from the gym on the other end of the line. As dinner time approached, Lao Gui remained entrenched in the boxing gym, a testament to the monotony of his life. "Lao Gui, where is Guogang now?" "Mr. Chen, Guogang has been loitering around the vicinity of your former residence these past few days. Why did you not inform me?" Sighing, Lao Gui had always perceived me as a gentle soul devoid of temper. However, my sudden and frigid inquiry cast him into a realm of doubt and anxiety. For it is only in the face of the unknown and uncontrollable that one treads cautiously, their heart in turmoil. "Mr. Chen, what do you mean? You've become too complacent. Why have you not taken action? Is it that my payment was insufficient, or perhaps my generosity has led you to underestimate me?" Lao Gui likely never anticipated that I would confront him with such impatience. Yet, I was a significant client, and after some deliberation he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, what do you imply?" "I desire peace of mind." "Understood." After hanging up, Lao Gui steadied his thoughts and began to ponder the true intent behind my call. The sum I had provided for his investigation was substantial enough to procure a contract for murder. Such folly was beyond my consideration, and Lao Gui would never accept such a commission. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this was a considerable amount, one that could tempt individuals to take desperate measures. Upon reflecting on these matters, and considering Chen Feng's familial background, a plan began to form in his mind. In Lao Gui's eyes, Chen Feng epitomized the archetype of a privileged second-generation official. While not the offspring of high-ranking officials, he wielded far more influence than someone like Lao Gui, who was devoid of connections in the capital. Suddenly, a mere nobody had undermined him, regardless of how composed he appeared on the surface. The simmering rage within him mirrored that of any ordinary man scorned. The audacity of a rival appearing before him was intolerable. Having grasped this, Lao Gui exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was to hear a directive from me that involved hiring a hitman. If such a conversation were to arise, the business would come to a halt. This was the distinguishing trait of Lao Gui compared to his peers. He did not shy away from illicit activities. Rather, he selectively engaged in those that did not pose a mortal risk. Caution was his survival tool, yet it simultaneously hindered his ascent to prominence. Lao Gui, however, held a different perspective. He believed that while unlawful acts were not beyond his reach, they must not cross certain lines. He operated within the gray areas of legality, conducting surveillance, covertly infiltrating, stealing documents. Were these actions illegal? Certainly, they were. But the repercussions were often trivial. Even if apprehended, local ordinances could sometimes remedy the situation. At worst, a sentence of 1 or 2 years could be mitigated by finding a scapegoat, rendering it a minor inconvenience. He understood that if he acted without restraint, his downfall would be imminent. Engaging in murderous and incendiary enterprises would obliterate any chance of redemption. Those who possess skill and act with prudence are indeed shrewd individuals. Old Gue quickly grasped the implications behind my words. I was likely headed back to my former home, perhaps to confront Wang Lin or to retrieve some belongings. Coincidentally, I spotted that rascal Guigang loitering nearby. While taking a life is utterly unacceptable, delivering a sound thrashing might temporarily quell the turmoil within my heart. The vehicle navigated through the traffic, moving intermittently, until it reached the vicinity of Chen Feng's former neighborhood. Throughout this time, my daughter Chen Mudong remained remarkably quiet, showing no inclination to disturb the peace, a commendable feat for an 8-year-old girl. My expectations for her naturally elevated. As we approached the entrance of the community, the car halted by the roadside. Through the window, I could distinctly see the individual whom Chen Feng despised so intensely, standing at the entrance with a bottle of water, scrutinizing the passing vehicles. At that moment, a security guard from the community approached, and soon a verbal altercation escalated into a physical confrontation. However, the guard exhibited remarkable restraint, showing no intention to resort to violence. This only emboldened Guigang, who hurled the bottle of mineral water at the guard and brandished his fists menacingly. I could discern that he was nothing but a coward, lacking any experience in brawling. Suddenly, the guard landed a punch on Guigang, and the two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. Initially, it seemed Guigang had the upper hand, given his towering stature and imposing presence, but shortly thereafter, all that could be heard were his pitiful cries. My previously grim expression began to ease. It appeared that the security guard was indeed one of old Gue's men. There exists a distinction between assault and mutual combat. The guard had deliberately allowed Guigang to land a few blows, thus transforming the encounter into mutual combat. I found myself perplexed. Did old Gue's initiation into the underworld involve teaching his subordinates about criminal law? Moreover, old Gue's cunning had evidently overreached, despite being tasked with surveillance. He had placed a lackey in the property management as a guard, thereby drawing 2 salaries. As the crowd continued to swell, my daughter Chen Mudong's expression finally shifted the moment Wang Lin made her appearance. No matter how adept she was at masking her emotions, she was still merely 8 years old, and children are notoriously incapable of concealing their thoughts from adults. When the crowd dispersed, I maneuvered the car to a stop in front of Guigang, and Wang Lin lowered the window and, without even glancing at Wang Lin, spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Guigang. My tone was not one of inquiry, but rather akin to a soliloquy. Guigang looked up at me from the luxury vehicle, his gaze narrowing as if he wished to flee, only to realize that he was in no immediate danger on the bustling street, which bolstered his courage. Especially with Wang Lin by his side, he felt a sense of triumph. He paid no heed to the disdain and anger reflected in Wang Lin's eyes. However, when Wang Lin spotted our daughter Chen Mudong in the car, she was thrown into a complete panic. "Chen Feng, you are breaking the law," Guigang shouted. "Me?" I raised an eyebrow, responding, "The one who struck you was the security guard. You have mistaken your opponent." Guigang, believing he had Wang Lin under his control, exuded a foolish confidence, blindly believing that I could finally emerge from the shadows and stand in the sunlight, daring to challenge my limits. Was nothing short of a death wish for someone who possesses no emotional attachments or hopes in this world. Chapter 46. Fractured relationships in my previous life. I encountered a myriad of individuals, people of all sorts, from the profoundly wicked to the utterly malevolent. My extensive experiences and interpersonal interactions have honed my ability to perceive the inner thoughts of others through their gazes. Guigang's eyes wandered, yet he spoke deliberately incendiary words, as if, at that moment, he still fantasized about evoking Wang Lin's sympathy through his miserable plight. This fool. Even if Wang Lin were to truly feel compassion for him, how would it concern me? I did not even deign to look at him directly, instead responding with a frigid tone. "You cannot even find your way to her doorstep, yet you dare to discuss tactics with me? No one pays heed to a worm's grievances, for it is undeserving." "Undeserving? Ha ha ha. You dare to say I am undeserving? Beyond your privileged lineage. What remarkable qualities do you possess? Without your heritage, you are no different from me. Aside from your facade, what do you have to offer? Are you merely a leech, living off the wealth of women, with not an ounce of masculine spirit? In the eyes of others, you are but a servant, destined to serve." "Ha ha ha, a servant." Guigang laughed maniacally, attempting to mask his physical disarray and emotional fear with this frenzied demeanor, for he knew I would not let him go. Our first encounter was marked by his palpable anxiety and tension, all of which remained firmly within my control. He sought to bolster his courage through a tone of severity and provocation, a mere trick I could see through at a glance, rendering me too disdainful to expose him. His life or death held no significance for me. How high he jumped was inconsequential. The frigid atmosphere seemed to crystallize, while Wang Lin was still engaged in an explanation with the security personnel nearby. After all, Guo Gang had caused disturbances in the community on several occasions, and as a resident, Wang Lin was undoubtedly weary of his antics. This led to the conflict between Guo Gang and the security, which prompted them to inform Wang Lin immediately. She had no desire to meet Guo Gang. Her life had already been thrown into turmoil by his presence. First, her husband, upon discovering her betrayal, insisted on a divorce. Then, the arrival of this stranger further strained her relationship with her daughter. The depth of her hatred for Guo Gang was profound. While it did not drive her to violence, she would never again show him any kindness, nor would she care about his plight. Wang Lin was not a fool. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted into such a prestigious university, nor pursued such an esteemed profession. She merely lost herself at a certain juncture in her life. She had been too comfortable, so much so that she failed to recognize the lurking dangers. By the time she regained her senses, everything had irrevocably changed. Guilt, regret, and even self-loathing had entangled her, leaving her exhausted and devoid of energy to concern herself with the man who had dragged her into the abyss. Love? How could that be? Between lovers, reduced to mere physical encounters, how could true affection flourish? The love imagined in fantasies dissipates as swiftly as it is pierced by the harshness of reality. The appearance of Guo Gang serves merely as a placebo for Wang Lin's inner emptiness. Yet, once she finds herself ensnared in this illusion, she realizes it is not a mere comfort, but rather a poison. She is acutely aware of the man's ulterior motives and recognizes his unreliability. However, her profound loneliness compels her to refrain from decisively rejecting his presence. By the time she comprehends that his intrusion into her life heralds her worst nightmares, it is far too late. Events have unfolded, and everything is irretrievable, even veering towards her most dreaded and disastrous outcomes. When Wang Lin catches sight of a vehicle beside Guo Gang, she hesitantly glances at the car, which, though not deeply etched in her memory, is not the family car. Yet, over an hour prior, she had been a passenger in that very vehicle, leaving a lingering trace in her mind. As if struck by a realization, Wang Lin hastily extricates herself from the security guard and rushes towards the car where I sit with my daughter. Do we have a vendetta? My voice, when I speak again, seems transformed, emotionless, akin to shards of ice that pierce the skin, instilling an unsettling chill and an overwhelming dread within. No. Guo Gang's eyes widen in disbelief as he studies my profile, which I have deliberately chosen not to acknowledge. Our families are sworn enemies. Do you not possess a compelling reason for vengeance? Guo Gang is stricken with fear. No man has ever spoken to him in such a manner. Among those he knows, I am indeed unique. Beneath my calm demeanor lies the tempest before the storm. Do not mistake my composure for weakness, and neither will anyone else. No. Or is it that my appearance offends you, compelling you to tread upon my dignity? Not daring to, Guo Gang nearly crumbles under my inquiries, his mind racing with the prospect of my retribution, which he envisions as a volcanic eruption of fury. If you have traversed life thus far without an implacable enemy, then allow me to congratulate you. From this day forth, you shall have one, an enemy who will not rest until blood is shed. You have shattered my family. I shall ensure yours is obliterated. It is easy for anyone to utter harsh words, yet few possess the resolve to act upon them. Firstly, one must possess the capability. Secondly, it must reach the level of an irreconcilable feud. Yet, my opposition with Guo Gang satisfies all criteria, and the tone of my speech reveals that I am not merely speaking for effect. A chill rises from the ground, shattering the last vestiges of Guo Gang's composure. He realizes the foolishness of his actions. My earlier request for Junzi to locate Guo Gang was merely a minor skirmish. After all, Junzi's status is ill-suited for acts of vengeance. He was only signaling to those around him, ensuring that Guo Gang would find no refuge in the capital, deprived of work and means. Yet, many manage to survive without employment. Guo Gang is not without options. As the incessant provocations escalated and I prepared to retaliate, he finally realized his status as an outsider, devoid of connections, resources, and even finances in the bustling capital. How could he possibly contend with me, attempting to exploit Wang Lin to irritate me? In truth, he could not even meet with her, otherwise he would not resort to such a crude tactic to engineer an opportunity for a rendezvous. Particularly, the attitude of his daughter awakened Wang Lin. If she did not become more resolute, she risked losing even her daughter's respect, ultimately becoming a person utterly devoid of everything and detested by all her relatives. Drive. After uttering these words, I instructed Heisey to depart. During the peak of rush hour, although the car started, our progress was far from smooth. This provided Wang Lin with the chance to pursue us. The sound of her relentless knocking on the window did not faze me. However, my daughter began to squirm restlessly, and the moment her innocent gaze met Wang Lin's, the latter completely faltered. Tong Tong, don't ignore your mother. She loves you. Tong Tong, Tong Tong. Once the car merged into the flow of traffic, we finally evaded Wang Lin. In her haste to catch up, she even lost a shoe and stumbled. Yet we remained silent. I uttered not a word during this time. It was only after Wang Lin's figure had vanished from the rearview mirror that I gently embraced Chen Mudong, only to discover that my daughter was trembling. Soon, I felt my arm dampen as her tears streamed uncontrollably. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of anger and disdain for a woman, a mother, surged within me. Wang Lin's folly lay in her tragic fate, yet she still greedily clung to what no longer belonged to her. Her foolishness had irreversibly cast a shadow upon her own daughter. Perhaps if I had not brought my daughter here to witness this scene, Tong Tong's heart would have been spared some pain. However, she was already aware of Wang Lin's disgrace. Rather than veil the truth in deception, it was better for her to live in reality, for I did not know when the lies would be unveiled, and the ensuing harm would be far greater. As we neared the outskirts of the city, my daughter slowly emerged from her sorrow, lifting her head to look at me with tear-filled eyes, asking once more, "Dad, is it because of that person that you and Mom are getting divorced?" Upon hearing her question, I fell into deep contemplation. Divorce indeed represents the final semblance of dignity in a marriage. If love is absent, it is better not to inflict further harm. Choosing to turn away prevents the relationship from becoming antagonistic. For Chen Mudong, her childhood and family would henceforth be incomplete. The reason I instructed Lao Gui to teach Guigang a lesson was due to his excessive behavior, despite my still ongoing marriage with Wang Lin. He had the audacity to block the entrance of our residential community. If I were to remain amiable in such circumstances, it would only reflect the cowardice of the family's patriarch. I sighed deeply, gently enfolding my daughter in my arms. Gradually tightening my embrace against my chest to provide her with a sense of security, my voice low and steady. From now on, it will just be the two of us, relying on each other. Chen Mudong is remarkably intelligent. Despite being merely 8 years old, she possesses a keen perception, recognizing the impending fracture of her family through the dynamics between her parents. Father, do you harbor hatred for mother? At this juncture, Chen Mudong discerns that the root cause of their familial discord lies with her mother, rather than with me, who has been preoccupied over the past 2 years. Regardless of the state of their relationship, one truth remains. You are the child whom your mother fought valiantly to bring into this world. She is undoubtedly one of the individuals closest to you and who loves you most dearly. I refuse to allow an 8-year-old child to cultivate sentiments of hatred. My remarks are not intended to cast a favorable light on Wang Lin. Her actions, in the eyes of a woman, are a degradation of her own worth. Why do people hesitate to trust those who bear blemishes? The answer lies in their unreliability. I do not trust Wang Lin, nor do I believe a single word she utters. My demeanor towards her is one of indifference and coldness, not out of a desire to humiliate her, but rather because she has, through her own actions, discarded her dignity. As for how she might reclaim it, that is her concern alone. Nevertheless, I have refrained from uttering a single disparaging word about Wang Lin, especially in front of my daughter, Chen Mudong. This decision allows Chen Mudong to navigate her childhood without excessive sorrow, and to avoid carrying the burdens of her past into adulthood. After a family disintegration, it is common for children to resent their parents. However, I aspire for Chen Mudong to evade such a path. Life should not be defined by hatred. I understood the essence of this sentiment only after reaching a mature age, and upon reconciling with myself, I discovered that life is ultimately a solitary journey. I have become a person unnoticed by others, and one who finds joy in self-entertainment. For those of a certain age, solitude may not necessarily be a burden. It can also be a source of enjoyment. After all, a solitary existence, seemingly tranquil, bears numerous advantages. The most significant of these is that a solitary individual is seldom disturbed by the complexities of interpersonal relationships, leading to an increasingly serene life. This lifestyle is particularly cherished by those who have weathered life's storms. Chen Mudong, still young, may grasp the meaning of this truth sooner, thus navigating her life with greater ease. At the very least, she should not approach life with hatred. Regarding my weariness, perhaps separation is indeed the most favorable outcome for both you and your mother. This holds true. Divorcing an unfaithful spouse is, for many men, a way to preserve their dignity. The reason many men do not immediately choose divorce upon discovering their wife's infidelity is that most lack the means to do so. I once heard someone say that the economic and relational pillar of a family is the father, while the emotional pillar is the mother. Both are indispensable. Perhaps the rising divorce rates in contemporary society are a manifestation of this imbalance in relationships. Women in households, believing their economic status is elevated, feel they should no longer serve as the emotional glue binding family members, seeking greater power and freedom. Meanwhile, men, when confronted with such economic challenges, grow increasingly impatient. This is the life of ordinary people, as well as their lament. The limitations of their existence confine them to a narrow focus on immediate gains, depriving them of broader foresight. It is not that they lack the desire for long-term planning. Rather, the harsh realities of life tether them to the mundane concerns of daily survival, leaving them no room to aspire to loftier goals. They are individuals shackled by the demands of existence. Everyone yearns for a life where fortunes are easily regained, yet in reality, they are bound by mere scraps of silver. Such is the irony of life. By the time they realize their errors, it is often too late. How can one who so casually tramples the foundations of marriage and family truly learn to cherish anything? As for Wang Lin, she gazed despairingly at the car that vanished from her sight along the road near her community, her heart filled with resentment. She loathed the person who had shattered her family, reputation, dignity, and even her child's emotions. That individual had ruined everything for her. Simultaneously, she despised herself for failing to uphold the sanctity of her marriage. Sister Lin. When Guo Gang met Wang Lin's murderous glare, he recognized, in that moment, the gravity of his transgressions. Do not call me Sister Lin, you do not deserve it. Her eyes, filled with venomous hatred, conveyed a profound loathing, despite her beauty. It was marred by a visage twisted by suffering. The pain inflicted by infidelity arrived silently, but with devastating force. Chapter 47. There is no lowest point. Only a deeper pit. Why did you destroy my family? Why did you humiliate me in front of my daughter? Why do you persist in dragging my name through the mud? Wang Lin advanced step by step towards Guo Gang, startling him, who had intended to embrace her tightly. The towering figure of Guo Gang suddenly realized that this woman, who had always seemed as gentle as a lamb, could become a fierce predator when despair loomed. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his throat dry as he muttered, Sister Lin, Chen Feng does not love you. What does that have to do with you? An inferno of rage ignited within Wang Lin, threatening to consume her and obliterate the world around her. She then coldly fixed her gaze, sharp as a knife, on Guo Gang's youthful, handsome face. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to interfere in my family's affairs? No, Sister Lin, listen to me. I truly love you. Love me? By drugging me? Love me? By constantly threatening me? Love me? By destroying everything I hold dear? Wang Lin had awakened after Chen Feng proposed divorce. When Chen Feng's body became occupied by Guo Gang, her resolve was even stronger than that of Chen Feng. She understood that her unwillingness to resist external temptations had dragged her once happy family into an inescapable abyss. Everything she cherished in life would be annihilated by the presence of this person and her own selfishness. Previously, she had never regarded Guo Gang with such a frigid demeanor. She had always seen him as the innocent party in her emotional turmoil. However, the increasingly desperate situation made her realize that this man sought to render her utterly hopeless, leaving her with no choice but to remain by his side. He was a complete scoundrel, intent on destroying everything she held dear, ultimately reducing her to a mere plaything. By the time she comprehended this reality, it was far too late for the last vestiges of her former glory to be stripped away in that very moment. Yet, for her, it was not too late. She resolved to sever all ties with Guo Gang. A primal urge surged within her to erase his existence from the world entirely. Her hatred had reached such a pinnacle that merely striking him would not suffice to alleviate her fury. Were it not for Wang Lin's inherently gentle nature, she might have indeed resorted to hiring someone to do her bidding. Having reached a breaking point, Wang Lin spoke without restraint, her cultivated grace and long-maintained composure unable to suppress the rage within her. Guo Gang, let me make it abundantly clear. Should I, Wang Lin, divorce, I shall afford you no opportunity whatsoever. Who do you think you are? You are merely a destitute wretch, lacking the means to establish yourself in the capital, flitting from one woman to another. To put it bluntly, you are nothing but a duck, easily replaceable by anyone at any time. Those devoid of money, status, or even dignity have no right to speak of love. At best, you are merely a tool. Leave me be. If you persist, I shall involve the authorities. Their altercation drew the attention of the security personnel, and upon seeing them approach, Guo Gang's bravado faltered. Fine, I will leave, Wang Lin. Remember what you said today. You will come to regret it. What do you think you are? A good woman? A virtuous woman does not bet a man outside her marriage. I merely wished to toy with you. What of it? After tearing away the last remnants of his facade, Guogang, beaten and dejected, slinked away. Wang Lin trembled with fury. Although she had long suspected Guogang's intentions, she had perpetually deceived herself, indulging in the exhilaration of an affair. Yet, when the veil of deception was finally stripped away, all that remained was decay and rot. As Guogang departed, Wang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, she was a woman, unable to match his brute strength, and more importantly, finding it arduous to free herself from his grasp. She had not only seen me in the car, but also her daughter, whose attitude towards her pierced her heart deeply. Guogang had been beaten, and the security office summoned her to address the situation. After all, Guogang had visited several times before, resulting in altercations with the security staff. On 2 occasions, her daughter had witnessed these confrontations. However, none of those instances compared to the despair she felt now. She understood that my presence was solely because her daughter had informed me. The thought of her image being shattered in her daughter's eyes brought her to silent tears. Yet the dire circumstances she faced extended beyond this. Her husband's determination to leave, coupled with the strain on her relationship with her daughter, foretold further fractures. To make matters worse, Chen Feng's mother also harbored a negative attitude. Ultimately, there was no one to blame but herself for her selfishness and folly, which had transformed a once harmonious family into a fragmented shell of its former self. What rendered her even more despondent was the realization that she could not bear to return home and divulge everything to her parents. In merely a few months, she had transformed herself into a complete pariah. She yearned to express to all those she cherished, "I love you dearly. I have truly repented." Alas, no one would ever believe her again. No one could trust a woman who had betrayed her family. The only path left for her was a dark, interminable road of no return. Wang Lin had initially hoped to salvage her marriage through contrition, but as the emotional turmoil escalated, all her endeavors crumbled into mere illusions. It was only at this moment that she profoundly understood that the demise of her situation had been sealed the instant her husband began his prolonged absences, leaving her lonely. It was this loneliness that had made her susceptible to the insincere affections from the outside world, bringing her fleeting joy. And because of this joy, she found it difficult to part from such a relationship, until, ultimately, her infidelity was uncovered, thrusting her into the impending reality of divorce. I brought my daughter to my residence, a spacious villa that was originally 2 semi-detached houses combined and renovated. Aside from the somewhat illogical interior layout, it bore no distinction from an independent villa, even boasting 10 rooms in total. The villa was already equipped with a housekeeper and a chef, both hastily recruited, to remain if they proved suitable. However, that evening, as I prepared a room for my daughter, I found myself at a loss. The nanny accompanied her during her bath. But what was I to do when she wished to sleep in my embrace? I longed to convey to Chen Mudong that I merely resembled her father. I appeared to be him, yet I was not her biological father. Our souls had exchanged places, and I wondered if it was wise for her to nestle against me. Unafraid of potential dangers. "Daddy, I want to hear a story." Faced with her eager gaze, I wish to confess, "I cannot." Yet, I swallowed the words, hesitating for a moment before rummaging through my mind for a tale of growth, and began to narrate. I loathe autumn. I despise Tuesdays and Wednesdays. As the memories flowed, the narrative began to take shape, yet as I delved deeper, I sensed something amiss. This did not resemble a children's tale. It seemed more akin to a romance novel. Specifically Mark Levy's The Shadow Thief. It soared far above the tear-stained romances of the Taiwanese genre, in terms of artistic merit. Yet, despite its sophistication, this was a healing romance novel meant for adults reminiscing about innocence, and my child was merely 8 years old. Wasn't this too early for her? Additionally, I found myself engulfed in doubt. Could I truly care for an 8-year-old child? I suddenly felt bewildered, gazing down into my daughter's bright, inquisitive eyes. "Daddy, can someone really steal another's shadow?" "Perhaps," I replied. "Daddy, can you buy me this book?" I was jolted back to reality. Mark Levy's The Shadow Thief had yet to be published. I had unwittingly dug a pit for myself. "Get to bed early. And don't forget your promise to Daddy about waking up early for exercise tomorrow." All right. Chapter 48. The Fairy Sister. Before I drifted into slumber, I resolved to visit the bookstore the following day to acquire an abundance of books for my reading pleasure. My essence, I believe, resides in a time 30 years hence, as the familiar sights and sounds around me may well be remnants from over a decade, or even 3 decades, past the year 2006. This contemporary society feels rather alien to me. To fully integrate into it, I must delve into its myriad facets. Reading and watching the news are undoubtedly the most effective means to achieve this. Simultaneously, I must distinguish between the events of the future and the present. Otherwise, My mind may incessantly oscillate between reality and what lies ahead, potentially leading others to perceive me as unhinged. Initially, I was apprehensive about disturbing my daughter during the night, fearing I might inadvertently harm her in my restless state. For someone inexperienced in childcare, living with my daughter could very well resemble a cataclysmic disaster. Yet, upon awakening naturally after a restful night, I was relieved to find that none of my worst fears had materialized. Turning over, I beheld my daughter sprawled across the bed, limbs akimbo, in a blissful slumber, and I couldn't help but smile. The sweet scent of milk lingered about her, quite pleasant indeed. My anxious demeanor gradually melted away, replaced by a gentle smile. Perhaps, life with my daughter is not as dreadful as I had once imagined. Sunlight spilled onto the balcony, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room, enveloping the space in a warm, languorous embrace. Glancing outside, I noted that the weather appeared splendid, which prompted me to fix my gaze upon Chun Mudong's cherubic face. The delicate fuzz on her cheeks resembled tender blades of grass swaying in a gentle breeze. Though still quite young, she possessed an exquisite beauty, flawless in its entirety. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and it was only then that I realized my daughter had awakened. Rise and shine. Let us go for a run. I gently tapped her, and upon opening her eyes, she stared at me with her lustrous, ebony orbs, pouting, "Daddy, no. Must we go to school?" "Very well, we shall run there," I replied. In the bathroom, the two of us stood side by side, diligently brushing our teeth. I battled the lethargy within me, striving to awaken my senses. By the time we entered the dining room, both Mudong and I were fully alert. After downing a large glass of water, I began to guide her through the preparatory exercises for our run. Heisey, observing from the sidelines, found our father-daughter interaction amusing. Though he had no children of his own, his curiosity remained piqued as he watched us. "Daddy, I want to go out after breakfast," Mudong declared. "After we eat. Shall we rest for an hour before heading out for our run?" "Ah, but why must we run?" she huffed, her cheeks puffed in a comical display of indignation. Alas, her adorableness rendered her threats utterly ineffective. Once we were properly attired, Mudong and I stepped outside, jogging along the community's pathways, with Heisey trailing a short distance behind, ever vigilant for potential dangers. In truth, there was hardly any threat to speak of. I was merely a modest businessman with a bit of wealth, who would dare threaten my safety within the confines of a residential area. Nonetheless, it was Heisey's duty to remain alert, following closely in our wake. Certainly, his attention was not directed at me, but rather at my daughter, Tong Tong. After jogging a few hundred meters, the delicate little girl could no longer maintain her vivacity. Tong Tong gasped for breath, her eyes vacant as she struggled to keep pace with me on the pathway. Indeed, it was a struggle, at such a tender age and lacking in regular exercise. A mere few hundred meters left her feeling utterly fatigued, her feet seemingly glued to the ground, rendering her unable to continue. When she could no longer run, she slowed to a walk, waiting for her strength to be restored before resuming her jog. "Ah, do we still have to run?" Tong Tong asked with a vacant gaze directed at me. I nodded and encouraged, "Tong Tong, keep going. You are doing wonderfully. Each step you take from here is a victory over yourself. Do not give in easily. Surrender is effortless, but perseverance is a challenge. Yet, it is only through persistence that you can become a better version of yourself." "Daddy, wait for me," Tong Tong shouted from behind. I instructed Heisey, "Stay behind her. Let her continue for a few more rounds. Have her stop after about 1,000 meters." Heisey nodded, "Understood, boss." I then resumed my regular exercise. For a child, running a few hundred meters, stopping and starting, and continuing for around 1,000 meters was commendable. Even after a period of training, running 2 to 3 kilometers would suffice. Going beyond that could lead to excessive fatigue, which would be counterproductive. It is not imperative to achieve a specific distance to reap the benefits of exercise. Running is one of the simplest and most effective ways to transcend one's limits. The physical discomfort is repeatedly conquered, leading to a sense of mental and emotional fulfillment. This is one of the simplest methods to cultivate self-confidence and resilience. Simultaneously, it serves as an excellent remedy for alleviating inner turmoil and distress. Many individuals suffering from mild depression have found relief through running, often foregoing medication. This indicates that the human body should not be allowed to languish in complacency. When it does, it becomes delicate and susceptible to ailments. Since my rebirth, I have always prioritized exercise, not for the sake of sculpting my physique, but entirely to ensure my body possesses ample vitality. When I reached the point of perspiration, I gradually slowed down, transitioning to a walk to allow my heightened emotions to settle. It was then that I spotted Tong Tong, her little arms and legs moving as she followed Heisey. "Tong Tong, do you wish to run more?" "Daddy, I can't go on. My legs feel like they are going to break." Chen Mutong gazed at me with her seemingly innocent eyes, conveying a strong resolve that if I urged her to continue, she would simply collapse on the ground in feigned death. I nodded to Heisey. If you wish to train, go ahead. I will take the child back. I would return in an hour. Upon hearing this, Heisey quickened his pace, sprinting forth like an arrow. Individuals like him, retired special forces, require a substantial amount of physical activity to maintain their strength and agility. If treated merely as a driver, confined to sitting idle and waiting, he would become ineffective in less than a year. Moreover, given that his current role is to serve as my bodyguard, he must maintain sufficient strength and combat readiness. Although I do not harbor any enemies or engage in lethal rivalries, what of Guogang? Could Guogang truly pose a threat to my safety? I cannot bring myself to believe it, even at the cost of my own life. It is not that I underestimate him. He is simply unworthy of being my adversary. However, this does not deter me from seeking an opportunity to crush him. Indeed, I mean to obliterate him. Yesterday, I was utterly nauseated by his actions. Until he is gone, I shall find no peace. Every move he makes is under the watchful gaze of the old ghost, rendering him incapable of stirring any turmoil. Conversely, I possess the ability to trouble him at any moment, yet merely inflicting a superficial beating lacks any substantial satisfaction. Tong Tong is a child who knows how to be endearing. When she clung to my leg, exclaiming, "Daddy, Tong Tong can't walk anymore," I pondered whether to carry her or give her a piggyback ride. I lifted Chun Mudong into my arms, making my way home, while she sweetly brushed the sweat from my forehead with her tiny hand, preventing any tears from falling into my eyes. In that moment, my heart swelled with joy. Indeed, this daughter was worth every effort. As I approached my doorstep, I once again encountered the pair of enchanting women I had met earlier. They appeared to be mother and daughter, though the mother bore a youthful visage and exquisite bone structure, easily obscuring her true age. As for the daughter, her gaze was as pure as that of an innocent child, and I couldn't help but think, with a hint of mischief, that she might be easily charmed by my 8-year-old daughter. "Hello." The mother initiated the conversation, and I, not wishing to appear aloof, replied with a smile, "Good day. I am the new neighbor, Chen Feng. Lu Xiaoli, a pleasure to meet you." Though we were merely neighbors, I had no intention of prying into her affairs. Upon closer proximity, I discerned that she was not as young as she initially seemed. The passage of time had left deep imprints upon her face. Yet her beauty remained sufficient to uphold a striking appearance. Lu Xiaoli appeared disinclined to engage further, at least not at this moment. After all, this was only our second encounter, and it felt inappropriate to be overly enthusiastic, especially in such an abrupt meeting at my doorstep. Even Lu Xiaoli's forced smile could not conceal her desire to maintain a certain distance. Just as I prepared to take my leave, my daughter Chen Mudong leaned against my shoulder, gazing at Lu Xiaoli with fascination and exclaiming, "Sister, you are so beautiful." At that moment, Lu Xiaoli paused, caught off guard by my daughter's innocent words. Then, her gaze shifted to Chen Mudong, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Tong Tong seemed to have truly perceived Lu Xiaoli's sentiments, and she continued, "Sister, you are the prettiest person I have ever seen." This child, inheriting her mother's charm, certainly knew how to endear herself to others. "Sister, my name is Chen Mudong." After speaking, she nodded earnestly, as if to affirm the truth of her words. In that instant, does the distinction between truth and fiction truly matter? Oh dear, little sister, I am already old and have wrinkles. How could I still be beautiful? There are numerous compliments that can bring joy to a woman, yet the simplest is to praise her youth and beauty. Such courteous flattery, when voiced by a man, lacks the same impact as when uttered by a woman. Especially when it is a child who extols her beauty, a woman can easily awaken her inner pride, revealing a youthful spirit that shines through. With her hand covering her mouth and a modest smile, Lu Xiaoli radiated an aura of joy. Particularly striking was Chen Mudong, who, despite her youth, already exhibited the potential to blossom into an unparalleled beauty. When praised by such a girl, even insincerity could transform into truth. Even if it was a fib, attempting to expose others' deceptions often yields nothing but disdain and vitriol. Women seem to relish dwelling in falsehoods. Compliments about youth and beauty, though patently untrue, are willingly embraced as comforting illusions. "Mr. Chun, your daughter is simply adorable," Lu Xiaoli exclaimed. "This is my daughter, Qian. Quickly, call someone." Lu Yifei gazed at her mother with a dazed expression, recalling that her mother had not smiled in what felt like an eternity. Yet here she was, radiantly joyful. The only perplexity for Lu Yifei was whether to address her as sister or aunt. Surely, she was aware of her mother's age, nearly 50, while she herself appeared to be in her 30s, suggesting that her mother was not significantly older than Lu Yifei's own. However, she dared not voice the truth, for revealing it could lead to an instant rift between mother and daughter. Despite never doubting that her mother was the best in the world, showering her with unconditional love, the harshness of reality was too daunting, leaving her trembling with fear. In that fleeting moment, she felt overwhelmed by the complexities of life. Chapter 49. An irreversible conclusion. Chen Feng. I'm here. Ah, is that our neighbor? The formidable presence of Xing Wanli was undeniable as he emerged from his second-hand luxury vehicle. His raucous voice disrupted the tranquility of the Liu household. Even as he departed, Liu Xiaoli warmly invited Chen Mudong. Annie has baked a cake. We're waiting for Tong Tong to come eat. She adores cake. By the time Xing Wanli approached, Liu Xiaoli and her daughter had already entered the courtyard. He squinted with suspicion at the direction they had vanished, tilting his head in contemplation, murmuring, "Strange, they seem quite familiar, yet I cannot place them. Do you know them?" I inquired of old Xing, whose social circle was undoubtedly more elite than mine, making his encounters with distinguished individuals commonplace. Regrettably, old Xing was utterly uninterested in television dramas or entertainment news, leaving his recollections tethered to some gathering where he might have seen them. Despite straining to recall their identities, he remained at a loss. I was even less informed, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment world. As for Chen Mudong, could one expect an 8-year-old to retain vivid memories of a celebrity, especially one revered among homebodies? The three of us exchanged bewildered glances for a moment before abandoning our musings. After freshening up, I noticed old Xing seated at the dining table, voraciously devouring his meal, shaking his head in disbelief. He always appeared as if he had been starved, his eating habits reflecting a ravenous nature. However, given his towering stature of nearly 2 meters and slightly over 200 pounds, he was not overweight. Rather, one could describe him as robust. By the way, I brought the commission agreement. Take a look at it after you finish eating. I picked up the frying ring, feeling a sense of wonder. As this particular dish is seldom prepared at home, it necessitates a considerable amount of cooking oil, which homemakers typically would not opt for as breakfast. Yet, I relish it. Especially the delightful combination of sweet pastries paired with the creamy smoothness of soybean milk. Each bite invigorates me, enveloping me in a sense of comfort and silkiness. After my daughter, Chen Mudong, was guided by the nanny to wash up in her room, old Xing followed me to the study and expressed his concerns, saying, "Isn't taking care of children quite challenging?" Old Xing possesses a carefree disposition. His son is completely raised in a laissez-faire manner. He entrusts everything to the nanny and is often absent from home. Particularly when he sees his son crying, old Xing feels a sense of unease and contemplates reprimanding him. Yet he refrains from acting on those impulses, caught in a dilemma. He embodies the type of father who, out of sight, is free from worry. It is surprisingly manageable. The child is more astute than I had anticipated, exhibiting a high emotional intelligence. This observation is not mere conjecture. Previously, during a conversation at the door with Liu Xiaoli and her daughter, I could discern that Chen Mudong possesses a remarkable ability to engage others, quickly bridging distances with strangers and eliciting goodwill. She somewhat resembles Wang Lin, who, in Chen Feng's memories, embodies an endearing character, with an even higher capacity for reading the room. Under the vigilant gaze of teacher Liu, even though Chen Mudong is her granddaughter, she displays an innate survival instinct, leading her to conceal her true thoughts. I had previously harbored grave concerns regarding the potential psychological impact of her parents' divorce on my 8-year-old daughter. However, through close observation, I have realized that my worries were unfounded. This child is astutely clever, full of cunning. The elderly neighbors, a mother and daughter duo, combined might not rival the wits of 8-year-old Chen Mudong. Faced with the strikingly attractive pair, she refrained from complimenting the daughter, bestowing all praise upon her mother, Liu Xiaoli. This, indeed, is the most fitting manner of flattery, raising the other party to great heights. I could envision how, in the days to come, the neighbors would find themselves utterly charmed and bewildered by this mischievous child. Unbeknownst to me, a peculiar thought emerged within me. It is not that I cannot manage Chen Mudong, but rather that I may be led astray by this little rascal. I took out the documents and began to peruse them. Why are there so many? Previously, I had estimated old Xing's funds to be around 200 million. Yet he suddenly produced 500 million, which piqued my curiosity. Old Xing waved his hand dismissively and stated bluntly, "Previously, I facilitated a loan for you through my uncle. The funds have been secured, rest assured. I am the guarantor. While this account is technically mine, 300 million belongs to you." Mine? I looked at old Xing in confusion, awaiting his explanation. It's quite simple. Although I may have a rough and careless nature, I cannot afford to be lax when it comes to money. My stock account allows me to operate, but it merely serves to break even during a bull market. However, under your stewardship, it becomes akin to a brother helping me to reap profits. If I were oblivious to the stakes, I would be wasting my time. However, I intend to offer you a share of the profits, though you may not accept it. Instead, I have secured a loan of 300 million. This portion of the funds shall be yours, and any earnings or losses from the account will be divided according to our investment ratios. Lao Xing paused for a moment before explaining. Although I have borrowed 300 million, my assets are insufficient, which means the funds in my stock account are under scrutiny. Naturally, you may transfer the 300 million that belongs to you by signing a loan agreement. That is acceptable. I will subsequently send you the transaction details of both our accounts on a weekly basis. Lao Xing's transparency made it inappropriate for me to decline further. By the time our discussion concluded, it was nearly noon, and I did not retain him. Instead, I took my daughter shopping at the mall. Having just relocated, we were still in need of many items, particularly clothing and shoes that my daughter frequently uses, which made it unsuitable to have someone else purchase them for us. By the time we returned home, it was already afternoon. Upon noticing the cake on the table, my daughter's eyes lit up as she turned to look at me. You may have some, but not too much. In the following days, aside from preparing for the initial mediation at the court, I began to manage Lao Xing's account. I also interviewed several operators, yet regrettably, none met my standards. Their techniques were too unrefined, and I found myself reminiscing about my days on Wall Street. The kind of interns who could immediately contribute are exceedingly rare in the domestic market today. It is not that people lack intelligence, but rather they lack genuine practical experience. Perhaps my expectations are too high. Individuals who possess stable techniques, precise foresight, and efficient focus are highly sought after in any brokerage, rendering it unnecessary for them to accompany a novice like me. I plan to cultivate a few in due time, though the current circumstances are not ideal. A week has passed, and the profits are modest, 90 million, which is less than 20%. This is significantly inferior to the profits Lao Xing earned from his initial stock purchases based on my recommendation, yet it still pleased him. The day of the court mediation arrived. After all, a divorce case is not a criminal matter. While one might resort to irrationality over money, the inherent risks are minimal, at least in a societal context. Facilitating mediation to reduce the frequency of court appearances is undoubtedly an effective method for the court to streamline its processes, given that it is a civil case. On the day I appeared in court, I once again encountered Wang Lin. She appeared haggard, anxious, and her eyes reflected a profound despair. However, this did not warrant my sympathy. Men who are adamant about divorce, aside from being enchanted by the allure of the world, are often driven by infidelity on the part of their partners. In truth, men seldom choose to divorce unless absolutely necessary. It is only when they see no hope within the marriage that they resolutely opt for separation. If the conflicts were truly negotiable, they would have been resolved at home long ago. Chen Mudong did not appear at the scene, so I instructed Lao Xing to keep her outside. Plaintiff Chen Feng, you submitted a divorce application to this court on January XX. Please state the reasons for your divorce. I did not speak, but after whispering a few words to my lawyer, he spoke on my behalf. My client has been profoundly traumatized upon discovering the defendant's infidelity, rendering her incapable of sustaining this marriage. The judge inquired, regarding the distribution of marital assets, does this encompass all family property? The lawyer responded, this is an audit report of my client's company conducted by an accounting firm a month ago, along with the printed balances of 4 bank cards, as well as a detailed statement of the family's financial assets over the past 2 years. I kindly request the presiding judge to review this. The judge then asked, do you have any objections, plaintiff? At that moment, the judge's gaze fell upon Wang Lin, devoid of any emotion. Wang Lin shook her head. No, he would not deceive me in this regard. The judge continued, shall we understand this as you having no objections to the distribution of assets? Wang Lin replied, none. I seek custody. My lawyer interjected, Your Honor, my client believes that the defendant is currently unable to provide a safe and stable living environment for the plaintiff's daughter. Hence, my client opposes granting custody to the defendant. We have video evidence from a week ago showing her lover causing a disturbance in her residential community. Ms. Wang is currently embroiled in emotional turmoil, incapable of offering her child a secure living environment. Wang Lin, overwhelmed, exclaimed, but Tong Tong is my daughter. The daughter I raised with my own hands. I want to see her. I cannot be without her. The lawyer replied, Ms. Wang, my client will not obstruct your meeting with your daughter, but the matter of custody is non-negotiable. We possess ample evidence demonstrating your inability to provide a good role model and a safe living environment for her. Surprisingly, even during mediation, the atmosphere was already charged with tension akin to that of a courtroom trial. To be honest, in my lifetime, this was the first time I stood in court as a plaintiff, suing my nominal wife. It felt somewhat ironic and even absurd. under the intense scrutiny. The lawyer Wang Lin had retained appeared somewhat flustered, as many details had not been fully disclosed by Wang Lin, leaving the lawyer in a state of disarray. After a brief recess, the lawyer took Wang Lin outside for a moment. Upon their return to the mediation setting, Wang Lin's face was etched with despair. Her head hung low. The dignified composure she once possessed had vanished. I agree to the divorce. Chapter 50. My beloved daughter. Always filial from a young age, as I stepped out of the courthouse, a wave of relief washed over me, akin to shedding heavy shackles. I inhaled deeply, preparing to descend the steps to my car. Feng, I'm sorry. Wang Lin appeared behind me, apologizing with her familiar voice. I shook my head, unwilling to engage in conversation with her. Without looking back, I descended the steps and drove away. Some things, upon reflection, reveal nothing but desolation. Only by peeling away the layers of pretense can one truly comprehend the chaos inherent in life. Apart from seeing my daughter through the car window, witnessing her mother weep, which lingered in my mind, everything had reached a definitive conclusion. A week later, I departed from the capital with my daughter, heading to our new home in Yangqing. The daughter gazed curiously at her surroundings, her expression slightly tense as she turned to me and asked, "Daddy, is this our new home? Does Tong Tong not like it?" "No, it's not that. I'm just worried that Grandma might be concerned," Chen Mudong replied, her words betraying her true feelings. It was not dislike that troubled her. Rather, it was the apprehension that there might be someone in this new home who did not care for her. After nearly half a month of living with her, her little thoughts were no longer a mystery to me. I affectionately ruffled Chen Mudong's hair, playfully chiding, "You little rascal. Are you worried that I'm looking for a stepmother for you? Fearing that your tragic life is about to begin?" "No, really," she insisted. "Before you reach adulthood, Daddy 1T remarry, and I 1T let our Snow White be harmed by a wicked queen. You should be satisfied with that, right?" Chen Mudong was quite the actress. By now, I could see through her clever facade. She often feigned innocence to disarm those around her, yet she was full of cunning. Upon hearing my promise not to remarry, she immediately clung to my leg, her voice tinged with anguish. "Daddy, Tong Tong doesn't want to stop you from finding a girlfriend. In fact, the big sister next door is quite lovely, gentle, beautiful, and capable, and she makes delicious cakes." "Enough," I interjected, narrowing my eyes in playful threat. "If it weren't for the fact that we share the same household registration, I would surely give your bottom a good smack for your excessive filial piety." The big sister Chen Mudong mentioned was Lu Xiaoli, a neighbor from the villa in the capital. Lu Xiaoli was not a bad person at all, setting aside her age. She spoke with a gentle demeanor, exuding grace and elegance, having been a dancer with an exquisite figure and poise. Her character was also charmingly open and dignified. However, after meeting Chen Mudong, she seemed completely enchanted by the 8-year-old, appearing rather naive in her adoration. She was indeed beautiful and capable, caring for her own daughter with meticulous attention. Yet, it was perplexing to think that my 30-something self should seek a girlfriend nearing 50. After all, Lu Xiaoli was merely 6 years younger than my mother. As for marriage, I had no such intentions. It was not merely a promise to Chen Mudong. My current state of mind did not lead me to believe that marriage held any particular allure. Wealth, attractiveness, and ample social resources. Was it not folly to contemplate remarriage so soon after a divorce? Like in my previous life, I did not anticipate the arrival of love, nor did I expect marriage to provide me with a profound sense of security. True security stems from inner strength and a rich spiritual life. To place my expectations of life upon another individual is akin to a gamble, a game of chance that I find utterly meaningless. I prefer women who are drawn to me for my wealth rather than for emotional connections. Money simplifies matters. Without it, one is seldom disturbed. With it, various encounters arise, granting me ample choices and the freedom to change as my mood dictates. Whether short-term or long-term, it all depends on my feelings. When I am in a good mood, I may nurture a relationship. When I am not, I seek to relieve my stress. Both of which are perfectly valid options. Especially those motivated by financial gain, they seldom discuss love. After all, once the money is sufficiently provided, demanding anything further would seem quite impolite. It is all too easy to evoke the disdain of benefactors, leading to a disheartening abandonment. Conversely, those who pursue love often impose excessive demands, seeking companionship, emotional support, fidelity, and material security, yet seem perpetually aggrieved, as if their grievances are monumental and unrelenting. As for the notions of talented individuals and their ideal partners, or soulmates, I have yet to encounter such figures in reality. Rather, I have found them abundant within the pages of novels. Why is it that these romantic ideals flourish in literature but remain elusive in life? Because such constructs are deceptive, with their likelihood akin to winning a lottery. In the fleeting years of youth, one should refrain from engaging with ill-timed matters. Marriage is a reflection of this truth. It should emerge from the union of two naive youths, brimming with a belief in kindness, morality, and a certain innocent foolishness, who, in a moment of fervor, impulsively decide to wed, driven by the flicker of light within each other's hearts. I contend that marriage necessitates such impulsiveness, though this is not to suggest that a marriage devoid of love is destined for tragedy. Such a notion is overly simplistic and erroneous. Arranged marriages abound, even in contemporary society, where this practice remains quite prevalent. A meeting arranged through matchmaking, followed by several encounters that yield mutual satisfaction and comparable ages, leads families to negotiate dowries, and, amidst the fanfare, the couple comes to reside together. Not every such marriage is devoid of happiness. In fact, many are quite blissful. The beauty of love lies in the artifice of mutual pretense, where each individual endeavors to embody the other's ideal, creating a facade as pristine as glass. Marriage, however, diverges from this. It involves the quotidian realities of life. Thus, the masks that once adorned faces are often cast aside. Love thrives on the virtues of one another, even those concealed beneath layers of artifice, rendering it immensely sweet. Yet, the reality of married life entails coexisting with each other's flaws, leading to fleeting discontent and prolonged disappointment and aversion, which in turn dilutes affection, ultimately resulting in separation. Hence, sustaining a marriage necessitates tolerance, empathy, and a profound understanding of one another's perspectives. Many unions dissolve due to an unwillingness to compromise. Love demands continual giving of emotions, support, and more, whereas marriage requires acceptance and adaptation. When one party ceases to yield, the marriage reaches its terminus. Furthermore, marriage is not the entirety of life. It is but a fragment of one's existence. Humans often covet what eludes them, or, having attained it, they find it easily lost, leading to profound heartache. Henceforth, let all unfold naturally. After all, in a decade or so, the state may no longer concern itself with the status of marriage or childbirth, readily granting household registration regardless of marital circumstances. Why marry at all? Many individuals wed merely for companionship, to ensure that during disputes, they have a counterpart to contend with. Life in the city of sheep is serene and stable. Each morning, I rise to engage in running and physical exercise, attending the gym 3 to 4 times a week. Chen Feng gradually acclimated to life in Guangzhou. This place, warm and occasionally rainy, offers a climate that is remarkably kind to those from the north. The anticipated discomfort from the change in environment never materialized. Instead, Aunt Zhuang's exceptional culinary skills left Chen Feng continually exclaiming, "Aunt Zhuang, you are truly remarkable. Who could be so fortunate as to marry you?" This flattery was merely a prelude to his desire for fish cakes, reminding him to wash his hands first. One must not indulge too much. Fried foods can be hard to digest. Before arriving in Guangzhou, he believed the culinary delights of the capital to be countless, a source of endless happiness. Yet, upon experiencing the gastronomic treasures of this city, he felt as though he had wasted a lifetime. Aside from a few intimidating dishes, the exquisite nature of Guangzhou's cuisine undoubtedly reigns supreme in all of China. Aunt Zhuang, despite her rugged appearance, possesses top-notch culinary skills that swiftly won over the heart of his daughter. Naturally, as familiarity grew, their conversations became less restrained. After breakfast, Chen Feng, with his small backpack, accompanied me to work. Indeed, it was work. After observing him for some time, I discovered his keen intellect. Since he wasn't attending school, it seemed prudent for him to accompany me, learning about humanity and the essence of life. While this may appear harsh for an 8-year-old girl, it is undoubtedly a choice. I do not wish for Chen Feng's early education to mold her into a mere obedient, understanding, kind, and gentle daughter. Rather, I aspire for her to cultivate self-love, happiness, and a modicum of worldly wisdom, so that she may navigate life without being taken advantage of. Currently, with the private tutor yet to arrive, I took on the role akin to that of a mentor, guiding Chen Feng through my workday. I frequently pose questions to him, encouraging open dialogue and occasionally offering my insights, reminiscent of how Chen Feng once guided Mina. The difference, however, lay in Mina's adulthood, equipped with ample social experience and life's tribulations. Chen Feng, having been raised in a sheltered environment, was still quite young and struggled to grasp many concepts. Fortunately, I remained patient, confident that he would not stray off course. For me, my commitment to Chen Feng was to raise Chen Feng and, circumstances permitting, ensure her success. While I cannot guarantee her accomplishments, I am earnestly striving to educate her to thrive independently in society as an adult. As for the likelihood of success, who can say? Education is, in essence, a gamble. Poor luck could result not only in financial loss, but also in the erosion of dignity and confidence. Particularly when many begin with a poor hand, yet dream of triumphing at the table. Such aspirations seem utterly fanciful. Thankfully, the results have been promising. Chen Mudong has not faltered significantly. In truth, even if she were to stumble, providing her with a lifetime of material wealth would not be a burden for me. Thus, the primary aim of guiding Chen Mudong is to ensure she does not grow up foolish, unable to discern right from wrong. Upon entering the company, I was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere felt distinctly unusual, as if there were some joyful occasion to celebrate. Yet, I could not recall any personal good fortune that warranted such festivity. Initially, a divorced man with a daughter finds that most festive occasions in life become obsolete. After all, for his daughter, there is but one simple celebration, the Children's Day. However, the situation is markedly different for his estranged wife. If she forgets Valentine's Day, the Qixi festival, her birthday, or their wedding anniversary, it may be inconsequential, but should the husband fail to remember, it could unleash a tempest of fury. I tilted my head in contemplation. Could it be my birthday? The answer was evidently no. While the atmosphere at the company is pleasant, it hardly reaches the point where I, as the boss, am adored enough by my employees to warrant a collective celebration of my birthday. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. In truth, for bosses worldwide, mere avoidance of reproach from employees is already a remarkable achievement, let alone garnering respect, which is as fantastical as a fairy tale. As for the company's anniversary, nonsense. I cannot even recall the date of the establishment of our enterprise in Yangcheng, so how could the employees remember? Chapter 51. Too much given upon entering the company. I sensed something was amiss. Mina, along with the entire staff, was awaiting me in the corridor, greeting my arrival with resounding applause. What in the world was happening? Mr. Chen, you are remarkable. Initially, you deemed the Indians unreliable, and despite the immense temptation, you did not waver. At the time, we failed to comprehend why you would forsake such an obvious opportunity, but now we realize it was our short-sightedness. Once the crowd dispersed, Mina entered my office. As soon as I walked in, my daughter sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes wide as she observed the interaction between Mina and me. Lately, her favorite pastime had been watching me busy myself at the company. Mr. Chen, there has been a crisis at Mingjiang Company. Earlier this year, they believed they had secured a significant order from the Indians, diverting all their funds and resources towards them. Who would have imagined that upon the shipment's arrival at the Indian port, the counterpart would concoct various excuses to withhold payment? They intended to seize all the goods with just a 30 deposit. And then, their boss became entranced by the illusions painted by the Indians and acquiesced. Within less than 3 months, this company, which was substantially more capitalized than ours, found itself ensnared in a cash flow crisis. Now, the Indians refused to settle even the 30 payment, insisting on post-sale reconciliation. It is nothing short of an audacious deception. Moreover, the Indians demand increasingly larger shipments, behaving like brigands, entirely disregarding the rules. The company now finds itself in a predicament where retreat is impossible, yet continuing on this path leads to ruin. Their once loyal premium clients have been cast aside. The root of the issue lies in their lack of funds. The factory demands payment up front, or no orders will be processed. In a matter of months, this long-established company, far larger than ours, may vanish from the industry. What are your thoughts? I perceive this as an opportunity for us, a chance to absorb Mingjiang trade entirely. Boss, did you not recently secure a loan of 80 million? With these funds, we could swiftly assimilate all of Mingjiang's operations. No, we cannot entertain such financial maneuvers. This money is not intended for expanding the company. I raised my hand to halt Mina's suggestion and spoke. In our industry, the market in Yangcheng is foreign territory for us. Should we absorb established local enterprises, it would undoubtedly incite apprehension and alarm among our competitors. They might even fear that we pose a threat to their very existence. However, it is imperative to understand that our strengths compared to other peers are rather limited. We cannot truly claim any significant advantages. Once others perceive that the wolf is at the door, we shall find ourselves collectively targeted by our rivals. We possess the capability and capital to acquire Mingjiang Company. Yet post-acquisition, we would be utterly unable to engage in a price war. We must relinquish any ambitions of devouring the meat and abandon such perilous thoughts. Our capabilities do not permit us to leap forth and seize the fruit. Furthermore, the company's strategy is one of differentiated positioning. We focus on service and training rather than pricing. This is a strategy that distinctly separates us from other firms, and as long as our clients are satisfied, we shall persist in this course. Perhaps in the short term, this approach may not yield explosive growth in our company's performance. However, as client demands continue to increase, our advantages will likewise amplify, ultimately enabling us to overtake others and ascend to the forefront of the industry as leaders. Yet, the boss, Mina, employed all her charms. Yet I remained unmoved. Though she holds the title of manager in the company, she also bears the identity of my apprentice, a relationship forged through my diligent mentorship, far more intimate than mere hierarchy. There is no room for buts. Until our strength allows us to become industry giants, we must conceal any ambitions. Even if such ambitions do not exist, the mere act of manifesting them creates the perception that they do. I am extending a hand to you for profit. Yet, I am hesitant to seize that profit myself. However, we shall not remain idle. You may wait for an opportune moment when someone begins to encroach on Mingjiang Company's territory, then seize a portion of the pie. A profit of 5 to 6 million a year will suffice. A little more is acceptable, but it must not exceed 10 million. This is still less than a third. Mina, gluttony can lead to ruin. I remained indifferent to Mina's feigned vulnerability. In contrast, my daughter, seated on the sofa, found amusement in Mina's predicament and chuckled. Mina and Tong Tong enjoyed a good rapport. No adult could resist the praise of a charming, ethereal little girl who knew how to endear herself. However, Mina, in her vexation, was incensed by Tong Tong's delight and retorted coldly, "You heartless child. All the snacks I bought for you have gone to waste. Never mind. Today I shall indulge in a moment of generosity and share a great secret. The teacher your father sought for you is coming for an interview today." Surprised? Shocked? A teacher? The previously gleeful Chen Mudong was rendered speechless at the news of the teacher's arrival. Well, Mina is not one to be easily trifled with. "Daddy, do you not love me anymore?" This little actress, upon hearing about her teacher, was overwhelmed with a sense of impending doom as if the world were ending. I would not be swayed by Chen Mudong's antics. I smiled and replied, "If you do not wish to choose a teacher, I shall have your grandmother find one for you." The formidable aura of Teacher Lu indeed commands awe. Upon hearing that Teacher Lu intended to intervene in her studies, Chen Mudong felt as if her very existence was at stake. Instantly silenced, she whispered to her father, "You said I could choose my teacher?" "Of course. You may select your own teacher," he replied. Upon discovering this newfound freedom, Chen Mudong joyfully skipped out of my office. Mina observed her retreating figure and chuckled, remarking, "This child is utterly oblivious to the perils of the adult world. Indeed, it is a treacherous realm. Deceiving children is undoubtedly one of the few malicious pleasures indulged in by adults, and I am not exempt from this tendency. My criteria for hiring teachers are quite straightforward. Female, unmarried, of dignified appearance, possessing a well-maintained physique, adept in household chores. And those with qualifications in fitness and sports are given preference. A master's degree or higher is requisite, alongside bilingual teaching capabilities and a plethora of requirements in foundational education or related fields. Naturally, the remuneration is exceedingly enticing, with an annual salary of 300,000, exclusive of benefits and year-end bonuses. Should all promises be fulfilled, an annual income of 500,000 is not merely a dream. In this era, such a salary is typically reserved for high-ranking executives at major corporations, a compensation level associated with white-collar professionals, inevitably inciting fierce competition. If the results are satisfactory, I would not hesitate to offer the candidate a lifetime position, indeed, a lifetime tenure, under conditions so alluring that applicants would flock to it. This salary stands in stark contrast to the meager incomes of public school teachers, who typically earn only a few thousand per month. However, the demands are quite rigorous, as the teacher must cover all essential subjects from elementary school within 6 months. Moreover, classes are limited to half a day. For the subsequent 3 years, the curriculum will delve into junior high and some high school subjects. This approach is cunning, yet I intend to keep Chen Mudong unaware, allowing her to believe that mastering high school problems is something all elementary students can achieve. The strategy is to play with shadows. Prior to this, I had someone assess Chen Mudong's intelligence quotient, which was quite impressive, around 130, sufficient for such intense academic pursuits. In truth, to adults, the knowledge required at the elementary, junior high, and even high school levels is exceedingly simple. These are foundational concepts that, with the right methods, can be mastered in a remarkably short time. Coupled with effective learning strategies such as the Feynman technique, Simon's methods, and the SQ3R reading approach, I can judiciously select the most suitable learning techniques for Chen Mudong. My expectations are limited to her grasping fundamental knowledge without the necessity for repetitive problem-solving practice. While this may seem an improbable goal, it is not entirely devoid of opportunity. Furthermore, in a school setting, teachers must accommodate the needs of average students, which inevitably slows the pace of instruction to ensure comprehension. However, in private home education, there is no need to consider others. There is but one student, though multiple teachers may be engaged. In this environment, educators can tailor their teaching pace to align with the student's learning speed. The absence of subjects such as music, physical education, ethics, and history significantly reduces the time required for mastery of the curriculum. Every endeavor harbors the potential for success as well as the risk of failure. Yet, Chen Mudong has already withdrawn from school, affording her ample time to adjust her study pace. At worst, a year or two may be lost in the process. For Chen Mudong, who has been attending school for 2 years, there is ample time to experiment with failure. Unbeknownst to her, my ulterior motives as her father were concealed as she hurried into the grand conference room. It had been transformed into a simple recruitment venue. I was taken aback. The room, even the corridor, was filled with sweet-faced, flamboyantly dressed young women, many of whom were touching up their makeup with handheld mirrors. I wondered if I had stumbled into the wrong venue. Was this a recruitment for teachers or for actresses? Chapter 52, The Little Demon King. I turned to Mina and inquired, "What is going on?" Mina, visibly irritated, turned her back to me, presenting an alluring silhouette. I must admit, women in professional attire possess a unique charm. And Mina understood this well. A figure viewed from behind often holds greater allure than one seen from the front. The financial incentives are substantial, and the number of applicants is considerable. I have already dismissed many whose appearances were not up to par. Moreover, many applicants are not here for your daughter. Not for her, then for whom? At that moment, I comprehended that the recruitment had taken on an unexpected twist from the very beginning. Mina, with a hint of exasperation, tossed her hair and rolled her eyes at me. "The conditions you proposed are sufficient to attract a university belle. They likely think this is a wealthy man's peculiar whim. Using the guise of finding a tutor for your child to seek someone who can care for the male head of the household. It's akin to recruiting a secretary. This is merely self-deception. Strategies for hiring a home tutor. The untold secrets between a home tutor and the male head of the household. The tragic existence of a home tutor under the nightfall. My mind conjured a multitude of bizarre thoughts, yet I had no intention of altering my course. I could always postpone the search for my daughter's tutor and prioritize my own needs. Sigh. As I boldly stepped into the venue, all eyes fixated upon me, following my every movement. "Daddy, I don't know how to recruit a teacher. After all, Chen Mudong is only 8 years old. Children of such tender age often remain nestled in their parents' embrace, oblivious to the harsh realities of the adult world, let alone the intricacies of job recruitment." I led my daughter to a small side room, closed the door, and faced her directly, asking, "Tong Tong, what kind of teacher do you wish for?" "Well," Chen Mudong pondered for a long time, unable to come up with an answer. It was indeed a tall order for her. As a third grader, how could she possibly know what she needed to learn? Until now, her education had been entirely managed by her grandmother Lu Ying, with her mother Wang Lin accompanying her throughout. I chuckled softly, observing my daughter's indecision as she fidgeted in her chair, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Finally, she retrieved a notebook and a pen from the drawer and handed them to her. "First, you must focus on your studies, as you promised your school teacher and grandmother. Therefore, the teacher should possess the ability to impart knowledge from school." "Yes, learning." Chen Mudong earnestly inscribed the first condition in her notebook and then, with her bright, inky eyes glistening with anticipation, asked, "Daddy, what else?" "For instance, if you wish to accomplish your own endeavors, then the teacher ought to attend to household chores. If you relish delectable cakes, wouldn't it be splendid to have a teacher skilled in baking? Indeed, a baker among teachers." "Father, what else is there?" "That depends on your aspirations. Whatever you yearn to learn, let the teacher impart that knowledge to you." Chen Mudong tilted his head, pondering for a moment, his eyes brightening as though he had uncovered the secret to recruiting a teacher. Subsequently, I discreetly exited the room and beckoned Mina, instructing her to closely follow Chen Mudong and, once the recruitment concluded, to present to me the selected candidate. Mina gazed at my retreating figure with a soft sigh, her heart likely surmising my marital dissolution. Yet, upon witnessing the distance in my gaze, she felt a profound sense of reluctance. To become enamored with someone takes considerable time. An infatuation that strikes at first sight is often merely a fleeting whim or a moment of reckless desire. Since our university days, Mina has been employed at Chen Feng's company, harboring a peculiar array of sentiments towards him, brotherly, mentor-like, and friendly attachments intertwined. After I supplanted Chen Feng, she projected those feelings onto me, unaware that my tendency to evade her would evoke both her sorrow and helplessness. Had Chen Feng not extended his hand to assist her, she might have strayed off course during her sophomore year. Of course, initially, Chen Feng had no intention of aiding her, nor did he entertain such thoughts. Fate is indeed wondrous, orchestrating encounters shortly thereafter. Perhaps it was compassion or a belief in Mina's potential that prompted Chen Feng to reach out to her. Especially after the passing of her father, Chen Feng became her sole emotional anchor in this world. This sentiment is perplexing. She neither wished to intrude upon Chen Feng's life, nor could she resist the desire to be with him daily. It could be labeled as love, but it is more accurately a blend of familial affection, gratitude, dependence, and a myriad of accumulated emotions. Before my divorce, I was unqualified to advance, yet retreating left me fearful of never seeing her again. This emotional complexity eluded her understanding. Though I possessed Chen Feng's visage, my soul had long since been transformed. In response to Mina's attempts to probe for deeper connections, I not only harbored no intention of acceptance, but found myself withdrawing instead. This, too, is my resignation. I must bear the burdens of Chen Feng's karma, incessantly depleting my own energy while striving to live according to my own preferences. Balancing life has become my greatest challenge. This extends to Chen Feng's parents, ex-wife, and daughter, all of whom I must attend to as per his wishes. The most significant dilemma lies with his daughter. Although I cherish Chen Mudong, I still feel a certain void. Perhaps it is the absence of a blood connection, lacking that intangible bond of kinship. I find it difficult to truly regard Chen Mudong as an extension of my life. As for Mina, I am wholly disinterested. It is not that she is unappealing. Her beauty, particularly her charm, is undoubtedly exceptional. However, I cannot reconcile using Chen Feng's goodwill towards her as a means to earn her trust, ultimately to possess her. Such deception may never be unraveled, yet it would leave my spirit in disquiet. Perhaps I am not yet capable of embodying the carefree spirit of freedom that comes after a divorce like Xing Wanli. Fortunately, Mina did not pursue me relentlessly, sparing both of us from the entanglements of emotional confusion, a small blessing amidst misfortune. Shortly after I entered the office, Mina crouched down, covering her mouth. Her laughter reminiscent of a fox that has pilfered a chicken. "Master, why did you leave? It was so entertaining. You'll surely regret not watching." When she refers to me as master, it typically indicates her mood is not overly dismal. What was so amusing? An interview. Young Chen Mudong undoubtedly possesses talent, even transforming the interview into something remarkably creative. I found myself bewildered, just settling into my seat, and before I could sip my water, I rushed out the door. In the corridor, the employees of the company were crowded together, their destination being the conference room where the interviews were taking place. Before I had the chance to speak, Mina tapped her fingers on the door, knocking insistently. The employees recoiled in surprise, glancing back at her. "Manager Mina, we're just passing through. I'm going to make tea. It's too crowded, and I couldn't TQ." Mina's eyes widened, her enchanting visage now cloaked in an air of authority. "Have this week's performance metrics been completed? Have the client follow-ups been conducted? What about next week's plans? Return to your seats and get back to work. Do not let me see you in the corridor. If I do, you'll be sent to the factory." Instantly, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, and I silently rejoiced at my decision to maintain a professional distance from Mina. She was indeed formidable. Soon, the corridor was empty, allowing me to stroll into the conference room. Before I could even step inside, I heard the slightly childish voice of Chen Mudong. "Everyone, follow me and shout out loud. Water prism power, transform. I, in the name of the moon, shall punish you." If uttered by a child, such words might be bearable. However, among adults, it was a source of embarrassment, rendering many speechless. I felt a bead of nervous sweat forming on my forehead. What language was this? I had never encountered it before. Mina leaned closer, whispering softly in my ear. "It's a spell from the animated series Sailor Moon, as told to me by the receptionist. Xiaoyu, your daughter doesn't seem to be summoning a teacher. Rather, she is conjuring a maid." Indeed, if a teacher were to perform the Sailor Moon gestures in front of my daughter while loudly proclaiming that incantation, their professional image would likely plummet. This was hardly a student. She resembled a little demon king. Chapter 53. This child has always been cunning while Mina and others found the situation amusing. I held a different perspective. Chen Mudong's personality is quite exuberant. She conceals it well in the presence of her teachers, Wang Lin and Lu Ying. But once distanced from them, she exhibits signs of liberation when she is with me. I could not help but suspect that this behavior was intentional. Her motive was simple. She desired a teacher who did not impose restrictions like her previous ones, but rather one she could command. Wasn't this akin to summoning a maid? It felt like a demonstration of authority. Before long, several candidates in the conference room began to withdraw. I stood awkwardly at the door, confronted by faces flushed with indignation, and offered them a resigned smile. At the moment our eyes met, several candidates cast me a resentful glance before turning away. Perhaps they too were bewildered by the paradox of what was ostensibly a recruitment for a nurturing role transforming into a task of child-rearing, particularly of a rather unruly child. I imposed no restrictions on the candidate's experience. After all, seasoned educators typically hold stable positions. If they sought to transform their lives, they would have long since abandoned their secure roles for the commercial realm. Moreover, I perceive that extensive experience harbors both advantages and disadvantages, often the latter outweighing the former. The rationale is straightforward. In primary and secondary education, the more experienced the teacher, the older they tend to be, making it exceedingly challenging to adapt their entrenched educational philosophies. Furthermore, they are accustomed to a test-oriented education system, while I require an entirely new paradigm. Thus, it seems that less experienced teachers would be more suitable as tutors for my child, as they are like blank slates, capable of adjusting their pedagogical approaches entirely to align with my vision. However, my daughter did not take kindly to this arrangement, delivering a stern rebuke to her teachers from the outset. This caused me considerable concern, though thankfully her rebelliousness remained within manageable limits. I turned to Mina and inquired, "What on earth is this Sailor Moon phenomenon? The struggle between good and evil, with Sailor Moon as the guardian of justice." Even though Mina is merely in her 20s, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment when discussing Sailor Moon. I keenly noticed this and, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, "Did you recite such incantations in your childhood?" Mina's expression shifted to one of discomfort, as if the embarrassment of her youthful indiscretions had been unearthed. Yet, who is Mina? She is a formidable presence, standing tall at nearly 6 feet, and in the office, she is the undisputed authority, second only to me. Surely, she wouldn't be so ashamed of childish antics that she would shy away from others. With her chin held high and chest puffed out, Mina declared proudly, "What child hasn't engaged in foolishness? Have you never done so? Very well, then," I countered, "why not demonstrate to everyone how to properly recite the Sailor Moon incantation?" As I locked eyes with her, I noticed her beautiful orbs darting away in a telltale sign of her inner turmoil, revealing her insincerity. Mina recoiled a couple of steps, her agitation causing her blouse buttons to strain against her chest, and she retorted indignantly, "Master, isn't this asking too much?" "Mina, control the situation. Did I not inform you that a competent leader possesses the ability to manage any circumstance? Don't you think that if you were to perform the Sailor Moon incantation in front of everyone, it would significantly alleviate the awkwardness in the air? This is an essential lesson for a top-tier sales executive. What do you say? Are you eager to learn?" I had no intention of letting Mina off the hook. She frequently flaunted her curves around me, tempting me, and it was infuriating that there were no women nearby to relieve my pent-up frustrations, leaving me to endure it all in silence. To make matters worse, she would occasionally lean in closer, even whispering in my ear previously. Is this typical behavior for a subordinate? Of course, I felt no aversion. Rather, I was poised to seize this opportunity to bring her antics to a halt. Recalling a moment of embarrassment, Mina, despite having been in the workforce for 6 or 7 years since she joined the company in her sophomore year, still bore the nickname the Relentless Warrior. Yet, she found herself unable to let go of her pride and perform such mortifying actions in front of her peers. "I don't want to learn anymore," she declared, approaching me with an air of defiance, her formidable presence nearly pressing against my chest. Unfortunately, I paid her little heed. Instead, I shrugged off my suit and rolled up my shirt sleeves, striding into the conference room. I left her with a parting remark. "Mina, as your mentor, I shall impart the ultimate secret of top salesmanship. This is your final lesson before you embark on your journey." With that, I presented her with a resolute silhouette, reminiscent of a resilient cypress standing tall against the winter winds. Mina, with her enchanting eyes, gazed at my retreating figure, lost in thought. I was convinced that she was captivated by my unwavering confidence. Of course, had she been aware of my musings, she would undoubtedly have retorted, "Narcissistic old chun." It is peculiar that in Mina's heart, my position nearly overlapped with that of her father. However, I was certainly not her elder. Rather, I was akin to a caring brother who provided her with ample security and protection, guiding her to where she stood today. As I entered the temporary recruitment venue, my daughter spotted me and sprinted over. "Daddy, Mr. Chun." Inside the venue, chaos reigned as the employees organizing the interviews looked at me for assistance, seemingly in distress. They had not intended for things to spiral out of control, yet Chen Motong, the daughter of the big boss, was regarded as the company's princess, and no one dared to offend her. Consequently, when the interview process fell under her influence, it teetered on the brink of disorder. Noticing my daughter feigning innocence, I could discern her true intentions. She aimed to sabotage the recruitment fair. Although I was unaware of her ultimate goal, I understood that I could not follow her lead. Otherwise, I would unwittingly fulfill her wishes. Tong Tong, have you chosen a teacher yet? I inquired. Daddy, Tong Tong thinks all the teachers are great. But I just can't connect with them, she replied earnestly, seemingly caught in a quandary. Yet, I could already see through her evasive gaze to the schemes at play. Such petty tricks were hardly a challenge for me. I crouched down to her level and said seriously, what does Tong Tong enjoy playing? Would you like Daddy to join you? This was unmistakably a form of subtle coercion. At merely 8 years old, Chen Motong was unaware of the treacherous nature of human hearts. She naively believed that I would follow her in doing something embarrassing. Thus, she earnestly expressed her fondness for Sailor Moon and her desire to stand on the side of justice. However, under my insistence for her to perform, she found herself at a loss. As she stiffly began to mimic the actions of Sailor Moon, nervously reciting the incantations, she experienced an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the wall in embarrassment. Yet, what filled her with greater dread was my decision to follow her lead, imitating her movements. I then turned to the HR personnel and asked, do you have any videos of Sailor Moon? Let's play one on site. I wish to learn to imitate it even better. It must be said that when a man indulges in flamboyance, women become irrelevant. The swaying of my hips, the allure of my long legs, and even my imitation of a woman's delicate strength were all executed with finesse. Most notably, I concluded with a theatrical shout, with the power of the water prism, I transform. I shall punish you in the name of the moon. This proclamation left everyone in utter astonishment. The stark contrast of my actions created an uncanny atmosphere, rendering the audience speechless, particularly Chen Mudong, who appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Mina, stationed at the entrance, covered her mouth, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. It was terrifying. The beloved Sailor Moon had transformed into a bizarre parody of herself. The moment shattered childhood illusions, leaving everyone grappling with disbelief. I gazed longingly at my daughter, then gently rotated my arm, as if recalling whether my previous moves were executed correctly. In that moment, the venue fell silent, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended. Chapter 54. The elevated mind is self-aware. No, my previous actions lacked precision. I shall repeat them. As I prepared to speak again, my daughter Chen Mudong finally snapped out of her daze and clung to my leg, her voice muffled with embarrassment. Daddy, please don't. It's so embarrassing. Clearly, even at the tender age of 8, she recognized the childishness of reciting incantations, and it was especially mortifying for me, her father, to engage in such antics, particularly in a corporate setting. As the owner of the company, I wielded immense authority. Should that authority be undermined, gaining respect within the workplace would become an arduous task. Yet, I boldly indulged in this foolish behavior, which even a child found shameful, despite it not reflecting my true intentions or character. It was merely a means to alleviate tension after my daughter had playfully challenged the job applicants. I could disregard the feelings of the candidates, for I was the one in power, the one who held the ultimate decision-making authority. Tong Tong, follow my lead once more, and I shall explain the rationale behind it, shall I? Upon hearing my earnest tone, my daughter, though reluctant, did not protest. Instead, she pouted, lamenting her fragile spirit. While she harbored such thoughts, others perceived my actions as an encouragement to the applicants. Those who had initially sought to gain favor by stealthily entering my domain under the guise of childcare began to shed their indignation, instead contemplating and aligning themselves with my behavior. I sensed that most of the candidates remained present, seriously mimicking my actions, and even reached the incantation stage, with some joining in unison. With the power of the water prism, I transform. I shall punish you in the name of the moon. No one questioned the propriety of such antics. The only one who seemed to notice was that radiant man, who appeared even more flamboyant and captivating. Once the performance concluded, I offered an apologetic nod to those around me, then took my seat at the head of the recruitment table, inviting my daughter to sit beside me. Everyone, please take a seat. Let us engage in a casual discussion. Did everyone think that my recent actions were rather embarrassing, lacking in masculinity, or even foolish? Not at all. Mr. Chen, you are overthinking. You have performed admirably. I instructed the personnel department to gather a variety of materials, including fruits and items like chili peppers. I began by addressing Chen Mudong. Tong Tong, what I hold in my hand is an apple. Is that a fact or an opinion? A fact, she replied hesitantly, glancing at me, still trying to grasp why I posed such a question. I then picked up a banana from the table and asked, if I say an apple is tastier than a banana, is that a fact or an opinion? An opinion. And what if I were to replace the apple with a chili pepper? Children generally dislike chili peppers, as their delicate taste buds cannot truly appreciate the almost masochistic pleasure. An opinion. As our interaction progressed, My daughter grew bolder and responded more spontaneously. I then swapped the red chili for a green one and asked, "Do you think the green chili would taste better?" "No," Chen Mudong replied with a look of distaste. "Is that a fact or an opinion?" "An opinion, but I find chili peppers quite delicious." "I do not like them." "Is that a fact or an opinion?" The preferences of a father and his daughter diverged, leading Chen Mudong to a conclusion after some contemplation. At this juncture, the conversation took on significant importance. While she pondered, I continued, "Tong Tong, do you feel compelled to change your opinion because of someone else's viewpoint?" This, she truly disliked. She was unwilling to alter her perspective. I earnestly conveyed, "Thus, Tong Tong, each of us possesses our own opinions and preferences. Our viewpoints and tastes hold significance solely for ourselves and not for others. When undertaking tasks, we must act from our true selves and defend our beliefs. Simultaneously, we must acknowledge that others' opinions may be vital to them, yet they need not influence our own. We should learn to persist in being ourselves." "Dad, I understand. In the future, when I encounter things I dislike, I will express my feelings at the appropriate moment." At merely 8 years old, Chen Mudong is not yet capable of independent philosophical thought. However, grasping the nuances of human interaction is not insurmountable. It is only now that everyone comprehends my earlier actions. Is imitating Sailor Moon embarrassing? That is someone else's opinion. But as long as I enjoy it, why should I alter my stance due to another's preferences? Such emotional intelligence is rarely cultivated in any school. Institutions, particularly in our country, aim to produce students who are uniform or obedient. From a young age, they are indoctrinated with notions of being sensible, diligent, and kind. While these principles are not inherently flawed, accepting them without contemplation constitutes a different form of servitude. Not only Chen Mudong, but also job seekers were taken aback by the dialogue between me and my daughter. Many individuals, hailing from ordinary families, often find that their parents do not articulate certain truths, and in many cases, the parents themselves are oblivious to these insights. It is only after the children venture into society and encounter setbacks time and again, learning through painful experiences, that they grasp these lessons. However, by the time they come to this understanding, they are often advanced in years. Some ponder what their lives would have been like had their parents imparted such wisdom during their upbringing. The common assumption is that they would have turned out to be more accomplished than they are now. Mina gazed at me with sparkling eyes, her gaze brimming with warmth. And had it not been for the public setting, she would have rushed over to embrace me with a kiss. How wonderful it is that the radiant man has returned. Not only has he returned, but he shines even brighter and possesses greater charm than before. Truly, he is the man I have always admired. Mina murmured softly. She raised her hands in applause. Her solitary clapping soon transformed into a chorus of appreciation from all present, the sound echoing like thunder. What once seemed embarrassing, my imitation of a magical girl, now elevated my stature in the eyes of the job seekers. I had become a figure of admiration, a man who inspires reverence, a beacon of hope for many. Those who had previously considered withdrawing from the competition now cast aside their doubts, invigorated and ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. While some candidates had departed, approximately half remained, eager to see what was next. I cleared my throat gently before speaking. "Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this interview session for my daughter's tutor. Your willingness to stay signifies your enthusiasm for this opportunity. Whether it be the salary, the environment, or the prospects, each of you faces a significant challenge in your lives. I can assure you that such opportunities are rare, perhaps only a few times in a lifetime. You are all exceptional young individuals nurtured by your education, filled with passion and aspirations for a better life. However, I must convey that mere expectations are insufficient. This position is fraught with challenges, and it may even run counter to the education you have long received. If you wish to pursue this opportunity, you must be prepared to shatter the preconceived notions and habits you have cultivated over the years and take decisive action. A tutor may appear to be merely a teacher, but more accurately, they serve as a mentor, guiding in both life and emotional matters rather than merely fulfilling a pedagogical role." I paused for a moment, smiling as I continued. "I am the owner of this company, and my actions shape the respect my employees hold for me. Over time, I risked becoming ensnared by rigid expectations, such as the necessity of maintaining decorum, possessing loftier goals than my employees, and demonstrating resolute decision-making. While I earn respect, I also find myself constrained by these limitations, and thus, I must embrace change. My previous imitations may not have aligned with my role, yet I, too, am demonstrating through my actions that the true shackles come from within, our own minds, not our thoughts. Possessing thoughts yet failing to act upon them binds one as a slave, confined within a self-imposed cage, never to escape. Thank you all. It is nearly lunchtime, and Mina arranges for the restaurant at the nearby Bayun Hotel, taking them to dine first. The interviews will resume in the afternoon. Chapter 55, Solitary Plum, Bitter Moon. Old Chen, you are truly remarkable. You managed to bring them back? Mina, who witnessed my teaching and guidance throughout, was not surprised by my ability to turn the situation around. Instead, she expressed greater admiration for my subsequent counsel. I chuckled. It was nothing extraordinary, just a standard performance. Virtue. The more I interacted with Mina, the more I could discern her emotional state through the tone with which she addressed me. For instance, when she referred to me as master, it indicated her reliance on me or a good mood. When she called me boss, it implied she was feeling somewhat down, though she concealed it in my presence. When she addressed me as Old Chen, it signified that she was basking in the sunlight, her spirits as vibrant as a sunflower. After the afternoon break, the interviews continued. The atmosphere became considerably more tranquil. At least the female candidate, Chen Mudong, was no longer disruptive, and the applicants genuinely felt that this job was not akin to selling their beauty. Those lacking talent were naturally filtered out. However, there was little displeasure. Rather, there was a significant reluctance to lose this opportunity. After all, the handsome, charismatic, youthful, and physically fit male host was someone they could hardly bear to let go of, even without monetary compensation. As long as there were opportunities for closeness, as long as they could win the admiration of men, ultimately, both money and assets would belong to them. Moreover, the rewards were so generous that they felt a tinge of regret for squandering their youth. When the opportunity arose, they found themselves unable to seize it due to a lack of ability. Around 2 in the afternoon, Mina knocked on my office door. Come in, Old Chen. The results are in. This is the teacher your precious daughter has chosen. Would you like to meet her? I had assumed that given it was my daughter's first experience in such a situation, she would struggle with choices and provide several options. However, when Mina brought in the job applications, I discovered there was only one. Just one. Indeed, just one. The young lady has a pleasant disposition, though she is quite young, just in her first year of graduate studies. Nevertheless, your daughter is quite fond of her. Isn't this below the threshold for hiring? Mina shot me an exasperated glance, her captivating figure swaying as she expressed her annoyance. Do you think there are so many graduate students willing to work as tutors? Today's graduate students are the elite, pampered and privileged. How could they bow down for money? Moreover, you never specified whether the tutor was for your daughter or for you. This is merely the best of a limited selection. Mina feigned a sense of grievance, yet the slight narrowing of her eyes bore a teasing allure that made me wary. Disappointed by my indifference, Mina muttered, "What an unromantic man." I chose not to engage further. One should not be overly concerned with a woman's words, for sometimes their thoughts remain unclear even to themselves, let alone the intentions behind their speech. I nodded. Since the decision has been made, let us prepare to hire her. Does she have any specific requirements? Did you not previously mention wanting to meet the teacher who successfully secured a job? I have brought her here, just outside the door. Mina replied tersely, as a woman's mood can shift in an instant. It cannot be said that she is capricious. Rather, a woman reveals her true self when she feels the need to drop her facade. Very well, allow her to enter. The woman stepping into the office is quite youthful, appearing significantly younger than Mina. This is chiefly due to Mina's mature attire, while Xinyue's visage fails to embody such sophistication, resembling a little girl who has surreptitiously experimented with her mother's cosmetics and attire. Such women, whether in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s, seem to defy the passage of time. It is as if their youth has been locked away, rendering age an inconsequential constraint upon them. Xinyue? Yes, Mr. Chen. In truth, even Xinyue, upon entering the office, wore an expression of astonishment. She could not comprehend how she had been hired. Perhaps she had not yet truly been hired. Needing to pass through my final scrutiny as the one financing her position, I subsequently engaged her in a few sentences in English. At first, her responses were hesitant, but soon they flowed with greater ease. Her accent was quite standard, reflecting a pronounced broadcasting style, clearly honed from media training. However, when I switched to French, a look of panic crossed Xinyue's face. She had not anticipated that my requirement for bilingual teaching would encompass 2 foreign languages. Of course, Mandarin and English would suffice. Yet her resume boasted proficiency in French, prompting me to probe a bit further. Her fluency was far from that of her English, and her intonation was somewhat off. Nevertheless, she should manage to converse with a French speaker without significant difficulty. I ceased my inquiries and marked her position as Assistant General Manager on her employment form. Do not question why a private tutor's title is that of an Assistant General Manager. In this era, there is no system in place for individuals to contribute to social insurance independently. Many job seekers require not just a salary to support their families, but also a safeguard for their future healthcare needs. Hence, Securing a position within a company is the most viable option. There are alternative methods, such as self-contribution, but that necessitates acquiring licenses like a business permit. Personal contributions to social insurance were quite cumbersome in 2006, though thankfully, they would soon be streamlined. Naturally, salaries within companies are not excessively high, at least not enough to disrupt the established pay structure. The remainder of her compensation would come from my personal funds. Most importantly, private employers bear the financial burden themselves, often scrutinizing every expense down to the cost of toilet paper, let alone the salary of an employee. However, before proceeding, I needed to pose a few questions. Shinua, you have yet to commence this role, and you must be prepared. You may not be able to fulfill it entirely. Should I discover your inability to meet the demands of the position, you risk facing termination of your employment contract. I added, particularly since this is a full-time live-in role. Your academic pursuits may be affected. Do you still wish to commit fully to this position? My inquiry resembled more of a warning. Of course, this approach bore no risk for me. Rather, the pressure rested squarely on Shinua's shoulders. As Shinua prepared her words, I cast my gaze down upon her resume. I must say, the girl's identification photo is exceptionally striking. She possesses a purity and freshness that belies her 23 years. She appears no older than 16 or 17. Quiet and humble, she is not the type to seek the limelight at gatherings, even though her beauty certainly qualifies her to be the center of attention. Instead, she prefers to linger in the shadows, much like an elusive orchid, exuding a unique fragrance. Perhaps this is the very reason why Mina chose her as a finalist for the interview. Shinua pursed her lips, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Initially, I presumed she was torn between her studies and career. I ventured to inquire, during your master's program, the first year can be quite demanding. Are you certain you wish to spend 3 months experimenting? While she might have time to contemplate, I did not have the luxury to wait. After all, it was already April, and in 2 months, final exams would be upon us. According to the edict of my grandmother, Teacher Liu, should my grades decline, I was to dutifully return to school. The notion of taking a year off was entirely out of the question. She could accept the divorce of her son and daughter-in-law, but she could not abide the thought of her granddaughter not pursuing her education. This contradicted her aspirations as an educator. Undoubtedly, Teacher Liu, who oversees the education of all primary and secondary schools in the capital, possesses the influence to enroll her granddaughter in any school in the city. Even in retirement, no principal would dare disregard her. Thus, the final exam results for Chun Mutong in the second semester of the 3rd grade are of utmost importance. They pertain to my and Chun Mutong's precarious standing at home. Otherwise, I risked becoming a mere drifter without even a bed to call my own in my mother's house. Shinua seemed to have made a considerable resolution. After giving herself an encouraging nod, she spoke earnestly, I can do it. Her voice was melodious, soft, and tinged with a hint of timidity. In the past, I might not have appreciated such a demeanor, as those who speak thus often carry a sense of insecurity. Shinua looked at me with sincerity, declaring, Mr. Chun, I need this opportunity. I desperately seek the chance to be your tutor. For this, I would sacrifice everything, even to the point of destruction. That is unnecessary, I replied. I require your assistance with my daughter's studies, not your valor in battle. I shook my head, sighing at her earnestness. Is it truly that I instill such fear in you that you lack the courage to even sit down? After the customary rituals of warming the cups and washing the tea, 2 cups of deep-hued tea appeared on the tray. I gestured to Shinua, inviting her to partake. Thank you. Now, do share. Abandoning your studies for a lucrative yet uncertain job is a sacrifice that seems rather implausible. Of course, you may choose to remain silent, but I also reserve the right to withdraw my offer. After all, we are but strangers who have fortuitously crossed paths in this vast sea of humanity. And your behavior is somewhat uncharacteristic. My words seemed to unsettle Shinua, who fidgeted nervously, glancing at my reaction while her fingers anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, as if ensnared in a difficult choice. Clearing my throat, I began to speak slowly. With a soft slurp, I brought the rich essence of the Guiwei Tiguanyin tea to my lips, savoring its profound aroma. Alas, I found myself unable to discern the myriad flavors of life through the art of tea tasting. I was merely a pedestrian admirer of elegance, indulging in my own trivial amusements. Just as I was lost in my self-enjoyment, an unexpected scene unfolded before me, leaving me utterly astonished. Xinu, with a decisive gulp, swallowed the tea from her cup, and after a moment of composure, stood up and approached me. Facing me across the tea table, her gaze bore an unwavering resolve as she slowly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing one button, then another. Her alabaster skin, proportionate figure, and graceful form were exposed to the air, with only her slightly slender arms showing any flaw. I could not deny her allure. Yet, it was not merely her beauty that captivated me, but rather the exquisite proportions of her body, perfectly balanced in every way. In a low voice, Xinu declared, "I have said I would relinquish everything, even if it means shattering myself." I lifted my gaze, slowly taking in her presence, my pupils instinctively narrowing, before I composed myself, feigning indifference. Seeing my reaction, Xinu grew anxious and insisted, "I want 500,000. This sum represented a year and a half of wages, a figure determined by the value of one's labor, a sum that was unattainable without such merit. I cast a calm glance at Xinu's enchanting figure and softly inquired, "Speak, why do you seek this?" "To save my mother, and for my own sake," she replied, her embarrassment palpable. She yearned for a chance to escape the depths of despair. Yet her approach had faltered from the outset. My presence appeared to offer her a glimmer of hope, wealthy, handsome, youthful, and almost flawless except for the presence of a daughter. Such a man was indeed a rare fortune for someone like Xinu, who would find it difficult to encounter someone so suitable even while seeking a romantic partner. Indeed, for a beautiful woman, the chances of meeting a fit, young, and affluent man without marital ties were akin to winning the lottery. The fact that I had a daughter and a history of a failed marriage seemed insignificant in comparison. This opportunity was far superior to serving as a secretary to a corpulent boss. It was a stroke of fate. However, as she engaged with me further, Xinu began to realize her miscalculation. She was young and inexperienced, possessing a modicum of intellect that had been devoted entirely to her studies, leaving her almost entirely naive to the intricacies of human nature. Before someone as seasoned as I, she felt utterly exposed, her inner trepidation manifesting in trembling. Perhaps it was the air conditioning in the office, or perhaps the weight of despair that led her to close her eyes, as if by shutting them she could ward off the impending tragedies of life. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. I set down my teacup, sighed deeply, and rose to stand before Xinu. Upon observing the fluttering long eyelashes of the other party, one might have thought that this fearless young woman, seemingly indifferent to the world, also harbored her own fears. I picked up the garments scattered on the floor and draped them over her shoulders, gently saying, "I can responsibly assure you that if these actions stem solely from your own thoughts, then you are mistaken. If you consulted an unreliable friend, it is likely that they possess little experience." I concluded this predatory game of toying with my prey, as Shinua felt her body gradually warming. She could not help but open her eyes, discovering me once again seated on the sofa, my penetrating gaze appraising her. Once she opened her eyes, observing the timid and fearful mist in her gaze, I remarked playfully, "The attire is a bit oversized, not yours, and it makes you appear cumbersome, thus wasting your fine figure. Additionally, opt for professional attire and refrain from wearing flesh-colored stockings. If your skin is fair enough, going without stockings is also acceptable." I paused momentarily. On ordinary days, wearing black stockings is a safe choice, at the very least. If you exude a powerful aura and confidence, capable of commanding the surrounding atmosphere, then even choices in letters, purple, or red can be effortlessly managed. However, do avoid flesh-colored stockings, as they do not complement professional attire. Shinua's mind was cluttered with chaotic thoughts, seemingly forgetting her purpose for meeting me. Fixated instead on a singular thought, why is it that a grown man can discuss women's stockings with such nonchalance? Clearly, her friend had not misled her. They were all LSP. Yet, suddenly recalling my prior statement about the clothes not belonging to her, Shinua's head drooped in shyness, innocently declaring, "The suit is too expensive. I cannot afford it. I borrowed my friend's clothes. I have never worn stockings, as I do not own any skirts, nor do I need to wear stockings." After explaining for a while and noticing my silence, Shinua seemed to have internally resigned to abandoning any hope of seeking my help. She sighed softly, gradually gathering her emotional wounds and pain, akin to picking up the fragments of her dignity that had fallen to the ground. Once she was fully dressed, she lowered her head and gently bowed to me, saying, "I am truly at a loss. There are many forms of human helplessness and numerous ways to address difficulties. Your approach is not wrong. When one lacks leverage, one might, as a last resort, find that a woman, a beautiful woman, may only have one path to tread." I glanced up at her and inquired, "Please, tell me about your troubles." Shinua's plight was simple, yet fraught with despair. Her father had passed away during her childhood, leaving the family destitute after exhausting their resources for his medical treatment, burdened by insurmountable debts. Reluctantly, shortly after her father's burial, Shinua's mother chose to remarry. This was a woman's desperate measure. Fortunately, Shinua's mother, possessing a pleasing appearance, found a man willing to care for Shinua. Had the story ended here, perhaps Shinua's fate would not be so dire. Men generally prefer not to raise children, yet if there is no choice but to do so, it is preferable for the child to be a girl. Upon entering an unfamiliar household and encountering a strange stepfather, Xinyue initially experienced a semblance of familial warmth. Unfortunately, this bliss was fleeting. In a few short years, her mother's prolonged silence regarding pregnancy began to sour her stepfather's disposition. They resorted to various folk remedies and unconventional treatments. Yet none yielded any results. Gradually, Xinyue's mother became the target of her stepfather's disdain, and the frequency of his drunken rages and abusive outbursts increased. By the time Xinyue reached middle school, the warmth of home had vanished, leaving her to perceive her dwelling as a nightmarish prison from which she longed to escape. It was only after completing her college entrance examinations that she glimpsed the possibility of liberation from the fear-laden abode. With a small sum of travel expenses secretly provided by her mother, she fled from the home that induced shivers at the mere thought of it. Yet, she grappled with the haunting question of her mother's fate. Despite relying on school grants and incessantly working part-time jobs, she managed to graduate from university. Nevertheless, a profound sense of indebtedness and guilt shadowed her, for she had left her mother to endure that hellish existence alone. During the spring festival, she surreptitiously returned to her grandmother's home, where she gleaned the grim reality of her mother's situation. The truth was that her mother bore the brunt of the abuse alone, a revelation that intensified Xinyue's turmoil. She felt restless and adrift, contemplating the possibility of aiding her mother in escaping her stepfather's clutches. However, the two women, vulnerable and isolated, stood little chance against the formidable man. Prior to this, he had sent a message to Xinyue, a casual remark that dictated the course of her future. She was to marry, with a suitor already arranged and the bride price collected. This prospective husband hailed from their small hometown, a figure of power and influence, one whom ordinary folk must revere. The bride price of 100,000 was already exorbitant, especially considering her status as a university graduate. This arrangement merely represented a leap from one inferno into another. This time, her mother exhibited an extraordinary resolve, forbidding Xinyue from returning to that life. After much contemplation and with encouragement from her close friends in the dormitory, Xinyue finally decided to attend the interview. I listened to this tale in silence, refraining from passing judgment on its authenticity. Even if true, what of it? It was the suffering of another, and no matter how compassionate my heart may be, I could not rescue every soul tormented in this world. As for Xinyue, I held little hope that money alone could redeem her mother from her plight. My skepticism towards humanity was not born of cynicism. Rather, I believed that under the weight of resentment, one should not elevate individuals to the status of heroes. For once a person's goodness is met with betrayal, they may find themselves ensnared in an inescapable abyss. Lighting a cigarette, I remained silent, savoring each puff. Xinyue, consumed by anxiety, could no longer contain herself and softly uttered, "Mr. Chen, I realize this may sound abrupt, but I promise you, if you help me rescue my mother from that home, I will agree to anything you ask of me. I am willing to do whatever you need. I will be yours for life. What do you propose?" I extinguished my cigarette in the salt container, exhaling a cloud of smoke without hesitation or concern for the other party. The notion of secondhand smoke seemed trivial in this era, with far fewer constraints. I returned home with the money, intending to bring my mother back. Surely, I could compensate the other party with the betrothal gifts he had received, couldn't I? Xinyue innocently questioned, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her hopeful gaze fixed upon me. "It is not so simple. You are underestimating the complexity of the situation. All right, I understand the matter at hand. Allow me some time to think, and you may return for now. Mr. Chen, my mother is ill, and her health is deteriorating rapidly. I implore you to save her. She has endured more suffering in her lifetime than anyone else, and she does not deserve to live in darkness, devoid of even a sliver of sunlight." I was acutely aware that the man would not provide medical assistance for my mother, even if he were to unlawfully take the betrothal gifts. He believed that my mother and I had deceived him, and I feared for her life. Faced with Xinyue's desperate pleas and tears as she knelt before me, I remained unmoved and picked up the phone, dialing an internal line to Hazy. "Come here and assist in escorting her away." At the moment she exited my office, Xinyue's eyes brimmed with despair. I could only wonder what Mina had said to her outside, as her complexion appeared to improve significantly, no longer as pale. "Old Chen, you aren't developing feelings for your daughter's tutor, are you?" Mina perched herself on the edge of my desk, her intentions clearly seductive. As if to suggest, you refuse to indulge in the sumptuous feast before you, yet you pursue a naive girl who knows nothing. Don't you feel guilty? Leave. And be sure to close the door behind you," I commanded, my demeanor cold. Mina swayed her hips like a beautiful serpent, inciting a surge of anger within me. I couldn't help but ponder whether I was truly contemplating finding a woman to care for me. Subsequently, I called Lao Gui to inquire about his connections in Xinu's hometown. I needed someone reliable, a friend who could withstand pressure. I instructed He Zi to prepare to accompany Lao Gui to Xinu's hometown. But before that, I needed to verify the truth of every word Xinu had spoken. Fortunately, these inquiries were not difficult to pursue, and I received confirmation by the next day. There had been no deception. After an anxious day of waiting, I summoned Xinu to my home and pointed to He Zi, saying, "This is my bodyguard. He will accompany you to retrieve your mother. If circumstances allow, he will facilitate your mother's divorce. I will handle the financial matters. You need only to identify her and say nothing else." Xinu was instantly overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, I can go without needing too many people. You must go, but take the money with you, and it would be a fruitless endeavor." I replied. Xinu, blushing as if insulted, retorted, "Mr. Chen, my word is my bond. I will not change my promise, nor will I sneak away with the money. I can allow your bodyguard to accompany me, but I wish to convey that I am a person of integrity. Make haste. Your presence irritates me," I sighed, pressing my forehead in exasperation. "You, a defenseless young woman, intend to return home with hundreds of thousands. It would be remarkable if you were not sold. I had asked He Zi to accompany you for your protection, and there are others awaiting your return in your hometown. I remain uneasy even with both of you going back. What audacity do you possess to claim you can manage this? Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and go." Xinhua looked at me with a sense of grievance. She hadn't considered it deeply. When I explained the situation to her, she finally understood that my intentions were not rooted in distrust, but rather in safeguarding her. A warmth enveloped her heart. Since her earliest memories, she had seldom experienced genuine concern from others. She had lived like wild grass, stubbornly enduring the biting winds, heavy snow, and torrential rains of this world, her heart long frozen in solitude. Suddenly, she felt as if she were being cocooned in warmth. If only his tone were a touch gentler, she thought yearnfully. As her mind wandered, I stood beside her and gently enveloped her in my embrace, exerting a bit of strength. In an instant, Xinhua felt a jolt to her heart, her entire being tensed. As my arms tightened, her rigid form gradually relaxed, her head resting softly against my chest. At around 160 centimeters, she seemed delicate and petite in the embrace of this northern giant. Sensing the slight tremors of her body, perhaps due to her nerves, her small back felt unusually stiff, yet it emanated a pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of gardenias, stirring my senses. Xinhua experienced an illusion, as if she were submerged in a warm spring. Every pore seemed to open, her tense nerves gradually unwinding, and the burdens that had haunted her, often causing her nightmares, appeared on the verge of resolution. In that moment of complete relaxation, she yearned to rest her head on that broad chest and drift into a deep slumber. She could hardly recall the last time she had experienced a peaceful night's sleep. Upon encountering me, she realized that all the sunlight, dew, and gentle breezes that had once departed from her were now gathering around her once more. The only source of her discontent was the brevity of this embrace. Her exquisitely small face lingered in a wistful longing. A woman, particularly one who has endured a life steeped in deprivation of affection, possesses an extraordinarily fragile heart. She can withstand the most venomous insults and endure the harshest of demands, yet she cannot withstand a single tender word. Xinhua epitomized such a woman. She had faced an abundance of indifference and pain, living stubbornly while yearning for warmth in her life, even if that warmth were to be granted as alms. Chapter 57. Fate's cruelty to the afflicted. It was then that Xinhua realized she had misjudged me. With an awkward smile, I acknowledged that this woman was indeed a handful, and I hadn't anticipated her ignorance of even the most basic human malice. Over the next 2 days, Junzi arranged for 2 additional bodyguards for me. I decided to have them assist in overseeing my property in the capital. It wasn't merely about property. I would likely need to shuttle between Beijing and Guangzhou, and having someone to greet me upon arrival would simplify many matters. A few days later, He Zi arrived at my office, bringing along a travel-worn Xinhua. With her eyes rimmed in red, it was evident that she had succumbed to the pangs of guilt and anguish upon reuniting with her mother after several years. Fortunately, the relationship had been severed, the marriage dissolved, liberating her from the trepidation of a tumultuous existence. Has the money been given? Indeed, it has, Mr. Chen. Your foresight was accurate. The other party never intended to release her without compensation. He Zi elaborated on the arrangements made by Lao Gui in the area, and I began to grasp the formidable methods employed by these individuals from the underworld. One word encapsulated it all: stability. for those traversing the treacherous waters of life. Crises abound. Without life, nothing else holds value. If one were to lose their life, they would lose everything. Lao Goe had boldly brought over 20 individuals, clad in unassuming black suits that exuded an air of intimidation, masquerading as enforcers of a powerful figure, effectively striking fear into the hearts of others. With the intervention of mediators, matters became considerably simpler. The individual enamored with Xian Yu was a former classmate from her middle school days, whose father held a minor governmental position in the town. Despite his low rank, his status as a local authority rendered him formidable. Had it not been for the number of attendees and the presence of mediators, a mere glimpse of the individuals involved would have been unattainable. Ultimately, both dignity and funds were exchanged, leading to a resolution of the affair. As for Xian Yu's stepfather, his fate was less fortunate. After enduring 9 beatings over 3 days, he transitioned from a defiant refusal to divorce to tearfully conceding, "I was wrong." Some individuals truly deserve no semblance of kindness. Once Lu Haizi and the others departed, Xian Yu stood before my desk, quietly observing as I attended to my paperwork. My efficiency was a testament to my habitual nature and character. Numerous employees passed in and out of the office, their curiosity piqued by the sight of a demure girl, dressed in outdated attire, standing in my office. Upon completing my tasks, Xian Yu hurriedly attempted to brew tea for me. However, lacking any prior exposure to the art of tea, her efforts were in vain. I took the initiative. "How is your mother faring?" "The surgery was quite successful, but she will need to stay in the hospital for a while and then recuperate. She has aged considerably, looking far older than her years of just over 40. Xian Yu recalled the tribulations her mother had endured over the years, her eyes reddening once more. "Is the money sufficient?" "Yes, it is." Just as Xian Yu anticipated further concern from me, I pointed to the large parcel in the corner of the office and instructed, "Please bring that package here." Upon unwrapping it, I revealed a collection of new textbooks. These are the textbooks for grades 1 through 6, encompassing Chinese, mathematics, and English, along with some general knowledge materials for you to review. I outlined my expectations. In 2 months, my daughter will face her elementary school final exams, and her performance must not be subpar. That sounds reasonable. Xian Yu worried about Chun Mudong's academic performance and hesitated to inquire further, glancing at my profile. Simultaneously, I required her to consolidate all elementary knowledge points and within 6 months, impart this knowledge to Chen Mudong. During this period, she is expected to participate in some training sessions to replace physical education classes, and whether she engages in them will depend on her mood. The same applies to music and similar subjects. She will study them if she enjoys them, and refrain if she does not. In 3 months, I shall assess Chen Mudong's proficiency in mathematics, Chinese, and English. If she meets the required standards, she will have successfully completed her probationary period. If she falls short, regrettably, she will need to undertake multiple jobs to repay me over the course of several years. Very well, Mr. Chun, I will endeavor to do so. It is not merely an endeavor, it is imperative that she succeeds. Xian Yu gazed at me with a dreamy expression. Earlier, her mother's attending physician at the hospital had assured her that the situation was not dire. A statement bolstered by the fact that it came from the finest hospital in Guangzhou, unlike the second-rate clinic back home, where even an appendectomy could lead to tragic outcomes. With her mother liberated from suffering, the weight upon her heart was finally lifted. To claim that she felt no gratitude would be disingenuous. Yet, Xian Yu understood that her status did not warrant such generosity. The mere thought of casually producing hundreds of thousands or summoning over 20 formidable men, whose appearances suggested they were far from benevolent, was beyond her comprehension. She was merely a girl from the countryside, possessing little besides youth and beauty. Even within the school, where she was considered quite attractive, she was merely average when confronted with numerous candidates. Not to mention the likes of Mina, whose long legs nearly reached her navel. This gratitude could only reside within her heart, accompanied by silent prayers for my safety and happiness. She longed to convey that the promise she had made earlier still held true. Unfortunately, lacking experience in matters of the heart, Xian Yu opened her mouth several times, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, leaving her perspiring with anxiety. My communication with those with whom I share limited rapport tends to be succinct, often appearing unfeeling. First and foremost, I have no need to disguise my thoughts or even my demeanor, as they are either company employees or my subordinates. Additionally, among those I currently interact with, few require me to tread carefully with pretense. Thus, under Xian Yu's attentive gaze, I coldly issued her an ultimatum. In 3 days, teaching would commence. Furthermore, take this key. I have rented an apartment in the high-rise of my community for your convenience in commuting to work daily. Understood, Mr. Chun. just as Xinu exited the office. Her daughter peeked in, rushing toward me. "Daddy, am I going to class? Aren't you excited you can't sleep?" I was already aware of Chen Mudong's thoughts. At her tender age, she was still in a playful phase, and she would undoubtedly resist the idea of attending school, even though her daily routine had been quite orderly. The sudden imposition of academic burdens made her feel uneasy. I embraced Chen Mudong, inhaling the sweet scent of milk. It seemed she had not accompanied Mina for shopping. "Sister Xinu is the teacher you chose. You must not drive her away, or else your grandmother will personally send someone to teach you." Upon hearing the formidable reputation of Grandma Luing, Chen Mudong shivered involuntarily, her demeanor shifting as she stood tall and pledged earnestly, "Daddy, rest assured. Tong Tong will study diligently." Chapter 58. The daughter's slave days pass one after another, whether they bring joy or sorrow. In the blink of an eye, I have been in Yangcheng for over half a month. I have grown accustomed to this simple life of raising my child, free from the worries of being schemed against and devoid of any threats that I cannot resist. I am but an ordinary man, a father in the most mundane sense. As for Tong Tong, I bestowed upon her a mobile phone, enabling her to keep in touch with her relatives. This decision was prompted by Junzi's revelation that Wang Lin was searching high and low for me and my daughter, even seeking help from my friends, Junzi and old Xing. It dawned on me that despite my divorce, Wang Lin remains Chen Mudong's mother, and she has her own parents. While I intend to avoid contact with the Wang family, it is different for Tong Tong. She is, after all, the granddaughter of the Wang family. I could not possibly prevent my daughter from connecting with her other relatives simply because of my divorce. Providing her with a phone was also a means to ensure that she would not feel the absence of her mother due to our marital dissolution. As for old Xing, one might overlook his rugged appearance, but he too has suffered the toll of betrayal and marriage, which has taken a significant part of his spirit. Beneath his carefree exterior lies a tender heart. Interestingly, his reasons for divorce resonate with mine. Due to business obligations and frequent travel, he had less communication with his family. Over time, the women at home felt lonely, often engaging in mahjong, pampering sessions at beauty salons, yoga at gyms, and traveling to various places, mingling with all sorts of idle company. A lonely woman is easily swayed. Upon experiencing even a hint of warmth, she may mistake it for love and become infatuated. In the blink of an eye, the situation can evolve into an entanglement. Despite old Xing's imposing stature, he is not as indifferent as he appears. His heart is fragile, and he naturally does not extend any kindness towards Wang Lin. His tone is cold, nearly dismissive, rendering her pleas futile. As for Junzi, he is unaware of my whereabouts in Yangcheng. This realization has awoken me to the fact that I can choose to sever all ties with others, for I possess the maturity to relish solitude. However, Chen Mudong is merely 8 years old. She lacks the emotional maturity to appreciate the present. Thus, I equipped my daughter with a mobile phone, albeit with certain stipulations. She may only make calls at designated times, and the duration must not exceed 15 minutes daily, as prolonged conversations can adversely affect a child's hearing. I saved a few essential contacts, such as her grandparents, parents, and maternal grandparents, along with a few friends, Xinhua, Mina, and Haizi. The entire contact list comprises no more than a dozen entries. When I previously called Wang Lin, I could sense the tension and surprise in her voice. However, when I informed her, "I will send you Tong Tong's phone number via text message. In the future, if you have anything to say to her, you need not call me. Just reach out to her directly." I hung up before she could respond again. I am fully aware of Wang Lin's deep affection for Chen Mudong. After all, she is her flesh and blood, a daughter she has nurtured since childhood. How could a mother ever not love her own child? What causes her anxiety is that Chen Mudong's demeanor towards her is far less affectionate than towards me. She even exhibits a hint of aversion towards Wang Lin, stemming from the fact that I divorced Wang Lin, and she has partially surmised the reasons behind that separation. More likely, she harbors a reluctance to live with her mother. It is undeniable that a father's indulgence towards his daughter is genuine. This is easily comprehensible when children confront their parents. They often gravitate towards the one who is less stringent, while developing an emotional resistance towards the one who imposes restrictions. Wang Lin likely understands this reason, which constitutes the primary source of Chen Mudong's aversion towards Wang Lin's presence in Yangcheng, leaving her heartbroken. She mistakenly believes that her indiscretions have shamed her daughter, fostering Chen Mudong's resentment towards her irresponsible mother, leading to a sense of guilt within her. Consequently, Wang Lin now experiences heightened anxiety whenever she faces adversity. Her first thought is of retribution. A mother's infidelity can inflict profound emotional trauma on a child's tender psyche, and the sole source of such pain is the harm inflicted by malicious gossip. We reside in Yangcheng, surrounded by strangers, Where could there be any rumors? Yet, Chen Mudong's respect for her mother has diminished significantly, an immutable fact that Wang Lin cannot alter. Even the youngest of children can discern right from wrong. The divorce signifies a fault on the mother's part. As long as this conviction remains unchanged, a thorn shall persist in the mother-daughter relationship between Wang Lin and Chen Mudong. Since departing from the capital, I have remained indifferent to Wang Lin, even avoiding her text messages and phone calls whenever possible. The calls and messages from Wang Lin are nearly indistinguishable, filled with apologies. I find myself unable to respond, as I lack the right to forgive Wang Lin for her infidelity in marriage on behalf of Chen Feng. Even though I now navigate this world bearing Chen Feng's identity, what right do I possess to absolve the individual responsible for his demise? Yet, I cannot express these sentiments to Wang Lin. I can only handle our relationship with coldness, hoping it will gradually diminish until we forget each other entirely. After the divorce, her messages have decreased significantly, and she seldom calls. Primarily, Wang Lin is aware that even if she were to call, I would not answer, rendering her efforts a stubborn repetition of meaningless endeavors. Unexpectedly, an extramarital affair has utterly obliterated Wang Lin's life. The cost of this affair transcends the dissolution of her marriage. It has also curtailed her opportunities to see her own child. Since I relocated to Yangqing, Wang Lin has not seen her daughter for a month. She incessantly calls her daughter, wishing to visit, yet perplexingly, Tongtong consistently fails to articulate the precise address. Even at such a young age, she possesses enough cunning and the ability to navigate and recognize buildings, yet she stubbornly refrains from clarifying her mother's whereabouts. Is she truly incapable of describing the environment near my home? Under Wang Lin's persistent guidance, she has feigned ignorance for nearly a week. Wang Lin eventually gleaned a useful piece of information. I have settled by a river in Yangqing. I can almost envision Wang Lin, her lips blistering from anxiety. Yet she refrains from admonishing her daughter over the phone, because she is acutely aware that if she angers her daughter, Chen Mudong would indeed dare to hang up on her mother. Chen Mudong is now in the 3rd grade and has begun to write essays. She recognizes quite a number of characters, and if she were to stand beneath a road sign, she could decipher many of them. Even if she does not recognize a character, she can break it down into components and inform Wang Lin. Would Wang Lin not understand? Yet, listen to how this little rascal describes the address to her mother. Mom, there's a river in front of our new house with Dad. It's so big. And there's a bridge, so high. I truly do not wish to unmask this little trickster, perhaps, in her innocence. She understands that the outcome of my meetings with Wang Lin often leads to arguments. By preventing our encounters, she is merely employing a child's instinct for self-preservation. I must admit, I have grown fond of this life with my daughter, tranquil and serene, unencumbered by the constraints of routine. It seems this peaceful existence has gradually rejuvenated my weary heart. Otherwise, I would never have embraced Xinu last time. After all, it seemed overly intimate for a young lady to be held in the arms of a grown man like myself. Aside from my work at the company, I spend my time exploring the world with my daughter. Additionally, I dabble in stock trading, leading a fulfilling yet tranquil life. While stock trading may be challenging for others, it comes quite easily to me. I have recruited 2 assistants whose primary responsibility is to manage the funds in my accounts, buying and selling within the price ranges I have established. My task is merely to select the stocks that catch my interest from the multitude available. Given the substantial capital involved, my account and Lao Xing's have nearly swollen to a staggering billion. Such a vast sum complicates the process of trading, and there is even a trend of declining profits. Thus, I have entertained the notion of establishing an investment company. However, this idea remains unspoken. After all, the procedures for setting up a financial investment company are exceedingly cumbersome in this day and age. It is implausible for me to navigate the bureaucracy on my own. I am merely contemplating the acquisition of an existing firm at an opportune moment, along with its license, transforming my guerrilla tactics into a legitimate enterprise. Nonetheless, since the beginning of the year, the bullish trend in the market has become exceedingly apparent, and investment firms are exceedingly busy. Who would be willing to divest their company? Just as I was mulling over these thoughts, Lao Xing arrived in Yangqing. This fellow, rarely seen in formal attire, unfortunately, dressed inappropriately for the season. The spring in Yangqing is particularly brief, while the summer drags on, rendering it quite unbearable. Just before the southern plum rain, Lao Xing arrived in Yangqing with a negotiation team. In truth, he was not specifically visiting Yangqing. He was merely passing through. His destination was Hong Kong and possibly Europe, as he was preparing to represent several luxury car brands. He was particularly keen on securing the Land Rover brand, which is curious since it is not the most prestigious brand in Britain, yet in 2006, it was exceedingly popular in the domestic market. surpassing all other car brands to become a luxury vehicle monarch. The primary reasons being twofold: mine owners and contractors favored it. While Land Rover has a strong market presence in the north, Porsche seems to enjoy a better reputation in the south. Xing also aspired to obtain the rights to distribute Porsche, but he would not seek nationwide rights, as it is evident that the market in the south, particularly in Guangdong, is already saturated with Porsche vehicles. He envisioned acquiring the agency rights for North and East China, convinced that the domestic automotive market would flourish and luxury vehicles would become increasingly scarce. His focus was on the automotive sales sector, along with the various facets of vehicle maintenance and repair that underpin it. Previously, due to financial constraints, he had hesitated to pursue this ambition, merely contemplating the establishment of a 4S dealership to partake in the impending automotive boom. However, he now realized that wealth could flow in unexpectedly, granting him the strength and confidence to stake a claim in this capital-intensive industry. He even harbored aspirations of constructing the largest automobile city in North China. Naturally, these ambitions required my financial backing. Regarding stock trading, Xing Wanli possessed an extraordinary blend of blind faith and trust in me, which was precisely why he sought to share profits with me. The prospect of gaining an advantage is often appealing to the average person, yet at a certain level, such seemingly advantageous situations can induce anxiety. A favor given freely may not be a favor at all, but rather a perilous entanglement. This urgency to rush from the capital to Guangzhou stemmed from the lucrative opportunities that many had recognized. However, the lack of action was often due to insufficient connections or funds. For Xing Wanli, the issue was never about lacking connections, but rather about lacking capital. With funds now at his disposal, his confidence surged. Eagerly, he prepared to seek collaboration opportunities with major automotive manufacturers in the realm of an automobile city. The mass-market brands that ordinary families can afford provide the greatest assurance of both quantity and profit. Yet, can an automobile city truly be considered legitimate without the presence of luxury brands? High-end brands must be represented, and in substantial numbers. Moreover, the bulk of profit from luxury vehicles does not arise from sales, but from subsequent maintenance and repairs. While 1,000 yuan may suffice for servicing a mainstream vehicle, a Porsche could demand 10,000. Such is the absurdity, even among the different brands of a single automotive company. Old Xing, drenched in sweat, tugged at his tie, exclaiming, "This dreadful weather is unbearable. The rainy season is upon us. Isn't it supposed to be August?" He quickly realized that the plum rain season in August pertained to the capital, while June and July were the months for the magical city, with Guangzhou experiencing its plum rain earlier by a month or two. Indeed, it was that time now. Old Xing gulped down icy water, finally feeling a refreshing sense of vitality return, before turning to me and asking, "Chen Feng, have you ever considered establishing an investment company?" Was it his intention? Or was he merely boasting about his stock market prowess, finding himself unable to extricate from the situation? I pondered his motives deeply and soon grasped his true intentions. For novices in the stock market, there are two significant moments of glory: the grandiose self-assessment of their ability to predict economic trends and the triumphant moment of making profits from trading. The pretense of visiting a friend was merely a facade. The genuine desire was to recruit others into the venture. Yet, recruiting others equates to facilitating their financial gain, which is commendable if profits are made. But what if losses ensue? While I possess a profound understanding of the fluctuations in stock prices and have diligently studied the current market dynamics, particularly to a degree that renders my competitors despondent, the notion of soliciting investments holds little significance for me. I can effortlessly enhance the liquidity of stocks to bolster my returns. Regrettably, the securities firms of this era lack financing operations, and the domestic stock market has ceased to hold any meaningful accumulation of capital for me. I have access to superior investment avenues that do not necessarily confine themselves to domestic borders. The reason I have yet to establish an investment company is twofold. Firstly, acquiring the necessary licenses for such an endeavor is exceedingly challenging. My initial aspirations were clouded by a lack of understanding regarding the prevailing policies. But as clarity emerged over time, I relinquished that ambition. Moreover, even if I were to consider starting an investment firm, my preference would be in Hong Kong. The process of setting up a fund or stock brokerage there is remarkably straightforward and convenient. After navigating the requisite procedures, one might find themselves bewildered by the sheer complexity of the bureaucracy. Furthermore, my stock operations seldom incur errors, a fact that Old Xing is certainly aware of. To establish an investment company and invite others to invest would amount to unwarrantedly distributing profits. Even Old Xing himself, witnessing the astronomical capital appreciation in his stock account, would find it somewhat embarrassing. Sensing my silence, Old Xing began to elucidate. "We are good brothers. and our capabilities are well acknowledged. Chen Feng, this is an opportunity. A gesture from me as your elder brother. While we engage in business, you understand that in this country, relying solely on financial resources is insufficient. Connections are vital. Relationships must be nurtured, benefits shared, and intertwined to form a solid bond. Moreover, I feel somewhat uneasy, lending you 300 million. And you're on the verge of helping me earn 4 to 500 million. This money feels like a burden to me. Why not establish an investment company? This way, everything would adhere to protocol. Management fees could be outlined in a contract, ensuring mutual benefit. The crux is that our relationship would solidify, facilitating smoother operations. Money, to me, is merely a number without intrinsic value. As I spoke, my assertive demeanor left old Xing momentarily speechless, for my assertions were indisputable. Given a trading account, even if it contained only a modest sum, I could transform it into a staggering fortune within a year. Such confidence stems from a trader who has deciphered the code to wealth. Thus, I continued, your proposal merits consideration, but it necessitates careful selection of individuals. Once I return to the capital, let us meet to discuss a suitable plan. Rest assured, I will ensure your interests are safeguarded. Old Xing paused, tugging at his collar and grinning without pretense. By the way, when are you heading to the capital? His intent was clear, tying our interests together. Even if he could not offer shares in the financial investment company, he was determined to distribute some benefits from the automotive sector, ensuring all interests were addressed. This is a fundamental lesson for scions of prominent families. He would never indulge solely in his own gain. When my daughter has her final exams, I replied, damn it. In the mind of Lao Xing, 3 words suddenly emerged, daughter-slave. Chapter 59, Expanding Horizons, Connecting with the International Realm. On the road, Lao Xing teasingly inquired, Chen Feng, what exactly is going on between you and Wang Lin? How did this end up on my doorstep? Don't you even know her address after the divorce? She wanted to turn back, but I did not acquiesce. I cast a cold glance at Lao Xing's unattractive face and replied tersely, consider your ex-wife for a moment. Whatever you wish to do will reveal my sentiments. Lao Xing's once bright smile instantly turned to a frozen grimace, revealing his teeth in a fierce snarl. I don't care where she resides. I only wish to know where her grave lies. I found it perplexing, given our identities, social status, and the resources at our disposal. One might expect them to worry about us squandering wealth and being seduced by other women, resulting in divorce. Yet, why had the tables turned? This conundrum lingered in my mind, unanswered by Chen Feng, who, like me, could not unravel it. Lao Xing pondered for a moment and huffed. Who knows? Frankly, I'm baffled as well. Is it possible we simply encounter unsuitable partners? Or perhaps we have been too kind to them, leading them to believe they possess boundless charm, and if we part ways, they would be left desolate? This was an answer devoid of resolution. In Lao Xing's mind, it seemed women were too superficial. Being overly generous made one seem pathetic, while being unkind still attracted disdain. As for eliminating a treacherous wife, that was mere bluster. Killing the mistress might be feasible, but the wife? With children involved, the hatred stemming from betrayal must be buried deep within. One cannot transition from being a child's father to becoming the murderer of their mother. While such an act might provide momentary relief, the repercussions would be endless, potentially passing down hatred to the next generation, inflicting suffering upon oneself. After all, Lao Xing's son's mother, without any contact, was already in the best possible relationship. If it escalated to a life or death scenario, it would simply reflect Lao Xing's failure in humanity. Matters of the heart should naturally lead to gathering or parting ways. I had already learned from Junzi that Wang Lin was inquiring about my daughter and me. I paid it no mind. After all, the marriage was over, the family scattered. Certain events had transpired, making a return impossible. If Wang Lin wished to inquire, so be it. She had her work and could hardly come to Yangcheng. Even if she discovered my address or company details, what difference would it make? What truly perplexed me was Wang Lin's lack of understanding. My demeanor was so frigid that I offered her no opportunity to explain or apologize. So why did she insist on salvaging this fractured relationship? Was it merely for the sake of the child? I found that difficult to accept. A woman who genuinely holds on to something must possess self-love, allowing her to extend love to her family. How could a woman incapable of self-love claim she could not relinquish her family while engaging in infidelity, bringing shame upon all? Contemplating these matters left my mind in turmoil. With a resigned smile, I muttered, forget her. She is a relic of the past, and discussing her serves no purpose. Meaningless. Utterly meaningless. Old Xing nodded in deep agreement, and then raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to me. What about that mistress? Should I take care of her for you? Let me tell you, Junzi is utterly unreliable. He is not favored at home, and has little resources at his disposal. What can you achieve? How about sending her to a mental institution? Old Xing hesitated for a moment before suggesting a method. Once he mentioned it, it was clear he had employed it before, and the results were remarkable. I surmised that the young man who had been with her was likely under scrutiny at that very mental hospital. Truly, he was a second-generation heir, ruthless, incredibly ruthless. Nevertheless, it was a line of thought worth considering, albeit with some risks, though not substantial. Regardless of one's mental state, a stay in a psychiatric facility, intensified medication, and regular electroconvulsive therapy could eventually lead to a transformation into something abnormal. While doctors may struggle to cure mental illness, turning a mentally sound individual into one suffering from such conditions should be significantly easier. For an ordinary person, sending a normal individual to a mental hospital might seem a daunting task. But for someone like Old Xing, was it really difficult? Not at all. Misdiagnosis, misunderstandings, a plethora of excuses. Once they were in the hospital, enduring a month of suffering, even if they emerged in the end, they would likely seem no different from a mental patient. Had I not been entwined in the vengeful schemes of Lao Gui, I might have been tempted. Even now, the thought tugged at me. However, the logistics of such a plan presented challenges, particularly if it involved sending 3 individuals. It would be difficult to maintain appearances while executing it myself. I cast a meaningful glance at Old Xing. Both of us were second-generation heirs. Yet why was Chen Feng's approach so inept, leaving me to resort to cunning schemes? The answer was painfully clear. His background was simply more formidable. It was infuriating. Despite being in the same generational cohort, the disparity was staggering. When it came to vengeance, who could replicate the satisfaction of personally exacting it? I spoke in a nonchalant manner, but Old Xing's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, leading me to question his true purpose for visiting Yangqing. Surely, he wasn't merely passing through to see an old friend? It had only been a month since our last meeting. Old Xing, attuned to my tone, clearly had no intention of retracting his thoughts. He would not offer counsel on this matter. For only those who have endured the anguish of betrayal can understand that any words of apology are futile for the betrayed. In this world, most men who have been cuckolded do not immediately choose divorce. They either continue to engage in internal strife, harboring resentment towards one another, or they endure, waiting until the children are grown to part ways. The reasons for maintaining such relationships are starkly simple. They endure the disgust and pain of knowing their spouse's infidelity, merely to continue living together. The reasons are brutally despairing. Marriage is not easily dissolved. Once divorced, one must earn a living outside, and without a woman at home. The children lack care. For men who have the option to marry younger, more beautiful, and more compliant women at any time, why should they continue to suffer the torment of betrayal and the anguish within, driving themselves to the edge of neurosis? In this world, those who possess the audacity to sever any relationship do not derive their strength from ephemeral sentiments such as love, familial bonds, or friendship. Rather, it stems from their own formidable selves. It is only those who can relinquish any connection at any moment who evoke a sense of yearning in others. Life is fleeting. Why endure the company of someone who inflicts pain upon you when you have the means to seek a more suitable partner? Such torment penetrates the very depths of the soul, rendering one breathless. How can one remedy such anguish? It seems utterly impossible. As for vengeance against the third party, I am more than capable of executing it myself. Without transgressing the law, ensuring the downfall of Gua Gang's family would not pose a significant challenge. It merely requires a financial investment to dig a pit that his family could never hope to fill, and then to witness his demise. Ultimately, my contribution would amount to nothing more than a monetary expenditure. When Lao Xing accompanied me to the office, the moment he laid eyes on Mina, his gaze widened in astonishment, akin to that of a bull, seemingly transfixed by her presence. He discreetly nudged my ribcage and whispered, "How is it that you have such a person by your side? Have you dined with her?" The term dined, as used by Lao Xing, struck me as crude. How could one be so vulgar? Lao Xing, the relationship between men and women does not necessarily have to culminate in such intimacy. The notion of pure friendship between the sexes is but a deceptive fallacy. However, genuine connections need not be so coarse and unsightly. We can maintain sufficient decorum and respect for each other's lives, offering warmth through mere glances and smiles. I cannot assert that Mina harbors unrealistic expectations of me. My apprehension regarding her volatile temperament is too intense to act upon. Lao Xing, with a skeptical expression, stated, "I used to hold the same lofty ideals as you." Inwardly, I cursed, "What lofty ideals? You have led me astray." As Lao Xing reclined on the sofa, feeling somewhat constrained, he shifted his position and remarked, "Yet, I have come to realize that the interactions between men and women boil down to mere trivialities. What of love and affection? It is all nonsense. If one cannot navigate the complexities of intimacy, how can they articulate it? What if they err? Lao Xing's willingness to err on the side of caution, even at the risk of misjudging 1,000, does indeed lack gentlemanly finesse. With a chuckle, Lao Xing replied, even when mistaken, the man does not suffer. True mutual affection leaves no room for regret. My brother, allow me to impart wisdom from my own experience. Having divorced 2 years prior, cherish the present and the people before you, for not every individual in your life is destined to remain. Such words could only emanate from Lao Xing, who can transform frivolity into profundity. Of course, I am aware that this cannot solely be attributed to him, for he was not always this way. The betrayal of marriage inflicted upon him was no less painful than that endured by Chen Feng. The transformation in Lao Xing's character has rendered him more open-minded, yet who knows if he experiences sorrow in solitude. By the way, Chen Feng, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Lao Xing fumbled with the tea set. His fingers, too large, lacked finesse. I paid it no mind, as I appreciated that he did not regard himself as an outsider. Speak up, have you encountered difficulties? Xiao Qin desires a child, yet I find myself somewhat hesitant. I am uncertain how old Xing emerged from his predicament, but it is evident that this Xiao Qin is indeed exceptional. This woman has undoubtedly provided him with considerable emotional solace and hope. Otherwise, the topic of having children would not have arisen. As for why marriage is not mentioned, if one were to marry, would having a child still be an issue? I lifted my teacup and, after savoring a sip of hot tea, spoke. You are familiar with Murdoch, are you not? The media magnate. How could I possibly be unaware? Speaking of Murdoch, one cannot neglect his diverse romantic history. Yet in 2006, the internet was not sufficiently advanced to scrutinize a foreigner's life under a magnifying glass. Nonetheless, his reputation had already spread globally. The traditional media titan, Murdoch, now ranks among the top 10 wealthiest individuals worldwide. Were it not for the rise of video streaming, he would not have witnessed a decline from his dominant position in traditional media. I chuckled. Let us not even delve into his 4 marriages. Did you know that his youngest daughter was born 3 years ago? Quite remarkable, isn't it? He must be in his 70s now. Xing wanly stared at me in astonishment. To him, Murdoch was merely an elderly man nearing the end of his days. The idea of fathering a child at such an age seemed illogical. Of course, he was not personally involved. Technology had facilitated this, allowing for the possibility of fatherhood at any age. I couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the affluent of this era. In our country, the wealthy are just beginning to thrive, indulging in lives of luxury without understanding the corrupt machinations of a capitalist society. I clarified for old Xing, what is needed to have a child without marriage? A seed, a healthy egg from a woman, and the womb of a young woman. With these 3 prerequisites, you can have a child whenever you desire, provided you have viable sperm stored in a medical facility. Then, when the time comes, medical methods can facilitate fertilization, culminating in the implantation of an embryo into the body of a healthy young woman. You can pay for this woman to bear a child in place of your beloved, thus preserving her figure and health. You have the option to select from a diverse array of women to serve as your surrogate, whether black, white, or Asian. The choice is yours as long as you are willing to pay. Once you make your decision, a sum ranging from a few $100,000 to a maximum of $500,000 will suffice. 9 months later, you will become a father. And there is no limit to the number of children you can have, whether a class, a squad, or even a battalion. It is all within reach. Old Xing gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape and his back teeth showing, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? I thought having a child was a matter for 2 people. I never imagined it could involve 3. This is the joy of the wealthy, if one desires a child. There is no need to serve one's partner for 10 months, nor to attend to her emotional needs after childbirth. No postpartum depression, no preparation for delivery. As long as one possesses wealth, any endeavor can be accomplished with the assistance of professionals. After the child is born, one merely needs to take the infant for a paternity test to confirm the genetic link. Moreover, due to the illegality of this practice domestically, it can only be conducted abroad. Therefore, the nationality of the child is determined by the location of birth, be it the United States, Canada, or even Myanmar and Cambodia. As long as one is willing, it can be achieved. This is the joy of the affluent, a pleasure beyond your imagination. Of course, dear Xiang, you must understand that as well-educated comrades, we should profoundly recognize that such imperialistic practices are fundamentally wrong, illegal, and despised by the masses, a self-dug grave. Noticing Xiang's eager anticipation, his hands braced against his knees, I realized he was intrigued. With this technology at hand, my concerns about being leveraged by a woman regarding the child would dissipate, allowing me to postpone such matters. I must admit, I have indeed felt fear. The dynamic between men and women varies drastically with or without children. Such inner turmoil often remains unspoken, and when Xiang voiced his thoughts, he too was grappling with emotional turmoil. After a moment of silence, he exhaled a heavy sigh and remarked thoughtfully, Xiang, times have changed. We must broaden our horizons and align with the international community. Chapter 60. What is her purpose? Xiang is the type who rushes in and out with great haste. After dinner, without even indulging in a drink, he hurriedly departed for Hong Kong. In his words, brother, stay at home. I'll wade through the waters of capitalism's decadent society for you. But do I even need that? If I did not enlighten Xiang, he would remain oblivious to the concept of surrogacy. Chen Feng and Xing Wanli, both products of the 1990s university experience, found that most of their interactions with the opposite sex began in college. Many of them even completed their studies without ever having experienced romance, emerging from academia as naive fledglings in the realm of affection. Even now, in their early 30s, they maintain a certain innocence when it comes to relationships. Take Xing Wanli. For instance, had it not been for his wife's infidelity, his life trajectory might have followed a linear path from first love to marriage, child-rearing, and the gradual passage of time, with one woman accompanying him through it all. Chen Feng's story is quite similar. Their romantic histories were remarkably pure, to the point that future high school students might scoff at their simplicity. Upon entering university, they encountered women who stirred their hearts, embarking on arduous pursuits to win their affections, culminating in love and ultimately marriage after graduation. Following their union, Wang Lin became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. With the arrival of their child, Chen Feng felt the weight of responsibility, resolved to provide a better life for his family, and decisively left his lucrative job to venture into entrepreneurship. As their daughter grew older, the couple found themselves with more time and contemplated the importance of lasting companionship. The cycle of life continued. Marriage, the birth of a third generation, everything unfolded in a serene manner, devoid of upheaval, akin to a fine-aged wine. The bonds of family growing ever stronger until they gradually aged together. Individuals of their era exhibit a remarkably low rate of infidelity. Unlike future generations where divorce is commonplace and extramarital affairs are as casual as dining and drinking. This is precisely why Chen Feng's faith crumbled the moment he confronted Wang Lin's infidelity. When betrayal and deceit exist as mere statistical anomalies, the individuals embroiled in such events often feel as though the sky has fallen upon them. However, if couples can freely choose outsiders to assist in the process of childbirth, treating infidelity and betrayal with the same casualness as drinking water or eating a meal, then encountering such an event becomes akin to forgetting an umbrella on a rainy day, simply returning home drenched. When everyone in the world is caught in the rain, no one's heart stirs with discontent. At least, there are no complaints about the rain. Yet, when only a small fraction of people are soaked, and that fraction includes oneself, the inner sorrow and anguish amplify exponentially. Fundamentally, the physical harm from both rainstorms is identical, yet the emotional scars are worlds apart. People in this era retain a certain conservatism, and the moral threshold remains quite elevated. This is why, upon revealing to Xing Wanli that surrogacy exists in this world, he displayed profound shock and disbelief. After all, despite Xing Wanli's considerable wealth, his understanding of the Western world remains rudimentary, particularly regarding the lives of its affluent. Just like the elite abroad, who partake in games as long as their seed storage remains unscathed, they possess the privilege of infinite genetic heritage, an unimaginable reality for the impoverished. It signifies a moral decline, a distortion of humanity. After bidding farewell to old Xing, I resumed my life as a caregiver. It was mundane yet, in the eyes of many, increasingly refined. In less than half a year since my rebirth, my life had transformed dramatically, rendering me unrecognizable. The slight weight gain caused by Chen Feng's previously erratic lifestyle vanished after months of diligent exercise, revealing the contours of my abdomen once more, though not yet a six-pack. The improvement was evident, and signs of a defined waistline began to emerge. Previously, Chen Feng would tend to his hair every couple of months, whereas I now maintained it every week or 10 days. My current appearance is a stark contrast to that of a few months ago. Even Chen Feng's old clothes hang loosely on me. This explains why, after relocating his belongings from Chen Feng's home, I chose not to retain any items but instead burned them, including wedding photographs, at a suburban incineration site. This act served as a farewell from me, his substitute. My increasingly youthful exterior, paired with sensible exercise, has invigorated me and enhanced my allure. Nowadays, as I walk through the office, many female employees have grown bolder in their approach. They seem to glean a hidden secret from my life as a single parent. The boss is no longer tied down. My chance has arrived. Of course, this is true for those lacking self-awareness. There remains a Mina in the office, rendering their opportunities virtually non-existent. I hereby declare a workplace rule. Any office romance within the company will result in immediate dismissal. One day, after completing my workout and freshening up, I prepared to take my daughter to the office. Suddenly, my phone rang. Mom, are you looking for Tong Tong? She's right here beside me. Upon answering, I was taken aback by the absence of reprimand in my mother Lu Ying's voice. Instead, there was a brief pause before she said, Chen Feng, find a private place to take this call, and let Tong Tong step away for a moment. Tong Tong, go check your backpack and see if you've forgotten anything. Okay, Daddy. Chen Mu Tong resumed her studies. The teacher I hired for her, XINU, was quite responsible, balancing her teaching duties with learning how to implement an engaging educational approach for Tong Tong's swift progress, all while caring for her ailing mother. Fortunately, I had arranged for a part-time helper to alleviate her burdens. Mom, what is it? What is the matter? I inquired after watching Chen Mu Tong's figure disappear at the staircase. Chen Feng, don't blame me for this. Lu's teasing tone sent a shiver down my spine, and I sensed impending trouble. My brows furrowed slightly, an instinctual feeling that something was amiss. It's nothing, Mom. Please rest assured. Trust that the organization will clear your name. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? I've worked for 30 years, not to boast, but I've never exploited my authority for personal gain. Go away. I don't wish to see you. All right, Mom, I'll hang up now. Wait, don't hang up. I have something to discuss. I realized that my attempts to divert her attention were futile as she pulled me back in an instant. Chen Feng, Wang Lin wants to visit Yangqing to see Tong Tong. After all, she has been your wife for so many years. Though she has erred, she owes you and this family nothing. Don't give her a cold shoulder. Furthermore, don't ignore her calls. She knows she is in the wrong. Mom, you know that you both are divorced, and it's responsible for both parties to not interfere with one another. However, Wang Lin knelt before me, weeping like a heartbroken soul, pleading for your address in Yangqing. I couldn't continue rebuking her, could I? In any case, she is headed to Yangqing. As a man, be more magnanimous. Don't push her away, otherwise, I want to spare you. Even though you are divorced, do not turn into enemies. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. Be a bigger person and don't be so petty. After that, I scarcely recalled anything else the old lady said. My mind was in turmoil. Wang Lin was coming to Yangqing. Do you have any idea the lengths I went to avoid seeing her? You're putting me in a precarious situation. Do you realize that? Chapter 61. What are you anxious about? Had it not been for Lu Ying's call, I might have nearly forgotten about Wang Lin. I inherited Chen Feng's memories. Yet I am not Chen Feng. For him, those memories are poignant love and cherished reminiscences. However, to me, they resemble a poorly directed melodrama. The emotional pull of those memories is nearly negligible. As for the obsession that Chen Feng instilled in my soul, the efficacy of this matter has diminished considerably. After encountering Wang Lin a few times, I have come to realize that this obsession merely serves to protect her. It prevents me from resorting to extreme measures against her during moments of distress. These extreme measures do not entail physically assaulting her or hiring someone to inflict harm. Rather, Chen Feng fears that I might ensnare her in a trap, which would be a more fitting description. During our period of cohabitation, Chen Feng has come to a profound understanding of the perilous environment I have navigated, one that he and Wang Lin could scarcely imagine. Should I truly possess the resolve to eliminate Wang Lin, I could, in a remarkably brief span, bring about her demise without facing any legal repercussions. It can be asserted that Wang Lin presents numerous vulnerabilities in my presence, vulnerabilities that could lead to her demise. This likely accounts for Chen Feng's unease regarding me. After all, Wang Lin represents nothing more than a source of trouble for me. Naturally, I am not a cold-blooded killer, harboring malice towards everyone. The intricacies of orchestrating a scheme require considerable financial resources and effort, not something to be accomplished in a single day, necessitating the right opportunity. However, in comparison to Chen Feng, I am far more ruthless, not due to my character, but because my environment does not permit me to exhibit undue kindness. Chen Feng's reverence for me is matched only by his trepidation. When he appeared at the company, bouncing along with his daughter, the receptionist, Xiao Yu, gazed at my profile with a peculiar look for quite some time, attempting to speak, but ultimately refraining. In the end, she could only helplessly watch as I entered the office area. Mr. Chen, this report requires your signature. Upon entering the company, I greeted employees and received documents needing my approval during the brief journey from the front desk to my office. Indeed, the moment I crossed the threshold of the company, I commenced my day's work. Of course, being a boss is not devoid of perks. For instance, while ordinary employees clock in at 9, my working hours are unrestricted. Generally, I arrive at the office before 9:30, or sometimes after noon, around 12, or even later. On one hand, attending to my child makes time management challenging. On the other, I must monitor the stock market. Understanding the future trajectory of stocks is not something one can take lightly. Even if the future direction of a stock over the next 2 or 3 decades is etched in my mind, the entry of other funds into the stock can alter its price. The butterfly effect is particularly pronounced in the stock market. Tens of millions in capital may not sway a stock valued in the hundreds of billions, yet stocks in the tens of billions will experience subtle fluctuations. Stocks in the billions can undergo significant volatility. If capital enters too swiftly, it may even result in a price surge. Not to mention, in today's market, stocks valued in the hundreds of millions abound. Understanding historical market trends is paramount. It is more crucial to grasp the prevailing trajectory rather than relying solely on individual stock histories to reap substantial profits. Arriving at the company, it was already past 12. Upon my entrance, Wang Lin, having heard the commotion in the hallway, had been quietly observing the activities within the company all along. The moment she heard my voice, she could no longer contain herself and stood up, walking towards the conference room door. After a month apart, we were to meet again. I recalled our last encounter, which had taken place in the courthouse, where I saw the weariness and fragility etched on our faces. Particularly, Wang Lin stood before me, helpless and hesitant, her lips quivering as she attempted to greet me, yet fearing my displeasure. Her feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead, devoid of the strength to lift them. I gently nudged my daughter's back and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Tong Tong, Mommy is here. Go and keep her company. Daddy has matters to attend to." Tong Tong. Only then did Wang Lin realize our daughter was present, her tear-filled eyes turning toward her. However, Tong Tong's gaze was somewhat hesitant, as she looked up at me instead. At that moment, Wang Lin could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded from her eyes. Fortunately, the conference room housed only the 3 of us. Otherwise, the office staff might have been gossiping about the boss abandoning his family. "Go on, it's your mother. Accompany her and explore a bit. I'll have Aunt Mina take you around. Is Daddy coming too? Daddy needs to work." As I uttered those words, I saw the flicker of hope in Wang Lin's eyes gradually fade. I chose not to say more, turning to leave the conference room, only to hear a faint, trembling voice laced with fear. "Feng, I just wanted to see you." I did not respond but strode out of the room instead. I could not comprehend why a woman, if unhappy at home, would cease to care for her husband and, lacking love and affection, would not simply choose to divorce. In most cases, a resolution could be achieved through a sincere discussion, without the need for separation. Both Chen Feng and Wang Lin were educated adults with significant life experience. Once they recognized the issues within their family, it should not have been difficult to address their domestic challenges. Yet, I could not fathom why one party would resort to the most hurtful means to fill their inner void. One must remember that throughout history, infidelity has led to dire consequences. When the betrayed discovers the betrayal and gathers evidence, it is no surprise that they may act impulsively in a fit of rage. In fact, after learning of his beloved wife's betrayal, Chen Feng engaged in numerous unlawful acts, ultimately costing him his own life. Is this the fate Wang Lin wished to witness? As I entered my office, the door was gently pushed open, and Mina, like a cat caught with a stolen prize, glanced around cautiously before stealthily approaching me. Seeing that I was ignoring her made her more anxious. After a long pause, she hesitantly asked, "Boss, your sister-in-law has arrived." I continued to focus on the documents, scribbling with my pen, signing what I had read without raising my head, and multitasked. Later, have Hei Zi take them out to explore. She has never been to Yangcheng and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. "Boss, is it appropriate for me to take your sister-in-law out?" Mina seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her overly cautious demeanor prompted a slight furrow in my brow. I spoke to her in a low, irritated tone. "You are overacting. My divorce has nothing to do with you, so why do you feel guilty?" "Indeed, what reason do I have to feel guilty?" A look of sudden realization crossed Mina's youthful and exquisite face. She had not been a mistress. So what grounds did she have for such feelings? Chapter 62. The poison of romantic fiction. Observing Mina's somewhat sluggish pace, it was evident that she harbored an innate fear and trepidation towards Wang Lin. It was as if they were natural enemies. I could not help but speculate whether this foolish woman had unwittingly relegated herself to the position of a mistress. She merely liked me. She had not engaged in any actions that would jeopardize my marriage with Wang Lin. What reason did she have to feel guilty? Surely, this world does not forbid even unrequited love. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, I could not help but shake my head. People often fear adding drama to their own lives. After spending half an hour, I finally completed the tasks within the company. Recently, I had intentionally slowed down my plans for business expansion, delegating certain responsibilities to Mina and other managers. The workload, which I had previously managed single-handedly, had diminished significantly, leading many employees to believe that I was preoccupied with childcare and unable to cope. Yet, only I knew that the company's operations were on the verge of transformation. The focus of the company's future development would shift, and I was preparing for Du-Min. This was also a deliberate strategy of mine, to draw all attention to myself while overshadowing the abrupt presence of him as the technical department head. After all, it was peculiar for a foreign trade company to have a technical supervisor, and if he were to be granted excessive privileges, it would surely incite discontent among other employees and mid-level leaders. For Du-Min, he had yet to earn the respect of his colleagues through his own capabilities, which required an opportunity and a catalyst. I had been waiting for that day when Du-Min would take his first step. However, I could not rush him, nor could I make choices on his behalf. On the surface, my essence seemed to stem from 30 years in the future, endowing me with an almost prophetic understanding of the technology, skills, and commerce of this era. I could effortlessly inform Du-Min which industries would dominate the future and which technologies would lead the way. Yet, I could not articulate this. If I did, Du-Min might never again become the individual I remembered, the exceptional professional manager he was destined to be. I needed to wait for his maturation. In this regard, I required ample patience and foresight. At most, when presented with several developmental paths, I could express my preferences to Du-Min, preferences that were undoubtedly correct, to prevent him from taking misguided routes. However, the path Du-Min needed to traverse must be his alone. I could not walk it for him. Should Du-Min falter, I would entirely abandon the burdensome manufacturing sector. The rationale was simple, it was exhausting. Whether it involved honing skills, conducting research, or expanding markets, it could wear down an energetic entrepreneur to the brink of neurosis. I did not need such fatigue merely for the sake of profit. For the rise of the nation and the rejuvenation of our people, I am willing to sacrifice a portion of my interests. However, I refuse to be entirely bound to the development of a company, laboring like a beast for the next 30 years. It is human nature to harbor self-interest. Seeking comfort rather than toil is not a fault. I have endured hardship before, and there is no need to relive it just to deepen the memory. Having the rare opportunity to live anew, I yearn to leisurely enjoy the pleasures of life rather than lead a life of relentless toil. Of course, I am not idle. I intend to entrust this responsibility to Du-Min. Yet, I shall not disclose that my reliance on him stems from his potential to toil like a workhorse, as that would be somewhat unfair. I am heartened by Du-Min's performance. He has already explored several industries and is prepared to invest in them, requiring financial support from the company in 3 months' time, an amount of merely several tens of millions. The targets he has identified are reasonable, notably tempered glass for mobile phone screens. In 2006, although the screens of mobile phones were relatively small, as companies like Nokia, Motorola, Samsung, and HTC began to create larger devices, the need for superior materials became evident. Especially with Apple yet to launch its products, there remains ample time to focus on the research and development of mobile screen glass. A singular product is easier to develop, making this an optimal choice for honing skills. This represents a tremendous opportunity. There is also the small home appliance sector, which is straightforward to comprehend. Most households in the country rely on imitations or imports, which often come at a steep price. This reflects the anticipated development dividends as the populace's living standards improve, leading to a greater pursuit of convenience in daily life. Additionally, the lighting industry presents itself. This field requires minimal investment, particularly in terms of technology, demanding little in terms of technical reserves. The key lies in design, with a vast market potential. Du-Min has articulated the pros and cons of several directions. I have yet to provide an answer. To him, there are substantial opportunities in all these industries. However, from my perspective, they are all promising sectors. If executed well, any one of them could underpin the development of a group company. I must weigh the gains and losses, deciding whether to choose the most advantageous industry or the most secure one. This project serves as practice for Du-Min. I can navigate it with ease, but for him, it represents a decisive battle that will determine his future within the company. Watching him leave with a heavy heart, I simply assured him, rest assured, the company stands as your support. Yet, his burden seemed undiminished. After Du-Min's report concluded, I sat in my office and summoned Xinu. Xinu stood before me, petite and lively. For a man towering at 2 meters, a 1.70 meter girl is charming, but for someone at 1.90 meter, a 1.60 meter girl is equally endearing. Standing beside a man of 1.85 meter, a petite beauty of 1.60 meter is undeniably delightful. Xinu's height, stated as 162 in her resume, appeared to be understated upon my observation. Standing next to me, she radiated a delicate charm, particularly as her sweet smile grew more frequent. Having previously not seen her smile, it has blossomed recently, coinciding with her mother's recovery from illness. In less than a month, Xinu's beauty appears to have increased significantly. This transformation is attributed to her decision to no longer wear borrowed attire, which previously imparted a disheveled impression. Furthermore, her complexion has lightened considerably. The sun in the southern regions is quite harsh, and in order to cover her tuition and living expenses, Xinu has been compelled to dedicate all her spare time to working. This often leaves her exposed to the sun, resulting in a darker skin tone. Now, dressed stylishly as per my suggestions for Mina, coupled with her time spent indoors, her complexion has brightened remarkably. With her already striking features, she now exudes a youthful charm. And a woman with a hint of innocence can truly be enchanting. Lastly, her fashion choices and hairstyle reflect a modern sensibility, shedding the timid persona she once embodied. At a glance, one might mistake her for a young lady hailing from a wealthy family. This transformation has made Mina quite uncomfortable, as if she feels threatened. What irks her further is that Xinu's fashionable clothing and hairstyle were curated entirely by her. It feels as though she has inadvertently undermined her own standing. When Xinu and Mina appear before me, they share a sense of gratitude. Had Xinu's beauty been average, it would not pose a threat to Mina. However, with Xinu's newfound allure, Mina's discomfort is palpable. Standing before me, Mina often seems uneasy. Perhaps it is due to the lengths she went to secure this job during our first meeting, which now causes her to blush with shyness upon seeing me. After all, I am the only man who has witnessed her in her adult form. I am not particularly concerned, but her feelings are another matter. I asked Xinu to present her recent teaching progress, as my primary focus lies on Chun Mudong's education. The learning plan I devised for her carries considerable risks. With a low probability of success, I perused Xinu's teaching tasks for the month and reviewed some mathematics lessons, finding them satisfactory. The foundation of elementary mathematics is crucial, and Chen Mudong has maintained a steady pace, effectively solidifying the fundamentals of third-grade mathematics, which will adequately prepare her for the upcoming final exams. English, being of utmost importance, poses little pressure in terms of teaching. However, the Chinese language lessons require slight adjustments. As I annotated my teaching preparation notes, I spoke aloud. In the future, we should reduce the focus on poetry and similar content. Only teach what is included in the textbook and refrain from excessive elaboration. We can introduce selected ancient prose to Tong Tong in accordance with the length of the pieces, encouraging her to read them thoroughly. The collection contains over 100 articles, encompassing the finest works of our culture. As long as she comprehends the material, her skills in classical literature and reading comprehension will improve significantly, sufficient for high school. The allusions and notable phrases contained within can even empower an ordinary individual to articulate eloquently. For other subjects, I leave it to your discretion to teach. By the way, Tong Tong's mother may reach out to inquire about her studies. At that time, please show her this lesson plan without delving too deeply into the teaching objectives. If she requests a copy of the lesson plan, direct her to make her own copies. This should be handled by my mother and is not intended as a slight against you, so please do not take offense. Understood, sir. By the way, how has your mother been feeling lately? She has improved significantly and is in the process of recovery. Upon mentioning her mother, Xinu's tension visibly dissipated, and she radiated youthful vitality. Aware of Xinu's financial struggles, I produced a bank card I had prepared for her and placed it before her, stating, "This is your salary card. You may keep it, and from now on, your monthly wages will be deposited into this account, including both the company's and my personal contributions." Xinu gazed at me with a mixture of anxiety and delight. I am not one to strive for perfection, often possessing a rather languid disposition. Were it not for the compulsion of fate, I would never push myself unnecessarily. Engaging a tutor necessitates continual adjustment, which I find quite bothersome. Fortunately, Xinu is eager to learn and has already begun to progress in the direction I had envisioned. In less than a year, she will be able to implement my plans entirely. She possesses no significant character flaws, has endured hardships, yet has not forsaken the sunshine in her heart. Such a girl deserves an opportunity. Moreover, her relationship with Tong Tong is amicable. Changing tutors might provoke dissatisfaction in my daughter, so it is better to settle this matter to avoid any delays. Sir, have I been hired? Indeed, you have been hired. As I previously mentioned, your remuneration will be structured accordingly. A portion will be transferred through the company to your salary card, while my personal contribution will also be sent via bank transfer. I presented a formal contract to Xinu. Noticing her eagerness to sign without thoroughly reviewing the document, I hastily interjected, XNU. Please take a moment to read the contract carefully. It contains some significant restrictions, such as the prohibition of romantic relationships during your tenure as Chun Mudong's tutor. XINU looked up at me, her expression peculiar as she blushed, and replied, I will not entertain any other men. You need not worry. What do I have to worry about? The restriction on XINU engaging in a romantic relationship stems from my concern for Chen Mudong. I shot a disapproving glance at XINU, leaving one to wonder if I harbored ulterior motives. What vexed me further was the failure of my hidden legal acumen to manifest. This contract, which I had taken pride in drafting, brought me no joy. XINU's trust in me mirrored that of Mina's from the past. She barely glanced at the contract's contents before quickly locating the signature line and inscribing her name. She felt fortunate that her earlier impulsive decision had afforded her a second chance. Although it was quite embarrassing to present herself to a stranger as if she were a mere object, it simultaneously granted her the opportunity to secure this lucrative position. In her view, serving as a tutor for Chen Mudong did not necessitate an annual salary of 300,000. Even 100,000 seemed excessive. Additionally, with bonuses included, the sum was so substantial that she was at a loss regarding how to spend it, especially since the amount I provided was so generous that it made her mind wander to rather scandalous notions. Little did she know how pivotal a tutor is to a family. The tutors of ancient Rome, for instance, were slaves tasked with overseeing the lives of their young masters. This is precisely why there exists a saying, when a tutor falls from a tree and breaks a leg, he transforms from an esteemed educator into a mere, useless servant. However, the modern world is quite distinct. The presence of a full-time tutor, who frequently enters the intimate spaces of a household, inevitably leads to exposure of many secrets. Such a position demands numerous confidentiality clauses, and only those deemed trustworthy can aspire to this role. My choice of XINU is due to a lack of viable alternatives. The tutor I envision should possess not only artistic talents but also insights from life experiences to guide the child, with knowledge impartation being a secondary priority. As a self-taught amateur lawyer, I certainly will not overlook the opportunity to draft this employment contract. This contract diverges significantly from standard employment agreements, laden with confidentiality stipulations that, if breached, could incur severe repercussions. What astonished me was XINU's apparent naivety. How could this woman be so easily deceived? I could not help but entertain this peculiar thought. To her, it seemed utterly inconceivable that I would entrust the selection of my daughter's tutor to an 8-year-old, Chen Mudong. For any rational individual, such a notion would be preposterous. In her eyes, XINU's acceptance was entirely contingent upon my decision. She even believed that my initial resolve had granted her this opportunity. Thus, upon encountering me, she radiates a blend of anxiety and anticipation, grappling with feelings of gratitude. As I have transformed her life, rescuing her and her mother from their dire circumstances. Simultaneously, she is acutely aware of my solitary status, eagerly awaiting my cue to fulfill her promise. Such is the fantasy of a young girl. After all, in this era, an annual salary of 300,000 is typically reserved for middle management positions in substantial corporations, verging on a gold-collar income. It is utterly implausible to offer such remuneration to a girl lacking even a master's degree. The very notion borders on madness. She has likely conjured numerous scenarios in her mind. In this day and age, even supporting a university student does not demand such extravagant sums, especially not one of the caliber of a campus belle. A monthly stipend of 10,000 is already customary, while 30 to 50,000 represents the upper echelon. XINU awaits my affirmative response to her employment, poised to return to school and withdraw from her studies. She has made her decision, placing her hopes for a better destiny in my hands, forsaking her education. Of course, her reasoning is influenced by a rather dubious roommate, who incessantly imparts bizarre knowledge and, with her already scant romantic experience, weaves tales from romance novels to embroil her in a tragic entanglement with a domineering CEO. On a stormy night, she is cast out from the protagonist's villa, only to soon discover that she is with child, and resolutely decides to raise the child alone. 18 years later, an unexpected reunion heralds the beginning of a new chapter. Thus, this roommate, ensnared by the tropes of romantic fiction, has transformed XINU, once merely a tenacious survivor, into a tragic heroine, ensnared in her own self-fashioned narrative. Since the burdens of life have been lifted from her shoulders, her spirits have correspondingly improved, and she has radiated a newfound brilliance. After I entrusted Xinyue with her duties, I picked up an unfinished book from the coffee table and began to read leisurely. Perhaps sensing a gaze upon her, I turned to look at the sofa beside me, only to find Xinyue's face flushed her eyes fixed intently on me. I furrowed my brow slightly, stood, and approached her, which finally alerted her to my presence. Startled, she recoiled slightly, as if that would shield her from harm. When my hand brushed through her hair, I caught a glimpse of Xinyue through the glass of the filing cabinet, her eyes tightly shut with a look akin to that of a cat being petted. After a moment, she stood up, clutching her lesson plan, and whispered, "Sir, I'll take my leave now." Watching her retreating figure, I found myself muttering to myself, "What an odd day." Chapter 63. We are not acquainted. It may be hard for many to believe, but I have never regarded Xinyue as a romantic partner. My intention has always been to cultivate a governess who could grow alongside Chen Mudong. Once Xinyue becomes thoroughly familiar with her role and her mother-esque life stabilizes, I plan to encourage her to learn through various means. Indeed, learning the ability to provide long-term companionship, encompassing life skills and academic knowledge. I require Xinyue to acquire these abilities and then impart them to Chen Mudong. This is a long-term endeavor that demands considerable time for assessment. It involves not merely intellectual enrichment, but also the refinement of artistic and life skills. One might say that the competencies Xinyue is acquiring under my guidance equate to, or even surpass the challenges of pursuing a master's degree. In the foreseeable future, she will assume a portion of Wang Lin's former role. Such sentiments are not something I can share with anyone, leading others to believe that my intentions behind hiring Xinyue are akin to those of most employers seeking female secretaries. Otherwise, I would not be offering her such a generous salary. Particularly when I asked Mina to accompany Xinyue to purchase clothing and various upscale feminine items, Mina voiced her discontent. Speaking of Mina, after she took Wang Lin out of the company, she seemed somewhat bewildered. Who would relish spending a sunny day at an amusement park? Even Chen Mudong was reluctant. My little fairy has already grasped the notion that a fairy should be fair-skinned to be truly enchanting. Consequently, apart from morning runs with me, she seldom ventures outside. Thus, at Wang Lin's suggestion, they all ventured to the shopping mall. Sister-in-law, you and old Chen aren't suspecting I'm divorcing, are you? Most employees in the company merely speculate, and Mina is no exception. After all, I have yet to share the humiliating tale of being cuckolded by Wang Lin. Although I have now merged significantly with Chen Feng, what difference does it make if he faces disgrace, or I do? Wang Lin and Mina are acquainted. Chen Feng previously ran a business in the capital and had numerous social engagements. There were instances when he returned home inebriated, sometimes accompanied by Mina or the company's head, Old Su. Overall, Wang Lin remembers Mina, albeit with an unfavorable impression, as the girl is both exceedingly young and strikingly beautiful. Instilling a sense of urgency within her, Wang Lin found solace in the fact that Chen Feng and Mina had never crossed the boundaries of an inappropriate relationship. Particularly, Mina remained oblivious to the precise details of Chen Feng's divorce, merely left to speculate. Wang Lin, fully aware of her own past foolishness and being unsatisfied with the affections Chen Feng bestowed upon her, realized how ungrateful she had been. The refusal of a beauty like Mina by Chen Feng illustrated the purity of his former love. Wang Lin had no intention of elucidating matters to Mina. She simply replied, "It's nothing, just that Tong Tong will be living in Yangqing for a while to recuperate." After that, she lost interest in continuing the conversation. Perhaps feeling a sense of indebtedness, Wang Lin sought to bridge the gap in their mother-daughter relationship through shopping. Tong Tong, "It's been a long time since I bought you any toys. Would you like to take a look at some? I don't play with toys anymore. What about beautiful clothes? I have plenty of clothes and don't really need more." Chen Mudong exhibited a degree of resistance. Although only 8 years old, she was perceptive enough to understand. Her parents' divorce had cast her mother in a negative light. Even though Wang Lin suspected her daughter harbored significant grievances towards her, she dared not inquire. The thought of facing her daughter's questions, such as "Why did you become a bad woman?" was unbearable. How could she confess to being a capricious woman in front of her daughter? Children possess a firm sense of right and wrong and can be quite obstinate. Although she had been raised by Wang Lin and shared a deep bond with her, the realization that Wang Lin's mistakes had shattered their home left her feeling despondent. As for shopping, she felt little enthusiasm. Toys or beautiful clothes held no allure for her. Recently, I made a remarkable decision by providing Chen Mudong with a bank card, informing her that she could choose to purchase whatever she desired, but she must keep track of her expenditures. I instructed her to pause her purchasing desires when faced with items that were optional, allowing a few days to reflect on whether they were truly needed. When confronted with 2 similar products she wished to buy, I advised her to opt for the more expensive one, as it would likely be more durable. Through the gradual infusion of various consumer habits, Chen Mudong transitioned from a child eager to acquire every item that piqued her interest to one who now exercises restraint in the mall, buying less than she sees. She has begun to cultivate her shopping habits, rendering Wang Lin's material attempts at appeasement nearly ineffective. Though still young and occasionally emotional, she nonetheless felt a sense of obligation to show respect to her mother in public. Pointing towards the bookstore, Chen Mutong expressed, "I would like to buy a few books to read." "All right, Mommy will take you," Wang Lin replied, her face lighting up with joy. Her visit to Yangqing was not solely about her daughter. She harbored greater hopes of mending familial ties. Even though she understood the odds were slim, she was determined to try. Wang Lin knew that in order to restore their family dynamic, she needed Chen Mutong's support, at the very least. She hoped to avoid any disruptions from her. In the shopping malls of 2006, it was common to find a designated book area, reminiscent of a self-service supermarket. This is the final glorious era of physical books. In a few years, once the prevalence of reading on mobile devices takes hold, bookstores across the land will face the inevitable fate of closure. Yet, in this moment, the streets still abound with bookstores, including specialized ones. In the years to come, perhaps only those devoted to selling educational materials will possess the means to survive, while the remaining bookstores will vanish overnight, disappearing from every corner of the city. Chen Mutong selected her book with utmost seriousness. After browsing for a while, she picked up Education of Love and prepared to proceed to the cashier. Wang Lin regarded her daughter with a hint of peculiarity, suspecting that Chen Mutong's choice was a deliberate act of defiance against her as a mother. "Tong Tong, what is this book about?" Wang Lin hesitated to declare that it was unsuitable for children, having never read it herself and possessing no impression of its contents. Education of Love is a cherished children's book from the Western world, inspiring in its intent. Even adults can find enlightenment within its pages. Much like noble ideals, it evokes profound admiration from the heart. This book does not merely instruct on how to love. Rather, it fosters qualities of integrity, courage, and compassion in children. The narrative unfolds from the perspective of an Italian child, addressing themes of friendship, life, and study. Although Chen Mutong had not read this book, I had previously introduced its themes to her. With an earnest expression, she looked up and said, "Dad says this book teaches a child how to be upright, brave, and face life positively." She paused, recalling my recent promise to take her stargazing, and joyfully added, "Dad says there are two things in this world that can profoundly move the soul. One is the lofty moral standards within my heart, and the other is the brilliant starry sky above us." Not only was Wang Lin taken aback, but even Mina was astonished. My image in Mina's eyes was far from grand. I was merely a shrewd businessman, a cunning old fox, a deceiver often employing sleight of hand to entice employees, including her. Yet, this did not hinder her trust and admiration for me, as those sentiments are not mutually exclusive. Wang Lin was even more astonished, for Chen Feng had always struck her as someone forthright and straightforward, someone who would not conceal their thoughts. Such a person easily makes friends, but would hardly utter such philosophical words. "Little classmate, that quote is not from your father. It is a famous saying by the philosopher Kant. Those who frequent bookstores often possess vast knowledge," and upon hearing Chen Mutong's words, one young man felt compelled to impart his wisdom. However, Chen Mutong was not angered. Instead, she graciously replied, "Thank you, uncle. Perhaps I misspoke, but we are not acquainted. So please refrain from joining our conversation." "Thank you." The young man, captivated by the beauty of Mina and Wang Lin, revealed his intentions with his words. Yet, in the adult world, one often sees through the facade without exposing it. But Chen Mutong, this 8-year-old child, unveiled his intentions, leaving him flushed with embarrassment. He could not help but question his own image, wondering if he had become so pathetic that even a little girl could discern the ugly face of his desire to flirt with women. Wang Lin wore a stoic expression, fully aware from a young age that her appearance could provoke unwelcome thoughts from the opposite sex. Thus she naturally maintained a respectful distance from others. Mina, too, was not one to be trifled with. Her face darkened, almost as if the word leave was poised to escape her ruby lips. "Mom, I have money. I will pay." Wang Lin attempted to offer her payment, but was intercepted by Chen Mutong, who retrieved a bank card from her small handbag and presented it to the cashier. "Excuse me, one book, please." "Thank you." After entering her PIN, the three of them lost all desire to shop and exited the mall together. Wang Lin was torn, contemplating whether to involve Tong Tong in her life. After gaining custody of Tong Tong, she had even given her the bank card. Was this not an attempt to curry favor with the child, making her forget that she was her mother? These thoughts weighed heavily on Wang Lin's heart, prompting her to ask, "Tong Tong, is this bank card from your father?" "Yes," Tong Tong replied. "Dad said that girls must learn to buy many things for themselves, especially things they will use. I usually ask teacher Xiaya to take me to the mall. Sometimes it's Uncle Heisey. Dad deposits 50,000 yuan into my card each month." 50,000, Wang Lin exclaimed. Has old Chen lost his mind? Mina echoed in shock. Such a sum was beyond what both Wang Lin and Mina could fathom. To Wang Lin, providing such an exorbitant amount of money would surely spoil the child. Mina felt a pang of envy, lamenting the absence of such a generous father in her own life. Wang Lin, exasperated, thought to herself that such indulgence lacked boundaries and would inevitably lead to the child's ruin. After a long moment, she managed to suppress her rising anger and said, "Tong Tong, it's not good to have so much money. You might buy things indiscriminately. Did your father give this to you, or did you ask him for it?" Chen Mudong nodded. "At first, I did buy a lot of unnecessary things. When I had money, I wanted to bring everything home. However, my rooms soon became overcrowded, and I had to start discarding items." It was then that her father explained to her that shopping serves two purposes: to please oneself or to meet everyday needs. Shopping when one truly needs something is an act of self-pleasure. He also informed her that shopping is a choice, as there are always similar products available, making it difficult to decide. During those times, he advised her to choose items that resonate with her heart but are also more expensive. For there is a reason behind the cost. Such items tend to be of superior quality. After some time, I stopped making impulsive purchases, as I realized that many things were unnecessary and impractical. The remaining money, my father assured me, would not be taken away. I could keep it in my bank card for when I truly needed it. Deep down, I regarded Chen Mudong as a disciple to nurture, rather than merely a daughter. If I viewed her solely as my daughter, I could simply hire a nanny. There was no need to expend such effort guiding her in matters of consumerism and values, knowledge that is entirely fanciful for children from ordinary families. Yet, in my eyes, this was a shortcut to understanding the complexities of human relationships. Under my guidance, Chen Mudong's growth has gradually progressed in alignment with my expectations. This is a situation that both Wang Lin and Mina could never have anticipated. My status as a father did not impede my ability to care for my daughter. Especially after our separation of just over a month, the profound transformation in Chen Mudong was sure to astonish Wang Lin. My daughter exhibited no deep-seated psychological scars from our divorce, aside from a sense of rejection towards me. By this measure, I consider myself a competent father. This realization also diminished Wang Lin's expectations. She had been internally conflicted, hoping my daughter would disrupt my life, while simultaneously fearing that under my care, she would be neglected and suffer from inadequate nourishment and rest. Fortunately, I did not falter. This success can be attributed to the fact that my daughter was already 8 years old, sufficiently mature to comprehend the situation. Had she been younger, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, I would have been utterly lost. If she were more stubborn, a single disappointment could have sent her into a fit, leaving me in distress. Thankfully, none of this transpired, and our lives remained serene and harmonious. Of course, I am not one to expect that all my desires will manifest effortlessly. The education of Chen Mudong has been somewhat set aside, as the pace I envisioned for her learning starkly contrasted with her actual progress. I remain unfazed by this, even at a slower pace. It would not lag behind what is taught in school, so there is no reason for concern. Moreover, her study schedule spans merely 4 hours each day, from 9:30 to 11:30 in the morning and 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even the most efficient learning cannot yield miraculous results in such limited time. Nevertheless, her advancements are unmistakable. In the car, Wang Lin picked up the book that Tong Tong had purchased and began to read. The book, which I had recommended to Chen Mudong, offers a perspective from the children of an Italian middle-class family over a century ago, yet it possesses no sense of antiquation. After a short while, she became engrossed in the story. The themes of integrity, kindness, and a heart as pure as a child's served to heal and nurture her spirit. Simultaneously, Wang Lin was perplexed as to why she had never read such a remarkable book before. Fortunately, Chen Feng had a mother, Lu Ying, who was an educator. Although she was often irritable and quick to anger, this did not detract from her intellectual stature. Not every cultured individual is soft-spoken. After all, with a sense of uncertainty, Wang Lin turned to Mina and asked, "Can we go to my house?" Chapter 64. The greed of the unqualified Wang Lin's inquiry left Mina at a loss for words. "This is your ex-husband's home. Why ask me? I am not the third party." Nevertheless, Mina nodded in agreement, recognizing that the one most entitled to make such a decision was Chen Mudong, not her. In the office and the marketplace, Wang Lin felt a disquieting discomfort with Mina by her side. She loathed her own foolishness and selfishness, naively believing she could control everything. Even after her infidelity was exposed, she never envisioned her life would spiral into such despair. Little did she know, my response was far more decisive than her worst fears. Now, she found herself bereft of a family and the affection of her husband, stripped of her daughter's respect. She could not even confide in her parents about the divorce. continuing to reside in that empty house, sleepless night after night, as if the very air had turned cold and stagnant. In a home devoid of warmth, she came to a profound realization of the true implications of infidelity for a woman. It is a path shrouded in darkness, one from which there is no return. Only those women who tread this treacherous road can comprehend that the loss of a lifetime's worth of accumulation can vanish in the blink of an eye. She was aware of this truth before her transgressions, yet remained indifferent. While entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Guogang, she believed she could resist temptation. She thought that as long as the relationship did not deepen, her family would remain intact, allowing her to savor a long-forgotten sense of affection and emotional solace in her husband's absence. Acknowledging the wrongdoing yet choosing to pursue it. What else could this be but a form of degradation? Not only was her family in disarray, but her professional life was equally chaotic. The banking sector imposed a heavy burden of performance pressure. Wang Lin had previously served as a major client manager and was a business supervisor. According to the bank's internal regulations, this position was precarious, fraught with stringent performance expectations for both deposits and loans. Failure to meet these standards would result in salary cuts and demotions. Chen Feng had previously arranged everything, leveraging his extensive network of business associates to funnel accounts to Wang Lin's bank, enabling her to easily meet performance targets and secure a promotion. She had lived like a delicate fairy encased in glass, blissfully unaware of the treachery that lay beneath the surface. From a young age, Wang Lin had been sheltered by her parents, living a carefree life. After meeting Chen Feng, she continued to enjoy the same protection, free from the worries of daily existence. However, when all of this came crashing down, she realized she was the most powerless and ineffectual of individuals. During the divorce, I naturally could not leave all the assets to Wang Lin. I was not Chen Feng, entangled in the emotional turmoil of years spent together, wrestling with the complexities of marriage and children. Even Chen Feng, faced with the betrayal of his wife, could not find it in his heart to forgive. In the division of property, it was nearly a 50-50 split, with the company designated for me and some compensation granted to Wang Lin in cash. Such an arrangement left no room for objection in court, demonstrating a commitment to fairness. After all, for more than a year prior, all profits from the company had been deposited monthly into a joint account. This account, held at the bank where Wang Lin was employed, contained over 50 million before the divorce. The company's audit report detailed various assets, with little available for distribution. Following the divorce, I promptly closed the account of the Beijing company at Wang Lin's bank. The account for the Beijing company also resided at Wang Lin's bank, with annual transactions exceeding 50 million. Additionally, friends like Lao Xing began to transfer their accounts away from Wang Lin's bank after our separation. Other business partners gradually shifted their funds as well. Having no further obligations to maintain, they found themselves with more options. Consequently, several major clients under Wang Lin's supervision withdrew their deposits, resulting in a shortfall exceeding 150 million, with even greater losses in loans. The financial drought that ensued was beyond Wang Lin's capacity to remedy on her own, unless she recklessly sought out her father. Wang Lin was utterly afraid to return home and confess her divorce, particularly one that stemmed from her husband's discovery of her infidelity. Should she utter those words, her relationship with her parents would plummet to frigid depths, rendering her utterly isolated. Perhaps she had never contemplated divorce, nor had she ever considered betraying her husband and family. However, Chen Feng's frequent business trips left her with a profound sense of emptiness, often finding herself alone in her room at night, awakening to the stark desolation surrounding her. Once a woman succumbs to feelings of loneliness and void, she is perilously close to infidelity. This feeling intensified after their daughter, Chen Mudong, began school, granting her more free time. Previously, even with a nanny, she felt compelled to monitor her daughter closely, hastily returning home after work. The situation improved significantly after her mother retired. With her daughter in school, the simple act of dropping her off could be managed by her mother. Thus, during Chen Feng's absences from the capital, Wang Lin found herself with ample time and leisure. Reflecting on these matters, Wang Lin sighed softly within herself, unable to fathom what had led her to mistakenly perceive the scheming Guogang as a benevolent figure, relishing the gentle yet insincere advances he made. Ultimately, she succumbed, transforming her marriage and life into their current state. What compounded her despair was the uncertainty of how to face her daughter and parents in the future, along with the anguish of prolonged separation from her daughter. There were nights when, just as she drifted into slumber, she would plunge into nightmares, each one a harrowing descent into an abyss, waking in terror, unable to resume sleep. Night after night, rest eluded her. Coupled with work-related issues and repeated criticism from her superiors, She felt utterly drained and ultimately submitted her resignation. Wang Lin reminisced about the years she had shared with Chen Feng, recalling the sweetness and warmth of their university romance. Chen Feng had fulfilled all the responsibilities of a husband during their marriage, and their bond had once been strong, their family harmonious. She was reluctant to see such a marriage come to an end. Deep down, she had always placed her husband in the highest regard. Yet her own indiscretions had irreparably tarnished that love. In her naivety, she believed that if Chen Feng still harbored even a shred of affection for her, time could mend their fractured marriage. Little did she know, Chen Feng was no longer alive. I, a soul from over 30 years later, had taken his place in this world. While Chen Feng may have had feelings for her, I did not. Wang Lin's sincere remorse would not inspire love in me for such a woman. Even if she were beautiful, even if she appeared genuinely repentant, those factors would not justify my acceptance of her. In a certain sense, Wang Lin's existence held no significance for me. Not every woman who strays is utterly reprehensible. Yet in the eyes of men, any woman who has been unfaithful is viewed as fundamentally flawed, forever branded with a stigma as a woman of little worth. Men typically do not invest significant emotional energy in a woman who has previously strayed, often remaining emotionally detached. Men are not naive. Even if one happens to be the other man, he is acutely aware that a woman capable of betraying her husband is equally capable of betraying him. The moment a woman engages in infidelity, her credibility is irrevocably compromised. The sole interests of men often revolve around the woman's physicality and her financial assets. Furthermore, men tend to perceive women with a history of infidelity as far inferior to those who have remarried, let alone widows. In comparison, young, unmarried women of unblemished reputation stand in a league of their own. It is difficult to imagine even someone like Chen Feng accepting such a situation. A woman returning to her family after an affair faces an epic emotional dilemma: how to rekindle the love and trust of a husband who no longer believes in her, and may even harbor resentment towards her. This challenge surpasses the complexities of embarking on a new romantic relationship. By the time a woman comprehends this truth, her life may have reached a point of no return. Some women may argue that they have recognized their mistakes and amended their ways, deserving a second chance. Yet, even if she has genuinely transformed, will society grant her that opportunity? Perhaps her parents might, as they have no choice. However, others, including her husband, are unlikely to extend the same grace, often responding with disdain and helplessness. Consider the plight of a reformed convict. Not every individual who has served time is inherently malevolent. If someone resorts to violence to protect their family and inadvertently injures another, does that define them as a villain? When provoked by unjust treatment, if one responds with force to rectify the humiliation they endure, can they truly be labeled as bad? Such individuals cannot simply be categorized as wicked. Rather, their impulsive actions stem from character flaws that exist beyond the protection of the law. Although this sentiment may seem convoluted, such tragedies are not uncommon in life. When these individuals undergo rehabilitation in prison, recognizing and rectifying their errors, and subsequently re-enter society, will they find acceptance? With a criminal record, they will face countless obstacles in securing employment, even in labor-intensive roles, often relegated to temporary work. They may have reformed and improved, perhaps never to infringe upon the law again. Yet, society, steeped in prejudice and bias, denies them any opportunity for redemption. This is the price they pay. Infidelity mirrors this reality. Repentance and recognition of wrongs can demonstrate a person's awareness of their faults. However, the power to regain acceptance within the family and to return to a state of grace will forever lie beyond her control. Instead, it rests with the very individual she has wounded. Forgiving someone who has caused you pain is a monumental feat, one that even the most benevolent might struggle to achieve. The surrounding community views her through a lens of judgment, a consequence she must accept. Her parents, humiliated by her actions, also impose this burden upon her. And if her husband perceives her as tainted and desires no further intimacy, she must acknowledge this as yet another price to be paid. Even the child she raised feels ashamed of her. This remains the cost. It is not sufficient that she wishes to return. Acceptance and opportunities are not guaranteed. A mistake is a mistake, and a stain is a stain. Infidelity is akin to an indelible blemish on one's character, a mark that will accompany her throughout her life. Wang Lin harbors profound self-loathing, resenting her past self for failing to maintain distance and vigilance against a man outside her marriage. She questions why she allowed herself to feel gratitude towards him for a mere act of assistance, oblivious to his ulterior motives. This man, only slightly younger than her husband, possesses no redeeming qualities that could compare to Chen Feng. She even doubts how she allowed herself to be ensnared, Was she inherently a restless and wayward woman? She scrutinizes her inner self, seeking answers, yet finds none. Each day upon awakening, her mind is consumed with the chaotic remnants of her life, leaving no energy to contemplate her own desires and needs. Furthermore, what significance would it hold to attain such clarity? Her home is lost, her marriage has dissolved. Even her child has grown distant, not to mention the estrangement from her elders. At work, her colleagues, though unaware of the precise reasons for her divorce, can surmise that a court case typically involves infidelity on either the husband's or her part. There are no other explanations. Her reputation outside has also begun to tarnish. In a world where no secret remains hidden, despite her attempts to distance herself from Guogang, discerning eyes can still perceive the subtle hints. After all, the glances shared between lovers are unmistakably different. Moreover, following Guogang's unexpected absence from work and subsequent dismissal, he reappeared 2 months later, deliberately waiting for her outside the office. How could speculation be avoided? When Wang Lin realizes that her future will resemble that of a rat, stripped of all pretense in the eyes of others, she understands that her time at work has become untenable. Everything is gone except for money. The funds she received upon her divorce are sufficient to ensure a carefree existence for the rest of her life. Yet, is this the life she truly desires? Once, she scorned extramarital affairs, yet when ensnared in one, she conjured excuses for herself. For instance, her husband's frequent absences, diminishing communication, and the growing monotony of their domestic life became the rationalizations that led her astray. In hindsight, these justifications appear ludicrous and feeble. Now, she can scarcely respect herself. Despite having a seemingly perfect marriage and a loving husband, she has willfully buried it all. At the pinnacle of her life, at the age of 30, she has reduced herself to a mere jest. Yet, upon stepping into the home of her husband and daughter, Wang Lin's tumultuous emotions finally found tranquility. The house is quite splendid. Chen Feng is financially secure and ensures that he does not deprive himself. The villa, situated by the water in a bustling urban area, has become a rare gem. Since 2003, many cities have ceased to allocate land for villas. This holds true for the capital, the metropolis, and even the city of sheep. Such a villa will only grow scarcer with time. As Wang Lin stepped through the door, her hand trembled slightly, apprehensive that the villa might already have an owner, a true mistress of the house. Upon the door's opening, her worst fears seemed to materialize. In the living room sat a woman, a young woman, whose appearance, while not as striking as Mina's, radiated a fresh and pure charm. Her delicate, doll-like face evoked an instinctive sense of protectiveness, particularly given her youthful demeanor. Upon hearing the door open, the young woman assumed it was the cook arriving to prepare dinner. She rose and walked to the entrance, calling out, "Aunt Zhuang, are we having a feast tonight? Hello, may I ask if you are Mrs. Chun?" Inside the house was Xianyu, who was preparing lessons at home since her only student, Chen Mudong, had skipped class. She couldn't afford to slack off as a tutor. Her responsibility was to devise a study plan for Chen Mudong and ensure its completion. With only one student, she had no time to doze off. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm hungry. Aunt Zhuang made golden cake yesterday and left it in the fridge. Can I take it out and fry it for you?" "I'll handle it," Wang Lin said, taking the plate and heading towards the kitchen. Xianyu opened her mouth, feeling a bit restless, and glanced down at Chen Mudong, asking, "Is this really your mother? She's stunning." Xianyu envied the tall, beautiful figure, as her own height made her appear somewhat like a middle school student, which contributed to her insecurities about her charm. Wang Lin exuded a mature allure, tall and voluptuous, with fair skin and a sweet, maternal fragrance in her demeanor. Chen Mudong reluctantly nodded. "Yes. What's wrong with your mother?" "I don't know," Chen Mudong replied impatiently. Earlier, her mother had seemed in good spirits, but upon seeing her teacher, Xianyu, her expression darkened. Although Chen Mudong was clever, she was not astute enough to discern the jealousy of an adult woman. Indeed, Wang Lin's complexion soured upon seeing Xianyu. The reasons for her discomfort were known only to her. She feared that Chen Feng might gravitate towards another woman, completely leaving her behind. Deep down, she recognized that she had lost the man who once adored her profoundly. It was only in the moment of potential loss that she realized she could not bear to be without him, a pain that tore at her very soul. Now, she felt unqualified to express dissatisfaction with Chen Feng's private life, let alone voice her own feelings. Yet, the sight of Xianyu's obedient demeanor stirred a pang of bitterness within her. Chapter 65. Old love like a warbler. Xianyu quickly composed herself, though she felt a twinge of guilt towards Wang Lin. After all, her acquisition of this position seemed rather dubious, primarily because her thoughts were less than honorable. Yet the job itself was quite serious. Nevertheless, she could not shake off a sense of guilt. The generous remuneration led her to doubt whether her teaching abilities truly warranted such a lavish salary. She often felt that some unsavory service must be rendered to justify the money she was receiving from me. This internal conflict made her uneasy, causing her to avoid looking at Wang Lin, whom she instinctively feared as the mistress of the house. Subsequently, the appearance of Aunt Zhuang intensified Wang Lin's discomfort. Aunt Zhuang exuded a formidable presence in the kitchen, firmly believing in her culinary prowess and refusing to allow anyone else to meddle in her domain, regardless of their status as the lady of the house. Moreover, many of my habits and actions bore little resemblance to her married situation, leaving Wang Lin feeling exceedingly vexed. Yet she dared not speak harshly, as this was no longer her home. Even with her daughter present, her former husband had become her ex. She could neither assume the airs of a mistress nor demand anything. It was only upon my return home that the tense atmosphere began to ease. As I stepped through the door, Wang Lin attempted to approach me to take my briefcase and slippers, but I deftly avoided her. This left her feeling quite awkward at the entrance, serving to underscore my stance that she was an outsider in this household. "Sir, I shall take my leave," Aunt Zhuang said, glancing at Wang Lin before ultimately choosing to remain silent. After all, it was not her place to comment on others' affairs. With some effort, she maneuvered her way out the door, appearing somewhat heavier than before. Xinu, her shoulders slumped, wanted to seize the opportunity to leave with her, but was halted by my voice. "Your mother is at the rehabilitation center, and there's nothing to eat at home. Stay and dine with us." Xinu widened her innocent eyes, thinking, "Boss, aren't you putting me in a difficult position?" Previously, she had believed she might become my mistress and had even started to learn how to be a suitable lover. Unfortunately, my lack of initiative left her questioning her own allure, leading her to doubt her femininity. It was only upon seeing Wang Lin that she realized it wasn't a matter of lacking charm, but rather that her allure simply fell short. When presented with a choice between delicacies and mere greens, who would choose the latter? In height and leg length, she was outmatched. In voluptuousness and allure, she too fell behind. Only in facial beauty did they seem to share equal ground. However, 2-to-1 was already quite disheartening. There was also Mina at the company, whose looks could easily overshadow hers. Even though Xinu had never been in a romantic relationship, she could sense the inappropriate glances Mina cast my way. This was no ordinary employer-employee gaze. It was a charged exchange, one filled with longing while the other evaded. Xinu, feeling anxious and parched, was interrupted by my words. "Tong Tong hasn't completed her studies today. After dinner, please ensure she dedicates some time to her lessons, nothing too lengthy. Around 30 minutes should suffice." With a reluctant nod, Xinu acquiesced. "All right, sir," yet internally she grumbled, "I don't trust you at all. This is clearly an attempt to use me as a scapegoat. I'm reclaiming my position. Well then, let us sit down and enjoy our meal." I took my daughter to wash her hands, and in the restroom, she looked up at me and asked, "Do Daddy and Mommy have to live together?" "No, Daddy and Mommy are divorced, so of course we cannot live together." I anticipated that Tong Tong might be disappointed, but I felt it necessary to explain that men and women need to maintain distance, and after a divorce, cohabitation is no longer an option. I patiently elaborated, but I was genuinely troubled by Wang Lin's unexpected arrival. I had braced myself for a tumultuous scene with Chen Mudong, yet she remained silent, which pained me deeply. I could not help but worry about the coldness of my words and the potential harm to my young daughter's heart. However, not long after, she looked up at me earnestly and said, "Daddy, I understand. I'm sorry for disappointing you. It's not your fault, Daddy." Her serious response took me by surprise, and I realized that children perceive right and wrong differently. Their world is devoid of deceit, painted only in the stark colors of black and white. I dried my hands and gently stroked Chen Mudong's head, saying, "Tong Tong, in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong. Daddy loves you, and Mommy loves you. And that is enough." Although Tong Tong did not continue speaking, her dejected demeanor was heart-wrenching. To my astonishment, just as we stepped out of the restroom, Wang Lin appeared at the door. She nervously explained, "I'm sorry, I messed everything up. It's all right, it's all in the past now." Since arriving in Guangzhou and seeing me and our daughter, Wang Lin had been suppressing her emotions, aware that neither I nor Tong Tong liked to see tears. Yet at that moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. I gently nudged Tong Tong's back and whispered, "Go wait at the dining table. We'll join you shortly." As I left Wang Lin behind, she truly felt the profound chasm that lay between us, despite standing face to face. It felt as if we were separated by vast mountains and rivers. "Take a moment to collect yourself. We will be waiting for you at the table." I refrained from offering her any words of comfort, as I did not know where to begin. I had no desire to provide solace through gestures such as a hug or intimate actions to ease her emotions. For a fleeting moment, I even felt a twinge of pity for this woman. Perhaps she would never truly understand what she wanted in life, or what she desired most had been carelessly discarded. And when she sought to reclaim it, she found that what she once overlooked no longer belonged to her. When Wang Lin finally joined us at the dining table, I noticed her reddened eyes, clearly having cried. "Let us eat." The atmosphere was stiflingly tense. I preferred silence at the table, yet I did not object to conversation. In the past, Chen Mudong would share her day's experiences at the table, but in the presence of the two most significant figures in her life, she seemed stripped of her right to speak. She mechanically consumed her food, glancing between my face and her mother's, taking a bite in between. I could only wonder what thoughts swirled in her young mind. As for Wang Lin, her submissive demeanor was indeed pitiable, yet who would pity me? What had I done to deserve this? I find myself in a predicament, one that is already quite unjust. The separation is what it is. What purpose does entanglement serve? Undoubtedly, the one most affected is Xinyue, who, while attempting to eat, finds the taste as bland as chewing wax, surrounded by the palpable tension in the air. After a painstaking meal, Xinyue rises to take her leave, yet I call out to her, "Xinyue, please keep Tong Tong company," while I step out with Wang Lin. Wang Lin, still stunned, stands up, not anticipating such a cold demeanor from me on our very first day in Yangshan. She had assumed that with the dissolution of our marriage, the conflicts between us would soften. However, upon re-entering my life, she discovers just how unwelcome she truly is, even to the point of being loathed. As we walk side by side in the community garden, Wang Lin cautiously matches my pace. Uncertain of how long it has been since we last walked together, perhaps around 6 months, or even longer. Ever since her infidelity was uncovered, everything about her has shifted. The considerate husband she once knew is now a mere memory. Even her attempts to mend our relationship have been met with disdain. She strives to return to family life, only to find that the path home has vanished. "Feng, I'm exhausted," she finally admits. The silence of our stroll is stifling. I ponder how to break the ice, while Wang Lin succumbs to despair beneath the weight of unspoken words. There's a pavilion ahead. Let us sit there for a moment, I suggest. "Feng, how have you been lately?" she inquires. "Quite well, actually. Tong Tong is easy to manage." This is indeed true. I am grateful to Wang Lin for the excellent care she has provided for Chen Mudong, making my responsibilities considerably lighter. It is evident that during these years, she has invested considerable patience and affection in our daughter, nurturing her into a well-rounded individual. This, in a sense, is a commendation, as it has saved me considerable trouble. While in the capital, I had approached Senior Xing, who mentioned a loan of 80 million. "Are you in financial distress?" he asked, offering assistance. Wang Lin's attempt to draw near to me was interrupted by my deliberate aloofness. As for the loan she referenced, it is likely that old Xing exaggerated my plight. But does he not know how dire my situation truly is? In truth, money holds little significance for me now. I am still acclimating to my current identity. My mind often contemplates the attitude with which I wish to navigate this life. Before anything else, I must sever ties with my past. That was Chen Feng's life, not mine. Old Xing may appear to be helping, yet it seems he has done more harm than good. I have no need for Wang Lin's sympathy, nor do I desire her guilt. I hope she can lead the life she aspires to post-divorce, far removed from me, ideally to the point of never crossing paths again. Though such hopes may likely be futile, given that Chen Mudong binds us, I do wish for her to refrain from excessive inquiries into my life. Clearing my throat, I retrieve a cigarette from my pocket, lighting one as I remark, "It's not as dire as old Xing suggested. In fact, I am faring better than most. The loan was merely to support the company's growth, and the funds have remained untouched since. I merely desire the summit. Do you harbor resentment towards me? I profess my gratitude. Do you believe me?" Wang Lin appeared unperturbed by my resistance. The moment she cast her gaze upon me, I felt the anguish of a heart ravaged and torn asunder. She yearned to atone for her mistakes, her remorse palpable. Alas, none of this resonated with my desires. I sighed and remarked, "What significance does it hold to ponder whether there is hatred? To declare hatred implies one has not moved on. To claim indifference is a falsehood. Now, it is time to gradually forget, to let go of those memories that once seemed beautiful but now appear foolish. By the way, do your parents remain unaware of our divorce?" I hesitate to broach the subject. It would be prudent to find an appropriate moment to inform them. It would be a tremendous blow for them to learn of our separation from someone else, an unfair burden for the old couple. Wang Lin implored, "I will seek an opportunity. Thank you for preserving my dignity. You know my parents' nature is quite domineering. If they discover this, I fear I may never return to my family." Hearing this, I understood all too well. Wang Lin would likely never dare to inform her parents of our divorce. For once the topic of divorce arose, the reasons would inevitably follow, leading to the revelation of her infidelity. Should she divulge the reasons for our separation to her parents, it would be akin to a cataclysm for the Wang family. Their daughter, who had always instilled pride, would ultimately trample their reputation into the ground. As her parents approached retirement, they would have expected to reflect on their life's achievements and savor their twilight years, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule among their peers. This disparity and despair are unbearable for any individual. Even the most even-tempered person would be driven to fury. For a family with such strict upbringing, it would render the continuity of their lineage devoid of meaning. The legacy of their family would be extinguished in their generation. Yet, if I chose to remain silent, would I not be condemned to endure the elders' reproaches? Not returning home for the new year, not visiting, and even taking their granddaughter away to the city? I would soon become the enemy of the old couple. If the Wang family had mistreated Chen Feng in the past, I could naturally sever ties. A simple phone call would suffice to clarify the situation. Your daughter has been unfaithful, and I have divorced her. Please refrain from contacting me with such heartless words. However, Wang Lin's parents regarded Chen Feng as a son, had he not initially declined. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that the Wang family might have leveraged their influence to assist him in his entrepreneurial endeavors. I was nearly incensed to the point of departing, for how could she dare to commit infidelity yet shy away from admitting the divorce? What was this woman truly contemplating? My inquiry about Wang Lin's parents stemmed from a recent experience wherein her father chastised me over the phone. It was not a mere scolding, rather, it was a reprimand. Laden with the gravity of his authoritative tone, insinuating that a businessman prioritizes profit over familial bonds and that I had neglected my responsibilities. At that moment, I was left bewildered. Indeed, I had not returned to the capital for the new year. Even if I had, visiting my in-laws would have been inappropriate given the ongoing divorce proceedings. Furthermore, now that the marriage was dissolved, my status as an outsider rendered any visit even more untenable. This is not merely a question of conscience, but rather one of incompatible identities. The inner turmoil compelled me to reach for the cigarette pack, but Wang Lin interjected, urging, "Don't smoke, it's detrimental to your health." Almost immediately, she seemed to realize she no longer had the right to meddle in my affairs and cautiously added, "I'm sorry, I'm just concerned about your well-being." She understood the reasons behind my smoking. She likely bore significant responsibility for it. Generally, men have a set amount they smoke, but if the consumption increases, it is undoubtedly due to the vexations of life. Smoking does not resolve issues. Instead, it numbs the soul, offering fleeting tranquility. Ultimately, I decided against smoking, considering that Tong Tong disdains the smell. I feigned nonchalance and asked Wang Lin, "How long do you plan to stay in Yangqing?" The implication was clear. When would she leave? Wang Lin paused, then shook her head, saying, "Let us see how it goes. I don't really have anywhere else to go." "What about your job? Have you given up your position at the bank?" A sense of unease began to swell within me, the foreboding growing ever stronger. Wang Lin sighed and shook her head. "I've already resigned. I understood your decision to relocate to Yangqing with your daughter, to shield her from turmoil and prevent further pain. It was also clear you truly wished to avoid seeing me. I recognized how foolish and erroneous I had been in the past. I understood that Tong Tong was also affected by my disgrace and the resulting harm. You despised me, and I had no words to offer in my defense. Yet, I am also Tong Tong's mother, and I long to see her more often, to accompany her as she grows. It seems your lover has no intention of letting go. Have you considered a life with him? I know that Guigang is a pitfall. If Wang Lin were to be with him, her latter years would likely resemble a living hell." Wang Lin had been staring at the ground, but suddenly lifted her gaze to meet mine. Her eyes filled with despair, and asked, "Do you truly hate me so much?" I was left speechless, realizing she too recognized Guigang as a trap. "So you are aware." I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Chapter 66. Love Becomes Stained. Never to be cleansed from the beginning, Wang Lin never comprehended the reasons for her abandonment. Infidelity is a matter that, if tolerated, feels insincere. In a typical household, infidelity merely disturbs the peace, usually culminating in divorce. However, Chen Feng's family is different. The distinction lies in the risks involved, even the dangers that accompany them. The Chen family possesses over 50 million in deposits at the bank where Wang Lin works. This sum is likely known to only a select few within the institution. If those drawn to Wang Lin seek only to possess her physically, the situation becomes straightforward. For the Chen family, the repercussions would not be catastrophic. At most, it would result in divorce. The true fear lies with those whose greed knows no bounds, who, after obtaining the physical, might seek to acquire wealth as well. Some may even pursue both money and desire from the outset. In ordinary families, when When confronted with the trials of wealth, many falter under the pressure, exposing the baser instincts of human nature, ultimately devolving into an ugliness beyond their own imagination. A few 100,000 can fracture familial bonds. Millions can incite murderous intent. How much distortion can tens of millions inflict upon a person's soul remains a mystery to all. No one can expect the essence of humanity to be radiant. After all, darkness serves as the stage for the dance of human nature. To speak candidly, for the sake of 50 million, many would opt for crime. If fortune were to turn against Chen Feng, his demise would merely be a matter of time. Even Chen Mudong could potentially become a foolish casualty to Wang Lin's folly. However, this possibility shall never be voiced to Wang Lin, for she would not believe it. Those who might have believed are already lost. Some are naive, ultimately succumbing to their own folly. Wang Lin is fortunate to have found Chen Feng, a man who loves her. Even more fortuitously, Chen Feng possesses remarkable abilities, achieving financial freedom for his family within a few years. Yet, she lacks the capacity to manage such immense wealth. Her caution is not born of insecurity, but rather constructed from the tombstones of hard-earned lessons. Like a child brandishing gold amidst chaos, when anyone can seize it, the child's life no longer belongs to him. Judging a person's character through the lens of human nature may not be entirely fitting. Human hearts are inherently flawed. While one can often anticipate the heights to which a person might rise, predicting the depths to which they might fall is a far more elusive task. Evaluating a self-serving individual, one who resorts to unscrupulous means and harbors delusions of controlling others, seems quite apart from Guogang, born into poverty, ascended to a prestigious university through diligence, thereby acquiring an opportunity to establish himself in the capital. To him, this chance felt almost like a favor, as he possessed nothing in the city, no home, no lineage, no status. Everything had to be built from the ground up. Such an individual, if he were to strive genuinely, could achieve success after several years, provided he retains his spirit. Yet, he chose not to tread the righteous path, but rather to pursue shortcuts. Wang Lin became his target. He sought not only to possess the body of this foolish woman, but also to claim everything she held. I cannot help but think, should Wang Lin divorce and unite with Guogang, it would not be long before he tramples over the corpses of the Wang family to ascend the social ladder, exchanging the ruin of a few for status and wealth he could never attain through 2 decades of effort. The tens of millions from 2006, in terms of purchasing power, equate to hundreds of millions, or even more, 2 decades later. Furthermore, the number of affluent individuals in this era pales in comparison to future times. Coupled with the Wang family's network, Wang's father, though not in a high position, still wields actual power and influence. Were I in my former life, I would likely hesitate to relinquish such an opportunity. Moreover, he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed from this affair. Were I in his position, my methods and demeanor would not be as crude as Guogang's. He exemplifies the very nadir of human depravity. His actions know no bounds, his character is thoroughly despicable, and his soul is devoid of shame. Should one become entangled with such an individual, the Wang family might find itself on the precipice of ruin. In terms of shamelessness, I cannot rival Guogang. After all, some are born as harbingers of chaos, as if the heavens released an unwelcome gust, bringing forth a being whose existence serves solely to repulse. Wang Lin is not foolish. She is merely naive in the absence of profound lessons. This is the nature of humanity. Some individuals, with their silly dispositions and insatiable curiosity, fail to steer clear of danger. Yet, when peril strikes, it demands their very lives. When curiosity has cost them dearly, they wail and lament as if they have suffered the greatest injustices. Wang Lin is likely no exception. She feels the monotony and dissatisfaction of life, the solitude of lacking her husband's companionship, which leads her to grow closer to Guogang. Engaging in frequent contact, she believed she had found solace and emotional support, only to discover that Guogang had no intention of cherishing her. Instead, his words and actions drew her deeper into a chasm of degradation. Had Chen Feng not uncovered Wang Lin's infidelity, it would not be long before she became a mere shadow of her former self. By that time, she would lack even the strength to climb out of the abyss. Human beings are not maggots. When one descends to a certain level of depravity, they will revile themselves, loathe themselves, and detest their existence. Much like a person who falls into a cesspit, they do not, like maggots, find the filth refreshing, nourishing, or delectable. Wang Lin has seen through Guogang's character and understands that being with him only leads to greater suffering and moral decay. Her previous reluctance to sever ties stemmed from her entrapment within this relationship. Extramarital affairs are scorned precisely because they thrive in secrecy. Women fear the tumult caused by lovers. the potential exposure of sordid affairs, and the consequent manipulation that follows. The mere presence of Guo Gang in Wang Lin's life instills anxiety, dread, and fear of their relationship being unveiled. Under such psychological strain, she is unable to resist. Yet, the exhilarating thrill of an illicit affair, tinged with fear and tension, becomes addictive. She cannot bear to contemplate the ferocious storm her life would endure should Chen Feng discover her betrayal. I did not respond to Wang Lin's plea. In essence, I do not wish for her to be part of my life. Her presence would only bring me distress. In terms of relationships, I have always regarded Wang Lin as someone outside my social circle. Simply put, she is irrelevant to me. Moreover, I worry about Chen Mudong and whether Wang Lin can continue to fulfill the role of a mother. After a prolonged silence of 4 or 5 minutes, I finally spoke. Wang Lin, you should not have come. I am sorry, Feng. I know I should not have come, and I understand that you despise me. I even hate myself for hurting you and Tong Tong, for destroying such a happy family. I do not expect you to forgive me. I simply wish to spend more time with Tong Tong. She is my daughter, and I cannot bear to be without her. Wang Lin's earnest expression and somewhat urgent tone revealed her deep attachment to her daughter. From birth until the age of 8, most of Chen Mudong's formative years were spent in Wang Lin's care. Such a bond cannot be easily articulated. The thought of separation pierces her heart like a knife, leaving her in turmoil. What about your work? Having undergone a divorce, I may have promised Chen Feng not to harm Wang Lin. Yet should Wang Lin bring about her own demise, I shall not cast a glance her way, nor extend a helping hand. In my eyes, Wang Lin's predicament is entirely of her own making, unrelated to anyone else. With her head hung low, she spoke in a somewhat despondent tone. I have resigned. I thought it best to refrain from prying into her affairs, as I held no interest. If she wishes to remain in Guangzhou, she may do so. But she cannot reside in my home. Have you booked a hotel? By the way, I cannot continually bear the brunt of your parents' reprimands, can I? I apologize for the distress you have endured. I had previously faced a barrage of scolding from Wang Lin's father, my nominal former father-in-law, for not returning home during the new year and for relocating to Guangzhou without informing him. I patiently waited until he exhausted himself with his tirade before uttering a few conciliatory words and ending the call. In Chen Feng's recollection, Wang Lin's parents genuinely regarded him as their own son, always considering him first whenever there was something to offer. Faced with such an elderly couple, I would find it beneath my dignity to utter any disparaging remarks, for it is their daughter who has erred, not them. Why should they be subjected to my scorn? Wang Lin is acutely aware that time cannot be squandered. It is only a matter of time before her parents catch wind of the situation, which could precipitate a catastrophic fallout. Since her infidelity was discovered, Chen Feng had not visited her parents, and during the period of our divorce, it had been over half a year since they had seen their son-in-law. Surely, as parents, they must sense that something is amiss in their daughter's marriage. Though the extent of the issues remains unknown, I did not relent in allowing Wang Lin to stay at my home, as I believed she had yet to relinquish her hopes. As to why she clings to those hopes, it is of no concern to me. However, should I permit her to reside under my roof, my life would likely become a tumultuous mess. Wang Lin attempted several times to plead for my consent, yet upon meeting my resolute gaze, her already dimmed eyes grew even more devoid of light. She understood her lack of welcome in my presence and recognized my unwavering determination to sever all ties with her. Even though the elderly matriarch, Lu Ying, seemed swayed by her words, the ultimate authority lay with me. I have no desire for Wang Lin to feature in the tapestry of my future, and she finds herself utterly powerless to alter that. When a marital relationship deteriorates to such a point, one cannot blame others. It is her own folly that has shattered the once tranquil existence. Moreover, it is she who, having shattered the mirror of tranquility, now greedily seeks to restore it to its former state. Matters of the heart are seldom so simple. Upon returning home, I observed my daughter, Chen Mudong, feigning interest in a book, yet her countenance grew increasingly melancholic at the mere sight of me. In truth, Chen Mudong was deeply conflicted. She had surmised much about Wang Lin's situation. Her feelings towards her mother were complex, having been nurtured by a strong bond throughout her life. Yet, she also felt a sense of shame, harboring a resistance against her mother. She stubbornly believed that the dissolution of her parents' marriage was solely her mother's fault, deepening her internal conflict. Nevertheless, she simultaneously yearned for closeness with her mother. It is this tumultuous blend of resistance and entanglement that renders her incapable of adequately managing her relationship with her mother. After all, at such a tender age, she is unable to subtly conceal her innermost feelings. In days gone by, after such a long separation, the moment she encountered Wang Lin at noon, she would have rushed into her embrace without hesitation. Yet today, When she saw Wang Lin at the office, Chen Mutong stood rooted to the spot, a testament to her emotional turmoil. As Wang Lin followed closely behind me, nearing the gate, Haizi was already waiting by the car, addressing her, "Madam, the vehicle is ready. I shall take you to the hotel." "Thank you." Wang Lin turned to glance at the closed gate, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 67. Should a good woman's mistakes be forgiven? Gazing at her home, so tantalizingly close, Wang Lin's heart shattered into a million pieces. She loathed herself more than ever before, resented Guogang, and questioned the restlessness that led her to shatter her own happiness, thereby destroying the joy of her beloved husband and daughter as well. If a scapegoat must exist among all the members of this household, Wang Lin would resolutely believe that the sinner is none other than herself. I am indifferent to matters of guilt. I merely acknowledge that Wang Lin's presence has indeed impacted my emotions. On one hand, she does not wish for Chen Mudong to be burdened with an overwhelming academic workload. It is pitiful that little Chen Mudong, unaware that she is yet to commence the second half of her third-grade studies, is already tackling fourth-grade material at home. Coupled with her lessons in English and classical Chinese, her daily 4-hour study commitment is quite substantial. Additionally, there is the matter of physical exercise, and depending on circumstances, I may seek a coach for her. The training will not be overly complex, perhaps traditional martial arts, which would strengthen her physique while teaching her self-defense. As a father who has not raised children before, my experience in child rearing is virtually non-existent. All my knowledge has been accrued since accepting Chen Mudong into my life, making her my experimental subject in parenting. The most unfortunate of all is Chen Mutong, who remains blissfully unaware that she is, in fact, a subject of experimentation. Of course, I do not instruct blindly. An 8-year-old's capacity for comprehension, judgment, and learning is limited. The educational objectives I set for her are more a means of probing her limits rather than imposing stringent expectations. The following day dawned bright and warm, the air thick with moisture. The morning sun was gentle, and verdant hues were abundant outdoors. I accompanied my daughter to a park where I often jog. Shortly after we began our exercise, she spotted a familiar figure. Not I. Wang Lin appeared before us like a ray of light, clad in a loose-fitting tee, athletic shorts, and form-fitting sun-protective leggings, her feet adorned with fresh pink sneakers. I surmised that she must have inquired about my daily routine from Haizi and hurried to the mall the previous night to make her purchases. Yet, her ensemble was undeniably fashionable, timeless enough to remain stylish a decade hence. "Mom, you're here to jog too?" Chen Mudong exclaimed. "Will you join me for exercise from now on?" "Absolutely. Feng, you may go ahead and exercise. There's no need to attend to us." Upon encountering me and my daughter once more, Wang Lin's apprehension from the previous day dissipated. The moment she laid eyes on her daughter, her face blossomed into a smile akin to that of a radiant flower. It must be said that Wang Lin possesses an exquisite foundation and has taken great care in her appearance. Adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat and sporting a high ponytail, she exudes a playful charm. From any perspective, her image remains firmly rooted in the prime of womanhood. Particularly, her stunning visage, coupled with a flawless physique, renders her a luminous presence amidst the predominantly elderly crowd within the park. I nodded and said, "Tong Tong, please look after your mother. She is unfamiliar with this place. Avoid areas with few people, they may not be safe." "All right, Dad." "Mom, come chase after me," Chen Motong exclaimed joyfully. Having initially thought that after Wang Lin's departure the previous night, it would be a long time before she would see her again. To her surprise, her mother returned the very next day. I did not restrict Wang Lin's interactions with Chen Motong. The reason I sought custody of Chen Motong was due to my belief that Wang Lin was not in a position to provide proper care for her at that time, which was also Chen Feng's concern. Wang Lin had not yet managed her own life, entangled as she was with Guogang. Whether she could extricate herself without drastic measures remained uncertain. Moreover, I was unsure if Wang Lin and Guogang would continue their relationship. After all, a woman who strays often cannot be considered entirely rational. This hinges on whether she subconsciously perceives the extramarital affair as true love. Once a woman becomes obstinate, family ties, including parents and children, may become easily forsaken. In this context, Chen Motong, following Wang Lin, risks becoming a casualty of her infidelity. Furthermore, if Wang Lin's relationship with Guogang were to persist, continuing as lovers or even partners in a new family, it might appear that she could care for her daughter. Yet, how long could that last? A woman involved with a lover often fears losing their affection. Thus, having a child together becomes the sole means of securing that bond. Once a new life arrives, Chen Motong may become the extraneous presence within the household. Even if Wang Lin aspires to be a good mother, that ambition could prove challenging. We must not forget that Chen Motong is already 8 years old. In a few years, she will blossom into a striking young lady. And it is not unfathomable that Gui Gang may cast a dubious eye on her. Such possibilities cannot be overlooked, for a person of poor character is capable of actions that evoke widespread ire. Should the time come when Chen Motong and Wang Lin's lives are overshadowed by an unending nightmare, I would find it easier to grant Wang Lin custody of Chen Motong if the divorce were amicable, devoid of emotional entanglements or uncertainties. After all, they are mother and daughter, and I would welcome the relief. After nearly an hour of exercise, I spotted the mother and daughter waiting for me at the park entrance. The mother, youthful and enchanting, appeared somewhat disheveled as her sweat-soaked attire clung to her. Yet, her spirit was remarkably vivacious. The daughter, brimming with vitality and possessing a sweet countenance, was a rare sight to behold, causing many passers-by to linger, reluctant to depart. As I observed this scene, I found myself momentarily entranced. Swiftly dismissing the peculiar thoughts swirling in my mind, I approached them just as Heisey had driven the car to our side. The three of us, resembling a family, journeyed home together. In that moment, it was evident how many onlookers were envious, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon returning home, I became aware of an issue. It seemed that my conversation with Wang Lin the previous day had been in vain. After nearly an hour of exercise in the park, we were both drenched in perspiration. Wang Lin was accompanying her daughter. Surely, we could not deny her the use of our home-s bathroom for a shower, could we? If she were to bathe, she would require fresh clothing and toiletries. Did this not imply that Wang Lin's situation was hardly different from living at home? Over the next few days, my suspicions were confirmed. The household became filled with numerous feminine items, even if Wang Lin did not reside there. Her presence had rendered it nearly indistinguishable from being at home. Aunt Zhuang even repeatedly lamented to me about how her work was being usurped. Aunt Zhuang, I assure you, I will not deduct your wages, I reassured her. It's not that, sir. The lady's cooking is somewhat off, and I merely wish to express my concerns. But I hesitate to speak up without reason. Then guide her in the kitchen, treat her as an apprentice. Would that be acceptable? Can that truly work? It certainly can, I replied, nodding despite my headache. At that moment, I realized how formidable Wang Lin could be. She had purchased a home within the community, possessing funds. She was unconcerned with the fluctuations of property prices. Moreover, among first-tier cities, the housing market in Yanqing was particularly lackluster. Wang Lin selected a well-decorated small duplex, approximately 150 to 160 square meters. Though not expansive, it exuded a sense of refinement. She even acquired a vehicle, totaling over 2 million. The signs pointed to a commitment to settle down, revealing that I had underestimated a woman's resolve. Particularly, Chen Mudong, lacking fortitude, was swiftly drawn to her side. In the days that followed, Wang Lin even managed to secure a position at the company. Initially, I thought that since Wang Lin was in Guangzhou, it would be best for her daughter to stay at home or in Wang Lin's new residence for her studies and care. With a regular routine and physical activity, Wang Lin's mood seemingly improved. Even without the nurturing presence of a man, her complexion was remarkably radiant. That gentle, noble aura returned to her, bestowing upon her an alluring charm. This transformation left Mina, who had once believed victory was in her grasp at work, feeling insecure and devoid of spirit. Her inclination to lash out dissipated. Of course, the most perplexing situation was mine. My daughter thoroughly enjoyed accompanying me to work, leaving me, a father with scant experience in parenting, feeling utterly exasperated. Thus, the scenario evolved into a trio commuting to the office. Onlookers might have assumed that Wang Lin and I had never divorced and were, in fact, showcasing our affection before others daily. Fortunately, Old Xing's arrival made me feel less isolated and unsupported. Old Xing gazed at the radiant Wang Lin and my daughter, his eyes flitting back and forth among the three of us, a blend of confusion and schadenfreude etched upon his face. I felt a surge of resentment, for it is human nature to revel in the spectacle of others, even if they are friends. However, Old Xing appeared to be in a dire state. As if all vitality had been siphoned from him, his once dark complexion had deepened, particularly around his eyes. Seizing an opportunity, I accompanied Old Xing to a restaurant, and when we found ourselves alone, he mischievously inquired, "Have you reconciled?" I decisively shook my head and replied, "No, my daughter has betrayed me." "Brother, heed my advice. Since Wang Lin wishes to return, do not resist. We men are ill-suited for child-rearing. If she wishes to take on that role, let her. Wouldn't tea that alleviate your burdens? It is not a loss for you. Cease wearing that woeful expression. Life must go on. At worst, you can co-parent, living separately and without remarrying or interfering with each other's lives." In his current state, Old Xing articulated the philosophy of a cad with clarity, We simply embrace a stance of nonchalance, remaining unchanged, indifferent to whom it may concern. He downed a glass of wine in one gulp, exhaling in relief. My spouse does not take care of the child nor attends to our home. I can no longer maintain appearances with her. You, on the other hand, can see that Wang Lin is not inherently bad. Does a good woman, who has made a principled mistake and wishes to return, deserve forgiveness? I pondered a question that held no answer. The crux of the matter is, can a good woman stray? It is a false dilemma. Wang Lin was not as exceptional as she appeared, and her lack of complete betrayal was due to the inadequacy of her lover. Yet, I had long since resolved this dilemma in my mind. Had Guogang not been so lackluster, the outcome might have differed. Whether Wang Lin would wholeheartedly return to her family was debatable. Had her lover exhibited more decency, she might have been torn between her family and that relationship. Life offers no hypotheticals, yet it follows a trajectory, and many answers can be gleaned without speculation. Would I still desire such a wife? Moreover, I am not Chen Feng. Wang Lin's feelings for him do not cloud my judgment. Even old Xing, brash as he is, found himself momentarily speechless when confronted with such a dilemma. Old Xing, taken aback, paused with his drink, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother, I misspoke. Let's drink. It's all in the wine. Chapter 68. A soul without a place. What's wrong with you? You look as though you've indulged excessively. I could not help but ask old Xing, curious about what had transpired in Europe to leave him so drained. He irritably set down his glass and sighed. I was pressed for time. This negotiation has not gone smoothly. You should have witnessed the arrogance of the English. I felt like slapping him. The Germans, however, were more agreeable. I secured the rights to Mercedes and Porsche, but only for North China. South and East China had no opportunity whatsoever. You may find joy in that. It is indeed a substantial deal. I was not envious. Rather, I was stating the facts. I could not clearly define what business would be most profitable in 2006. Many paper fortunes appear vast, yet the actual wealth accessible is quite limited. The automotive trade, in the forthcoming decade, is undeniably poised to become one of the most stable and lucrative industries. Even the ancillary sectors are remarkably profitable. Should one successfully navigate the upstream and downstream industries, this sector could potentially sustain one or even two enterprises worth billions. This stands in stark contrast to the automotive industry, where entry requirements and capital demands necessitate a substantial investment. Particularly in contemporary China, while there may not be an abundance of domestic automobile brands, the market is predominantly monopolized by foreign entities, making such investments extraordinarily significant. Old Xing chuckled, raising his brows with a sense of pride. Indeed, but rest assured, I am in good health. My pallor is merely a result of fatigue. Were you not discussing the establishment of a gene bank? In the future, concerns regarding parenthood will be obsolete. One can become a father at any age. During my recent 3-day stay in Hong Kong, I nearly exhausted myself with the proceedings. Old Xing's remark left me somewhat bewildered. Isn't the gene bank supposed to receive samples 2 or 3 times a month, sustained over a year or so? Judging by old Xing's demeanor, it seemed he had completed everything in just 3 days. Goodness, was he risking his health? I jested. Old Xing, how many samples did you submit? 5 times a day, totaling 15 samples, quite taxing on the body. Old Xing, beaming with self-satisfaction, replied, You underestimate me. My health is robust. Why take months or even a year? I organized everything in 3 days, each sample up to standard, leaving the envious doctors at the hospital utterly flabbergasted. Observing old Xing's smugness, I mused, if he survives, who wouldn't he? They were not envious, but rather bemused. However, the gentlemen of the capital thrive on making a jaw-dropping impression. Given the lack of experience in such matters domestically, old Xing's audacious approach, driven purely by stubbornness, undoubtedly renders him a peculiar figure in the affluent medical sector. In the midst of our conversation, old Xing produced a hospital document, boasting, St. Mary's Hospital offers excellent service. However, when you go, ensure you seek out several skilled young nurses. The staff can be quite unreliable. Are you not concerned about your health? I inquired. Is that even a possibility? Old Xing retorted, his bravado evident. Even if he were to falter, he would hardly admit it. Observing old Xing, I too began to formulate plans for a trip to Hong Kong. Such services remain unavailable domestically, although some private hospitals do offer them. Yet in today's China, with the plethora of emerging phenomena, the quality of service often leaves much to be desired. Many matters necessitate the expertise of established institutions in mature markets for reliability. Moreover, I must visit Hong Kong. My financial resources are expanding, compelling me to contemplate entry into the international market. While the domestic A-share market may appear robust, and the ongoing bull market is projected to last over a year, it nonetheless cannot accommodate a substantial influx of capital. When my account exceeds 2 billion, maneuvering becomes exceedingly cumbersome. Transactions that once required only a few stocks now necessitate dozens, which undoubtedly tests one's operational acumen. However, the limited scale of the A-share market presents unavoidable challenges. Old Xing, I will utilize your account until June. By then, it should contain only funds, devoid of stocks. The funds within my account will also be withdrawn. I imitated Old Xing, placing a generous serving of beef into the hot pot. In Guangdong, most hot pots are designed for individual servings. The pots are small, and the quantity of beef is scant, lacking the grandiosity found in the north. Old Xing paused briefly with his chopsticks, then chuckled wryly, saying, "Well, brother, I've certainly struck it rich this time, at least in my mind. But Chen Feng, are you truly not considering continuing? This business is far more lucrative than any industry." "I wish to take a break," I replied. "Considering our wealth, haven't you thought about making life a bit easier for yourself?" I inquired curiously. In my memory, Old Xing was the type who viewed work as a form of enjoyment, almost a workaholic. Despite his carefree demeanor, he devoted most of his time to his company and business. Old Xing chuckled ruefully. "Haven't you ever felt that when you acquire wealth, you become invincible? As if there's nothing you cannot achieve? Indeed, it feels as if one is floating," I blurted out. Old Xing hesitated momentarily before responding with a knowing smile. "Exactly. That sense of buoyancy, the unwarranted arrogance. In reality, it's merely a self-delusion. When you carry that attitude into the world, those around you find it rather off-putting. Once that phase passes, you realize, at this age, you are still quite foolish." "Yes, it will pass," I nodded. I once thought similarly. But as I grew accustomed to this lifestyle, my desire for wealth gradually diminished, and I found life rather mundane. Not mundane, precisely, but rather bland. Old Xing gestured, attempting to articulate his inner feelings. In life, one tends to pursue only a few things: power, money, fame, and desire. Oftentimes, these things attract me. However, I later realized it was not the allure of these things that captivated me, but rather the absence of attraction to them that rendered life hollow and devoid of meaning. When it comes to love, having witnessed countless betrayals and the deceitful nature of business, do you still believe in love? Old Xing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. There was an unspoken truth in his words. When a man experiences betrayal, can he still believe in love? Is love still relevant? I mused, damn love. Indeed, damn love. Old Xing echoed. Eventually, I came to understand that all successful businessmen and politicians are devoid of love. Not that love is entirely absent, but rather it transforms from a necessity into a mere condiment in life. If a woman remains steadfast, tending to the family with diligence, then a harmonious household emerges. This is love morphing into familial affection, the state most desired by men. Conversely, if a woman falters and succumbs to temptation, life opens up to a myriad of colorful experiences. Having love does not necessarily enhance life, it merely adds a certain flavor. Absence of love does not degrade life either. It simply removes a particular experience. Brother, heed my advice, seek joy. Bottling it all up will lead to trouble. You were not always like this. Have I changed? A sudden tightness gripped my heart. I am not Chen Feng. I merely inhabit his physical form. In my previous life, I possessed a profoundly tranquil disposition, bordering on the mundane. I held little faith in others, surrounded by few trustworthy souls. Now, having been granted a second chance, I find myself liberated from the cautious confines of my former existence, free from life's restrictions. Recently, I have begun to ponder the kind of life I truly desire. How shall I live this lifetime? Surely, I cannot repeat the same patterns ad infinitum. With this mindset, I extended my hand to assist Gu Qingqiu. Yet I harbor few expectations regarding her. It is not a lack of hope, but rather a lingering impression from my past life. She was a gentle, somewhat aloof, yet meticulous middle-aged housekeeper. I understand that financially aiding Gu Qingqiu might result in a fruitless endeavor, akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Once gone, it does not return. Nevertheless, I am willing to employ this method to gauge a person's character. Even the same individual may present a different essence when encountered at various stages of their life. In truth, they may be two entirely distinct beings. Perhaps, 20 years hence, Gu Qingqiu will embody serenity, her heart as tranquil as still waters. Yet, in her 20s, could she have been the same? I dare not speculate. Nor do I wish to. Should Gu Qingqiu choose not to reach out in the future, then let it be said that this person has slipped away. Conversely, if she does return, I shall have gained another trustworthy companion in this world. Aside from my reluctance towards Wang Lin, I find little reason to resist the surroundings. I yearn to integrate into this era, to embrace this identity, and to meld with this society. Perhaps due to my nature, even as I strive for change, I still exhibit a passive acceptance, as if I am merely flowing with the current. This natural acceptance feels somewhat akin to drifting along the tide. I cannot help but question myself. Is this the life I aspire to? Old Xing chuckled, saying, can one truly remain unchanged? I have experienced the betrayal of a wife in matters of the heart. Even when hope for life rekindles, it feels akin to having died once. Many things become indifferent to me. Yet you, my friend, seem to lean towards extremes. However, I understand, as it is a common reaction to trauma, a form of self-preservation. But I cannot shake the feeling that you have taken this protection too far. Fear not. When you arrive in the capital, I shall introduce you to a true beauty. Younger and more enchanting than your ex-wife, and compliant too. If you wish to court, then court. If you desire to be reckless, then be so. In this lifetime, can anyone truly outdo the heavens in recklessness? Old Xing remarked on my extremism, yet he too has strayed into the same territory. While he once exuded a carefree spirit, his personal life was remarkably orderly. It is surprising how, after merely 2 years of silence, he has become so flamboyant. For a man of his caliber, one with such admirable aspirations, he ought to focus on himself first. Yet here I am, a friend unwilling to let my brother face solitude. This is what true friendship embodies. Even though our rapport is amicable, I do not expect such loyalty in return. After all, if I were in his shoes, I would find it hard to let go. I queried, with such commendable goals, do you not feel compelled? Why the indifference? Old Xing's face fell, and he lamented, this little girl actually finds her brother's appearance unsatisfactory. Am I truly unattractive? My visage exudes resilience and determination, far removed from the delicate young men one sees on television. A man like me possesses true utility. She simply lacks discernment. My gratitude towards Old Xing dissipated entirely, realizing it was my inability to keep up that led to her disdain. Contemplating the meat left to stew, I ceased to take Old Xing's introduction seriously. After all, should I desire a romantic liaison or seek solace from stress, it would not be a challenge. Simultaneously, I began to regard Old Xing with a newfound respect. This fellow consistently found robust theoretical justifications for his shamelessness and sought opportunities for practical application. Subsequently reflecting on his experiences, Old Xing and I are fundamentally different in character. I tend to embody a certain aloofness, relishing the pleasures of solitude and tranquility, steering clear of anything too tumultuous. The life Old Xing leads is one I could not endure, and he would likely find my existence dull. As for love, how could one be swept away by romance when in a state of clarity? It is only when one is in a haze that unrealistic expectations and fantasies about love may arise. Love is simply the mutual attraction or need between two individuals of the opposite sex. Once the thrill fades, it often devolves into entangled interests or an inescapable predicament, maintaining a relatively indeterminate cooperative relationship. Old Xing, who is often frivolous yet serious after a drink, departed swiftly. However, I hesitated. It seemed he genuinely wished for me to emulate his lifestyle. Is it truly insufficient to revel in solitude? Old Xing arrived in haste and left just as quickly. After a midday meal, he whisked away a large entourage to the airport. Following Old Xing's counsel, I realized that life need not be lived in trepidation, constantly fearing discovery. Has my character altered so much that I am no longer Chen Feng? Rather than living in anxiety, I might as well embrace my identity as Chen Feng. For the justification is ample, my family is fractured, and my emotions have shifted drastically. In the days that followed, Wang Lin fully assumed control of Chen Mudong's studies, granting me more time. Thus, a few days later, I ventured to Hong Kong. This was yet another endeavor Old Xing had encouraged me to undertake. The capital market in Hong Kong differs significantly from that of the mainland, rife with variables and uncertainties, yet it seemed to offer me greater opportunities. Moreover, I possess a deeper familiarity with the Hong Kong and U.S. stock markets compared to the mainland. In my previous life, I first set foot on this land at 30, only to find myself on Wall Street 2 years later. Therefore, upon my return, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Mr. Chen, Goldman Sachs must surely be your most loyal partner. Such words were merely for listening. I did not take them to heart. In this world, if you take anyone's words seriously, you have already lost. My account was modest, comprising a mere $1 million. With such a sum, I could hardly expect the treatment reserved for elite investors. The representative attending to me was nothing more than an ordinary staff member. However, her appearance was pure and exquisite, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, which filled her tailored jacket to the brim. I found myself slightly apprehensive that her white shirt might burst at the seams. Upon inquiry, I discovered that she was a recent interne, exhibiting a somewhat formulaic demeanor typical of someone who had just completed their training, lacking in natural ease. The girl, a mixed blood named Mary, had recently graduated and secured a position as a receptionist at Goldman Sachs. Rather than being perturbed by Goldman Sachs' oversight, I found myself intrigued by her earnest performance. Just as I was about to leave, a thought suddenly struck me, and I asked, "Are you familiar with St. Mary's Hospital?" "How could I not be?" Mary hesitated for a moment before replying. "If you need, I can take you there." Chapter 69. The Investment Banking Novice, Sir. Your health is excellent. You are entirely capable of establishing your personal health profile. The doctor regarded my medical examination results before signing a procedural form, instructing a nurse to escort me to a small room. Throughout the process, Mary appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing that I was not here for a medical ailment. Standing awkwardly in the corridor under the nurse's peculiar gaze, she noticed Mary standing in a daze, prompting the nurse to speak. "Miss, aren't you going to assist your boss? Only the affluent come to the hospital to establish health profiles. Who among the less fortunate would do such a thing? Assist?" Mary's mind was in turmoil. Having accompanied me to the hospital not long ago, she grasped my purpose, plunging into a sea of self-doubt. Why had I brought her to such a place? What should she do? He has entered. Should she follow? Mary possessed a keen intellect, even a commendable emotional quotient, enabling her to comprehend the awkwardness of her current predicament. Assist? Such a task did not imply a close relationship. It was rather complicated. What if she chose not to assist, and the benefactor grew displeased? She had secured her position at Goldman Sachs through an impressive academic record, believing she could stand on her own merit through diligence and hard work, aspiring for promotions and salary increases. However, upon entering the world of investment banking, she learned a harsh truth. Beautiful women were commonplace in this field, while those of average appearance constituted the most vital employees. This was because ordinary-looking women often hailed from distinguished backgrounds, something Mary lacked. All she possessed were youth and beauty, with an unremarkable origin. Her daily expenditures were minimal, not out of frugality, but rather due to financial constraints. Increasingly, colleagues informed her that to achieve results, one must be willing to take risks and pay the necessary price. For a young and attractive girl, the price she could pay was limited. Beyond her physicality, she had few options. Many individuals with strong work ethics and learning abilities existed. Why should she earn vast sums of money? Mary had been tormented by these harsh realities to the point of contemplating abandoning this respectable job. Yet she was reluctant to let go. Even during work, she felt a sense of lethargy and lack of focus. When the nurse posed her question, Mary was left utterly dumbfounded. Assist? How could she assist? The room contains study materials. You can follow along and learn. The nurse's narrowed gaze was laden with mockery, laced with a hint of disdain. Pretending to be innocent here, do you truly feel you deserve it? Mary was taken aback. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth, and in a hushed tone, she muttered, "He is not my boyfriend." But who could resist a billionaire? The nurse scoffed, unimpressed by Mary's feigned modesty. If Mary were not particularly attractive, even dim lighting would struggle to garner the attention of the affluent. The nurse, having received my modest tip of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, was more than willing to extol my virtues. A billionaire? Mary exclaimed, struggling to reconcile the image of the refined yet youthful man before her with the notion of immense wealth. Yet, upon contemplating my account at Goldman Sachs, she quickly shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. How rare is that? Mr. Chen would not have established a life dossier unless he were indeed a billionaire. The costs at St. Maria Hospital amount to $100,000 annually. Typically, the affluent do not relocate their genetic repositories once established. Given Mr. Chen's age, the storage period would not be less than 30 years, amounting to $3 million. Of course, self-storage is an option, but who could guarantee that it would remain uncontaminated? The nurse spoke bluntly about the seed bank, as casually as one might discuss fresh prawns at a seafood market. Moreover, a billionaire would likely establish a life dossier in the United States if he traveled there, with costs comparable to ours, perhaps even slightly lower. Consider the lifetime expenses. Without at least $10 million, one could hardly afford such luxuries. Would someone who is not a billionaire squander their money in this manner? The nurse's chatter left Mary's beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had contemplated entering the realm of transactional relationships, akin to her predecessors who pleased clients with their bodies. Yet, her brief tenure in investment banking and limited opportunities made it impossible to identify a target. Additionally, her youth led her to dread the notion of encountering an elderly client on her first such endeavor, fearing it would cast an irreparable shadow over her life. Furthermore, relationships formed in such a manner would lack depth. Once the novelty wore off, they would likely be discarded, akin to a fleeting courtesan. making it more dignified to engage in business on Borrington Street. Mary was determined, passionate, and driven, not here to offer herself cheaply. Yet, living in Hong Kong, steeped in a dual value system starkly different from that of her homeland, a certain materialism seemed less objectionable. Though young and vibrant, her ambition did not preclude her from harboring material desires. The allure of a billionaire's glow was enough to momentarily cloud her judgment. In an inexplicable impulse, she strode confidently into the small room. Upon seeing her, I raised an eyebrow slightly. Mary, as an investment banking employee, led a constrained life. She might never have the chance to ascend to a senior position, existing as a mere ornament beside the wealthy, flitting among affluent men, dreaming of one day securing a lucrative deal that could elevate her to the status of $1 million partner. Year after year, they dream of wealth and prosperity. Yet when the day arrives for these once youthful and beautiful girls to confront the ravages of time, they discover that some encounters were merely veiled deceptions, while others represent a disheartening self-delusion. What, then, is an investment bank? It is a realm where power and wealth are clandestinely traded, a treacherous ground that devours all without remorse. Here, one encounters an abundance of fraudsters, scoundrels, and those devoid of moral integrity. Yet the presence of virtuous individuals is conspicuously absent. This place is akin to a dye vat. Even the purest of white cloths, once immersed, will emerge imbued with a kaleidoscope of colors. There is no escape from this fate. As long as Mary remains in the investment banking sector, she is destined to succumb to its corrupting influence. I chose her because my prior experiences granted me ample insight into the workings of investment banks. And novices like Mary are the most malleable. Perhaps in other realms, men prefer the efficient and readily available, but when it comes to women, they tend to adhere to a uniform standard, favoring those who appear brand new, or at the very least, nearly pristine. Unless faced with a dire shortage, they would only consider those nearing obsolescence. This is not mere prejudice. It is an undeniable truth in the emotional sphere that the more one has endured, the more tarnished one becomes. Moreover, within Goldman Sachs, I require a compliant asset manager rather than a seasoned veteran steeped in vice. Newcomers possess the duality of being both an asset and a limitation. Their client base is often minimal, yet once my accounts flourish, her performance will shine. Simultaneously, her clients will not multiply merely due to her impressive results, rendering her a docile and effective asset manager in my eyes. When Mary entered the room, her presence did not surprise me. What astonished me was that she brought along a CD. Even in the dim light of the room, I could discern the flush of her cheeks, alluring like a peach in June, exuding a delightful fragrance. I sensed her trembling as she crouched before me. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Do you not receive any training?" "Training?" Mary gazed at me in bewilderment, her intense focus having caused her to overlook many details. She could not even muster a flirtatious glance, wasting the beauty that rivaled that of a starlet. I looked down upon her from my elevated position, noticing the sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead as her clumsy hands fumbled with my trousers. I adjusted the lighting in the room. This hospital boasts remarkable standards. Half an hour later, I entered the doctor's office with a sense of surviving a calamity. Under the microscope, the doctor regretfully informed me, the quality is subpar, but it can be reluctantly stored. Mary trailed behind me, her demeanor seemingly engulfed in a profound sense of existential dread, having just retched. Upon hearing my frustrated growl, she snapped back to reality. Of course, I dared not vociferously lament. Such matters are hardly appropriate for public outcry to satiate one's pitiful vanity. Furthermore, fundamentally speaking, this situation is quite humiliating. I felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, plunging me into a state of madness and frenzy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A singular voice echoed within me, rage, an anguished roar of fury. My life has only just begun. How could the quality of my potential be lacking? Who am I to blame? For a man, the two most humiliating experiences in life are infidelity from a wife and being rendered impotent. Having only been reborn for half a year, to be confronted with this is tantamount to an assault on my existence. When misfortune strikes, even drinking water can feel like a chore. If I were to endure both of these despairing encounters, I cannot predict the extent of my resentment towards society. Though my ire would likely be directed at Wang Lin, I am prone to emotional collapse, to the point of feeling utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, the physician, displaying a commendable level of professionalism, recognized the anguish etched upon my face and comprehended the underlying cause. They encounter such situations frequently. Moreover, physicians catering to affluent clients prioritize their demeanor, do not fault the attitudes of public hospital doctors. With overwhelming caseloads and meager salaries, a pleasant disposition is a rarity. Private hospitals, however, operate differently. With ample remuneration, both skill and service are of the highest caliber. Upon assessing my condition, the doctor promptly inquired, "Mr. Chen, how long has it been since you engaged in that aspect of life?" "About a month," I replied, as there is no shame in honesty. Concealing information from the doctor would only serve to exacerbate my situation. The doctor, understanding the implications, smiled reassuringly. "Mr. Chen, your physical health is intact. However, there is a certain temporal aspect to male vitality. After a week without engagement, the overall vigor significantly diminishes. The lack of novelty can lead to a decline in potency, and in some cases, considerable loss of vitality. The quality may falter, but such decline is not permanent. A subsequent encounter will suffice to rectify it. Your situation falls into the latter category. Should you return tomorrow, the results will undoubtedly improve." "Very well, I shall return tomorrow," I replied, my thoughts swirling. My expression still fraught with trepidation. "Doctor, you mentioned improvement with another encounter. Can it be done now?" "Certainly," the doctor replied with a raised eyebrow, affirming his expertise. Mary remained in a state of bewilderment, having just experienced the most transformative half-hour of her life. As she entered, her mind was filled with the clinking of coins, leaving little room for contemplation. Only afterward did she realize the folly of her actions, having gained nothing while engaging in such a humiliating endeavor. Is it truly the case that success in investment banking relies solely on allure? What was she thinking? As Mary walked beside me in the hospital corridor, she appeared consumed by uncertainty. I wrapped my arm around her slender waist, and in that moment, her body stiffened. Her instinct was to break free, yet ultimately, she acquiesced to my boldness. With a serious demeanor, Mary turned to me. "Mr. Chen, may I become your dedicated asset manager? Your professional rating is insufficient in investment banking. Asset managers are senior staff members, though major clients can make exceptions. I am uncertain whether your company has such provisions. But to become a dedicated asset manager requires significant commitment. Have you considered the price you are willing to pay?" I gazed thoughtfully at her face, illuminated by the sun. The delicate down on her skin appeared so enchanting, reminiscent of tender buds in a spring valley, imbued with the vibrant essence of blooming wildflowers. "I can," Mary said, pursing her lips and nodding vigorously. "As long as the funds are managed adequately, promotion will be within reach. Do you realize how substantial that sum is? $5 million. I possess the money. However, I wish to understand what I shall gain after such an investment. I am willing to give everything, even my all," Mary whispered softly, her breath fragrant like orchids, clearly troubled within. "A $10 million investment, specifically for your oversight. During my time in Hong Kong, you shall accompany me throughout." I gently exhaled near her ear, relishing the sensation of her shivering in my embrace. Well, it had been a long time since I had been close to a woman, and I must admit, encountering such a pure and sweet beauty stirred something within me, especially after the recent appearance of Wang Lin in my life, whether intentionally or inadvertently. She had put considerable effort into her attire, bouncing in front of me during my morning runs in the park, even seizing opportunities to touch me, which was quite bothersome. Yet, I had no desire to engage with Wang Lin. Although nothing severe occurred from our brief contact, my heart resisted. To indulge in Wang Lin would implicitly signify my readiness to forgive her. Yet, I had never intended to absolve her, and placing her in my future was a source of resignation. Upon seeing Mary, I felt a stirring in my heart. There was no need for commitment. It was merely a serendipitous encounter in a city, and spending a few days in each other's company posed no dilemma. Although the investment banking sector is not without its own blemishes, it is undoubtedly cleaner than the entertainment industry. Seeking her assistance seemed prudent. Moreover, I initially planned to open an account with Goldman Sachs. Such value-added services from an investment bank should not be overlooked. That night, in a luxurious suite at the Shangri-La in Causeway Bay, I gazed at Mary in confusion, asking, "Are you the genuine article?" Mary shyly met my gaze and softly replied, "I once believed that diligent study would grant me all the possessions I envied in childhood, neglecting the realm of romance. It was only upon entering the workforce that I realized the adult world is rife with deception." Chapter 70. The Causeway Bay Chronicles. Mary, are you of mixed heritage? Yes, I suppose so. I have only my mother. I have never met my father. Such families are quite common in my hometown. There was a military camp near my childhood home, and my mother often gazed at it, lost in thought. After her passing, I lived with my aunt. Mary delicately shared her background, though it did not sound particularly pleasant. What is your Chinese name? Lianxi. Surely, you are not Korean? No. Lianxi shyly nestled under the covers, perspiration from our vigorous activity glistening on her brow. Would you like to wash up? Do you need my assistance? No. I can manage on my own. An independent woman is a strong one, and Li Enshi embodies this notion. Of course, from that day forth, she transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. Lying on the bed, I extinguished my half-finished cigarette in the ashtray and rose to head to the bathroom. Oh. Li Enshi lies beside me, her mouth agape as she breathes heavily, her gaze unfocused and lost in thought. As I enter a contemplative state, I suddenly recall a remark made by old Xing not long ago. If you hold it in for too long, trouble will ensue. I gently massage Li Enshi's slightly gaunt shoulders. Her choice of inexpensive undergarments betrays her less than favorable living conditions. Simultaneously, I grapple with conflicting emotions. This woman possesses admirable qualities. She is obedient and maintains a respectable private life. If I were to part ways with her, she would likely tread the well-worn path of many investment banking girls. Not that it is inherently wrong, but it would entail abandoning all principles, mingling among swindlers and thieves, cautiously seeking her own gain. She might fancy herself a clever fox, only to ultimately realize she is, at best, merely a sheep. The earnings may not be substantial, yet the money they acquire remains elusive for the average person. After all, one must receive some form of compensation for their efforts. This is the sorrow of young women in investment banking, lacking both connections and elite educational backgrounds. As for male employees, forget it. Wall Street readily embraces young graduates from Princeton's mathematics program, yet will undoubtedly turn away the majority of Ivy League alumni. Only those with the highest caliber of education and competence can secure positions in investment banks. This illustrates the harsh standards for those entering the field without connections. Nevertheless, even with these qualifications, the income is not particularly impressive. Ordinary employees begin with an annual salary of $50,000, and even as project managers, they may only earn $200,000 a year. Without commissions, the salaries in investment banking are not as glamorous as one might envision. In the midst of slumber, I am jolted awake by the person beside me. I discover that Li Enshi is attempting to stealthily rise from my embrace, but the pain between her legs renders her movements somewhat rigid. I squint at her before casting my gaze out the window, where the stars twinkle above Victoria Harbor, tranquil as a pool of dark ink. Do you need to use the restroom? No, I need to go for a run. Li Enshi inhales sharply. Clearly still recovering from a wild night, her movements are too stiff. Running seems a daunting task. Even stepping outside feels laborious. I grumpily pull the already seated Li Enshi into my arms, exclaiming, "Are you not aware of your own physical state? Rest, you shall not run today." But I run every day. I even run when I'm sick. I've already fallen behind. I missed reciting yesterday and need to review the actuarial exam questions. I've been too indulgent with myself. Li Enshi appears to chastise herself for her perceived decline. I am genuinely perplexed. What is this woman thinking? Does she believe that dedicating an extra half-hour each day to recitation or reviewing exam papers will elevate her status? I struggle to rub the sleep from my eyes and inquire, "What time is it?" "It is 4 in the morning. Are you mad? Waking up this early?" I can't help but think to myself, is the once innocent girl from Hong Kong in 2006 now caught up in this relentless grind? I gently caress Li Enshi's cheek, exasperated, saying, "Do you really think this will give you an opportunity to rise above? Hard work will surely be rewarded." During my school years, I dedicated 16 hours each day to studying, spent an hour exercising, and allotted another hour for meals and dressing, leaving myself with a mere 4 hours of sleep. It was through years of relentless preparation that I secured an opportunity to join Goldman Sachs. What else can a child from an ordinary family do, aside from striving diligently? Li Enshi clearly disagreed with my perspective, displaying a notable aversion. Her serious demeanor resembled that of the most devout of believers. "You sleep only 4 hours a day?" she questioned, emphasizing that effort is not merely a slogan, but a mindset. Li Enshi nodded earnestly, which I surmised to be a product of her long-term psychological conditioning. Regardless, I could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. If I were in her position, I believed I would have succumbed to madness within 3 months, rather than a year. I retorted with irritation. Hard work can indeed open doors to higher thresholds. Without prior diligence, you would never have entered Goldman Sachs, met me, or achieved promotions and salary increases. But it should never lead to self-torment. By the way, has the promotion and salary increase been confirmed? I am a person of my word, and integrity has always been one of my few virtues. Furthermore, one cannot afford to skimp on expenses related to courtship. The moment Li Enshi nodded yesterday, I eagerly hailed a taxi and whisked her away to the central building where Goldman Sachs is located, transforming an initial account of $1 million into over $10 million. This maneuver held profound implications in the eyes of Li Enshi's colleagues. Even her supervisor subtly suggested she could take a leave of absence. Li Enshi, with a downcast gaze, nodded in resignation, stating, "My supervisor just informed me that I have 3 days of leave, and upon my return, I will be promoted to a senior position, with a monthly salary increase of 20,000. 20,000? What was your salary before?" I inquired. "The same, 20,000. The plight of a newly graduated employee is quite pitiful, with a salary so low that they cannot even afford to dine at a restaurant. I still have student loans to repay. I truly cannot afford to relent in my efforts." In her soft tone, there was a mix of relief and disappointment. It seemed that her efforts had yielded little, as her current income was still less than that of a cosmetic sales associate. Yet, she had toiled for over a decade to gain entry into Goldman Sachs, attending one of the top 5 universities in England without a full scholarship, which necessitated juggling work and studies. Otherwise, she would never have had the opportunity to join Goldman Sachs. She was the most diligent worker in the company, striving to excel for every potential client. However, even after 6 months of employment, her performance remained the lowest in her team, putting her on the brink of termination. The only reason she had not been dismissed was her undeniable allure, which led her supervisor to believe in her untapped potential. Perhaps it is effort that determines the thresholds of life, for only through diligence can one seize a chance for advancement. Yet, it is never effort alone that dictates the heights one can achieve in life. I gently caressed Li Enchi's figure, soft yet firm, exuding quality, fullness, and remarkable elasticity. The subsequent words were destined to shatter Li Enchi's worldview. "Having secured a client of my caliber, worth millions, is this truly the result of your efforts?" "No." But it seems that Li Enchi wants to refute. However, recalling last night's madness, her delicate face flushed as it pressed against my chest. She murmured, "Is working in an investment bank truly like this? I merely wish to alter my circumstances through hard work and earn a bit more money. Is that really such a mistake? For a girl of humble origins like you, it is indeed challenging, yet for those born into affluent families, securing such a position might be effortless. This door has opened for you. Whether you choose to merely observe or to forge ahead depends on your perspective." I lamented that for women in the financial sector, the fate is often rather bleak. What appears to be a prestigious occupation is rife with various exchanges of interests, both legitimate and otherwise. This reality can be particularly harsh for beautiful girls devoid of any bargaining power. This job is far from the glamorous image one might envision. Li Enchi pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she said, "But what should I do if I do not strive? Choices. Only choices can elevate your life across social strata. Striving in the latter half of life may not yield significant results. It is the elevation of understanding that plays a decisive role in your future. Of course, one must also have the assistance of benefactors and a touch of luck. I have no benefactors," Li Enchi sighed. "My luck is rather poor. I often encounter misfortunes." "Then let us endeavor." I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for this girl, still young yet burdened by a dismal fate. "Did you not assert that effort is futile?" Li Enchi propped herself up, looking at me in confusion, her dissatisfaction palpable. A faint smile graced my lips as I suppressed a laugh. "Just as you worked hard last night, fortune can indeed be earned." Li Enchi shot me an annoyed glance, then recalled my status as a significant client, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "But it hurts." After some contemplation, she mischievously suggested, "Perhaps we could resort to methods from the hospital." "Never mind, let us conserve some of that. Overuse may diminish its availability, but it will undoubtedly become increasingly rare." I leaned against the pillow, silently reciting a calming mantra. The pressure weighed heavily upon me, especially after having submitted a sample to the gene bank. I resisted the temptation to lead astray the innocent girl before me. Girls, particularly those who have just lost their innocence, require nurturing. As dawn broke, I called the front desk, and soon a hearty breakfast was delivered to our room, accompanied by a tube of ointment. "Do not move. I am genuinely kind enough to apply this ointment for you. Do you truly believe I am a lecher?" I found Li Enchi's struggles quite exasperating, especially when faced with her fearful, evasive gaze. I longed to assure her that I was not a predator. Although my hands were touching sensitive areas, it was entirely proper behavior. "Are you not convinced?" Li Enchi expressed doubt about my character, considering it was only our second day of acquaintance. "If I were a lecher, you would have been unable to rise from bed long ago." With one hand holding the ointment and the other restraining her attempts to squirm away, I huffed in frustration. My primary concern was to care for Li Enchi, who had just crossed the threshold into womanhood. I was exceedingly gentle in my actions. Even if later impulses arose, I managed to suppress them. Li Enchi possessed a beauty that resonated with the aesthetic of Eastern lineage. Her face was notably textured, her skin fair and exuding a creaminess reminiscent of Caucasian tones, yet possessing the delicate touch characteristic of Eastern individuals. In a fleeting moment, an impulse stirred within my heart, a desire to wholly possess this woman. However, this thought was swiftly banished, replaced by the notion of nurturing her into a competent long-term partner. The execution of this plan appeared to be quite feasible. I posed a rather awkward question to Li Uni. Yesterday, when I invited you out from your company, you seemed hesitant. May I inquire as to the reason? My student loan is about to default, and I am at a loss for what to do. Furthermore, should I lose this job, finding a similar one would prove exceedingly difficult. Li Un, he replied softly, her sticky voice lacking mellifluence yet imbued with a sense of endearment. How much do you owe in student loans? I inquired. Over £50,000 for 3 years of undergraduate studies at a university in London. With a year and a half remaining for my master's, I have been frugal and worked diligently, yet I have still accrued such debt. Although repayment is not required all at once, a substantial amount is due each month. Additionally, my rent is also approaching its due date. And I am merely testing my luck, uncertain of what will transpire. Li Un, he candidly confessed, a wise woman who understood the importance of transparency. I nodded and said, I will repay this debt for you, and furthermore, we shall find you a residence closer to the company, ideally within walking distance. I shall cover the rent. Given her financial circumstances, I could easily surmise the dire conditions of her current living situation, thus I decided to take on the rent as well. The rent near the company is quite exorbitant. Would it be possible to secure a larger place? I wish to bring my family to live with me. Li Un, he cautiously inquired. Certainly, I harbor no concerns. In fact, I believe it is preferable. After all, they are your family, and as long as they are not a romantic partner, I have no objections. With your striking beauty, is it not the case that no one wishes to support you? I asked with curiosity. Indeed, there are suitors, but they are all elderly gentlemen, not much younger than my grandfather. It is simply unbearable. Accepting such an arrangement would cast a shadow over my entire life. Had it not been for my brother's intervention, I might not have been able to endure. Li Un, he explained with a playful smile. I noticed that after my decision to alleviate her student debt, the tension that had once gripped her seemed to dissipate entirely. After our meal, we rested for a couple of hours. As the clock approached 9, we set out. Our first stop was the bank, where I preemptively repaid Li Unhe's student loan. En route, Hazy followed in a rented luxury vehicle. The reason for not allowing him to accompany me earlier was that the visit to the hospital was not suitable for a bodyguard's presence, as it could be somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, a man of his stature would be of little assistance in such a situation and might impede my performance. I had brought Li Unhe along because old Xing had mentioned that the female nurses at St. Mary's Hospital were not particularly pleasing to the eye. While the staff in other departments were commendable, it was perplexing why such a crucial department had employed a nurse that resembled a daunting gatekeeper. Perhaps the hospital was concerned that an attractive nurse might be swayed by wealthy patrons seeking to compromise the institution's reputation. After all, it would be unwise to hire a nurse specifically for a lucrative client. Fortunately, I had prepared for contingencies and had enlisted Li Unhe as my unexpected ally. Hazy was somewhat taken aback. Why, in the mere span of a day without his presence, had a beautiful woman suddenly appeared by my side? Within less than 24 hours of our acquaintance, I had procured myself a temporary lover, but that was not the crux of the matter. The key issue was that Hazy was pondering how I, a stranger in Hong Kong, managed to charm such a lovely girl in such a brief period. If Hazy were to inquire, I would probably tell him that having wealth is all it takes. Chapter 71. Life as a defeated hound. Hazy, my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Brother Foam, are you truly a billionaire? I mean, I've deposited over 10 million USD into your company, which is nearly equivalent to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. I assent it. I grumpily ushered her into the car and, with a blank stare, turned to Li Enshi, saying, direct Hazy to any shopping mall that sells luxury goods. I had visited Hong Kong before. In fact, it might be one of the cities that has undergone the least change among all major urban centers. Most of the city's architecture has been preserved through the ages, remaining largely intact, albeit some buildings exude a strong sense of age and others have fallen into disrepair. This is a common affliction of global cities. The older a city develops, the more of its original structures it retains. Many of these buildings should have been retired. Yet even if they have become hazardous, demolition remains unfeasible. New York exemplifies this situation. Once the city with the most skyscrapers, many of its buildings are now uninhabitable. Yet they still occupy prime real estate in the heart of the city. There are those who have contemplated demolishing them to erect new towers. But the cost of demolition often exceeds the original value of the land. While the 10 million USD from Goldman Sachs may not have imparted the sense of wealth to Lianxi, after an hour of shopping, I had spent nearly 500,000 Hong Kong dollars on her, and she then truly felt the power of wealth. Throughout the experience, she was exuberant, hardly resembling a girl who had just entered adulthood. Even in the hospital that afternoon, her earnest demeanor and dedication to learning from the hospital's free video resources filled me with a sense of satisfaction. The money spent was worthwhile. With a woman like Lianxi, the initial impact of lavish spending is significant, but it does not last long. The best approach is to guide her growth, allowing her to accompany me as I ascend to higher platforms, exposing her to different vistas, and becoming her sole pillar of support. Over time, she would become inseparable, the kind of person who would choose to stay even without monetary incentives. Only through this means can I ensure she willingly remains by my side. Previously, I had not harbored serious intentions towards Chen Feng. It was merely a case of desire at first sight. The primary reason for my interest was that I genuinely needed a woman's assistance at that time, and Chen Feng appeared at the opportune moment. My intention to keep her as a lover for a few years was largely due to her purity. For a man, having a partner who embodies innocence is vital. It aligns with a man's preferences. Of course, there are other reasons. A woman with a clean body is undoubtedly not a promiscuous one. She possesses certain boundaries. And having such a woman nearby brings minimal trouble while maximizing personal pleasure. The seemingly irrational perspective is indeed a significant reason for a man to accept a woman. No man cherishes a tool, for if it breaks, a new one can always be acquired. If a woman holds merely the value of a tool in a man's eyes, then discarding her at will becomes entirely feasible. Preferences vary, and thus, a man's needs for a woman differ accordingly. When a woman occupies a certain place in a man's heart, that position may initially seem inconsequential. However, as time progresses, its importance can grow exponentially, until it becomes utterly indispensable. For Chen Feng, ensuring her inability to part ways with me is not a daunting task. In fact, it is quite simple. After a month, once my financial endeavors begin to flourish, I believe she will find it exceedingly difficult to leave. The cost of departing from me will be exorbitant. Within Goldman Sachs, possessing clientele worth tens of millions of dollars could elevate her to a managerial position, while managing billions could secure her an annual salary in the millions. And what if it were 10 billion? The lofty ranks of directorship would be within easy reach. At that point, the very notion of leaving me would render her incapable of fathoming the potential consequences. Of course, age and appearance may enhance her appeal, yet in the face of profit, such enhancements are merely supplementary, lacking the power to effect decisive change. Upon returning to the company after a 3-day vacation, Lianxi was greeted with a celebration organized by her team. The moment she arrived at the hotel, she felt as though she were floating on air, blissfully dazed. Since joining Goldman Sachs, when had she ever received praise? It had always been relentless pressure, pushing her to strive harder. Now, she was impervious to the unpleasant remarks at work. Even her supervisor seemed to be ardently defending her. To an outsider, it might appear as though she were one of the company's key employees. Yet, she had endured months of hardship within the firm. And the sweetness that followed her struggles was her newfound reluctance to overexert herself. She finally comprehended that embracing a more relaxed approach was the ultimate truth of life. Oh, how utterly delightful it was. For Lianxi, being able to sleep for 8 hours was a dream she had not experienced since her childhood. Now, it had been effortlessly realized, and she could continue to indulge in leisurely mornings. Her body unfurled, arching like a bow, reminiscent of a cat stretching after a nap. Her once dull skin now radiating a healthy glow that was utterly captivating. Regrettably, today was my scheduled visit to the hospital to expand the gene bank. And I playfully smacked her pert derriere, exclaiming, "Do not tempt me. You cannot withstand the consequences." "Who says I can't? I want you, brother." Lianxi shyly embraced me, while my eyes reddened, prompting me to silently recite calming mantras. "Do you have plans after the hospital visit this afternoon?" I remain uncertain why Chen Feng refers to me as brother, perhaps due to a late singer who passed away 2 years prior, or for reasons unknown. He has departed. On my second visit to the hospital, Lianxi realized she had fallen for my ruse. The instances of the seed gene bank being produced on-site at the hospital were exceedingly rare, unlikely to attract affluent patrons. Typically, such arrangements occur in private rooms of 5-star hotels adjacent to the hospital, where a young and beautiful lady is enlisted to assist. However, Lianxi was not angered. Rather, she felt a sense of relief. I had harbored such desires and acted upon them, ultimately rendering her an unfortunate prey. Yet, from another perspective, my presence had salvaged her, liberating her from the suffocating pressures that once burdened her. It even afforded her a life of affluence, though for me, the luxurious existence she glimpsed was but a mere periphery. After carefully packaging the genetic samples, I promptly delivered them to the hospital without delay. Once the novice phase had passed, Lianxi's capacity for acceptance astonished me. She was akin to a seasoned driver, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. and she came equipped with her own materials, clearly a diligent student. The allure of her mixed heritage kindled within me a desire to remain ensconced in her gentle embrace. I had my eye on a house, intending to rent it. Would my brother care to join me for a viewing? How spacious is it? She inquired. A full 300 square feet, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, she stated with a hint of pride, relishing the prospect of finally having her own room. In her earnest attempt to save me money, she had found a modest 2-bedroom layout of merely 30 square meters. My curiosity compelled me to see it. How could 30 square meters be divided into 2 bedrooms and a living room? Upon visiting, I was dismayed. My sizable frame, standing at 1.85 meters, nearly became lodged in the narrow hallway. I promptly requested a switch to an 800 square foot residence, which proved far more comfortable, and Lianxi appeared quite pleased. She even envisioned the grandeur of partitioning the space into 5 rooms and 2 living areas, though the landlord would certainly not acquiesce. A week later, I departed from the vibrant city of Xiangjiang, returning to Yansheng with a buoyant spirit. Ever since my arrival in this realm, the weight pressing upon my heart had dissipated upon meeting Lianxi and nurturing our romantic bond. During a previous idle chat with old Xing in Yangqing, I had realized that my demeanor was askew. I had been overly attentive to the emotions of those around me, neglecting my own. As for how I ought to live this life, I had yet to determine. However, perhaps the greatest aspiration I held was to embrace a life unencumbered by constraints. Flowing naturally as it may, after a week's absence, I returned to the familiar streets of Yangqing. Although my Cantonese was not particularly fluent, I had no trouble understanding spoken language, despite my slight accent. The atmosphere in Yangqing felt markedly different from that of Xiangjiang. It exuded a sense of freedom. Upon my return to the office, Mina hurried to my side, her eyes darting around as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Old Chen, something's off with you. Something's very wrong. What is it? I asked, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt, worried that I had inadvertently revealed my less-than noble character in front of a girl I admired. Even though I had never considered bringing Mina into my home, I had no desire to harm this seemingly strong, yet inwardly fragile woman. Frankly, I was taken aback by Mina's perceptiveness. Could it truly be that women possess such extraordinary intuition, an uncanny ability to perceive the unspoken? It's your demeanor. It has changed. You seem so much lighter, as if the burdens weighing on your heart have been lifted. The air of despondency that once clung to you has vanished. It's truly remarkable. Mina, with a hint of suspicion, sniffed around me, murmuring, could it be a woman? What a cursed existence, I thought. What nonsense fills your mind daily? I impatiently turned her head away, my expression akin to that of a foot kicking aside an overly enthusiastic dog eager to welcome me home. I grasped Mina as she attempted to depart and inquired, how has Tong Tong been lately? Tong Tong, your daughter? Mina rolled her eyes, her gaze nearly reaching her forehead. What a rarity. Is she not my daughter? My own mother. Well, your daughter is doing splendidly, and your wife is well too. Why not ask your wife instead of bothering me, an outsider? Mina, fully aware of her intentions, sought to embarrass me, indicating her displeasure. She had known of my divorce since Wang Lin's arrival in Yangqing. It had transitioned from mere speculation to undeniable truth. Even though neither Wang Lin nor I had ever mentioned our marriage to outsiders, the estrangement was palpable, easily discerned by those familiar with us, impossible to conceal. I scoffed. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. Please inform the marketing department and have finance attend. A meeting is scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. All right, I shall take my leave. Just as Mina exited, my phone rang. Upon seeing that familiar number, a flicker of anticipation surged within me. Had it finally begun? Gua Gang had always been a thorn in my side, an imposition thrust upon me by Wang Lin. I could maintain my composure, but I would not be an easy target. This is not merely about a man's dignity. In society, those who lack assertiveness are perpetually bullied by the unscrupulous, ultimately succumbing to a habitual state of victimhood. A slap to the face, if not avenged, becomes a lingering grievance. This is not about vengeance for the sake of revenge, but a means of self-preservation. I can embody grace, but I refuse to wear a smile while being mistreated. That is not grace, but cowardice. A man may achieve nothing, for many live ordinary lives, perhaps even facing misfortune. However, he must never be weak. No woman will harbor affection for a feeble man, save perhaps his mother. The emergence of Gua Gang had drained my reservoir of patience. Dealing with such a person requires no mercy. If an opportunity for a decisive blow presents itself, I shall not hesitate. The perpetrator must be dealt with. Those who dare to disrupt others' families must bear the full weight of retribution, even if it leads to their own ruin. After all, when one sets out to shatter another's family, they do so with the intent of causing ruin. I refuse to believe that love exists in relationships tainted by infidelity. Even if it does, it is merely a facade of deep emotion. Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Chen. The other party has taken the bait, but the chips you hold must be surrendered to me, and at cost price. On the other end of the line was a carefully prepared gift for Guogang, yet I would not acquiesce based solely on one side's account. I replied, I will verify the situation and call you back in half an hour. Very well, I await your good news. First, I opened my computer to examine the recent week-s trends of Guoan technology, a fictitious stock, confirming that the other party had indeed entered the fray. Particularly, at the moment when the familiar name of the Beijing Securities Office came into my view, I was certain that the other party was already deeply entangled. Moreover, the amount of capital involved was substantial, not a mere trifling matter. I made a phone call to my trader, Guoan Technology, elevate the stock by 5% this afternoon. Understood, boss. Then I called Lao Gui. Lao Gui, I need all hands on deck to ensure those three rascals are kept in check. From this moment on, even if they go to the restroom, someone must shadow them. President Chen, that will require triple the cost. There was a brief pause on the other end. Then Lao Gui decisively replied, if they slip out of my sight, I will personally hand over my head for you to use as a ball. What do I want with your head? In a month at most, I will assess your final results. I have prepared a bonus of 1 million for you. As I uttered these words, my voice was somewhat somber, cold enough to freeze the air around me. Yet internally, I felt a rush of exhilarating thrill. I must confess, engaging in nefarious deeds truly heightens one's spirits. The pleasure derived from the clandestine plotting unfolding layer by layer was akin to the exhilaration of shouting in an open field. When I called President Yi again, my mood had settled. I will take action today. Once we extract the chips from the other party, we will elevate the stock directly. I will provide full cooperation. Chapter 72. The daughter reports after the meeting, I returned to my office, and the phone rang. Upon glancing down, I saw it was my trader calling, inquiring, how is the situation? President Chen, the other party is inexperienced, their methods utterly clumsy. They have already begun to shed their chips. Within 2 days, they will have cleared them out. All right, take it easy. We may not be able to feast on this plump sheep, but we can certainly toy with it. Our goal is to elevate their entry price as much as possible without them catching on. It's a shame. Although this bite is rich, our capacity could easily absorb it. There's no need to punish them. I paused for a moment and chuckled. In the second half of the year, I plan to establish an investment company, and you are the prime candidate. Do not underestimate this. By then, I might not even be able to speak to you. At the moment I hung up the phone, a chill trembled through me. After all this preparation, I was finally ready to cast my net. I hoped this time I could resolve the nuisance posed by Guogang once and for all. The reason I refrained from employing extreme measures was primarily to set a safety valve for myself. Once a person acquires power and influence, the means of revenge can become limitless. Avoiding extreme measures is a principle, simultaneously establishing a safeguard for my life. No matter how bold I am, I would never stoop to hiring someone to commit murder. Yet this scoundrel dared to humiliate me, thrusting his revulsion into my face, and expected me to simply let it go? That would be far too lenient. Human nature is the most fragile of all, and mere greed is sufficient to ruin one's future. As per my usual routine, I left work on time. Upon returning home, the moment Chen Mudong saw me, she leaped from her chair in delight, arms outstretched as she rushed toward me. Daddy, I missed you. Did you bring me a gift? Tong Tong longs for the days when her father is by her side. What does it feel like to have a daughter who is adorable, eloquent, and affectionate? I must confess, I cannot resist it. The innate instincts of a devoted father have been fully awakened. Tell Daddy, who has been unkind to you. I will make it right. I assure her. Little Chen Tong Tong, with a sorrowful expression, begins to recount her grievances. Daddy, you have no idea how miserable it is for Tong Tong when you are not at home. You once said that we should learn as much as we can. But Mom insists I complete my homework and assigns additional tasks that I simply cannot finish. Amused, I inquire, did you resist? Of course, but it was futile. Chen Tong Tong replies, exasperated. Faced with her complaints, I resolve to ascertain the situation. Upon reviewing Chen Tong Tong's academic progress and assignments, it becomes evident that the original 4-hour study time is insufficient. It may need to be doubled to 8 hours. This issue necessitates a discussion with Wang Lin. After arriving in Yangcheng, Wang Lin, having shed her initial nervousness upon meeting me, realized that I did not harbor any animosity towards her, which emboldened her to test the boundaries of our relationship. From tentative beginnings, she gradually became more intrusive. It would be disingenuous to claim I hold no disdain. However, I concealed my emotions, leading her to believe I was attempting to accept her. In truth, acceptance was never my intention, nor will it ever be. I must find an opportunity to convey this to her directly. The dissolution of our marriage has rendered the original family structure non-existent. Yet she continues to dwell in the past, causing discomfort for everyone involved. I am willing to entrust our daughter's education to her, as she is Chen Tongtong's mother and entitled to that right. However, should she overstep her bounds, she remains unaware that it will provoke my strong aversion. Wang Lin, we need to talk. Finding Wang Lin is straightforward. I need only wait at home. During my absence from Guangzhou, she consistently appears at my residence, rarely leaving my daughter's side. I refrain from speculating about her motives, as it serves no purpose. To speculate about someone implies an interest in them. Yet I have never held any such interest in Wang Lin. To me, she is merely a passerby. Someone I may observe, but who will never penetrate the depths of my heart. Feng, I am making a cake for Tong Tong. Can you wait until I finish? Wang Lin wipes the sweat from her brow and peeks her head around the kitchen door, her face radiating the joy of a life filled with busyness. I nonchalantly lift the teapot and ascend to the rooftop. The villa's observation deck offers little in terms of a view, serving primarily as a sunbathing or barbecue area. Especially in the city, even stargazing at night feels burdensome. Thus, I enclosed the deck with a framework and transformed it into a tea room. With no visitors and lacking friends in Guangzhou, I do not invite anyone over. This tea room serves as my sanctuary for reading and leisure. Once Wang Lin ascends, she directly occupies the chair opposite mine, gazing at me with curiosity as I settle in. Wang Lin, have I not expressed my desire for you to refrain from excessively interfering in our daughter's studies? You have, she acknowledges. Upon witnessing my solemn expression, Wang Lin appeared momentarily taken aback, her previously composed demeanor betraying a flicker of anxiety and unease. I paid little heed to her emotional state. The reason for her presence before me, coupled with my lack of vehement resistance, stemmed from the fact that Tong Tong required a mother. Even if that mother fell short of my expectations, I yearned to convey to her that her futile aspirations to reclaim a family and a husband through genuine affection and the passage of time had long since been extinguished. Such endeavors were destined to be in vain. I retrieved a cigarette, contemplated for a moment, then set it aside. Although the doctor had not explicitly advised me to reduce my smoking, I was acutely aware that excessive smoking could adversely affect the quality of my seed. Recently, my subconscious had prompted me to rein in my cravings, and fortunately, this phase would not linger for long. Merely a few months, at most 3. Noticing Wang Lin's tense expression, I harbored no desire to console her. You are Tong Tong's mother, and while you may intervene in her studies, you ought to recognize that her life does not necessitate the exhaustive effort you demand. It is essential to understand that children who exert themselves to the utmost in their studies do not necessarily attain a brilliant future. For a child like Tong Tong, hailing from a wealthy background, the objective during her formative years should be to cultivate good habits and master 1 or 2 beneficial learning methods, while developing a sense of independence without stubbornness. In my view, Tong Tong's performance was commendable. The academic goals I had set for her were merely temporary aspirations, not obligations to fulfill. As long as she exerted a reasonable amount of effort and achieved rewarding results, that would suffice. There was no need for her to strain herself unduly. She need not be extraordinarily exceptional. A natural progression would be ideal. I did not wish for her to devote all her time to pleasing teachers and parents in pursuit of praise. Such accolades could mislead her into believing that learning was solely for the sake of validation from family, teachers, or peers. Have you considered that the burden of excessive study might extinguish her enthusiasm for life? What you ought to do is accompany her, ensuring that when the day arrives for you to completely depart from her life, she will still cherish the memory of maternal love and your presence, rather than solely recalling an endless array of exercises and examinations in your absence. Wang Lin clutched her clothing tightly, and I could sense the helplessness of a mother who had lost custody post-divorce, as if every action she took was a misstep. Tragically, this perceived failure was only in her mind, for in my eyes, she had never been right. Infidelity, for a woman, is akin to 100-1, yielding a result of 0. She was constantly acutely aware of this humiliation. No amount of pain or regret could reverse her circumstances, particularly now. As she cast a desolate gaze in my direction, her lips curled into an involuntary grimace. Foam, I only noticed that she still possesses some energy, and I thought to help her improve. I chuckled, though my laughter bore a more sardonic quality. Wang Lin, you are Tong Tong's mother, but merely that. What do you mean by that, Foam? Wang Lin's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing my cold tone. I shook my head, clarifying, this is not a personal affront. Rather, I am presenting you with a reality. You are the mother of Tong Tong, and I am her father. However, neither of us can live her life or experience the essence of existence on her behalf. just as we cannot substitute her very being. If her life necessitates relentless effort from the very beginning, suppressing all aspects of her humanity, it is destined to be draped in shadows, devoid of brilliance. This, I trust. You acknowledge. I do not aim to cast moral aspersions. Post-divorce, couples often harbor varying degrees of resentment towards one another. Yet, I deem it unnecessary to constantly remind the other party of their wrongs. Wang Lin's expression softened somewhat. And I continued, the educational goals and plans I have set for Tong Tong are not aimed at demanding perfection in their execution. Rather, they are designed to help her acquire knowledge in the most efficient manner possible. This may seem like a shortcut, unsuitable for everyone, yet it fits her current needs. She requires not only education, but also a childhood filled with joy. My forward-thinking academic plans are not intended to push her towards elite programs or to become a prodigy. She is merely an 8-year-old child, and her childhood should be free from excessive pressure. I have shouldered most of the burdens of future expectations on her behalf. In my view, if Tong Tong learns to navigate life, confront challenges with resilience, maintain balance in her actions, and achieve emotional stability, she will be sufficiently equipped for her future journey. As for academics, I must candidly assert that the accumulation of knowledge is not of paramount importance. In the realm of adulthood, the intrinsic ability to thrive surpasses mere intelligence or the ability to achieve high test scores. Emotional intelligence reigns supreme. Yet, what of maternal wisdom? The elderly are not infallible. It seems to me that Lu Ying's concession in forgiving Wang Lin is a monumental error, and each thought of her fills me with resentment. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. I see now that we must let her act within her means. After I finished speaking, I immersed myself in tea and the whispers of the wind. Prolonged solitude can make one feel the warmth of companionship amidst a bustling crowd, yet deep down, I still cherish the serenity of solitude. Noticing my disinterest in further conversation, Wang Lin sighed, slowly rising to her feet. As she reached the door, she glanced back at my silhouette. She had once contemplated revealing all her innermost thoughts to me, or more accurately, to Chen Feng. At that time, they were not yet divorced, and she feared that once spoken, there would be no turning back. Now, the marriage has ended, and nothing could be worse than this. When she finally mustered the courage to speak, she realized that I had lost all inclination to understand the reasons behind her infidelity. This, too, was her folly. She believed herself to be singularly unique. Yet in the complexities of human relationships, whether through error or triumph, all motivations and triggers can be traced. I am well aware of the reasons behind Wang Lin's infidelity. Was it not simply a matter of her husband's absence, his failure to provide enduring companionship, and the presence of a charming colleague who offered warmth and concern? Ultimately, these are not the crux of the issue. The crux of the matter lies in Wang Lin's flawed values. Her perceptions remain ensconced in her student days, or even in a more juvenile phase. For instance, she once advised Chen Feng that having enough money suffices. This reflects her disdain for the inherent commercialism that she perceives in Chen Feng since he became a businessman. Yet, she fails to consider that in the realm of commerce, earning money is undeniably preferable to facing bankruptcy. As one ascends the ladder of success, both emotions and thoughts often defy human nature. If climbing were so effortless, there would be no instances of retreat along the way. Wang Lin's criticism of Chen Feng's shortcomings reveals her inability to keep pace with his ambitions and growth. Viewing her husband's almost self-destructive dedication to work through an almost foolish lens, she inevitably creates an imbalance. Many truths are self-evident. Having discerned this clarity, I possess no desire to delve deeper. Moreover, I have never been concerned with Wang Lin's affairs. I lack the desperation and fury that Chen Feng felt upon discovering her infidelity, nor do I harbor any impulse to uncover the reasons behind her betrayal. Our exchanges revolve solely around our daughter. Beyond that, we are akin to strangers. The consequences of this situation are entirely her own doing. It is only upon losing something that one recognizes its value. Yet where exists the remedy for regret? She gazes silently at my retreating figure, her mouth opening to speak, yet finds herself voiceless. Once a relationship marked by sweetness, it has now devolved to the point where words feel superfluous. Apart from silently enduring this rejection, she finds herself powerless. She perceives that my demeanor does not reflect joy at her presence. Were I privy to her true thoughts, I would earnestly inform her, you are overthinking, and indeed, rather greedy. Furthermore, I have not disclosed to Wang Lin that, for our daughter Tong Tong, effort and choice appear to hold little significance. Apart from the regret of her parents' divorce at the age of 8, her starting point in life is markedly higher than that of most others. For many, diligence is paramount. Children from ordinary families, once they leave home, can rely solely on their efforts to improve their circumstances. when struggling to make a living in the city, devoid of a stable foundation, unable to afford rent or even meals. To assert that choices are essential is to insult their intelligence. For countless ordinary individuals, the day they step out into society marks the onset of their journey with nothing to their name. From basic sustenance to housing and transportation, everything must be fiercely contested through sheer effort. I have experienced the anguish of struggling under such dire circumstances, but Wang Lin remains oblivious. She has never endured such suffering and strife. My experiences are but echoes of a past life. Wang Lin's approach has been to impose universal values onto the individual, and unfortunately, that individual is her daughter. I do not deny Wang Lin's aspiration to be a good mother, but this should not come at the expense of Chen Mutong. Chapter 73. The Wheel of Fate. In the ensuing days, I found myself exceedingly occupied. After hastily spending time with my daughter, I departed from the confines of our home. During this period, even the tutor, XINU, primarily focused on guiding Chen Mutong's studies at home. There were no longer instances of her accompanying me to the office. With Wang Lin's arrival in Yangqing, I found myself considerably relieved, at least on the surface. Chen Mutong finally had someone trustworthy watching over her, allowing me to immerse myself entirely in my work without constant concern for my daughter's safety. However, I am acutely aware that Wang Lin has nowhere else to turn. Some individuals begin anew after a divorce, while others remain ensnared in the past. Wang Lin clearly belongs to the latter category. I have no means to discern, nor do I wish to know, her inner thoughts. I merely refrained from obstructing her interactions with Chen Mutong. Beyond that, I preferred to do nothing and contemplate nothing. In another villa within the community, several of my traders meticulously monitored the market, methodically executing buy and sell orders. I too observe the market, which often resembles the human psyche, not merely a collection of individuals, but rather a collective character of the masses. Greed, confidence, and blind obedience prevail. Boss, it has reached the bottom. Shall we initiate a rebound? After estimating, I surmised that approximately 100 million in shares had been consumed by the opposing party, piquing my curiosity about Guo Gang's unscrupulous acquaintances. This group was remarkably audacious, brazenly opening accounts at the securities exchange where Guo Gang's friend worked, building their positions, and waiting for the opportune moment to seize a share from the market manipulators. Hold on, no rush. Yet, the stocks currently in our possession reflected trades that were merely transferring between our own hands, resulting in unnecessary transaction costs, a wasteful endeavor. After stepping out to make a phone call, I returned to my room. Maintain a slow growth for 2 days. Understood, boss. In the capital, several young men were at a KTV, embracing the company of singing hostesses, belting out off-key songs with fervent abandon. The atmosphere was one of madness, or at least a pretense of it. I suggested a toast to the young man they called Brother Nan. He was short in stature, adorned with a pair of frameless glasses, and if not for his dark complexion, he might have appeared quite refined. However, intoxicated, he raised his glass exuberantly, exclaiming, "To wealth! To wealth! Cheers to tomorrow!" As if prosperity were indeed guaranteed by the dawn. Besides Zhang Yingnan, Guo Gang and Lu Ming were also present. Guo Gang, tall and handsome, bore a face marked by past grievances, yet at that moment, he appeared blissfully intoxicated, his hand slipping beneath the short skirt of a hostess. Lu Ming, too, seemed oblivious to how he had acquired a scrap of black fabric in his hand. This was a venue for emotional release, a moment to shed facades. Lu Ming, unsatisfied, downed his drink of foreign liquor in one gulp and turned to Guo Gang, saying, "Can we still get in touch with that bank manager we used to hang out with? I find myself missing her." Guo Gang's face, still flushed with intoxication, regained a flicker of clarity as he responded with a hint of malice, "No chance. She has given up on work too." I was genuinely anxious for a while, fearing her man might seek revenge, but it turns out he's a coward. It's been over a month, and nothing has transpired. One might think that wealth is impressive, but in reality, their family fortune merely amounts to a few tens of millions. Perhaps this is the folly of youth, possessing nothing yet boldly dismissing a few million. Regrettably, he should never have let her go. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with a lascivious light, as if savoring the thrill of that moment. Guo Gang scoffed in anger, "You wretched scoundrel, do you wish to face imprisonment?" Drugging her, taking turns. If the authorities were to be alerted, we would all face dire consequences. If she hadn't been afraid of her family and husband knowing, we would have each had our own small rooms by now. Reflecting on these events, Guo Gang felt a pang of regret. The four of them had been college roommates. Apart from Lu Ming, neither Guo Gang nor Zhang Yingnan hailed from the capital. Thus, Lu Ming had become the central figure among them. However, after Guo Gang shamelessly seduced Lu Ming's ex-girlfriend into a hotel escapade, Lu Ming's pivotal status was usurped by Guo Gang. Subsequently, they engaged in increasingly unscrupulous behavior. Emboldened by the victim's silence, fearing exposure and the ridicule that would follow, all the women they had victimized remained quiet, which only fueled their arrogance, leading them to believe that as long as they conducted their affairs discreetly, they would never encounter repercussions. However, the arrival of Wang Lin shattered their tranquility. Unlike the other women they toyed with, who were single, Wang Lin was married. After her infidelity was uncovered by Chen Feng, they were indeed gripped by fear for quite some time. This fear stemmed from their understanding that should the authorities be notified, they could face indefinite imprisonment or even the harshest criminal penalties. It can be said that Guo Gang and his accomplices feared Chen Feng, or more aptly, the repercussions from the legal authorities following the revelation of their deeds. This explains why Lu Yingnan, cornered by Chen Feng and even assaulted to the point of injury, dared not call for help. Fortunately, everything eventually settled down, yet Guo Gang's bitterness lingered. He had never intended to offer Wang Lin up. On one hand, he was reluctant to let go, and on the other, Wang Lin's status was distinctly different from the other women. The dilemma arose when Lu Ming set his sights on her, for Wang Lin's beauty and grace far surpassed all the women they had previously exploited, compelling Lu Ming and the others to disregard Guo Gang's objections and impose their will through connections. Ultimately, Guo Gang could no longer endure the relentless pressure from Lu Ming and the others, leading him to deceitfully lure Wang Lin out to a resort hotel, where they drugged her and indulged in their desires together. This singular act irrevocably severed the bond between Wang Lin and Guo Gang. Although Wang Lin, fearing her infidelity would be discovered, continued their relationship under Guo Gang's threats, the once cherished brother-sister dynamic was irreparably shattered. He had believed that after Wang Lin's divorce, he might find another chance. To his dismay, Wang Lin vanished post-divorce. Fortunately, there were always other women to be had. Many were willing to spend a little money for an encounter. Moreover, Guo Gang's appealing looks had ensured that he had never lacked for female companionship since college. As the evening drew to a close, Lu Ming, embracing two women, drunkenly exited the private room, only to find Zhang Yingnan still lingering inside, to which he casually called out. The individuals in question found themselves with scant funds in their pockets. However, not long ago, Lu Tainan received a fortuitous piece of news. A financier had entrusted their brokerage firm with the task of orchestrating a capital influx for external investors. Fortuitously, Zhang Yingnan was included in this cadre. Earning a living through conventional means paled in comparison to the swift gains of redistributing wealth from the affluent. Upon recognizing this opportunity, he immediately thought of Guo Gang and Lu Ming. The former, despite having been dismissed from the bank, had somehow managed to regain employment there. The latter, engaged in accounting under his elder brother, primarily dealt with money laundering activities. Both were adept at maneuvering substantial sums without arousing suspicion. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. After deliberation, the trio resolved to undertake a significant venture. They amassed a sum of 90 million, with 50 million appropriated by Guo Gang from the bank and over 30 million sourced by Lu Ming from underground financial institutions and usury. They pooled every available resource. For the profits promised to be monumental, with a stroke of luck, a single endeavor could yield profits exceeding 100 million. This newfound significance elevated Lu Yingnan, who typically blended into the background, in the eyes of Lu Ming and Guo Gang. Yingnan, are you not leaving? I have a key to the apartment upstairs, so I'll stay. Very well, let us take it easy. Once we strike it rich, we shall host an extravagant celebration to dispel the misfortunes of these past days. In a fortnight, when the financier releases the goods, we shall follow suit and secure our profits. Lu Yingnan spoke nonchalantly, clearly under the influence of alcohol. His speech slightly slurred. In a matter of days, he would ascend to the status of a multimillionaire, having encountered wealth before. The brokerage firm operated similarly to a bank. Employees primarily engaged with other people's money, subsisting on company salaries. The sudden inflation of wealth instilled in him an arrogance, compelling him to declare his affluence to the world, even before the actual funds materialized. In the dead of night, Zhang Yingnan was roused from slumber, a flashlight illuminating his face, prompting instinctive shielding of his eyes. As his vision adjusted, the sight of two imposing figures extinguished his drowsiness. He feared the worst. A crisis had emerged, and misfortune loomed. Name: Zhang Yingnan. Place of employment: XX brokerage firm, Huanghe Road branch. What is your relationship with the individual? Friends, romantic partners. What is her name? Where is she from? How old is she? Even in his foggy state, Zhang Yingnan comprehended that they were embroiled in a crackdown on illicit activities, and he had been swept up in it. The tension in his chest eased, for he believed this predicament would only entail a few days of confinement. With the right connections, he could even be released on the same day. After providing a contact number, he awaited the payment of a fine and subsequent transfer to the detention center. Yet, in the ensuing days, anxiety gnawed at him. 15 days of detention. He sensed impending danger. In the confines of the detention center, he fervently prayed that no calamity would befall him, that fortune would spare him. After enduring weeks of torment, he finally emerged from the detention center, eager to contact a friend for a ride home. To his astonishment, the moment the call connected, a furious roar erupted from the other end. Zhang Yingnan, you wretched scoundrel. Dare to swindle my money? You're doomed. Just you wait. Lu Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Who has swindled you? I was arrested during a vice raid and spent 15 days in detention. I've just been released. Didn't Tigua Gang pay my fine? You're not aware of that. When has he ever paid your fine? He has been by my side these past few days. Suddenly, a voice filled with despair emanated from the other end. Gua Gang has been caught embezzling money from the bank. After the bank reported it, our securities account was frozen due to the back-end records, and all the funds have been transferred out. All transferred out? That is impossible. Zhang Yingnan was drenched in cold sweat, exposed to the scorching sun, yet feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation piercing through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The account held over 100 million in stocks. Gua Gang had transferred 50 million from the bank. And surely the bank wouldn't be able to seize all the funds. You fool, the bank won't transfer all the money. But what if there were only 50 million left in the account? Nonsense. What are you talking about? The stock prices have been plummeting since Monday. A continuous decline for a week. At that moment, even Zhang Yingnan, in his ignorance, comprehended that they had fallen into a trap, and it was a deadlock. With the bank reporting the incident, Gua Gang had to flee. But even if he didn't run, being apprehended by the police wouldn't lead to severe consequences. At most, a few years in prison. However, the problem lay with the remaining 40 million, which belonged to loan sharks and underground moneylenders. If those individuals could not recover their money, they would not only face imprisonment, but possibly lose their lives. After hanging up, Zhang Yingnan tightened his clothing, yearning to escape this place of turmoil. Flee. He had only a few hundred yuan in his pocket. Where could he possibly go? Chapter 74. The repressed nature of humanity. From the moment Zhang Yingnan divulged the news about Guan technology to Gua Gang and Lu Ming, their fates had been sealed. I didn't even need to ponder. Aside from fleeing, they had virtually no escape. But would I offer them the chance to run? Old Gui had dispatched everyone, and there were always several pairs of eyes watching the three of them, keeping a constant vigil. Any hint of movement would see them swiftly apprehended by Old Gui's subordinates. What was lacking was that, if judged by the law, their crimes wouldn't be severe. The bank, having incurred no losses, would impose only a few years on Gua Gang, even if he faced the strictest penalties, such as the leniency afforded to economic crimes. To make matters worse, the bank has internal oversight mechanisms, even in cases of economic wrongdoing. As long as the bank chooses not to refer the matter to the police, they can handle it internally. This is the privileged treatment afforded to top state-owned enterprises, which complicates matters. Thus, I needed to devise a larger scheme, one that would inflict pain upon the bank. At the very least, the branch manager would be unable to cover it up. As for Lu Ming, his situation was even more dire. Underground moneylenders cannot bear the light of day, and he had no opportunity to turn himself in. As for Lu Yingnan, he was merely indebted to loan sharks. The securities company, having leaked internal information, could potentially impose a sentence, but it would only be a year or two at most. It can be said that as long as they surrender, all that awaits them is merely a few years of imprisonment. Over time, I have expended no less than 2 million on those three scoundrels. Spending several years in prison, subsisting on meager rations, is certainly not the outcome I wish to witness. If that were indeed the case, it would be a profound affront to the money I have spent. After communicating with General Lin and finalizing the operations of Guan technology, I reached out to Old Gui. Old Gui, ensure your people keep a constant watch on them. Do not grant them the opportunity to surrender. Old Gui responded with a wry smile. General Chen, in my years in this business, I have never encountered such a request. Both Old Gui and I understood well that as long as they are deprived of the chance to surrender, they would face a fate far more excruciating than death, a vendetta that would not spare even their families. I have stated my intent to bring ruin to Gua Gang's family, and such words are not mere empty threats. During this period, I have been unable to indulge in the satisfaction of revenge, as I am preoccupied with concluding my business in Yanqing. In truth, revenge holds little joy for me. It is merely a means of reconciling with the past, nothing more. The only unpredictable element remains the potential for fatalities. Before long, my focus will shift to the capitals, Beijing and Shanghai. While I plan to transfer the operations in Yancheng to others within a year or two, Mina and Du Min are both under consideration for this transition. However, I have overestimated my connections in Yancheng. In reality, I possess almost no network. The leading officials in the development zone lack resources, and the minor leaders are increasingly difficult to deal with, a situation in which I have no interest in entangling myself. The avenues with banks are similarly limited. Securing small loans is feasible, yet acquiring tens of millions in loans from a bank is out of reach. The only respectable connections I have are with two securities firms. Ostensibly, I am merely a trading businessman, yet I enjoy a certain prestige within these securities companies, a rather absurd irony, yet undeniably true. Even my banking relationships were facilitated by these securities firms. Of course, the funds in my Yanqing securities account amount to only around 100 million, which has not compelled the banks to fully commit to my needs. Sighing, I entered my newly purchased business vehicle. Typically, I travel in sedans. But since my daughter joined me, I acquired a business MPV to accommodate the increased company. In terms of comfort, this vehicle surpasses any sedan. Moreover, the number of passengers has grown. Just as I settled in, 2 bottles of water appeared before me, and in unison, they remarked, "You must be thirsty. Here is some refreshing water." I hesitated, glancing at Mina and Wang Lin, uncertain when these 2 women began to compete with one another. Mina's intentions are straightforward. She harbors no desire to marry into my family or become a stepmother to Tong Tong. She simply wishes to be close to me. However, it is undeniable that her desire to occupy a more significant role in my life has intensified. Wang Lin's situation is somewhat unique. Her longing to salvage her marriage is evident, and after failing to win my daughter's favor, she has turned her attention squarely upon me. Even knowing my aversion towards her, she shows no inclination to retreat. I pondered the notion that she perhaps did not wish for Mina to succeed. Throughout my 2 lifetimes, I have yet to comprehend the complexities of women. Though I have had my share of encounters, none have been genuinely heartfelt. In this life, crossing paths with Chen Feng has proven to be my misfortune, bringing with it a plethora of worries. In moments of dual-choice dilemmas, even when my throat feels parched, I must suppress the ardent desire for water and feign indifference, declaring, "I am not thirsty." The skies threatened rain, prompting my return home. Mina, brimming with pride, tilted her head toward Wang Lin, her neck gleaming like that of a swan, enhancing her air of arrogance. Wang Lin merely pursed her lips, offering a faint smile without further comment. The fiery Mina found herself at a loss in the presence of the gentle Wang Lin. However, in comparison to Wang Lin, Mina and I engaged in a multitude of discussions. Unlike Wang Lin, who could speak only of her daughter, I avoided other subjects. Granting her no opportunity, has she not arrived? An unexpected reception task left me with no time. I mentioned casually that if one were to leverage connections and favors, there might be a way, yet I deemed it unworthy of pursuit. Thus, I resolved to continue with Du Min's plan, adhering to his strategy. Although entry into the development zone was unattainable, as long as the product remained competitive, the location of the factory became inconsequential. But can it truly be so? The endorsement of a government, particularly that of a provincial-level development zone, cannot be equated with the support from a county-level township. The former offers premier treatment in terms of approvals, passage, loans, and tax exemptions. Conversely, the latter is fraught with increasing trivialities, rendering even urgent matters unmanageable. Standing before the car, an overwhelming sense of weariness washed over me. My inherent lack of security stems largely from a past life riddled with crises, leaving me powerless to instigate change. After several setbacks, my perspective has shifted. What does wealth matter? History is replete with tales of county magistrates and governors meeting their downfall. While the current situation is somewhat improved, merchants remain inherently vulnerable before officials. An exception arises only when enterprises attain substantial size, renown, and strength, reaching a national scale to garner favorable treatment. These 3 conditions are often interdependent. Undoubtedly, the first condition offers the greatest assurance. A sufficiently large entity, even if herbivorous, can dominate carnivorous counterparts. My aspirations for developing a tangible enterprise have grown increasingly fervent. This is not to say that finance and the internet cannot yield significant scale. However, physical enterprises wield greater influence within localities. Consider an enterprise employing 100,000 workers and possessing a net worth of billions. The former typically enjoys superior standing and safety within the community. As long as the scale is substantial, localities will eagerly court the establishment of businesses, banks will hasten to extend loans, and various relationships will flourish. Contemplating these matters instilled within me an inexplicable urgency. Leaning wearily against the seat, I closed my eyes and resigned. Enough of this contemplation. Initially, I merely intended to experiment, and I bore no concern for potential failure. Tomorrow I must venture to Hong Kong again. Why do I constantly find myself bound for Hong Kong? The company's shipping transactions are settled in Hong Kong, yet despite my involvement, I manage to visit only once or twice a year. This month marks my second trip to Hong Kong, much to the displeasure of Mina's superior. Why is it that after Wang Lin arrived in Guangzhou, despite having her daughter and the diligent tutor XNU by her side, I find myself barely establishing a foothold in the city? Of course, I cannot disclose to Mina the true purpose of my trip to Hong Kong. Although it is not entirely unmentionable, I intend to establish an investment company and headquarters there, subsequently gaining control over domestic firms through cross-holding structures. This task must be completed before I head to the capital, and I must ensure everything is wrapped up neatly. Mina feels helpless. She has learned management and trade under Chen Feng's guidance, yet investment companies remain a blind spot in her knowledge. Her sixth sense as a woman alerts her to something amiss. With her enchanting almond-shaped eyes narrowed, she attempts to peer into my clouded mind. Old Chun, you aren't contemplating escape, are you? Where would I escape to? Hong Kong, the beautiful country. Europe, there are plenty of options. Mina snorts, her disdain palpable. But with your meager funds, you might still command some respect domestically. Abroad, who would regard you as significant? All right, you are right. I'm merely off to indulge, perhaps find a mistress in Hong Kong, to infuriate you. In my frustration, I let slip the truth, yet none believe me. Mina casts a sidelong glance, her pride evident. How virtuous. Even Wang Lin feigns indifference to my words. The only one aware of the truth, Heisey, dares not speak. Each day spent in my company is a day that challenges his worldview, as I often voice unseemly truths that sound unbelievable. Moreover, he is rather tongue-tied. Should he dare to speak, he would undoubtedly have both women unearthing all his secrets. A burgeoning admiration for his boss swells within him. He longs to proclaim to everyone, what the boss says is true. He is indeed remarkable. Everyone perceives me as merely muddling through, except for Wang Lin, who smiles serenely, yet with a hint of melancholy. She harbors envy for the closeness I share with Mina, a bond she yearns to cultivate with me, though it makes me feel uncomfortable. Simultaneously, she fears that I might be speaking the truth. Even though she knows there is no private connection or emotional entanglement between Mina and me, she is pained by jealousy. For the ease and comfort we share once belonged to her. After having deeply wounded my spirit, she finds herself unable to reclaim such a natural relationship. However, she cannot voice this, for doing so would invite probing questions. Mina and a few others are aware of my divorce from Wang Lin, yet the specifics of how it transpired remain a source of curiosity for them. If this secret were to reach Mina's ears, Wang Lin shudders to contemplate the contempt with which she would be regarded. She stubbornly clings to her desire to maintain a flawless image. Yet this obsession may turn her into a laughingstock upon the revelation of the truth. Thus, she can only respond with a bitter smile, swallowing her tears in silence. She suddenly comprehended a profound truth. Some individuals, having erred, lose even the right to smile for the rest of their lives. Chapter 75, The Past. The subtlety of Easterners often intertwines jest with sincerity. This is not hypocrisy. Rather, it is the art of conveying the truth to those meant to receive it. Wang Lin's disappointment stemmed from her subconscious belief that I would never deceive her. Uncertain of whether I still held a special affection and treatment for her, she feared the reality of the truth. This emotional turmoil was intricate, akin to receiving distressing news. The listener hopes their informant has not lied, while simultaneously wishing it were merely a dream, a fabrication of reality. The sky was overcast, thick clouds pressing down, suppressing one's mood significantly. Upon returning home, rain descended like fine threads from the heavens, enveloping the air in a white mist, cleansing this tainted world like a delicate veil. I found myself in the sunroom, unaware of when it began, but I had grown fond of listening to the rain. In solitude, the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass rendered the chaotic world still. Amidst the apparent clamor, a certain charm emerged. Downstairs, Wang Lin paced anxiously, causing Chen Mudong, who had just finished studying at home, to feel a surge of tension, puzzled by her mother's distress. Even after dinner, Wang Lin's anxiety remained unabated, intensifying with urgency. After her daughter had gone to bed, she slowly ascended the stairs to the sunroom. As she pushed the door open, she felt a sharp pang in her heart. It's late. Do you have something to ask? Wang Lin's sensitivity was palpable, and as the instigator of this tension, I sensed it yet chose not to explain. We were divorced. What was there to clarify? Should I elucidate her emotional betrayal? No, we had severed any emotional ties. She was herself, and I was myself. Wang Lin swallowed nervously, terrified of the despair that might follow the unveiling of the truth, yet desperately yearning to know. Feng, you mentioned in the car that you had feelings for someone in Xiangjiang. Is that true? That succinct inquiry seemed to exhaust all her strength. I regarded Wang Lin with an indifferent gaze, then offered a faint smile. Wang Lin, what do you wish to ask? She bit her lip, trembling. And after a struggle to steady her quaking voice, she inquired, is it true? Do you truly care for her? Does it matter? My indifference pierced her like a sharp knife. A painful sensation akin to Chen Feng discovering Wang Lin's betrayal of him and their family. An agony so profound it rendered one breathless, plunging them into despair. It's not so much about liking or disliking. It's merely a matter of mutual need. Is that the truth? Wang Lin's gaze dulled as she sank into a wicker chair. The dim light concealed the shadows in her eyes. I gently placed my book on the coffee table, nodding thoughtfully. This isn't unexpected. I couldn't live as a solitary figure post-divorce. Moreover, having someone compliant by my side makes life considerably more enjoyable. How long have you known her? Wang Lin gazed at me with a pallid expression, her curiosity palpable yet unspoken. I replied casually. It was at the beginning of this month when we defined our relationship, which took about a day. A day? Wang Lin exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed. Just a day? If it feels right, why not explore it further? She required someone to extend a helping hand, and I sought a minor favor after getting acquainted. If her personality resonated with me, I would endeavor to solidify our bond. My words were somewhat cryptic. I meant that our acquaintance lasted just a day. Yet I had no intention of fostering a long-term relationship. I merely sought assistance, and that assistance had to come from a young and attractive woman. The emergence of Li Unshi was indeed surprising, yet in a way, it was entirely expected. Her previous predicament at the company clearly indicated she was teetering on the brink of despair. She faced a choice, to succumb to the prevailing corruption or to depart from a realm rife with monetary and power transactions and seek a relatively untainted occupation. After all, it was merely work. Who would willingly leave a prestigious investment bank if not driven by the desire for wealth? However, to remain meant paying a price. It was not that Li Unshi was destined to fall from grace, but for someone of her background, lacking both lineage and exceptional abilities, being merely a pretty face. What options did she have to alter her circumstances? Within the investment bank, she still had a chance. Once she exited, it would be tantamount to acknowledging her fate as one of mediocrity. My presence, for her, was akin to a salvation. Coincidentally, I required a woman who led a relatively unblemished life and could offer me some assistance at the hospital. After all, I was already divorced. Even if I hadn't been, I wouldn't have burdened my wife with such a request. As for Mina, I have no entanglements with her. Perhaps you believe that our relationship has long been ambiguous, and you might have once considered Mina a justification for your infidelity. However, I must clarify that Mina is my employee in her professional capacity, and in a personal sense, she resembles more of a protege. My previous loans to her stemmed, in part, from a sense of empathy for her struggles. In the subsequent years, even while studying, she has consistently shadowed me in business. Effectively becoming a protege, I have nurtured myself. Such an explanation, while within marriage, might not be readily accepted by a woman, but now that we are divorced, there is no need for pretense, and thus no reason for suspicion remains. I understand. Wang Lin seemed to flinch slightly, then nodded in agreement. She was already aware of the nature of my relationship with Mina. This aspect, Mina had candidly communicated to Wang Lin. She remained untouched, pure. Since learning of my divorce from Wang Lin, and recognizing that the one who betrayed the marriage was Wang Lin herself, this rebellious apprentice has taken to incessantly prodding at Wang Lin's vulnerabilities, striving to usurp the identity and status that Wang Lin once held by my side. Each time she spoke, her words dripped with veiled malice, inflicting a sense of unbearable anguish upon Wang Lin, who dared not voice a retort. Mina's purity seemed to serve as a stark irony to Wang Lin, a challenge for one who had strayed from fidelity to find a voice. I am aware of the inquiries that Wang Lin wishes to pose, thus I ventured to speak. Wang Lin, I am uncertain whether your choice to betray stemmed from an inherent restlessness within your soul, or if you were merely swayed by idle gossip. Perhaps your paramour intentionally slandered me before you. At this juncture, however, none of it bears significance. You must understand that from the very first day you arrived in Yangqing, my heart was far from welcoming you. The sole reason for my lack of welcome is that we are divorced, and it is only fitting that we maintain a certain distance in our lives. A failed marriage may have myriad reasons. Perhaps I was not enough. Or perhaps we both grew weary of the mundane. Yet, once it has concluded, entangling ourselves further serves no purpose. Entanglement does not alter the outcome. much like a man who engages with a married woman does so with sordid intentions. Those with ulterior motives will employ various forms of flattery to disturb her peace of mind. It is akin to a villain masquerading as a benevolent figure, always appearing to be so understanding. Their words, sweetly spoken, often resonate deeply with women, such as, "Sister, you have sacrificed so much for this family while he remains indifferent. I truly feel your years of dedication are unappreciated. Is it worth it for you to guard this home while your husband indulges elsewhere?" Such remarks can easily destabilize one's emotional equilibrium. The source of this imbalance is not merely the external criticisms regarding your husband's failings. Rather, it is your own waning patience towards him, which becomes an excuse for your own dissent. Men are well aware of this dynamic, while women often feign ignorance, though they harbor some understanding within. Wang Lin then queried, "Feng, have you never once faltered? Aside from Bai Jing, I have remained steadfast." Bai Jing's emergence followed the revelation of Wang Lin's infidelity. Frankly, it was driven by a thirst for vengeance. Prior to that, Chen Feng's conduct astonished me. His impulsive and straightforward nature commanded respect. Yet what truly amazed me was that this businessman, worth tens of millions, had never strayed even once in 6 or 7 years of engaging in commerce. In 2006, that establishment was a salon, offering a plethora of services beyond mere haircuts, resembling a multifunctional center. Even a laborer passing by such dimly lit rooms would find their steps unavoidably slowed. The fact that Chen Feng, a businessman of such considerable wealth, had never succumbed to infidelity is indeed remarkable. As for Bai Jing, at that time, Chen Feng was already blinded by hatred, in moments of lost reason. One is capable of any folly. Bai Jing's entrance into the narrative occurred post the discovery of Wang Lin's betrayal. It echoed the moment during my divorce from Wang Lin when Guo Gang confronted us at our home, an encounter I happened upon. I would refrain from acting against Guo Gang in public. At most, I would inform Lao Gui to teach him a lesson. However, Chen Feng's temperament is unpredictable. Should he possess a weapon, he might have struck down that loathsome insect before him. I raised my gaze and scoffed. Do you find this hard to believe? Yet, there is little to contest. If my own character were flawed, I would not demand that you embody virtue, adhering to morals and boundaries. I am not so base as to hold one standard for myself and another for you. Such duplicity is beyond my nature. My words pierced Wang Lin's heart like a dagger. In truth, the words that I previously mentioned regarding how men deceive married women have largely been spoken by Guo Gang to Wang Lin, and they must have influenced her emotions at that time. These sentiments can be distilled into a singular principle. A woman ought to treat herself with greater kindness. Wang Lin lowered her head in disappointment and softly uttered, "I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for," I replied, surprising Wang Lin with my words. But what followed plunged her into despair. The only person you owe an apology to is yourself, not anyone else. Just as betrayal and infidelity may appear as a transgression against family and spouse, at their core, they signify a betrayal of oneself, a breach of one's own promises and responsibilities. Marriage has illuminated 2 truths for me. First, one's body belongs to oneself. No one has the right to claim exclusive use of another's body, even if that person is their spouse, for the law does not impose such limitations. Second, this world does not exist according to my will. I must accept any adversity and trials that come my way, including the betrayal of a loved one, the dissolution of marriage, and the estrangement from family. These are matters beyond my control. I can only accept them. My demand for divorce is resolute. While you wish to salvage our marriage, it has lost its significance for me. Initially, our emotional bond was strong. But having witnessed things I should not have seen and knowing truths I should not have known, there remains no justification for continuing. My sorrow does not stem from your connection with another. Rather, it arises from the realization that, for me, you were once irreplaceable, yet for you, anyone could assume my place. In that moment, the marriage seemed devoid of meaning. After a brief pause, I expressed my hope that you emerge from this divorce. Marriage does not encompass the entirety of life, nor does family. Though life may appear lengthy, it is, in truth, fleeting, so brief that in the blink of an eye, one must rely on memories to recount the paths traversed. As for my private life, it was pristine before I learned of your infidelity, achieving that was effortless and uncomplicated. I merely had to remind myself, one lives but once. How could I allow my transient existence to be marred by ugliness? How could I permit my brief life to descend into despair? Even in descent, it should embody the splendor of a setting sun. Even if my life cannot illuminate others, I wish not to drag anyone into darkness. My insistence on divorce does not stem from hatred or a desire for revenge against you, but from a yearning for a different life, a more liberated environment. Since marriage no longer grants me warmth, departing has become my ultimate act of defiance. Feng, I have never doubted you, nor have I ever contemplated leaving this home. It was only in the moment you discovered the truth that I realized how profoundly mistaken I was. I know you have consistently indulged me. Even when my presence brought you discontent, you never obstructed my connection with our daughter. Yet, I find it hard to let go of over a decade of shared affection. As Wang Lin spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. She covered her mouth, suppressing the sounds of her sobs. Wang Lin undoubtedly understands the profound damage that infidelity inflicts on marriage. Every adult comprehends that the price of betrayal may lead her to lose everything. For an extended period, her favored status has cultivated a unique attitude towards love. This world often reveals that those who give wholeheartedly are frequently the ones least appreciated. My extensive conversations with Wang Lin do not stem from any lingering feelings or expectations. Rather, I perceive that she is not inherently a bad person. While she may have erred, her faults do not warrant severe punishment. I sincerely hope she can emerge from her divorce. Simultaneously, I harbor a personal desire concerning my daughter and family. Bearing the identity of Chen Feng in this world, though I am not truly Chen Feng, I wish to avoid a life of solitude. Wang Lin's entanglements should not affect me, yet they can influence Chun Mudong and my nominal parents. Her persistent interference has already disrupted my life, a situation I find unsatisfactory. Thus, I engage with Wang Lin in a calm and composed manner. Not as a judge, but as one who seeks to untangle the complexities of our relationship. Being mired in the past only brings suffering without yielding any rewards. Wang Lin, it is time to let go. Your insistence has lost its significance. You need a fresh start post-divorce, as do I, watching her stumble away. I am uncertain how much of my words she absorbed. Perhaps she seeks to atone for the debts and wounds inflicted during our marriage. Yet, I long to convey that such compensation is beyond her reach. Moreover, there is no need for her to wallow in self-pity. At the central pier, a young and beautiful girl repeatedly glanced at her watch, her appearance fresh and elegant. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight, particularly her mixed heritage features, complemented by a blissful smile. Her countenance, embodying the gentleness of an Eastern woman and the dimensionality of a Western one, with a hint of baby fat, captivated the attention of passing men. Her graceful figure stood like a white jade sculpture by the roadside, clad in a fashionable knee-length dress that exuded youth and luxury. Suddenly, her lovely eyes sparkled as she spotted me amidst the crowd, and upon seeing me, she raced towards me. Chapter 76. Trapped by parents, her playful ponytail danced in the air as she leaped into my embrace. The moment I held her, she eagerly buried her head in my chest, inhaling the scent of tobacco that lingered on me. In that instant, she could not resist lifting one of her legs slightly, reminding me how women in the sweet phase of romance seem to understand men's preferences almost intuitively. The sensation of first love is like a glimmer of light in a man's heart, forever occupying a cherished place. After a long while, she finally lifted her head, her enchanting eyes seemingly capable of dissolving me in their gaze, gazing at me with an alluring gaze. I cradled her head and, in the midst of the crowd, kissed her luscious lips. "Brother," she exclaimed sweetly, a sound that dripped with affection. "Why did you come to the pier to wait for me?" I could not help but respond, eager to see her as soon as possible. Lianxi blushed shyly, beads of sweat forming on her nose, as she gently inhaled, catching a faint floral fragrance reminiscent of delicate lilacs, subtle yet lingering. Such words were merely for listening. The essence of my relationship with Lianxi was fundamentally transactional. She was youthful and beautiful, her private life untainted, untouched by the moral decay of the capital circle. For a girl like her, the only bargaining chip she possessed was her own body. In contrast, I wielded wealth and resources. In a mutually beneficial arrangement, we established a collaborative relationship. Within Goldman Sachs, Lianxi was, as I suspected, my sole significant client. Over the past month, I had augmented my account's principal twice, increasing it from $10 million to $30 million. Initially, I refrained from utilizing leverage, a reflection of my nature, requiring a period of acclimatization. Once I felt sufficiently prepared, I began to engage in the market. Within 2 weeks, my financial assets had expanded to $200 million. My account transitioned from an ordinary one to becoming one of the most vital clients of Goldman Sachs Hong Kong. It could be said that Lianxi was a true witness to my account's ascent from the millions to the billions. She could hardly fathom that I had earned a profit of $180 million from futures trading in just half a month. To outsiders, this appeared to be sheer luck. Yet, only she knew that my investment decisions, seemingly casual and effortless, with an air of assured profit, deeply impressed this girl who worked within the financial realm. In this brief span of 1 month, she had experienced 3 promotions and salary increases. Within Goldman Sachs, she had transformed from a subordinate, susceptible to reprimand, into an internal mascot. Nowadays, she spent most of her time idly at the office. And even when the CEO spotted her giggling, he merely regarded her with paternal affection. From a backgroundless, unremarkable employee, she subtly approached a status akin to a company princess. Lianqi was no fool. Her feigned ignorance within the company was deliberate. She openly discussed her relationship with me to upper management, serving as both a shield and a strong signal. She could retain me, this highly valuable client, at Goldman Sachs, or potentially take me to Morgan Stanley or other top-tier investment banks. To keep her, the upper echelons of Goldman Sachs Hong Kong were compelled to consider offering her the highest possible standards. Promotions and salary increases were the least of their respects. Even if the higher-ups doubted her words, they dared not gamble against it. It is somewhat amusing to note that while investment banks may appear to be vast casinos, their personnel, when faced with super-rich clients, prefer to believe rather than doubt. I had once been among them, acutely aware that nearly everyone in this circle was a slave to money. The pursuit of power was the sole creed in this domain. Goldman Sachs has several significant branches in Asia, including those in Tokyo, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Beijing. However, I would never consider collaborating with the Shanghai and Beijing branches due to considerable funding restrictions. Moreover, Goldman Sachs branches in Shanghai and Beijing operate in stark contrast to its office in Hong Kong. Firstly, the domestic employees at Goldman Sachs are often individuals with overseas study and Wall Street experience, perceived as fake foreigners by their compatriots, resembling the role of compradors. The fundamental modus operandi of these individuals is to exploit their fellow countrymen, which breeds distrust in me. Additionally, their business focus, whether in Shanghai or Beijing, primarily targets large domestic enterprises, including state-owned enterprises, in pursuit of financing opportunities within the international capital markets, rendering them unfriendly to retail investors like myself. Over the past month, Lianqi has been in a constant state of relocating offices, transitioning from a comprehensive office to a smaller one, and then to a well-equipped independent large office, even acquiring a secretary assistant. In this short span, Lianqi has transformed from an overlooked entry-level employee into the most prominent figure within the company. My visit to Hong Kong serves not only to continue the establishment of the hospital's genetic bank, but also to attend an invitation from Goldman Sachs upper management for a meeting. Once a person attains success, they are invariably met with flattery and sweet words. Particularly in investment banking, ordinary affluent individuals often struggle to garner adequate respect. However, a billionaire commands a different level of esteem, especially if that billionaire possesses remarkable growth potential, leading to an exponential increase in respect. Accompanying me are not only Haizi but also 2 relatively new bodyguards, Zhang Ping and Zhang Shun, who observe their surroundings with keen curiosity and vigilance. Brother, is the hotel set at the peninsula? Is the big boss wanting to meet you? Upon entering the car, Lianqi noticed an additional Mercedes trailing behind us, and she understood it was likely a bodyguard. Ilya? Yes, that's him. He has been with the Hong Kong office for 2 years, but the company's performance has been lukewarm, placing immense pressure from the New York headquarters. He's undoubtedly anxious now. He initially planned to meet you in Guangzhou, but you declined his previous invitation. Upon hearing of your arrival, he postponed his reporting in New York to wait for you here. At that moment, I was in a foul mood due to Wang Lin's arrival, though outwardly I refrained from voicing any discontent regarding her. I did not exhibit overt resistance or opposition. Yet my mindset was ill-suited for meeting Ilya. Lianqi anxiously gauged my reaction, acutely aware of her fragile standing before me. This stems from the inherent vulnerability of our relationship. I am akin to a spontaneous benefactor, while she is a fortune-favored Cinderella, uncertain of when her dreams might shatter. Thrusting her back into precarious circumstances, I have become a lifeline for her. In this dynamic, I possess the choice to select her or opt for other client representatives from Goldman Sachs Hong Kong office, especially considering my youth, well-maintained physique, and attractiveness as a 30-year-old gentleman. It stands to reason that if I were to make a professional sacrifice, few charming client representatives would overlook me in favor of others. Consequently, Lianqi is particularly attentive to my emotions, dedicating her efforts to cater to my preferences. In the presence of Li Yunhe, I am the one who holds the reins of power. My hands caress her delicate waist, which, in a gentle grasp, feels increasingly taut. Noticing the tension in her abdominal muscles, I evoke a blush from her as she shyly remarks, "Brother, we are in the car. Are you nervous?" I cast a meaningful glance at her, causing her to pause momentarily before she nods, seemingly realizing that her attempts to be coy before me may be in vain. It is not that they lack efficacy, but rather that she has yet to earn this privilege. He is the major proprietor of the Xianzhang company. And with the sudden emergence of a super client like you, it is only natural that he takes it seriously. What conditions has he promised you? I asked directly, prompting a sudden shift in her demeanor, her face paling with anxiety as she softly replies, MD. He said that as long as your account reaches the $500 million mark, I can be promoted to MD. MD, the level of managing director. It seems he indeed has high expectations for you, though his demands appear rather stringent. I estimate that your internal account management should reach this level at around $300 million, correct? How could I have only you as my brother? And expect to thrive in the company? Li Unhee pouts playfully. MD is a level, not a position, but the salary will be substantial at $1 million a year. She nuzzles against me like a compliant lamb, seemingly eager to align with my expectations. She understands that affluent individuals like me are never short of beautiful women. Although she is youthful and attractive, her intrinsic worth seems diminished. Consider a person who has recently graduated from university, whose life experiences are rather mundane, and who possesses no discernible presence in the investment banking realm, let alone a network of clients. An employee of her caliber is merely an inconsequential embellishment in the world of finance. Her absence would evoke little regret. To seek my affection would appear to be a futile endeavor. Yet she remains unaware that among the women capable of alleviating my burdens, she is the sole contender. My ex-wife is off limits, a past fraught with complications. As for Mina, it is best to forego that path. Her deep feelings evoke my concern for both her well-being and the fragile nature of our relationship, which transcends mere friendship but does not quite reach the realm of lovers. In a fleeting moment, I feel inadequate as a wealthy man, lacking even a lover. She had prepared herself for my refusal and the necessary explanations to the big boss. However, unexpectedly, I agree without hesitation. All right, tomorrow then. Let us schedule a time for afternoon tea. Brother, I know you must be busy, but it's not impossible to refuse him, is it? You actually agreed? Li Unhee stares at me with her beautiful, wide eyes, filled with disbelief. I chuckle. I agreed. And for your sake, it is only right that you do as well, considering he is your superior. You are truly wonderful. I miss you. Would you like to come to my home? Home? That might not be wise. Didn't you mention that your family has moved in? She is at work, with several hours remaining until she can leave. Heisey, turn around. Heisey smirks slightly, fortunate that he is not one to chatter. Under Li Unhee's direction, he turns to traverse the tunnel beneath Victoria Bay, heading towards her residence. This apartment is the one I arranged for her to rent during my last visit to Hong Kong. It is modest in size, approximately 90 square meters, or 800 square feet by local standards. While the location is superb, I find it somewhat small. However, standing on the balcony, one is greeted by the stunning vista of Victoria Harbor, with the bustling central district across the water, easily accessible by ferry. The scenery is truly breathtaking, especially at sunset. When the sunlight scatters across the sea like gold leaf, it appears as though the entire world is enveloped in a golden embrace. This view is utterly intoxicating. Perhaps this encapsulates the charm of a bohemian lifestyle. Such beautiful scenery can instantly banish all troubles, as if the burdens resting on one's shoulders are lifted in that moment. As I stepped through the door, I eagerly lifted Li Unhee into my arms. After her initial surprise, she responded with warmth and enthusiasm. I felt like a greedy gourmet, savoring the most alluring delicacies the world has to offer. Upon waking, I noticed the sky outside had darkened, and as I inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air and gazed at her enchanting, peach blossom-like visage, I couldn't help but embrace Li Unhee's exquisite form once more. The night had fully descended, and the lights of the city across the sea sparkled like a magnificent galaxy. Then came a knock at the door, and "It's time for dinner," a voice called out. The knocking was accompanied by a crisp voice, somewhat tentative. Li Unhee's face, once radiant from the lingering echoes of our earlier moments, now drained of color, filled with panic as she exclaimed, "It's my aunt. Why is she back? How could she not return?" It was already dark outside. Li Unhee resembled a little girl caught sneaking snacks by her elders, as if faced with a monumental crisis. She darted about the room in a frenzy, muttering, "What do I do? What do I do? This is a disaster." She heard everything. In her anxiety, she hastily closed the door, her face still marked by shock. Only she knew how wild she had been moments earlier. Even with the door shut, it could not contain her desperate cries, especially since it was merely ajar, leaving a gap. In that moment, she felt as though despair had overtaken her. Moreover, considering my identity, it was imperative to clarify my presence and background to her aunt without causing offense. It would be unacceptable to reveal that she had resorted to using her body as a bargaining chip to secure my favor for the sake of her job. as this would shatter the polished image of the investment firm in her aunt's eyes. Lianxi would then be faced with an agonizing choice between family and career. As a family elder, her aunt would certainly disapprove of her younger relative engaging in such undignified work. Had the salary been substantial, it might have been justifiable. But Lianxi's remuneration was at the lowest tier within the investment bank, barely enough to keep her from financial ruin. Could she really sustain herself on that meager wage? If it came to light, the family could very well fall apart. I wrapped my arms around the distressed Lianxi, who was on the verge of tears, and whispered, "If you consider me your boyfriend, will your aunt be very upset?" Boyfriend? Lianxi was momentarily stunned, her gaze reflecting disbelief as she turned to look at me. Gradually, she seemed entranced. In Chapter 77, Magia, I pondered my own identity and hers. Could she truly be unaware? The corners of Lianxi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a blend of emotion and incredulous doubt. I gently lifted her into my arms and whispered softly into her ear, "I am divorced and currently single. Would you mind being my girlfriend?" "I would love to." From that moment, I perceived a newfound determination in her eyes, a sincere display of emotion devoid of any ulterior motives. All along, she had not harbored many expectations and was aware that my affections for her were likely limited. She regarded me as her benefactor, providing the highest level of service to someone of my stature. Her intelligence led her to understand that within this relationship, she held no further claim. Even in this capacity, I remained one of the most significant figures in her life. The first man, the benefactor, her current income relied heavily on my investments. Given such a dynamic, how could she dare to provoke me, hoping to become my girlfriend? Moreover, considering Lianxi's astuteness, how could a man of my means lack female companionship? Her status as a temporary fixture in my life likely depended on when I would tire of her. Indeed, the notion of weariness loomed large. Once the novelty wore off, she feared I might replace her with another young lady, continuing the serendipitous encounters. Investment banks may face financial shortages, but they certainly never lack for youthful, attractive faces. "Thank you, brother," Lianxi murmured softly, closing her eyes. "I know this is a dream, but I beseech you, please do not wake me. Why could I not have her as my girlfriend in Hong Kong? If I were to marry her, I would certainly refrain from making such a promise, for it would be untrue. However, a promise of her being my girlfriend in Hong Kong was feasible. Men often hold a special fondness for the woman to whom they give their heart first. For a wealthy man, such affection translates into material wealth that ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom. "I am so happy," I said, and to my surprise, Lianxi did not react with anger. Instead, her eyes widened in delight as she gazed at me dreamily. Her look conveyed sweetness and the comfort of being cherished. Lianxi felt a sense of safety in being cared for and protected. It seemed she could indeed earn my favor. For someone who had lacked security throughout her life, my promise was more precious than gold. Now the dilemma was that I was not properly dressed. My confidence could be substantial, yet even the thickest of skins would not suffice to meet her aunt while wrapped in a bath towel. If I were to meet my girlfriend's mother, merely not being thrown out would reflect exceptional composure on her part. Amused, Lianxi watched as I collected my clothes from the floor. Aside from a shirt missing a few buttons, I had little to cover me. The rest of my attire was likely scattered about the living room or bathroom, and given the heat of Hong Kong, I had arrived clad only in a shirt. I found myself regretting not having made a trip to the mall recently. I had grown accustomed to the habits of my previous life, often traveling with just a bag containing vital documents. As for the change of clothes, they are all purchased locally. I keep what I like and discard what I do not. Moreover, the hotel provides laundry services, so there is no need to worry about new clothes being uncomfortable to wear. Lianxi smiled at me and said, "No need, I have some in my room. It's the outfit you wore last time at the hotel. I brought it back with me." I looked up at the wardrobe door and prepared to reach for it, only for Lianxi to suddenly dart over and block the wardrobe with her body. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Brother, this is my aunt's wardrobe." I didn't realize I had entered my aunt's room in my excitement. Aunt. My interest instantly waned. After all, she was Lianxi's aunt, and a certain level of respect was warranted. However, was it appropriate for me to have such passionate interactions with her niece in her room? Even on the bed, I felt a tinge of embarrassment creeping in, despite my thick skin. Lianxi cautiously peeked out, confirming that her aunt was in the kitchen, and then she stealthily exited, darting back to her own room. After waiting for a considerable time without her return, I found myself idly wandering the room. My hand instinctively opened a drawer, and to my astonishment, I discovered it filled with an array of brightly colored lingerie. I gasped softly. This aunt seemed rather unreserved. What kind of styles was she daring enough to wear? At her age, did she not possess a sense of propriety? Feeling akin to a thief, I quickly closed the drawer, relieved when Li Inchi soon returned, bringing me a bathrobe and a change of clothes. Her little face was as rosy as a cherry, making one unable to resist the urge to steal a kiss. Such a good girl. Brother, would you like to take a shower? My aunt hasn't used the bathroom. The phrase "the blade of lust" is sharp echoed in my mind as I sighed to myself. I entered the bathroom, lathered up, and showered. Suddenly, my gaze shifted to the basin atop the washing machine, where I spotted a purple piece of lingerie. The sheer fabric, delicately designed, exuded an alluring charm at first glance. My expression became somewhat dazed. This was not Li Inchi's lingerie, of that I was certain. She had never worn such flamboyant undergarments. Li Inchi preferred simpler styles, often in solid colors or basic patterns, previously cotton, now silk. This type of lingerie clung to the skin well and felt pleasant to the touch, though the visual impact was somewhat lacking. Clearly, the owner of this piece required no guessing. Li Inchi's aunt had already bathed. Was it possible that this occurred while I was in the room with her niece? That would lead to an awkward situation if we were to encounter each other later. Fortunately, my inner strength was sufficient, as long as I was not embarrassed. The awkwardness would fall upon others. Once I had dressed, I stepped out of the bathroom and immediately spotted a slender, upright figure. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and from behind, she bore no resemblance to my girlfriend's relatives. Perhaps hearing a sound behind her, the woman stood up and turned to face me. In the moment our eyes met, the word "aunt" became lodged in my throat. Before me was an exquisitely crafted face, embodying the soft elegance of a typical Eastern woman. Her smooth, oval face radiated a gentle aura, especially as time seemed to have pressed the pause button on her visage, leaving behind little trace of the years. Previously, I had speculated about the age of Li Inchi's aunt. Was she 45 or 50? Yet the woman who stood before me appeared to be merely in her late 20s. It was indeed difficult to address a woman younger than myself as aunt, especially when her brow bore an expression of worry, not directed at me, but seemingly concerned for her niece. Nevertheless, she greeted me with a gentle smile, saying, "Mr. Chun, I am Inchi's aunt, Li Mei. If you don't mind, you may call me Mei Jia." Very well, Mei Jia. As we sat facing each other, it would be disingenuous to claim there was no awkwardness. However, I maintained a semblance of composure, while Mei Jia fidgeted with her hair, her ears flushed like vibrant clouds at sunset. A sudden thought crossed my mind. Had she been stealing glances at me? "You must be hungry. I've prepared some soup for you. Do let me know if it suits your taste." The soup recommended by the pharmacy was rather complicated, and I had never made it before. This recipe was suggested by a friend, so I am unsure of its effectiveness. Mei Jia explained softly, her eyes darting to her daughter, who seemed to sneak away to the bathroom, shaking her head in resignation. To brew soup for her niece's boyfriend, particularly one meant to nourish the kidneys, would certainly be a source of embarrassment for any elder. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, exuding a captivating charm characteristic of a mature woman. I scarcely absorbed her words, mechanically sipping the soup, which was indeed delicious, albeit perhaps a tad excessive in its ingredients. Such treatment would be unimaginable back home. Only in Hong Kong is there a more tolerant view towards marriage. It's very fresh and delightful. Mei Jia's culinary skills are worthy of opening a restaurant. I remarked. "Oh, how could they compare to the chefs outside? I merely feared you might find it unpalatable. If you like it, do indulge further." After consuming 2 bowls of soup, I found myself staring blankly at the earthen pot. The old turtle soup was quite delectable, yet to finish an entire pot in one sitting was rather ambitious. This particular soup was clearly intended for men, though it seemed women could partake as well. Indeed, the old turtle soup is known for its beautifying properties. During our meal, Li Mei appeared to calm down somewhat, yet I felt restless. It seemed she sensed my unease and inquired, "Was that gentleman outside your driver?" "He is my bodyguard," I replied, while Li Inchi chimed in. "He is referred to as the driver." Following this playful exchange, she stuck out her tongue and resumed her meal obediently. Li Mei then remarked, "That gentleman has gone downstairs and is waiting for you in the car." Suddenly, Li Inchi looked up at me and asked, "Will you stay the night?" "Yes." I could see hope reflected in her eyes. Having just confirmed our relationship, even if I was merely one of her girlfriends, I felt compelled to show some concern. Nodding in agreement under her expectant gaze, I noticed Li Mei's cheeks redden in a flustered manner, her focus wavering as she chewed her food. She would occasionally glance at me with nervousness, while simultaneously shooting warning looks at Chen and Shi. The atmosphere was rife with drama, yet I had not pinpointed the source of tension. However, it soon dawned on me that I had previously slept in Mei Jia's room. Should I consider moving to Li Inchi's room? If I chose not to, would that not lead to an awkward situation? If we were to move, wouldn't that be even more awkward? The main issue lies with Li Eunhee, who lacks experience. If she were to accompany me to the hotel, there would be no problem at all. Once Sister May cleared the table and took the dishes to the kitchen, I discreetly inquired about Li Yunhe, and only then did she realize. "Oh right, what should we do? You really are quite the scatterbrain." I huffed in irritation. Chapter 78. The tactics of the big shots never go out of style. One cannot entirely blame Li Yunhe. Although she has found a benefactor in the investment banking world due to her beauty, she is but a fledgling with no prior experience in romance. How could she possibly know that keeping a boyfriend at home could be so incongruous? She seemed to think it was akin to visiting a female classmate's house during her middle school years, especially after I had given her an affirmative response. The exuberance that lit up her face was almost pitiful. This woman seemed to have never experienced such joy throughout her life. Even Sister May, unable to bear refusing Li Yunhe's seemingly unreasonable request, went to wash the dishes instead. Upon returning to the living room, she discovered that both Li Yunhe and I had vanished. Stealing a glance at her own room, she found the door firmly shut, a flicker of concern crossing her beautiful eyes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her furrowed brow softened with the warmth of spring, and she began to murmur to herself, oblivious to the need for restraint. She then tiptoed to the door, pressing her ear against it to listen quietly for a moment. It seemed as though nothing was amiss inside. Rubbing her nose, unsure whether she felt disappointment or relief, she slowly made her way to Li Yunhe's room. Nestled in the soft embrace of the blankets, Sister May felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Her eyes fluttered shut, her brow radiant with springtime warmth. She reached beneath her pillow, only to suddenly sit upright, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Oh no, this is a disaster." With that, she collapsed back onto the bed, covering her face with a blanket, enveloped by a despair that made her shy away from the world. She could only hope that Yunhe had not noticed, and that when that man returned home, he would find the door ajar. Discovering his niece Li Yunhe engaged in a passionate game with another man in her room. Images of that strong back, youthful skin glistening with vitality, and a powerful physique flooded her mind, evoking an unimaginable intensity. Sister May tossed and turned, praying that Yunhe would remain oblivious, while simultaneously feeling a sense of abandonment creeping into her heart. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that she finally drifted off into a fitful sleep, completely unaware that her secret had been uncovered, though not by her niece, but rather by her niece's husband. Li Yunhe and I exchanged glances for a considerable time. Her cheeks were flushed, and her explanation lacked conviction. "Brother, Auntie, is actually quite conservative most of the time." Even she felt the inadequacy of her own words. "Brother, if you intend to leave me, please let me know in advance, all right? Why would I leave you? Because I can't help you at all." Li Yunhe's voice trembled with unshed tears. Despite her best efforts, her body could not fulfill my desires, often leaving her a quivering mass as soon as we began. Having acquired a considerable understanding of the dynamics between men and women, Li Yunhe naturally comprehended the fragility of their relationship when a woman fails to satisfy a man. I whispered gently into her ear, expressing my heartfelt sentiment. "How could I bear to leave you when I have yet to fully embrace my feelings?" This young lady, Li Yunhe, remained oblivious to the fact that there were no women in my life. Were I to indulge in frivolous pursuits daily, gambling and socializing, I would surely lack the vigor I possess now, perhaps even withering away long ago. Furthermore, my physical condition has significantly improved over the past 6 months of fitness and training, comparable to that of an athlete, rendering me even more robust in this regard. In addition to the stark contrast in physicality, Li Yunhe harbored a critical shortcoming in her heart. Our encounter, which deepened over time, culminating in her agreement to become my lover, was fraught with missteps, at least from her perspective. Li Yunhe was acutely aware that her attraction stemmed from my wealth, and she had submitted to me for the same reason. She did not expect me to harbor genuine feelings for her. Perhaps her only distinction from other women lay in the fact that she had bestowed her first time upon me. Yet, she also recognized that while a woman's first experience may be cherished, it holds little value to a man of affluence. I exerted a gentle pressure with my right arm, instilling in Li Yunhe a greater sense of security, and softly reassured her, "As long as you wish to stay, I shall not depart." I understood that our bond remained tenuous, yet I believed we could strive to fortify it. My greatest fear was that I might not always be by her side, leading her to grow weary of our relationship and desire to leave. Should that day come, I urged her to inform me in advance, and I would provide her with a sum to ensure her future well-being. I want to leave. I truly enjoy this life, carefree, devoid of significant pressures, and filled with thoughts of you. As I spoke, I noticed her cheeks gradually redden. It seemed she had only just realized her role as my mistress, and she appeared to relish it. Was it possible that she inherently favored such a clandestine relationship? "Let us make a pact," I proposed. "If one day you wish to depart, Just let me know in advance, and I shall not hinder your pursuit of freedom. There should be no deceit or concealment between us. If you choose to stay, I believe I can provide for you for a lifetime." This promise was simple. All I needed to do was offer Li Enshi a stable and affluent environment. For instance, purchasing a residence. No need for a villa or extravagant mansion. The very apartment we currently occupied would suffice. Li Enshi shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, "Brother, please do not say such things. I will not leave. How about I buy you a house?" In a relationship of this nature, one must ensure ample material security, especially for a girl like Li Enshi, whose yearning for stability surpassed that of many. She nestled her head against my arm, bending my hand to embrace her more comfortably. "No need for that. One must not be insatiable. You have alleviated all my pressures. If you were to buy me a house, I fear I would lose my determination to strive forward. Moreover, I have already ascended to the position of deputy manager within my department at the company, with a monthly salary reaching 80,000. My intention is to save for 2 years to accumulate the down payment for a property valued at 10 million. In truth, men can be quite despicable. When the relationship is harmonious, the more a woman expresses disinterest, the more a man is inclined to give. I, too, have experienced such fervent emotions. As for employing manipulative tactics to control a lover, such as contributing to a down payment and providing a monthly allowance to keep a lover in suspense, I find such base methods beneath me. When a man possesses true strength, a woman fears losing his affection, thereby risking everything she currently possesses. The greatest fear of humanity is not the inability to attain, but rather the anxiety of losing what one has acquired. As long as a woman understands that I can provide her with everything, yet also deprive her of it, that is sufficient. There is no need for ulterior motives to test her. After all, money holds little significance for me at this juncture, and I see no reason to be overly concerned in this regard. When I mentioned purchasing a house for Li Enshi, I certainly did not speak idly. Even at present, my assets exceed 4 billion, a sum so vast that even a lifetime of extravagant indulgence would not suffice to deplete it. In this era, investing in real estate remains a venture with substantial returns. Beyond that, my high expenditures, aside from acquiring an aircraft, are nearly at their limit, as I have little interest in yachts. Moreover, it is unnecessary to seek the finest, for wealth without the means to maintain it is ultimately futile. This is also why I acquiesced to Lao Xing's suggestion to assist individuals within Xing Wanli's circle with financial management. In certain circles, a lack of strength can lead one to make grave misjudgments. However, if one possesses sufficient economic power but lacks the protection of an elite circle, one may easily become prey to others. As for the price per square meter of this property, it is approximately 130,000. When I initially rented it, the landlord expressed regret over the considerable mortgage burden and the stagnation in property value. Noticing my silence, Li Enshi assumed I was unaware and elaborated. This house is a luxury residence, distinct from ordinary ones, conveniently located near Sham Shui Po for shopping. Adjacent to Nathan Road, across the sea lies Central, with a splendid view of the ocean, naturally commanding a higher price. Were it not for the fact that this building has been completed for nearly a decade, a new property would be even more costly. I inquired about the price per square meter, and Li Enshi, knowing I had come from the mainland, was momentarily slow to respond. The property prices in Hong Kong rank among the highest in Asia and even within the top 10 globally. A few days ago, I perused an economic publication ranking cities by global real estate prices. Currently, the average price per square meter in the heart of Hong Kong is approximately $12,000 to $15,000, placing it 6th in the world. When converted to Hong Kong currency, the average price hovers around 100,000. Comparatively, prices in Shanghai are roughly $3,000 per square meter. This figure pertains solely to city center prices, excluding the average transaction prices in suburban areas. This ranking only accounts for property values in urban centers. The price of 130,000 was already exorbitantly high in 2006. The residence Li Enshi currently occupies is a high-end ocean view apartment in the city center, priced at approximately $18,000 per square meter. Calculating the figures, 12 million Hong Kong dollars would suffice. A fluctuation of a few hundred thousand is acceptable. Tomorrow, I shall contact the landlord to acquire the property, inscribing your name upon the deed. Upon revealing my intentions, Li Enshi was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief rendering her speechless as she gazed at me, and soon she could not contain her tears, weeping softly against my chest. I gently caressed her smooth back, saying, "While I cannot offer you constant companionship, what I can provide is a home, a place to call your own." It is quite common for many residents of Hong Kong to lack property. It is akin to the complaints of local actors, lamenting that the real estate market is prohibitively expensive rendering home ownership an unattainable dream. This is true even for the more financially endowed celebrities, let alone ordinary families. Properties near Sham Shui Po embody the aspirations of countless young women. Why are you so kind to me? Do you not fear that one day I might leave, rendering your investment of over 12 million futile? Lianxi expressed, touched. I smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly. I may not possess extensive experience in this realm, but learning from the rich expertise of investment moguls can only be beneficial. Chapter 79. Truly a beauty device out of reverence for the moguls. Lianxi felt compelled to exhibit a degree of humility. After all, the affluent speak with an echo of authority. Mogul. Lianxi, with tear-streaked cheeks, raised herself. Inherently respectful of those within the financial elite. Lu Wanxiong, I jested, though Mogul Lu's methods of courting may appear somewhat crude, his strategic thinking is undeniably exceptional. He has opened new avenues for us newcomers, providing invaluable insights. Although Mogul Lu's era has waned, his tactics from over a decade ago still hold significant instructive value for us, the successors. Indeed, Lu is a true mogul. His previous ventures were rather modest, having initially built his empire on fans. Yet, in Hong Kong, which mogul operates in a high-end domain, even Superman began with the less sophisticated business of plastic flowers. Today, Chinese Properties ranks among the top real estate firms in Hong Kong, and along with his other enterprises. His assets are estimated to be around $5 billion, an undeniable titan in the industry. Old Lu's multifaceted approach to romance has been remarkably smooth, relying on sincerity. With his arsenal comprising jewels, luxury cars, and opulent residences, tools that have proven effective in winning over even the most elusive partners. It is said that at least half of the most stunning women in the entertainment industry have been captivated by his gifting prowess, especially when faced with a reticent starlet. He would pivot and charm her mother instead. Who could possibly resist such tactics? Though they may seem simplistic, their efficacy is undeniable, serving as a powerful weapon for the wealthy. These memories I gleaned from Chen Feng's recollections. Regrettably, the entertainment scene in Hong Kong has since declined. Those once enchanting starlets have either aged or married. In recent years, even the most charismatic actresses have faded from prominence. In comparison, during Mogul Lu's heyday, my wealth paled in comparison. When all is accounted for, it barely exceeds $5 billion. This month has yielded substantial gains in the Hong Kong futures market, significantly bolstering my resources. Including my assets in the domestic stock market, my net worth hovers around $400 million, barely a fraction of what the magnates possess. However, my wealth has surged at an astonishing pace, far exceeding the imagination of even the most affluent individuals. In a mere 6 months, my assets have multiplied nearly 100-fold. An unfathomable rate of wealth accumulation. In reality, the domestic stock market has seen a considerable deceleration in growth. As a retail investor, I cannot employ the strategies utilized by funds, nor can I engage in such practices. It is not solely my account. I have already returned old Xing's account to him. The sheer volume of capital involved increases the risk of regulatory scrutiny. Trading becomes susceptible to monitoring. Investment firms face fewer complications, though they can be quite taxing. For a while, I even contemplated establishing an investment company in Hong Kong, as the environment here is comparatively more lenient than that of the domestic market. Lianxi remains unaware of the extent of my wealth, but speculates that I possess at least several billion Hong Kong dollars. After all, this month, I transferred $20 million into my Goldman Sachs account, in addition to the previous $10 million, which converts to over 200 million Hong Kong dollars. With a feigned scowl, Lianxi raised her hand, hesitant to strike, and instead pleaded, "Do not emulate him. He is far too frivolous, having squandered his health." Lu, the magnate, has a rather unsavory reputation in Hong Kong, primarily because wealthy individuals do not act with such reckless abandon. The impoverished populace seethes with resentment as they witness him debasing their dream women beneath his beer belly, wishing they could take their place. Consequently, following his illness, numerous rumors circulated, even attributing his sickness to his lecherous ways. Yet, while Lu may be indiscreet, do the other magnates lack such desires? They simply choose to remain discreet about it. Rest assured, his health issues are not a consequence of women. Amused, I closed my eyes and reclined to rejuvenate. The afternoon spent with Lianxi was exhilarating, yet not overly exhausting. My physical activity had been sufficient, enhancing my stamina and endurance. Combined with my naturally exceptional physique, akin to that of an athlete, my combat prowess far surpasses that of Lu. Conversely, Lianxi, who had been so fatigued she could scarcely lift her arms, seemed revitalized after dinner, embodying the inherent advantages of womanhood. Relishing the tranquility of having a beautiful woman by my side, I enveloped Li Enshi in my embrace. She, unable to find sleep, began to recount her life experiences, expressing how she had diligently studied since childhood, dreaming of one day residing in a grand house and enjoying the lifestyle of the affluent. Yet, amidst her aspirations, there lay a sense of disillusionment. Her academic endeavors had not granted her the grand abode she envisioned, while those she had looked down upon for their associations with powerful figures had achieved the very life she desired. She found herself perplexed, realizing that all her efforts seemed futile. If you had not strived in your studies, you would not even have had the chance to meet me, I reminded her. Indeed, diligence bears fruit. As a top performer, Li Enshi has finally grasped the true essence of her striving, to encounter opportunities more splendid than before. From a young age, she resolved to study hard and amass wealth. This aspiration, for children of impoverished backgrounds, represents the sole pathway to transcendence. Of course, she could also choose to marry a wealthy man, thus accomplishing her goal of social mobility. Regrettably, her mother served as a cautionary tale in this regard. As an ordinary girl endowed solely with striking beauty, the likelihood of encountering a deceiver far exceeds that of meeting a wealthy suitor. The mother and daughter duo, having endured the tribulations of being misled by men, led Chen Enshi to harbor profound skepticism towards the sweet nothings of males. Had it not been for the precarious situation she found herself in at Goldman Sachs, teetering on the brink of dismissal amidst overwhelming anxiety, compounded by the burdens of student loans and rent, she would have never been compelled to accompany me to the hospital. Were I a scoundrel, I could have easily taken advantage of her and departed without a second thought. Yet, Li Enshi had no recourse against me. Moreover, as her client, my presence in Hong Kong would necessitate her continued flattery and devoted service. However, I found myself ensnared in a period of emotional desolation. The women within my reach held no appeal, as the costs were too great for me to bear. By a stroke of fortune, Li Enshi, brimming with passion yet naively inexperienced, entered my life, and I reluctantly accepted her companionship. The notion of having a lover was enticing. At least I would not have to endure a dismal existence akin to that of a widower with a daughter. By the way, Enshi, your aunt appears quite youthful for her age. She seems to be in her 30s. I felt too shy to inquire at the dining table and could only ask in the privacy of the room. Li Enshi regarded me with suspicion, failing to detect any impropriety in my gaze, and thus began to speak. My mother was deceived during her schooling by an English officer, and I was born from that union. She passed away when I was 10 due to illness. My aunt, unwilling to send me to an orphanage, adopted me, and it has been nearly a decade since then. She is now 34, and I genuinely hope she can find a partner. She should not devote her entire life to me, but rather carve out her own existence. She is my aunt, but she feels more like a mother to me. I was taken aback, pondering the implications of her words. Schooling? Deception? An Englishman? The British Army has a remarkable record of sending 800 into battle and returning with 805. Do not question why. Simply accept that there are women in the military. As for the officer's true identity, I suspect Li Enshi's mother was equally oblivious. While I shared her indignation towards her father's lack of decency, I couldn't help but harbor a strange envy. This scoundrel possessed a certain level of cunning. Goodness, Mei Jia is 3 years my senior. No wonder she appears so youthful. I had assumed her to be around 50, which was quite a shock. I had intended to address her as auntie, but upon witnessing her appearance, I swallowed the words back down, feeling quite distressed. This dilemma plagued me for half the night. One can only imagine the discomfort of having Annie lodged in my throat. My mother was deceived by a rogue, who claimed to be a noble officer of England, only to vanish after she became pregnant. Our family, devout in their beliefs, had no choice but to allow the child to be born, with my grandmother caring for me. Eventually, my grandmother's health deteriorated, and my mother, despite her struggles, raised me alone, sacrificing her own well-being. I remain eternally indebted for my aunt's love. Li Enshi seems to suggest that her aunt is not the insatiable type. Rather, it is the solitude of prolonged isolation that necessitates a modicum of comfort. I refrain from expressing any judgment on this matter, for I lack the audacity to do so. After all, Sister May is indeed my elder. This elder's demeanor is quite amiable, reminiscent of an older sister. The following morning, as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the master bedroom of this seaside residence, which boasts a unique orientation that allows one to witness both sunrise and sunset, a truly enchanting phenomenon. However, should the weather prove too warm, it could become rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, the presence of air conditioning alleviates the oppressive heat of exposure. When I awoke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. By this time, Li Enshi had long since risen. In fact, she had been up for over 3 hours, already brimming with energy and on her way to work. Nowadays, Lianxi remains quite industrious, albeit her approach has evolved. She is still the first to arrive at the office, steadfast in her commitment, even if it means sitting idly with a silly grin on her face. This level of dedication is somewhat excessive, leaving her colleagues with a mix of admiration and frustration. After visiting the restroom and feeling considerably lighter, I returned to the room, only to be astonished by the sight of my relative, who still possesses an exquisite figure, fair and taut skin, and a youthful, radiant visage. She was perched at the edge of the bed, seemingly searching for something while murmuring to herself, "No way, how could it be gone? Oh dear, what if it gets discovered? Sister May, are you looking for something?" I inquired. She immediately turned around, sitting upright with her hands clasped behind her back, feigning innocence. However, her flushed cheeks and slightly disheveled attire sparked a torrent of imagination in my mind. "It's in the second drawer," I blurted out impulsively, causing Sister May to gasp in surprise. She then opened the drawer, revealing the cherished toy nestled within. Attempting to maintain her composure, she sat up, her face a deep crimson, her gaze drifting aimlessly. "What I hold is merely a beauty device. Do you believe me?" "I do," I replied, feeling quite embarrassed for having spoken out of turn. Chapter 80. It isn't about deep affection. The appellations within Hong Kong culture are truly fascinating. For instance, Lianxi refers to her aunt as Auntie, while at times addressing her as Sister May. I, too, follow suit, calling her Li Mimi. This practice poses no issues whatsoever. Many regions in southern Guangdong preserve ancient forms of address, such as referring to officials. Even addressing female elders as sister has historical roots. During the Song dynasty, Emperor Zhezong referred to his biological mother, the Empress Dowager Zhu, as sister, while designating his legitimate mother, the Empress, as Your Majesty. This historical reference, recorded in the Zhengong's legacy, is hardly novel. Thus, addressing one's aunt as sister is not without precedent. My position within the family is somewhat awkward. Calling me by my name would be disrespectful to my benefactor, yet addressing me as sir feels overly formal and diminishes my stature. It creates an impression akin to that of a servant, which is uncomfortable for someone of my standing. Even Sister May, who hails from humble beginnings, grapples with how to address her niece and her boyfriend, leading me to decide, with a firm resolve, to simply call him Brother Feng. In Hong Kong, the term brother is a respectful address that transcends age and seniority. Sister May cautiously attempted to step out of the room, yet the moment she rose, her legs trembled nervously, and she stumbled against the bed leg, teetering on the brink of falling. I hurriedly stepped forward to offer support, inadvertently brushing against her soft form, my arms firmly encircling her. To my astonishment, her curvaceous body quivered even more intensely in my embrace, as if she were afflicted with an ailment. "Sick? No. Release me quickly. We cannot proceed like this." Hearing the tremor in Sister May's voice, curiosity overtook me, and I leaned closer to whisper in her ear. "What cannot be done, Sister May? I do not comprehend." I mimicked her tone, finding it rather amusing. Sister May, inhaling the scent of masculinity that unsettled her, felt her mind buzzing, leaving her devoid of the capacity for rational thought. Suddenly, she found herself unconsciously contemplating a strong physique, her body becoming even softer in my hold. Internally conflicted, she uttered words of refusal. Time and again, she reminded herself that Brother Feng was Inshi's boyfriend, and she must harbor no such thoughts. Yet, as I released her, a wave of emptiness washed over me, tinged with disappointment. It had been far too brief. She could hardly recall the last time a man had embraced her, perhaps not since over a decade ago. That sensation of being protected had allowed her to endure countless sleepless nights and witness Inshi's growth into adulthood. In truth, Sister May felt grateful toward me. She recognized Inshi's beauty, which surpassed even her sister's youth. Such a girl, without a powerful man to shield her, would be devoured by society, leaving nothing but remnants. While not facing imminent peril, she could easily become a mere plaything for the wealthy, elevated to the heavens in moments of affection, only to be cast aside when the novelty wore off. Their modest income, compounded with Inshi's substantial student loans, plunged them into profound despair and hardship. My presence, undeniably, provided them with a semblance of hope. Their household required a man, one who could stand tall and unwavering. I happened to be precisely the type of man Sister May needed, affluent, accompanied by bodyguards, undoubtedly of high status, and willing to spend freely. An 800-square-foot luxury apartment may not be deemed extravagant in other cities, but in Hong Kong, even those living in cages exist. Would an average person dare to critique the size of their abode? 1 square meter equates to approximately 9 square feet, rendering 800 square feet roughly 89 square meters. Fortunately free from shared space. Such an apartment would be exceedingly spacious for 2 occupants, especially without communal areas. Given the prime location and other factors, only the wealthiest 10% of individuals in Hong Kong could afford an 800 square foot residence in the city center, with an even smaller fraction of the affluent able to do so. Sister May was acutely aware that, even if she were to cast aside all dignity and pride to rely on her looks to attract a wealthy man, owning such a large apartment was an unattainable dream. Moreover, she had little access to the ultra-wealthy, and even encounters with the affluent were few and far between. Even when encountering a man of some means, few would willingly wed a woman of advancing years. Such men often approach with a singular aim, mere amusement. Who could genuinely harbor affection for a woman in her 30s? Living with her young niece? Sister May has witnessed the pervasive indifference of the world and understands that the dynamics between men and women are fraught with deception rather than sincerity. She harbors no desire for Enshi to cross paths with men of frivolous intent, yet finds herself powerless in the face of adversity. I have assisted Li Enshi in repaying her study abroad loans and facilitated her relocation, while also aiding in her career advancement. I have alleviated much of their domestic burdens. With Enshi's current earnings, if she economizes for a few years, they will no longer need to rent, but can instead secure a home of their own in Hong Kong. The architect of these transformative changes is none other than myself. From the moment I stepped into their lives, I resolved the precarious situation of my daughter, Li Enshi. Within a prestigious investment firm, not only saving her from dismissal, but also securing her a promotion and raise. I appeared like a gallant hero, emerging in the midst of their struggles, and with lavish generosity, I expended over $1 million in a matter of days for Enshi, alleviating the immense pressure of her study loans and showering her with luxury items. Those extravagant garments had long been a mere fantasy for Sister May, who could scarcely afford such indulgences on her modest income. However, she held strong opinions regarding Enshi's choices. At just 22, her niece donned outfits more suited to a woman in her 30s, which incensed May, who cherished a youthful spirit and feared that Enshi was lacking in discernment. What surprised her, however, was my youthful appearance, seemingly younger than herself, and only a mere 7 or 8 years senior to Enshi, making the prospect of marriage quite fitting. This revelation dispelled May's grievances regarding Enshi's previous entanglements with affluent men, especially after witnessing the passionate encounter between myself and Enshi in her room, a sight that stirred long-dormant feelings within her. Last night, as she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with images of my robust back. The thought of experiencing fleeting joy with such a strong man was not entirely unappealing to her. Sister May's heart was in turmoil. She yearned to reciprocate my kindness, but was at a loss as to how, particularly after I had uncovered her numerous embarrassing moments, leaving her feeling like a fish out of water, utterly disoriented. For the next half hour, I sat in the living room, observing May as she scurried from one room to another, much like Enshi had done when caught in her own embarrassing situation, even taking her time in the bathroom. Their personalities mirrored each other to an amusing degree. When Enshi faced a mishap, she too would flounder about in a panic. This amusing parallel brought a smile to my face. Upon reflection, since my rebirth, I have been burdened by several overwhelming weights, nearly suffocating me. It wasn't until I encountered Sister May and Li Eunhee that I began to feel the lightness of life, imbued with a vibrant essence. The very aura of this woman, with her graceful gestures, can quell even the most tumultuous fires of agitation, granting a momentary sense of tranquility. Once Sister May had prepared everything, I partook of the modest breakfast she had arranged. Subsequently, I settled into the living room to peruse the newspaper, while Sister May, sitting opposite me, hesitantly inquired, "Brother Feng, do you have any tasks to attend to today? I would like to prepare lunch early." "No need to prepare anything just yet. I have 2 matters to attend to. One involves a meeting with the owner of Eunhee's company this afternoon, so there's no rush. The other pertains to the transfer of the property." "Sister May, do you have the landlord's contact information?" Sister May gazed at me, astonished, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "The landlord? For this apartment? I intend to purchase the property as a gift for Eunhee," I replied casually. Sister May hesitated, voicing her concern. "We shouldn't give the child too much. It might spoil her. Then would you prefer not to receive it?" I suddenly jested, a playful smile gracing my lips. Sister May appeared taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of nervousness, a complex mix of fear and delight reflected in her expression. "Brother Feng, please don't jest. I am of an age where such things seem too extravagant. I am the kind of person who never hesitates to part with what I intend to give. Even if Li Eunhee insisted last night that she did not want the house, I have offered it, and she has no reason to refuse. A rejection of material gifts is not a true refusal. It often signals a desire for something deeper, such as emotional connection. I can afford to be generous materially, Yet when it comes to emotions, I am more reluctant to invest heavily. For me, money flows more easily, but once I delve into emotional attachments, I find myself ensnared ever deeper. Sister May is both intriguing and immensely admirable. She has single-handedly nurtured Li Eun-hee into an overseas student, despite having taken on considerable loans. Many women of her status do not envision such distant aspirations. I must admit, she is a woman deserving of respect, and I hold her in high regard. Near the entrance, I inquired once more, "Have you made the call?" "I forgot," Sister May quickly responded, dialing her daughter. After a brief wait, the connection was established, and she began the conversation. "Eun-hee, Brother Feng mentioned he would meet the landlord today and asked me to confirm this with you. Are you aware of this?" But Brother Feng is quite adamant. "What should I do?" "All right, hand me the phone." I took the device from Sister May and addressed Li Eun-hee on the other end. "Be obedient, do not be obstinate. You must consider Sister May's feelings as well. Let us transfer the property into Sister May's name. She has sacrificed so much for you. Surely you should reciprocate." "Very well, it is settled then." Sister May stared at me, her eyes wide with astonishment. A look of delightful confusion that elicited a smile from me. "Sister May, is it acceptable for the house to be under your name?" Unbeknownst to me, I found myself cornering Sister May against the door. Behind her loomed the great entrance, leaving her no avenue of retreat. With the startled demeanor of a frightened fawn, she gazed up at me, her beautiful eyes wide with alarm, ultimately choosing to shut them tightly. It was reminiscent of a sheep believing that by closing its eyes, it could evade the wolf, embodying a naive innocence in the face of danger. The genes of the Li family are indeed remarkable. Our women possess an ageless beauty. Although Sister May has already crossed into her 30s, she appears to be a youthful matron in her 20s, exuding an enchanting allure and a delicate vulnerability that beckoned me irresistibly closer. As our lips met, I was struck by the cool, jelly-like softness that was utterly captivating. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 2 minutes passed in a heartbeat. When I finally released her lips, satisfied, I noticed her gasping for breath. Her kiss inexperienced and her body tense, as if she had not encountered a man in over a decade. Observing her flushed cheeks, radiating a beauty akin to a blooming begonia, I found myself entranced by her exquisite eyes and murmured, "Sister May, you are truly beautiful." Both of us, in our moment of madness, were aware of our folly. She had been swept away by an overwhelming tide of unfamiliar desire, her entire being rendered soft and feeble. But as she regained her composure, she realized her hands were resting on my firm chest, the hardness sending a shiver through her. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she averted her gaze, speaking softly, "Brother Feng, we cannot proceed like this." "Sister May, I was merely swept away. It's your beauty that has captivated me." My blunt words reflected my curiosity about her timid nature and how she protected herself, and she. "Let us go?" "Wait, I need to use the restroom." 10 minutes later, Sister May stood before me, still slightly dazed, droplets of water clinging to her face, suggesting she had just bathed. Had she perhaps washed up again after leaving her room? I pondered whether she had a touch of obsessive cleanliness. I felt a twinge of regret for my earlier boldness. One cannot deny the magnetic allure of Sister May. There exists a type of woman whose spirit remains anchored in her 20s, even as the years advance. It is as though time has paused for her at the pinnacle of her beauty. I was reminded of a neighbor in the capital, nearly 50, yet appearing no older than 30. Her striking features evoked an immediate sense of familiarity and inexplicable closeness. She belonged to that rare class of individuals favored by fate. Sister May, too, seemed to belong to this fortunate group, albeit with an air of naivete. "Do you have your identification?" "Yes, I have it. I just spoke with the landlord. We are to meet at the Peninsula Hotel." "Let me check." As I rummaged through Sister May's bag, she merely twitched her lips, reminiscent of a schoolchild being subjected to a homework inspection, unable to voice her indignation. In my heart, I mused, encountering this nemesis is indeed my misfortune. However, upon opening the bag, I found myself somewhat taken aback, even experiencing a hint of post-adversity anxiety. Holding a small spray can, I inquired, "What is this?" "It's pepper spray, a widely available self-defense spray, quite effective," May said. "Beautiful and undoubtedly attracting attention, especially at night." It is no surprise that she carries such protection. Yet, as I held a pair of scissors, I asked, "And this?" "If the pepper spray proves ineffective, one must resort to scissors," I remarked, mimicking a cutting motion, causing a slight tension at the base of my neck. May elaborated, "In the past, the security in Hong Kong was rather poor, especially at night. Many times, I had to work late, so I carried these for my own protection. And she has some too." I taught her. "How about I protect you from now on?" I teased May with a smile. "As long as you don't bully me, that would be ample," she replied. I must admit, May's heart had been restless since last night. Upon hearing my words, she felt a warmth as if the ice within her had begun to thaw. Once outside, I realized May resembled a snail. Outwardly, she exuded an aloof elegance, akin to a swan that gazes straight ahead, living life beneath the protective shell of her hard exterior. Chapter 81. She cannot solve this problem. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely in appearance. May embodies this truth. Standing on the street, she attracted the attention of everyone around her with her exquisite beauty. If age were not mentioned, no one could discern her true years. Perhaps her life has been too simple, her heart too pure, granting her the favor of the heavens. In the hotel gym, May watched me practice on the equipment and run. After an hour, I was drenched in sweat. Even with her stern expression, as cold as ice, I knew her heart was as soft and warm as lukewarm water. Particularly, the sight of sweat glistening on my muscles stirred within her an irresistible urge to draw closer. To inhale, to taste, yet she stood awkwardly on the side with a towel in hand. She occasionally cast curious glances at the opulent decor around her. The Peninsula Hotel holds significant status in Hong Kong. While its facilities may not be the most modern, the views are undoubtedly among the finest. The decor reflects a blend of extravagance and intricacy, reminiscent of a once great empire that, despite its faded glory, still clings to the allure of luxury. May's furtive glances at me were quite amusing. Overall, she exhibited two distinctly different personas, one in public and another at home. To the unknowing observer, she might seem like a different person entirely. This cool, captivating beauty, devoid of her usual naive boldness, remains utterly enchanting. Sir, the lawyer has fallen through. Has the landlord arrived? Not yet, but they are on their way. I heard they will arrive within half an hour. After a brief rinse in the bathroom, I donned the clothes I had worn from May's place and said to Heisey, let the lawyer negotiate first, with a price fluctuation of 10, and wait for my return. Where are we headed? As I held May's hand while exiting the hotel, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she furtively scanned the surroundings for any acquaintances who might unexpectedly appear, her nervousness causing her steps to falter. Let me buy you some clothes, I suggested. I observed the outfit she wore. Although it displayed an admirable sense of style, it exuded a somewhat cheap air. This stemmed from May's limited finances. To don attractive garments, one must often forego brand prestige, which, despite her aesthetic sensibility, rendered her susceptible to condescension. The women's collection from Givenchy is exquisite, elegant, and understated, suitable for women of all ages. From the moment we entered the boutique, I could discern the unease in May's expression, revealing the tension within her. It was not that she could not afford such apparel. A dress costing tens of thousands is not beyond the means of an average resident of Hong Kong, but rather that it simply did not align with their typical spending habits. May, throughout her life, had visited luxury stores to admire beautiful clothing, yet she had never made a purchase. Her funds were barely sufficient for daily sustenance and clothing. Extravagance was an indulgence she could not afford. Everyone appreciates beautiful attire, especially striking women. Yet, under constraints, one can only harbor such desires in their heart. When the opportunity to wear these exquisite garments finally arose, she was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears, not from joy, but from the bittersweet pangs of long-standing repression. Madam, this dress is a spring-summer new arrival, crafted by the esteemed designer Alexander McQueen, and it perfectly complements your aura. The discerning eyes of the high-end brand staff immediately recognized that May was merely a young and attractive housewife, seeking to attach herself to a wealthy benefactor. My clothing was not inexpensive. My calm demeanor and confidence stemmed solely from the digits in my bank account. Beyond that, the bodyguard trailing me ensured that no one dared to overlook a client of my stature. Aside from envy towards May, I sensed admiration in the staff's eyes. Madam, this dress seems as if it were designed exclusively for you. I am certain that once you don it, you will shine like the stars, captivating everyone around you. Much like a celebrated star. We were not as flustered as May, who dared not reveal my true identity as her nephew-in-law. The term nephew-in-law felt inadequate. Was I merely her boyfriend? Yet, to voice such a notion would be even more embarrassing. Thus, she nervously acquiesced to the persona of Mrs. Chen. Do try it on. It's quite lovely. I had my eye on a dress prominently displayed in the window, which would beautifully enhance her elegance. Priced at 80,000. It did not deter me. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, ordinary shopping, apart from genuinely exorbitant luxuries, seldom intimidates the affluent. Whether the garments cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, such sums are hardly a concern. In the ensuing moments, May transformed into a fashion model, continuously appearing before me from the fitting room, showcasing her graceful figure. The initial tension on her face gradually morphed into delight and exhilaration. She had never worn so many beautiful and expensive outfits in her life, and to her astonishment, a single shopping excursion fulfilled all her aspirations. Though the experience was fleeting, the beauty she embraced, even if as ephemeral as fireworks, brought her immense joy. Both this item and that one are to be taken. By the way, please select a suit for me, one suitable for formal occasions. Additionally, I would like a casual outfit, more aligned with everyday travel style, and a dozen shirts. As for shoes, please recommend a pair that offers exceptional comfort. Sir, please hold on a moment. After spending over an hour in the mall, Sister May has been trying on various outfits. Initially filled with trepidation, she eventually became at ease, admiring herself in the mirror. However, the moment she had to make the payment, a pang of remorse struck her, leaving her breathless. Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. The Hermes handbag, Manolo Blahnik shoes, and the most extravagant item, a deep emerald brooch, caused her heart to race. Outside the mall, Sister May felt as though she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, albeit still adjusting to the change. She moved cautiously, fearful of soiling the expensive garments and footwear. In her heightened state of anxiety, even walking seemed a challenge. Upon my return to the hotel, the moment my lawyer caught sight of me, he stood up from a distance and, as I approached, whispered, "Mr. Chen, the total is 13 million, with the landlord covering the expenses." "Very well. Please lead the bodyguard and accompany Miss Lee to handle the property transfer procedures." "Understood, sir." Seated across from the landlord, I could perceive the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a natural manifestation of his anxiety akin to that of a prey before a predator. He awkwardly stood up, introducing himself. "I am Feng Bao Luo. A pleasure to meet you. Likewise, you and your wife are truly a match made in heaven. I run a shipping agency and hope for an opportunity to collaborate with you. The properties near Nathan Road are quite rare, especially those with a view of the sea from three sides, primarily due to their height and splendid vistas. Thus, I hope you can understand the property prices." Sister May gazed at the landlord in astonishment. She had seen him before. When they moved in, he had come to caution them against damaging the decor, sternly warning them to be careful. Yet, astonishingly, in my presence, he appeared like a street thug confronted by law enforcement, akin to a mouse before a cat. Even the repugnant visage beneath his thinning hair seemed to vanish, replaced by a demeanor of cautious nervousness and helplessness. Sister May's beautiful eyes subtly shifted to my profile, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. He was quite handsome, exuding a commanding presence. She seemed to harbor the illusion that she might be falling in love, every cell within her body dancing with joy. How could it be so sweet? Suddenly, he became as courteous as a household servant. In that moment, Sister May felt a surge of exhilaration. Even when my hand rested on her thigh, she merely cast a playful glance my way. Yet, her slightly trembling body betrayed her inner feelings. There was potential here. I didn't even accept the other party's business card, under the watchful eyes of the bodyguard and lawyer. He eagerly guided Sister May to the housing authority to process the transfer registration. With no loans or intermediaries involved, the process would be rather straightforward. After more than 2 hours, as Sister May, nervously clutching her handbag, stepped into the lobby of the Peninsula Hotel, her gaze immediately fell upon me. She strode towards the sofa where I was seated, her long, slender legs moving with urgency. However, she soon realized that Li Un-hee was also present, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over her, akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Would Un-hee discern anything amiss? Would she notice the lavish gifts from Brother Feng? Would Un-hee be angered by the expensive garments? As Sister May nervously settled into the seat opposite Un, she dared not even glance at her daughter, instead uttering, "Auntie, what brings you here?" "Brother Feng purchased the house and transferred the deed into my name," Sister May replied, her hands gripping her purse tightly, as if she were engaged in an illicit affair. "Auntie, you look stunning today." Un-hee's gaze fell upon Sister May. Adorned in haute couture from Givenchy, a Van Cleef Arpels necklace, radiating joy and delight, yet simultaneously exuding a palpable tension, as if she had been caught red-handed by her niece. She appeared as an emotional bundle, embodying a myriad of sentiments. Sister May seemed transformed, her attire lending her an air of unattainable elegance, reminiscent of a high-society matron. Were it not for the nervousness reflected in her eyes and the careful manner in which she cherished her garments, one might easily mistake her for the wife of a wealthy magnate. Sister May had always been beautiful, yet the version before Un-hee was astonishing. "Un-hee, you're not upset, are you?" Sister May anxiously scrutinized Un-hee's reaction, fearful of inciting her displeasure. The house had been transferred to her name, and she had received such extravagant gifts. She had never experienced such affection in her life. Un-hee smiled and replied, "How could I be? Auntie, You are so lovely. It would be the greatest misfortune not to have beautiful clothes to wear. Moreover, my brother rarely travels with luggage. He simply purchases what he likes while at the store, discarding the rest. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, Eun-hee felt a twinge of bitterness, astonished by my apparent interest in Sister May. Wealthy individuals spend money with intent, primarily for their own pleasure, and secondarily to share that joy with others. The moment Eun-hee realized that the house had been gifted to Sister May, she understood that I harbored intentions towards her. Brother Feng spends money so liberally. He spent over 2 million in just over an hour at the mall. How extravagant! Sister May exclaimed in disbelief. Shoo! He is currently engaged in a discussion with my boss. We must not interrupt them. Only then did Sister May notice that I was conversing with a foreign gentleman on the adjacent sofa, speaking a language she could not identify. Her curiosity about me had intensified, and despite recognizing the importance of the conversation, she could not help but lean in and whisper to Eun-hee, "What are they discussing?" "I can hardly understand," Eun-hee admitted, her frustration mounting. At first, it seemed they were talking about the Roman Empire and something about the Alans, who were referred to as Germans during Roman times. Then there were topics like the Renaissance, art, philosophy, aesthetics, and even architecture. Eun-hee felt disheartened, realizing that she could not keep pace with the dialogue between my boss and me, shattering her scholarly aura. The conversation seemed shrouded in mystery, devoid of any clarity. Sister May, now anxious, implored, "Didn't you go abroad to study? How can you not understand? If my niece goes abroad for her studies and still cannot comprehend what foreigners are saying, wouldn't that be an utter waste of a significant sum of money?" Li Mei felt her heart shatter with concern. Lianxi lamented, "One moment it's English, the next it's French, and then some Italian. It's maddening. I am studying in England, not traveling through Europe. Why must I know every language? Furthermore, the breadth of the topics they discuss is overwhelming. How could I possibly be expected to know everything? How does Brother Feng manage to speak so effortlessly?" Lianxi's mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, the doctrine I had instilled in her all along was that choice outweighs effort. One must save her life. And having too many skills may not necessarily be beneficial, merely a waste of time, and so forth. Under my influence, Lianxi had believed these words. However, under Mei Jie's probing, her mind became muddled, and she realized that I had seemingly deceived her, stirring a quiet discontent within her. What a fraud this is. A fraud? Surely, you cannot mean Brother Feng? As her elder, aside from not having shared my bed, it seemed I had taken advantage of her in every other regard, even measuring her size in a fitting room at the mall. If she truly encountered a fraud, how would she navigate her life? Yet something felt amiss. Would a fraud purchase a property for her? Would a fraud promote Inshi and grant her a raise? Would a fraud buy them new clothes and jewelry, spending millions? If he were a fraud, the more the merrier. Surely not. Brother Feng is generous and wouldn't he trick her into signing a contract of servitude? Li Mei nervously fixated on her niece, fearing the revelation of some shocking truth. Seeing her aunt's anxious demeanor, Lianxi clarified, "It's not about that. Brother Feng doesn't care for money. His kindness towards us is genuine. He merely deceived me into thinking studying was futile while secretly studying at home." As a diligent student, Lianxi's greatest fear was being misled into not striving, only to discover that others were secretly working hard. Once the competition began, whom could she outpace? Her utmost dread was falling for the ruse of agreeing not to compete, while others returned home to study diligently. Li Mei cast a peculiar glance at Lianxi, pondering, has this child truly become foolish from her studies? Brother Feng is 30. You've graduated with a Master's degree. Why do you still behave like an elementary student vying for top marks? Can't you mature a little? Li Mei could not suppress her thoughts. Brother Feng seemed genuinely interested in her. Such interest, from her perspective, was akin to that of other men. Yet there was a distinction. Brother Feng was handsome, affluent, and extraordinarily generous, treating her like a princess. If the men outside were even half as good as he, would she still have remained single for so many years? The crux of the matter was that none were reliable. Each one spoke sweetly, yet when it came to parting with their hard-earned cash, they would vanish in an instant. But I am different. The sense of security I provide is unparalleled, particularly the calm confidence exuded by a mature man, which is undeniably intoxicating for a woman. Moreover, after years of solitude, Li Mei had not cultivated a heart of tranquility. Instead, her suppressed frustrations had only intensified, especially with Li Inxi's naive demeanor. How could she possibly capture the heart of a man, let alone one of such exceptional caliber? A thought emerged in Li Mei's mind. Should she not lend a helping hand? Yet, the question lingered. Would Brother Feng disdain her age? As the 2-hour conversation gradually drew to a close, Ilya rose with a flourish, eager to take his leave. The exchange had been exceedingly delightful. At least I had subtly conveyed my respect for the profound history of his distant homeland and my admiration for the various accolades associated with the cultural epicenter of Europe, prompting him to wish for a dinner arrangement to continue these discussions. As for the commercial negotiation, did it truly hold significance? Goldman Sachs sought esteemed clients, and I already occupied that status. That sufficed. Any requests I had would be directed to Goldman Sachs, not through Ilya, but via Lianqi. The advantage of this arrangement was that we operated behind the scenes, thus avoiding the awkwardness of direct refusals due to the other's challenges. This, in fact, mirrored the typical model of most business negotiations. The magnates merely required a platform to boast freely, while other matters would be deftly managed by lawyers and professional managers in private discussions. Lianqi remained oblivious to this paradigm until I disclosed that Goldman Sachs would fully support my account operations. She was taken aback. Brother Feng, wasn't he Ilya discussing history and architecture with you? How can you claim he fully supports you? In haste, she placed a call, and on the other end, Ilya, president of Goldman Sachs Hong Kong, emphatically stated that the firm would wholeheartedly support Mr. Chen's business plan, including the utilization of resources from the headquarters. Upon hearing such a definitive response, Lianqi was utterly stunned. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming fatigue. This was a puzzle beyond her grasp. Chapter 82. Betting the remainder of one's life in the hotel room. Li Mei lay in my embrace, her lips parted as she gasped for breath. Her gaze vacantly fixed upon the crystal chandelier, her mind a blank slate. She felt defeated. Her body and soul had previously soared, only to plummet unceremoniously. Engaging with Sister Mei seemed more pronounced recently, perhaps due to her heightened frustration. Of course, one could not doubt that Li Mei had been coerced. With the funds in place, could she still maintain her composure? At one point, she felt utterly disoriented, her thoughts a chaotic tangle, fixated solely on one question. Was she truly worth an 800-square-foot luxury apartment? Selling herself would hardly yield sufficient returns. After my meeting with Lianqi's employer concluded, she returned to the office while I ascended the stairs. Li Mei followed me into the room in a daze, and afterward, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though she had contemplated assisting her niece, her resolve faltered as she became preoccupied with her own enjoyment. Yet, the intense after-effects, the soul-stirring vibrations soaring to the heights, made her feel an overwhelming surge of happiness within. Was this the essence of intimacy between a man and a woman? Her 30-plus years of existence seemed wasted. Was it joy or a sense of guilt that overwhelmed her? In any case, Sister Mei's emotional turmoil left me somewhat at a loss. From the moment I became intrigued by Mei Jie, I found myself racing down the path of a cad, with no possibility of turning back. I reveled in Mei Jie's alluring figure. She is a slender beauty, and while one might not demand an excessively voluptuous physique, such a notion is rather superficial. Mei Jie's physique is already commendable, aligning well with Eastern standards of beauty. Her limbs are long, her waist is delicate, and her proportions are exquisite. Though she may not stand with the utmost poise, she possesses a C-cup bust, complemented by the mature and somewhat aloof visage of a woman in her prime. Wherever she goes, she undeniably becomes a beacon for men. Mei Jie, why do you appear so youthful and naive? Although the aura surrounding Li Mei is largely a facade, this very pretense only intensifies men's desires. How many men can genuinely resist such alluring stimulation? Who could possibly turn away from a mature beauty, capable of embodying both sweetness and saltiness, warmth and chill? A woman who can fulfill the roles of two is akin to a dagger thrust into a man's heart. Oh, how I remember the days when my sister fell ill, coinciding with the time when Inshi's mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness. I had just begun my career, still youthful, and though work was exhausting, I could not bear to see Inshi left without care, so I welcomed her into my home. After my sister's passing, I could not bear to let her become an orphan, thus I took on the role of her guardian. My boyfriend, unwilling to take on the responsibility of another's life, vehemently opposed my decision to adopt Inshi, insisting I send her to an orphanage. What could I do? And she was only 7 at the time and remarkably understanding. As the last remnant of my sister's legacy, I knew choosing between my boyfriend, with whom I had been for 2 years, and Inshi would be difficult, but I could not abandon her. To forsake her would mean destroying her future and leaving me with a lifetime of unease. Thus, I ended my relationship with my boyfriend. Li Mei, weary and soft, resembled a cotton candy in her fatigue. A woman who selflessly cared for her sister's child for over a decade must possess a kind heart. Of that there is no doubt. Perhaps this is the very reason for my affinity towards Mei Jie. Reflecting on the past, she could not help but feel a tinge of sadness. I do not regret living with Inshi. She is very understanding and remarkably diligent. However, As a woman raising a child, finding a partner becomes exceedingly challenging. Men are generally reluctant to support another's offspring, no matter how sweetly they speak. When it comes to parting with their hard-earned money, their attitude shifts entirely. Fearing that Inshi might suffer, I simply chose not to seek companionship. Over a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Li Mei sighed, reminiscing as if she had just been a carefree student yesterday. And now she finds herself a middle-aged woman. Even if this middle-aged beauty is somewhat of a misnomer, age is an undeniable reality, and one cannot deceive oneself. Unshi remarked that you are quite vain, enjoying to admire yourself in the mirror and relishing when she calls you sister. Oh, please, spare me the embarrassment. Though we have been candid with each other, discussing such intimate topics still leaves Mei Jie bashfully unable to meet my gaze. She then pondered aloud. Living as a young aunt with a niece is no easy feat. I truly do not know how I have endured it all. You were peeking at me and Inshi last night, weren't you? I did not. But how did the door close? I distinctly remember it being open at the time. Did you see anything? Mei's body tensed up, a reaction nearly identical to that of Li Inshi, which I found rather amusing. No, Inshi told me, she replied. Mei was reluctant to continue this topic, primarily because it was too embarrassing. Doing something is one thing, but being exposed is an entirely different matter. She couldn't bring herself to admit, after hiding my body for so many years, you've managed to take advantage of me. Brother Feng, you don't think I'm a bad woman, do you? Of course not. I asked, my tone growing serious. Do you and Inshi hate me? In truth, I had heard plenty of such stories in my youth. They were quite common in affluent circles, yet I never anticipated finding myself in a similar situation. Over the years, I had refrained from engaging with men, fearful of being deceived. If it weren't for Inshi bringing you home, I might have spent my life in solitude. Mei unexpectedly opened her heart, which caught me off guard. I said with sympathy, it's somewhat unfair for you. Inshi at least has a public persona, but you. Brother Feng, please don't say that. I am willing. She continued, I have waited too long and been disappointed for far too long, afraid that I might never find happiness in this life. Meeting you is my only stroke of luck. You provide me with support, and I am willing to gamble my remaining years on your sincerity. I did not offer an enthusiastic response. Instead, I gently massaged Mei's fragrant shoulders and softly reassured her, I will not let you lose the latter half of your life. After our profound exchange, the woman's demeanor shifted entirely. Regardless of the truth, such words from a man often bring immense comfort. With Li Mei nestled in my arms, I couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Even more absurd was the thought of Wang Lin. It was not that I lingered on her, nor did I harbor any peculiar sentiments towards her, but rather a sense of reflection. This world is strange. Some women possess loving husbands, obedient children, and blissful families, yet fail to cherish these blessings, seeking extramarital affairs to compensate for their perceived emotional voids and regrets. However, the wise understand that true happiness is not granted by others, but is felt deeply from within oneself. Marriage is not akin to dating. Everything must be perfect, or rather, it is the daily reality and the trivialities of family life that matter. Some women, despite lacking husbands, manage to remain virtuous for many years, raising their children alone. Yet, others regard their infrequently present husbands as adversaries. This is the disparity. One cannot compare lives. When comparisons arise, some shine like a beacon, while others become a mere joke. How can one possibly compare? Li Mei's car was remarkably new, so pristine that it made me question my existence. As if the previous owner had never driven it, and simply handed it over to me, presenting an unrefined freshness. This was perplexing. The niece I had raised had already graduated from university and begun working, yet here I was, a novice as an aunt. This was utterly illogical. Yet it was starkly evident before me, leaving no room for existential doubt. Mei, I desire you again. Mei was irresistibly alluring, and my wicked thoughts began to surface. Brother Feng, I can't take it anymore. I truly can't. Mei panicked, trying to fend me off. In her eyes, I saw fear and tension, along with a mixture of desire and helplessness, leaving me utterly bewildered. Though she appeared to be an innocent woman, her age suggested otherwise. Could it be that her strength was so limited? Yet, I found it hard to believe. However, the reality was that Sister Mei soon collapsed beside me, leaving me utterly perplexed. Brother Feng, you wouldn't despise me, would you? Sister Mei asked anxiously. I cannot offer you a singular affection. If you entrust your remaining years to me, I shall care for you throughout this life, I replied earnestly. When a woman has just surrendered her body to you, it would be remiss not to utter a few heartfelt words. Even if it meant deceiving her, it would suffice. Li Mei traced circles on my chest with her finger, smiling contentedly. How wonderful it is to have you. I must admit, I was indeed captivated by Li Mei. This was not the fluttering of romantic love, but rather a sense of ease in her company, as if engaging in any activity together bore no burden. This was not love, I was fully aware. It resembled familial affection, a peculiar sensation that left me somewhat intoxicated. As for my care for Li Mei, daily affection could be considered a form of care, and ensuring her comfort in terms of food and shelter was something I believed I could guarantee. After all, for those of affluence, fulfilling such needs is hardly a challenge. I certainly would not remain single in the future, nor would I lack female companionship. However, treating Li Mei as a beloved partner might prove difficult for me. Words held little weight compared to the time spent in her company. In truth, no wealthy philanderer can treat every woman with whom he shares an ambiguous relationship, or even a past romantic connection, as a cherished partner. Even a wife may find it challenging to remain unwavering in fulfilling all her desires. After all, there are certain needs that men may not be able to satisfy. For a man over 40, navigating relationships with multiple women can be utterly exhausting. This is also why middle-aged men often take to fishing. At home, failing to meet expectations or delivering subpar results, particularly after submitting work only to be met with disdainful glances from women, can deeply wound a man's sensitive and easily hurt heart. For men, this represents a dual humiliation of confidence and dignity, often leading to a steep decline in their familial status. Yet fishing offers a different experience. Each moment is a reward in life, whether catching a whitefish, crucian carp, bighead carp, or black carp. Each catch brings immense satisfaction. Gourmet meals may not be particularly palatable, and though many affluent individuals enjoy them, finding suitable options can be quite the challenge. Either the women portraying daughters are too young, which feels inappropriate, or those acting as mothers are too old, which can be off-putting. A beautiful aunt like Sister May, who plays the role of a niece, is a temptation even the most resolute man would struggle to resist. Of course, this is only true for men of questionable moral standing. In a capitalist society, those with high moral standards undoubtedly earn the respect of many. However, to live well, to exceed the ordinary, morality is often a convenient shield that can be cast aside at any moment. It's akin to the belief that enduring hardship leads to a better life. But does enduring suffering truly bear fruit? This is a fallacy within sociology. In a society marked by class rigidity, there will always be a group of individuals who, with their sordid thoughts and skillful deceptions, mislead the struggling masses into believing that only through suffering can one attain the sweetness of happiness. Many individuals squander their lives within such deceit, only to realize, after half a lifetime has passed, the malevolent intentions of those who utter such words, regretting it far too late. Of course, the suffering of the impoverished is often beyond their control. When one hears enough nonsense, it can easily become perceived as truth. At the very least, the accumulation of wealth bears little relation to hardship. To illustrate, in the era of ancient Rome, the children of nobles remained nobles, the children of citizens remained citizens, and the children of slaves remained slaves. Should one desire to alter this hierarchy, a slave aspiring to become a noble must recognize that mere suffering will not suffice. The only path available is to seize weapons and overthrow those lofty aristocrats from their positions of power. Enduring hardship may only slightly improve one's circumstances, yet challenging authority can facilitate a transcendence of social classes. This reflects the relationship between wolves and sheep. If one's nature is that of a wolf, one's fate will invariably involve the hunt. Conversely, if one's essence is that of a sheep, one can only hope to encounter a benevolent shepherd, yet ultimately, one cannot escape the fate of being consumed. In a capitalist society, as long as the law does not prohibit it, actions are not deemed malevolent. Furthermore, the affluent often revel in maneuvering within the gray areas of the law to secure greater profits. The saying goes that one should possess a heart of compassion. This does not imply that one must extend kindness to all, including deranged murderers. Rather, it encourages us to cultivate an ability to love the world, primarily to strengthen our own inner selves and maintain a beautiful spirit, ensuring our moods remain buoyant. Only when one's heart is at peace can the world appear beautiful. If an individual resides perpetually in pain and torment, even in paradise, it is akin to hell. As for others, let us not be naive. Apart from a few, such as parents, few genuinely wish for your well-being. An hour later, Li Mei appeared radiant, particularly with her unadorned face. Seemingly devoid of makeup, yet possessing a natural blush that exceeded the effects of cosmetics. Conversely, I suddenly became aware of a heaviness in my waist. I began to question the efficacy of my workouts. Why, despite carrying only a couple of light items, did I feel fatigued? After several twists and turns following Li Mei, I found myself clutching an array of items. Hong Kong is a wondrous place, Many shops that seem to sell dry goods often conceal therapeutic herbs in their corners, leading one to suspect a facade of misleading business practices. Yet, Li Mei diligently noted down numerous observations, and upon leaving the market, I realized we would be indulging in a nourishing soup that evening. Observing Li Mei's sprightly gait, I couldn't help but question my own identity. How could a hunter suddenly feel like prey? Something felt amiss, yet I could not articulate it. Chapter 83. The unremarkable facade behind it all. Brother, I'm back. Li Yanxi chirped joyfully, bounding into the kitchen after opening the door. Sister Mei, are we making medicine? Who is ill? Li Mei's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? This is a nourishing soup. You, being young, may not understand the importance of moderation. What if something were to happen to Brother Feng's health? Li Yanxi has been using it alone, and Sister Mei is concerned I might tire myself out. Now that it's being shared between two people, it must be well maintained. Otherwise, how can it last? Li Yanxi, after all, is young and inexperienced, especially in matters of life that are not taught in books. Suddenly, she was flustered by Li Mei's words, growing anxious. Sister Mei, could it really be that serious? Brother Feng actually enjoys it, I thought. Li Mei, with a hint of exasperation, pointed her finger at Li Yanxi's smooth forehead and gently pushed her, complaining, am I not working hard for your sake? Go on now, dinner is ready. Don't just stand there. Although a room had been booked at the Peninsula Hotel, we had not stayed there even for a single day during this visit to Hong Kong. It seemed we might not stay there at all. Under Li Mei's pleading gaze, I found it hard to utter a refusal. Especially in Li Yanxi's home, there was a captivating sense of relaxation and comfort, a feeling entirely absent in hotels. Even at home, such ease could scarcely be felt, which is why I opted to stay at Li Yanxi's rather than a perfectly good five-star hotel. Of course, there were other reasons, but they are inconsequential. After dinner, the family miraculously went for a stroll, and upon returning home, they took showers and retreated to their rooms. Brother, you haven't told me what my boss discussed with you, deciding to fully support you with Goldman Sachs resources. You must understand, such support has not been seen in the company for years. Li Yanxi's mind was consumed with this matter. She simply could not fathom why. Despite the 2-hour casual conversation I had with Elijah, we did not address any critical issues. Yet Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong exhibited an unwavering and resolute desire to support me. To Li Yanxi, it was utterly incomprehensible. With a smile, I beckoned her over. Li Yanxi pouted slightly and obediently sat on my lap, resting her head on my shoulder, murmuring, Brother, please tell me first. I promise to agree to whatever you want to do later. My expression fell, a hint of sorrow creeping in. Am I merely a lecher in your eyes? No. Please don't be angry. Li Yanxi, fearing my displeasure, desperately attempted to explain, though she struggled to articulate her thoughts. My actions bore a striking resemblance to those of a lecher. From the first moment I laid eyes on her in the Goldman Sachs reception area, I recognized her as a newcomer to investment banking, untainted by the sordid practices and circles of wealth. Thus, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, I lured her to the hospital and then to the hotel. This manipulation was shameless, akin to flaunting $1 million check before a girl yearning for wealth. Yet, I proceeded nonetheless. Caressing Li Yanxi's smooth shoulders, I softly remarked, Is it so wrong for me to desire you? The conversation grew increasingly impertinent, and my actions became less restrained. Half an hour later, I exhaled deeply, while Li Yanxi lay beside me, breathing heavily. At this moment, one should express words to deepen our bond, proclaiming how enamored I was with her and how much I relished engaging in such acts with her. However, Li Yanxi is truly exceptional, grappling with the perplexing notion of why our esteemed leader would be swayed by my seemingly inconsequential remarks, ultimately leading to the company's unwavering support for my endeavors. The comprehensive endorsement from Goldman Sachs cannot be merely acquired through trivial conversations. Within Goldman Sachs, Li Yanxi has encountered a multitude of narratives, recognizing that even individuals of substantial influence and wealth have struggled to gain the full backing of Ilya, let alone access company resources. It is essential to comprehend that Goldman Sachs is a global super investment bank, bolstered not only by an extensive international investment network, but also by the endorsement of powerful nations. Such support is elusive, even for formidable figures like Liu at HSBC in Hong Kong. Yet, I have effortlessly secured it, leaving Li Yanxi bewildered by the underlying logic. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Li Yanxi yearns to uncover the secret behind this phenomenon. Even as her spirit seems to float in the heavens, she remains resolute in her aspiration to grow stronger. Playfully entreating me, Brother, please reveal that secret to me. What secret? I feign ignorance. Brother, you must know Ilya, right? While acquaintance is an exaggeration, Neither Chen Feng nor I could ever have a connection with Ilya due to temporal and social constraints. I have mentally replayed our meeting numerous times, and the conclusion is unequivocal. Without the intention of withholding information, I begin to elucidate. Despite the high-level nature of meetings and negotiations, the principal figures involved would not make business decisions until there are concrete outcomes. This is inevitable and a fundamental rule of commerce. Why? Because once we articulate our mutual demands, altering them becomes impossible. Ilya serves as the general manager of Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong, while I represent Goldman Sachs, or rather, I am a rare and exceptional client in Hong Kong. Should I present my requirements only to be rebuffed by Ilya or receive ambiguous answers? The likely outcome would be my defection to Morgan Stanley or HSBC. After all, in the realm of investment banking, premier firms are scarce. But Goldman Sachs is certainly not the sole contender. Lianqi nods in contemplative understanding. Indeed, otherwise Ilya wouldn't place such importance on you. I continue to clarify. In truth, Ilya's expectations are quite straightforward. Hong Kong's financial landscape differs significantly from the domestic markets of Shanghai and Beijing, placing greater emphasis on financial derivatives rather than asset integration. This creates immense pressure on both Goldman Sachs and Hong Kong and its general manager, Ilya, who requires a super client to rectify the awkward position of his division. Following the establishment of Goldman Sachs subsidiary in China, the stature of Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong has gradually diminished, particularly in light of the increasing frequency with which Chinese companies are listing in the United States. Consequently, the role of Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong has been undermined. As the general manager of Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong, Ilya must enact change. Furthermore, Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong not only contends with international speculators, but predominantly engages with local traders and Asian capital. On the surface, Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong appears capable of investing in the global financial markets. However, in reality, there are no exchanges for precious metals or commodities in Hong Kong. Gold is traded in London. Many industrial metals are also exchanged there. Oil is traded in London and New York, and grains in Chicago. What remains for Hong Kong? Lianqi fell into deep contemplation and suddenly realized that it seems challenging for Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong. Competing with HSBC in Hong Kong is certainly daunting, and Goldman's status in Asia is not particularly elevated, especially with the formidable competitor Morgan looming on the global stage. Locally, Goldman faces an array of competitors. In such a scenario, if Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong fails to produce substantial results, it is bound to be overlooked by the headquarters. The pressure on Ilya, the general manager in such an overlooked region, is undoubtedly immense. Thus, Ilya requires a super client, and that hope rests upon me. The conclusion is not difficult to draw. Lianqi's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. She seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. The specifics of the negotiation are inconsequential. What truly matters is that both parties require each other. I seek the support of an investment bank, and Goldman's resources are what I need. Ilya requires a super client, and whether I can become the client he aspires to is secondary. What matters is that I am present, and he is willing to take a chance. My words appeared to open a mysterious door for Lianqi, illuminating her understanding. Thus, what you discuss in your meetings is unimportant, what you say is irrelevant. The essential truth is that you both need one another. Incorrect. It is your boss who needs me, and I have the power of choice. Simultaneously, negotiations are not aimless chatter. Meetings also serve a purpose. I remarked casually. I have encountered countless such meetings, albeit in a future context. People are fundamentally similar, and for me, there is no difficulty. Lianqi's eager lips parted slightly, a look of bewilderment clouding her mind, and I playfully kissed her soft, jelly-like lips, laughing. My collaboration with Ilya requires a form of acknowledgement. This recognition may not hold great significance, as long as we do not harbor disdain for one another. Furthermore, I engage him in discussions about history, culture, and art, merely to convey the message that culture can bridge divides, and history follows a traceable path. Is that all? My response evidently did not satisfy Lianqi, as she still struggled to comprehend the depth of this exchange. That is sufficient. I turned, embracing Lianqi gently as I whispered, "It is quite late. Let us rest." I still cannot fathom it. Lianqi muttered despairingly. However, she soon fell into a deep slumber in my arms, having expended considerable energy earlier. Since my arrival in Hong Kong and our acquaintance, her sleep has increased by at least 2 hours daily. She no longer finds herself overly burdened. Yet her heart seems more adrift. She cannot find the path to strength. In the midst of my drowsiness, I was awakened by the stirring of the person beside me. "What time is it?" 5 o'clock. "Are you going to the gym, brother?" "Wait for me a moment." After exercising for an hour at the gym, I returned home with a warm drink in hand. Meanwhile, After Li Enshi finished showering, she prepared to leave for work. Li Mei placed the prepared breakfast on the dining table, lamenting, Enshi is just too relentless, never allowing herself a moment's respite. As she was about to leave, Li Enshi appeared rather listless. I suddenly approached her, and she, mistaking my intention for a kiss, leaned in naturally. Only after the fact did she realize the implications of such an act before her aunt, feeling a tinge of bashfulness. Just as she was ready to step out, I whispered into her ear, starting this month, I will transfer $100 million to the Hong Kong account every month, so please inform Ilya. This will continue for at least 3 months. Instantly, Li Enshi, still in a state of semi-consciousness, snapped to attention, her previous lethargy dissipating. That was more like it. She had initially thought my collaboration with Ilya resembled a duel of experts, ethereal and devoid of tangible substance, with no foundational discussions, akin to childish play, leaving her utterly bewildered. However, upon hearing that I intended to invest $500 million over the next few months, the concept of a partnership devoid of financial discussions began to crystallize in her mind. Chapter 84. The Price of Happiness After Finishing Breakfast. I settled in the living room with a book while Li Mei busied herself tidying up the room. She resembled a diligent little chef, never pausing for a moment. Though her attire was somewhat excessive, who wears a body-hugging dress while mopping the living room? The book I held was purchased from a bookstore in Hong Kong, printed in traditional Chinese characters, which I was familiar with from my past readings. However, the vertical format strained my eyes, causing me to misread lines and lose focus. Shifting my legs and repositioning myself, I couldn't help but notice Li Mei's alluring figure, my feet instinctively brushing against the silk of her stockings on her thigh, eliciting her displeasure as she shyly turned away, saying, "Stop messing around. Who exactly is causing the disruption here? You have already cleaned the floor 3 or 4 times. Never mind. It seems reading is no longer an option." I lifted Li Mei into my arms and carried her toward the bedroom. After years of drought, the parched ground finally received nourishment, and Li Mei found it hard to suppress her inner restraint, especially with the captivating allure of a mature woman. It became impossible for me to resist. Not every married woman possesses the same enchanting charm as Mei Jie, nor can every mature woman incite such insatiable desire. Yet Li Mei is indeed such a woman. Once she relinquishes her modesty, she immerses herself completely, regardless of the consequences. After the passion had subsided, Li Mei gently caressed my cheek, expressing, "Fengge, I know I am greedy and I enjoy this greatly. But you mustn't overdo it. Your body might not withstand it. Let me hold you while you sleep, all right?" Given the circumstances, how could I refuse? Gazing into her eyes, which sparkled with unspoken emotions, I softly embraced her and whispered, "I am right here beside you. Sleep now." I was astonished by Li Mei's ability to restrain herself. Once desire is unleashed, it is challenging to control, especially in her situation. Yet, she still considered my well-being, warming my heart. Had it been someone else, I might not have been able to resist. The temptation was too great. However, in the presence of Li Mei, I surprisingly managed to contain my impulses. The flames of desire in my heart gradually subsided, and I found an inexplicable comfort in being with Li Mei. This comfort did not stem from a yearning for her physical presence, but rather from the harmonious relationship we shared, akin to that of family. It ignited within me a greedy impulse to hold on tightly. I realized I might be falling deeper, and my possessiveness would only intensify my infatuation with her. Although it lacked the essence of love, and even my connection with Li Enshi was unlikely to blossom into romance, I simply sought companionship. And she happened to be the perfect match. Both Li Enshi and I were acutely aware of this reality. However, Li Mei was different. She sought nothing but the taste of love that had eluded her throughout her life. I could not suppress the doubt that gnawed at me. Could I truly offer her the love and fulfillment she craved? After pondering for a while, I found no answer and succumbed to a deep slumber. When I awoke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Li Mei had already bathed and was preparing to head out for groceries. I asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to work?" "I took a day off and am about to buy some groceries. Would you like to join me?" Without hesitation, I decided to get up and headed straight to the bathroom, tossing out a quick, "Wait for me." Li Mei's anxious expression instantly transformed, blooming into a radiant smile as she stood at the door, sitting on the sofa, her eyes filled with affection directed towards the bathroom. She resembled a wife eagerly awaiting her husband to leave together. How long does it take to fall in love with someone? A year? 6 months? Or merely 3? With Li Mei, it seemed to require just a day. Of course, she understood that such a relationship could not withstand scrutiny. It was like a bubble, fragile and easily shattered. Yet, she could not restrain the fervor within her heart, having long anticipated and yearned for this domestic life. Even if it were to last only a few days, she cherished it immensely. Li Mei was not without admirers. Her beauty was remarkable, even as she approached 35. She still appeared akin to a woman in her mid-20s, a testament to her youthful allure. She undoubtedly had many suitors. However, the presence of her child led outsiders to believe she had a questionable character, assuming the child was illegitimate. All her energy was devoted to Li and Shi, leaving her overly cautious of men. Otherwise, she would not carry self-defense tools like scissors in her bag. My sudden entrance into her life was an unexpected twist, an unforeseen occurrence that disrupted her plans, especially since I had sparked desires within her. Home is usually a sanctuary devoid of defenses. Once desire is awakened, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Isn't it possible that no one pursues such a beautiful woman like you? On our way, Li Mei linked her arm with mine, her demeanor light and youthful. She spoke with an ease that belied the personal nature of her words, nodding and stating, "Oh, there have been many suitors. However, not a single one was sincere. How could there be no genuine admirers?" Even with a child, Li Mei's striking appearance ensured that many men would be captivated by her charm. After all, the allure of a beautiful woman is potent enough to overshadow her circumstances. Moreover, Li Shi is a girl, and there is no sense of humiliation in raising another family's child. Since she came into my life, I have been engrossed in the bustle of daily existence. Initially, I could only secure a position as a sales clerk. However, after enrolling in night school, I managed to tenuously gain employment in a company. While it may not compare to the status of a university graduate, it has certainly provided me with a more stable livelihood. Naturally, there are many suitors in the company, and I am acutely aware of their motives, which are primarily superficial. I struggle to discern whether their intentions are sincere or merely feigned, but the lessons imparted by Enshi's father have instilled a profound fear in me of men, particularly of encountering such deceit. Thus, I set forth a condition that sent all my pursuers fleeing. What was that condition? I demanded that they purchase a house for Enshi and me, an outright purchase under Enshi's name, and I would acquiesce. Brother Foam, you cannot fathom the expressions on their faces upon hearing this. They were on the verge of erupting in indignation, but were constrained by their pride, appearing pitiably tongue-tied. Li Mei sighed and said, "In truth, I do not necessarily require a house. After all, that is a fortune worth millions, which no one could part with so easily. What I seek is a sense of security, for I fear being deceived. If I were to be betrayed, would I still possess the courage to carry on?" Observing Mei Jia's candid vulnerability, I couldn't help but mourn for her suitors. To me, a house may not constitute a significant sum, something I could procure without a second thought. Yet, for Mei Jia, even a small business owner would hesitate to part with a property in Hong Kong for a woman with a child. This is not about finding a wife. It is about being a fool. For a billionaire, spending a few million for a few days' pleasure might seem worthwhile, but for an ordinary person, that amount represents a lifetime of savings. How could one possibly let it go? Nevertheless, I fully grasped Li Mei's perspective. The promise she seeks is beyond the reach of many. Li Mei smiled and remarked, "Beauty will inevitably fade with time. No one can guarantee that they will continue to treat me well as I grow older. A house merely serves as a form of assurance, ensuring that even if I must ultimately live alone, I will at least have a place to call home. Brother Feng, would you come to despise me for this? How could I possibly harbor disdain when I am too fond of you? Mei Jia, embrace your role as my strong woman." My reply was resolute, bringing immense joy to Li Mei. She gently rested her head on my shoulder and whispered, "I know I am a burden, and I understand that my age may not allow me to accompany you for long. Should you ever tire of me, please have the decency to tell me rather than leaving without a word. I wish to savor Mei Jia's soup for a lifetime. A man need only experience love once to learn how to bring joy to a woman. If one fails to learn from a single relationship, one should engage in several more. Perhaps I have entered the season of love, albeit not confined to expressing such sentiments to just one woman." With the answer I provided, Li Mei joyfully pulled me into her family's old shop. Everything remained unspoken. However, I soon felt trepidation regarding Mei Jia's choice. Gently grasping her delicate hand and softly saying, "There is no need for that," Li Mei looked up and replied, "But it is very nourishing." I was taken aback, unable to meet the gaze of the shop assistant. I am well aware of the nourishing properties of seahorse. However, at my age, it seems somewhat unnecessary. In youth, even the mere presence of goji berries in a teacup might be perceived as an affront. Yet, as one matures, the absence of such ingredients invokes a sense of incompleteness. I am in my early 30s, and while drinking tea infused with goji berries may appear premature, it is not entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, incorporating other supplements feels excessive, as if I were declaring my inability to attract a woman. The mere thought of consuming nourishing soups already leaves me feeling belittled. If I were to resort to seahorse at this prime age, I would certainly lose respect for myself, as it touches upon a man's dignity. May. I truly find no need for this. Seahorse, on its own, cannot suffice. It must be paired with epimedium and ginseng in a stew, typically reserved for those in ill health. I am fortunate enough to be in good health, still youthful and vigorous. Focusing on exercise is quite sufficient. Regardless of the shopkeeper's extravagant praise for this product, I cannot permit May to make a purchase. How could I face Li Yanxi if I were to admit that? Although I am merely in my 30s, my vitality has diminished? Should it come to that, I would secretly brew my own concoctions, ensuring May remains uninvolved. As this pertains to a man's final semblance of dignity. Noticing May's lingering indecision, I mischievously leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a deep, magnetic voice, May, have you forgotten who just begged for mercy from Brother Feng? I have not, she retorted, her cheeks flushing a vibrant red. She and Li Yanxi share an undeniable stubbornness and a similarly low combat prowess. The difference lies in Li Yanxi's lack of May's fervor, which accounts for their contrasting reactions. When it comes to handling Li Yanxi, a mere 3 parts of effort suffices to subdue her, but May is a different story. From 5 to 7 parts of exertion, I worry that soon she will match me in strength. A woman in her 30s possesses remarkable resilience, and this is no mere exaggeration. At 34, May is undoubtedly at her peak. Had it not been for her long absence from the battlefield, I would not have been able to gain this technical advantage. I whispered this in May's ear, causing her ears to turn crimson, with her cheeks and neck visibly flushed, resembling the blooming of peach blossoms, radiant and alluring. Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one overheard my words, she relaxed considerably. Outwardly, she maintains a serious demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that keeps others at bay. I understand this is her method of self-protection, filtering out unnecessary disturbances in life. Yet at home, she transforms into an entirely different person, leading me to sometimes feel as though I am dealing with 2 distinct individuals. The shopkeeper's eyes were nearly bulging with envy. As a young man managing a supplement store, he already had his share of woes, and with no girlfriend in sight, he found himself witnessing this couple's flirtation. Why must the female patron be so exceptionally attractive? Why not him as the male lead? Under the shopkeeper's forlorn gaze, I ultimately accepted the cordyceps. This herb, when stewed with old hen, is rather delightful. Reputed to invigorate one's energy. The methods of nourishment practiced by the Han people are undoubtedly a fanciful notion to Westerners. The concept of qi is utterly incomprehensible to them, as they fail to grasp its significance in the lives of the Han. To Western minds, the essence of a person must possess a tangible odor. Aligning with modern medical theories, for instance, flatulence, if it doesn't carry a hint of fecal scent, it is deemed inauthentic. However, for Easterners, qi represents the transcendence of life, an existence beyond the physical realm. This notion is entirely lost on Westerners. Even among Easterners, those within the East Asian cultural sphere, such as the Japanese and Koreans, possess a high acceptance of traditional Chinese medicine, yet struggle to comprehend the existence of qi, indicative of a lack of mastery in the art. Hong Kong stands as a melting pot of Eastern and Western cultures, where the cuisine leans towards the Chinese, yet many ideologies sway towards the West. As medicinal herbs become less relevant, one must resort to food for nourishment. Sea cucumbers and oysters emerge as the prime choices. The former, though costly, often creates the illusion of superior efficacy. The latter, while more affordable and palatable, is a nourishing delicacy suitable for both men and women. In terms of effectiveness, oysters are undoubtedly the ultimate energy source for men, excelling in cost-effectiveness and rivaling sea cucumbers in results. To demonstrate my prowess in front of Li Mei, upon returning home with the groceries, I promptly lifted her and carried her towards the bedroom. Startled, she gasped and dropped the shopping bag at the entrance, her arms instinctively wrapping around my neck. Men often cling to their pride, enduring trials for the sake of dignity, fueled by fervor. I ultimately found my ambitions doused by a torrential rain, leaving only an empty shell behind. Yet, gazing at Li Mei's vibrant countenance and her languid form, I couldn't help but smile, enveloped in a profound sense of satisfaction as I lit a cigarette. In the evening, upon returning home, Li Yanxi beheld the table laden with an array of seafood delicacies, her fingers itching with desire as she cast a sultry glance my way, instilling in me a sense of impending doom. Oh no, Sister May has reinforcements. Chapter 85. The birth of a follower. It has been proven that no matter how youthful a man may be, he cannot simultaneously satisfy the thirst of 2 eager women. As time passes, such a man is bound to experience premature decline. It was only at this moment that I realized the burdensome nature of being an emperor, especially a tyrannical one. Having only arrived 2 days prior, I was not yet depleted of energy, but I could not allow myself to end up fleeing in disgrace. Lianxi, youthful and barely in her 20s, nearly a decade my junior, surely possesses superior recuperative abilities, coupled with her years of fitness training. Her physical constitution is undoubtedly robust. What she lacks is experience, and her sensitivity could pose a challenge. However, as both of us gain experience, the gap between us will quickly narrow. Even if it cannot be completely bridged, surely it can be shortened? Upon deeper reflection, I found the thought quite terrifying. I realized the necessity of moderation. While nights filled with revelry may be exhilarating, what follows? Would it not lead to a state of weakness, where days stretch endlessly? I resolved to shift my approach, at least to divert Li Unxi's attention, ensuring that her scholarly enthusiasm did not solely focus on the matters between men and women. Dealing with Li Unxi is something I am quite experienced in. At least, it appears to yield favorable results on the surface. After a moment of contemplation, I gently patted Li Unxi's pert backside and inquired, "Would you like to learn about trading?" Of course, I lamented, my expertise is lacking. The traders within the company predominantly possess engineering backgrounds, excelling in mathematics, leaving me with scant opportunity. Li Unxi managed to extricate her little head from my embrace. Gazing up at me with curiosity, "Brother, will we still be dealing with ores in the future?" "It's not just the future. This year, we are primarily focused on commodities, with ores merely being one facet of our endeavors. Yet, the prices are already quite elevated, and you are still increasing your positions. Does this not pose considerable risk?" What was most lucrative in the futures market in 2006? Commodities. Unshi, do you recall the trades I undertook in the market when I first began? You have dabbled in stocks, both short-selling and bullish positions, even indices for a few days. But brother, do you know how much I earned during those few days? Reflecting on days when I made millions, even tens of millions of dollars, Li Unxi trembled with excitement. Her eagerness was not merely for wealth. Rather, the exhilarating rush overwhelmed her, evoking a sense of disorientation, a sentiment stemming from her relatively brief foray into the industry and limited exposure to its storms. With experience comes familiarity. However, she remains oblivious to my true intentions behind engaging with these financial products. On one hand, I am attempting to ascertain the accuracy of my memories. On the other, I seek to validate my instincts and economic judgments. Once both are confirmed, I can unleash my ambitions fully. This explains the frequency of my trades during my initial period at Goldman Sachs. Nevertheless, some financial products may seem exceedingly profitable, yet encounter issues at a certain threshold, such as capital limitations or excessive regulatory constraints that hinder safe entry and exit of funds. The crux lies in discerning the tacit understanding between mining companies and investment banks within the commodity sector, which is the most crucial insight in futures trading. I cannot possibly place all my investments in Goldman Sachs's basket. Today's fluctuations in copper are far more dramatic than those of iron ore. Yet these are insights I shall refrain from sharing, particularly in the presence of Li Unxi. Indeed, on the surface, this year's market appears robust. Banks may loosen reserve requirements and adopt monetary easing policies to stimulate the economy, potentially driving up housing prices. Both the stock market and real estate market are poised for significant improvement in the latter half of the year. However, these are merely superficial phenomena, dictated by the cyclical nature of the market. You are aware that interest rates in Hong Kong have risen for 3 consecutive years, since 2003. Housing prices have exhibited a downward trend. This trend contradicts Hong Kong's developmental trajectory, while funds originally intended for Hong Kong are increasingly flowing into the domestic market. A portion of the prosperity in the domestic economy during this period can be attributed to this shift. Although numerous investment opportunities appear to exist in Asia, the actual options are limited. Hong Kong presents one choice, while the domestic market offers another. In comparison, the advantages of the domestic market are markedly more pronounced. This analysis does not pertain to international dynamics, but rather an examination of economic sectors. I appear to speak casually, yet for another listener, it may merely serve as entertainment. However, Li Unxi is different. Her profession revolves around the financial investment banking sector, which essentially involves capitalizing on prevailing trends. She turned to me, resting her chin on her hands while lying on the bed, her eyes gleaming with intensity. "Brother, what more is there? The Hong Kong government must alter this situation and inevitably adopt a more proactive economic strategy. Lowering interest rates is but the initial step. Subsequently, shipping, real estate, and finance will all feature in the government's plans. Yet, these initiatives possess a conspicuous flaw. The control does not lie with us. Only the real estate sector remains within the government's grasp. Thus, in the next 5 to 10 years, the real estate market in Hong Kong is destined to soar. Soar? Is this madness? The residence we inhabit was priced at merely over 3,000 per square foot a decade ago, and now it approaches 15,000. Is there no respite from this relentless increase? Who denies you respite? You are no longer a proletariat. This property was intended for you, and it was your choice to let it fall under your aunt's name. Can you truly claim to possess nothing? Hee. Dear brother, do not be vexed. I know you care for me, yet I cannot be insatiable. The assistance you have provided at work far exceeds any cost I could incur. I initially intended to purchase this apartment independently. Suddenly hearing of the impending price hike has left me in a state of disarray. By the way, brother, what do you predict the value of our apartment will rise to? According to international real estate rankings, Hong Kong's geographical location is quite advantageous, allowing for an increase in value. Coupled with government and capital maneuvers, it is normal for property prices in the city center to escalate 5 to 8 times over the next decade. Good heavens! Does this mean our residence could potentially sell for upwards of 90 million or even 100 million? 90 million is implausible, but 60 million is certainly feasible, especially as it will be nearly 20 years old by then. Although it was constructed to luxury standards, an older building cannot fetch the price of a new one. Lianqi felt a sense of despair that turned her world upside down. She had envisioned saving money to make a down payment on a house. She believed that with a salary increase, she could secure the down payment within a year or two. However, if property prices double in 2 years, she might only manage to gather half of the necessary down payment. Is this not akin to a blunt knife slicing flesh, inflicting pain without mercy? Upon hearing of the impending rise in property prices, Lianqi was overtaken by a sense of indignation. She and her aunt had long aspired to purchase a home. Yet the past years have seen waves of price increases. Just as things settled for a few years, another surge looms. This is simply intolerable. I playfully smacked her perky rear, marveling at its astonishing elasticity. Caressing her satin-smooth back, the silky texture was utterly enchanting. Will lying like that hinder your development? Not at all. I've always enjoyed lying like this, but what can I do as I grow? Lianqi lamented, recalling her school days when she was nicknamed Big Cow, which had left her feeling quite self-conscious for a long time. Upon finishing her words, she propped herself up, leaning forward, her firm fullness causing a fleeting rush of blood to my brain. Certainly, upon growing up, I came to realize, through the gaze of men directed towards her, that the female classmates surrounding me were envious of her. Unlike Mei Jie, whose figure is perfectly proportioned, Lianqi possesses a more voluptuous physique, augmented by her fair and delicate skin, which enhances the tactile experience. Furthermore, her dedication to fitness has rendered her body proportions more aesthetically pleasing. I endeavored to divert my gaze from Lianqi's form, as the earlier glimpse of her fair complexion had momentarily unsettled my composure. I continued, if an average investor were to confront the rising trend of real estate prices in a city, they would inevitably choose to invest heavily. However, this reflects a conventional mindset regarding investment growth, rather than that of a businessman. A true entrepreneur must not only recognize opportunities, but also possess the discernment to select from a multitude of prospects. This is the essence of a business mentality. This is the rationale behind your choice of futures, is it not? While such thinking may enable success within suitable industries, a premier financial capitalist must consider a broader spectrum of factors to maximize their gains. For instance, Lianqi appeared utterly captivated. For this lesson is not merely an internal company training session. Although Goldman Sachs offers exceptionally high-quality training, the standards are not as elevated as one might presume. In the securities industry, stocks generally do not possess vast market caps, as larger entities come with numerous restrictions that pertain to corporate control. The stocks circulating in the financial market are finite and are confined within defined safe zones. To derive substantial profits from such financial products, one must induce oscillations in the stock price, capitalizing on the fluctuations to realize gains. However, we must not overlook that the value of a stock revolves around the fundamental worth of its company. The stock itself holds no intrinsic demand. In essence, stock value is solely a reflection of the confidence bestowed by investors. In contrast, commodities differ significantly, as their evaluation hinges not on value ranges, but rather on economic cycles. Brother, are you suggesting that we have reached a turning point in economic activity? Upon hearing me mention the economic cycle, Lianqi seemed to grasp an answer within herself. Yet, I understood that her conclusion lacked substantial reference. Whether this is indeed a turning point remains uncertain. The present situation is far from clear, and it may take a year to ascertain. Nevertheless, one thing is apparent. The conflicts involving the United States and Central and Western Asia have concluded, and they require a new adversary to prevent the collapse of their domestic politics and economy. Regrettably, that adversary is China. Why should it be China, you ask? Why not? The last nation scrutinized by the United States was Japan, which capitulated and forfeited half its sovereignty, effectively severing its developmental trajectory for the next 30 years. In recent years, Japan's economy has oscillated around zero growth, primarily due to its loss of core competitive capability on the global stage. However, Japan possesses wealth. The fortunes amassed in the past have transformed into financial capital, permeating the globe. This wealth still allows Japan to maintain a respectable standard of living. Thus, barring any significant geopolitical shifts in the future, Japan may well become a quintessential example of living off past glories. I continued, the economic scale of China is certainly not a threat to the Western world, nor is it poised to rival the United States. However, China's rapid growth has undeniably triggered some politicians in the U.S., especially as they require an adversary to maintain stability in their domestic political landscape. Even a potential rival aligns with their political interests. Thus, it can be inferred that China's scrutiny by the U.S. stems from its need for an opponent, and coincidentally, China fits this role. Li Yunhe tilted her head, expressing her helplessness. I nodded and remarked, there is no doubt, in the past, the Soviet Union, Japan, and even France were all targeted by them. This is rooted in the political system of the U.S., which necessitates an adversary to ensure domestic political stability. Essentially, U.S. diplomacy is characterized by military diplomacy rather than political diplomacy. At its core, it involves economic control under military alliances. But it first requires military strength capable of confronting the U.S. Globally, only two nations can somewhat pose a military challenge to the U.S., Russia and China. Simultaneously, they fear that any opponent might reach an equal standing with them. Currently, China's GDP is less than 20 of that of the U.S. Yet in recent years, China has consistently maintained a growth rate exceeding 10. Such alarming growth is historically rare, reminiscent of the U.S. economic boom in the 1980s, during which GDP tripled in a decade, making it unsurprising that the U.S. has set its sights on China. Under these circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for the U.S. strategy to position China as a rival. Additionally, due to China's political system, it is more susceptible to exclusion by the Western world. Moreover, China's growth is predominantly industrial, coinciding with the deindustrialization of many Western nations, leading to a rather awkward situation. If China is not restrained, or more specifically, if the profits of Chinese factories are not curtailed, the Western world risks losing future revenues to these Chinese enterprises. At this juncture, the liberalization of currency exchange is the best option for the U.S. However, as a sovereign nation, such an allowance is unlikely. Although China has already led a series of currency appreciations to alleviate tensions, it is far from sufficient for the U.S. Consequently, inflating commodity prices and increasing the operational costs of Chinese factories have become strategies aimed at curbing China's development. The foremost among these is iron ore, followed closely by copper and other non-ferrous metals. On one hand, high iron ore prices can hinder domestic growth in China. As a vast nation yet to be fully developed, its demand for steel is immense, and soaring iron ore prices can decelerate its domestic advancement. Simultaneously, soybeans may enter a period of rapid growth. In its bid to integrate into the free trade system, China has made numerous concessions, including the opening of certain agricultural products. While the price disparity among crops such as wheat and rice is significant, comprehensive liberalization has not occurred. Soybeans hold a far more crucial position in trade. The needs of industry, food, and agriculture are all intertwined. However, in comparison to ordinary crops, soybean yields have consistently remained low. This has led to a domestic dilemma, balancing food security with the necessity for greater agricultural output. For a nation with a vast population, there exists no alternative. A shortage of grain could incite political turmoil, and thus, it is imperative to maintain strict control. Soybeans have emerged as the most advantageous entry point for Western capital into the domestic market. In truth, the United States has previously exploited soybeans for profit. During the 1990s, the Department of Commerce first intervened, followed by the Meteorological Bureau, and ultimately, statements were issued from the White House, claiming that climate conditions would adversely affect soybean yields, leading to severe shortages in stock. Within a mere month, soybean prices doubled. However, this was a ruse, for North America had experienced a bountiful soybean harvest that year. The land of China can only sustain basic domestic grain consumption, and the aspiration for large-scale self-sufficiency in economic crops such as soybeans is utterly unattainable. Yet, unaware of this reality, China has become heavily reliant on soybean imports, inciting panic among domestic buyers. This singular event resulted in the extraction of $1 trillion from the Chinese populace. Conversely, the iron ore situation is somewhat unprecedented. This stems from the previous minimal importation of iron ore, with major steel plants relying primarily on low-grade domestic ores. The disadvantages of such ores, when compared to high-grade options from Australia, India, and Brazil, are stark, with virtually no advantages to be found. The expansion of port-based steel plants has led to a surging demand for iron ore. As the coastal steel factories grow in scale, their appetite for iron ore will only intensify. Not only iron ore, but also the prices of other foundational industrial materials have skyrocketed due to the rapid economic development of China. The extent to which this is driven by robust demand or a scheme of exploitation remains uncertain. However, I am confident that both elements exist within the context of financial competition. After hearing my discourse, Lianxi was wide awake, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Timidly, she inquired, "Brother, could I possibly wish to speculate in futures? I simply want to learn." Long-term holdings are impractical. Short-term success relies on astute judgment. Nevertheless, the current trend is already quite evident. However, the iron ore trade is not a particularly large market, amounting to a few hundred billion annually, falling short of 1,000 billion. You might consider trying your hand at it. Is that true? Can you help me monitor it? Lianxi was well aware of the substantial risks involved in futures trading. Her hesitation stemmed not from a lack of confidence in herself, but rather from her complete unfamiliarity with how to proceed. How could she possess confidence without knowledge? Yet, as I meticulously elucidated the intricacies to her, the astutely she understood that I was imparting vital survival skills to her. These are not mere life skills that can be easily acquired. They constitute genuine survival skills that enable one to thrive within the realm of investment banking, regardless of whether she has clients. As long as she promotes my theoretical framework without needing to articulate it in great detail, just suggesting that commodities like iron ore are poised for an upswing, providing a reasonable range for clients, she can attract a plethora of potential customers. Even if clients do not initially acknowledge her, should iron ore indeed reach that specified range, it would present a significant opportunity for her to cultivate a substantial client base. For Lianxi, this represents a pivotal moment in her professional growth. Very well, she replied. I nodded in agreement and casually recommended some necessary skills to her. Remarkably, a few days later, she began to earn money. Although her initial capital was meager, resulting in modest profits, her confidence soared. Many novices believe that trading stocks or futures is merely a matter of buying and selling. That placing an order is a simple task. However, upon delving deeper, one discovers that it is not just about technique, but rather the intricate laws governing economic operations. Further exploration reveals that these laws transcend the ordinary. They are the profound cycles of history, the inevitable pains that any system must endure. Ultimately, one realizes that the essence of finance does not manipulate money, but rather human nature itself. Without an understanding of human nature, one cannot navigate financial products effectively. For Lianxi, the journey ahead remains long and arduous. Chapter 86. The Cycle of Destiny. In the following days, I stayed at Lianxi's home, to the point where I forgot my original purpose for coming to Hong Kong, becoming somewhat lost in leisure. I took a deep breath, allowing myself to fully relax. On the television, during a morning exercise program, the host gracefully stretched on her yoga mat, showcasing her enviable figure. My gaze fell upon the center of the living room, where Sister May mimicked the host's movements on her mat. Her physique surpassed that of the host, and her beauty was more striking. Was that not enticing? Especially as she attempted more challenging poses, her charm soared to unprecedented heights. In such an environment, what normal man could concentrate on reading? I tossed my book aside and swept Sister May into my arms, rushing towards the bedroom. Alas, the teacher had yet to finish demonstrating 2 more poses. We must acquire the full set of instructional DVDs. It matters not the gains or losses of individual techniques. You rascal, she teased. Don't tear it. I only have this one pair of yoga pants left. Buy new ones. An hour later, breathless from exertion, I finally completed our playful antics. Lighting a cigarette, I leaned against the headboard, too fatigued to move. Brother Feng, how did you become so formidable today? Haha, it was primarily the mood. I couldn't help myself. By the way, Brother Feng, didn't you come to Hong Kong for business? Why haven't I seen you leave? Sister May gingerly brought a glass of juice to my lips. Careful not to spill. Living in such a manner, without needing to lift a finger for meals or dressing, was truly indulgent. Especially with 2 women at home, each a captivating allure, one vibrant and stunningly beautiful, the other a vision of charm and grace. In such a tender haven, was it wrong for me to cease striving? Oh, but wait, what was my purpose for coming to Hong Kong? Ah yes, the gene bank at St. Mary's Hospital. Just as I recalled my objective, I realized I might be running low on ammunition. The hospital does not concern itself with your fatigue. If the seeds are inadequate, they will not be admitted into the bank, which is, of course, for the benefit of the customers. No blame can be placed on the institution. Regardless, the situation was as it stood. The next visit to the hospital would be no different. Gently caressing Sister May's smooth back, I softly murmured, "I came to Hong Kong solely to accompany you. Nothing else holds as much significance." Sister May cast a sidelong glance at me, feigning irritation as she retorted, "You only know how to say what I wish to hear." It was evident that I did not come to Hong Kong merely to be in her company. In fact, prior to my arrival, she was entirely unfamiliar with my existence. She was well aware of this truth. Most likely, she was in Hong Kong to accompany Lian Shi, and perhaps had a brief encounter with the general manager of Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong, Elia. Beyond that, I seemed to be nothing more than an idle bystander. In truth, they were unaware that the first person I met upon arriving in Hong Kong was not Lian Shi, but rather the head of the investment firm I had dealings with, to discuss key areas for upcoming investments. This fledgling company, having only been established for a few months, was astonishingly managing several $100 million in capital. Naturally, I would never disclose such information. These matters are not meant for public discussion, and I must retain an element of mystery about myself. After all, one must cultivate an air of intrigue. Otherwise, what difference is there from stepping out unclothed? At present, my seemingly idle demeanor mirrored that of a retired elder. The sole distinction was my engagement with financial news, analyzing data on financial products, and issuing operational directives. I could accomplish all of this while in Yangcheng. Why then would I come to Hong Kong? However, to express such sentiments after recently partaking in a friendly match with a woman would surely be disheartening. During this period, Sister May and I lived in a manner reminiscent of a married couple, an undeniably peculiar arrangement. Mornings were spent with her accompanying me to the gym, followed by grocery shopping and leisurely strolls, culminating in shared meals at noon. Afternoons were reserved for napping, during which she relished lying in my arms, seeking my embrace. I found solace in resting my palm upon her soft abdomen. The female form is indeed a marvel, so devoid of any excess, yet so remarkably supple. Awakening from our midday slumber, we would engage in card games, followed by more card games, and sleep in the evening. The cycle continued the next day. I even felt a surge of inspiration to document my experiences in a journal, to motivate myself to strive harder. Yet, ultimately, I succumbed to the allure of this gentle sanctuary, unable to extricate myself. There were times when I would forego the gym, after Lian Shi departed. Sister May would lie beside me, and we would share a serene silence, simply holding each other for a brief respite. This idyllic existence was soon disrupted by the impending necessity of my departure, as my daughter was to return to Beijing for her final examinations. I needed to escort her back a few days in advance. Before leaving, I entrusted Sister May and Lian Shi with the keys to 2 adjacent apartments I had purchased on the same floor, informing them, "I have acquired the other 2 units here. One is under Lian Shi's name, and the other under mine. In a couple of days, I will arrange for a bodyguard and driver to take residence in my unit. Rest assured, they will be female bodyguards, albeit foreigners. Should you require them when you go out, you need not carry scissors in your bags any longer." I presented Sister May with a card, a supplementary black card of mine, saying, "Feel free to buy whatever you desire." Upon hearing the mention of bodyguards, the expressions of the 2 women varied. One appeared anxious while the other was elated. In a sense, the presence of bodyguards implied a form of surveillance. Simultaneously, my steadfast attitude affirmed their existence, promising them further assurance. They have ascended from the status of strays to that of cherished companions. Of course, I could arrange for someone to discreetly investigate their pasts. Yet, I find myself reluctant to pursue this course of action, unwilling to shatter the beautiful memories we have created. Perhaps the findings would align with my observations, yet the emotional impact would undoubtedly differ. Regarding betrayal, I doubt they would dare. Betrayal is not merely a consequence of overwhelming temptation, but rather a result of insufficient repercussions. With the presence of bodyguards, their lives will inevitably undergo a profound transformation. However, concurrently, a vigilant tether will reside in their hearts, continually reminding them not to overstep their boundaries. In truth, the moment I claimed Li Mei as my own, I resolved not to test the nature of humanity any further. Life need not be so burdensome. By establishing clear rules and imparting them to them, we can all coexist comfortably. Why burden those close to us with intricate schemes? Since my rebirth, I have lived in a state of exhaustion. Firstly, my identity is not truly mine. It is a mere facade, a replacement for Chen Feng. I am compelled to bear the consequences of Chen Feng's existence in society, including the intricacies of familial ties and relationships with his ex-wife, as well as the responsibility of raising a child. To me, these burdens seem imposed. and I find myself ill-prepared to shoulder such pressures. It is not that I cannot withstand pressure. Rather, a significant portion of my energy is consumed by these relationships. Furthermore, I must reconfigure Chen Feng's business, delving into areas where he excelled but where I lack experience, all while assessing the capabilities of those surrounding him, particularly the employees within the company. This endeavor demands an immense amount of my energy. By the time my body begins to feel fatigued, I have yet to notice the signs. The only relationship that brings me solace is with Lao Xing. Ever since he strayed from the straight path, he has become a veritable harbinger of chaos, igniting turmoil wherever he goes. Yet, within his reckless demeanor, I glimpse the sorrow concealed deep within his heart. Naturally, as a friend, I cannot linger too long with Lao Xing. Prolonged exposure would prove unbearable. There exists a possibility that this very energy allows Lao Xing to draw closer to his true nature in our interactions, shedding the machinations characteristic of adult relationships. Life is long, and joy is often fleeting. The arrival of Wang Lin has rendered my already taut mind and body weary. This was an unforeseen development that has, in turn, filled me with aversion towards this woman. Wang Lin has made me acutely aware that I have no home in this world. She should not have become a burden to me, nor did she have any intrinsic connection to my life. Had she not acted so foolishly, perhaps Chen Feng would still be alive. This weariness plagues me, yet I can only endure in silence, for I have no one to share my burdens and exhaustion with. Such a mental state, if prolonged, is bound to lead to issues. This is also why I reached out to Mei Jia. She should not be my prey, yet she has become a source of solace, alleviating my inner turmoil and restoring my peace. The reason is singular. Mei Jia evokes an exceptionally comforting sensation within me. She resembled a mermaid, brimming with the essence of life, embodying the warmth of family. The serene and comforting embrace she offered finally provided respite for my weary body. This was the reason I transformed her into my lover. Although Li Un, he was also strikingly beautiful and sincere. The entanglements of interests often left me feeling that the opportunity for intimacy was lacking. In contrast, Mei Jia was a different story. Our connection was purely one of human attraction, akin to my need for a tranquil Zen space to soothe my spirit, and she was that sanctuary. Our mutual needs ignited a profound emotional bond between us, even if such feelings were deemed erroneous and concealed in the eyes of society. Making a decision was effortless. Once the relationship was secured with ample assurances, that was sufficient. Additionally, I had arranged vehicles for you, a Porsche Panamera and a Mercedes MPV. All the paperwork and documents are under your names, and a parking space downstairs has been prepared. I advise you to let the bodyguards drive during your outings for safety. If these cars do not suit your taste, feel free to exchange them. There is no need to consider my preferences. Brother Foam, it would be disingenuous to claim that one is not moved. A man bestowing upon a woman jewels, luxury cars, and opulent residences is a sequence few women can resist. This approach has been expertly mastered by the influential Liu. While not every woman can be swayed, the success rate is nearly 90% with ordinary girls, and even those from humble beginnings in the entertainment industry. Aside from some technical shortcomings, it is nearly flawless. The key lies in the immediate effect. As I prepared to depart, a parting embrace seemed reasonable. When Li Un he fell into my arms, I gently kissed her forehead. Yet, I did not retract my other arm, signaling Mei Jia. In her nervousness, she cautiously attempted to embrace me lightly, but I drew her firmly into my embrace and leaned down, kissing her luscious lips. Mei Jia likely was unprepared to publicly acknowledge our relationship before Li Un he, but under my fervent kiss, her body gradually softened from rigidity, leaving her unable to stand. Brother Foam, you are rather reckless. I understood Mei Jia's desire to mask her embarrassment in front of the younger generation. However, what could possibly excite a man more than indulging in a sumptuous meal? Parting is an opportunity, the sole moment when emotions blur and desires can be fulfilled. An hour later, I leaned against the wall as I entered the elevator. This time, I truly felt weakened. Observing the card on the bedside table, along with the property deed and keys, I reflected on Mei Jia's transformation from initial nervousness and fear to eventual cooperation, even surrendering entirely to this indulgent relationship. At the moment of awakening from this dream, she anxiously glanced at Li Unhee, apologizing. Uni, Auntie is just Auntie. I know. In truth, I have known all along. Li Unhee did not raise a fuss. Her expression bore no sign of displeasure. In the household's garbage bin, variously colored stockings had frequently appeared over the past few days. This was of little consequence. Even if they were not worn by her, Mei Jia would wear them, discarding any that became damaged. The issue lies not in the discarded stockings being snagged or damaged for any other reason. A girl who has had a boyfriend can instantly discern that these stockings were violently torn, peculiarly ripped in the middle, certainly my handiwork. Their household lacks a bicycle. How could they possibly have worn them down to that extent? Even more bizarre are the yoga pants. Lianxi, being relatively naive about matters between men and women, previously lacked understanding in this realm, as she primarily focused her energies on her studies and the enhancement of her various skills, thus neglecting her awareness of romantic dynamics. However, since becoming my lover, her thirst for knowledge in this regard has become remarkably fervent. With her extraordinary learning ability, she can now conjure up at least 2 short films from a torn stocking found in the trash. Sister May, feeling guilty, said, "Inshi, I am sorry. Auntie, I too wish for your happiness. In my heart, I have always regarded you as a mother figure. Brother Feng is wonderful, but he will not belong solely to me. I truly do not mind any." A hint of bitterness crossed Li Enshi's face as she began to recount the circumstances of our meetings. She spoke in detail about how we became acquainted and shared my purpose for coming to Hong Kong. Sister May listened, wide-eyed, engulfed in profound self-reproach. And I once believed that studying was of utmost importance, never realizing how difficult things would be for you at the company. I feel utterly useless, unable to assist you, leaving you to endure so much suffering. Auntie, this is not your fault. It is my shortcomings. I am grateful to have met Brother Feng. Without him, I might have been targeted by an older gentleman, struck a business deal of moderate size, and remained in the company. But I cannot bear to imagine how such an ending would unfold. Lianxi paused before continuing. Auntie, you need not worry. I know you require a man too. There have been nights when you couldn't sleep in bed, and I was wide awake. Sister May recalled her sleepless nights. Was she truly unable to sleep? Clearly. She was waiting for Inshi to fall asleep to indulge in mischief. Sister May's face flushed crimson. A woman without a man inevitably turns to small toys when the need arises. Previously, when they rented a modest 10 square meter space, which included the bathroom and furniture, the bed could only accommodate bunk beds. It was indeed challenging to conceal her activities from Lianxi. She simply never anticipated that I would conquer Sister May so swiftly. In recent days, she had been playing the ostrich, but reflecting on the significant changes I had brought to their lives, combined with the difficulties Sister May faced in raising her, she gradually came to terms with it. Since avoidance was futile, why continue to hide? In the car, after giving a few instructions to Hazy, I succumbed to deep slumber. Upon awakening, I realized we had already crossed into the territory of Yangqing. The phone beside me rang, and I glanced at the caller ID. Old Ghost, what is it? President Chen, the matter you entrusted me with has been resolved. Old Ghost exclaimed excitedly from the other end. I replied, speak, I am listening. I listened silently to the account on the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, matters are nearly resolved. The 3 young men lost several million in the previous stock market, including over 50 million that was embezzled from the bank. After we reported them, their accounts were immediately frozen. Once the stocks were sold, the funds were swiftly transferred, leaving them no chance for recovery. Although the bank's money was withdrawn, there still remains a deficit. The critical point is that Brother Xiong's money, which was lost entirely by them, was significant. After all, owing money to the state constitutes a crime, while debts to thugs are merely economic disputes. Thus, after the accounts were liquidated, all the funds were seized by the securities firm and the bank, rendering Brother Xiong's money as good as wasted. Subsequently, the young man from the securities firm lost his job and fell into high-interest debt. Although the sum was not substantial, his family lacked the means to repay it. When he attempted to flee, my people apprehended him and returned him. Just a couple of days ago, he could no longer endure the pressure and tragically took his own life. His mother came to collect his remains, her mind perhaps unraveling in grief. Upon hearing the word suicide, I was momentarily jolted into clarity. I inquired, what about the other 2? Chapter 87. Some people are a mistake in life. Gui Gang has gone into hiding, but he remains in the capital. There's no escape for him, as my men are still watching. Lao Gui chuckled on the phone, expressing disdain for such scum, indicating that whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. As long as he wasn't the one who killed them, he felt no worry. As for guilt, forget it. It is unlikely that a seasoned rogue in the gray market would feel remorse. On another note, Lu Ming has disappeared. He was handling accounts for someone named Brother Xiong at an underground finance company. He likely swindled several million from him as well. And he too attempted to flee but was intercepted by my men. However, in the days that followed, he seemed to vanish without a trace. I just received news from the police that a body was found burned in a car at an abandoned factory. It should be him. Lao Gui paused. Sensing my silence and growing somewhat anxious, Mr. Chen, are you still there? Yes, I replied. Why do you say it should be him? It's because these scoundrels left him in the car and set it ablaze. His parents couldn't even recognize him, and DNA testing will be necessary. We need to figure this out. Even if I'm not in front of Lao Gui, I can envision the perplexity etched on his face. This situation is complicated. It requires the involvement of homicide detectives, forensic experts, and even contacting the deceased family. Yet for me, I only seek the outcome. I don't necessarily have to carry out every task myself. Just like digging a pit for Gua Gang and his companions, I merely cast a net. Whether they stumble into it is beyond my concern, and their demise is not my burden. But I absolutely cannot allow these rascals to live comfortably. It's not about sending you to act, but rather awaiting the police report. Once he is dead, someone must come to claim him. In a homicide case, the police cannot simply brush it aside. Confirming the victim's identity necessitates a thorough process. I jestingly remarked, if you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could assist the police by providing them with clues. However, the evidence can surely not point to me. It can only implicate Brother Xiong. Can those who engage in usury truly be considered virtuous? As long as Brother Xiong confesses, this case will be resolved. He has unwittingly become the scapegoat I had previously arranged. I now feel a weight lifted from my shoulders, having fulfilled my promise to Chen Feng. Unfortunately, no matter how reckless Brother Xiong may be, it is improbable for him to assassinate Gua Gang, as he currently lacks the means to do so. Of course, I have never been a suspect, and there will be no evidence to convict me. In truth, such actions are futile within the contemporary judicial system. Much like how romantic entanglements have historically been the catalyst for a fall from grace. Would a mere affair suffice to bring down an official? For me, I am merely conveying information to those who seek it, with the outcome being somewhat unexpected. The only potential flaw in my scheme is the possibility of having manipulated stocks with another party. However, with my purchasing at a higher price and them at a lower one, it does not constitute insider trading. They would find no trace of me, nor any connection to a homicide. At most, I would be seen as an overly enthusiastic citizen. Certainly, Old Gui is guilty of invading personal privacy. Yet a settlement outside of court and compensation would suffice as punishment. In reality, even if he were to bear guilt, Old Gui would never confess, as he has someone to take the fall, and naturally, suspicion would not fall upon me. These individuals could serve as my instruments, unknowingly aiding me in achieving my desired ends. Perhaps one day, that fellow Brother Xiong may even eliminate Gua Gang as well. The allure of schemes and conspiracies lies in their effectiveness. All right, President Chen, I will attend to this immediately, Old Gui declared, then hesitated to ask, President Chen, should we also take action regarding Gua Gang? I pondered. 2 lives have been extinguished, and perhaps there will be more. This was unforeseen, yet I am not troubled by the outcome, even finding it satisfying. Some individuals exist solely to sow discord in the world. With their demise, the world becomes a more tranquil place. As for the question of innocence, I choose not to dwell on it. In despair, even the snowflakes falling from the sky bear the weight of guilt, let alone human beings. There is no rush. After some contemplation, I replied to Old Gui, let us discuss this matter further upon my return to Beijing. I will contact you then. Understood, President Chen. After hanging up, I let out a sigh. This trouble is finally being resolved. Although agreeing to Chen Feng's desire for vengeance does not align with my interests, I did not refuse, as I had no grounds to do so. I empathize with his inner turmoil. When a man faces such adversity, it is certainly difficult to bear. However, I will not resort to direct methods of retribution. Firstly, the risks are too great, and I cannot afford the consequences of being discovered. Therefore, I am left with no choice but to pursue the most protracted path to vengeance. This approach carries a certain probability of futility, as one cannot account for everything. And the heavens are always watching. Upon my return to the city of sheep, I did not immediately see my daughter. After attending to some routine matters at the company, I summoned Mina. Mina, from now on, you shall oversee the affairs of the company. In the subsequent meeting, I will propose your appointment as the vice president. Are you intending to support me, Old Chen? Mina flirtatiously cast a glance at me, a boldness in her demeanor that rendered me momentarily speechless. I swiftly swatted her hand away, sternly admonishing, I intend to promote you. Be mindful of your decorum. I am still your mentor, after all. Mina has endured a difficult past, her desire for financial gain far surpassing that of anyone else in the company. A promotion and a salary increase would undoubtedly be monumental news for her. If she could also allure the boss into her sphere, it would be a double blessing. Alas, I did not afford her that opportunity. Though her current earnings are substantial, they remain comparable to those of other white-collar workers. Should Xinyue's salary be competitive, their incomes would align closely. However, Mina's role is far more glamorous, garnering greater societal recognition. After all, she manages a considerable number of people. Even herding a few sheep would lend one a semblance of leadership qualities, would it not? Of course, Mina is not suited for the role of a caretaker or tutor. Even though her rapport with Tong Tong is amicable, it would not be long before she grew weary. By the way, Mina, you must be prepared. All previous business dealings of the company will be entrusted to you. Except for Du Min, you will have the authority to decide on all company matters. I will establish a specific level of financial authority for you, which I will communicate to the finance manager and will be outlined in the new employment contract. My approach to management differs from that of Chen Feng, despite our similar appearances to outsiders. I do not possess the same heavy-handedness or sense of brotherhood that he does. I am rational, favoring authority within the bounds of reason. Professionals should engage in what they excel at. These principles guide my management style. Unlike Chen Feng, I cannot view the company as an extension of family. Mina looked at me in astonishment, her expression gravely scrutinizing me before she remarked, "Old Chun, have you taken leave of your senses? By doing this, are you not effectively handing over the company to me? What distinguishes my role as vice president from that of the general manager?" "There is no distinction," I replied with certainty. "The reason for the title of vice president is my uncertainty regarding your capability to fulfill the role of general manager. Should you prove your competence today, you may assume the position of general manager tomorrow, along with equity sharing rights." I could retreat to the background without issue. Suddenly, Mina felt the weight of responsibility increase. Sitting up straight and declaring, "What if I fail? Then the company shall be shut down," I answered coldly, devoid of warmth. My continued management of this company stemmed from a singular necessity. I had no other means of income and required this enterprise to accumulate wealth. Presently, the company's annual profit of over 20 million is not of paramount importance to me. If it were to close, so be it. Mina leapt up in indignation, her fingertips adorned with pink nail polish nearly thrusting towards my nose. "Have you lost your mind? You would abandon a flourishing company?" Something felt amiss. There was undoubtedly an underlying issue. Mina resembled a wild beast confined within a cage, pacing around its edges in increasingly frantic circles. The staccato sounds of her heels echoing against the floor, leading one to believe my office was undergoing renovations. But hold your thoughts. I merely wish to inform you that the company's operations will soon be under your stewardship. This is both a test and an opportunity. Mina, I now inquire, do you wish to embrace this challenge? I regarded her with a hint of amusement, yet the usually spirited Mina fell into contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, she lifted her head, her lips trembling slightly as she asked, "If you're not overseeing the company, where do you intend to go?" "To the Magic City." "The Magic City? Are you opening a branch office?" Mina exclaimed in surprise, then lamented, "But we cannot spare any personnel. Perhaps I should accompany you. Your health is delicate, and you ought to drink less. You know my tolerance for alcohol is commendable. Although men may challenge women at the table, they do not make it excessively difficult." Her candid expression caught me off guard. Chapter 88. The path to group expansion. It is not about establishing a branch office, but rather about setting up the headquarters of an investment company in the Magic City. Furthermore, I will be residing in the Magic City for the majority of my time, visiting Yang City only for 3 or 4 days each month to monitor the company's operational status. Does this not imply that I will have taken charge of the company henceforth? Mina's lips parted in a captivating manner, undeniably alluring. This woman is truly beguiling. Despite her heart brimming with joy, she feigned the demeanor of a petulant young girl, tempting one to touzle her hair. Yet, in Mina's eyes, I perceived a trace of conflict, as if the person she relied upon had suddenly vanished. I let out an exasperated snort. "It's not that you will take charge tomorrow. It will take some time. You must first demonstrate that you can be a competent general manager before I entrust the company to you." The transfer of management rights appears straightforward, yet it involves numerous relationships that require careful navigation. Banks, tax authorities, and even some minor regulatory bodies necessitate ongoing communication and rapport. Just as it took me 2 months to transfer the company in the capital to Laoxing. By the way, your salary will be aligned with my rank, but it will be contingent upon performance assessments. Only if you meet the standards will you receive my salary level. Otherwise, you will retain your original wage. The sole commendable aspect of the company managed by Chen Feng is its salary structure. It is extraordinarily reasonable and reflects the generosity of the owner. As the proprietor, Chen Feng's tax obligations on dividends are evidently much lower than those on wages. Nevertheless, he set his annual salary at 1 million. This is not folly. It instills hope in the employees. The salary cap is not for his own benefit, but rather serves as encouragement for the management team, assuring them that with capability, an annual income of 1 million is within reach. This is also the reason why this relatively small company has managed to carve out a significant foothold in Yang City within merely 2 years. The owner stated, "As long as one possesses the ability, financial compensation is not an issue. satisfaction is guaranteed. In contemporary Yang City, the average price for properties in the city center hovers around 15,000 per square meter. Achieving an annual income of 1 million translates to the ability to purchase a property each year, a prospect that would satisfy the vast majority of workers. My recent journey to Hong Kong yielded not only the companionship of a woman, but, perhaps more significantly, a profound clarity of thought. I had previously been ensnared by fears and uncertainties, hesitating in my endeavors. However, the incident involving Sister May served as an awakening. Had it not been for the serendipitous opportunity to reside in her home, our paths would likely never have crossed in this lifetime. Setting aside the moral quandaries, when one is enamored, one should pursue that affection, regardless of the consequences. In contemplating various considerations, am I truly living for myself, or merely existing in the shadows of others' lives? This is not my journey, it is theirs. Having attained this understanding, I have arrived at a decisive resolution. I shall entrust the company in Guangzhou to Mina, while the broader development of the group will be in Du Min's capable hands. Even though Du Min may presently exhibit some deficiencies in his capabilities, I am no longer inclined to wait. Should I remain in Guangzhou, overseeing them, they would perpetually be deprived of the opportunity to grow, and I may not effectively manage this trading enterprise either. Moreover, considering the future trajectory of group development, entering the manufacturing sector presents numerous challenges that are beyond my expertise. I am ill-suited for such business ventures and would not excel in them. Thus, I shall delegate this segment of the business to Mina and Du Min. Should they succeed, profit sharing or even equity participation could certainly be arranged. Meanwhile, I will concentrate on endeavors where my strengths lie, providing them with continuous financial support. I refuse to believe that, with the right resources and personnel, they cannot thrive. At the very least, Du Min should not falter. His abilities, in the era I inhabit, are that of an exceptionally distinguished professional manager. In other words, if they are unable to elevate the enterprise to the status of a corporate group, then I would certainly fare no better. This is not a matter of self-doubt. After all, our strengths differ. Apart from bearing the facade of a founder, what do I truly possess? In the afternoon, Du Min hurried into my office, carrying a folder and a laptop. His comprehensive presentation lasted a full half hour, and I must concede that placing Du Min in a factory setting was indeed the right choice. He is inherently suited to managing production. Assigning him to a sales role would be a tragic waste of talent. President Chen, he exclaimed, his voice growing hoarse. Noticing my silence, he gently prompted me. I nodded and inquired, are there difficulties? It appears the sales team at the factory is lacking. I contemplated recruiting personnel from our company. Before Du Min could finish, I interrupted. Have you considered whether the income of the company's sales team can support new hires? Allow Mina to assist you with training and recruitment from the broader market. Sales is a field where only the capable thrive. The inept will inevitably fall away. Do not fear offending anyone. The sales manager can handle any necessary confrontations on your behalf. What about the technical aspects? Du Min then handed me the documents intended for a patent application, explaining, President Chen, this material pertains to Professor Don's research from the Materials Science Department, which can achieve industry-leading standards. Since it is a process patent rather than an invention patent, the duration of the patent will be considerably shorter. However, I am confident that with this technology, we can carve out a significant niche for our products. In terms of technical matters, I truly find myself at a loss, particularly concerning industrial goods. However, since I have chosen Du Min, there is no room for doubt regarding him. Closing the document, I spoke. Henceforth, any communication regarding this matter should be negotiated between you and Mina. Should negotiations falter, feel free to reach out to me, particularly concerning financial aspects. I will grant you ample autonomy, yet the utilization of funds must be supervised by Mina, so ensure you coordinate effectively. Thank you for your trust, General Manager Chen. It is somewhat amusing to note that Du Min, despite his towering stature, appears nervous in the presence of Mina, who is a full head shorter. I casually inquired, how is everything at home? At home. Du Min was momentarily taken aback, then a satisfied smile illuminated his face. Quite well. It seems my initial advice to him proved successful. Nevertheless, as I intend to reinstate Du Min and elevate him, the previous compensation cannot remain unchanged. Without adequate remuneration, expecting someone to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves is akin to exploitation. Thus, a revision of his salary is necessary. The provisional standard will match Mina's previous one, set at an annual salary of 500,000. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to finish. Noticing Du Min's anxious inclination to decline, I interjected. Having known you for merely half a year, your initial salary was only 3,000 or 4,000. A sudden leap to 500,000 annually will undoubtedly raise eyebrows within the company. Once your salary becomes known, you may face ostracism and gossip. However, this should not concern you. The factory you will oversee will operate independently, with the company holding full ownership, thus alleviating any issues surrounding your remuneration. Furthermore, while your salary may seem significantly increased, the responsibilities you will bear will also multiply. You must be prepared for this. I cannot grant a salary increase without witnessing tangible prospects. The previous low salary was primarily due to your former position. Upon your transition to the factory, a salary framework must be established for management at all levels. If your monthly wage is only a few thousand, how can you expect your subordinates to follow your lead? Eventually, not only your subordinates, but even the workers will depart. Hence, this salary is essential. Lastly, I can provide you with a maximum of 2 years after this period. I expect to see a replicable model, not merely a single factory that yields profit for the company. Owning a factory is straightforward. One can purchase, lease, or even outsource. However, developing a management model is far more complex. To achieve scalability, one must focus on refinement. Details are the foundation of scalability. You articulate this splendidly, General Manager Chen. Du Min replied earnestly. I smiled. Do not rush to flatter me. Whether my words are commendable is inconsequential. What matters is your capacity to deliver. Lastly, I offer you a piece of advice, which may not be entirely accurate, but is worth considering. Du Min sat upright, attentively. In a startup enterprise, to carve a niche among competitors, one must possess core technology. This is fundamental for the company to emerge as an industry dark horse. However, for the company to scale and expand, mere technological prowess is insufficient. Instead, it is the refinement and control of details that prove crucial. Small enterprises excel in technology, while large corporations shine in management. Your focus will shift from technology to management. Du Min sincerely acknowledged, Mr. Chen, I understand. She then went on to prepare for the afternoon meeting, where I would announce her appointment. Later that evening, I planned to treat her and Mina to dinner. After watching Du Min leave, I seized the opportunity to address some accumulated paperwork. Rubbing the acupressure point on my nose, I found myself burdened with heavy thoughts. Having finally taken this step towards corporate integration, I was uncertain if it was the right choice. For me, investing money is merely a process. How far I can advance remains uncertain. Furthermore, the matter of control is paramount in corporate integration, as the number of people increases. So do their ambitions. Should issues arise concerning control, one could easily be overwhelmed by circumstances. Around 8 in the evening, I returned home, weary and dragging my feet. Upon seeing Wang Lin seated at the dining table, I hesitated momentarily before nodding and saying, I've already eaten. Did I not inform you over the phone that you need not wait for me? I simply made a light hangover soup. Wang Lin appeared disheartened, forcing a faint smile that seemed more like a mask of exhaustion. It resembled my previous state, even if I appeared outwardly spirited. An inner sense of fatigue weighed heavily upon me. After a moment's pause, I spoke. I hardly drink anymore. Is it because of what happened last time? She asked. 6 months ago, I nearly succumbed to the cold on the streets due to intoxication. Although it ended without disaster, outsiders perceived it as a primary reason for my insistence on divorce. Wang Lin assumed that perhaps my heart had died that day. Indeed, since that day, my personality underwent a dramatic transformation, rendering me nearly unrecognizable. Suddenly, Wang Lin tensed. Her attempts to please me were transparent. Yet, the individual who could overlook her selfishness and folly was no longer present. What right did I have to take his place? I shook my head dismissively, saying, living with our daughter, I fear that being inebriated might frighten her. It's getting late. You should head back. Chapter 89. Finally departed, I understood Wang Lin's intentions. She merely wished to express concern for me. But did I truly need her care? I gently shook my head. I no longer require it. When love is present, every interaction is sweet. Once love fades, any entanglement becomes a source of profound despair. Between individuals, there is little room for weighing pros and cons, especially between ex-spouses. If one party harbors no expectations for the other, the relationship no longer merits continuation. Their sole connection is the child, and as long as the child's well-being is unaffected, expressing one's true feelings should pose no issue. The past is like smoke. Let it dissipate into the wind. As for whether the other party feels pain, I can only say, they deserve it. I merely conveyed to Wang Lin that marriage can be a mutual agreement, but once it becomes a matter of reluctance, no effort will suffice. It is evident to anyone that I have been avoiding her since my divorce. It would be more accurate to say that I simply do not wish to see her. The notion of avoidance primarily arose after she came to Yangcheng, bringing considerable disruption to my life. Although Tong Tong expressed her welcome towards her, I find myself unable to reciprocate. I cannot possibly criticize her mother in front of the child, thereby plunging everyone into distress. Since Wang Lin's arrival in Yangcheng, my time may appear more abundant on the surface, but in reality, I have forfeited a great deal of my freedom. We are both wearing masks, striving to present our best selves before the child. But is this truly who we are? It is not. Life is fraught with helplessness, yet it should never be a matter of you making things difficult for me while I make them difficult for myself. I would rather not live this way. I do not require someone so incompatible with me to help raise my child. Her presence has engendered a profound sense of discomfort. Indeed, discomfort. It resembles a shattered vase that has found its way into the room, one that ought to be removed but remains untouched. Some relationships, once ended, do not warrant a revival. For once reignited, it necessitates reopening wounds that have nearly healed. As I watched Wang Lin's forlorn silhouette, I closed the door. Turning back, I found Chen Mutong gazing at me, a look of bewilderment on her face. I turned to her, opened my arms, and embraced her tightly, whispering, "I am sorry. Daddy cannot do this. I am not a person of great character, incapable of sacrificing my own comfort for the sake of others." Chen Mutong remained silent, instead softly murmuring in my ear, "Daddy, this is not your fault." That single statement was enough to reassure me, affirming that this child has not been in vain. Wang Lin's presence in my life is merely a fleeting interlude. Were I Chen Feng, I might be ensnared in a tumultuous emotional struggle due to the child, the family, and my long-standing emotional investment, finding myself in a predicament. But I am not him. I possess the capacity for detachment. My feelings for Wang Lin were never profound. However, Chen Feng cannot afford such detachment. There is a downside to raising a daughter. One might find themselves resenting the odor of smoke or alcohol emanating from their aging father, or the scent of sweat. If it were a son, it would be time for familial education, but with a daughter, I believe no normal father could bring himself to despise his daughter while reprimanding another. Rather, he would rush to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Would you like to hear a story? After I had freshened up, I made my way to Chen Mudong's room and sat by her bedside. "I want to sleep with Daddy," she declared. For a girl capable of reading independently, the allure of a bedtime story seemed rather diminished, almost childish. Chen Mudong pouted, her eyes wide as she regarded me, before finally saying, "Daddy, Tong Tong wants you to hold her while she sleeps." I felt a wave of exasperation. After much effort, I had finally gotten her to sleep independently. But, I thought, today my daughter has endured enough. If she wants to, so be it. I lay down on the bed, pulling Chen Mudong's small blanket, which I found a tad small, but given the warm weather, it mattered little. The sleeping habits of our compatriots are truly intriguing. Some individuals find it sufficient to merely cover their navel with a blanket. I have always felt a sense of inadequacy regarding Chen Mudong, primarily due to my lack of experience in childcare. Furthermore, throughout my upbringing, my previous family's environment did not provide me with warmth or a complete sense of love, leaving me unable to fully comprehend the nuances of familial affection. Consequently, I have been apprehensive that my values might lead Chen Mudong astray, although so far, this concern has not materialized. The following day, at 5 in the morning, dawn began to break. I gently roused the still slumbering Chen Mudong, preparing to head to the park for some exercise. In my view, Wang Lin's betrayal of Chen Feng and their family during their marriage indicates significant underlying issues between them. It appears that while some feelings remain, they are no longer profound. If love were truly vibrant, who would dare to undermine the sanctity of marriage? As is customary, I prepared to go to the office. In the coming days, I needed to delegate work within the company. As a business owner, it is impractical to personally oversee every detail, yet neglecting all matters is equally unrealistic. Before departing from Yangcheng, I needed to wrap up several tasks for the company. Simultaneously, I intended to observe the internal response after promoting due men. During this period, I also met with a representative from Goldman Sachs, who was sent to Guangzhou to liaise with me, primarily to facilitate the transfer of funds. While banks can handle such transactions, their numerous restrictions do not appeal to me. The foreign exchange controls in our country, which prevent free movement of currency, are ostensibly for the sake of financial security, a rationale I cannot dispute. However, on a personal level, everyone has various needs, and I specifically require the transfer of a portion of my funds to Hong Kong. If there are no channels available, a trip to Macau could be a viable alternative, or perhaps utilizing a money exchange. There are policies from above and countermeasures from below. These are merely basic operations, albeit at a higher cost. A fee of 20% may be acceptable to corrupt officials, but as a businessman who is not engaged in illegal activities, such exorbitant charges are simply intolerable. Fortunately, Goldman Sachs possesses more channels and expedient methods, charging only a standard service fee. Once 10 billion in funds is deposited into a designated bank, my account in Hong Kong will reflect an increase of 12.5 billion US dollars. Calculating the fees, this amounts to less than 3 million US dollars, an exceptionally low rate. Additionally, my futures account in Hong Kong will show a newly acquired 2.5 billion US dollars call option on iron ore. Commodities, given sufficient margin, remain quite secure. The margin required is minimal, allowing me to retain some liquidity for unforeseen circumstances. In the financial market, it is evident that one is there to seize opportunities, and it is inevitable that obstacles will arise. Short-term fluctuations are unavoidable. Having completed these tasks, I plan to book a flight to the capital within a couple of days. After months away, the capital holds little memory for me. I possess no emotional ties there. And aside from the challenges posed by Teacher Liu, my time spent feels akin to completing an assignment. Upon arriving home, my daughter Chen Mudong immediately retreated to her room, only to return shortly, clutching a document folder and approaching me. "Daddy, this is from Mommy for you." I paid little attention to the document bag. Instead, my thoughts immediately turned to Wang Lin's departure. Chapter 90. A chance encounter at the airport. Did my mother say anything before she left? I crouched down to inquire of Chen Mudong. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mudong replied. First, she received a call, seemingly from Grandma. Mother was quite anxious and was scolded for a long time before hanging up. Afterward, she sat quietly for a while, then made another call. Her mood seemed quite dismal, and she appeared to shed tears before preparing to leave. She handed me the document bag and instructed me to ensure it reached Father. Then she hurriedly took a taxi and departed. This response was nearly indistinguishable from silence. My inquiries about Wang Lin's whereabouts were not out of concern, but rather a reflection on her mindset when she chose to bid me farewell in such a manner by entrusting me with the document bag. Fortunately, my spirits were not dampened. In fact, I felt somewhat uplifted. Wang Lin's absence held no significance for me, yet it did afford me a certain lightness. I casually placed the document bag in my study and solemnly asked Chen Mudong, "Tong Tong, do you feel confident about the upcoming exam?" Observing the way her gaze wandered, I wondered if this child might be lacking in confidence. I quickly summoned Xinu to inquire about Tong Tong's academic standing. When Xinu confidently assured me that everything was fine, I found myself torn between belief and skepticism. Had I misjudged the situation, or was the child genuinely lacking in confidence? The latter was indeed true. During her time away from school, Chen Mudong's grades had remained average at best. I could not guarantee that my approach to her education was correct, nor could I assure immediate remarkable results. Chen Mudong's academic performance was pivotal to my standing within the Chen family, determining whether I could cross the threshold of their home or remain forever outside. It is rather lamentable that Teacher Liu's affection was extended to everyone except for her own son, Chen Feng. Perhaps old Chen and Chen Wenyuan might be included in that group. However, Chen Mudong was different. She was the apple of the old lady's eye. If I were to lead her down the path of academic failure, I had no doubt that the old lady would fiercely oppose me. A notion crossed my mind. Should I subject Tong Tong to an intensive training regimen? Yet, with the exam merely days away, it seemed too late for that. Never mind. The child had already endured enough. At just 8 years old, her parents had divorced. She had followed her father to Yangcheng, without a moment's respite. Though her life during this brief hiatus from school appeared tranquil, Chen Mudong was, in fact, continuing her studies every day. Her learning had not diminished due to her absence from formal education. Rather, she had absorbed even more knowledge, albeit unbeknownst to her. That night, sensing impending calamity, Chen Mudong lingered at the threshold of my study. Though she was not much taller than the doorknob, she awkwardly sought my favor, saying, "Daddy, I'm waiting for you in bed." I was taken aback, exasperatedly asking, "Who taught you such things? Is this how they portray it on television?" Chen Mudong blinked her innocent eyes, leaving me momentarily speechless. Perhaps it would be better for her to share a bed with Xinu from now on. At least that arrangement would be more proper. As children grow, they truly require their own space. It is unwise to keep one tethered by your side, for it brings no benefit to either the parents or the child. With an exasperated huff, I declared, "Tonight, you shall retire to your own room. Your father has work to attend to." "Father, do you not love me anymore?" my daughter queried. My forehead was lined with frustration as I gently smacked Chen Mudong's little bottom, retorting, "Speak properly. If you continue to mimic the phrases from television dramas, I shall prohibit you from watching them altogether." The mention of work was merely a ruse. My curiosity was piqued by the enigmatic items left behind by Wang Lin. Once my daughter had departed, I finally delved into the contents of the envelope. Upon emptying it, I discovered a letter, a card, a property deed, and a key. I had no intention of reading the letter, which remained sealed. I glanced at the card's balance, revealing 30 million. This amount nearly encompassed the majority of our funds post-divorce. After purchasing a home, the company, once a shared asset, now belonged solely to me, for which I had compensated Wang Lin. To my surprise, she had returned the money. I must admit, her actions did evoke a faint warmth within me. However, this warmth swiftly dissipated. Had I not found my footing in the financial market, this sum might have astonished me. Yet now, it stirred no emotion within me. The property deed pertained to a community I was unfamiliar with. It bore the names of both Chen Mudong and myself. The residence appeared to be a duplex, situated in a desirable location within the Third Ring Road, conveniently near home. Its area was substantial, approximately 280 square meters, and given the market rates in the capital, it was valued around 6 million. This seemed to be Wang Lin's chosen method of apology. Perhaps she had intended to present the deed to me upon her arrival in Yangqing, but had been unable to do so until now, possibly believing I would refuse it. Indeed, she was correct. I would not accept it. It was merely a house, and I had no inclination to hold it in high regard. The question remained, by what rationale could I accept such a gift? Compensation? If I were to accept this as a divorce settlement, would it imply my forgiveness of her infidelity? That was utterly out of the question. Moreover, did I truly lack 6 million? It was a jest. What I lacked was an opportunity to untangle my life, not to be ensnared by the past of Chen Feng. This was true for Wang Lin, Chen Mudong, and even Teacher Liu. Speaking of Teacher Liu, I found myself at a loss regarding this grandmother of Tong Tong. Recently, she expressed concern that the tutor I had found for Chen Mudong might not be reliable, and thus resolved to undertake a comprehensive training and enhancement initiative. Her apprehension for her granddaughter's academic performance was understandable. However, sending an entire entourage of the city's finest primary school educators to Yangqing for 2 days was somewhat excessive. Such an endeavor was beyond the means of an ordinary family. It was not solely to instruct Chen Mudong, but rather to enlighten Xinu about the academic expectations during the primary years in the capital. This understandably terrified Xinu, as she gained a comprehensive understanding of the Chen family's overwhelming power. Yet, in reality, Teacher Liu's influence was confined to the realm of education and primarily limited to primary schools in the capital. The esteemed teachers are indeed genuine. Seasoned educators with decades of experience, their capabilities beyond reproach. As long as the principal intervenes and funds are adequately secured, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Teachers, like all humans, require sustenance, rest, and a means to support themselves, and they too face financial constraints. However, Xinu mistakenly believes me to be the scion of a prominent family in the capital. If I were truly such an heir, this nation would inevitably face ruin. Could an heir be cuckolded? Would he, after a divorce, scurry to Yangqing to make a living? Would he be rebuffed by a mere minor leader of a development zone? I began to book a flight and prepare my luggage. Even Xinu appeared exhilarated, thinking she was about to gain insights into a true aristocratic lifestyle. The boarding process unfolded seamlessly, with our group nearly filling the entire business class section of the aircraft. This caused me some concern. If more companions joined in the future, flying would become a cumbersome affair. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Should I purchase a private jet? Thus, I began to scrutinize the flight attendants pacing the cabin, from top to bottom and back again. The scrutiny was uncomfortable for them, yet they remained obliging, reluctant to offend a VIP such as myself. In reality, patrons of my ilk are quite rare on flights. With bodyguards and attendants accompanying me and my child, this arrangement undeniably presents a rare target for young and attractive women aspiring to ascend the social ladder. The proper approach would be to move gracefully around me, demonstrating her ample worth and beauty before extending her service, of course, in a professional manner, primarily to leave a lasting impression. Ultimately, as we disembark, it would be ideal to unobtrusively provide a means of contact. People often do not cherish what comes too easily. This is a truth understood by both fishermen and their willing catch. We are merely playing our parts, cooperating in this unspoken charade. Regrettably, I found myself lacking interest. Suddenly, a voice calling Brother Feng startled me, and I looked up, bewildered at the unfamiliar face. Could this be someone from Chen Feng's past? Yet, his private life is rather straightforward. What was going on? Gazing at the youthful visage clad in a flight attendant's uniform, she exuded a gentle professionalism. Yet I could not recall who she was. Are you really Brother Feng? Last time, it was General Xing at long last, I remembered. She was the companion summoned by old Xing during my welcome party, and subsequently, I had become inebriated and lost track of events. Even if I could recall what transpired, I would never admit to it. My mind faltered for a brief 2 seconds, and piecing together her long legs, oval face, and large eyes, I suddenly recollected that she bore a mole on her chest. However, I would certainly not confess to a night of indulgence, especially with my daughter present. Apologies, but we must not have met before. My indifferent demeanor caused the flight attendant to hesitate slightly. Upon noticing my child beside me, it seemed she suddenly comprehended the situation, and she promptly offered a rehearsed smile, saying, "I apologize, sir. I mistook you for someone else." As I prepared to indulge in a brief respite to evade my daughter's insatiable curiosity, another passenger took the seat beside me. My daughter, Chen Feng, with her keen eyes, instantly recognized the newcomer. "Aunt Lu?" "Tong Tong." The heartfelt exclamation instantly brightened Chen Feng's spirits, and the two displayed a warmth reminiscent of a mother-daughter reunion. It was at this moment that I resolved to purchase a plane ticket. A solitary traveler, I naturally preferred to avoid encountering acquaintances during my journeys, and I am no exception to this. The individual who approached was none other than my neighbor from the capital. To be sure, she is quite a pleasant person with a commendable disposition, and Chen Feng enjoys her company greatly. However, the complication arises from the fact that both families are led by divorced parents with daughters in tow, which creates an undeniably awkward dynamic when mingling. "Tong Tong, are you heading home? I have to go for my final exams." Chen Feng casually shared her itinerary. In the eyes of outsiders, I must appear to be an utterly unreliable parent. While my daughter diligently pursues her studies, her father has suddenly stripped her of her educational privileges. Yet, I have my own reasons for this. I aim to mitigate the impact my divorce has had on Chen Feng, or more accurately, the repercussions stemming from Wang Lin's infidelity. Although Wang Lin's extramarital affair ostensibly concluded, in reality, its effects linger far beyond closure. Is the world truly as one perceives it to be? More often than not, reality defies our expectations. What we dread most tends to manifest itself. Subsequently, events unfolded that eerily confirmed my suspicions. "Brother Chen, my address with the neighbor's daughter has always felt peculiar." My daughter initially referred to Lu Xiaoli as big sister, but upon realizing her true age, that title became untenable. "Shall I call you Grandma Lu?" That was an absolute no-go. The only feasible option was to address her as aunt. The daughter's designation for me was equally awkward. "Call me brother" was too intimate, while uncle would surely mortify her mother. Thus, she settled on calling me Brother Chen, maintaining a polite distance while allowing for mutual discretion. Under Lu Xiaoli's enthusiastic encouragement, Chen Feng switched seats, and her daughter took the place beside me. "Are you going home?" I assure you, my curiosity towards this mother-daughter duo was not genuine. It was merely an attempt to sidestep any awkwardness. "Miss Lu Yifei, may I trouble you for an autograph?" The returning flight attendant shot me a baleful glance. Who knows what thoughts crossed her mind? Perhaps she imagined I had set my sights on a younger, more attractive companion, disregarding the fleeting acquaintance with this woman of transient charm. "Thank you." After Lu Yifei signed, she handed the pen and notepad back to the attendant. Following a barrage of disdainful looks, especially under Lu Yifei's peculiar gaze, I awkwardly inquired, "Are you a star?" At that moment, Lu Yifei had already removed her mask. Even if she hadn't, I had seen her visage enough times to recognize her on the street. She looked at me with curiosity and posed a question. "Mr. Chen, do you not watch television?" "Television? It seems I truly do not." I shook my head in confusion and, with a wry smile, remarked, "How can one find time to watch television while toiling away for a living? I assure you, I truly do not recognize any celebrities. In my world, they hold little significance. At least, that is the case for me. I do not possess the habit of seeking emotional fulfillment through associations with stars, as many affluent individuals do. Beyond that, I genuinely cannot fathom the importance of celebrities in my life. The entertainment industry is, in fact, even more convoluted than the financial sector. This complexity arises from the limited resources available, coupled with an abundance of aesthetically pleasing and physically attractive individuals. In our country alone, there are at least several 100,000 young women who meet the beauty standards required in this field. With a mere shift in capital, a plain duckling can transform into a graceful swan. How many women do not succumb to madness in this pursuit? The methods employed in this industry to seize resources, as well as the intensity of competition, are unparalleled by any other sector. Among those emerging from esteemed art institutions, the distinction between the renowned and the obscure is stark. Lesser-known talents may be compensated with a mere 10 to 20,000 for a production, while the celebrated command fees in the hundreds of thousands, and even millions for those of greater acclaim. By 2006, the earnings of celebrities had undergone a significant transformation. The remuneration for television dramas had escalated from the previous few thousand per episode to tens of thousands, and even more. Television dramas became the primary arena for domestic stars. Regrettably, the film industry in our country has not shown substantial improvement in recent years. The ascent of a star from anonymity to national fame can sometimes occur within a matter of months, often catalyzed by a single production. This vast disparity in status, coupled with the accompanying fame and fortune, instills a peculiar obsession with recognition among all who inhabit this industry. Achieving such success requires but a single opportunity, be it from a director or an investor. With opportunities so scarce, if one does not vie for them, others will undoubtedly push you aside. This realm, which daily unfolds narratives akin to workplace myths, is undoubtedly the entertainment industry. To mask my embarrassment, I posed a question that made Lu Yifei roll her eyes. What films have you starred in? I would like to see. Chapter 91. Thank you and your family. I was oblivious to my social faux pas. My apologies. Aside from my fondness for documentaries, I hardly watch films or television dramas. I refrained from mentioning my interest in nature documentaries, as that would have been quite impolite. It's fine. I'm merely a minor actress. It's normal not to be recognized. Lu Yifei had not starred in any films. In truth, she had. In 2006, Lu Yifei appeared in a film that was released at the beginning of the year. A festive movie titled The Story of a Bayo, in which the lead character was a dog. She hardly had the face to admit that she had starred in a film featuring a dog as the protagonist, and she didn't even secure a supporting role. This rendered her prospects within the industry bleak and devoid of promise. However, in reality, Lu Yifei's fame within the domestic entertainment scene was already quite substantial, even reaching a point of transcending her initial confines. Sadly, for someone like me, a mere outsider, all of this holds little relevance. Furthermore, I harbor no intentions of engaging with the entertainment sector. Yet, one possibility seems viable. During a period of economic prosperity, the entertainment industry is undoubtedly thriving, which appears to be a promising avenue for investment. My financial resources have grown considerable, akin to the ventures of Mr. Xing in the automotive industry. This is a manifestation of capital realization. Only when funds transform into assets do they acquire the attributes of wealth. Mere numbers hold no significance whatsoever. In an apparent attempt to mask her embarrassment, Lu Yifei turned to my right, glancing at Xinyue with curiosity, and inquired, Mr. Chen, is this your eldest daughter? Xinyue, upon spotting the star, felt a flutter of excitement. Oh, the celestial goddess. Should I approach her for an autograph? Yet, she grappled with the notion that her status should preclude any childlike antics unbecoming of a teacher. She must maintain composure and decorum, which proved a considerable trial for her. Her heart raced with the thrill of being in close proximity to the illustrious Lu Yifei. However, Lu Yifei's words sent her spiraling into despair. Eldest daughter? Xinyue lowered her gaze to the plain floor. Her shoes may have lifted off the ground, but that did not negate her maturity. She found herself questioning. I'm already 23. How have I been relegated to the same generational tier as this 8-year-old Chen Moto? This is outright insulting. Offended, Xinyue's expression soured. Yet her position disallowed her from displaying displeasure towards Lu Yifei. Instead, she turned her gaze out the window, though the airplane had yet to take flight, leaving her with little scenery to behold. I chuckled softly. She is Tongtong's teacher, Xinyue. Xinyue, allow me to introduce you to the neighbor from the capital, Lu Yifei. My apologies for the misunderstanding. It must be noted that Lu Yifei possessed a commendable disposition. She lacked aggression, though there was a hint of playful pride in her character. In private moments, she often displayed an endearingly silly demeanor, embodying a girl who retained much of her genuine self. What a fortunate misunderstanding it was. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Yifei. You are truly beautiful. Xinyue was not one to lack decorum. Moreover, her status did not permit her to be obstinate or haughty. She then clarified, with the heat rising, I styled my hair similarly to Tongtong's. The student bob cut is a delightful choice for young girls, but it may not be as flattering for a woman of Xinyue's age. The youthful visage of some women holds an irresistible charm for certain men. Regrettably, I am not among them. Despite her petite features, she carries her stature well. Though she is no longer a mere child, Xinyue sniffled, striving to conceal her sorrow. With improved living conditions and restful sleep, she had blossomed, her complexion fairer and her cheeks rounder, lending her a somewhat cherubic appearance. Incidentally, on the day of her interview, Xinyue had slightly exaggerated her height. In truth, she stood just shy of 1.6 meters. I remained indifferent to such trivialities. I was merely Chun Motong's tutor. I discerned that Xinyue's spirits at home were consistently high, perhaps due to the ease of her circumstances. While Chen Motong's academic demands might seem rigorous, they were not excessively burdensome when compared to those of the majority of students. Her assignments were manageable, allowing ample time for leisure, with the only notable change being a slight acceleration in her study pace. For Xinyue, who has always lived in a state of trepidation within her family environment, life in my household is marked by delectable meals, generous remuneration, and a relaxed work atmosphere. Her existence is imbued with a carefree disposition, akin to a languorous fish wishing to bask in tranquility. During the flight, I refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Lu Yifei, as her mother maintains a rather stern oversight of her. I had no inclination to alter the perception of her daughter's companion. Upon disembarking, it was fortunate that old Xing was not informed. Otherwise, a commotion would surely have ensued. However, a convoy awaited us. Seated in the luxurious vehicle, the opulence did not astonish Lu Yifei and her mother, yet the presence of bodyguards, a chauffeur, and the entire entourage certainly left them in awe. Lu Yifei even jested softly in her mother's embrace, comparing her godfather to a foam magnate when contrasted with the neighbors outside. Lu Xiaoli could only smirk at this comparison. How could one even measure up? Her godfather may have substantial business dealings, yet he hardly ranks in the capital. Wealth in Beijing amounts to little without a prestigious lineage. Money is merely a fleeting illusion unless one's enterprise reaches the stature of an industry titan, overshadowing familial connections. By the way, what did you say to Chen Feng earlier? He was unaware that I am a celebrity? Lu Yifei felt a tinge of grievance. Was her fame truly so negligible? She believed she had achieved considerable renown, yet why did it seem insignificant in his eyes? Lu Xiaoli sighed, acknowledging the difficulty for such science to connect with someone of her background. I had mistakenly identified Tong Tong's tutor as Mr. Chen's eldest daughter, potentially stirring trouble. Lu Yifei expressed her disbelief, noting that the tutor appeared older than Tong Tong. Why was that not the case? Lu Xiaoli was at a loss for words regarding her daughter's judgment. How could one make such an error? But upon recalling the young girl with a small backpack in tow, she was struck with alarm. Was it not so? The girl appeared even older than herself, Lu Yifei mumbled. The convoy began to move slowly, and I did not accompany them home, but instructed that my daughter be taken to her residence before seeking out old Xing. It was never my intention to create such a spectacle, yet my incessant insecurity has driven me to become increasingly paranoid. Thus, within the bounds of feasibility, the number of bodyguards surrounding me has multiplied. Lu Xiaoli was secretly astonished. In her view, someone of my stature would not typically reside in their neighborhood. Upon returning from the United States, she was initially shocked by the changes in the country over the years, particularly the financial prowess and lavish lifestyles of old friends, which truly left her astounded. However, after several years back in her homeland, she grasped a fundamental truth. Wealth means little here, perhaps to the average person. Her friends' positions within the top 30 of the wealthy rankings evoke a sense of unattainable distance. Yet, despite being a successful entrepreneur, they remain inconsequential in the eyes of the next generation, such as Lu Gongzi. Moreover, within elite circles, Lu Gongzi is merely a peripheral figure. With a father serving as a deputy mayor in the capital, yet not even a standing committee member, he hardly counts for much. Her friends, whether for business or social ties, exert every effort to curry favor with one another. Yet, the demeanor of the other party remains disheartening. This is precisely why, upon learning of my extraordinary identity, she harbored intentions of befriending me. The previous proprietor of my residence in the capital held a prestigious status. He was the second-generation leader of the old Xing circle, akin to a princely figure. Such a stature is undoubtedly beyond my reach. While Chen Feng's standing appears considerable to the average individual, to certain others, it signifies little. Fortunately, when considering the third generation collectively, Chen Feng can barely squeeze into this circle, which is rather astonishing. Initially, my role in the eyes of the Lu mother and daughter was merely that of a shield against Lu Gongzi. However, as Chun Mutong became more acquainted with the Lu family, the dynamics of our relationship transformed. At the very least, the two families grew familiar with one another, resembling amicable friends, yet lacking genuine understanding. When the vehicle halted beside the villa, Lu Xiaoli, observing Xinu clad in juvenile attire, chuckled and remarked, "She truly resembles a child." Out of maternal kindness, Lu Xiaoli felt that such a comment was unsuitable for an adult woman and thus praised Xinu in front of her daughter. Her proportions are splendid, and she possesses striking beauty, though her legs are slightly short. Were Xinu to hear this, she would undoubtedly respond with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you to your entire family. Chapter 92. Ineptitude. Junzi, what brings you here? I had encountered Junzi only once, and my recollection of him is solely derived from Chen Feng's memories. In those memories, Zhang Lijun is portrayed as a lackadaisical policeman. The reason for his insignificance in the force is due to his family's elders deeming him devoid of ambition or capability, assigning him a position merely to ensure his gradual decline. Within the family, he occupies a peripheral role, such as the stark reality of large families. Only a handful of family elites represent the lineage, while most are seen as burdens. Unfortunately, Junzi has become one of the latter. Moreover, another contributing factor is the lack of regard his parents receive within the family. At the toll booth, upon spotting me, Junzi showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he cheerfully approached, greeting me. "Old Feng, where are you headed? Let them through. This is my buddy, and from now on, there's no toll for this plate." The surrounding staff exchanged incredulous glances at their seemingly unreliable superior, wondering how they were to remember such a casual decree. This toll booth manager, who appeared to have materialized from nowhere, had permitted dozens of vehicles to pass without charge over just a few days, requiring them to memorize license plates. Wasn't this an unreasonable burden? The wages at the toll station are meager, only $2,000 a month. One might as well consider themselves an operative of a secret service. Given the manager's demand to recall the license plates, which numbered in the dozens, how could that possibly be feasible? "Can we even leave?" someone inquired from the car. I was indifferent to the trifling toll fees, but did not wish to undermine Junzi's face, so I instructed Heisey to drive through the checkpoint. Zhang Lijun exhibited no awareness of his working hours. He jovially opened the car door and hopped in, promptly lighting a cigarette from the armrest. Curiosity piqued. I glanced at Junzi, wondering how he had changed from his police uniform to that of a toll booth attendant. "Have you received a promotion?" "Old Feng, your words seem to strike at the very core of my brother's heart, twisting the knife where it hurts most. Have I not already incurred the wrath of my uncle, only to be exiled?" Zhang Lijun lamented, feeling aggrieved. His uncle, a prominent figure in the capital, expected his nephew to excel in the criminal police force, hoping he could handle significant cases to elevate the family's prestige. However, his fervent ambition only led to the mishandling of a major smuggling case. Naturally, this incident would not incite the fury of his uncle. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of avenging me. They say the hatred for a murdered father and the desire to claim a wife are profound. Although Lu Ming was not the mastermind, he was certainly complicit. It was unclear how Lu Ming had learned of this, but he was indeed in league with the notorious loan shark and criminal investigator. Typically, when these two crossed paths, it was the latter who faced misfortune. The catch was, without connections, who would dare to engage in loan sharking or run an underground bank? This time, Junzi shone brightly, dismantling an underground bank and eradicating a societal scourge. Yet, this menace had existed for far longer than a day or two, and many were aware of it. Why had no one else dared to expose it? Look at Zhang Lijun, so emboldened to undertake such a contentious task. When the matter reached the precinct, it was deemed he acted independently. His uncle, frustrated by his lack of discretion, resolved in a family meeting to expel this reckless youth from the police force. His repeated blunders compelled his elders to consider that the younger generation's fervent desire to achieve was not necessarily a virtue. Finding him a position devoid of potential pitfalls became the most pressing challenge for the Zhang family. Reluctantly, his uncle, a director at the Transportation Bureau, assigned him to the role of toll station manager. The job was effortless, devoid of risk, and situated far from prying eyes. With a resigned gesture, Junzi remarked, "So, I can no longer be a police officer. I must take on the toll station instead." "What will you do at the toll station?" I inquired with curiosity. "I know nothing," he replied. "I can only be the manager." Such words would infuriate a young person from an ordinary family. What does it mean to know nothing and only be a manager? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Zhang Lijun's demeanor in the police force was akin to a fish in murky waters. As a criminal investigator, merely wandering outside without causing trouble was considered commendable. It was solely due to his uncle's influence that the leadership turned a blind eye. After smoking half a cigarette, with the other half blown away by the wind, he finally realized, "Old Feng, I fear I cannot assist you with the surveillance matter. You know this wretched toll station feels like a sentence. Working outside the Fourth Ring Road, with no option to relocate, is utterly stifling. I genuinely cannot help with the surveillance. No matter, that matter need not be pursued." I waved my hand, attempting to steer the conversation. "Is there nothing in your heart that you truly wish to pursue?" Junzi fell into silence, aware of his own aimlessness and the lack of regard he received from his family. All the elders, including his parents, held no expectations for him. As long as he could maintain a low profile and refrain from causing trouble, that would be satisfactory. Zhang Lijun pondered for a long while, feeling perplexed, and remarked, "I truly do not know what to do. I simply yearn to create some turbulence, yet I find myself stifled, as though suppressed." Junzi belonged to a prominent family but grew up as an outsider, a marginal figure. Every large family harbors such individuals, some of whom accept their fate, while others resist it. Zhang Lijun was the type who caused minor disturbances without ever creating significant chaos. He understood that he would never be the one to elevate the family status, nor could he bear the weight of such expectations. "If all else fails, join me." While it may not offer the stability of your current position, it presents an opportunity. I held Zhang Lijun in high regard, and my words were akin to bestowing upon him a fortune, as well as a means to reconnect with his family. Many families have come to recognize the potency of wealth, particularly political families. The insatiable human greed for riches often proves irresistible, even to the leading figures within those families, who harbor their own envy. As for those family members who have not received resources, raised in a loose manner, and possess little ambition for their careers, the allure of money becomes even more challenging to resist. A person who has subsisted solely on a vegetarian diet may find it satisfactory. Yet after tasting meat for the first time, they might struggle to return to a plant-based existence. Zhang Lijun gazed pensively out of the car window and turned to me with a sense of resignation, saying, "Lao Feng, I truly lack the aptitude for business. You are aware of my character. Perhaps one day I shall simply abandon it altogether. Furthermore, I encountered your entrepreneurial endeavors on several occasions during your early days. I truly cannot bring myself to play the subordinate. I never intended for you to be a subordinate," I retorted with a huff of exasperation. As we spoke, the car exited the highway and entered the vast grassland. This expanse outside the capital is only truly visible during the summer. After disembarking from the parking lot, a person approached with a horse, and upon arriving at a yurt, we discovered several individuals already present. The host was not old Xing, but rather a middle-aged man, around 40, brandishing a horsehead fiddle and gesticulating aimlessly. Chen Feng, Wei Ming. Upon hearing Wei Ming's voice, Zhang Lijun's jaw dropped in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Third brother, is that really you?" Chapter 93. Brother Wei Ming exuded a formidable presence. His lineage and experience were unparalleled. He appeared refined and self-assured. Yet the traces of time etched upon his face bore witness to a certain weariness, reminiscent of a once privileged gentleman now diminished in vitality. The entire resort had been reserved in my honor, which left me feeling somewhat flattered and taken aback. Unlike Chen Feng, who belonged to the lower echelons of the second generation, seldom did he encounter those who would come bearing gifts. Of course, Lu Ying was indifferent to trifles, having scolded away anyone daring to present offerings. The Wei family, now in its prime, had long been one of the most illustrious clans. However, as Wei Ming's commercial empire began to wane, the family too faced significant repercussions. For individuals like Chen Feng, engaging in business was a means to ensure his family enjoyed a life of abundance. Relying solely on the family name, along with his own employment, provided a certain standard of living, yet it fell short of affluence, which the Chen family could not achieve. The Wang family, too, was in a similar predicament. Unless both families were willing to compromise their principles and begin amassing wealth during their tenure, such a scenario remained unlikely. However, Wei Ming stands apart. He proactively undertakes the financial support of his family. It can be asserted that Wei Ming is the most exceptional descendant of the Wei clan in this generation, having resolutely chosen the path of a businessman for the sake of his family. It is not to say that being a merchant or a wealthy individual is undesirable. Rather, in the face of power, the importance of money diminishes significantly. Yet, among a family of hundreds, true talent is scarce, with the majority being mere idlers who drift through life. Take Zhang Lijun, for instance, whose awkward position in the Zhang family is telling. If he possessed even a modicum of ability, would opportunities truly elude him? For those without any foundation, promotions and salary increases are indeed challenging. However, for Zhang Lijun, as long as he achieves merit, he will be rewarded, and no one dares to usurp his accomplishments. Nonetheless, his current state is such that even the doorman sighs upon seeing him. Such individuals within prominent families are not the exception, but rather the majority. They lack capability, yet desire a comfortable life, rather than allowing them to burden their elders and engage in dubious schemes to amass wealth. It would be preferable for the family to establish industries and provide these individuals with annual financial support to keep them at bay. Many officials fall from grace not out of their own greed, but due to being ensnared by their wives and children. By the time they realize there is no turning back, it is too late. Thus, within large families, there is a division of labor. Some pursue officialdom while others engage in commerce. Someone must bear the weight of responsibility. Wealth acquired through power carries significant risks. Each prominent family cannot expect all its members to enjoy a life free from want and worry. Holding an official position does not guarantee wealth, of course. Corrupt officials are a different matter. Yet for large families, once the bottom line is breached, it is tantamount to embarking on a path of self-destruction. Moreover, in business, the advantages of resources, information, and connections that these families possess far surpass those of ordinary merchants. No one dares to provoke the scions of these influential families. Anyone with a modicum of sense can earn money, and it is substantial by ordinary standards. The situation for Xing Wanli is similarly complex. Chen Feng is somewhat unique. His family is small, and within the Chen lineage, he is the sole descendant of his generation. While his parents' connections may facilitate business endeavors, they merely provide an opportunity for leniency. To put it bluntly, while many struggle to even find the door for their gifts, they have already entered with offerings in hand. A swift move leads to further advantages. This is the essence of their privilege. However, engaging in business is not merely a matter of reaping rewards. One must actively pursue opportunities and delve into the nuances of the trade. Wei Ming is acutely aware that as society evolves at an increasingly rapid pace, the older generation may be more reliable, yet one cannot expect the younger generation to uphold ethical boundaries. In just 3 to 4 years, the real estate market in the capital has transformed drastically. A 100-square-meter 3-bedroom apartment that once cost 300,000 yuan now demands at least 1,500,000. This is for a property in a mediocre location. In prime areas, 2 million is merely a starting point, and even contemplating such figures is futile. How could such changes occur in just a few years? For the offspring of prominent families, acquiring wealth is exceedingly simple. Numerous opportunities abound, with ample offers of financial support readily available. Yet, all these prospects come with inherent risks. The contemporary real estate industry is experiencing an explosive development, with numerous state-owned enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy, holding vast tracts of land in urban centers. Through restructuring, bankruptcy, and liquidation, these lands can transition into the real estate sector. While some engage in unscrupulous practices, manipulating accounts to render enterprises insolvent before selling them off cheaply to individuals. Such actions lead to an inescapable downward spiral. The allure of quick financial gain, far swifter than robbery, tempts many away from legitimate business. Yet, Wei Ming stands apart. He conducts his affairs with integrity, at least within the confines of Huaxia, though the same cannot be said for overseas ventures. After all, the past presence of the formidable Russians resembled wolves vying for sustenance upon the carcass of an elephant, inevitably resulting in a bloody struggle. At just over 20 years of age, Wei Ming, with his unyielding resolve, has carved a path through adversity. His decisive nature is essential. Without it, such a path would be unattainable. Now, his enterprise has taken shape, expanding in scale and reaping economic benefits for several years, but with growth comes an array of challenges. Particularly within the steel industry, the soaring prices of iron ore have plunged him into a dire situation, where financial liquidity is barely sustained, threatening production halts. Wei Ming's approach can be viewed as a desperate gamble or perhaps as a pretext for aligning himself with others in similar predicaments. Even if his core business falters, his lineage affords him the means for a swift resurgence. During this period, my focus has been on understanding the economic landscape and international dynamics. But most crucially, I have studied the prominent families within the nation. The Wei family is undeniably a significant entity within this context. The relationships among the Wei, Xing, and even Zhang families are well known. They belong to the same circle. Xing Wanli observed my fluctuating demeanor and remarked to others, "I need to speak with Chen Feng." Certain sentiments, once overheard by the gregarious Zhang Lijun, could lead to complications. Additionally, he had matters to clarify. "Old Xing, you've presented me with a formidable challenge. My prior research into these influential families was primarily aimed at steering clear of them, as they are not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, within a mere 6 months, an opportunity to join their ranks has emerged, leaving me in a state of reflection. For me, as long as I remain within the bounds of legality, many will find it difficult to hold me accountable, which suffices. With this aim in mind, I commenced the process of industrial consolidation, preparing to enter the manufacturing sector. However, once I step into the realm of these families, I fear that extricating myself may prove impossible." Xing Wanli produced a pack of cigarettes, offering me one before lighting it. "Chen Feng, the situation regarding third brother is complicated. While his actions may seem unjust, he too faces significant pressures. Countless eyes are scrutinizing him, hoping for his downfall. Only when he falters will the Wei family reveal vulnerabilities, paving the way for their decline. I understand that your Chen family does not rely on official endorsements." At this, I could only manage a wry smile, tinged with resignation. The Chen family, with its 3 generations of direct lineage, faces an inevitable decline. In Chen Feng's generation, while pursuing a career in public service post-university remains an option, the opportunities are scarce. It is not the absence of opportunities to enter the political arena that is at issue, but rather the challenge of forging a path within it. To express it in a rather pragmatic manner, no one in my family possesses the capability to lend me a helping hand during crucial moments. The political landscape, when viewed in one's 20s, remains largely obscured. It is only after the age of 35 that the pivotal nature of one's career becomes evident. However, by the time Chen Feng reaches 35, the last director in his family will have retired honorably. This implies that Chen Feng must carve out his own destiny through sheer determination. I exhaled a heavy sigh and spoke contemplatively. Old Xing, I harbor no resentment towards you. You are well aware of my family's circumstances. Had I truly aspired to a political career, I would not have chosen to marry Wang Lin. The Wang family's situation pales in comparison to that of the Chen family. The elder Mr. Wang built his empire single-handedly, a testament to his unwavering self-reliance. His ascent to his current position is attributable to an intricate blend of luck and skill, both of which are indispensable. Yet, he has reached the limits of his capabilities. Advancing further transcends mere competence. If Chen Feng were to pursue a political career, he would undoubtedly opt for a strategic alliance through marriage, seeking a spouse from a formidable lineage to safeguard against adversities in his political endeavors. In aristocratic families, while there may be a plethora of fools, they are often overlooked. The astute individuals who thrive within these circles are the true players. Chen Feng, you are perceptive, yet you also recognize the arduous nature of this path. With few reliable allies at your disposal, the political landscape is akin to a lofty ascent, where few wish for those around them to ascend rapidly at their expense. On this journey, assistance is scarce, while malevolent forces abound. Your understanding of this reality renders further elaboration unnecessary. Old Xing let out a sigh of relief. Our relationship had initially stemmed from shared ideals. After our university graduation, he led Chen Feng into the business world, assuming a mentor-like role. Now, he seemed to subtly transition into a position akin to that of a subordinate. After much contemplation, I finally inquired, "Let us discuss the situation regarding Brother Wei San." "Oh, Chen Feng, I find myself in a predicament. What did you promise Brother San when he came to me for assistance?" Old Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed my unexpected acquiescence. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse, yet my agreement came swiftly. Without further delay, Old Xing proceeded. "You may have heard of Brother San's business. Allow me to summarize briefly. Over a decade ago, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the collapse of a superpower, Brother San, along with a group of comrades, ventured into the territories of the former Soviet Union. To put it diplomatically, it was international trade. To be frank, it was scavenging. However, even in ruins, the commodities of a former superpower held significant value. Automobiles, steel, and machine tools were desperately needed industrial products at that time. This is how Brother Wei San's enterprise began, evolving from a modest workshop melting down scrap steel to a formidable steel mill, which became the foundation of his commercial success. In recent years, however, the business landscape has become increasingly challenging. The steel mill requires technological upgrades, necessitating substantial investment. Just as these improvements were completed, calamity struck. This year, the prices of iron, ore, and coal skyrocketed, creating immense financial strain for Brother San's business. Particularly, Brother San's ventures are in capital-intensive industries, where even slight movements can involve tens of billions of funds. In the past month, he has resorted to robbing Peter to pay Paul. While he possesses a certain prestige and can alleviate his situation through bank loans, one must recognize that such loans must be repaid. If profits are not generated, how can one repay the debt? I nodded and inquired further. Are there no other sectors he has ventured into? There is the automotive industry. However, despite having secured a license for several years, he faces the reality that this field demands substantial investment. He recently acquired a second-hand production line from a French firm, which cost him a considerable sum, yet further investments are necessary. Engine plants, transmission factories, all of which require astronomical figures. It is unexpected that the circumstances this year have deteriorated so drastically. Brother San finds himself unable to make such grand investments. As both steel and automobiles are notorious for consuming vast amounts of capital, an investment of hundreds of millions barely causes a ripple. By the way, the villa you reside in was a gift from Brother San. His intent was to express gratitude to a younger brother, regardless of whether you assist him or not. Old Xing, accompanying me, remarked, "Chen Feng, I know you are indifferent to money and have a generous heart, but I must emphasize that solidarity is essential. Solitary endeavors lead only to stagnation." This statement resonated deeply with me, prompting further contemplation. The steel industry may experience a few years of splendor, yet the automotive sector has truly captured my admiration. However, why does it seem that Wei Ming is not mentioned in later narratives, particularly in the automotive realm? Did he vanish from the commercial landscape after the steel industry faced its downfall? Is it possible that the domestic stock market's fluctuations have had no impact on Brother San? I posed a pointed question. The domestic stock market, in essence, serves as a fundraising platform for enterprises seeking to prolong their existence. It was once the case, but the situation has changed. Old Xing sighed. At this point, it is of little concern. Furthermore, as long as the procedures are legal and compliant, and not maliciously speculative, it should not pose significant issues. Have you not conveyed to Brother Sen the considerable risks associated with speculation in the capital market, where profit and loss hinge on a mere thought? I have. Old Xing grimaced. Brother San's enterprise is too large for me to assist. In retrospect, you may be the only one capable of aiding him now. His current situation amounts to a final gamble. If he loses, he will concede defeat. If he wins, he may regain his former glory. He has, in fact, been preparing to relinquish control, with discussions about the transfer of equity in the steel plant already underway. Yet, what can one say? No man wishes to accept defeat. Having reached this point, I am willing to make an attempt, rather than evade the issue. It seems more prudent to try. However, I must clarify that my associate Zhang Lijun, whom you are acquainted with, is my brother, and he deserves consideration. Whether it be 10% or 5%, I shall ensure he receives his share. I will provide financial backing for him. Additionally, our stake, along with yours, should account for 60%. The capital requirement is 30 billion. I will refrain from discussing this with him directly. You may negotiate. Junzi is your childhood friend and my younger brother. How could I disregard him? Very well, await my brother's assurance. I shall ensure you are not placed in a difficult position. As Old Xing aptly stated, solitary efforts yield little success. It is through unity that we can find warmth. My curiosity regarding Wei Ming's automobile factory was piqued. Old Xing, what is the annual production capacity of the factory run by third brother? Xing wanly responded with a somber gesture, extending 3 fingers. 30,000, or perhaps 3,000. 30 vehicles. Chapter 94, Full Financial License. 30 vehicles? What sort of miraculous automobile factory is this? In today's world, where domestic wonders abound, it is difficult to distinguish between the rear and front lights of the QQ car, and the streets are flooded with Fukong and Santana models. It is hard to fathom how a company that produces merely 30 vehicles a year can stand out in such a competitive landscape. Old Xing seemed to feel the need to clarify. In total, we manufactured 30 vehicles. Old Xing, are you certain this isn't merely a repair shop? In my recollection, given the right policies, even a repair shop could produce 30 vehicles. Manufacturing cars is not as daunting as one might think, considering it has been an established industry for over a century. The predecessors of automobile factories were fundamentally carriage manufacturers. For instance, General Motors originally produced carriages. While there are indeed technological barriers, they are not as formidable as one might imagine. However, scaling up to produce hundreds of thousands of vehicles annually necessitates global procurement and capital investment in the hundreds of billions, if not more. Old Xing sighed. 8 years ago, the country began implementing emission standards, and Third Brothers Factory was established using a production line dismantled from the old Soviet Union. The vehicles produced emit black smoke upon ignition, creating a din louder than a truck, and they consume an exorbitant amount of fuel. How could one possibly sell such a product? Just as plans for expansion emerged, significant financial issues arose. Nevertheless, the automotive industry's prospects are indeed promising. What a pity. Loans could certainly help navigate through these difficulties. But the steel industry is also facing financial challenges, and the automotive market's future remains uncertain, making large investments a daunting prospect. All right, I understand, I replied. However, the automotive sector is undoubtedly poised for remarkable growth in the coming decade. Moreover, there exist certain technological barriers and licensing restrictions. There are not many qualified individuals to partake in this lucrative market domestically. Additionally, joint ventures receive greater attention. If differentiation and competition can be established, there may still be some opportunities. As the conversation turned towards the automobile factory, Old Xing attempted to stifle a smile, not daring to fully express his amusement. For it was his elder brother he was laughing at. In the past, Wei Ming had assisted him considerably in his business endeavors. When he lacked the capacity to offer help, he refrained from thinking of it. Now, having finally found an opportunity, he introduced me to Wei Ming. The ensuing moments were filled with feasting and drinking, with no one broaching the subject of collaboration. The following day, Wei Ming invited me to go horseback riding, specifically on a slower breed, aiming for an environment conducive to private conversation. While he was adept at riding, I was apprehensive. I gingerly mounted the horse, only to realize that it resembled a horse in appearance but was, in fact, rather different, leaving me feeling somewhat insulted. With a playful grin, Wei Ming remarked, "Dear brother, it is not my intention to belittle you. Riding a horse is quite similar to riding a mule. This creature won't gallop, it merely walks. Even after a few whips, it remains unfazed. However, horses are a different matter entirely. Should anything go awry, I would bear great responsibility. Look, beneath me is a mule, a majestic blue mule. There are two types of mules, one birthed by a mare and the other by a jenny. The former is tall and robust, while the latter is shorter and more diminutive. Yet, they have all inherited the tenacity and diligence of their lineage, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Brother San, without further ado, has Lao Xing conveyed the message to you? What are your thoughts on this? I am not in haste to propose conditions, for Wei Ming may not necessarily place his trust in me. Nevertheless, this does not preclude us from conversing like friends in the absence of conflicting interests. Chen Feng, in a couple of years, I will reach the age of 40. It is often said that at 41 becomes unconfused, yet I find myself falling short of this wisdom. A person bears an overwhelming burden, and even when aware of its weight, is reluctant to relinquish it. Perhaps, I am even uncertain of what I could accomplish once I lay down this load. Individuals of Wei Ming's stature in the business realm seldom reveal their innermost thoughts. Clearly, he has arrived at a crossroads in life. After halting the creature beneath him, he gazes into the distance. Chen Feng, even within the confines of your household, should you truly aspire to achieve success and renown, it would not be overly difficult. Wealth and power are within reach, as we are individuals entrenched in the game. You may wonder why, despite having never met, I entrust matters of life and death into your hands. It is not that I lack alternatives. Rather, the other choices would not merely incur a cost, but would jeopardize our heritage and principles. Coming from a family like ours, I cannot predict what the future holds, for my vision does not extend far. Yet, I must convey to you what I am undertaking and the rationale behind it. Making money is a straightforward endeavor. Previously, the approvals granted, even in the current context, allow for lucrative ventures such as brokering land transfers. However, these enterprises are not pursued by Wei Ming, not out of disdain, but rather from an understanding of the inherent risks and a disdain for mingling with those of dubious integrity. In essence, I operate in this manner, as does Xing Wanli. We are both laying the groundwork for our families. Before our ventures flourish, our families provide us with resources, yet these are all legitimate, merely a gentle nudge at best. However, once our enterprises are established, it is our duty to pave the way for our families and give back. Thus, I cherish my reputation, and Wanli does the same, not because we lack superior options, but because a wrong choice would burden the entire family with the consequences, not just ourselves. If the foundation of this path is unstable, any structure built upon it, no matter how splendid, would be nothing more than fleeting illusions, ephemeral and unsustainable. What purpose does that serve? This is my intention and the principle that guides my actions. A family may experience decline over a generation, yet perhaps there exists a chance for resurgence. However, should the family be utterly destroyed, we all become outcasts, with no hope of revival. Of course, one might label me as antiquated, yet I adhere strictly to the confines of established rules. What lies beyond those boundaries, I neither desire nor dare to reach for. It is not that I cannot take such risks. Rather, once taken, there is no turning back. Frequenting shortcuts leads one to forsake the righteous path. I resonate with Wei Ming's sentiments, secretly admiring his discernment. It is not that individuals like him are foolish, nor are they unblemished. Rather, they understand the art of compromise. Collaborating with those who grasp this balance alleviates a great deal of trouble. One should not indulge in fantasies about the purity of a second-generation individual. Such innocence is nearly unattainable. Souls of genuine integrity may reside in temples. Yet those who harbor such sentiments in the realms of politics and commerce are as rare as grass growing 3 feet high upon graves. Wei Ming chuckled, declaring, "Indeed, it is a shortcut. I do not take shortcuts. However, I am not one to be pedantic. When there are convenient options available, why should I not choose them? While others may toil for a month without securing the necessary documentation, we simply call upon Uncle Shou, who promptly assigns a secretary to the task, ensuring that all paperwork is completed on the same day. Such practices are within the bounds of propriety, and there is no need to regard acquaintances as strangers. It would be foolish to neglect available resources. This is the truth. How can an ordinary person establish a steel factory or an automobile plant? They wouldn't even know which way the door for stamping approvals opens. Who would dare venture into heavy industry? All right, I have grasped your perspective. Let me put it this way. You should pursue the qualifications for an investment company, structuring it as a private equity firm with a capital of 3 billion. My esteemed colleague, Old Xing, and I shall each take 50%, while you may distribute the remainder. The operational costs of the company will be calculated at 10% of the profits. We shall discuss the rest later. In response, Wei Ming expressed curiosity. Why base commissions on profits? Wouldn't that mean there would be insufficient funds even for the company's operational expenses? If the principal suffers a 20% loss, there would be no point in continuing. Let us have the office space ready by August, and we will meet in the grand city of magic. Cough, cough. Faced with my straightforward remarks, Wei Ming found himself coughing repeatedly. He had not anticipated my candidness, which seemed to trivialize the seriousness of business negotiations, almost akin to child's play. Noticing that my mule had quickened its pace, he urged his mount to catch up with me, but regardless of his efforts, the mule remained obstinately unhurried, ambling leisurely without a care for Wei Ming's urgency. Frustrated, Wei Ming resorted to striking the mule's hindquarters with the reins, yet this only dampened the mule's spirit further. Eventually, he had no choice but to head back to the camp at a leisurely pace, only to learn upon arrival that I had already departed. Wei Ming could not help but chuckle wryly at Xing Wanli. Your younger brother has quite the personality. He was not like this before. After our initial meeting at the beginning of the year, he seems almost unrecognizable now. It is indeed peculiar. He now exudes a carefree demeanor, akin to a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Previously, his temperament resembled that of Junzi, wild and unrestrained. Yet, he is diligent in his work, and one need not worry about him breaching decorum. Did he not present you with any conditions? Old Xing picked at the bones in his hand, tossing them into a bowl with a clatter. It was early morning, and he had already consumed 2 lamb ribs, contemplating whether one more would suffice to satiate his hunger. Wei Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. The conversation had been so straightforward that it left him somewhat apprehensive. He remarked about going to the grand city of magic in August, questioning whether he should accompany to oversee matters. Old Xing's eyes brightened with delight as he responded. Of course you must keep an eye on things. Third brother, Chen Feng likely understands that mere words are futile. Essentially, he is inviting you to observe and assess the outcomes. To put it plainly, without the means, one would not dare venture into the fray. His arrival may well be an attempt to showcase his strength, and it is also quite simple, merely to provide you with a sense of reassurance. It is only late June. Why wait until August? Wei Ming expressed his confusion. This matter is certainly known to Zhang Lijun, who sighed. His daughter has her final exams. He must accompany her. Yet, this is merely a matter of days. No need to delay until August, right? Wei Ming was even more perplexed. Zhang Lijun chuckled. The exams are over. Surely his daughter cannot enjoy the summer vacation or go out to play, right? Goodness, what a devoted father he is. Wei Ming abruptly slapped his thigh, pondering quietly before whispering, what if I had a son? Old Xing's expression changed dramatically, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, no way. His daughter is only 8 years old. The last time I mentioned it, my son was forbidden from entering his house. You don't understand his mindset, nor do I. Old Xing instinctively turned to look at Zhang Lijun, who appeared even more perplexed. He lamented, brothers, both of you are married and have children. I don't even know where my wife is. How could I comprehend Old Feng's thoughts? To be honest, I have always been somewhat unclear about the extent of influence that top-tier second-generation individuals possess. However, Wei Ming's appearance truly provided me with a lesson. A week later, as I watched my daughter playfully tussling with Xinu in the courtyard, I was alerted by a nanny that a guest had arrived. Third brother, what brings you here? I inquired. I've brought you something, Wei Ming replied, taking a seat beside me in the garden, while a bodyguard handed over a briefcase. After placing it in my hands, he quietly asked, do these preparations suffice? If anything is lacking, let me know, and I will arrange it. The documents included licenses for financial asset management companies, financial companies, consumer finance companies, financial holding companies, currency exchange companies, public fund managers, securities investment consulting firms, futures companies, private fund managers, and pawnshops. Wei Ming's approach of not using power for personal gain is quite understandable. He conducts legitimate business and insists on not being stymied by bureaucratic approvals. Based solely on this premise, he has no reason to engage in unprofitable ventures. I can confidently assert that even merchants with a modicum of status would struggle their entire lives to obtain such permits. Indeed, it would take a lifetime. I stared in disbelief at the multitude of financial licenses before me, counting a total of 12, each capable of bewildering anyone who encountered them. Commercial banks and insurance companies require state-owned backgrounds, and apart from one pilot private commercial bank, no others are permitted. The same applies to securities firms. All other licenses are accounted for here. With a hint of pride, Wei Ming remarked, some of these were just stamped this morning. The ink hasn't even dried yet. I know you want to care about the company name, so we just arbitrarily named it Dapeng Financial Investment Group. Is there anything else you need me to prepare? I was momentarily speechless. He was already so impressive, yet he still asked if I required anything more. These licenses encompass every financial permit attainable by a private enterprise. It could be said that with these licenses, the company could, even without conducting business, generate substantial profits simply by leasing the rights to use these permits. Of course, leasing is against regulations, but where there are policies, there are ways to navigate them. As long as operations are handled adeptly, nothing is impossible. Additionally, some licenses are still unavailable, such as the third-party payment license, which will only be issued after the central bank conducts a feasibility assessment in a few years, expected to take 4 to 5 years before issuance. However, this license may prove beneficial to enterprises owning online platforms, yet its significance for a financial institution is not as substantial as one might envision. Collaborating with capable individuals eliminates the necessity for various trials, as such an approach could erode mutual patience and even lead to doubts regarding each other's capabilities and integrity. A straightforward and decisive demeanor is indeed the optimal choice. I made a call. After contacting Lao Xing, I ended the conversation in 3 minutes. Subsequently, I continued to reach out to the bank without any intention of concealing my dealings with Wei Ming. Gu Xing, I need to transfer 1.2 billion from my account this afternoon to the following account XXXX. Is that feasible? Mr. Chen, this is rather challenging. Considering you just transferred 1 billion a few days ago, are you trying to put me in a bind? Just give me the funds. I will handle the rest. Wei Ming took over the call, disregarding what the other party was saying, and stated directly, I am Wei Ming. No matter the means, you must ensure my brother's matter is resolved today. Any bank president would undoubtedly feel anxious and apprehensive upon learning that a client intends to withdraw such a substantial sum as 1.2 billion. Is a major client attempting to flee? Normal methods of procrastination would be insufficient. Moreover, handling tens of billions of funds within half a day is hardly realistic, as the headquarters would certainly inquire. From a certain perspective, from the moment the transfer is initiated, this account becomes subject to scrutiny. Mr. Chen, since you are friends with San Yi, why didn't you mention that earlier? I assure you it will be processed this afternoon. Wei Ming's efficiency astonished me, while my decisiveness equally surprised him. We both favored a direct approach devoid of any frivolous embellishments, creating a refreshing atmosphere for the other party. However, when he noticed me trailing behind with my daughter's small water bottle while shopping, he appeared puzzled. Wasn't he? It said that there was an exam. He only saw me playing with my daughter. With the exam tomorrow, studying today was futile. It was better to relax. Wei Ming's curiosity about me began to grow. In the evening, Lao Xing called me and advised, Chen Feng, although San Ge has placed all his trust in you this time, he will not rush you in your endeavors. However, if you intend to take someone with you, it cannot be Su Bin. He is truly inadequate. Listening to Lao Xing's earnest counsel made me chuckle. He is quite capable. What is lacking? Lao Xing's reluctance to voice his thoughts prompted me to speak on his behalf. Surely he is not a useless individual? Lao Xing was momentarily taken aback, then began to vent his frustrations over the phone. I wouldn't say he is useless. He serves as the logistics director in my company and performs adequately. However, to appoint him as the general manager of a company with a registered capital of 3 billion, that would be a mockery of the position. Beyond flattery and gift-giving, I see no potential in him to be a general manager. Su Bin was the person in charge of Chen Feng's previous company in Beijing. How does one evaluate him? At the time, Chen Feng's business in Beijing had stagnated, only maintaining the needs of existing clients. Placing a remarkably capable and market-expanding leader within a company would undeniably be a squandered talent. However, Su Bin is an exception. He hails from a logistics background and champions a philosophy centered on attentiveness, ensuring customer satisfaction and peace of mind for employers. While he may lack ambition, perhaps due to inadequate personal capabilities or a simple lack of desire, he navigates social situations with remarkable finesse, embodying a shrewd individual. Since I transferred the company's operations to Xing Wanli, those employees who were willing have joined his firm, while the reluctant ones received financial incentives to seek new opportunities. I am well aware of Old Su's character. His talent for flattery and reading the room is exceptional, yet beyond that, he possesses little else. Originally, he was the person Chen Feng left in the capital to maintain relationships, holding the title of manager, which is akin to a public relations role. Though he lacks the capital typically associated with public relations, he undeniably possesses the ability to achieve significant results with minimal expenditure. Moreover, he can ensure comfort for anyone he interacts with, a skill that is not insignificant. Old Xing was perplexed. Knowing this, why still employ him? I require a compliant individual by my side, and usefulness is my criterion. As for positions like fund managers, I have those arranged. Have San Ge prepare a few traders for comparison. I acknowledge Old Su's incompetence. He does not need to be exceptionally talented. Rather, I need someone adept at handling logistics. And old Sue is undoubtedly a commendable choice. Chapter 95. Background recruiting talent is quite straightforward. With sufficient financial incentive, individuals will naturally gravitate towards the offer. For someone like Sue Bin, no company owner would be willing to expend $1 million annual salary to appoint him as CEO. If such a person existed, they would surely be out of their mind. The primary reason is simple: he is not worth that much. He could scarcely fathom that, at the age of 48. Nearing the twilight of his career, he would encounter the greatest fortune of his life, not merely an opportunity, but a stroke of extraordinary luck. He is set to become the general manager of a prestigious investment firm with an annual salary of $3 million. His previous reluctance to accompany Chen Feng to Yangqing stemmed mainly from inadequate compensation. Within the company, his authority was lesser than Mina S., and his salary hovered around 10,000. Who would willingly leave their home for such trivial remuneration in an unfamiliar city? Yet, the circumstances have drastically changed, and he feels the call of destiny. He even experiences an impulse to celebrate by acquiring a mistress. A single phone call from me ignited a fervor within him, a willingness to sacrifice for one who understands him. As for those who are reluctant to sacrifice, it is simply due to insufficient remuneration. $3 million in annual salary, alongside a year-end bonus. Who would be foolish enough to decline? Last year, old Sue's child just entered university, alleviating his worries about leaving his family behind in another city. His greater concern is whether his wife will insist on accompanying him, which could complicate matters. President Chen, I am offering my 180 pounds to you from this day forth. With just a word from you, I will traverse any storm. Even if it means facing perilous challenges, if I, Su Dadu, utter another word, I am not my parents' son. Human beings are inherently pragmatic. In the case of Su Bin, having missed the opportunity for a lucrative position with an annual salary of $1 million, accompanied by luxury cars and opulent residences, such prospects are unlikely to reappear in his lifetime. After concluding the call, he hurriedly approached me, pledging his loyalty. I waved my hand dismissively, chuckling. Have you spoken to your family about this? Ah, General Chen, he replied, somewhat sheepishly. I was so exhilarated that I forgot to discuss it with my family before coming to share my thoughts with you in person. Su Bin, unperturbed by the sweat trickling down his face from his haste, continued, I will give you 3 days to sort out matters at home. After that, I require you to find me a senior executive assistant. It is quite inconvenient to personally attend to tasks when I lack a capable assistant at my side. I wonder what Chen Feng is thinking. In such a large company, there isn't even a secretary. Old Su nodded in understanding, smiling. Rest assured, General Chen, your matters take precedence. He then inquired, by the way, how is the salary for this senior assistant determined? What are the requirements? A master's degree or higher. Preferably no older than 26. As for other criteria, the focus should be on the company's image. The annual salary, for those who remain after 3 months, will be $3 million, as this will be my private assistant. The company need not bear the cost. I will cover it myself. Listening to my stipulations, old Su's eyes brightened, and he bowed slightly. You need not worry, General Chen. I will search high and low across the capital for you. The reason I specified that the assistant's salary would come from my personal funds was to delineate the distinction from the company. The salary of an employee should reflect the person financing it, a principle of utmost importance. I entrusted old Su with all matters regarding business locations and the recruitment of company personnel. If he cannot manage these basic tasks, his position in the company is unwarranted. In the following 2 days, I joined the ranks of those escorting students for examinations. As my little princess nervously entered the school gates, she returned home in the evening, chest puffed out, exuding pride. Daddy, are we going to Grandma's house? I looked at her in astonishment, then replied with a smile. Are we going before the results are out? No need. It's too easy. I performed splendidly. I took my daughter's small hand, and as we left, I whispered, your grandmother oversees so many principles. Your results may have already reached her hands. Aren't you afraid? How can a child grasp the treachery of the adult world? My words momentarily startled her. How could Grandma use her influence for personal gain? Chun Muxiong believed they would first visit Grandma for a couple of days, waiting for the exam results before making an escape. This would serve the dual purpose of maintaining familial ties while decisively leaving before any danger could arise. After all, if her results were dismal, she would face a hellish summer of remedial classes in the ensuing 2 months. She had calculated her escape quite cleverly. Yet she did not anticipate that her grandmother, lacking other powers, could merely instruct her school teachers to expedite grading with a few words. All right, let me make a call to gauge the situation, I began, but before I could connect, a call from Teacher Lu came through. With a mischievous grin, I said to Chen Muxiong, look, it's your grandmother calling. Are you afraid? Chen Mudong's delicate face suddenly contorted with distress, and with a shiver, he hurriedly scampered upstairs, exclaiming, "Dad, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I won't be going to Grandma's today." Since the divorce, my visits to the Chun household had become infrequent. It was not out of fear, but rather a distaste for that environment. After all, other people's parents are just that, other people's parents. Even if no one could discern that I was not Chen Feng, the emotional and familial bonds could never be erased from my heart. Taking a deep breath, I dialed my mother. "Mom, I was just about to head home with Tong Tong. Is there something wrong?" "Don't bring Tong Tong. Come home immediately. Wang Lin has had an accident." All the words lodged in my throat as I glanced back at the idle Xinu, instructing her, "Please take good care of Tong Tong and put her to bed early. I need to step out for a moment." Without another word, I climbed into the car and called Lao Gui. "Lao Gui, what happened to Wang Lin?" My urgency was not born of worry, but rather a premonition that Wang Lin's troubles were likely tied to Guogang. I was indifferent to personal reputation. After all, I had weathered many storms. However, Chen Mudong was different. I could only hope that the situation was not too dire. On the other end of the line, Lao Gui was equally anxious, whispering, "Mr. Chun, Guogang sent a package to Wang Lin's parents' home. In the days following her return from Yangqing, your ex-wife has been staying there. Just over half an hour ago, she suddenly drove out and subsequently had a car accident. My men saw Guogang, but due to a shortage of personnel, they attended to your ex-wife and were unable to pursue him. I am still investigating the circumstances, and I will call you immediately with updates." Lao Gui's urgency was palpable, yet I merely shook my head, indifferent. He assumed my silence stemmed from anger. "Find him and pressure him to return to his hometown. Then we will set our plans in motion." The coldness of my voice made Lao Gui shudder. When everyone can be a pawn, I remain the one orchestrating the game. After a brief pause, Lao Gui replied, "Mr. Chun, rest assured, we will not falter." Upon ending the call, I pressed my forehead, plagued by a throbbing headache. It was not anger, for how could I be furious? For Wang Lin. She hardly possessed that power over me. I felt a sense of injustice for Chen Feng, being so easily supplanted by some worthless individual. Yet, do women not have a penchant for rogue men? Perhaps Wang Lin had not always been so, but women tend to tolerate nearly all faults in men, save for one. Whether it is through their own volition or the machinations of unscrupulous men, they cannot forgive. Once a woman loses her virtue, her worth diminishes to less than half, rendering her almost valueless. All women understand that the price of infidelity is a tarnished reputation and the disgrace of being scorned by their families. Yet, knowing the erroneous path, they still make the wrong choice, and even if they later feel remorse, they cannot blame anyone else. This is perhaps the lament of many women. It seems that what they yearn for in this lifetime is not love, but rather sympathy. When something is acquired too effortlessly, the anguish of its loss can be excruciating. The mature understand that all the beautiful things in this world are not earned through strife, but are often attained with ease. Happiness is similarly elusive. Many relish in joy while their hearts remain restless. Such individuals are destined to forfeit their tranquility. Human nature dictates that the more easily something is obtained, the less it is cherished. It is only upon loss that one realizes the happiness and beauty that once seemed so accessible might have been the result of the finest fortune, never to return. Thus, suffering emerges. As I reclined in the back seat of the car, I murmured softly, "What a foolish woman." I could discern that Wang Lin had indeed severed ties with Guogang. Otherwise, the funds she received post-divorce and the compensation for my share of the company would have been funneled through Chen Mudong to me. If Guogang were by her side, that money would never remain intact. He would likely coax her into chasing after illusory wealth. Yet, that was not the case. She possessed around 30 million, perhaps not quite 40 million. After deducting the cost of her new home, most of it was deposited in my account. This indicates that there was no connection between Wang Lin and Guogang. Thus, the truth is singular. She must have been threatened by Guogang, which explains her uncharacteristic behavior. The leverage Guogang held over her could only be the clandestine photos and videos of their encounters. It is certain that I am not a target. Although my whereabouts are not difficult to trace, the distance of several thousand kilometers renders him powerless. Furthermore, given that Wang Lin and I are divorced, any threats he might attempt would be futile. My parents, too, are in the same boat. My daughter, Chen Mudong, lives with me, rendering any threats ineffective. Excluding these possibilities, the only potential targets for intimidation are Wang Lin's parents. This likely accounts for her complete loss of composure. I dozed in the car for a while, and when it finally stopped, we had already entered the community. Upon stepping through the doorway, I noticed Chen Wenyuan and Lu Ying, both wearing grim expressions, suggesting there had been a quarrel. This was peculiar, as old Chen generally lacked such audacity. What's the matter, Mom and Dad? Although a certain distance exists between me and Chen Feng's parents, it does not prevent me from calling them Mom and Dad with ease. It is not that I have fully embraced them, but those who have endured the reign know that dignity is not of paramount importance. Moreover, my current identity is that of their son, and they indeed regard me as such. I have no reason to be pretentious in this regard. When Lu Ying glanced at me, she irritably pushed her hair away from her forehead. It must be quite taxing for this elderly woman, still concerned for her former daughter-in-law at her age. Of course, I feigned ignorance. Even if I had already surmised the outcome, I would not voice it. Chen Wenyuan stealthily grabbed a cigarette from the coffee table, carefully lit it, and, like a thief, cast a furtive glance at his wife. Upon noticing her merely glaring at him, his courage surged, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke. Old Chen Wenyuan, speak. Chen Wenyuan was taken aback. What did he say? He had previously opposed calling his son home, considering Wang Lin's affair a matter best left to others. Why should he burden his own family with it? I believe it would have been better for Chen Feng to feign ignorance. Chen Wenyuan wrestled with his thoughts for a while before he spoke, betraying his inner conflict. Lu Ying, filled with anger, retorted, "You should be quiet." Afterwards, she began to explain to me. Just a couple of days ago, the Wang family visited us. Old Wang, having just retired, faced such a distressing situation. They came to apologize, admitting they had not raised their daughter properly. I remarked how Wang Lin had hidden such a significant event from her parents for so long. I understood that the Wang family's apology was sincere, yet I awaited something more. Children are a lifelong burden for their parents. However, they found themselves unable to meet their son-in-law, leaving them with no choice but to humbly seek forgiveness and appeal to our hearts. Lu Ying continued, "Chen Feng, do not throw a tantrum. Regardless of Wang Lin's actions, her family has treated you well, genuinely considering you as their son. When you wish to start a business, they gathered hundreds of thousands, with most of it coming from the Wang family. You must not forget that. Did you ever return that money? And what about Tong Tong? Her grandmother has cared for her all these years. You cannot simply disregard that. Mother, please say what you wish to say directly." I was not weary of Lu Ying's appeals for empathy. I simply did not want to prolong the conversation. Lu Ying then expressed her regret. Old Wang was so upset, he ended up in the hospital. Our family is considered well-educated. If someone else were in Lu Ying's position, I might have believed them, but Lu Ying? Was she truly a refined lady from a scholarly family? Could she only educate her son with a rolling pin? Seeing my strange expression, Lu Ying shot a sharp glance at me, saying, "You ungrateful little rascal, it's not about being a filial son. Can't you just pretend for a while?" Fine. It wasn't that I was weak, it was just that the Wang family, despite Wang Lin's infidelity, had no guilt towards the Chen family. They had given everything they could. Faced with such a situation, I could not utter harsh words. Upon noticing my response, Lu Ying's face lit up with a smile, radiating a sense of accomplishment in educating the next generation. Alas, now not only is old Wang unwell, but Wang Lin has also been in an accident. I visited her in the hospital and met a nurse named Bai Jing, who is said to be your friend. It turns out Wang Lin did not actually have an accident. She intended to crash her car into someone or a bridge support. Fortunately, the person she aimed to hit managed to escape, or it would have been troublesome. That person Wang Lin wanted to hit, was it the mistress? Mentioning Bai Jing made me uneasy, but I maintained my composure, still appearing feeble and listless. Any man would find such matters uncomfortable to discuss. Yes, after all, it was the disgrace of my former daughter-in-law. It was not easy to bring up. Lu Ying felt that her son was on her side, and she pointed at Chen Wenyuan, saying, "This is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a question of conscience. Although you are divorced, the Wang family is currently in distress. We cannot take advantage of their misfortune. Throughout life, if one were to sever all ties and act ruthlessly, one's conscience would inevitably be troubled. I fear that Wang Lin may not overcome this ordeal. She has already been involved in a car accident. If her mental state deteriorates further, or should she face imprisonment for this incident, it would not only ruin her life, but also adversely affect Tong Tong. Moreover, if Wang Lin's mental health truly declines, Tong Tong may be subjected to prolonged suffering. You may be accustomed to being heartless, but what of Tong Tong? As long as you do not ask me to remarry, I shall acquiesce to all your requests." The moment I speak, I effectively block any future maneuvers from Lu Ying. The elderly woman, taken aback, finally managed to utter a single word. "Get lost. Your mother is not yet senile." Chapter 96. Merely foolish. I have often pondered why Lu Ying has persistently sought to maintain my marriage with Wang Lin. Though the entirety of Wang Lin's infidelity remains unspoken, does she not care at all about such moral depravity exhibited by her daughter-in-law? As usual, after being expelled by teacher Lu, Chen Wenyuan, with a downcast demeanor, trailed behind me, serving as the supplementary voice for the family's highest authority. Since his retirement, life has become increasingly challenging for him, especially following my divorce. I found it amusing to stop in the parking lot, turning to Chen Wenyuan and asking, "Does Teacher Lu have further instructions?" "None. I simply feel stifled at home. With you absent, your mother directs all her frustrations towards me. Who have I wronged?" As the head of the household, Chen Wenyuan had indeed faced a prolonged lack of recognition for his status, which felt quite unjust. His gaze wandered to my pocket, and with a chuckle, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and handed it to him. I then, relishing the drama, inquired, "With Teacher Lu asserting her dominance at home, have you never considered rebelling?" "Spare me your illusions. If I could have rebelled, I would have done so long ago," he sighed, holding the cigarette. "Xiao Feng, your mother simply has that temperament. It's unfortunate for you." The sudden depth of his sentiment nearly overwhelmed me. The Chen family's dynamics are quite harmonious, a familial bond one often envy. Though there are frequent quarrels, they lack any sense of coercion or calculation. What appears chaotic are merely the trivialities of life. Yet they exude a vibrant essence that brings great comfort. Chen Wenyuan harbors concerns of his own. While Lu Ying worries for her granddaughter, he frets over his son. Unlike Lu Ying, he is a man who understands the explosive nature of a husband forced to serve an unfaithful ex-wife after being cuckolded. However, he finds himself with limited options, serving as a mediator, skillfully navigating between his son and wife. While women may disregard the sanctity of marital fidelity, men across the world still regard it as of utmost importance. This may well be the greatest tragedy of Eastern marriage. Xiao Feng, your mother has this temperament. She wants you to personally care for Wang Lin, claiming that Wang Lin has been your wife for nearly a decade, and that she has cared for you far more than you for her. In truth, she still wishes to extend a helping hand to Wang Lin. This child, Wang Lin, is not inherently bad. She has merely acted foolishly in a moment of weakness. I understand that reconciling with her is unlikely, but if you desire to prevent further deterioration in familial relations, it would be wise to ease the tension. Chen Wenyuan paused, sighing. After all, she is Tong Tong's mother. Should an unfortunate event occur, it would leave Tong Tong with a lasting regret. "Dad, I fail to comprehend why Mom insists on assisting Wang Lin," I confessed, voicing my deepest confusion. From any perspective, Lu Ying's motives seem justifiable, yet they remain somewhat forced. Indeed, it is quite unreasonable. What mother-in-law would tirelessly support a wayward ex-daughter-in-law? Chen Wenyuan appeared momentarily taken aback, setting down the cigarette he was about to light, not rushing to ignite it. "Xiao Feng, you do not understand your mother. She has her flaws, but her heart is not malicious." "How so?" With a slight smile, Chen Wenyuan posed a question in return, having attended school. "Do you not believe that teachers possess a certain tendency to be more attentive to well-behaved students, while displaying less patience towards the unruly ones?" This is not merely a tendency, it is a common phenomenon. Teachers are not saints. Mischievous students often perform poorly academically. If a teacher's income were tied to their students' performance, it would be astonishing for the troublesome ones to receive any favor. Even in the absence of performance-based evaluations, most teachers still harbor high hopes for well-behaved students, often extending them special consideration. This stems from an innate affinity people possess for goodness in others and in life. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. This explains your mother's relentless desire to assist Wang Lin. If Wang Lin were fundamentally flawed, lazy, disobedient, or prone to disrespecting her elders, would you believe your mother would still offer her help? The fact that she has not urged you to divorce is already commendable. Feigning profundity, Chen Wenyuan lit his cigarette, contemplatively stating, "From the moment Wang Lin was introduced to your mother, she developed a favorable impression of her. Obedient, sensible, diligent, and hailing from a good family, Wang Lin embodies almost all the qualities of an ideal wife. Her attributes align perfectly with those of a good student. Moreover, having been nurtured by your mother for over a decade, the bond between you and your mother may not be as profound as that which she shares with Wang Lin. Although your mother has worked in the Education Bureau for the past 20 years, her tenure as a teacher has also been substantial. One could assert that Wang Lin is, without a doubt, the most cherished student of your mother's life. In recent years, with your business endeavors keeping you away from home, Wang Lin has often been the one accompanying your mother. Coupled with her status as Tong Tong's biological mother, Wang Lin holds a significant place in your mother's heart. Especially 2 years ago, when your mother was hospitalized, Wang Lin devoted herself to caring for her day and night for half a month. Other family members in the ward envied the bond she shared with her excellent daughter-in-law. Such affection cannot simply be discarded. Wang Lin is, in your mother's eyes, the exemplary student. The fall of a good student would naturally evoke concern and sorrow in a teacher. compelling her to strive tirelessly to guide them back onto the right path in life. She pressures you, but in reality, she is merely pressuring herself, engaging in a contest of wills with her own spirit. She cannot allow herself, once the most outstanding student, to end up in such a state. It suddenly dawned on me that teacher Lu exhibits such assertiveness in this matter, revealing an intricate layer of relationships beneath the surface. The bond between Wang Lin and Lu Ying runs so deep. If I were to be at home with Wang Lin, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. I could not help but voice my concerns. My mother wouldn't interfere with my relationship with Wang Lin, would she? That won't happen, Chen Wenyuan reassured me. After all these years in leadership, if she lacked such discernment, she would have been ousted long ago. Your relationship is your own. If it truly cannot be mended, she would remain silent. She is merely in a contest with herself, not muddled in confusion. With this reassurance, I felt a slight alleviation in my heart. At least Lu Ying had not reached a point of utter incomprehension. Indeed, as a dignified official, if she were to act capriciously, she would not maintain her position so steadfastly. Just as I was about to leave, Chen Wenyuan suddenly grasped my arm and whispered, "It's time to renew the subscription." Renew? What subscription? I queried, perplexed. Chen Wenyuan impatiently stamped his foot and said, "The tobacco shop. You've been away for months, and I've been eagerly awaiting you to replenish the funds." "And what about you?" I curiously retorted, "You haven't spent all the money I left at the tobacco shop, have you? Though it isn't much, it should suffice for smokes and drinks." "Not at all, but my pocket money is insufficient. I can't possibly go out for a meal, watch a play, or enjoy tea without any funds, can I? Some of the money has been spent. Your mother's temper has been growing increasingly fierce, and my life has been quite the struggle. It's astonishing that someone who has led a life of authority could find retirement so difficult." I retrieved a bag from the car and handed him a supplementary card. "Dad, take this card. It allows you to overdraw by 200,000 each month, enough to accommodate a university student." "You rascal, teasing your father with this." After receiving the card, Chen Wenyuan examined it thoroughly, but ultimately returned it to me, exclaiming, "You should handle the funds. If this card remains in my possession, your mother will inevitably discover it. With the current atmosphere at home, I cannot foolishly walk into danger." Faced with Chen Wenyuan's strong instinct for self-preservation, I found myself at a loss for words. I pulled out 2 stacks of cash and offered them to him, saying, "This should suffice, right? 20,000 should last for half a year. All right, you go attend to your matters." The old man showed no signs of self-pity. Before retirement, he held a considerable rank. And though he never sought personal gain through his position, indulging in smoking and drinking was indeed the best escape. Otherwise, why would so many young people aspire to be officials? With that, he turned on his heel and dashed towards the tobacco shop outside the community. He had an account there and needed to settle his debts. Once he replenished his funds, he could rest easy. I pondered in the car. Should I bring my daughter along? Perhaps not. Even if Chun Mudong possesses a great deal of courage, she would likely find it hard to accept all of her mother Wang Lin's sordid affairs. It was exhausting. Upon arriving at the hospital, I took a deep breath. I am not the sort of person who shies away from confrontation, regardless of whether one is a businessman or someone who has lived long enough. It is universally understood that vanity, aside from causing self-harm, offers no benefits whatsoever. This principle also applies to life. When it is time to assert one's position, one must never compromise. However, displaying a conciliatory attitude in matters that may seem trivial can dissolve many conflicts. I believe that neither I nor Chen Feng would refuse such requests. Wang Lin's infidelity during her marriage is indeed her fault, yet her unwavering dedication to this family cannot be overlooked. Of course, whether contributions and betrayals can offset each other is a subjective matter, open to interpretation. After all, legally, one cannot offset murder with salvation. Yet, in life, there exists an intricate interdependence. Perhaps only when Wang Lin becomes the universally despised figure, selfish and treacherous, confronting her husband's family alongside her lover, would she find herself in a situation where even if she were to collapse on the street, the Chen family would likely not come to her aid. However, Wang Lin has humbled herself, admitted her mistakes, and seeks reconciliation. This has softened the previously tense atmosphere. Although I remain skeptical about her return and question the sincerity of her apology, she has not stubbornly opposed everyone. This compels us to consider the feelings of others in the household, particularly the children. This is the nature of family. Even a fractured one cannot escape reluctant interactions. Moreover, in my eyes, Wang Lin is not a truly wicked person. She is merely foolish. Since my rebirth, having taken Chen Feng's place, I have consistently avoided contact with Wang Lin, driven by my inner convictions. Her past contains elements I find distasteful, no matter how pitiable or kind she may be. I cannot invest any emotions in her. The dilemma lies in the fact that while I do not invest feelings, the connection between Wang Lin and the Chen family will forever remain as long as Chen Motong exists. There are ways to alter Lu Ying's perceptions and overlook Wang Lin's contributions to the family. One such method is to immediately present Lu Ying with a grandchild. Unfortunately, time is of the essence. My willingness to undertake these actions stems from the realization that, having been reborn, I cannot merely exist as Chen Feng's daughter for a lifetime. Although I cherish Chen Motong, I yearn for my own children, an innate desire for procreation that no one can alter. In the future, I intend to have my own children, perhaps even more than one. Otherwise, I would not have established a genetic bank in Hong Kong, especially since the process of storing seeds is quite laborious. Nurturing Chen Motong with utmost care is also a means for me, as a novice, to gain experience. Raising children is no easy feat at the very least. Should I fail to raise Chen Motong well, I hope to learn from that experience to avoid repeating mistakes. Preparing for the role of a guardian requires due diligence. I made a call to Bai Jing, who, in her usual haughty manner, expressed her reluctance to speak. Frustrated, I ended the call and headed straight to the supermarket near the hospital. In such matters, even if the patient's family is unaware, the owner of the hospital's supermarket is certainly well informed. Having purchased the necessary items for accompanying a patient, such as a basin, a thermos, tableware, and even adult diapers, I arrived at the hospital where caregivers are present to ensure patients are well cared for. Yet, it must be acknowledged that within the hospital walls, the companionship of loved ones far surpasses that of caregivers, offering solace to the wounded spirits afflicted by illness. After hastily consuming a bite to eat, I hurried to the hospital, and upon arrival, I allowed myself a brief respite. I made my way to Wang Lin's ward. Before I could even push the door open, I heard her weeping within. "Mom, I'm so sorry. I truly made a mistake." "You foolish child," her mother replied. "Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is living well afterwards. That is more important than anything else. I have always regarded you as my daughter, so please refrain from being so willful in the future. When unwell, one must eat well to recover swiftly." Lu Ying shared a remarkable bond with her daughter-in-law, a rarity indeed. Her life experiences set her apart from the typical mother-in-law. Her strength was a facet of her character, while vulnerability was a trait she embraced as a woman. She embodied a paradox, possessing two contrasting natures that coexisted harmoniously within her. "Mom, I truly understand my error, and I worry about Tong Tong. But what can I do to earn their forgiveness?" Wang Lin cried out. Lu Ying sighed and replied, "Being a mother is not merely about being a woman. It is about embodying the role of a parent. Parents serve as examples for their children. Surely, you do not wish for Tong Tong to grow into an irresponsible person, do you? Mistakes are not the cause. They are the consequence. As for seeking forgiveness, such words should not be uttered again. Time will gradually heal wounds. As for you, only by recognizing the issues within yourself and seeking the root causes can you discover the true answers." Throughout Lu Ying's life, even as she largely held positions of authority, she essentially viewed herself as a teacher, earning the affectionate title of Teacher Lu within her family. In truth, her stint as a teacher was the briefest phase of her career. Within a few years, she ascended to leadership roles within the educational system. She possessed a unique sense of mission, attempting to salvage even the most hopeless of students. Admittedly, her patience was limited, and her method of awakening their dormant spirits often involved a stern voice. Furthermore, having been Lu Ying's daughter-in-law for nearly a decade, Wang Lin had consistently been the obedient and dutiful daughter-in-law. Even when mistakes were made, significant ones in the eyes of our family, my mother always sought to mend the situation rather than exacerbate it. "Mom, you're here," Wang Lin exclaimed. "Here, let me feed you." Upon seeing me, Lu Ying immediately handed me the bowl of food. Then, reverting to her maternal role, she chided me. "Why are you always away from home? You leave your daughter unattended. By the way, what has happened with Tong Tong? She was fine when we left the capital, and after just 2 months of living with you, she has become quite the little tyrant. Even the dogs in the neighborhood fear her. How are you raising this child?" "Mom, I was just going to gather some supplies. Didn't you mention you had a meeting to attend this afternoon? My memory fails me. I must return home. It's all so distressing." After speaking, Lu Ying turned to Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, remember my words. Take good care of yourself. Let Chen Feng stay by your side at night. If you have any grievances, let me know, and I shall reprimand him." And Chen Feng, Wang Lin risked her life to bear you a daughter. Now she is in dire need of support. Even if you are reluctant, you must endure until she recovers. "I understand, and I will look after her. Chen Feng, step outside. I have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead, Teacher Lu." After exiting the hospital room, I followed Lu Ying closely. When my mother turned back, I caught a glimpse of sorrow etched on her face. She sighed and said, "Chen Feng, I know that I am pressuring you to care for Wang Lin in my capacity as a mother, and I can imagine your reluctance." "No, not at all. I understand your intentions, but do you realize that your actions are entangling everyone's lives in chaos? My life, in particular, is greatly affected." To claim that I was willing would be a falsehood. My tone was far from gentle. In my view, a mother like Lu Ying who excessively meddles in her children's lives is detrimental. Yet, if I were to confront her directly, it would only reflect poorly on me. In our culture, filial piety is ingrained in our very essence. Addressing parental issues can be exceedingly challenging, especially when they may not comprehend your difficulties. In facing Lu Ying, I would not resist as long as it did not involve a matter of principle. After all, she is not the only one who imposes upon others. Considering Chen Wenyuan makes me feel somewhat balanced. In our society, a person who speaks harshly or treats their biological parents with indifference is seldom accepted by those around them. One must ponder, who would regard someone with disdain for their own parents as worthy of respect? Such disregard for one's parents implies a potential lack of empathy towards anyone else. Therefore, in our culture, as long as parental demands are not excessively unreasonable, children will comply. Even if they are unwilling, they will not resist too vehemently. This is a cultural trait inherent to our people, rooted not in feudalistic ideologies, but in the art of being human. I find myself in a similar situation. I have taken Chen Feng's place, becoming Lu Ying's son, and as long as our mother-son bond remains intact, I must acquiesce to her wishes. The dilemma lies in the fact that even if I had the courage to sever this bond, who would believe that I merely occupied Chen Feng's body, that my soul has taken his place? Lu Ying scrutinized me for a moment before asking, "Am I unaware of the consequences of my actions?" Yet, I had no choice but to have you keep Wang Lin company at night. Everyone makes mistakes, and some errors may seem irreparable to you. A mother can understand such things. However, this does not justify harboring resentment. Living with hatred leads only to a life of suffering. I brought you here to make you realize that there is not only a broken marriage between you, but also years of mutual support. Do not leave room for regret. Did you not say it was for the sake of the child? I was perplexed, though I sensed there was a deeper meaning behind Lu Ying's words. I paid it little mind. As long as the old lady was happy, it was a tradition for the Chen family to share in her joy. Lu Ying shot me a glare, her frustration palpable, before she began to elucidate. Wang Lin has lost her reputation, her marriage, and even the dignity of her parents. Have you ever contemplated what this signifies for a woman? It is akin to social death. I fear that this child may ultimately find herself devoid of hope for survival. Once a heart resigns to despair, it loses the courage to persevere. When life is extinguished, regret becomes an impossibility. At least Wang Lin acknowledges her faults, and thankfully, it is not too late for her to awaken to reality. Though your relationship has reached its conclusion, I shall not speak of rekindling old flames. However, you cannot simply stand by and watch this woman, who has devoted nearly a decade to you with unwavering loyalty, perish. One ought not to think solely of oneself. I shall refrain from discussing the notion of universal love, as such sentiments are not befitting someone of your business acumen, lest you forfeit your ability to earn. Can you truly condemn someone who once cared for you to the deepest abyss simply due to a singular transgression or an affront to your interests? Rather than coercing you into actions against your will, it would be more prudent to release your animosity when concluding this relationship. Can you envision a future illuminated by sunlight while harboring resentment? Living in darkness may seem inconsequential, for you are over 30 and your mind is surely matured. How much worse could it truly become? But have you considered those around you? You may harbor hatred, but must your daughter also despise her mother? Furthermore, in life, one should not fixate on another's shortcomings, clinging to them relentlessly. Reflect on her kindness and her contributions to this family, and you may find yourself shedding that unwilling demeanor. Lu Ying delivered her words with little regard for sentiment. If you can only focus on the negative aspects of others, what distinguishes you from a selfish individual? Indeed, there are grievances against you, but you cannot solely prioritize your own benefit while being intolerant of others' faults. All right, I understand, I replied, realizing that Lu Ying was indeed no ordinary person. Aside from her somewhat irritable temperament, she was not as disagreeable as I had previously thought. At the very least, her worldview was fundamentally sound. Naturally, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Ying to possess such insight. She held substantial authority, akin to a county magistrate in local government. Given the already low representation of women in politics and the rarity of them occupying top positions, it is unlikely that someone in her position would be easily befuddled. Upon hearing her words, I adopted a more serious demeanor. Indeed, For a woman like Wang Lin, other than her financial means, she has lost everything. If she were devoid of shame or dignity, survival would be a simple affair. However, the reality is that both Wang Lin and her family are people of considerable pride. Having once belonged to a renowned lineage, though not of the highest echelon, especially in a city bustling with officials, yet they are a family that ordinary households would envy. How could they accept such a fate? If Wang Lin were to take her own life, it would be a cruel blow for Chen Mudo. Even with a mother of tarnished reputation, at least she could still find solace in her remaining years, with the hope of eventual forgiveness. But if she were to die, it would inflict a lifetime of pain. I must say, Lu Ying possesses a remarkable level of reasoning when she speaks earnestly. At least from her heartfelt words just now, I discerned no hint of flaw. I nodded solemnly and assured her, "Mother, rest assured, I will not stand idly by and allow Wang Lin to be devoid of hope." While others may exhibit cold-heartedness, such a tradition does not exist within the Chen family. If I were ever to part ways with her, it would only be after resolving her current troubles. "You are just like your father, utterly ungrateful," Lu Ying remarked disdainfully. Yet a satisfied smile graced her face as she patted down my clothes. Then, with one hand tousling her hair, she turned to me and inquired, "Son, do you think this hairstyle looks good?" I momentarily lost my focus, then shivered slightly. "It makes you look considerably younger, quite befitting of your temperament." Lu Ying is not particularly old, merely 54, and she maintains herself well. With her good features, she appears to be in her 40s. It is difficult to believe she is already in her 50s. Unfortunately, in old Chen's eyes, she remains a fierce tigress. In fact, not just old Chen, but everyone Lu Ying knows perceives her as a formidable female tiger. "Well, you have better discernment than your father," she remarked. "What did my father say?" I inquired with curiosity. "He asked how much I spent." "Is that even a reasonable question?" Lu Ying turned away in annoyance, her heels clicking sharply against the tiles. I stood there, momentarily frozen, my gaze following Lu Ying as she walked away. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Old Chen is 60. Surely he won't still have to pay taxes? Poor Chen Wenyuan. The Chen family is considered a cultured lineage. My mother is a leader in the education bureau, while my father holds a high position in a state-owned enterprise, functioning as a technical executive akin to a chief engineer. In the past, high-ranking officials in state-owned enterprises were largely managed by the organization department, so their status was not dissimilar to that of government officials. Of course, even at the same level, the power dynamics are not comparable. While it may not entirely qualify as a cultured lineage, it is not incorrect to say there is a degree of education. Such a family often harbors beliefs that many find difficult to comprehend, such as tolerance and benevolence. Yet, frequently, what appears as kindness and righteousness is merely a facade. I decided to tempt fate and probe. "Mother, may I pose a question? For instance, if something were to happen between my father and Xiao Tian, something beyond mere friendship. Considering your limited time at home, with only my father and Xiao Tian present. Xiao Tian is the household maid, after all. Expecting a man, who has never shown any culinary talent, to manage cooking and household chores is as unreliable as one could imagine. Lu Ying's work keeps her too occupied to handle domestic duties. In fact, before his retirement, Chen Wenyuan was even busier than Lu Ying. Without anyone managing the household, it would descend into chaos. The thought of her husband entangled with the maid alone is enough to incite fury in Lu Ying. Subsequently, Lu Ying grasped the unspoken implications of my words. Many of her actions, in my view, seemed futile. It is easy to preach to others, even if that other person is one's own son, dispensing grand principles. Yet when it comes to oneself, the narrative shifts entirely. As Lu Ying imparted her reasoning onto others, she remained unaffected, yet when it fell upon her own shoulders, it was akin to a fate worse than death. The expression on Teacher Lu's face shifted dramatically, and upon noticing my mischievous grin, her irritation surged. With a firm grasp, she struck my arm several times and glared, threatening, "You must not bully Wang Lin. Ask her what she wishes to eat, and I shall prepare it for her." Once Lu Ying departed, I lifted the lunchbox, surveying the 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were Wang Lin's favorites: bean sprouts, steamed mandarin fish, braised ribbon fish, stir-fried mushrooms, and a kelp and pork rib soup. I couldn't help but grimace. She had never shown me such kindness. Since my divorce, I had not even been afforded a proper bed at Teacher Lu's home. Was this truly the treatment a son deserved? Although I wasn't lacking a place to sleep, a mother ought to regard her own child with more consideration, shouldn't she? However, Wang Lin appeared somewhat reluctant, showing no desire to eat. I couldn't resist the urge to tease her. "What is the matter? Not to your taste?" "No," Wang Lin replied, casting a shy glance my way, her cheeks flushed with concern. "I need to use the restroom." Do you need a bedpan? The question slipped from my lips, leaving me momentarily dumbfounded. The makeshift dining table beside the hospital bed was already brimming with food. If a bedpan was brought over, the meal would be rendered utterly unappetizing. Wang Lin, her face aflame with embarrassment, replied nervously, "No, just help me to the bathroom." As my right hand slipped beneath her knees and my left arm encircled her shoulders, lifting her, Wang Lin gasped in alarm, "Feng, no, just support me." Yet, I offered her no opportunity to decline. Countless nights, after returning home inebriated from social engagements, it was Wang Lin who tended to my needs, cleaning my body and attending to the aftermath of my excesses. Faced with Lu Ying's insistence, I surrendered any desire to contest. When I pulled down Wang Lin's trousers, she seemed utterly bewildered, her shyness enveloping her as if she were ensconced in a furnace, her face reddening at an alarming rate, her neck following suit. For an elderly couple such as us, such feelings were unexpected. The peculiarity lay in the sudden fluttering of Wang Lin's heart, reminiscent of the early days of our romance. "Feng, you must go outside. I cannot relieve myself with you here. Look at you. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? You've injured your hand and twisted your ankle. How can you manage alone? I'm doing this for your own good." Witnessing Wang Lin's mortification, I relented. All right. I will step out. Chapter 98. Embarrassing the next generation by Jing's unexpected arrival alleviated much of my discomfort. I did not intend to behave in such a manner. Rather, I was adhering to Lu Ying's counsel. In truth, it was Lu Ying who had persuaded me to willingly remain by Wang Lin's side to care for her. In my understanding, the greatest challenge in tending to a patient lay in the intimate and often resisted acts of caregiving. Yet, Bai Jing's words suddenly illuminated my perspective. "Have you ever seen a woman willing to allow a man to witness her at her most vulnerable?" She remarked, rolling her eyes and casting a sideways glance at me. And I feared she might roll her eyes right out of her head. "Isn't that precisely what caring for a patient entails?" I replied nonchalantly. "There's no other choice but to do it this way. I ask you, what distinguishes a dog defecating on the street from a human?" Bai Jing, with an imposing stride, approached me, her stature modest but her tone decidedly unfriendly. I pondered for a moment, stroking my chin, and realized that there truly was no difference. Shaking my head and replying, "They're quite similar, aren't they? By nature, humans seldom harbor curiosity towards non-human animals. Rather, they often feel aversion and discomfort. This physiological response is indicative of our animalistic traits. Quite similar indeed," I thought in silence. "Bai Jing, could you lend me a hand?" I called out. Bai Jing hurried into the restroom. As a nurse, she remained unflappable in situations that would leave ordinary individuals uneasy. Meanwhile, I feigned profundity in the ward, not out of necessity, but because I suddenly realized I might not be adept at caring for others. The consensus indicated that professional caregivers were the optimal choice for tending to patients. Perhaps I should consult someone? With the lure of money, others would readily share their knowledge. In less than 10 minutes, I discovered the essence of caregiving, patience. Beyond this singular quality, nothing else seemed of paramount importance. Upon entering the ward, I observed the close camaraderie between Wang Lin and Bai Jing, and a wave of curiosity washed over me. I could never fathom why Bai Jing, who once harbored such animosity towards Wang Lin, now seemed to coexist with her harmoniously. Logically, one would assume their relationship was fraught with discord. Bai Jing, Wang Lin, when did your relationship become so amicable? I voiced my perplexity. Bai Jing's rebellious nature was particularly pronounced in my presence. What do I owe you? Wang Lin, despite her fragile mental state, attempted to explain, "Feng, Bai Jing is a wonderful person. It was Gua Gang who ruined her. When we first divorced, Bai Jing lent me considerable support. I was taken aback. How could someone as young and obstinate as Bai Jing display such kindness?" Bai Jing seemed offended, her anger flaring. "Chen Feng, what kind of look is that? Do you think I am some irredeemable villain, a wicked accomplice?" "Not at all. I merely find your noble character somewhat disarming." I clarified. I wished to avoid a confrontation with Bai Jing. Engaging in an argument with her could lead to unforeseen consequences, and I certainly did not wish to embarrass myself in a hospital setting. Once Wang Lin finished her meal, eager to escape the awkward conversation, I approached her bedside and said, "Let me tidy up. By the way, when my mother left, she inquired about what you wished to eat tonight, so the housekeeper could prepare the ingredients in advance." "Anything is fine, Feng. Please persuade my mother. She works so hard and shouldn't he have to cook just to accommodate my mood?" Wang Lin replied, her heart heavy with guilt. She was acutely aware of the disdainful glances aimed at her following the exposure of her misdeeds. Yet, she was surprised that her mother-in-law, who should have loathed her, still regarded her as a daughter. Wang Lin was no fool. She understood that this affection stemmed largely from my relationship with her daughter, Chen Mudo. However, her feelings of guilt towards Lu Ying were even more profound. Lu Ying is indeed a dignified individual, capable of commanding respect among a group of formidable female principals from various middle schools. Yet, despite her strong exterior, she is willing to suppress familial discord, her pride, and an array of negative emotions in order to salvage her situation. This remarkable composure is truly admirable. Eager to report back to Lu Ying, I inquired of Wang Lin at the entrance. Is Tong Tong in the capital? Would you like to see her? Has she finished her exams? Upon hearing her daughter's name, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Wang Lin's eyes. She feared her daughter's emotional distance while secretly cherishing thoughts of her. It seemed rather precarious. She was currently navigating the complexities of her household. I could see through Chun Mu Tong's subtle intentions, as long as she refrained from being coy with me. She could not deceive me. Wang Lin sighed in distress, lamenting, "It's primarily my fault for not keeping a closer watch on her. When we were in Yangqing, I was overly eager to meddle in her studies, which led to her losing focus. I apologize. I will try to gradually accept your educational approach." She paused, adding, "Education is not a matter that can be resolved overnight." I remained optimistic, not due to a lack of concern for my own child, but rather the realization that it is indeed rare for a third grader to demonstrate notable academic achievement. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Lin softly asked, "Could you take Tong Tong to my parents' house tomorrow? They miss her quite a bit." I suppressed a twinge of guilt, not towards Wang Lin, but towards her parents. Nodding, I replied, "Certainly, I will take her to your parents tomorrow. They are at the hospital, but don't worry. Tong Tong has learned the subtle art of observation while being with me." Having nearly completed my tasks, I strolled out of the hospital with the takeout box in hand. While awaiting Haizi's car, Bai Jing approached me, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. "President Chun, esteemed boss, do you truly look down upon us unfortunate souls? You? Where is the misfortune?" I responded, perplexed. As Haizi's vehicle arrived, I prepared to depart. Bai Jing, visibly agitated, obstructed my path and implored, "Ping Gu, do you really have no intention of reconciling with Linjia? Do not spread rumors. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am not devoid of compassion. Matters of the heart are intricate. You might perceive them as simple, but what truly matters is the past. Revisiting it will only entangle our lives further," I replied. My rejection clear. "No, we must discuss this." Bai Jing was not one to be easily dismissed, her stubbornness akin to that of a mule. I raised the insulated lunchbox towards her. "Let us postpone this conversation. I genuinely lack the time today and must return." "But Auntie has already forgiven Lin Jia. Why do you still cling to past grievances?" Bai Jing insisted. "Lin Jia is very family-oriented. She has never contemplated leaving home." Just as Bai Jing was about to continue, I interjected, "Do you know what kind of person my mother is? Are you aware of her profession?" Bai Jing shook her head timidly, clearly unaware of Lu Laoshir's formidable reputation. The hospital entrance was bustling with vehicles, and to avoid causing a traffic jam, I resolved to board my car. I swung open the car door and pushed Bai Jing inside. Only after the vehicle started did I speak. "My mother is an official in the Education Bureau, the superior of hundreds of principals across the city. If she were to unleash her fury, no one in a gathering of that magnitude would dare to utter a sound. If you believe her words and actions could lead to Wang Lin's forgiveness, you are gravely mistaken. You, Peak brother, are you truly the offspring of an official?" Bai Jing has always been on a different wavelength from me, and this disparity troubles me greatly. It is utterly incomprehensible, especially when she brazenly asserts that all children of officials are inherently bad, which infuriates me further. Chapter 99, The Scorned One. Peak brother, you are a child of an official. Why are you so timid, so inept? Indeed, the sharp-tongued Bai Jing would seize any opportunity to belittle me, questioning my identity from the outset. I longed to slap myself for speaking out of turn. What was the point of engaging in this nonsensical banter with such a foolish woman? Was I merely courting discomfort? Nevertheless, I retorted, "How am I lacking? You are the child of an official. Just like Guogang, he can be toyed with at will. You can dictate his demise. How did you allow him to corner you to such an extent? Not only have you lost your family, but you also neglect your parents back home. Be quiet." Upon sensing my genuine anger, Bai Jing's gaze wavered. This woman possesses an exceptional talent for stoking the flames. I harbored resentment. Even if Chen Feng's wealth was merely a matter of time before surpassing $1 billion, I was certain it would come to fruition within a year or two. The connections and financial resources at his disposal were realms beyond the imagination of an ordinary person like Bai Jing. How could she dare to claim that Chen Feng was inadequate? Following my divorce, my relentless pursuit in the capital market had elevated my assets to an incomparable level. While I had yet to reach the heights of a $100 billion empire, my fortune of $50 billion was already significant. Given time, $100 billion would be an inevitable outcome. Yet, to be dismissed as useless by Bai Jing left me bewildered. What on earth was going through her mind? Bai Jing likely believed that someone of my stature should be able to leverage connections to bring Gua Gang to ruin, if not entirely annihilate him. Surely, it was inconceivable for Gua Gang to roam freely after committing such crimes. Capturing him and locking him away should not be a daunting task. Faced with Bai Jing's skepticism regarding my status as a second-generation official, I found myself at a loss for words. This foolish woman understood nothing and merely stirred trouble. Seeing me close my eyes in contemplation, seemingly ignoring her, Bai Jing leaned against me, wrapping her arms around mine, and said, "Peak brother, I am not simply panicking. I am hoping for misfortune to befall Gua Gang. He has already bullied us, and if we do nothing, wouldn't that imply we fear him? Then why don't you take action?" I replied coldly with a huff. Bai Jing, with an awkward smile, responded, "Peak brother, I am merely a small nurse. All alone in the capital, who would take me seriously? You are indeed one of a kind, with such abilities and a distinguished background. How could you allow yourself to be bullied to such an extent by Gua Gang? I feel a sense of indignation on your behalf. It hardly befits a man." I pointed to my own face and questioned, "Bai Jing, do I appear to you as a fool? Do you think that by stoking the flames in front of me, I would heed your desires and exact revenge on your behalf? You harbor a grudge against Gua Gang, and so do I. However, I refuse to be swayed by your words to become your instrument of vengeance. I will not engage in unlawful acts of murder. It is futile, Feng Ge. Why are you so devoid of anger?" Bai Jing's fervor began to wane. I retorted curtly, "Why should I be angry? Just because you insulted my manhood? Even a man like me is beyond your reach. Bai Jing, that woman, is certainly one who does not shed tears until she sees the coffin. She relentlessly provoked me. But what could I do? Even if I possessed billions in assets, could I recklessly commit murder? There have been cases of billionaires who, despite their wealth, face dire consequences for their actions. If I seek revenge, I must resort to alternative methods. Rules, though seemingly lax, demand our utmost vigilance. It is not that I lack the capacity to act. Rather, the moment I do, it would be tantamount to shackling myself for a lifetime. Is it not preferable to live freely? Why must one engage in self-sabotage? Feng Ge, with your dignified stature, how could you possibly be foolish?" Bai Jing then realized she had overstepped. Perhaps she recognized that I was no longer susceptible to her manipulations. In her dealings with Chen Feng, her tactics had proven effective. The reasons for this efficacy were manifold. For instance, Chen Feng had recently endured emotional betrayal, leaving him in a state of instability. Moreover, this woman possessed an uncanny ability to exploit Chen Feng's emotional triggers, relentlessly manipulating him. However, even during that tumultuous period, Chen Feng did not yield to Bai Jing's wishes. Otherwise, the grass on Gua Gang's grave would have grown tall by now. Yet, if one were to resort to hiring a hitman, even without committing murder, it still poses a significant risk, potentially inviting lifelong turmoil. Financial matters may appear straightforward, but once tainted with criminality, even if concealed, the sword of Damocles hangs ominously overhead. And only when it falls does one truly comprehend the magnitude of their folly. As for my approach, though it may yield results slowly, its effectiveness is undeniable. Aside from the increased expenditure, there are no adverse effects. In the car, as long as I ignored Bai Jing, she was left powerless. As we neared home, Bai Jing, feigning vulnerability, wrapped her arms around my shoulders and pressed a bit closer, sweetly asking, "Feng Ge, shall we sit at home for a while?" "I shall not go. Are you no longer angry?" "It was my fault. What did I do wrong? I should not have provoked Feng Ge. Allow me to make amends and soothe your anger." "Shall I?" Upon arriving at the destination, it was time for you to disembark. In the rearview mirror, I observed Bai Jing, flustered and stamping her feet at the community entrance, which elicited a chuckle from me. The woman, Bai Jing, embodies a paradox. She oscillates between reckless abandon and relentless determination. Her intellect may not be the sharpest, and her sharp tongue often delivers biting remarks that expose others' vulnerabilities, inciting considerable ire. Watching her being unceremoniously pushed out of the car brought a smirk to my face, predominantly tinged with cold amusement. Only Chen Feng could be momentarily swayed by Bai Jing's antics, and that was fleeting at best. Once the tumult of jealousy subsides and reason prevails, Bai Jing will likely no longer be able to manipulate him. As for me, I had already taken measures against Gua Gang, albeit through somewhat complicated means, prioritizing safety. This is not due to cowardice. Had Gua Gang been abroad, perhaps in South Asia, he would not have lasted long. However, within the confines of our country, many actions, despite providing immediate satisfaction, could lead to endless repercussions. The use of unconventional methods is precisely for this reason. As I approached home, I received a call from Lao Gui, President Chen, the The person has returned to his hometown. Is everything prepared? I assure you, I won't falter here. But it all hinges on whether Guigang's brother-in-law possesses the courage. Such is the nature of affairs. We can plan, but ultimately, the outcome rests in the hands of fate. Chapter 100. The police arrived during dinner time. Wang Lin found herself deprived of Lu's heartfelt meal. It was not due to a lack of affection, but rather because the meeting had dragged on without resolution all afternoon, and Lu had yet to finish work. There was simply no time for him to prepare dinner for Wang Lin, leading to the dishes prepared by the family's housekeeper, Sister Tian, being served at the table. In my estimation, Sister Tian was far more dependable than Lu. In her 30s, she faced the challenges of being laid off. But she embraced domestic training and successfully entered Lu's household as a respected domestic worker. Sister Tian's culinary skills are commendable, a result of her eagerness to learn and her participation in various cooking classes, which honed her abilities. Such ambition in a housekeeper is indeed rare. The wages for the Chen family's housekeeper are modest, merely average. Sister Tian has dedicated over a decade to her role, exhibiting neither complacency nor a lack of efficiency. Her reluctance to leave stems from a simple truth. Lu Ying is a civil servant in the Education Bureau, and Sister Tian's children have benefited from the privileges afforded by the Chen family throughout their educational journey, whether out of gratitude or a deep-seated comfort with her employers. She has little desire to change her situation. In any case, Sister Tian is quite content in her work environment. Upon entering the hospital room, I opened the insulated meal box, preparing to retrieve the dishes, when the door swung open. I frowned slightly, disturbed by the interruption of my solitary moment. However, I quickly regained my composure and turned to face the entrance, surprised to find two unexpected visitors. Apologies for intruding on your meal. We have a few questions, and we will leave once we are done. All right, go ahead. To my honest surprise, I had initially believed the police had come at my behest. Yet after pondering for some time, I realized I had no idea how I might have drawn their attention. The older policeman spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Sir, I am not addressing you, but rather Ms. Wang. I glanced back at Wang Lin and replied, I shall take my leave for a moment. At the instant I stepped out of the hospital room, I sensed a peculiar expression in the gaze of the young female officer who accompanied the middle-aged policeman, an expression that seemed to convey pity. How curious it was. When did I become an object of sympathy? I did not inquire into the questions posed by the two officers, nor did I see the need to. Wang Lin had become a relic of the past for me. The only potential concern she represented was linked to her previous transaction at the bank, where she moved several million to alleviate the financial strain on Chen Feng's company in Guangzhou. However, that sum had already been repaid and held no weight for me. Such a trivial matter. One could argue that even Wang Lin's chances of imprisonment were slim. The bank would not resurrect settled accounts merely to find fault with a former employee. That would not only be distasteful, but also foolish. If an employee erred, the bank manager would also bear the burden of inadequate oversight. No leader would willingly accept such a thankless responsibility. Ms. Wang, should you uncover any further leads, please contact the police at your earliest convenience. After the officers departed, the young female officer whispered a few words to her male counterpart, who nodded in vague acknowledgement before walking away. The female officer then approached me directly, extending her hand. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Feng Ran. A detective? Chen Feng, a pleasure. Feng Ran had not been in the criminal police for long, yet she had encountered a myriad of individuals. However, she had never before met someone so composed. Even after disclosing her role as a detective, I remained unperturbed, seated casually on a hospital bench without even lifting my eyelids. Yet her voice was quite pleasing, imbued with a hint of magnetism. My demeanor piqued Feng Ran's curiosity immensely. Could you elaborate on your relationship with Ms. Wang Lin? Rest assured, Ms. Wang is a victim, and the police will not intrude upon your life. Feng Ran spoke to me in as calm a tone as she could muster. My act of delivering meals and caring for Wang Lin suggested a close relationship, one that should have rendered me aware of the events that transpired around her. Regrettably, my attitude incensed Feng Ran. I lifted my gaze to meet hers. Perhaps it was the uniform that augmented her appeal, as she was already an attractive woman, and the attire elevated her allure further. Perhaps in a field predominantly occupied by male detectives, female officers like Feng Ran were somewhat shielded, resulting in her rather fiery temperament and forthright manner of speech, which made me feel quite uncomfortable. Any matters you wish to discuss should be directed to my lawyer. I can provide you with his contact information. Are you refusing to cooperate with the police? Feng Ran's brows furrowed slightly, as if she had been gravely insulted, and her tone turned sharp. I chuckled softly. You officers are conducting an investigation, yet seem oblivious to Ms. Wang's surrounding relationships, merely pointing fingers and questioning individuals. Is that not a touch presumptuous? I am inquiring about your connections. Assisting the police is the duty of every citizen. What if I choose not to cooperate? Can you arrest me? I reclined in my chair, clasping my hands behind my head, and gazed up at Feng Ran, whose eyes blazed with indignation. My mood was far from pleasant. It was not merely due to Lu Ying's insistence that I serve Wang Lin, but also because I felt an inexplicable discord with this city, where nothing ever seemed to go well for me. Even the police, while investigating cases, seemed to indulge in chaos. Moreover, my identity remained a mystery to her. So how could any clues possibly emerge? Observing my once fervent apprentice, now wearing a face of displeasure, the middle-aged police officer chuckled unkindly. Xiao Ran. Has someone bruised your pride? Who could it be? Just because Wang Lin is beautiful, they dare to pursue her even in the hospital. Frankly, if Wang Lin is being threatened and extorted, she has only herself to blame. That man is certainly no saint. Feng Ran, newly graduated and eager to join the criminal police force, had previously lacked opportunities to shine. Finally, she had stumbled upon a major extortion case involving over 10 million. And her enthusiasm soared as she aspired to showcase her capabilities, determined to prove that women could stand shoulder to shoulder with men in this field. However, she had not anticipated encountering someone as adept at deflecting inquiries as I was, leaving her thwarted. The middle-aged officer, still smiling, inquired, "Did you not ask for the identity of the individual involved?" When she mentioned cooperation, he remarked that the man seemed disinterested, wearing an expression as though he were owed money. "Aren't you curious about who he is?" he pressed. He remained silent, so why not take a guess? The man pursuing Wang Lin? Impossible. The officer regarded her as if she were foolish, laughing heartily. After a lengthy pause, under Feng Ran's playful insistence, he finally relented. "Very well, I shall divulge something." Feng Ran asked, "What is his identity?" The middle-aged officer feigned profundity, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Have you not considered that he may be Wang Lin's husband?" "Husband?" Feng Ran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "No wonder he looked so sour. It seems he harbors considerable grievances, which explains his cold demeanor towards me. I must inform him. I cannot allow him to be deceived." Wait. The officer quickly intercepted her impulsive attempt to expose Wang Lin's ruse, urging, "Calm down for a moment. What if they are divorced? Besides, he may already be aware of the situation." Finally managing to pacify his somewhat naive apprentice, the officer wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. It was clear that she was a challenge to mentor. Were it not for her father's position as the chief, he would refuse to take her on. Feng Ran was a beneficiary of connections, and without the chief's endorsement, a female intern would never be assigned to the criminal police. Yet, it was precisely because of her connections that she engaged with cases of relatively low risk. The extortionists were clever, but lacked the audacity to commit murder or arson, providing Feng Ran with a thrilling opportunity. Police officers are, after all, human beings, integral to society, yet they form a unique group, particularly the criminal investigators. Without the ability to read between the lines, one could hardly sustain a career in this field. The middle-aged police officer, upon entering the hospital room, immediately discerned my identity. His silence stemmed from his sense of propriety. Were I an admirer of Wang Lin, he would have spared no effort in his solicitous inquiries. Had I been a family member, such as a brother, despite the shameful incident, my indignation would have been palpable in the face of police questioning. Yet, my heart was numb, devoid of any emotion. Could he not perceive that? I could only be her husband, most likely an ex-husband, for otherwise his countenance would not bear such a pallor, nor would his tone be so frigid. After all, if I intended to report the matter, the police should be engaging with both Wang Lin and myself, not merely her alone. Furthermore, my attire suggested I was not an ordinary individual. The pleading gaze Wang Lin cast upon me only solidified his suspicions. Clearly, she wished to conceal this from me, or perhaps she sought to prevent me from harboring further disdain towards her. Were her own disciple to recklessly intervene, she might find some satisfaction. Yet it would undoubtedly incite chaos. The police are tasked with maintaining societal stability, not stoking the flames of discord. When I re-entered the hospital room, Wang Lin attempted to explain herself, but I calmly retrieved the meal box and softly stated, "Let us eat first." Wang Lin nearly suffered internal distress from my interruption, her intended words evaporating in the face of my composure. I was acutely aware of her desire to communicate. The police's presence must have been a source of intimidation, prompting her wish for an explanation. However, was an explanation truly what I sought? My aim was to extricate myself from this predicament, to liberate myself from her burdensome presence. Is it not said that the relational society of our nation can ensnare one? In a land where emotional ties are less fervent, post-divorce, each could flourish in solitude. Avoiding even the attendance of funerals, a far more desirable scenario. In truth, I had stifled Wang Lin's attempts to voice her innermost thoughts on several occasions. These thoughts invariably revolved around two themes. One, a nostalgic yearning for the sweet memories of our past, a desire to salvage our fractured marriage through reminiscence. The other, the secret behind her infidelity, a revelation I was reluctant to uncover. Both avenues of confession held no appeal for me. Listening would serve no purpose. Chapter 101. The promotion turmoil. After clearing away the remnants of Wang Lin's meal, I glanced at her and remarked, "I must return for a moment, but I shall come back later. If you need to use the restroom, now would be the time." Wang Lin shook her head in a flurry. "No need, Feng. Please go about your business." "I am sorry, I do not wish for this." I harbored no intentions of diminishing Wang Lin's spirit. Indeed, those who have reached a certain age often come to grasp a fundamental truth of life. Those who pursue the journey often bear the weight of countless failures and heartaches, while those who seek outcomes tend to lead fulfilling lives. What appears effortless when the time is ripe is, in reality, akin to a miracle when put into practice. Conversely, those who begin with a clear objective tend to act with less trepidation. Undoubtedly, they are the ones who draw closest to success, and they do so with remarkable swiftness. Marriage is akin to this. Those who perceive it merely as a life experience often find themselves in failure, as the essence of marital experience can be rather disappointing. Conversely, for those who embrace marriage as an integral facet of life, seeking tangible outcomes, a stable and serene existence is attainable, provided they do not encounter an exceptionally unreliable partner. Their expectations remain modest, thus rendering any subpar experiences inconsequential. With the passage of time, marriages that endure become increasingly profound, with bonds tightening as the years unfold. Upon my release from the hospital, I first returned to my parents' home. Upon arrival, I discovered that teacher Lu had already returned. Her visage darkened as she scrutinized a report card that had been delivered. It was evident, without a doubt, that it belonged to her beloved granddaughter, and the results were likely far from satisfactory. Beside her stood Principal Zhou, whom I had met previously at Chen Mudong's school, and Teacher Wang. Principal Zhou appeared exceedingly anxious, drenched in perspiration, and when I entered the room, an immediate silence enveloped us. "Principal Zhou, Teacher Wang, what brings you here?" I inquired. Principal Zhou managed a strained smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, as if to communicate, "I am here at the behest of your cherished daughter." Teacher Wang, in an even more pitiable state, cowered behind Principal Zhou like a chastised schoolboy, his expression vacant, lost in self-doubt. Where did I go wrong? I have landed myself in a grave predicament. This year's accolades are unattainable, and next year's title evaluation is doomed. Old leader. The decline in Chen Mudong's academic performance is primarily due to the school's lack of emphasis. It is my oversight, Principal Zhou stated, taking the blame upon himself. On such a sweltering day, with the air conditioning left unturned and no water offered, Teacher Lu's behavior seemed rather excessive. With a smile, I took a glance at the report card in Lu's hands and reassured her, "Mother, calm down. Tong will strive harder in the future. You cannot rely on her. This summer, she will stay with me, and I will oversee her daily. I refuse to believe she can perform so poorly. Look, Mother, Tong's grades are actually commendable. She scored full marks in mathematics. Although her Chinese is not stellar, she has passed, and her English is nearly perfect. Is that not worthy of celebration?" "Chen Feng, Tong is indeed your biological daughter," Lu Ying remarked, her gaze directed at me with disapproval. "Indeed, she is undoubtedly my daughter," I responded, turning to Teacher Wang and inquiring, "By the way, where does Tong rank in her class?" Teacher Wang had initially contemplated feigning ignorance to evade the situation, but the atmosphere was daunting. The pressure emanating from Lu Ying was palpable. She felt so diminutive and powerless that her only recourse was to remain silent and evade the matter altogether. The rationale behind her performance was rather straightforward. After all, considering your granddaughter's sporadic attendance, achieving such results is commendable. To my surprise, even though she had opted for silence, I did not relent. Teacher Wang swallowed hard, and I fetched 2 bottles of mineral water, unscrewing the caps and offering them. After some time, Teacher Wang cast furtive glances at Principal Zhou, but alas, the principal was preoccupied with his own predicament. Finally, unable to endure the tension any longer, the elderly lady coldly interjected. "To be frank and objective, our class stands as the finest in the entire grade, and our school is esteemed as the best in the district. The elementary education in our district is unparalleled citywide." Upon hearing this, I realized that Chen Mudong's summer vacation was doomed, and whether she could escape Lu Ying's clutches remained uncertain. Among the 45 students in the class, only 8 did not achieve full marks in mathematics. The average score in Chinese was 93, and 11 students fell short of full marks in English. However, comparisons were futile, as many parents had urged their children to complete all elementary knowledge and even engage in extracurricular classes like Olympiad mathematics. Little Tong Tong must have worked diligently. Hearing this, I was taken aback. I had devised an elite education plan for Chen Mudong, yet she found herself in an environment already saturated with elite students, further intensifying the competition. How could she possibly excel under such circumstances? This is easily comprehensible. Her grandmother holds a leadership position in the Education Bureau. After all, faced with this scenario, I could only lament. Are today's children truly so competitive? The finest elementary school in the capital, the most prestigious class, is indeed mired in this competition. In response to my inquiry, Teacher Wang appeared embarrassed. She did not wish for things to be this way. Yet her class represented the pinnacle of elementary education in the capital, and she dared not be complacent. Although Tong Tong's results did not meet expectations, they also carry a significant piece of good news. Her potential for improvement in Chinese is astonishing. With the right preparation, she will undoubtedly make remarkable progress in the next examination, I cautiously remarked, braving Lu Ying's sullen expression. Please escort the guests, and I will discuss Tong Tong's situation with you upon your return. Very well, my apologies to both of you, I said as I exited. My apologies were not for the children, but rather for Lu Ying. Despite the silence, Chen Mudong would not be adversely affected at school. As for her unsatisfactory results, it was inconsequential. In such a class, even my own brilliant academic moments from years past would be overshadowed. An extraordinary class, extraordinary peers. How could one compete? Surely, we could not all engage in this relentless pursuit of excellence together. The crux is that even if we all strive, we are unlikely to surpass them. What then is the purpose of such striving? My aversion is not towards the process of excessive education, but rather towards its apparent futility. After descending the stairs, I smiled helplessly at the two individuals. Principal Zhou, Teacher Wang, I sincerely apologize. The elderly lady has been in a poor mood lately, and I did not foresee that her ire would be directed towards you. Both were perceptive enough to notice the food containers I had brought along to the hospital and could grasp the situation to some extent. The main issue, however, was their lack of understanding and the helplessness of their position. In the parking lot, I casually retrieved 2 gifts from my car. For Principal Zhou, the gift was simple. A Maotai gift bag containing 2 bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes, valued at approximately 2,000. It was not extravagant, but certainly not meager. I must acknowledge that the Maotai gift bag embodies the essence of gift giving. 2 bottles of liquor, 2 packs of cigarettes. And the bag's base could even accommodate 100,000 yuan in cash. The key was that from the outside, the packaging appeared rather ordinary. Naturally, I did not include money in the gift bag for Principal Zhou. As for the gift for Teacher Wang, I did not examine it closely. But it seemed to be a bag. Within the contents, I did not scrutinize thoroughly. The gifts in the vehicle were all placed in the trunk, prepared in advance, and not specifically for any individual. Typically, a businessman would keep a few gifts on hand that can be given at any moment. Such gifts are not selective. As long as one distinguishes gender, they can be presented to anyone. Regarding the children, I bear much responsibility. The household has been busy these past few days, and I shall visit when time permits. Although both parties were inclined to decline, they could not refuse my resolute stance and could only smile wryly, saying, Chen Feng, please speak a few kind words in front of Director Liu. I extend my gratitude from here. The school is preparing a remedial class, selecting elite teachers specifically for the studies of young Chen Mudong. Absolutely not. I hastily declined, as leveraging power for personal gain is one matter, but this was excessive. However, the title that Principal Zhou had previously used left me momentarily stunned, and I asked in confusion, Principal Zhou, have you heard the rumors? Generally speaking, it is commonplace for officials to refer to their positions. Lu Ying is clearly a section chief, yet Principal Zhou referred to her as Director Liu, which inevitably invites speculation. Principal Zhou, with an air of mystery, replied, Today the Municipal Bureau held a meeting. It is a certainty that Director Liu will join the leadership team and will assume the position of Executive Deputy Director in charge of teaching. This indeed took me by surprise. I could not help but gain a deeper appreciation for Principal Zhou's connections. Even a small school principal has heard of the municipal meeting. It is evident that he has some backing within the municipal bureau. Moreover, there is Lu Ying, a retiree who has been promoted, which seems rather unreasonable, especially considering that both the Chun and Lu families possess minimal resources in the education sector. Lu Ying has already been the greatest support for both families in this field. Thus, the sudden news of her being valued is truly unexpected. Prior to this, Lu Ying had been preparing for retirement, intending to step back from frontline work. possibly becoming an inspector or even opting for medical retirement. The abrupt promotion carries an air of peculiarity. I had not received any information regarding Teacher Lu's advancement and could only smile and say, "It must be hearsay." Principal Zhou is wise and should not be believed indiscriminately. Whether he believes it or not is inconsequential, regardless of Lu Ying becoming deputy director. He is still Lu Ying's subordinate and cannot resist. Additionally, regarding rumors, even if they are true, the parties involved will not acknowledge them until a formal announcement is made. Principal Zhou immediately recognized that he had misspoken and hurriedly clarified. Yes, it is hearsay. My mouth. How could it lack discretion? After Principal Zhou and Teacher Wang got into the vehicle, I watched them depart. Teacher Wang, drowsily clutching a bag in Principal Zhou's car, found herself in a dilemma, unsure whether to open it or leave it be. Principal Zhou glanced over and inquired, "Shall we see what delightful item lies within the bag?" It was a purse. Upon opening it, Teacher Wang's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently caressed the leather bag. Suddenly, her internal conflict arose. She desired it. Yet she had seen this bag at Yensha for over 10,000. Torn, she asked, "Principal, this bag costs over 10,000. Should we return it?" With Principal receiving gifts worth 2,000 and her receiving one worth over 10,000, it was clear that returning home would spell misfortune. Principal Zhou smiled broadly and remarked, "Chen Feng is the child of a prominent family, engaged in substantial business, and is unconcerned about trifling matters. There is no need for repayment. However, you must pay more attention to Chen Muti's studies. The old principal is sentimental, and it is imperative that his granddaughter makes significant progress in her education." Progress? Chen Muti has barely set foot in school. Had it not been for the impending final exams, she would have not seen the girl for months. How could anyone encourage Chen Muti to study? Teacher Wang, seated in her wheelchair, found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Yet, she soon brightened, thinking that enduring a scolding for the sake of a handbag might not be such a bad trade-off. Upon returning home, Lu Ying's previously uncomfortable expression seemed to vanish, replaced by an inexplicable impatience. "Teacher Lu, I hear you are due for a promotion," I teased. Lu Ying cast a gloomy glance in my direction, exclaiming in an unfriendly tone, "Go away. I'm already confused, and here you are making light of it. Are you my son? Hadn't I mentioned before?" When officials are promoted, various rumors often circulate prior to the announcement. When the time is ripe, it largely depends on the number of dissenters and the relationships with competitors. After stabilizing interests on all sides, the appointment is made official. Lu Ying's situation is indeed uncommon, primarily because the old lady is nearing retirement, with just over a year or so left. At this juncture, relocating Lu Ying to a position without real power while elevating her rank is merely a dignified farewell for the veteran cadre. It is nearly impossible for her to be promoted to a substantive deputy role. Was this mentioned in the afternoon's party meeting? I inquired as I settled beside Lu Ying, pouring her a glass of water. Lu Ying nodded, feeling an unsettling sense that someone was plotting against her. Promotions never occur without any prior indication, and to bring it up suddenly in a meeting seems nothing short of intimidation. She felt a misfortune looming over her, as it had been agreed that she would be elevated a rank, transitioning from her current post to take on a role as an inspector in the bureau, retreating to a secondary line. No wonder she had been so irate earlier. "I'll make a call to inquire," I said, retrieving my phone to dial Wei Ming. The conversation was vague, but made his stance clear. Wei Ming was unambiguous in his sentiment. There was no obligation to reciprocate the favor. Is it really without strings attached? It felt as though he was being coerced into working for the city. "Rest assured, no one is out to get you. Your matters are handled by the Wei family. Have you heard of this fellow?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying sighed in relief, realizing there were no grudges between their families, and it was unnecessary to kick the Chen family while they were down. Moreover, in the realm of politics, the Chen family was too insignificant to attract the Wei family's attention. Yet, the old lady soon became anxious again, asking, "Xiao Feng, how did you get involved with Wei Ming?" His intentions are not simple. The Wei family's support for him is not solely for the purposes of wealth accumulation. Some matters cannot be openly discussed, but from my understanding, Wei Ming must be under considerable financial pressure. Otherwise, given his status, he would have no need to court favor with me. Rest assured, my dear brother, he is quite a decent man. I steer clear of politics and maintain a healthy distance from it. This makes matters of business considerably simpler, so you need not worry. I spoke casually, not overly concerned. It was not my intention to reassure Lu Ying, but rather to state the facts. Lu Ying nodded and said, "Well then, I will take on this deputy position, and by this time next year, I shall retire. As for Tong Tong, let us set that aside for now." Lu Ying's tone shifted, revealing none of her earlier anger. "Wang Lin has acted thoughtlessly, But let that be. The Wang family has treated you well. We cannot condemn an entire group for the folly of one. We, the elder generation, have truly drawn the short straw, burdened with your couple. It feels as though I am living the life of a solitary elder, with no one to converse with. What meaning does life hold under such circumstances? Tong Tong should stay at home for a couple of months to keep us company. By the way, let that tutor of Tong Tong's also reside here. I shall enroll her in a summer class to familiarize herself with the educational policies of the capital. There is no harm in that. Tong Tong's performance in language arts is not entirely her fault. Your reasoning is sound. In the long run, this approach yields far better results than conventional textbook learning. However, her studies must be prioritized. Although Tong Tong is no longer a child, it is time to consider whether she should study abroad or attend university domestically. We must prepare in advance. Lu Ying's words struck a chord. There is no shortage of elite schools in the country, which are essentially preparatory classes for studying abroad. The tuition fees are exorbitant and beyond the means of ordinary families. Yet the goal is clear: to facilitate a student's transition to overseas schools upon high school graduation or even during their high school years. Those with talent and resources are directed to prestigious institutions, while those less fortunate academically might find themselves in countries like Australia for their studies. At the very least, they return with a credential that holds some weight, albeit not of great significance, but it does lend a respectable appearance to their resumes. Public schools also offer such classes, though they are quite rare, with the aim of preparing students for elite overseas institutions. By the way, I suddenly realized that I have no bed at home. Is that appropriate? I recalled that I did not have a room at the Chen residence. It is not that I am petty, but the status I hold is disheartening. Even the family tutor has secured a room for herself, and yet I have none? Is this how it should be for a biological son? It is simply unacceptable. As a mother, Lu Ying finds herself in a difficult position as well. She and her husband share one room, and the study is jointly used. The room originally allocated to Chen Feng and Wang Lin, which was seldom utilized, has now become a storage space. It has recently been cleared for Xinu's use. The granddaughter has always had her own room. Suddenly, Lu Ying felt a pang of anxiety and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "There are no rooms available at home."